I pursued the school beauty for 2 whole years, but she only ever saw me as a laughingstock. But no one expected that one stormy night, I would rescue a homeless girl and take her home. From that day on, the school beauty who never looked back at me finally regretted it. I liked Tong Yining for 2 whole years, confessed my feelings 100 times, and was rejected 100 times. The whole school knew that I was the most pathetic simp around her. Breakfast, gifts, umbrellas. Walking her home, I would rush to her side like I had no dignity if she just said the word. But I thought it was deep affection. To others, it was just a joke. On my 101st confession, I naively thought that if I just had to be brave one more time, she would finally see my sincerity. But instead of being moved, she laughed out loud in front of the whole class. At that moment, I realized that my persistence was nothing more than a joke in her eyes. She said I was annoying, shameless, and that no matter how many times I confessed, it was useless. The whole class's laughter stabbed me like knives. I stood in the middle of the crowd, my dignity completely trampled. It was at that moment that I finally woke up. I realized that being a simp can't move a goddess. It only makes you a laughingstock. I turned and left, never looking back, and completely let go of Tong Yining from my heart. But on that stormy night, at 1 in the morning, a sudden downpour began, and the whole street seemed swallowed by darkness. No one could have imagined that my life would take such a sudden turn in that rain. I had just reached the streetlight when I suddenly stopped. A girl was huddled in the corner of the steps. She was soaking wet, her long hair plastered to her face, and she was trembling as if the whole world had abandoned her. I didn't want to get involved, but the more I looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. When she looked up, I froze. It was Yin Mingran, the class monitor who was always the top student in the school and always seemed aloof. She, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, looked disheveled and on the verge of collapse. The first thing she said when she saw me was that it had nothing to do with me. Her voice was hoarse and cold, clearly indicating she had been crying for a long time. I nodded and turned to leave, but after only a dozen steps, the suppressed sobbing behind me abruptly stopped me in my tracks. I stood in the rain in silence for a few seconds, then finally turned around and went back, holding the umbrella over her head again. She looked up at me, her eyes frighteningly red, and asked what I wanted. I simply replied, "Mind your own business." But no matter how strong she tried to be, her body was already trembling with cold. I handed her the tissue, and she hesitated for a long time before whispering a thank you. But just as she reached for the tissue, I noticed a large bruise on her wrist. My brows furrowed sharply, and she noticed my gaze, immediately pulling down her sleeve and shrinking back like a frightened animal. The air fell silent instantly. I didn't press her further, simply telling her that my home was nearby and she should come over and dry off first. She instinctively tried to refuse, but I didn't give her a chance, pulling her up from the steps. She struggled instinctively in fright, but her strength was practically useless in the downpour. She quickly realized she couldn't break free and could only lower her head as I pulled her forward. As we entered the building, a gust of cold wind blew, causing her to shiver violently. I even suspected she might faint if she got any colder. In the elevator, she huddled in a corner, silent, until the doors stopped on the 6th floor. Only then did I casually say, "We're here." I opened the door, but she suddenly stopped at the entrance, as if only then realizing it was late at night, and we were alone together, with her still wearing her soaking wet school uniform. Her eyes clearly showed panic. I didn't bother explaining and just pulled her inside. The door slammed shut, and she froze instantly. I tossed her slippers at her feet, then grabbed a towel, a hairdryer, and some new pajamas, telling her to go wash up first. After giving her instructions, I went straight into the kitchen and didn't keep an eye on her at all. She stood there clutching her clothes, clearly panicked, but her body was too cold to bear it. In the end, she obediently went to dry her hair, and half an hour later, she cautiously emerged from the bedroom. The white loungewear was a size too big on her, creating an odd contrast with her still flushed face. Hot noodles, hot water, and cold medicine were already laid out on the table. I deliberately sat far away. The living room was so quiet except for the sound of rain. She stared at the bowl of noodles for a long time, clearly starving but forcing herself to endure it. I deliberately focused on my homework, avoiding looking at her, and finally asked casually, "Are you worried I'll poison you?" She was clearly flustered. Her ears turned bright red, and she finally picked up her chopsticks cautiously and took a bite. The next second, she visibly relaxed, the heat from the noodles slowly warming her body. She lowered her head and ate the noodles in large mouthfuls, as if she could no longer hold on. But from beginning to end, she didn't dare make a sound. 10 minutes later, she finished the noodles and hot water, then pulled a 100 yuan bill from her soaked school uniform pocket and said thank you. Looking at the money, I was both angry and amused, and asked her what she needed the money for. She whispered that she didn't want to owe anyone anything. Her tone so earnest it was as if she'd rather freeze to death outside than accept help for nothing. I stared at her for a few seconds, then finally pushed the test paper towards her, asking her to explain the questions to me. She glanced at it and blurted out, "You can't even do something this simple?" The words had barely left her mouth when she froze, her face turning bright red. I deliberately sighed, saying that I wasn't as smart as her. She was silent for a few seconds, then obediently came to my side and explained the questions. It was at that moment that I realized for the first time how gentle this class monitor, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, could be when she was explaining a problem seriously. But halfway through the explanation, she suddenly swayed and almost fell into my arms. I instinctively caught her, and the moment my hand touched her forehead, my heart sank. It was frighteningly hot. She had a fever, but she was still insisting that she was fine. I threw my pen on the table and got up to rummage through the first aid kit. She sat there watching my retreating figure, her eyes changing for the first time. For a whole week since her parents' accident, no one had shown her any concern like this. I was stunned. The class monitor, always so dazzling at school, now didn't even have a place to stay. The rain outside was getting heavier, so I took the bag from her hand and told her to stay there and leave when we found a place. She immediately shook her head and said no, she had to leave right away. I sighed and told her she could either stay or I would call the police to take care of her. She looked at me with red eyes and suddenly asked if I spoke to Tong Ening like that too. I was speechless for a second, because her look practically said, "No wonder you failed to confess." The next second, she suddenly burst out laughing. I was incredibly embarrassed and could only lower my voice to ask her to stay, even trying to put on a gentle expression, which almost made my face cramp up. Yin Mingran was finally amused and nodded in agreement while wiping away her tears. But she quickly looked at me seriously again and asked why I was helping her. I casually said that I didn't want my reputation in the class to get worse in the future. She was stunned for a moment, but said that she had never heard of me having any bad reputation, except for confessing to Tong Ening every day. I chuckled self-deprecatingly and said that this one incident alone was embarrassing enough for me. The air suddenly fell silent, and after a long while, she whispered to me if I didn't like Tong Ening anymore. I shook my head and told her that there was no need to persist in things that weren't getting a response. She stayed behind to hang up the laundry, while I continued doing my practice problems, but got stuck on a math problem for over 20 minutes. Yin Mingran hesitated for a long time before slowly walking over to my side and continuing to explain the problem to me. She explained very seriously, and the faint fragrance of her hair kept wafting into my nose, making me a little distracted for a moment. Finally, with her help, I managed to solve the problem. After tidying up, I checked the time, and it was already 2 a.m. I told her to sleep in the bedroom, and I would sleep on the sofa. She reacted strongly, immediately shaking her head and saying that this was my house and I couldn't sleep on the sofa. I frowned and told her that the sofa was completely unusable, and her ears instantly turned red. She said that was precisely why I couldn't sleep there. In the end, we argued for a long time before we could only compromise, and this decision made the following night completely different. In the end, we could only put a blanket in the middle of the bed, and each of us slept on one side, with no one allowed to cross the line. But once we sat on the bed, Yin Mingran belatedly realized that she was actually going to share a bed with a boy. Just then, I came in after changing into my pajamas. The thin fabric clearly showed off my muscle lines, and she only glanced at me before hurriedly looking away, her ears instantly turning bright red. After the lights were turned off, we lay back to back, separated by the blanket. She was huddled under the covers, clearly too nervous to move, but I had no such thoughts. I fell asleep quickly as soon as sleepiness washed over me. Only when she heard my steady breathing did she slowly lower her guard and, in this unfamiliar night, have the most peaceful sleep she'd had in a long time. The next morning, she woke up with a start, only to find it was already daylight and I was no longer in bed. The sounds of cooking came from the kitchen, and the aroma wafted into the room. She had just stepped out of the bedroom when she saw me standing in the kitchen, wearing an apron and making breakfast. She was clearly stunned, while I simply nodded and placed the breakfast and lunchbox on the table. She then realized that I had been bringing my own lunch to school all along, and I was practically the only one in the class doing so. She couldn't help but ask me why I didn't eat in the cafeteria, and I casually mentioned that I was from a minority group and had dietary restrictions. She suddenly looked enlightened, stared at me for a long time, and said that no wonder she always thought I didn't look like a typical Han Chinese. I was too lazy to explain and just told her to eat first. She was clearly already hungry from the aroma, but she waited until I sat down before carefully picking up her chopsticks. Halfway through the meal, I suddenly asked her if she was planning to go back to school, and her hands stopped moving instantly. Since her parents' accident, she hadn't been to school for several days, and now she didn't know anything about what to do next, let alone attend classes. After a long silence, she finally said in a low voice that she wanted to buy some clothes first and might go back to school tomorrow. I nodded, casually tossed the house key in front of her, and told her to come back as soon as she finished shopping, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get in. She stared at the key on the table, stunned, because she knew I was preventing her from sneaking away. After breakfast, I went straight to school, leaving her alone at home. She stood in the living room for a long time, lost in thought, before finally deciding to help me tidy up. But when she got to the gym area, she was completely dumbfounded. The floor was covered with dumbbells and barbells, and it took her a long time to move one of them. She was so tired that her face turned red, and that's when she realized just how incredibly strong I am. While wiping the cabinet, she suddenly noticed a cardboard box in the corner, stuffed with letters and several beautifully wrapped small gift boxes. She picked one up at random, and her eyes instantly changed after reading its contents. Because these were all love letters she had written to Tong Yining and gifts she had never given them. On the other side, I had just reached the classroom door when I heard people inside discussing Yin Mingran. Some were worried that something had happened to the class monitor since she hadn't come in for so long, while others said they couldn't get in touch with her at all. The person speaking was Tong Yining. Just then, she came out of the classroom and bumped right into me, and several girls next to her instantly became excited. Because everyone in the class knew that whenever I saw Tong Yining, I would immediately go up to her. Tong Yining also frowned subconsciously, clearly prepared to be bothered by me, and even impatiently told me to leave her alone. But I just calmly interrupted her, asking her to move aside. The air instantly became quiet, and she froze on the spot, unable to finish her sentence. Even the girl next to me was stunned and instinctively made way for me, but I didn't even stop and just walked past her. This was the first time in 2 years that I hadn't given her a second glance. Because Yin Mingran was still at my house, and the thought of making her cry last night gave me a headache. Should I say something nice to her when I got home tonight to prevent that little crybaby from secretly shedding tears again? Just then, I suddenly realized someone was watching me. I looked up and saw it was Tong Yining. In the past, if she had secretly glanced at me, I would have been happy all day. But now, I felt nothing at all, and I couldn't even be bothered to look at her a second time. On the contrary, she panicked the moment our eyes met, immediately looked away, and her ears turned a little red. After class, Kong Yu rushed over to ask me what Tang Ji had said. I told him that Tang Ji thought dating was boring and that playing video games was better. Kong Yu immediately broke down in tears, but he still relentlessly pressed me to tell him what she liked. Seeing him like this, I suddenly remembered the 2 years I spent pursuing Tong Yining, fawning over her like a dog, only to end up not getting a single kind word in return. So I patted him on the shoulder and advised him to give up. But Kong Yu looked serious and said he liked girls with short hair and a cool vibe, which I found utterly distasteful. He still wouldn't give up, and even wanted me to teach him how to pursue her. It wasn't until he said I had a lot of experience that my eyes instantly turned cold, and he immediately shut up. The next second, I asked him expressionlessly if he really wanted to pursue her. After receiving an affirmative answer, I told him to first upgrade Tang Ji's computer to a 4090, and then prepare a gift according to that standard. Kong Yu was dumbfounded on the spot. At lunchtime, he still didn't give up and ran over with his tray, but just as he was about to talk about Tang Ji, he frantically winked at me, telling me to talk about games instead, because Tang Ji happened to be right next to us. Tang Ji didn't even look at him. Instead, she kept staring at the soft-boiled fried egg in my lunchbox. She asked for it, and although I said I was disgusted, I still picked it up with my chopsticks. After she ate it, her eyes lit up instantly, and she looked like a kitten that had successfully stolen some fish, while Kong Yu, sitting next to her, remained silent as if he had been slapped in the face. Tang Ji then started talking about the match, and I joined in. We discussed everything from jungle rhythm to team composition and draft picks, and from meta heroes to mechanics, getting more and more excited as we talked. Kong Yu, stuck in the middle, looked like a bronze player who had accidentally stumbled into a high-level game, not understanding a word. Finally, he couldn't help but interject, asking if we played card games. Tang Ji nodded, and Kong Yu instantly became excited, thinking he had finally found common ground. But the next second, Tang Ji looked directly at me and asked if I had seen that OTK deck recently. After I joined the conversation, we started talking about kill speed and annoying combos, getting more and more engrossed in the conversation. Kong Yu completely wilted until I couldn't help but ask him what card game he played. Kong Yu lowered his head and whispered the words Do Diju, a card game, and the air instantly fell silent. I paused for 2 seconds, then slowly reminded him that it was called a card game. Kong Yu was speechless. He had originally thought that games played by girls were simple, and that he could easily build a relationship by chatting with them, but reality had given him a harsh slap in the face. On the other side, Tong Yining was clearly acting increasingly strangely. Tian Run called her several times before she suddenly snapped out of it. Looking down, I saw that she had been constantly using her chopsticks to mash rice, saying she was fine, but even she knew she wasn't, because her gaze kept drifting uncontrollably towards me. Before, whenever she looked at me, I would definitely look at her too. Even a single glance from her could make me happy for half a day. But now, she stared at me for more than 10 seconds, and I didn't turn around even once. This feeling of being ignored and out of control was like a thorn stuck in her heart, making her increasingly irritable. During afternoon self-study, I surprisingly started studying seriously, while Tong Yining became increasingly confused, because usually at this time, I should be sleeping on my desk. Just then, Kong Yu came running to Tang Ji with the test paper, asking her to help him with the questions. Tang Ji didn't even look up, coldly telling him to ask the teacher, but he stubbornly refused to leave. The next second, I simply snatched the test paper from him. I told him I knew the answer and would teach him. Kong Yu instantly panicked, snatched the test paper back, and whispered a warning that he had ulterior motives. My face darkened immediately. I had finally wanted to test my learning from last night, but this guy was using me as a tool. The next second, I warned him directly that if he bothered Tang Ji again, I would kick him out. Kong Yu was about to retort when Tang Ji suddenly looked up and gave him a cold look that immediately scared him away. After he slunk away, Tang Ji suddenly leaned close to my ear and said that Tong Yining had been secretly watching me all day. I didn't even look up, only replying casually that she was probably upset because I suddenly stopped pursuing her, but that was none of my business anymore. After school, most of the students had left the classroom. Tong Yining, though already packed up, deliberately stood at the door, clearly waiting for me. She assumed I would come to her as before, and had even prepared her rejection beforehand. But the next second, I looked down at my phone, not even bothering to glance at her, and simply walked past her. Tong Yining froze instantly, because I didn't stop and didn't even glance at her. Only after my figure completely disappeared did she feel a sudden emptiness in her heart, and a strange panic began to set in. It was at this moment that she realized for the first time that I might really not like her anymore. But then she suddenly heard a voice behind her say, "Excuse me." She turned around and saw that the person standing behind her was actually Tang Ji. Watching Tang Ji walk past her, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Could Zhou Heng have fallen for Tang Ji? The moment this thought arose, her agitation didn't lessen. Instead, it intensified. Meanwhile, I was already on my way home. As I passed the steps where I had met Yin Min Gran yesterday, I suddenly regretted not getting her phone number. What if she ran away? I only have one key to my house. Thinking of this, I quickened my pace unconsciously until I reached my front door and heard footsteps coming from inside. Only then did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the moment the door opened, I froze. The Een Mingran standing in front of me now was a completely different person from the girl who had been crouching in the pouring rain last night. She had changed into clean clothes. Her hair was tied up again, and she looked so beautiful that she seemed to be glowing. When she saw me come back, her eyes even lit up. She whispered that I was back, but I blurted out that I was glad she hadn't run away. Otherwise, I would have had to spend 200 yuan to get someone to unlock the door. She immediately lowered her head and muttered that she had already promised and wouldn't leave. When I went inside, I found that she had cleaned the whole house, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Even the clothes I had lent her yesterday were washed and hung up to dry. In that instant, I suddenly had a strange feeling, like this long, silent home had suddenly come alive again. After putting down my backpack, I remembered she didn't have a phone, so I casually asked her about it. She replied awkwardly that she had thrown it into the river a few days ago. I fell silent. This person in front of me no longer resembled a class monitor at all. She was more like a stray cat that had been abandoned and was now cautiously retreating back into its cage. After a while, I went back to my room, found an old phone, and came back out to hand it to her. This phone used to work, and I planned to get her a secondary SIM card so I could at least contact her in the future. She was stunned when she took the phone, and her gaze towards me became complicated. After a long silence, she finally asked the question that had been bothering her. She asked me if I was helping her because of Tong Yining. I was completely baffled and immediately asked her what this had to do with Tong Yining. She bit her lip and whispered, trying to figure out if I was trying to get close to Tong Yining through her. Without even thinking, I shook my head and told her that I wasn't helping her for anyone else's sake, and that whatever I did in the future would have nothing to do with Tong Yining. When I got home that evening, I sat at the table continuing to work on my practice problems, while Een Mingran huddled on the sofa with her old phone, studying it. She froze the moment she opened the photo album. There were no photos, only chat screenshots. The only person she was chatting with was Tong Yining. She wanted to exit, but couldn't resist clicking in. The further I scrolled down, the more silent she became, because those chat logs recorded almost all the changes I had undergone in the past 2 years. At first, I was full of expectations, and every message felt like a desperate attempt to please her. Later, it slowly turned into persistence, then into disappointment, and finally into complete numbness. Tong Yining gave me hope time and time again, only to push me away again, and the words I sent went from lengthy discourses to just a few words. In the end, when Tong Yining messaged me again, I would only reply with an "mm." It was at this moment that Een Mingran finally understood that I wasn't born cold. I had just been worn down little by little into this state. Ironically, no one in the class knew any of this. Everyone just thought I was a clown who confessed my feelings every day. Thinking about this, Een Mingran felt for the first time that Tong Yining had really gone too far. But just then, she suddenly realized something was wrong, looked up, and froze instantly, because I was sitting at the table silently watching her. She blushed with embarrassment. After all, she had snooped on my privacy, but I just calmly told her to delete those things, since it was pointless anyway. She obediently deleted all the chat screenshots, even the junior high graduation photo that I had cropped and saved separately. After deleting them, she stopped playing on her phone and instead sat down next to me, borrowing my notes to start studying. The room quickly became quiet, with only the sounds of turning pages and writing filling the air. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that I finally snapped, driven crazy by a math problem. I can figure out a game in half an hour, but math problems are like gibberish to me even after studying them for half a year. Een Mingran couldn't stand it anymore and offered to help me explain the problem. But as soon as she started explaining the formula, my mind went completely blank. Those symbols sounded like an alien language. Seeing my earnest yet completely bewildered expression, she finally couldn't help but laugh. But she patiently explained for a long time before I could barely manage to solve the problem. The moment I wrote down the answer, I slumped into my chair, feeling like my brain was about to explode. For the first time, I realized that math was the true ultimate boss. When I couldn't solve it, I felt like smashing the table, but once I actually figured it out, I inexplicably felt incredibly awesome. Min Gran was amused by my utterly hopeless expression, but her laughter only lasted a few seconds before an awkward gurgling sound filled the air. Her body froze instantly, and I realized that she had barely eaten anything all day. I sighed and got up to go into the kitchen. She quickly waved her hand, saying it wasn't necessary, but I just said, "I'll let her go hungry here." 10 minutes later, I came out with a plate of steaming fried rice. This time she didn't refuse, because she was really starving, and quickly finished the whole plate. After we finished eating, she volunteered to wash the dishes. But when she came out of the kitchen, she suddenly froze, because I was standing next to the cabinet, staring blankly at the cardboard box full of love letters and gifts. Inside were all the things that had been returned before, evidence of my most wretched and humble moments. I picked up a love letter, glanced at it, and then tossed it back. I used to fantasize about being with Tong Yining, but in the end, all I got was being pushed away time and time again. Now, these things were pointless to keep. I sealed the cardboard box shut with tape, threw it next to the trash by the door, and planned to throw it away the next day. Min Gran stood quietly behind, watching, and for the first time realized that I might really have completely let go. At 12:30 a.m., the most awkward problem still arose. We were still sleeping in the same bed, separated by a blanket. She wrapped herself up tightly, only her head showing, looking as nervous as a frightened little animal. This was the second time she had shared a bed with a boy, but after experiencing the despair following her parents' death, she suddenly realized that this awkwardness was nothing at all. In the darkness, she softly called my name and whispered goodnight, and I just casually responded before quickly falling asleep. The next morning, Min Gran was noticeably more relaxed than the day before. I, like yesterday, got up early to cook, exercise, and also prepared lunch for her. The moment she saw the lunchbox, her eyes lit up, and she even instinctively hugged it to her chest, as if afraid I would change my mind. I then tossed her some fruit and yogurt, and the way she looked at me clearly changed. She even couldn't help but sigh, saying that whoever I'm with in the future will definitely be very happy. But I just smiled and didn't respond at all. Because right now, I don't want to have anything to do with Tong Yining anymore, nor do I want to easily place any expectations on someone else. Before leaving, I casually tossed the cardboard box full of love letters and gifts into the trash can without hesitation. At that moment, it felt like I was throwing away the pathetic version of myself I'd been for the past 2 years. Min Gran, on the other hand, was extremely nervous the whole way because she hadn't been to school for over 10 days and was afraid people would notice she was different. I stared at her for a long time, then simply said, "I've never really paid attention to her before." She was speechless, clearly wanting to retort, but unable to utter a single word. But it was precisely because of those words that she realized for the first time that the way I looked at her was completely different from how I looked at others. As soon as I arrived at school, my classmates immediately surrounded me, all concerned about Min Gran, while no one paid any attention to me. I didn't bother joining in the fun and turned to walk towards the teaching building. But after only a few steps, a short-haired girl suddenly came up to me and casually tossed me a piece of chewing gum. I caught it with one hand, the movement so practiced it seemed like I'd done it countless times. We then chatted as we walked, the atmosphere ridiculously natural. And this girl was none other than my deskmate, Tang Ji. Min Gran, standing in the crowd watching this scene, was completely stunned because it was the first time she'd ever seen me so relaxed while chatting with someone. As soon as we returned to the classroom, Tong Yining rushed over and hugged Min Gran. It was clear that Tong Yining was the one most worried about her in the whole class. But Min Gran's attention kept drifting towards Tang Ji and me. She noticed that Tang Ji and I chatted very naturally, as if we'd known each other for years, which suddenly made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. On the other side, I finally enjoyed a moment of peace and quiet, but the next second Kong Yu came running over, carrying a large bag of candy and placing it on Tang Ji's table. Tang Ji didn't even look at it, directly refusing it, but Kong Yu reluctantly left the candy behind, then slunk back to his seat. Tang Ji looked at the bag of candy with a headache, because she knew all too well that accepting the gift would only make others think she still had a chance. So she simply handed me the candy to deal with. I was too lazy to care at first, until she offered me a rare mount from the game in exchange. The next second, I took the candy and walked straight to Kong Yu, throwing the bag back onto his desk. The whole class stared at me, and I calmly said, "Tangji doesn't want it." Kong Yu was instantly enraged by those words. He yelled at me on the spot, asking if I liked Tangji because I was helping her so much. The entire classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone turned around at the same time. Even Tong Yining and Yin Minggran stared at me, but I acted as if I hadn't heard anything. I lowered my head, opened the bag of candy, grabbed a few pieces, and stuffed them into Kong Yu's mouth. Kong Yu was stunned by the sudden silence and plopped back into his chair. I, on the other hand, hadn't uttered a single word and simply returned to my seat. The classroom was eerily quiet, and Kong Yu was the most embarrassed person there. Yin Minggran, however, couldn't concentrate at all, her mind replaying the same question. Do I really like Tangji? As she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed that Tong Yining was also secretly watching me. But I didn't care at all, because I only had one thing on my mind. If I didn't study, I'd run out of living expenses. Without living expenses, I wouldn't be able to spend money on new activities, and compared to these relationship problems, this was the real issue. After class, Kong Yu finally couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed to my desk and slammed his hand on it, clearly looking for trouble. I didn't even look up, continuing to work on my problems. But this complete disregard only fueled the fire, completely enraging Kong Yu. He reached out and grabbed my clothes. Yin Minggran stood up almost instantly, because she didn't want anything to happen to me more than anyone else. Lu Yunshua, the sports committee member, also rushed over and forcibly pulled us apart, because if a fight broke out, things would get serious. But Kong Yu was clearly not satisfied, so Lu Yunshua simply suggested settling it over with an arm wrestling match, which would determine a winner without causing any punishment. Kong Yu immediately felt he had a chance. After all, he exercised regularly, while I looked like someone who stayed home all day playing video games. But the next second, I calmly said he could use 2 hands. The air went silent instantly, and Kong Yu's face darkened immediately, because the words were too humiliating, and the surrounding classmates immediately started to jeer. Tangji even added insult to injury, saying that if he lost, he'd better not bother her again. This left Kong Yu completely embarrassed, and he could only reluctantly agree. Soon, we sat down at the table, and the whole class gathered around. Some had even started secretly placing bets, while Yin Minggran, standing in the crowd, knew exactly how ridiculously strong I was. Once the match started, Kong Yu exerted all his strength, trying to overpower me in one go. But after a few seconds, my hands didn't budge, and my face remained expressionless, while Kong Yu's face turned bright red from straining. Only then did he finally realize that something seemed amiss. I deliberately slowed down my exertion, afraid of hurting his arm if I used too much force. But Kong Yu struggled desperately, and still couldn't stop my hand from pressing down little by little. Seeing that he was about to lose, he panicked and actually used his other hand to exert force with both hands at the same time, causing the surrounding classmates to erupt in excitement. The scene instantly became incredibly awkward, and seeing this, I didn't bother to hold back any longer. The next second, I exerted force with my arm, and with a bang, Kong Yu's hand was slammed onto the desk. The entire classroom erupted in gasps, while Kong Yu sat there dumbfounded, his face ashen, as if he had been slapped several times in public. Not only did he lose, but he also cheated with both hands and still lost completely. Lu Yunshua stood beside him, watching his disappointed face, and finally just patted him on the shoulder, saying that he was really embarrassing this time. The surrounding classmates also started to gossip wildly. Originally, everyone was speculating about the relationship between me and Tangji, but now the wind had completely blown that Kong Yu was a sore loser. I simply flexed my wrist and casually told him to practice more when he got home. Kong Yu looked up at Tangji, only to find that she showed no surprise whatsoever, as if she had known the outcome all along. At that moment, he completely broke down and could only turn and leave dejectedly. Tangji then handed me a wet wipe to dry my hands. The farce finally ended, and on the other side, Yin Minggran, Tong Yining, and Tian Run were chatting in the corridor. Tian Run looked shocked and said, "I don't usually exercise. How can I be so strong?" Tong Yining looked disdainful and said, "I guess I just have brute strength." But in her heart, She was increasingly suspicious that her relationship with Tang Ji was definitely not ordinary. Tian Run suddenly laughed and joked, saying that Tong Yining and I were actually quite a good match. But Yin Mingran shook her head seriously and said that we were not suitable, because only she knew how I had been worn down little by little over those 2 years, and she even began to feel that it wasn't that I was not good enough for Tong Yining, but that Tong Yining was simply not good enough for my true feelings. The conversation then turned to Lu Yunshua, and Tong Yining stated directly that Lu Yunshua clearly liked Yin Mingran, and the two looked very well matched. However, Yin Mingran shook her head without hesitation, saying that even though Lu Yunshua was handsome and academically gifted, he was not her type at all. When pressed by her best friend, she could only whisper that she preferred men who were assertive, caring, and self-disciplined. After thinking for a long time, the two realized that no one in the class met the standard. Yin Mingran panicked instantly and quickly lowered her head to explain that she was just saying it casually. But no one knew that the person who had just flashed through her mind was actually me. The morning classes ended quickly, and it was finally lunchtime. Yin Mingran had been looking forward to the lunchbox I had prepared for her since morning. When she carefully opened the lid, it was filled with a layer of exquisite food, which instantly stunned everyone around her, and Tong Yining was even more surprised. Since I was the only one in the class who always brought my own lunch, Tong Yining couldn't help but ask her when she started bringing her own lunch too. Yin Mingran was clearly flustered for a moment and could only lower her head and whisper that she suddenly wanted to bring one. But Tong Yining had only taken 2 bites when she felt that the taste was strangely familiar, and her gaze subconsciously turned towards me. After quickly finishing her meal, Yin Mingran silently packed up her lunchbox and sat alone on the table, lost in thought. The familiar taste evoked memories of her childhood, causing her long-suppressed emotions to suddenly overwhelm her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she kept her head down, not wanting anyone to see. The classroom was stifling in the afternoon, making everyone drowsy. All the students listlessly slumped over their desks. Because our class consistently ranked first, our homeroom teacher had specially reserved a physical education class, a privilege that other classes envied immensely. After going downstairs, most of the boys rushed to the basketball court, but I sat alone under the shade of a tree to continue reading. Everyone thought I was just putting on an act, but only Yin Mingran knew that I was genuinely working hard to catch up with my grades. On the other side, Lu Yunshua, seeing a few girls on the sidelines, started acting wildly. He repeatedly stole the ball and shot, even attempting a dunk, but after failing, he blamed everything on his teammates. He wanted to show off, but the scene ended up being extremely awkward. I was looking down at a book when a basketball suddenly slammed into my face. I caught it and realized that the person standing in front of me was Tang Ji. She was wearing sportswear, looking clean and sharp, and immediately challenged me to a one-on-one match. I was initially reluctant to participate, but her question, "You're not afraid, are you?" instantly ignited my competitive spirit. I slammed my book shut, stood up, and casually took off my school uniform. The entire basketball court fell silent instantly. Everyone then realized that I wasn't as thin and frail as I usually appeared. Those who had been playing stopped, and all eyes turned to me, igniting the atmosphere. When Yin Mingran saw me standing with Tang Ji, her eyes clearly darted around. Tong Yining also felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if someone she had been ignoring had suddenly been discovered by someone else. More and more people gathered around. No one had expected that I, who was usually so low-key and quiet, had been hiding my true nature so well. Once the game officially started, Tang Ji displayed exceptional basketball skills. Her dribbling and breakthroughs were fluid, and her jump shots were incredibly steady. I quickly got into the game, and the two of us constantly switched between offense and defense. The gasps from the crowd grew louder and louder, and everyone's gaze towards me began to change completely. Kong Yu grew increasingly shocked, finally realizing just how vast the gap was between him and us. On the other side, Lu Yunshua's face grew increasingly grim. He had tried so hard to impress, only to have my thunder stolen. After a long stalemate, I finally stopped holding back and seized the opportunity to accelerate and jump. The next second, I soared into the air and slammed the ball down with tremendous force, shattering the backboard on the spot. With a resounding bang, the entire arena fell into complete silence the moment the backboard exploded. Glass shards littered the floor, and everyone stood frozen in place, no one able to believe what they were seeing. After a brief silence, the entire playground erupted in chaos. The girls were utterly shocked, while the boys were on the edge of their seats, their blood boiling with excitement. Liu Yunxua and Kong Yu stood to the side, their faces grim, completely speechless with shock. And I myself never expected that, in the middle of the game, I would actually shatter the backboard with a dunk. Tang Ji came over and brushed the shards of glass off me, readily admitting that I had won the duel. I smiled helplessly, inwardly realizing this was a huge problem. But Tong Yining's impression of me had completely changed for the first time, and Yin Minggran, seeing the girls around her constantly stealing glances at me, grew increasingly uneasy. After PE class, I went to the teacher to apologize. The school only gave me a verbal reprimand and asked me to clean up the mess. They didn't ask for compensation. But the story of breaking the backboard spread like wildfire throughout the entire school building, and from that day on, I became infamous at school. Back in the classroom, Kong Yu, whom I had clashed with that morning, suddenly came over. He lowered his head and apologized earnestly, finally understanding that when others stopped him, they were actually trying to save him. I simply glanced at him calmly and said indifferently that I hadn't taken those things to heart at all. The school bell had just rung when a bad feeling suddenly rose in my heart. I had a feeling that someone would be waiting for me outside the school today. I quickly packed my things and left the classroom, not wanting to stay at school for even half a second longer. When Yin Minggran saw me leave suddenly, she panicked instantly, grabbed her school bag, and chased after me. Tong Yining wanted to invite her home, but she casually made up an excuse to refuse, because she didn't dare let anyone know that she was living in her house. Tong Yining stood there for a moment, feeling that Yin Minggran's recent behavior was a bit off. But considering her family situation, she ultimately didn't press the matter. Yin Minggran ran after me out of the school gate, finally catching up with me just before we reached my apartment complex. She was panting heavily when she stopped, but she still went to my side immediately. I looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she was in such a hurry, and she herself couldn't explain it either. She just instinctively wanted to catch up and spend a little more time alone with me. She suddenly remembered the shards of glass that flew when the backboard shattered earlier that day and quickly asked if I was hurt. After confirming that I was all right, she whispered a compliment, saying that my cooking was delicious. But I just calmly replied that it was all right, and the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Only then did she realize that when we were alone, there was always an inexplicable distance between us. After hesitating for a long time, Yin Minggran couldn't help but ask if I liked Tang Ji. She even admitted directly that seeing me and Tang Ji so close made her inexplicably uncomfortable. I frowned and told her that Tang Ji and I were just close friends, and as for liking someone, I had never thought about it that way. Yin Minggran clearly didn't believe it, because Tang Ji was beautiful, outstanding, and athletic. She simply couldn't understand why I hadn't had any feelings for her. Until I casually said, "She's my cousin." The air instantly fell silent, and Yin Minggran froze, her face filled with shock. I then briefly explained the relationship between our two families, and why Tang Ji had suddenly transferred schools and even specifically chosen to sit next to me. At that moment, all the doubts in her mind finally came to an end, and the emotions that had been weighing on her heart instantly eased. The conversation afterwards was noticeably more relaxed, and I couldn't be bothered to dwell on the commotion from earlier that day. In my opinion, those people weren't worth wasting my emotions on. We chatted all the way home. Even though we'd only stayed for 2 days, Yin Minggran had already gradually gotten used to life here, and for the first time, she felt a sense of home again. We didn't eat at school that night. I went into the kitchen to cook, and she volunteered to help tidy up the house. Even though the room was already very clean, she kept finding things to do. During the meal, I remained quiet as usual. Yin Minggran tried to start a conversation several times, but seeing me eating attentively, she silently shut her mouth and eventually took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. After washing the dishes, I stood at the bathroom door and casually asked her if she wanted to wash first. Her face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, saying that she was used to washing up outside. I calmly told her that the bathroom door was locked and not to worry, then went in to take a shower. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Min Gran sat at the table reading a book, but all she could hear was the sound of water, and my image began to appear uncontrollably in her mind. She hurriedly shook her head, forcing herself to refocus on her book. But the more she tried to calm down, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Not long after, the bathroom door opened, and I emerged wearing loose pajamas. The soaking wet clothes clung to my body, highlighting the eerily defined lines of my shoulders and waist. Mingran's breathing became visibly erratic after just one glance. She even subconsciously swallowed, startling herself the next second. Before, her mind was solely focused on studying. But now, for the first time, she was completely thrown into disarray by a boy. I didn't notice her reaction at all. I was just standing there drying my hair. Mingran quickly raised her hand and patted her face, trying desperately to calm herself down, and lowered her head, pretending to continue studying. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly lit up, and the message was clearly labeled Tong Yining. Mingran's gaze froze, her mind racing with curiosity about the message's contents. She almost reached for her phone, but ultimately restrained herself. Soon after, I picked up my phone, glanced at it, then locked the screen and placed it back on the table without even replying. This scene puzzled her even more. Tong Yining had been so cold to me before, yet now she was suddenly contacting me, while I seemed indifferent. Meanwhile, Tong Yining lay on her bed, staring blankly at her phone. She edited and rewrote the message for a long time before finally mustering the courage to send it. But as time passed, there was still no reply in the chat box. The more she waited, the more frustrated she became. In the end, she could only silently delete the words in the input box and lie alone in the dark, lost in thought. Because she suddenly realized that our relationship seemed to have really started to change. After the lights were turned off late at night, the room was completely quiet, but Mingran couldn't fall asleep. Everything that had happened during the day kept replaying in her mind, especially the true nature of my relationship with Tang Ji, which made her unable to calm down. She finally couldn't help but ask me in a low voice if Tang Ji didn't have many friends. I casually replied, but she suddenly had the idea of taking the initiative to get closer to Tang Ji. After hearing this, I directly advised her not to get too close. She was stunned on the spot until I helplessly explained that spending a lot of time with Tang Ji could easily damage her self-confidence, which only made her more curious. Seeing that she absolutely refused to believe me, I simply got up, turned on the light, and pulled out a few old photos from the drawer, handing them to her. Tang Ji in the photos was completely different from how she is now. As a child, she smiled brightly, holding a bunch of certificates and trophies, her whole being dazzlingly radiant. Mingran was increasingly shocked as she looked at the photos and couldn't help but ask her why she had become so aloof now. I leaned against the bed and calmly recounted the past. Tang Ji was ridiculously intelligent from a young age, excelling at almost everything, whether academics or artistic pursuits. As a child, she didn't even respect others, but all of that changed completely after a basketball game. In that competition, I unexpectedly beat Tang Ji, which thoroughly spurred her on. She immediately cut her hair short and started training like crazy, single-mindedly determined to win back everything. Later, we gradually got to know each other through games, competing and growing together, going from disliking each other to becoming the people who understood each other best. In another photo, Tang Ji and I sat side by side, smiling easily. Looking at that photo, Mingran's eyes clearly held a hint of envy. Knowing all that had happened, she actually wanted to get closer to Tang Ji, because in her eyes, Tang Ji had become a true role model. The next morning, Tong Yining arrived at school with dark circles under her eyes. She had been waiting for my reply all night, but nothing came until midnight, and she barely slept. On the way, she finally saw me and called out to me, but I only glanced back and continued walking. Tong Yining stood there, clearly stunned. Just then, Mingran caught up from behind and naturally walked to my side. Watching our retreating figures, Tong Yining suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. She casually asked Mingran if she hadn't slept well, but her tone already carried a hint of probing. When the three of us entered the classroom, it was already in complete chaos. After news of yesterday's basketball incident spread, many classmates surrounded Tang Ji and me, offering snacks, striking up conversations, and inviting us to go out and play. But Tang Ji and I were clearly annoyed. The next second, I slammed my hand on the desk. With a bang, the entire classroom fell silent instantly. The people who had been gathered around immediately dispersed, and no one dared to approach again. Tian Run couldn't help but complain that Tang Ji and I were just too difficult to approach. Yin Mingran knew the real reason and could only offer a simple explanation for us from the side. But Tang Yining remained silent, just quietly watching me. Her sense of loss grew stronger. Before, I was always the one taking the initiative to approach her, but now, I was slowly distancing myself from her. Tian Run suddenly jokingly brought up the word confess, and Tang Ji and I almost simultaneously frowned and denied it, clearly annoyed by this sudden attention. Tang Ji muttered under her breath, saying that these people were just after a fleeting novelty. Hearing this, I suddenly recalled the various teasing experiences I had had over the past 2 years and subconsciously looked up at Tang Yining. The moment our eyes met, Tang Yining's heart skipped a beat, and she almost frantically looked away, her ears gradually turning red. As soon as the bell rang, Tang Yining immediately pulled Yin Mingran to the corridor. The three of them usually went out together, but this time she called her out alone, clearly wanting to talk. Once they reached a secluded corner, Tang Yining's ears turned red, and she finally whispered, admitting that she had been paying more and more attention to me lately. She used to desperately try to get rid of me, but now she finds herself starting to like me. Yin Mingran was stunned for a moment, only then realizing why she had been sending messages all night and why she was so listless today. Tang Yining became more and more flustered as she spoke, unable to understand why she would fall for someone she had repeatedly rejected. She was even more afraid that others would laugh at her if they found out. Yin Mingran was silent for a moment, then could only remind her that she was no longer the same person she used to be. These past few days, more and more people have been paying attention to her, but she hasn't taken the initiative to get close to anyone. These words pierced Tang Yining's heart like a needle. Before, when I was always around her, she just found it annoying. But now that I'm suddenly ignoring her, she's completely panicked. Tang Yining didn't dare come to me herself, so she asked Yin Mingran to pass on a message, hoping to meet me alone in the stairwell at noon. Yin Mingran agreed verbally, but felt inexplicably choked up inside. She should have helped her best friend, but subconsciously, she didn't want me and Tang Yining to get closer again. Just then, Tang Ji happened to pass by. Yin Mingran wanted to strike up a conversation, but didn't know how to start. The next second, a bunch of keys suddenly fell out of Tang Ji's pocket. She hurriedly picked up the keys and chased after her to return them. Tang Ji thanked her briefly, then slipped her a lollipop before turning and leaving. This small gesture made Yin Mingran instantly realize that Tang Ji was only outwardly aloof and not as unapproachable as others thought. Soon, it was time for class. Tang Yining kept glancing at Yin Mingran, urging her to hurry up and pass on the message. On the other side, Lu Yunhua was also keeping a close eye on me. Ever since the basketball court incident, he had become increasingly concerned about the relationship between Yin Mingran and me, and his unease was starting to show. Finally, Yin Mingran walked towards me. I was already annoyed by the constant stream of people trying to talk to me lately, but when I saw it was her, I looked up and responded. Suddenly, Lu Yunhua rushed over with his workbook and deliberately stood there, clearly trying to eavesdrop on our conversation. The atmosphere froze instantly. Too lazy to waste words, I grabbed Yin Mingran's wrist and, under everyone's shocked gazes, led her out of the classroom. This scene left Tang Yining and Lu Yunhua completely dumbfounded. Only after reaching the empty stairwell did I release her hand, letting her get straight to the point. Yin Mingran was a little worried about being misunderstood, but I didn't care about the rumors at all. I've been talking about them for 2 years, and I was used to it. Then, she finally mentioned that Tang Yining wanted to meet her alone, but I refused almost without hesitation. Yin Mingran was visibly taken aback and tried to smooth things over. I, however, told her directly that I had pursued Tang Yining for 2 years, and she had never seriously reciprocated. Now that she saw I wasn't pursuing her anymore, she suddenly wanted to chat. This kind of relationship was meaningless. In Ming Gran was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded and agreed to relay my words. Back in the classroom, everyone's eyes were on us, but I sat back down in my seat as if nothing had happened. Tang Ji even teased me, asking if In Ming Gran and I had gotten closer. I casually explained that I just knew she was innocent and didn't want to be suspicious. But after class, Tong Yining rushed to In Ming Ran's side immediately, and when she heard In Ming Gran advising herself not to like me anymore, her eyes instantly reddened. When Tong Yining had me before, she never thought of cherishing me. But when she finally fell in love, she realized it was too late. In Ming Gran could only keep comforting her, saying that the pressure of senior year was too great, and even if they were together, they might not be able to get into the same university. Long-distance relationships would only be more painful. Tong Yining remained silent for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of taking the initiative to get closer to me. During lunch break, In Ming Gran opened the lunchbox I had prepared for her. As usual, she used to never care what she ate, but now she looked forward to this moment every noon. Just then, the homeroom teacher suddenly walked into the classroom, first announcing next week's monthly exam, then the final sports meet of high school at the end of the month. The previously lifeless classroom instantly erupted in excitement. In Ming Gran immediately took on the role of class monitor to maintain order, telling everyone to prepare for the monthly exam first and discuss it after the sports meet. Sports committee member Lu Yunshua quickly echoed this, starting to compile the registration list. Meanwhile, Tang Ji, woken up by the noise, frowned and asked me what had happened. After I briefly explained, her first reaction was to ask for leave, and then she dragged me to the internet cafe. But I have no interest in playing games right now because I need to get into the top 200 in the grade for this monthly exam, otherwise I won't be able to catch up. Tang Ji offered to tutor me over the weekend, but I refused outright. Her study methods are too abnormal. She only gives the answers and never explains the process. In the end, I had no choice but to give up and offered to help me with my daily game tasks instead. I didn't bother to think too much and just handed her the account. After school, I went home alone, while In Ming Gran, after parting ways with her friends, also skillfully returned to my place. By the time she came in, I had already started making dinner. Looking at me in the kitchen, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of peace. During lunch, she suddenly asked if I would sign up for the sports meet. She thought that with my physical abilities, I could easily help the class win the championship, but I directly said I wasn't interested. In Ming Gran then turned her attention to Tang Ji, but I just laughed when I heard that, because I know Tang Ji too well. She would rather skip class than participate in the sports meet. So I made a bet with In Ming Gran on the spot. If Tang Ji was willing to sign up, I would participate too. In Ming Gran immediately agreed, clearly already planning how to get both of us into the sports meet. After dinner, we continued studying at the table, and with her help, my study efficiency has improved significantly recently. After hesitating for a long time, In Ming Gran suddenly asked me softly if she could take a shower here tonight. After I agreed to let her stay, she became noticeably more nervous. It was her first time staying at a strange guy's house, so she took her change of clothes into the bathroom beforehand and quietly asked if she could borrow my toiletries. After receiving permission, the sound of water soon came from inside. She knew I was still outside, but her heart just wouldn't calm down. When she came out after drying her hair, I was still sitting at my desk doing practice problems. Seeing me buried in my studies all day, In Ming Gran couldn't help but advise me not to push myself too hard and that I should relax by playing games occasionally. Actually, I'd been itching to play for a while, but I'd been holding back. Hearing her say that, I got up and turned on my computer. In Ming Gran followed me into the room and quietly sat on the edge of the bed, watching me log into the game. As soon as I logged in, Tang Ji's voice message popped up. She complained about my sudden login while casually adding me to her team. I casually explained that I had been studying too hard lately and was going to relax for a while. But halfway through the call, I suddenly heard Tang Ji's mother's voice on the other end. I immediately changed my casual attitude and politely called her Annie. She laughed and warmly invited me to her house for dinner next week, saying she would cook for me herself. I agreed, and after a brief chat, I logged out of the game. But In Ming Gran, who was next to me, suddenly fell silent. That ordinary family conversation felt like a knife stabbing into her heart. She lowered her head, her eyes gradually reddening. I sensed something was wrong, so I immediately shut down the computer, sat down in front of her, and asked what was wrong. In Mingran initially refused to say anything, just lowered her head and cried. I could tell she had been holding it in for too long. If she continued to force herself to stay like this, she would eventually break down completely. I went over and gently put my hand on her shoulder, telling her not to bear the burden alone. After a long silence, she finally spoke. It turned out she had no home for a long time. After her parents passed away, her father's ex-wife and their child took over the house. The ex-wife held the property rights, and she couldn't fight back at all. In the end, she was kicked out. The two families were never accepted by relatives in the first place, and now that something has happened, even less willing is anyone to help her. Some are even gossiping behind her back. She can't find her biological father, and no one can stand up for her. After hearing all this, my face darkened completely, and I finally understood why she was always so cautious and why she was used to avoiding everyone. Even though life had forced her into this situation, she still insisted on going to school and never gave up on herself. Just for that alone, she was already far superior to many others. I told her directly that she didn't need to worry about food and lodging anymore. I would take care of it. In Mingran was stunned on the spot, completely unable to believe that I would say such a thing. I didn't explain much, only telling her that I had enough for living expenses, which I could tell from my game account and equipment. I wasn't short of money. She immediately shook her head and refused, saying we were just ordinary classmates and she shouldn't accept this kind of help. But I was firm and didn't give her any way out. In Mingran grew increasingly uneasy as she listened, her ears turning red. She instinctively felt that I couldn't help her unconditionally. Seeing her nervousness, I simply smiled and said I only had one request. Her body tensed instantly, as if she were prepared to pay the price. The next second, I told her to tutor me so I could improve my ranking by 50 places in the next monthly exam. A few seconds of silence followed. In Mingran was stunned for a moment, then visibly relaxed. It was at that moment that she finally understood I genuinely wanted to help her. In the dead of night, Tong Yining suddenly woke up from a dream, her back covered in cold sweat. In the dream, she saw herself getting closer and closer to me, but every time she was about to get close, Tang Ji would suddenly appear and completely disrupt everything. She stared at her phone for a long time, those scenes replaying in her mind, and her heart, which had just decided to let go, was completely shaken again. I pursued her for 2 whole years, but she remained unmoved. Only now has she realized that she simply can't accept me leaving. For the first time, she's seriously decided to fight for her again before graduation, and the first person she's wary of is Tang Ji. The next morning, In Mingran and I went to school together. After relieving the pressure, she seemed much more relaxed, and a smile finally appeared on her face. I reminded her to use the weekend to tutor me and try to improve my grades. She readily agreed, and for the first time, she didn't deliberately keep her distance from me. As soon as we entered the school gate, we bumped into Tang Ji. In Mingran, remembering the bet about the sports meet, was about to persuade her to sign up. But before she could say anything, Tang Ji suddenly leaned close to In Mingran and took a light sniff. Her gaze instantly changed because she smelled the exact same scent of toiletries as the ones in my house. In Mingran's face froze instantly, while Tang Ji simply chewed her bubble gum slowly, looking at her meaningfully, as if she had already guessed everything. In Mingran still wanted to stubbornly deny staying overnight, but Tang Ji simply laughed and said that she had just been deliberately testing her, and now In Mingran's reaction had explained everything. In Mingran was speechless, realizing for the first time that she couldn't hide her feelings from Tang Ji. Tang Ji pulled her towards the classroom, casually asking why she had moved into her house. After hearing her story, the playful expression on her face slowly faded. After class, Tong Yining mustered her courage at the end of the corridor and said she had decided to pursue In Mingran. In Mingran didn't stop her, only whispering, "If you don't try, you'll definitely regret it later." After receiving In Mingran's support, Tong Yining immediately asked for her help. However, In Mingran hesitated, as she had a vague feeling that this relationship was unlikely to work out. To make matters worse, Tong Yining then asked her to help stall Tang Ji, because in her eyes, Tang Ji was the biggest threat. This gave Min Gran even more of a headache, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse outright. During my lunch break, I had just come out of the restroom when Kong Yu blocked my way at the door. His attitude was completely different from before. He immediately said that he had completely given up on Tang Ji because he had finally realized the gap between them. Then he probed me, asking if I had completely let go of Tong Yining. I simply replied that who she liked was none of my business. This answer stunned Kong Yu. He had thought I would get angry, but it turned out I really didn't care. After confirming this, he immediately started to cheer himself up, because in his opinion, there were only a few truly beautiful girls in the class. After Tang Ji and Min Gran were out of the question, he actually set his sights on Tong Yining. On the way back to the classroom, Tong Yining suddenly called out to me. It was rare for her to initiate a conversation with me, and she seemed visibly nervous. She even tried to pull me aside to talk to me alone in a corner on the stairs. I didn't want to get entangled with her any longer, so I suppressed my emotions and followed her, but I was already starting to feel annoyed. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Min Gran was also diligently completing her task, taking the initiative to chat with Tang Ji in an attempt to distract her. She deliberately brought up their usual game-playing experiences, only to have Tang Ji directly ask her with a smile if she was jealous. Min Gran panicked instantly and hurriedly denied it, but the more flustered she became, the more it seemed as if her secret had been exposed. The next second, Tang Ji deliberately leaned closer and stared at her, making Min Gran's ears turn red. Then Tang Ji suddenly lowered her voice and said that she had discovered that I seemed to like a certain girl in the class. Min Gran was immediately intrigued and couldn't help but ask who it was. Tang Ji leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly, saying that she didn't know who I liked, but she could tell that Min Gran liked me. These words completely stunned Min Gran. She instantly slumped onto the table, her face flushed red, too ashamed to look up. Meanwhile, Tong Yining finally mustered the courage to say she wanted to restore their previous relationship and hoped I could forgive her for what had happened in the past. But I didn't hesitate at all and refused on the spot. She panicked immediately, gripping my arm tightly and refusing to let go. I was getting increasingly annoyed by her pestering me and just wanted the school bell to ring. At that crucial moment, Tang Ji suddenly arrived with Min Gran. Without saying a word, she grabbed my wrist and pulled me away from Tong Yining. Tong Yining stood there completely stunned and could only watch us leave. After I got away, I could only whisper my thanks to Tang Ji. Tang Ji simply replied calmly, "Repay my previous favor." After school on Saturday, worried about being cornered by Tong Yining again, I packed my things and left the classroom immediately. Min Gran caught up with Tang Ji, sincerely thanking her for helping me out at noon. The two chatted all the way, their relationship noticeably closer. Min Gran even invited Tang Ji to her house the next day, and Tang Ji readily agreed after a moment's thought. The two even exchanged contact information. Little did they know, two boys were secretly following them from a distance. Lu Yunshua watched the two walk away side by side, his face filled with shock, completely unable to comprehend when they had become so close. The male companion even speculated that they were competing with each other because of me. This remark directly angered Lu Yunshua, who immediately told the other person to shut up. Even so, he didn't leave, but followed Min Gran home. After confirming that she lived on the 6th floor, he finally showed a satisfied smile and even began planning to secretly give her a gift. On the other side, Tong Yining was completely distraught because of what happened during the day. Tian Run noticed that something was wrong with her, but he still didn't know why. Just then, Kong Yu suddenly ran over with a strange smile on his face, which startled Tong Yining so much that she immediately hid behind Tian Run. He had just suggested that they talk alone when the two of them turned around and left. Kong Yu stood there, completely bewildered, utterly unaware that he had become a troublesome figure in other people's eyes. That night, when Min Gran returned to her residence, I had already resumed my studies. Standing at the door, looking at the workbook on the table, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt because she knew very well that she had implicitly helped Tong Yining that day. If I found out about this, it could very well affect our current relationship. I noticed she had been standing still, so I asked her what was wrong. Min Gran immediately suppressed all her emotions and sat down next to me to help me catch up on my studies. With her help in organizing the key points, I finally felt confident about the monthly exam. Thinking about how Tong Yining had bothered me at noon, I quickly realized that Yin Minggran had actually known everything. When I mentioned Tong Yining, her expression immediately tensed up, as if she was prepared to be scolded. But I didn't pursue the matter. I simply earnestly asked her to help persuade Tong Yining to stop bothering me. I couldn't be too forceful with the girl, so I could only ask Yin Minggran to mediate. She sensed that I trusted her, and felt both guilty and happy. She immediately promised to try her best to stop Tong Yining. I then casually mentioned that Kong Yu wanted to pursue Tong Yining and suggested trying to set them up. However, Yin Minggran hesitated because Kong Yu's reputation wasn't great, and hastily setting them up would only make Tong Yining more averse to him. She could only give a vague answer, but she knew in her heart that it was unlikely to happen. A moment later, she suddenly asked me if Tang Ji could come over to my house to play tomorrow. I was silent for a few seconds, and then asked her if she and Tang Ji had really become friends. Yin Minggran lowered her head. Since staying at my house, she had been careful in everything she did, afraid of overstepping her bounds. I told her, however, that I fully supported her making friends and that I should even thank her. Tang Ji's mother had long ago asked me to help Tang Ji overcome her isolation, but I'm not good at socializing and have had to rely on Tang Ji all these years. Now that Yin Minggran is willing to get close to her, it's actually a huge help to me. Yin Minggran was stunned after hearing this. She hadn't expected that Tang Ji, who seemed aloof, had actually always lacked friends. Knowing that Tang Ji genuinely accepted her made her feel much more relaxed. As night deepened, she offered to cook, suggesting that I spend my time studying. I hadn't expected her to be a cook, so I nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the house. As soon as the dishes were served, I took a bite, and the taste was even better than I had imagined, so I immediately praised her. Yin Minggran visibly relaxed, and even suggested that she would be in charge of all 3 meals at home from now on. I didn't want her to do all the work alone, so we finally decided to take turns cooking. After dinner, we continued studying. By 10 p.m., sleepiness finally overwhelmed me. I finished washing up and fell asleep immediately without even making my bed. When Yin Minggran came out of the bathroom, she found me fast asleep. She gently covered me with the blanket, whispered good night, and then lay down on the other side of the bed. At first, sharing a room made her nervous, but now, lying in the room, she felt at ease for the first time. Unable to sleep, she took out her phone and scrolled through her friends' list, only to find that both Tang Ji and she had empty moments, social media feeds, like 2 people who never wanted to show their lives to the outside world. After hesitating for a while, she sent Tang Ji a message. To her surprise, Tang Ji replied within 2 minutes, immediately teasing her about whether she was staying with her. Yin Minggran panicked instantly, turning her head to make sure I was still asleep before carefully replying. But the more she explained, the more confused she became, inadvertently revealing that the 2 of them had been sleeping in the same bed. Tang Ji immediately became interested, pressing her for details and even jokingly suggesting that she simply confirm her relationship with me. Yin Minggran's heart pounded wildly, and she almost dropped her phone. Just then, I turned over in my sleep, my arm draped over her through the blanket. Yin Minggran froze. Even her breathing became soft. She wanted to wake me, but remembering the pressure I was under from studying lately, she couldn't bear to disturb me. So she lay motionless, feeling the presence of the person beside her. A mixture of nervousness and excitement made her completely lose her composure. After a while, I turned over to the other side. Yin Minggran finally breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but overthink, eventually falling asleep with mixed feelings. Little did she know, after she fell asleep, I suddenly opened my eyes, my back drenched in cold sweat. I was actually fully conscious of everything that had just happened. The next morning, when our eyes met, the lingering ambiguity of the previous night resurfaced. I guiltily said good morning, and her cheeks flushed slightly before she turned and disappeared into the bathroom. After the 2 sat down to eat, the atmosphere at the table was awkwardly quiet. We all deliberately avoided each other's gaze, and neither of us mentioned what happened last night. At 9:30 a.m., Lu Yunshua and Liang Jiaxiang sneaked downstairs. Lu Yunshua was holding a gift box, looking around furtively. Liang Jiaxiang couldn't help but complain, saying that he didn't even know which apartment In Mingran lived in. Yet he dared to come and give her a gift. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Lu Yunxua was stunned. Last night, he only remembered that the elevator stopped on the 6th floor, but he had no idea about the apartment number. Liang Jiaxiang then asked him what was in the gift box. Upon learning that it was just a music box, he was speechless and said that giving such a childish gift would only make girls more disgusted. Lu Yunxua didn't understand, feeling that the gift was exquisite and expensive, so why was it inappropriate? Liang Jiaxiang urged him to quickly change the gift. Just as the two were about to leave, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and Tang Ji walked out. The two froze the moment they saw Tang Ji. Tang Ji glanced at the gift box in Lu Yunshua's hand and immediately guessed why they were there. She coldly asked them how they knew In Mingran lived here. Lu Yunshua felt a sudden panic, fearing that his stalking the previous night would be exposed. He had no choice but to lie, saying he'd gotten the address from a classmate. Tang Ji saw through his lie immediately, but simply stood there, calmly watching him, making him increasingly flustered. She directly extended her hand, saying she could help deliver the gift. Lu Yunshua was caught in a bind and could only reluctantly hand over the gift box. Liang Jiaxiang, standing nearby, was speechless. Before he could stop them, Lu Yunshua dragged him into the elevator, and the two slunk away. Soon after, Tang Ji knocked on the door. In Mingran opened the door, and, seeing it was her, her face instantly lit up with a smile. After Tang Ji entered the house, she placed all the fruit and snacks she had brought on the table. I thanked her briefly and continued burying myself in my homework, having no time to play with them. Tang Ji, however, didn't seem to mind at all, and immediately pulled out her game console, ready to find her own fun. Just then, In Mingran suddenly noticed the extra gift box on the table. She couldn't help but ask who had sent it. Tang Ji didn't hide anything and told her everything about bumping into Lu Yunshua downstairs. She even bluntly stated that the other person must have been secretly following her to find out her address. In Mingran's face immediately darkened. She knew that such a sudden visit could easily cause trouble. I put down my pen and casually asked her if she had feelings for Lu Yunshua. Without even thinking, In Mingran denied it outright, saying she had absolutely no feelings for that person. Her reaction was so intense that even she realized something was wrong. Her ears instantly turned red. Tang Ji suggested opening the gift box to take a look, so they could return it, as is later. In Mingran initially didn't want to touch it, but considering their classmate relationship, she finally agreed. I was also a little curious, so I got up and joined in to look. When the box was opened, it contained a carousel music box. The craftsmanship looked quite exquisite, but it didn't seem like a gift that would impress a girl. In Mingran pressed the switch, and music began to play softly, with colored lights rotating. But after spinning for a while, there was no other design element. The three of them were silent for a few seconds, then it was all clear. This thing really was just an ordinary music box. Tang Ji even took out her phone to search for the meaning of giving it as a gift, making the atmosphere even more awkward. The more I looked at it, the more confused I became. Giving this kind of thing to a girl was so perfunctory. In Mingran was also increasingly glad that she hadn't accepted it earlier. Then she found a love letter at the bottom of the box. But after reading only a few sentences, she stuffed it back. Because both the content and the writing style were so different from what I had written to Tong Yining before, she decided on the spot to return everything untouched to school the next day. Tang Ji quickly brought the atmosphere back on track, turning on the gaming device and pulling In Mingran to play together. In Mingran was terrible at games, so Tang Ji patiently taught her step by step. The two girls sat on the carpet, playing and laughing, instantly making the living room lively. I sat at my desk, but I couldn't concentrate at all. The sounds of games filled my ears, and even after doing several practice problems, my mind was still a mess. Finally, I couldn't bear it any longer and forced myself to continue studying. An hour later, In Mingran suddenly came over and quietly asked if I wanted to take a break. I almost instantly put down my pen and rushed into the living room. It was obvious I'd been holding it in for ages. In Mingran glanced down at the exercises I'd just finished and noticed my recent progress was remarkable. But when she looked up again, she saw that I was a completely different person in the game. Normally, I was frighteningly cold. Only when playing games did my face show a truly relaxed expression. After a brilliant play, a rare smile even appeared on my lips. And Een Mingran witnessed this entire scene. I turned to her and asked, "Was that cool?" She was clearly taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. Tang Ji immediately burst out laughing, saying I wasn't asking about the gameplay at all, but was just teasing her. One sentence instantly made Een Mingran blush and lower her head. After playing for half an hour, I went back to continue studying. Meanwhile, Tang Ji was already complaining of hunger. Een Mingran volunteered to cook, but upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered there wasn't much food left. I had to get up and go out to buy groceries. While I was away, Een Mingran suddenly started scrutinizing Tang Ji. She noticed that Tang Ji, who exercised regularly, had a remarkably beautiful figure. So she casually asked if she was from an ethnic minority. Tang Ji answered casually, and the two chatted more and more familiarly. But as they talked, Een Mingran suddenly remembered the bet we had made earlier. She wanted Tang Ji to participate in the sports meet. Since I'd likely participate too if Tang Ji signed up, she suggested playing a game with penalties. Tang Ji readily agreed. In the first round, Een Mingran was completely crushed within seconds. She fought back desperately in the second round, but still lost miserably. After a series of defeats, Tang Ji finally proposed a punishment. Go tell Lu Yunxua to his face that you don't like him. Een Mingran agreed almost without hesitation, but she still wouldn't stop, immediately starting the next round. Tang Ji finally sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but stare at her, asking, "Why are you pushing yourself so hard? What are you trying to do?" Chapter 38. You're a robot. Are you just messing with me? I told you when I won, but that was contingent on me being able to win. Een Mingran was losing confidence. She had a feeling that she wouldn't win a single game in the end. All right, then the punishment is, when Zhou Heng comes back later, you. Tang Ji paused, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, "You can kiss him then." What? Een Mingran's eyes widened in shock, and her heart trembled uncontrollably as she stared at Tang Ji in disbelief. I thought she was joking. Tang Ji quickly added, "Oh, it's just a kiss on the back of his hand. Even if it's a joke, you can't actually kiss his face or lips. He'll really get angry, and he'll definitely grab my ear and yell at me." He'll be angry? Yes, if they weren't in a romantic relationship, he would hate such pranks. He felt they were disrespectful to both of them. I see. Een Mingran nodded. She had thought that she was the reason he was angry. Hearing that this was the case, she breathed a sigh of relief. She could understand Zhou Heng's thoughts. Such a prank was indeed inappropriate when they weren't a couple. However, despite this, a slight disappointment surfaced in her heart. Okay, I accept. Next round. Een Mingran nodded and eagerly started the next game. She felt it was all worthwhile, that it was all paving the way for her demands. At the start of the first round, Tang Ji seemed to relax her guard a bit. She felt that taking it too seriously wasn't a good idea, as it might dampen Een Mingran's enthusiasm for the game. It wouldn't be good if they got angry while playing. The main point of playing games is to have fun. However, Een Mingran remained very focused and made rapid progress. Her learning ability was no less than Tang Ji's. Whether it's learning knowledge or game skills, she has already gained a lot of experience after the first 2 matches against Tang Ji. Furthermore, Tang Ji lowered her guard and lost a significant amount of health in the early stages. Crackling and popping. In her desperation, Een Mingran frantically pressed a few buttons, and in an instant, the character's ultimate move was unleashed. Tang Ji clearly hadn't anticipated this, and caught off guard. She was hit by the ultimate move, her health bar instantly becoming empty. Yeah. A sweet smile spread across Een Mingran's face, and she cheered happily. Although she didn't know how she did it, she actually won. She had won against Tang Ji for the first time. Tang Ji realized something was wrong. If she lost the second round, she would be completely defeated. Seeing Een Mingran's willingness to accept several punishments and continue playing, she had a bad feeling that her punishment might be very severe. So in the second round, she perked up, no longer letting her guard down, and not giving Een Mingran any opening. They won the second round with almost overwhelming force. The third round was the decisive game. Een Mingran felt her heart pounding, and her hands trembled slightly with nervousness. This is the game I'm closest to winning right now. If I miss this one, I might never have another chance. At the start of the round, she launched the first attack. She knew she won the first round by luck, but she figured luck wouldn't work this time. So her idea was to gain a slight advantage first, and then stall for time. If I have more health than Tang Ji when time runs out, I will win. In the tense and exciting sparring session, Yin Mingran gained a slight advantage, then quickly retreated and began to defend to stall for time. Tang Ji realized what she was trying to do and did not comply with her wishes by using unstoppable attack methods. Yin Mingran remained calm. She knew Tang Ji was not someone to be trifled with. The main thing now is to minimize the damage taken, and then go all in when the time is almost up. 24, 23, 22. Yin Mingran counted down in her mind. In the last 10 seconds or so, she stopped defending and started attacking, her fingers typing at lightning speed. Click. Just then, the door opened, and Zhou Heng walked in, carrying the groceries he had bought. I'm back. In that instant, Tang Ji glanced at Zhou Heng, her attention diverted, while Yin Mingran seized the opportunity, landing an extra hit in that brief half-second. Time's up. Yes, I won. Yin Mingran jumped up excitedly. Her heart had almost jumped out of her chest because their health bars were almost indistinguishable. Fortunately, Lady Luck was on his side, and he won by an extremely narrow margin. Well, Zhou Heng was stunned for a moment, wondering what Yin Mingran was cheering for and why she seemed so excited. Is she really that into video games? I never knew that before. Why is she so happy after winning? I actually lost. This is awful. Tang Ji leaned back on the sofa, tilted her head back, and looked helpless. If she hadn't deliberately let the opponent win in the first round, she wouldn't have lost. The main reason was that she was too embarrassed to win against Yin Mingran again, fearing that Yin Mingran would get angry if she played around with her. However, it was clear that she did not understand Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran had already made a decision in her heart. Even if she kept losing, she would not give up and must win a game. All right, tell me the punishment. Seeing how happy Yin Mingran was, Tang Ji's own mood wasn't too bad anymore. This is what she believes is the meaning of playing games. As long as you're having fun, winning or losing isn't always that important. Punish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng placed the items on the table and went to the living room. At this moment, Yin Mingran was finally able to reveal her long-planned conspiracy. Then, you should sign up for events at the sports meet. You can sign up for as many as you like. Tang Ji's mouth dropped open in surprise, staring at Yin Mingran in disbelief. She was still guessing what punishment Yin Mingran would tell her, but she never expected it to be this. This was truly a punishment for her. No, wait. I don't understand. What are you doing? Zhou Heng was completely bewildered. He had only gone out to buy groceries, but things seemed to be going a little wrong. Afterwards, Yin Mingran told Zhou Heng about the game they played and the punishment for the loser. She lost the first 2 rounds, but won this one. That was the punishment she proposed. When Zhou Heng heard that Tang Ji had actually lost, his face was filled with astonishment. He stared at Tang Ji and shouted, Tang Ji, you actually lost? You were a bot. Were you throwing the game? Chapter 39, then you can eat the candy this time, and watch me run away. Huh? What? What does this have to do with you? Tang Ji looked at Zhou Heng and asked, puzzled, with a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Zhou Heng looked utterly helpless, covering his forehead with his hands. He knew perfectly well why Yin Mingran had made such a request. The reason is his bet with her. He himself said that if Tang Ji signs up, then he will sign up too. Yin Mingran was especially happy at this moment, and looked at Tang Ji, asking expectantly, are you willing to accept it? She knew that Tang Ji hadn't taken the first 2 punishments seriously, probably thinking they were just a joke. As a result, he dropped this bombshell, completely stunning Tang Ji. Tang Ji glanced at her, clicked her tongue, and muttered, if I had known you were going to go this far, I should have made the punishment I suggested even more difficult. Well, that's okay, you can refuse. After all, the punishment you mentioned isn't as severe as mine. Yin Mingran felt a little embarrassed. After all, what the other person said was on a completely different level from what she had said. It's like someone was just joking, but you took it seriously. That's really not good. She hoped Tang Ji would participate, but she was also considering it from the perspective of the class. From a friend's perspective, She didn't actually want to make things difficult for Tang Ji and Zhou Hong. If someone refuses to participate even at the cost of their life, then of course you can't force them to. It's a matter of voluntary participation. Tang Ji waved her hand and said, "No need, I accept. I mean what I say, and I'll accept the consequences of my bet." Although she didn't want to participate, she had already agreed, so she should keep her word. Uh-huh. Some were happy, some were sad. Yin Mingran smiled and nodded. Zhou Hong immediately squatted down, covering his head, looking as if he couldn't accept it. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Tang Ji also sensed something was wrong, so she poked him with her hand and asked. Zhou Hong did not reply, while Yin Mingran explained the situation to Tang Ji. She told Tang Ji about the bet she made with Zhou Hong, which meant that Zhou Hong would also be signing up for the sports meet. Clearly, he never expected Tang Ji to sign up in this way, so he also never expected that he would participate. Oh, so that means he has to register too? Upon hearing the explanation, Tang Ji raised an eyebrow, immediately becoming interested, a sly smile appearing on her face. That's more like it. That makes me feel much better." Tang Ji nodded in satisfaction. Her biggest worry was being laughed at by Zhou Hong. If they don't perform well, they'll be ridiculed by Zhou Hong. But now that Zhou Hong is also participating, this uncomfortable situation no longer exists, which makes her feel much more at ease. "So what punishment did you suggest for her?" Zhou Hong asked Tang Ji, since she lost the third round. What was the punishment given to Yin Mingran in the first 2 rounds? Tang Ji and Yin Mingran exchanged a glance. Then Tang Ji gave her a look. Yin Mingran immediately understood, knowing that it was time to complete the punishment. She approached Zhou Hong, and while he remained completely bewildered, she slowly took his hand. She bent down, her thin, tightly pursed lips, rosy yet pale, gently kissing the back of Zhou Hong's hand. Zhou Hong stood there, completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. Is it some ancient ritual? Or are they just imitating how foreigners greet each other? After raising her head, Yin Mingran's face flushed slightly, and she whispered to Zhou Hong, "I'm sorry, this is my punishment." Zhou Hong was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Tang Ji beside him. Tang Ji shrugged, giving a harmless smile, but her eyes were observing Zhou Hong's expression. She knew what Zhou Hong couldn't tolerate. This level of anger wouldn't make him angry, but she still needed to pay attention to his facial expressions. Although she often bickered with Zhou Hong, it was because she knew he wouldn't care. But she was still quite afraid if she really angered Zhou Hong. Having achieved her goal, Yin Mingran spoke. I'll go cook, you guys play." After saying that, he immediately fled to the kitchen. She used this method to force Zhou Hong and Tang Ji onto the wrong path, and she was afraid of facing retaliation. After escaping to the kitchen, she began to reflect on her actions, thinking to herself how despicable she really was. However, at this moment, neither Zhou Hong nor Tang Ji harbored any resentment towards Yin Mingran. After all, the punishment was one he agreed to, and the bet was one he placed himself. If they had any complaints, they would only blame themselves for being too hasty, not a single one of them for blaming Yin Mingran. "Well, since I've already agreed to her, and it's the last sports meet of high school anyway, it's good to have some fun." Zhou Hong sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and muttered something. But in reality, it's just a way to comfort oneself. "Yeah, let's think about which program to sign up for." She didn't say how many, right? So, is it okay to sign up for just one? "I don't know." Zhou Hong and Tang Ji looked at Yin Mingran in the kitchen and whispered something to each other. Although they have accepted the registration, they haven't agreed on how many events they want to participate in. If they only report one item, that's fine. It's no big deal for them. What are you planning to apply for? Shot put or sprinting? But forget about long-distance running. Let the physical education students handle that. Tang Ji nodded upon hearing Zhou Hong's words and whispered, "Big muscles mean poor endurance, that's true. It's too much of a challenge for a muscular guy like you to do long-distance running, but I can do it. So I'll sign up for long-distance running." Zhou Hong slowly turned his head, his brows furrowing, and said, "What do you mean? I can't do long-distance running? Let me tell you, I can run. I do aerobics regularly, and I train my legs a lot too. I'm not doing long-distance running just to give those track and field athletes a chance to shine, you know? If I were in, they wouldn't stand a chance. Zhou Heng pulled up his pants, revealing his legs. When the muscles in the legs are strained, they look like they're being stretched into strands, with very clear lines that give them a powerful appearance. Tang Ji feigned innocence and said, "But do you remember that time we ran a marathon, and you stopped halfway through? That's because I have low blood sugar. You know? That's why I can't run." Tang Ji took out a lollipop, placed it in Zhou Heng's palm, and then gave a meaningful smile. "Oh, is that so? Well then, you can eat the candy and watch me run away." Chapter 40. Why do you have both a rank strength and speed? Zhou Heng's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Then he raised his hand, pointed at Tang Ji with the lollipop, and said, "I'm really going to sign up for the long-distance race. 1,500 meters, okay? You just wait and see. If I don't get first place, I'll dismantle all the equipment in my account." Tang Ji took the lollipop, tore off the wrapper, and then stuffed it directly into Zhou Heng's mouth. "Bro, don't push yourself too hard. Seriously, I'm not saying you can't, but that's just how it is. You have big muscles, so you'll definitely burn a lot of calories. Why should you be an A in both strength and speed? Just stick to throwing the shot put, and don't get involved in long-distance running." "You?" Zhou Heng was speechless for a moment, and his anger flared up even more. The next second, he calmed himself down, slowly opened his mouth, and said in a strange tone, "That's true. At least I can guarantee a win in shot put, but you can't guarantee a win in long-distance running. Don't cry if you lose, or I won't be able to explain it to my aunt." Tang Ji's expression changed. She crossed her arms and complained, "Zhou Heng, you only beat me once in basketball when we were kids. Is it really necessary to keep bringing it up now? Then why do you keep challenging me? You know you can't win, and I don't want to say it, but you just won't admit defeat." Zhou Heng spread his hands, looking as if he had won a verbal battle, and was particularly smug. Tang Ji immediately stood up from the sofa, frowned slightly as she stared at Zhou Heng, and said in a low voice, "Okay, then I'll enter 2 events and win 2 gold medals. Let's see how smug you'll be then." "Puffed, just kidding. I'll sign up for 3. I have 4. I'll not only sign up for the project, but I'll also perform a show at the opening ceremony. Is that okay?" "TCH, you think you're the only one who can perform? I've won more arts awards since I was a kid than you've ever achieved in video games. You're really bragging." In Mingran was busy preparing food in the kitchen, unaware of what was happening in the living room. The sound of the range hood prevented her from hearing anything from there. After she finished cooking, she brought the food out and invited the 2 of them to eat. "All right, let's eat." When Yin Mingran looked into the living room, she saw Zhou Heng and Tang Ji standing face to face. They looked like enemies facing off, their expressions serious and their eyes sharp. "Huh? What are you doing?" Yin Mingran thought Zhou Heng and Tang Ji had quarreled, so she quickly went over and stood between them. But she didn't dare get too close, because if the 2 of them really started arguing, she probably wouldn't be able to mediate. Zhou Heng suddenly turned to look at Yin Mingran and said, "Yin Mingran, for the men's group at the sports meet, as long as there's no time conflict, sign me up for as many as you can." "Me too. By the way, could you ask the school if I can participate in the boys' competition? I want to personally win against someone and show him that being good at basketball doesn't mean you're an all-around athlete." "What's going on with you two?" Yin Mingran stood in the middle, completely bewildered. What was wrong with these 2? She was already quite satisfied that she could get those 2 to sign up using her cleverness. "My thought was that each of them would enter 1 event, and that would bring in at least 2 gold medals. That would be enough. But while I was cooking, why did those 2 seem to be at odds?" "All right. The opening ceremony performance hasn't been decided yet, has it? I'll sign up for 1, to perform martial arts. I'll sign up 2 for dance." The 2 were no longer content with competing in sports. They had set their sights on performing at the opening ceremony. Yin Mingran was also in a difficult position, since these decisions were indeed made by her as the class monitor. But each class can only perform 1 act. Then, can the 2 of you perform a show together? No. Yin Mingran's suggestion received a perfectly unanimous answer from Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. This gave Yin Mingran a real headache. Inviting a deity was difficult, but arranging for one was even more challenging. How can I arrange things to satisfy these 2 terrestrial immortals? If I'm not satisfied, Won't those two people take their resentment out on me? I'll think about it. You guys calm down. Let's eat first. The sports meet still has a long way to go. In Mingran reached out and grabbed one person's wrist with each hand, leading them to the dining table. For now, she can only resort to delaying tactics, temporarily refraining from addressing their issues, hoping to stall for as long as possible. Maybe they'll change their minds in a couple of days. Now In Mingran is starting to regret letting them sign up. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have dragged them into it. After being pulled into the water, the two of them frantically tried to push themselves to the bottom. All right. The two nodded in agreement and sat down at the dining table. Tang Ji picked up her chopsticks, looked at Zhou Hong, and asked softly, "By the way, I want to eat the eggplant you made again. When will you make it for me again? Maybe next time. I forgot to buy it this time, or I'll make it for you when I go to your house next weekend." In Mingran stood by the dining table, watching the two people who had reconciled in an instant. She was completely petrified, standing motionless. I'm still worried about how to act as a peacemaker and persuade them not to be angry. But how could they change their minds so quickly? They made up in the next second? Why? Aren't you angry anymore? Tang Ji and Zhou Hong looked up at In Mingran and said, "That's how we are? We keep things separate and don't let our emotions from one thing affect other things. Since we've decided to put that matter aside for now, then we'll just do what needs to be done." And we weren't angry. It was just normal bickering and competition. It didn't escalate to the point of arguing. Oh, I see. In Mingran slowly sat down, still feeling a little incredulous. These two are actually able to keep things separate and distinct? How can you argue about something 1 second and then be able to have a normal conversation about other things the next? Did they archive the content of their argument? No wonder Zhou Hong had told her that he and Tang Ji almost never argued. So that's why. Tang Ji took a bite of the food. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at In Mingran and said, "Your cooking is really good. It's almost as good as Zhou Hang's." No, it's not as good as Zhou Hang's, but it's fine as long as it suits your taste. As the three were eating, one of their phones suddenly rang. In Mingran was startled, because she heard the ringtone was her own. She quickly took out her phone, and a video call popped up on the screen. Upon seeing this, she frowned in great distress. Tang Ji pointed at the phone and asked, "What's wrong? Who is it?" In Mingran stammered in response. It's Tong Yining." Chapter 41 Also, you are not allowed to speak ill of Zhou Hong in front of me. I'll go out and get it. In Mingran felt it was inappropriate to answer Tong Yining's call in front of Zhou Hong. There is also the risk of being discovered living here. So In Mingran instinctively stood up to go outside to answer the phone. However, before she could stand up, Zhou Hong waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you can answer it here, we won't make a sound." This. In Mingran stood up, then sat down again. "Since Zhou Hong has already said so, I'll accept it here." In Mingran answered the call, and then Tong Yining's face appeared on the screen. "Ran, what are you doing?" I'm at home, what's wrong?" In Mingran answered calmly, but her eyes glanced unnaturally at Zhou Hong and Tang Ji. Tong Yining seemed to be lying in bed, looking quite bored, holding up her phone. "I'm so bored. Do you want to go out and have some fun? Shall we go shopping?" No. I need to focus on studying these next few days. The monthly exam is coming up soon." "Seriously? You still need to review? That's tough. What are we supposed to do?" "Of course I need to study. I don't have any superpowers like photographic memory. By the way, let me tell you, yesterday after school, there was this weirdo in my class. I don't know what he wanted to do to me. It was terrifying. I feel like if Tian Run hadn't been there, I probably would have been in serious trouble." "Pervert? Who is it?" "Kong Yu." Throat. Upon hearing Tong Yining utter that name, Zhou Hong, who was eating, nearly choked on his rice. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to laugh. "What's that sound? Do you raise pigs?" Zhou Hong narrowed his eyes, his eyebrows furrowing into a knot. It's me, I just burped." In Mingran bit her lip and quickly offered an explanation. She didn't want Tong Yining to find out that she was with Zhou Hong. If she breaks off their friendship and they argue, that's a minor issue. What if she goes around telling others and it affects Zhou Hong? Then Zhou Hong will blame himself, and he will be forced to leave. By the way, what about Tang Ji? What is she trying to do? Zhou Heng and I were just chatting when she suddenly came over and dragged him away without saying a word. Do you think she sensed what I was planning? I don't know. Yin Mingran glanced at Tang Ji subconsciously, only to find that Tang Ji's expression remained unchanged, and she was still quietly eating. It was as if he didn't care at all what Tang Yining said. She's so annoying. No wonder nobody wants to hang out with her. She's obviously a very scheming woman. Huh? Ew. You're exaggerating. I think she's great. Yin Mingran quickly moved the camera away, her eyes wide, and looked at Tang Ji with an embarrassed expression. Tang Yining really doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut. Tang Ji is right next to her. Tang Ji paused slightly and frowned a little, but didn't react much. Yin Mingran couldn't help but admire Tang Ji. She truly was composed and genuinely didn't care about the gossip. If I were to say this to myself, and then hear it myself, I feel like I would burst into tears the next second. Okay, stop messing around, Ran. Didn't you see how she acted when she played basketball? She was showing off her arms and legs on purpose, striking all sorts of seductive poses, making Zhou Heng and all those boys swoon. All right, stop talking about her. Tong. It's not good to talk badly about people behind their backs. Besides, I don't agree with your opinion of Tang Ji either. Yin Mingran quickly interrupted her, raising her voice several octaves, her eyes darting around, and she felt cold sweat trickling down her back, because she had already seen a cold and sharp glint in Tang Ji's eyes. She now truly regrets answering that phone call while she was inside. Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. Let's talk about Zhou Heng. What's he up to? Is he playing hard to get with me? Tong. I advise you to stop bothering Zhou Heng. You two are really not suitable for each other. When Zhou Heng was mentioned, Yin Mingran remembered that he had asked her for help. He told himself to persuade Tang Yining to stop bothering him. He also swore that as long as he was there, he would never let Tang Yining bother Zhou Heng again. No, I just want to be with him. Please help me think of a way. Tang Yining started rolling around on the bed, holding her phone, and began to act coquettishly towards Yin Mingran on the other end of the line. Yin Mingran was at her wit's end. If she had just agreed to date him once during the 2 years he pursued her, would she be in this predicament now? If you wait until the other person's patience runs out, and they no longer like you before trying to win them back, who can win them back then? He wants me to come up with a solution? I'm being kept by Zhou Heng right now. What solutions could I possibly come up with? Tong, you really shouldn't bother him anymore. Think about someone else. If all else fails, get to know Kong Yu. Maybe he's a good person. As soon as Yin Mingran finished speaking, Tang Ji, who was standing next to her, started to suppress her laughter, covering her mouth and turning her face red. She almost burst out laughing at Yin Mingran's antics. She would definitely give this move a perfect score. Don't joke with me, Ran. All right, what do you think of this trick? Zhou Heng probably thinks he's popular now and that people like him, so he's getting cocky. I'll just bring him down, right? What do you mean? Yin Mingran frowned slightly, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. I can spread some rumors to ruin his reputation, so no one will pay attention to him anymore. When he's feeling particularly helpless, I'll reappear. I guarantee that at that time, I'll be like an angel to him. It's absolutely feasible. You want to spread rumors about Zhou Heng and ruin his reputation? What are you thinking? When did your heart become so filthy? Yin Mingran's expression turned serious, and a hint of anger even appeared between her brows and eyes. Tang Yining was unaware of Yin Mingran's current stance. For Yin Mingran, Zhou Heng's existence was incomparable to that of anyone else. He saved me and gave me everything I have now. He deserves to be called my savior. But her friend said that she was using such dirty and shameless methods to treat her savior in order to be with him. She would absolutely not allow it. What's wrong? Anyway, only you and I know. No one else does. To be honest, I can only trust you right now. I don't even trust Tianran. Besides, this method is definitely feasible. Zhou Heng may be physically strong, but he's simple-minded and stupid. He definitely won't know this is my scheme. Tang Yining, I really misjudged you. If you dare to do this, we're breaking off all ties. Also, you're not allowed to speak ill of Zhou Heng in front of me. Chapter 42. If you don't mind, you can play with me in the future. Beep. After shouting angrily, Yin Mingran hung up the phone. She had truly reached her breaking point with Tong Yining. Tong Yining was actually quite decent as a friend. But how could someone be so shameless in their conduct? If she were to treat others like that, In Mingran would simply despise her and try to dissuade her. However, if she were to treat Zhou Heng this way, In Mingran would absolutely not be able to tolerate it, and might even break off all ties with her and never have anything to do with her again. After hanging up the phone, In Mingran looked up awkwardly at Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. This really enraged them. Tong Yining unleashed a torrent of insults, curses, and complaints on the phone. They heard everything clearly. I'm still her friend. I hope they won't take their anger out on me. Well, as a result, In Mingran glanced at the two people in front of her, who seemed to be in extremely stable condition. They were all eating quietly, chewing, and their expressions didn't change at all. It seemed only he himself had roared in anger, panting heavily. At this moment, Zhou Heng put down his bowl and went to the kitchen. When he returned, he was carrying a glass of warm water, which he pushed in front of In Mingran. Drink some water, calm down. There's no need to get angry with that kind of person. It's not worth it. Okay. In Mingran held the water glass with both hands and took a small sip. But her anger subsided by half, because she actually heard Zhou Heng gently comforting her. She had originally intended to comfort Zhou Heng and persuade him not to be angry. But how? Did he end up comforting himself instead? Oh, and Tang Ji. Tong Yining really insulted Tang Ji quite a bit just now. In Mingran turned her gaze to Tang Ji, trying to explain and calm her down. Tang Ji looked up at In Mingran, as if she could see right through her thoughts. Tang Ji gently patted In Mingran's shoulder and said, "You just made a bad choice of friends. It has nothing to do with you. Don't feel guilty." Okay, I understand. In Mingran nodded blankly. She hadn't expected Zhou Heng and Tang Ji to be so calm. Doesn't she get angry or lose her temper? Zhou Heng spoke up. If you really think she's not worth being around anymore, then cut ties with her. She's definitely not a good person, and being friends with her is a disgrace to you. In Mingran lowered her head, nodded gently, and said, "Yes, I know. This time I've truly seen through her, and I won't be friends with her anymore." Although she was the most popular student in the class, but he had very few friends he could actually hang out with. Most people simply maintained a friendly and kind attitude towards him. But if it's about playing with myself, then I'll have to think about it. I may be suitable to be a good class monitor, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm suitable to be a good friend. In the class, the only people I played with were Tong Yining and Tian Run. Tian Run still prefers to hang out with Tong Yining. If he were to break off his friendship with Tong Yining, Tian Run would most likely side with Tong Yining. Just then, Tang Ji looked at her and said calmly, "If you don't mind, you can play with me in the future." Real? In Mingran suddenly raised her head. Her face instantly filled with joy again, and her eyes regained their light. Tang Ji nodded and continued, "Well, it's just that I have a bad reputation. You've heard it yourself. Most of the girls in the class probably think that way about me. That's their opinion, I don't care." In Mingran didn't care at all about Tang Ji's reputation, because she knew what kind of person Tang Ji was. Those people just don't understand Tang Ji. That's why they think that way. Okay, if you don't care that being with me will ruin your reputation, then I can be your friend. Tang Ji nodded and said softly. Zhou Heng looked at Tang Ji's face, although she showed no emotion when she said those words. However, Zhou Heng could clearly sense that Tang Ji was happy. In Mingran was probably even happier, although there shouldn't be any hierarchy among friends. But In Mingran always felt as if she had undergone a complete transformation. Meanwhile, at Tong Yining's home, she was lying on her bed in the bedroom. Looking at the disconnected call on his phone, he was puzzled, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. In Mingran's shout and her angry expression were still echoing in her mind. But the more she thought about it, the less she understood. Strange. Is she angry? What is she angry about? Did I say something wrong? Tong Yining was completely baffled as to why In Mingran would suddenly get angry. I didn't offend her at all with what I was talking about. We were just talking about Tang Ji and Zhou Heng. What does this have to do with her? Why is she angry? Sigh, what a pity. She was clearly the best person to carry out this plan, and this plan was designed for her. Tong Yining put down her phone and rested her arm on her forehead. Her original plan was to have In Mingran help her by becoming the one spreading the rumors. Because In Mingran was very popular in the class, and what she said was convincing. If she could help me spread rumors about Zhou Heng in class, I doubt anyone in the class would believe it. Even the most outrageous rumors become the truth when they come out of In Mingran's mouth. By then, I will have successfully isolated Zhou Heng. She firmly believed that Zhou Heng was ignoring her at this moment simply because he had been flattered by those people and had become arrogant, thinking that he was good enough to attract better people. If I just make him face reality, I can immediately close the gap between us. When he was particularly helpless and at a loss. When she reappears by Zhou Heng's side, Zhou Heng will realize how good and considerate she is. Even though In Mingran is no longer helping her, she doesn't intend to give up on this plan. Who else? Who can help me with this? Tang Yining began to think things over. She certainly couldn't spread this rumor herself. After all, everyone in the class knew about her relationship with Zhou Heng. If she were to tell him, her intention to get revenge on Zhou Heng would be too obvious, and no one would believe her. We need to find someone who isn't closely related to Zhou Heng, but whose words still carry weight. To do this, Tianrun. She's not good enough. She doesn't have enough influence. Tang Yining thought of many people, and finally set her sights on the class leaders. Even if these people don't have the same influence as In Mingran, they are all quite well liked. After a moment, she thought of someone. Among the boys, he was the most popular. Lu Yinshua. Chapter 43, I don't know. What kind of girl Zhou Heng likes? Do you need me to give you a ride? No need. It's not dark outside yet. There's no need. I'm leaving. Tang Ji stood at the door, saying goodbye to Zhou Heng and In Mingran. She's been here all day, and it's already past 4 in the afternoon. It's time for her to go home. Bye-bye. See you at school tomorrow. In Mingran smiled and waved goodbye to her. The thought of playing with Tang Ji tomorrow and having her as a new friend made In Mingran very happy and excited. Tang Ji left, and Zhou Heng returned to his desk to continue studying. He played for a long time and studied for a long time today, so he successfully balanced work and rest. But Zhou Heng suddenly looked at his gym equipment and felt as if something was missing, an empty space in his heart. I had enough time today. I studied and played, but I haven't exercised in almost a week. Muscles are like that. If you don't train, you'll lose them. He even felt like he was starting to lose muscle. Ahem, let's exercise for a little while. Zhou Heng stood up and walked over there, preparing to practice for an hour or two. In Mingran came out of the kitchen carrying washed fruit, just about to tutor Zhou Heng. I saw him standing in the area with the exercise equipment, warming up. In Mingran's eyes widened, and she immediately became interested. She sat down quietly, ready to watch how Zhou Heng exercised. This was the first time she had seen it, and she was very curious to know what kind of exercise Zhou Heng needed to maintain to build such a muscular physique. After warming up, Zhou Heng picked up the 2 dumbbells. Seeing how easily Zhou Heng picked it up, In Mingran was momentarily stunned. Back when I was cleaning the house, just moving those 2 dumbbells almost killed me. But now, looking at Zhou Heng picking it up, why does it seem so easy? That one must weigh around 30 kilograms, right? Then, In Mingran saw Zhou Heng begin training, starting with chest exercises. Every time he did a bench press, the impressive chest muscles that came up made In Mingran stare wide-eyed. For a fleeting moment, she also thought about how, back in middle school, she had told her friends that she didn't like muscular men. I think that kind of fair-skinned, tall, and slender figure is quite attractive. But now that she thinks about it, she realizes she was quite pretentious back then. Zhou Heng's current physique made In Mingran's heart pound. Call. After finishing his chest workout, he stood up, put down the dumbbells, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He was sweating, and his collar was soaked. His attention was solely focused on exercising, and he didn't even notice that In Mingran had been watching him. For a fleeting moment, he even forgot that In Mingran was still in the house. The next second, Zhou Heng took off his shirt. In Mingran's eyes widened, her pupils dilated slightly, and she immediately covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with surprise. She looked at Zhou Heng's strong physique and the clearly defined muscle lines. He also maintains a very perfect body fat percentage. He has very little fat, is neither fat nor thin, and looks particularly beautiful. At least in In Mingran's eyes, it was very beautiful. Because at this moment, she didn't blink once. Her eyes were fixed on Zhou Heng's body. After finishing his chest workout, Zhou Heng started working on his back. Each bent-over dumbbell row stimulated Zhou Heng's back muscles, seemingly making the lines more defined with each repetition. Zhou Heng had his back to Yin Mingran, so she could see everything he did clearly. She was so engrossed in watching that she didn't know what to do next, so she just sat there and watched silently. After thoroughly working out his shoulders, abs, and arms, Zhou Heng finally put the dumbbells down. He was already covered in sweat, but this exhilarating feeling made him feel particularly good. I've been studying a lot lately, and my shoulders and lower back are really sore. It feels like I'm going to hunch over. This workout made him feel much better. Well, when Zhou Heng turned his head, he realized that Yin Mingran was sitting there, and that she was staring at his body. Yin Mingran also came to her senses, realizing that she had unknowingly been watching Zhou Heng until he finished his workout. She quickly turned her head away, her face flushed, pretending that she had only seen it by accident. After resting for a while, Zhou Heng went to take a shower to wash away the sweat. Meanwhile, Yin Mingran went to Zhou Heng's training area, put the things back in their place, and tidied up briefly. Even the ground was covered in Zhou Heng's sweat. Seeing this, Yin Mingran felt particularly admiration for Zhou Heng. Despite the immense pressure of studying, he still manages to find time to exercise diligently. He deserves this physique. After tidying up, Yin Mingran stared at the other equipment, exercise bikes, treadmills, and so on. She should be able to use these too. She was thinking that maybe she should start exercising and working out. Because today she saw a side of Tang Ji's figure that she usually couldn't see under her school uniform. Her firm skin and curvaceous figure were something she greatly admired. They were the result of exercise and were undeniably beautiful. Now that she's become friends with Tang Ji, I should definitely cater to her preferences, right? Whether it's playing games or exercising, you should give it a try. Otherwise, if Tang Ji invites me to play games or go play basketball or something in the future, if you can't keep up at all, you'll definitely regret not practicing more back then. Furthermore, Zhou Heng had also said that spending too much time with Tang Ji would damage his self-confidence, because she was excellent in every way. Then I definitely need to work harder, at least to be like Zhou Heng, and to be better than Tang Ji in at least one or two aspects, so that I won't be looked down upon. I wonder, what kind of girl Zhou Heng likes? Is she the athletic type? Or does she prefer the more artistic type? Yin Mingran stepped onto the treadmill, muttering to herself. She tried to find something in Tang Yining that attracted Zhou Heng, but she couldn't seem to find anything at all. So the reason Zhou Heng pursued her for 2 years is probably because Tang Yining appeared early on. At that age when he was just beginning to experience romantic feelings, he met Tang Yining and fell in love with her. It was something he couldn't help but do. The fact that Zhou Heng was able to pursue her for 2 years proves that he is very devoted. Otherwise, given Tang Yining's attitude, most people would have given up long ago. How could he have persisted for so long? At this moment, Zhou Heng came out after showering and saw Yin Mingran standing on the treadmill, lost in thought. What's wrong? Do you want to exercise too? Chapter 44. Don't compare yourself to me. Just compare yourself to yourself. Oh, I just wanted to give it a try. Yin Mingran got off the treadmill. She was too embarrassed to exercise in front of Zhou Heng. Having witnessed Zhou Heng's intensity, when Zhou Heng sees the intensity of his own workout, the difference will be obvious. His own workout will seem like child's play. Just like a newbie going to the gym for the first time, afraid to work out in front of the pros, afraid of being laughed at. Okay, give it a try, but you definitely need to be lighter, otherwise you might get hurt if you're too heavy. Zhou Heng walked over and began disassembling the dumbbell plates, removing each of his heavy dumbbell plates until only one small one remained. It weighs only about 5 pounds. It's almost ready now, give it a try. No, I don't know how. Yin Mingran said somewhat awkwardly that she wasn't too bad at lifting weights. The main problem was that she simply didn't know how to exercise. Although she saw Zhou Heng's movements, which looked very simple, she knew that her own execution would be different and her movements would definitely not be standard. Even though she doesn't work out, she knows a little about fitness. If the movements aren't done correctly, the consequences can be quite serious. I'll teach you. First, pick it up. Oh, okay. In Mingran picked up the dumbbells. This time the weight was indeed very light, and she held them without any difficulty. Next, Zhou Heng walked over, stood behind In Mingran, and gently took her hands in his. In Mingran couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her body visibly trembling slightly. She could clearly feel Zhou Heng's strong body pressed against her back, so close that she could even feel his heartbeat. When Zhou Heng's hand grasped hers, she felt a special sense of security. Take it slow, feel where you're applying force, and breathe at a steady pace. Then, Zhou Heng lifted In Mingran's body and had her slowly begin to move. At this moment, In Mingran wasn't even focused on feeling her muscles working. The fact that she could even stand still was already quite an achievement. Zhou Heng pressed himself against her body. He had just finished showering, and his body exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. This was the closest Zhou Heng had ever been to her. How could she concentrate under such circumstances? Once you get used to the movements, you'll be fine. If your movements aren't correct, you must adjust them immediately. After Zhou Heng finished instructing In Mingran, he stepped back and let her try it herself. After In Mingran did one set by herself, Zhou Heng helped her adjust her movements. Smack! After doing 2 sets, In Mingran put the dumbbells down. Her arms felt sore, and she really couldn't lift them anymore. I can't lift it anymore. In Mingran looked at Zhou Heng somewhat embarrassedly, realizing that she had probably only worked for about 10 minutes in total. Compared to Zhou Heng, her own strength was indeed pitifully low, but there was nothing she could do about it. She was a girl, and a girl with poor physical condition and weak constitution. She couldn't compare to a girl like Tang Ji at all. She feels like she'll strain her muscle tomorrow and won't be able to lift her arm. I thought Zhou Heng would express disappointment in me, or laugh at my weakness. But Zhou Heng didn't do that. Instead, he encouraged and comforted him. It's okay, take it slow. Fitness isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Just arrange your workout according to your own level. Don't compare yourself to me. Just compare yourself to yourself. He knew very well how he got here. No one is born strong. Therefore, laughing at others is undoubtedly laughing at your past self. Having this kind of dedication to fitness is already commendable. At this moment, Zhou Heng could only silently admire In Mingran. He had no intention of looking down on her. Hearing Zhou Heng's words, In Mingran felt as if she had received the greatest encouragement. My initial feelings of inferiority vanished instantly. A slight smile played on her lips as she said, "Yes. Don't worry, I won't give up." Zhou Heng nodded with satisfaction and said, "I'll teach you leg exercises. Girls generally like leg exercises more, at least more than boys." In Mingran glanced at Zhou Heng's legs. He was wearing pajamas, so his calves were visible. While the muscles aren't overly exaggerated, the definition is still very clear. You can't see his thighs, but they must be very strong. She thought about how her legs might end up like that. It didn't seem right. Leg training. Will it turn my legs into those muscular ones? In Mingran said tactfully that she only worked out to improve her physical fitness, hoping to eventually become like Tang Ji. But she doesn't like it if she overdoes it. Zhou Heng shook his head and said, "Don't worry, building muscle isn't as easy as you think. Don't fret about it. We're all still students, and we have limited time to work out. Getting those muscular legs is much harder than you imagine." "Oh, I see. And girls mainly train their legs too. Well, train their glutes, to make their figures look better." Okay, I understand. Then please teach me." Under Zhou Heng's guidance, In Mingran underwent her first serious fitness session. The process was quite painful for her, but the sense of satisfaction and fulfillment she felt afterward was quite addictive. Even though her clothes were soaked with sweat, her hair was plastered to her forehead, and her face was flushed. She had a feeling that she might fall in love with fitness. "Don't take a shower right away, wait a while." Zhou Heng reminded her again that she had just finished exercising and, although she was covered in sweat, it wasn't advisable to take a shower immediately. She knew her appearance at this moment was very different from her usual self, but she liked the feeling very much. "I felt I didn't need to think too much. I just had to follow Zhou Heng's instructions and had a thoroughly enjoyable workout." In the evening, after taking a shower, In Mingran sat next to Zhou Heng and began teaching him. Zhou Heng teaches her to exercise, and she can teach Zhou Heng to study. making her feel particularly comfortable with this mutually supportive relationship. She didn't feel useless, especially when Zhou Heng's studies gradually improved. She felt that she had gained a lot of confidence. It wasn't until late at night that the two returned to their bedroom to prepare for sleep. In Mingran thought about what happened last night, and her feelings were complicated. However, she still wanted to know if Zhou Heng remembered what happened last night. She looked at Zhou Heng and whispered, "You seemed very tired last night. You slept very soundly." Chapter 45. It's okay. I said I don't care. Upon hearing Yin Mingran mention what happened last night, Zhou Heng immediately recalled, "I think I was holding Yin Mingran when I woke up last night." He didn't know how long he held her, or whether Yin Mingran was awake at that time. Upon waking, she didn't open her eyes but immediately turned over. Now that Yin Mingran brought it up again, Zhou Heng immediately looked away awkwardly and replied, Yes, I was so tired yesterday. I just fell asleep as soon as I lay down in bed." He felt that he and Yin Mingran were no longer suitable to share a bed. He would turn over when he was sleeping soundly. What if he turned over and landed on Yin Mingran? Would he be kicked off the bed? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Heng pointed to the door and said, "How about I go sleep on the sofa?" Yin Mingran paused for a moment, her mouth slightly open, looking somewhat surprised. She didn't know why Zhou Heng suddenly suggested sleeping on the sofa, even though they'd been sleeping like that for almost a week. "No, that's not good. It's uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa." Yin Mingran shook her head and responded softly. This was the first issue they argued about, and they hadn't even reached a conclusion then about who should sleep on the sofa. Now, she was even less willing to let Zhou Heng sleep there. "Well, okay, I was just worried you'd find it too crowded." Zhou Heng lay on the bed, shifting slightly to the side, and the blanket separating the two sides was also moved a little closer. This will give Yin Mingran more space. However, Yin Mingran found this a bit absurd. She and Zhou Heng were very different in physique, so she didn't mind having a smaller sleeping space. If Zhou Heng's sleeping space is too small, it will be too cramped. He won't even have room to turn over, and he might easily bump his head against the wall while sleeping. So Yin Mingran moved the blanket back, making her space a little smaller and Zhou Heng's space a little more spacious. Zhou Heng felt conflicted. He believed he had made a mistake and should apologize. It is a mistake to think that you can get away with it by taking chances or by lying. He shouldn't run away. That's not in his nature. Yin Mingran, you went to bed quite late last night, didn't you?" Zhou Heng spoke slowly, causing Yin Mingran to purse her lips. After a few seconds of silence, she nodded and responded with an "I was so tired last night, and I couldn't stay still while sleeping. I think when I turned over, I ended up on your side, and I even put my arm around you. I'm so sorry." Yin Mingran had her back to Zhou Heng, but when she heard his words, her eyes widened suddenly. She was surprised that Zhou Heng remembered this incident. She had thought he was unconscious at the time. It's okay. Who can control themselves when they're asleep? It's all right. I don't care about these little things at all." Yin Mingran quickly responded, her voice soft, and the corners of her eyes slightly lifted. She really liked Zhou Heng's personality. He was very straightforward, and she wished she could be like him. "If it were me, I would definitely insist that I was unconscious at the time, asleep, and had no idea what happened." She felt embarrassed to say it out loud. This is a weakness in her personality, something she hates and hopes to change in the future. If I can be with Zhou Heng in the future and be influenced by him, I'm sure it will come true. Zhou Heng felt much more relaxed after receiving Yin Mingran's reply. It was definitely more in line with his personality to be direct. "I felt much better after talking about it. Okay, next time this happens, just wake me up or just shake my arm away." "It's okay. I told you I don't care." Yin Mingran spoke very softly afterward, so softly that Zhou Heng could barely hear her. "The lights are off." They had school the next day, so after lights out, they didn't say anything and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhou Heng woke up first, quietly left the bedroom, and prepared to make breakfast. 5 minutes later, Yin Mingran finally woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes, rubbed them, and prepared to stretch before getting out of bed. Hiss. Before she could even stretch out her arms, the soreness in her body forced her to wake up. She gasped in pain, her brow furrowing, afraid to straighten her arm or put any weight on her leg. Although she had a feeling that she would be sore the next day after working out so much last night. But I never expected my condition to be so serious. It seems like even getting out of bed is becoming a problem. It seems I haven't exercised in a long time. Yesterday, my exercise intensity was far worse than Zhou Heng's, by a mile. I didn't expect it to be so bad the next day, which is enough to prove that my physical condition is very poor. She forced herself to sit up, got out of bed, and then, enduring the pain, folded the blankets neatly and left the room. Zhou Heng, who was making breakfast, saw Yin Mingran come out of the room. He was about to say good morning when, but seeing how difficult it was for her to walk, Zhou Heng immediately realized what was wrong with her. Back when I first started working out, I went through a similar phase. Getting dressed and going to the bathroom were difficult, let alone going up and down stairs. Are you all right? A little bit. Yin Mingran revealed a slightly bitter expression and gave a wry smile. She can only walk slowly while holding onto the wall. If she goes any faster and strains her muscles, it hurts a lot. It's normal to feel this way at the beginning. Your muscles are adapting to the intensity of your workout. If you keep at it, it won't happen anymore. Zhou Heng was a little worried that Yin Mingran would give up fitness, even though whether she worked out or not was none of his business. However, he still hoped that Yin Mingran could share common interests with him. I can tolerate working out alone, but it would definitely be best to have someone with me. Yes, I will. Yin Mingran never considered giving up. The thought of enduring the same pain again during training if she gave up completely dispelled any thought of quitting. Yin Mingran went to the restroom to wash up, and then came out to eat breakfast. After packing her things, she prepared to go to school with Zhou Heng. She packed the gift Lu Yunxua had given her into her school bag, intending to return it to him on her way to school. Furthermore, she also had to fulfill the punishment Tang Ji had set for her yesterday. To tell Lu Yunxua, I don't like you. This wasn't a punishment for her at all. It was simply expressing her true feelings. I should have done this a long time ago, but I've always been too weak-willed, so I've pretended not to know or understand. Now she is determined to change herself, and this is the first step. Yin Mingran wanted to carry her bag, but the soreness in her muscles made even this trivial task a problem. By the end, she was already showing signs of pain, but she still hadn't managed to carry it on her back. Just then, Zhou Heng suddenly walked over, reached out, and took Yin Mingran's bag. I'll get it for you. Chapter 46. I exercised a bit last night. That's all for today? It's okay, I'll do it myself. Don't push yourself. I understand how much pain you're in. Zhou Heng picked up Yin Mingran's bag and walked straight out the door, not giving Yin Mingran a chance to object. Yin Mingran wanted to say something, but seeing that Zhou Heng had already walked out, she withdrew her outstretched hand. A slight smile curved her lips as she leaned against the wall and walked out. On the way to school, Zhou Heng didn't walk very fast either, staying close to Yin Mingran the whole time. He was afraid that Yin Mingran might fall down while walking, and then she might not be able to get up. Yin Mingran was also quite cautious, walking very carefully as if afraid of tripping over something or suddenly missing a step. At that time, I couldn't put any weight on my legs, and I was sure I would fall. Fortunately, I finally arrived at the school safely, and holding onto the handrail, I slowly climbed the stairs. Going up the stairs was fine, but Yin Mingran was worried about going down the stairs, because that was when it would hurt the most. As the two walked down the corridor, they saw Tang Ji ahead, who had also just arrived at school. Yin Mingran quickly called out to her, Tang Ji. Tang Ji stopped, turned around, and saw Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran behind her. However, she noticed something odd about Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng was carrying her bag, but she was walking as if she couldn't take a step, and was even holding onto the wall for support. What's wrong with you? Tang Ji approached Yin Mingran and asked in confusion. Yin Mingran looked up at Zhou Heng and said softly, I exercised a bit last night, so that's it for today. Oh, Tang Ji suddenly froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Yin Mingran and Zhou Heng. A scene seemed to flash through her mind in an instant, a scene of intense intensity, a burst of hormones. You two wouldn't. It's a legitimate sport. Oh. Before Tang Ji could finish speaking, Zhou Heng interrupted her. It was as if he knew in advance what Tang Ji was going to say. The images in Tang Ji's mind vanished instantly. She pointed at Zhou Heng and looked at Yin Mingran, asking, "You didn't have him train you, did you? You couldn't handle his intensity." "I trained with him once, and then I was in pain for 3 days. No, compared to his strength, it's far inferior." In Mingran answered somewhat shyly. At the same time, he was also quite shocked by Tang Ji's words, even though Tang Ji said she had also been in pain for 3 days. But she actually trained with Zhou Heng once? With Zhou Heng's training intensity? How could she have kept up? If I were to train at that intensity, firstly, it would be absolutely impossible to stick with it. Secondly, even if I did manage to, I'd probably end up in the hospital, and it wouldn't be as simple as a muscle strain the next day. From this perspective, I realized that I'm not only far behind Zhou Heng, but also just as far behind Tang Ji. Tang Ji shook her head helplessly and said, "If you want to exercise, I can train you. It will definitely be more effective than Zhou Heng training you. He doesn't understand how girls can exercise at all." "Hey, it's fine if you say you're great, but why do you have to turn around and kick me while I'm down?" Zhou Heng rolled his eyes at her, then quickly took 2 steps and entered the classroom first. As soon as he entered the classroom, several pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Zhou Heng ignored the stares, placed Yin Mengran's bag in her seat, and returned to his own. The most unfriendly gaze in Zhou Heng's eyes belonged to Lu Yunxua. He saw Zhou Heng walk in carrying Yin Mengran's bag, and his eyes widened, his heart tightening. Then he saw Yin Mingran and Tang Ji walk in one after the other, chatting about something. Lu Yunxua patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, Liang Jiaxiang, turned around and looked at him, asking, "What? Hey, did you see? Zhou Heng came in with Yin Mengran's bag." "I saw it, so what?" Lu Yunxua spread his hands and shouted in a low voice, "What? What's going on? What? How would I know? Maybe they saw it on the way and kindly took it." Slap. Lu Yunxua slapped Liang Jiaxiang on the shoulder and asked somewhat angrily, "Kindness? Do you even have that kind of kindness? If you saw a female classmate on the way home, would you help her carry her bag for no reason?" No way. That settles it, doesn't it? What does this prove?" "It proves that Zhou Heng is trying to steal Yin Mingran from me." Zhou Heng really has a strong opponent. He'd better step up his game." Liang Jiaxiang gave a soft snort, his words carrying a hidden meaning. He had already reminded Lu Yunxua many times yesterday that the gift was definitely the end of his pursuit of this relationship. But Lu Yunxua refused to believe it, insisting that Yin Mingran was different, that she wasn't the kind of materialistic girl, and that she would definitely be happy to receive a gift and wouldn't care what the gift was. Liang Jiaxiang said nothing more in the end. Unless Yin Mingran was really different, nothing would change. Lu Yunxua gritted his teeth, looked at Liang Jiaxiang, and asked, "Strategist, what should I do?" "Zhou Heng's strength is not to be underestimated. You must have seen it too. I feel very threatened." "Don't call me strategist. You never listen to me. If you lose, you'll blame me." Liang Jiaxiang turned his head away, ignoring Lu Yunxua. "He's a good person in every other way, except he's stubborn and always thinks he's right. Because I've always had good conditions growing up and haven't experienced much setback, I feel like everything I do will go smoothly." After a while, Tang Yining walked into the classroom. Her first glance was at Yin Mingran, who was sitting there. She thought about it yesterday and felt she should apologize to Yin Mingran. She felt that Yin Mingran, after all, was the class monitor and would definitely think about the unity of the class. Asking her to do something like that is like forcing a police officer to commit a crime in the name of friendship. It's really going too far. She still cherishes Yin Mingran as her good friend. After more than a year of friendship, she has long regarded Yin Mingran as her only best friend. Tang Yining went straight to Yin Mingran, intending to start with a light-hearted greeting to ease the tension between them. So Tang Yining came to Yin Mingran's side. He reached out and patted Yin Mingran's arm. "Hey, Ran, good morning." "Hiss." Yin Mingran's eyes widened. She gasped sharply and gritted her teeth. Then his expression suddenly darkened, and he turned his head to glare angrily at Tang Yining. Tang Yining was stunned. She thought her conflict with Yin Mingran was just a minor one. But judging from her reaction, she seems much angrier than I expected. "I just patted her once. Why did it seem like she patted me too hard? That expression, is it like it's going to eat itself?" Chapter 47. Who are you bullying? Did you even ask me? Ran. Are you still angry with me? Tong Yining couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Yin Mingran's expression, she was genuinely a little scared. I've known Yin Mingran for so long, and this is the first time I've seen her with such an expression. This made Tong Yining wonder if she had accidentally hit a nerve in her neck. Yin Mingran lowered her head, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly spoke. Tong Yining, from now on we will only be classmates. Tong Yining was completely stunned. Her mouth gaped open, unable to close. She hadn't expected things to be this serious. As the class monitor, does Yin Mingran value class unity that much? He had only said a couple of bad things about Tang Ji, and then said a couple more things about wanting to harm Zhou Heng. Does Yin Mingran want to sever ties with me? Surely not. I only said it. I didn't actually do anything. Don't you even give yourself a chance to admit your mistakes and repent? No. Ran, I know I said the wrong thing yesterday. I swear I won't say it again, and I won't do anything like that. Please don't be like this, okay? Aren't we good friends? Tong Yining's tone softened. She truly didn't want to lose Yin Mingran as a friend. They used to be so close, sharing everything with each other. But why is it that after Yin Mingran missed school for more than 10 days, she came back as if she were a completely different person? My relationship with her has soured. We're growing further and further apart, and now I even want to cut ties with her. She had never even considered these things. Hearing Tong Yining's words, Yin Mingran also sensed her yielding attitude. For a fleeting moment, Yin Mingran's heart softened, but she still couldn't tolerate what Tong Yining had said yesterday. So she didn't reply, but lowered her head and chose to remain silent. Seeing that she didn't answer, Tong Yining became a little anxious and quickly reached out to grab Yin Mingran's shoulder, saying anxiously, "It's true. Ran, you have to believe me." Hiss. Yin Mingran gasped again upon being caught, her gaze towards Tong Yining particularly terrifying. Tong Yining was startled and immediately withdrew her hand. Hey! Just then, Lu Yunshua, who had been secretly observing, made a move. He saw that Tong Yining seemed to have had a conflict with Yin Mingran, and then Tong Yining started touching Yin Mingran inappropriately, causing her to react strongly. He knew this was a good opportunity for him to make his debut. So he first shouted to stop Tong Yining's behavior, then immediately got up and walked over. Tong Yining, what are you doing? Just talk. Why are you hitting me? Can't you see Yin Mingran is very uncomfortable? Lu Yunshua stood in front of Yin Mingran, looking like a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. He felt that he must be exceptionally handsome right now, and in Yin Mingran's mind, his image must be incredibly tall and imposing. He spoke so loudly because he wanted the whole class to look over and witness this moment of protecting her. By then, rumors about me and Yin Mingran will definitely spread throughout the class. People will even ship them as a couple. Wouldn't it be a natural progression for them to get together? Lu Yunshua's action stunned Yin Mingran and Tong Yining, and the entire class was stunned. Liang Jiaxiang even covered his ears with both hands, lowered his head, and shut down his hearing and vision. Because he can't stand watching such stupid and embarrassing stuff. He might even get red bumps all over his body after watching it. He really wished reality could be sped up twice so he could quickly get past this embarrassing situation. Those present thought Lu Yunshua was invincible, but they never expected that someone was even more valiant than him. About 5 seconds after Lu Yunshua finished speaking, another person stood up. Lu Yunshua, who are you bullying? Did you even ask me? Kong, you seem to be on the same wavelength as Lu Yunshua, feeling that this was the best time to step forward. So after Lu Yunshua roared at Tong Yining, Kong Yu walked over and stood resolutely in front of Tong Yining. Well, now it was Lu Yunshua's turn to be dumbfounded. He even considered the possibility that Zhou Heng might step forward. But no matter how much I planned, I never expected this thing to step forward. I really didn't expect this. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji sat in their seats, watching this farce unfold with blank expressions. Tang Ji lowered her voice and asked Zhou Heng, "What's going on?" "I don't know. Maybe they're filming an idol drama. Should we help Yin Mingran? She should be able to handle it, so we don't need to for now." Zhou Heng shook his head and remained observing alongside Tang Ji. They all knew that Yin Mingran's health wasn't very good right now, and if the two boys started fighting, it would definitely affect Yin Mingran. By then, it will still be too late for them to stop it. The main reason was that they didn't want to stand up in front of the whole class. They didn't have the thick skin of Lu Yunhua and Kang Yu. It's true that I don't care what others think, but that doesn't mean I can embarrass myself in front of everyone. My God. Just then, Tianrun stepped into the classroom and saw that the entire room was silent, with everyone staring at the 4 people in front of him. Her intuition told her that something terrible had just happened. She quickly put down her school bag, walked over, looked at Tong Yining, and asked, Tong, what's going on? What are you doing? I have no idea. Tong Yining took a step back, putting distance between herself and Kang Yu. She really didn't understand what Kang Yu was doing. Just a moment ago, she even thought how wonderful it would be if Zhou Hong had stepped forward to protect her. But, what is this thing? Is this an attempt to protect oneself, or to embarrass oneself? Kang Yu, what are you doing? What's it to you? Lu Yunhua frowned, crossed his arms, and took a step forward. He was already a little taller than Kang Yu, and now he looked down at him condescendingly, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Not to be outdone, Kang Yu stepped forward, puffed out his chest, and said, What does that have to do with you? It's none of your business if Yin Mingran and Tong Yining are chatting. How can it not concern me? How can Yin Mingran's matter not concern me? Lu Yunhua glanced back at Yin Mingran and noticed that she seemed to be rummaging through her bag. Lu Yunhua was extremely anxious, thinking to himself, What are you looking for right now, girl? Look at me. Listen to me carefully. Do you think it's easy for me to say these things in front of the whole class? Aren't you moved? Pa, you're just fantasizing, aren't you? You're always daydreaming. You've liked that class monitor for so long. Have you ever seen him even acknowledge you? You're still indulging in wishful thinking. It has absolutely nothing to do with you, you know? Kang Yu, I think you're fucking asking for trouble, aren't you? Enraged, Lu Yunhua reached out and grabbed Kang Yu by the collar, his eyes glaring at him with hatred. His face was deathly pale, and his breathing became heavy. This was the first time he had ever heard anyone dare to humiliate him like this, especially someone he looked down on. How could he tolerate this? Come on. You want to hit me? Go ahead and try. Kang Yu also acted as if he were completely unfazed, showing no sign of being intimidated by Lu Yunhua. But actually, his hands were already trembling slightly. Lu Yunhua was stronger and taller than him. But I've already stepped forward, and in front of Tong Yining no less. So even if I'm scared, I can't back down. Zhou Heng's eyes narrowed, and he was about to stand up and go over to stop the two of them when Lu Yunhua. Just then, Yin Mingran's voice rang out, interrupting the two arguing. Upon hearing Yin Mingran call his name, Lu Yunhua immediately released his grip, turned around, and looked at Yin Mingran. What's wrong? What is it? Please tell me. Lu Yunhua had a smile on his face, but when he saw what Yin Mingran was holding, his smile froze on his face. In her hand, it seemed, was the gift she had given him yesterday. Chapter 48. If you see that she's in a bad mood, don't bother her. Yin Mingran endured the pain and slowly stood up. Then, he handed the gift in his hand to Lu Yunhua. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Yin Mingran spoke slowly, her eyes cold, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Lu Yunhua, this is the gift you gave me yesterday. I'm returning it to you now. Also, please don't give me any more gifts in the future. I don't like you. Oh. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Most people gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They never expected to see such a program, so early in the morning. Almost the entire class knew that Lu Yunhua liked Yin Mingran, and most of them had already paired them up. I think they'll definitely get together sooner or later, they'll be a couple eventually. So when Yin Mingran said those words, they simply couldn't believe their ears, as if their worldview had collapsed. After Yin Mingran finished speaking, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. Tang Ji secretly gave her a thumbs up, her face showing admiration. At this moment, Lu Yunhua seemed to have stopped feeling anything. Standing motionless, eyes unblinking, mouth agape, limbs stiff. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and the expression on his face seemed to tell everyone, I am dead. Tong Yining and Tianrun were also surprised. They hadn't expected Yin Mingran to say something like that at this time. Tong Yining, in particular, realized that Yin Mingran seemed to have really changed and was completely different from before. She felt somewhat unfamiliar. Ha! Ugh ha ha. The one laughing the loudest at the scene was Kong Yu. He laughed so hard his chest healed. He was breathless, clutching his stomach and slapping the table. Just moments ago, Lu Yunhua was acting arrogantly towards him, serving as Yin Mingran's steadfast shield. The next second, he was betrayed by Yin Mingran. The key point is that if this kind of thing were discussed with Lu Yunhua alone, it wouldn't be so bad. But Yin Mingran said it in front of the whole class. Now the whole class knows, and Lu Yunhua has completely lost face. Tang Ji nudged Zhou Heng with her elbow and whispered, "This is my punishment for Yin Mingran. It's a bit hard on her. I made her play the role of someone who kicks you when you've served your purpose. If Lu Yunhua gets angry and tries to do something to Yin Mingran, you can help her." No. Zhou Heng nodded and agreed. Even if Tang Ji hadn't said anything, he would have done it anyway. If Yi Yunhua becomes desperate and acts rashly, Yin Mingran will be in danger. Liang Jiaxiang couldn't sit still any longer, so he stood up and came out. Then he reached out and grabbed Lu Yunhua's arm, pulling him back. Although Yin Mingran's actions were unexpected, overall, Lu Yunhua had only himself to blame. He followed someone home yesterday, which was wrong. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. There's nothing we can do about what's happening now. Yin Mingran sat down, opened her book, and ignored the stares of others. She had done what she was supposed to do, and she didn't care about or want to care about the rest. At that moment, the homeroom teacher walked in. "Kong Yu, what are you doing? What's making you so happy? Do you know it's morning self-study time? Go stand outside." Gah! Kong Yu's laughter abruptly stopped. In that instant, he learned what it meant for joy to turn to sorrow. The homeroom teacher saw that these people were all standing next to Yin Mingran. Moreover, Yin Mingran's complexion didn't seem good either. She looked like she was in a bad mood. So the homeroom teacher frowned, stood on the podium, and addressed the class. "I'm telling you, no one is allowed to bully Yin Mingran. If you see she's in a bad mood, don't bother her. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll teach them a lesson. Do you hear me?" "I heard you." The whole class answered in unison, secretly marveling at the good relationship between Yin Mingran and their homeroom teacher. This is blatant favoritism. Who gets such treatment? It's truly enviable. Yin Mingran was very grateful to her homeroom teacher because the teacher knew her current situation and therefore took special care of her. Saying these words is also a warning to others not to disturb themselves when they are feeling sad. Therefore, as the class monitor, even if it's just to repay the homeroom teacher, Yin Mingran will do her best to maintain the class's position as the top class in the grade. All right, everyone go back to your seats and sit down. Class is about to start, so please keep quiet. During class, many people's minds were not on the lesson. Tang Yining would steal glances at Yin Mingran from time to time, her mind filled with many questions and worries. Her biggest worry was her relationship with Yin Mingran. What should she do now? As for Lu Yunhua, he stared blankly at the table the entire time, his mind seemingly empty, perhaps not thinking at all. I just can't concentrate on the lesson at all. Kong Yu was still being punished by standing outside. He could only listen to the lesson from the doorway. After class, Yin Mingran wanted to go to the restroom, but her physical condition really makes it a bit difficult for her to move around. Sitting down and then trying to stand up again is incredibly difficult. I feel like I should get a cane right now. She tried to stand up several times, but failed each time. Her arms were too weak, and her legs were even weaker. At this moment, Tang Yining walked over again and stood in front of Yin Mingran. "Ran, can we talk? I think we must still have some misunderstandings." Yin Mingran was on the verge of a breakdown. She didn't want to care about any misunderstandings right now. She needs to go to the toilet. The girls' restroom isn't close to the classroom. It takes about 3 minutes to go back and forth. Given my current situation, wouldn't it take 5 minutes to go back and forth? Time is running out for me. Ran, don't ignore me. Tell me, why are you still angry with me? Yin Mingran couldn't possibly tell the truth, and besides, she didn't want to say it now. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and appeared in front of her. Tang Yining turned her head to look, then her eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Ji. Yin Mingran also noticed Tang Ji standing to the side. Tang Ji raised her chin and slightly raised her eyebrows at her. Without saying a word, Yin Mingran immediately understood. A smile appeared on her lips as she reached out and placed her hand on Tang Ji's. Then, Tang Ji helped her up and helped her leave in front of Tong Yining. Tong Yining's gaze followed them until they walked out the door and disappeared from sight. Tian Run approached Tong Yining and asked, "What's going on? I just saw Yin Mingran and Tang Ji go out together. When did they get together?" "I have no idea." Tong Yining shook her head blankly. Her eyes glazed over, her mind a jumble of thoughts. She thought a lot at that moment, carefully recalling Yin Mingran's expression just now. The moment she saw Tang Ji, it was just like how Yin Mingran had seen her before. A void seemed to fill her heart, and the next second, she seemed to understand everything. She seemed to have figured it out. Why Yin Mingran had suddenly changed, why she had gotten angry with her, and why she had broken off their friendship. This must be related to Tang Ji. It must have been Tang Ji who instigated it. In her mind, Yin Mingran definitely wouldn't have any major issues with her. They've been friends for 2 years now. They've hardly ever argued during that time because Yin Mingran is a very kind and gentle person. Even if she made a mistake, Yin Mingran never held it against her or blamed herself. But now, everything changed, and the most suspicious thing was that Tang Ji appeared next to Yin Mingran. Therefore, Tang Ji must be the culprit who changed everything. After Tong Yining figured it out, she clenched her fists, her face icy cold, her eyes like sharp awls. "Tang Ji, you stole Zhou Heng from me, and now you want to steal Ranran too? This is outrageous." Chapter 49, So that's why. She's just bad. Simply bad. Tisk. At noon, Lu Yunxua stood in front of the sink in the men's restroom, his face full of worry, his complexion very bad, and his light eyebrows almost furrowed together. Grass. Smack. Lu Yunxua slammed the gift box he was holding onto the ground. His eyelids twitched violently, his lips twitched uncontrollably, and it looked like smoke was rising from the top of his head. The fall caused the music box inside to fall out, roll into a corner, and the rocking horse started spinning, silently playing music. Lu Yunxua's face was flushed red, almost dripping blood, like a furious lion. He jumped up and landed directly on the music box. Smack! The music box was trampled to pieces, with fragments scattered all over the ground. However, the music didn't stop. Instead, it changed to a strange, intermittent tone and continued playing. I depend on. Lu Yunxua was on the verge of collapse. He squatted down on the ground, clutching his head, wanting to scream, but afraid that others would think he was crazy. He felt like he was about to explode. "Can you calm down? No one can accept such unstable emotions." Liang Jiaxiang slowly walked in from outside the toilet, looked at Lu Yunxua in front of him and the broken pieces on the ground, and sighed helplessly. Lu Yunxua raised his head, staring intently at Liang Jiaxiang, veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly stood up, rushed over, shoved Liang Jiaxiang against the wall, grabbed his clothes, and held him down tightly, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you saying that Yin Mingran doesn't like me because I'm emotionally unstable?" Liang Jiaxiang remained expressionless, his face unchanged. He shrugged and said calmly, That's possible. It's also possible that you're too violent. Go to hell. What's the point of saying all this now? She said she didn't like me in front of the whole class. Did she even consider my feelings? And then what? Is it wrong for her not to like you? Besides, didn't you stand up in front of the whole class and embarrass her? You were the one who walked over and attracted everyone's attention, and now you're asking her to consider your feelings. Lu Yunxua, panting heavily, slowly released his grip and took a few steps back. Although he still did not agree with Liang Jiaxiang's ideas, it was too late to change anything now. He squatted on the ground, looking somewhat weak, his eyes vacant and his expression dazed. Liang Jiaxiang straightened his clothes, walked over, reached out, and pulled him up from the ground, saying, "All right, it's just a matter of finding someone else to pursue you. It's no big deal. There are plenty of fish in the sea, and besides, you're tall and handsome. You just need to change your temper." "No, you don't understand. Yin Mingran is irreplaceable. She is too good. I really can't give her up. I love her just by her standing there. No one can compare." Lu Yunxua's eyes were filled with sorrow, and his tone was tinged with regret. Liang Jiaxiang wore a speechless expression. He knew perfectly well he had no chance, yet he was still indulging in wishful thinking. unable to return to reality. But he couldn't say it directly, given Lu Yunshua's temper, who knew what he might do. So he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Then you should take advantage of your last year to try and improve yourself. Once she sees your progress, maybe she'll change her mind." "No, that's not right. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything wrong. There must be something wrong on her end." Lu Yunshua stroked his chin, his expression deep, as if he were pondering something important. Liang Jiaxiang, standing to the side, gaped, blinked, and couldn't believe his ears. Even now, doesn't he think it's his own fault? How incredibly dense do you have to be to have such an idea? Could it be? Someone's been talking badly about me to Yin Mingran. It must be. And I can even guess who it is. Lu Yunshua suddenly thought of something, reached out, and knocked on the wall. Liang Jiaxiang frowned slightly and asked, Who is it? "You forgot. Who was with Yin Mingran that day? Who brought the gifts in the day we delivered them?" "You mean Tang Ji?" "Yes. It could only be her. Think about it. The way she looked down on us when we met that day, it must have been her. After taking the gift inside, she spoke ill of me to Yin Mingran and slandered me. That's why Yin Mingran returned the gift and said those things." Liang Jiaxiang grinned, shook his head, and said, "Really? There's no reason for that. Tang Ji has done you no wrong. Why would she slander you for no reason? So that's it. She's just bad. Purely bad. She just wants to ruin other people's relationships." Lu Yunshua seemed to have figured everything out. He clenched his fist and slammed it against the wall, so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. "Stop joking. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Besides, there are rumors in the class that she and Zhou Heng are very close, but we don't know if they're actually together." Lu Yunshua bit his finger and thought about it carefully. "I suddenly remembered that day, when Zhou Heng suddenly pulled Yin Mingran outside and said something. I get it. This must be related to Zhou Heng too. They're in cahoots. Hey, you can't just make wild guesses without evidence. That's slander. You're just suspecting someone. Why are you talking like they really framed you?" Lu Yunshua pointed at him, nodded, and said, "You wait. I'll find the evidence sooner or later, and then you'll have to help me deal with those too." "Me? Forget it. I can't handle Zhou Heng." Liang Jiaxiang waved his hand, decisively refusing. He had seen him playing basketball that day. Those muscles. If he went, Zhou Heng would definitely use him as a basketball dribble. "No, I need to find someone to help me investigate." Lu Yunshua paced back and forth in the restroom, pondering whether there was a suitable candidate in this regard. Liang Jiaxiang spread his hands and said, "Tong Yining, isn't she Yin Mingran's best friend? I remember she even supported you and Yin Mingran being together back then." "Yes, great idea. I'll go find her right away." Lu Yunshua's eyes lit up. He patted Liang Jiaxiang on the shoulder and then rushed out of the restroom. Liang Jiaxiang wanted to say something, but Lu Yunshua had already run far away, not giving him a chance to speak at all. "You just had a conflict with someone this morning, and instead of apologizing, you're asking them for a favor now. What are you thinking?" Liang Jiaxiang watched Lu Yunshua's retreating figure, shook his head, muttered something, and then looked at the music box fragments on the ground. He walked over, picked up the trash, and threw it into the trash can. After cleaning up Lu Yunshua's mess, Liang Jiaxiang washed his hands and left the restroom. This fool will get what's coming to him sooner or later. Chapter 50. If you keep trying to guess my thoughts, I'm not happy. Hello, I'm here. During lunchtime, Yin Mingran took her lunchbox and went to Zhou Heng and Tang Ji's side. He sat at the table in front of Tang Ji, sharing the same table with her. Now she no longer cared what others thought, since Tang Ji had said she could play with her from now on. Then Yin Mingran would openly come to find Tang Ji, and incidentally, she could also get closer to Zhou Heng, because Zhou Heng never said that he could play with him at school. Therefore, Yin Mingran was worried that it would bother Zhou Heng and cause him trouble, so she didn't speak to him openly. Otherwise, given her carefree personality, she would have already been living with Zhou Heng like they were at home. Tang Ji saw Yin Mingran sit down in front of her to eat with her, and whispered, "You really dare to contact me? I warned you beforehand that I have a bad reputation, and there might be a few people who hold a grudge against me. If that happens to you, don't blame me." Yin Mingran raised the corners of her mouth, chuckled, and said, "It's okay. I will stand firmly by your side and support you when the time comes." Tang Ji was slightly taken aback, then silently lowered her head and remained silent. Yin Mingran was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Tang Ji was talking about. Did I say something wrong? Zhou Heng stared at Tang Ji with a calm expression, as if he could see through her thoughts. After a while, he slowly exhaled and said softly, "Everything's all right now. Auntie can finally rest easy." Tang Ji raised her head, looked at Zhou Heng, and muttered, "Brother, I'm not happy if you keep making assumptions about my thoughts. Is there any need to guess? You're calling me brother now, so how hard do you think it is to understand your feelings?" Yin Mingran listened to their conversation, completely bewildered, as if it were encrypted. She couldn't understand a word. However, she also knew that this was probably just a tacit understanding between the two of them. When will I be able to have that kind of understanding with them? The three of them eating and chatting together attracted a lot of attention, but most people were just watching for the spectacle. Only one pair of eyes remained fixed on them, their gaze filled with resentment, anger, and unwillingness. This person was Tang Yining. When she saw Tang Ji, it was as if she harbored a deep-seated hatred, wishing she could kill her with her eyes. In her heart, she had already decided that Tang Ji was the one who ruined her friendship with Yin Mingran. Although she couldn't understand Tang Ji's reasons for doing this, she firmly believed that Tang Ji was definitely not a good person. "All right, Tong Tong, stop looking. They're ignoring you, so just ignore them too. I'm here to play with you, aren't I?" Tian Run reached out and gently moved Tang Yining's face back, making her look at him. Tian Run didn't actually react much to Yin Mingran abandoning them. She and Yin Mingran were just ordinary friends before, without any deep feelings between them. It was only because Tang Yining was involved that the two of them would hang out together. Now that Yin Mingran doesn't play with her anymore, she doesn't feel any different. Tang Yining shook her head and said, "No, Ranran has just been bewitched. I must save her. Tang Ji must have some kind of conspiracy that will harm Ranran." "Really? The class monitor is so smart. How could she be so easily swayed? Could it be that someone has something on her that they can't touch?" "That's right. You're right. Ranran must have been caught red-handed by Tang Ji, who's using this to threaten her." In Tang Yining's mind, she could already picture Tang Ji threatening Yin Mingran. Although she still didn't know what Tang Ji's purpose was in doing this, she felt that Tang Ji was the kind of person who would do this kind of thing. Tang Yining. At that moment, Tang Yining heard a call. The voice was very soft, as if it had been lowered as much as possible, but she still heard it. She looked up in the direction the voice came from and found that it was Lu Yunshua standing at the classroom door, greeting her. Upon seeing Lu Yunshua, Tang Yining couldn't help but frown. She remembered what had happened that morning, how Lu Yunshua had been so ruthless towards Yin Mingran in order to stand up for her. To this day, she hasn't received an apology. She never intended to do anything to Yin Mingran. Lu Yunshua's actions were like standing on a moral high ground and indiscriminately criticizing her, which made people feel particularly uncomfortable. "Hey, TSK, come out here for a second. I need to tell you something." Lu Yunshua didn't seem to notice Tang Yining's strange expression. He kept gesturing to her, but he didn't dare to go into the classroom, afraid of being seen by Yin Mingran and Tang Ji. Tang Yining sighed helplessly, thinking that perhaps Lu Yunshua wanted to apologize to her. So she stood up and slowly walked out of the classroom. However, her expression remained cold. She wouldn't show any kindness until Lu Yunshua apologized. After Tang Yining left the classroom, Lu Yunshua reached out to take her arm, wanting to lead her to a secluded place to talk in detail. "After all, what I have to say cannot be heard by others." Tang Yining's eyes sharpened, and she quickly took a step back, dodging Lu Yunshua's hand, and questioned. "Lu Yunshua, what are you doing? Are you trying to be a pervert? I'll tell the teacher, you believe me?" "No, you've misunderstood. I have something to tell you that I don't want others to hear, so I wanted to take you to a quiet place." "Huh? I misunderstood something? Isn't this just harassment?" Tang Yining stared at Lu Yunshua with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. What this guy said was just lewd behavior. How did I misunderstand him? I. Lu Yunshua seemed to have a knot in his tongue, unable to speak for a moment. His mind was a complete mess. He was already extremely anxious, and now he was even more so, making it difficult for him to speak coherently. "All right, You can say whatever you want, but there's a condition. You must have something more important to tell me, right? About what happened this morning. Tong Yining rolled her eyes at him and said irritably. She thought to herself, I never expected Lu Yunshua to be such a straight man. No wonder Yin Mingran doesn't like him. If it were me, I wouldn't like a guy like that either. He's handsome, but he's so stupid. I'd be furious if I were with him. What happened this morning? Lu Yunshua frowned, thought for a long time, and finally realized what was going on. He nodded repeatedly and said, I know. I was too impulsive this morning. I talked back to you without understanding the situation. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's more like it. Tong Yining's expression softened considerably. She had already reminded him to this extent. If Lu Yunshua still didn't understand, then there was no need for her to continue talking to him. All right, tell me what you want to say first, otherwise I won't talk to you. Lu Yunshua glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then approached Tong Yining, lowered his voice, and said, Aren't you Yin Mingran's best friend? So I want to discuss this with you. I feel like Yin Mingran has changed, and I think Tang Ji might be behind this. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Tong Yining's eyes. Really? You think so too? Chapter 51. Can you guarantee that you didn't say anything bad about me in front of her? After school in the evening, the students left the school and prepared to go home. The exam is tomorrow, and they know they'll have to cram again tonight. Tang Ji walked home alone. She was used to walking these kinds of roads at night. The streets were brightly lit, and there were many people coming and going, so she had nothing to worry about. After turning a corner, Tang Ji frowned in surprise. Just after I walked over, I think I saw someone out of the corner of my eye. Hurry, follow them. Shoo, keep your voice down. A few seconds later, two people jogged over, turned the corner. Looking at the road ahead, there was no one there. Lost them. These two were Lu Yunshua and Tong Yining. They had been following Tang Ji all the way home from school. They knew they wouldn't have much chance to get to Tang Ji at school, and they wouldn't be able to get any information out of her. So they agreed that after school that evening, the two of them would go with Tang Ji and ask her to tell them about what happened between her and Yin Mingran. After seeing Tang Ji turn the corner, they immediately followed, but they couldn't find her anywhere. That's a terrible idea. Why didn't they stop her at the school gate? Tong Yining glared at Lu Yunshua. She hadn't originally planned to come along. It was late at night, and she didn't want to be with Lu Yunshua. It wouldn't be good if others saw it and started gossip. But the thought that he would have to talk to Tang Ji sooner or later. If he were to clash with Tang Ji alone, he would definitely be no match for her. So she agreed to go with Lu Yunshua to question Tang Ji. At least there's a guy around, so I can't let myself get the short end of the stick. Nonsense, there are so many people after school. How can we stop them? Besides, there are Yin Mingran and Zhou Heng there. We won't find any opportunities. Lu Yunshua refused to give up and walked into the alley ahead, searching for Tang Ji's figure. This street is so long, there's no reason I should lose track of her. Could it be that Tang Ji suddenly ran away? They weren't following closely and were constantly watching Tang Ji ahead, so they didn't turn around at all. How could they have noticed them? I think we should just forget about it and go find her myself tomorrow. Tong Yining has given up. She feels that coming along was a mistake, because she could have avoided confronting Tang Ji. She could have spoken to Yin Mingran alone and had her explain the situation. Lu Yunshua insisted on finding Tang Ji, determined to get to the bottom of things. Someone as stubborn as him would probably cause a conflict if he couldn't get a clear answer. Seeing that Tong Yining was about to leave, Lu Yunshua immediately tried to stop her, saying, Don't go. What about the alliance we agreed on? What will I do if you leave? Who said we were going to form an alliance with you, honestly? Call out. Just as the two were talking, something suddenly flew over their heads and hit a passerby who happened to be passing by. Smack! Ouch! Hiss! A man was hit squarely on the head by that thing. It wasn't big, but it felt like being flicked on the forehead, and he grimaced in pain. Tong Yining and Lu Yunshua heard the sound and looked in the direction the man was heading. The man, rubbing his head, also happened to see the two of them. He frowned, glared angrily, and strode towards the two of them. Which of you threw this? Littering in the street? What kind of upbringing did you have? No, what did you throw? We didn't throw it. Lu Yunshua retreated repeatedly, stretching out his hands, shaking his head, looking completely bewildered. Still pretending? There's no one else here but you. You threw it, didn't you? Huh. What did we throw away? We really didn't throw it. Lu Yunshua almost lost his balance and tripped over a stone on the ground. He felt confused and wondered if this man was sick. Seeing that things were going badly, Tong Yining prepared to slip away. She said to Lu Yunshua, I'm going home now. My mom's going to be worried. After saying that, she turned and left, as if afraid of getting into trouble. She didn't think Lu Yunshua was unlucky. On the contrary, she felt that she was the unlucky one. She wished she hadn't come along and had just gone home. Hey, Tong Yining, don't go. Don't leave me alone. No matter how much Lu Yunshua called out, Tong Yining didn't turn around, as if she didn't recognize him at all. Lu Yunshua also wanted to run, but he was pulled back by the man as soon as he took a step. He's suffering in silence now. He clearly didn't do anything wrong. Is this his retribution for stalking his female classmate? Tong Yining ran more than 10 steps before turning back to check on Lu Yunshua's condition. As soon as she turned her head, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed her arm. Oh! Before she could react, she was grabbed by that hand and pulled into a side alley. Just as she was about to scream in fright, a lollipop was shoved into her mouth, silencing her. Tong Yining stared wide-eyed at the person in front of her, who turned out to be Tang Ji, whom they had lost track of. The fact that Tang Ji dragged her here means that Tang Ji has already discovered that she and Lu Yunshua were following her. She was still somewhat shaken, breathing heavily, her chest heaving. Looking at Tang Ji, who had a calm expression, she felt a little afraid. Why are you following me? Is there something you need? Tang Ji spoke slowly, asking softly. Tong Yining was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the question. She opened her mouth, but her gaze remained fixed. A moment later, she thought of Yin Mingran. She had come along specifically to find out about Yin Mingran's situation. Isn't this exactly the situation I wanted? Tang Ji is right in front of me. I just want to ask, what is your relationship with Yin Mingran? Also, why doesn't she hang out with me anymore? Do you know something about it? Tong Yining made herself look more imposing, otherwise she felt like she would be controlled by Tang Ji. She and I are just friends. Why are you asking me why she doesn't hang out with you? Tang Ji knew why, but she couldn't tell Tong Yining. Tong Yining frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Oh? Can you guarantee you haven't said anything bad about me to her? I never said that. Tang Ji answered decisively, without the slightest hesitation. She said the harshest thing Tong Yining had ever said, which was to Yin Mingran that she had made a bad choice in her friends. This was after Tong Yining had already scolded her. She doesn't usually talk about others behind their backs, except in special circumstances. For example, Lu Yunshua and his group are liars because they stalked Yin Mingran and lied. Tong Yining was stunned when she saw that Tang Ji answered so readily, and there was no sign of lying on her face. Could it be that I've misunderstood? Or is Tang Ji lying? So, how did you become friends with her? Chapter 52, I think it's best not to make a move on her. Tong Yining's momentum weakened considerably, even though she was the one with the louder voice. But why did she always feel that Tang Ji had an imposing presence even without anger? His voice was flat and his face expressionless, yet it brought her a great sense of oppression. Her not playing with you anymore has nothing to do with me, and how we became friends has nothing to do with you either. But I can tell you clearly that there is no causal relationship between the two. Tang Ji answered softly, and Tong Yining didn't know whether she was telling the truth or not. But judging from her current state, she doesn't seem to be lying. Gurgle. Although she had prepared a long list of questions to ask, she couldn't come up with any of them now. It's as if they already know what answer they'll get after asking the question. Can I trust you? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. After Tang Ji finished speaking, she turned to leave. She didn't want to waste any more time here. Her answers to Tong Yining's questions were just out of pity for them, considering how long they had followed her. Wait, there's one last question. Tong Yining called out to Tang Ji. Actually, what she wanted to ask Tang Ji wasn't just about Yin Mingran. There was something else she really wanted to know. Tang Ji stopped in her tracks, but didn't turn around. She listened quietly. Tong Yining lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. After a while, she asked in a very low voice. You and Zhou Hong. He is my brother. Before Tang Yining could finish speaking, Tang Ji interrupted and left. Tang Yining was left standing there alone, the night breeze caressing her cheeks, her mouth slightly open, frozen like a wooden statue. She had considered many possibilities, but she never imagined that the two of them would have this kind of relationship. For a moment, an overwhelming joy welled up within her, as if her heart were blooming with happiness. Does this mean that all my previous worries were wrong? That Tang Ji and Zhou Heng have no chance at all? Damn it, I already said no. You're crazy. At this moment, Lu Yunxua finally managed to escape and arrived here. Seeing Tang Yining standing in the alley, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. You didn't leave? Ah. Tang Yining came to her senses and felt somewhat embarrassed when she saw Lu Yunxua standing in front of her. I just dumped him. We weren't friends, but we were classmates at least. It doesn't feel right to just leave like that. Lu Yunxua clearly didn't take the matter seriously and didn't mention it again. He simply straightened his disheveled clothes and said, All right, let's go home. What bad luck. Let's follow them again after school tomorrow. Tang Yining stepped forward, stood in front of Lu Yunxua, and said, I think it has nothing to do with Tangji, so I think we should just leave her alone. Lu Yunxua was taken aback, paused for a moment, then spread his hands and asked in surprise. Huh? What? No. Why did you change your mind? Didn't you think the same thing as me? That Tang Ji was the culprit. It was like that before, but not anymore. I think there must be another reason for Ranran's change. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What do you think has changed about Ranran? Let me see if you think the same way I do. Tang Yining stroked her chin, deep in thought. She carefully recalled the differences in Yin Mingran, and felt that she was more carefree than before. I used to be so worried about this and that, but now it seems like I don't care about anything anymore. She wanted to know if Lu Yunxua felt the same way, if that would prove her intuition was correct. Without even thinking, Lu Yunxua said, Of course she doesn't like me anymore. And she even said it in front of the whole class. This would never have happened before. Tang Yining looked at Lu Yunxua with her brows furrowed and her expression grave. Her brain seemed to have lost its ability to think. This one sentence had short-circuited her brain. She had never asked Lu Yunxua this question because she felt that his feelings were probably similar to her own. After all, Yin Mingran's change was obvious on the surface. But why was Lu Yunshua's answer so inexplicable? Wait, hold on. You mean, Yin Mingran doesn't like you, and you think she's changed? Is that all? Yes. Don't you think so? Lu Yunxua answered frankly, nodding earnestly. Tang Yining closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and held it in her chest. She felt a chill run down her spine and a sense of being deceived. She actually believed that Lu Yunxua cared a lot about Yin Mingran, and could even see that she had changed. It seems Lu Yunxua is truly beyond redemption now. No wonder Yin Mingran so resolutely declared she didn't like him back then. Who could like someone like that? What a waste of time. Tang Yining glared at Lu Yunxua, then brushed past him and quickly left. Throughout the day, starting in the morning, Lu Yunshua's image in her mind kept crumbling. Even now, in her heart, Lu Yunxua is nothing but ruins. And ruins come in different grades. He is not even as good as Kong Yu, who is also a ruin. Hey, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? When Lu Yunxua saw Tang Yining about to leave, he was puzzled. Wasn't Yin Mingran a person who had changed like this? Where did he say something wrong? He'd been trapped in confusion all day. He didn't know what was wrong with Yin Mingran. This morning she'd betrayed him. Liang Jiaxiang didn't understand him either. I don't know how I lost track of Tangji that night. It was as if she had vanished. Then I encountered a crazy man who insisted that I had thrown something at him. I only saw a lollipop on the ground, nothing else. Following this, Tang Yining is now doing the same thing, her thoughts diverging from her own. He always felt like he was being targeted, like everyone was against him. What bad luck. Am I cursed? Why is everything going wrong with me? Lu Yunxua sighed helplessly, shook his head, and left. The thought of having to take an exam tomorrow made him even more upset. He's been thinking about Yin Mingran a lot lately and hasn't been studying much. He can clearly feel that his grades have dropped. That evening, Tang Yining returned home, took out her phone, and glanced at her message list. In the past, her phone was always full of unread messages from Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran. But now, it's unusually quiet, and I haven't received any response to the messages I sent. She opened her chat with Zhou Hong, knowing full well that he wouldn't reply and might not even see it. But she still sent a message. Good luck on your exam tomorrow. Chapter 53. It's unknown how long this kind of life can last. There's actually a second way to solve this problem, but just in case, I'll teach you. Yin Mingran pointed to the questions on the test paper and patiently explained them. But before she could even begin, she heard soft breathing. When she turned around, she found Zhou Hong slumped over the table, eyes closed, having fallen asleep some time earlier. Yin Mingran's lips curled slightly, a gentle tenderness appearing in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Hong sleeping, which reminded her of the experiences of the past few days. She had seen Zhou Hong's efforts and progress. Yin Mingran also felt his hard work. Zhou Hong had put in several times more effort than others for this exam. Zhou Hong, go back to your room and sleep. She gently patted Zhou Hong's shoulder and whispered in his ear. But Zhou Hong seemed to be in a deep sleep, and gently patting him wouldn't wake him at all. Yin Mingran hoped that Zhou Hong could get some rest, since he needed to be well rested before the exam. Otherwise, he would be sleepy the next day, and all his hard work would be wasted. So she doesn't dare to wake Zhou Hong now. Knowing his temperament, he'll probably continue studying after waking up. So how do I move him to the bedroom? After thinking for a long time, Yin Mingran still couldn't come up with a solution. She couldn't even move Zhou Hong's body in the first place, let alone now that she couldn't muster any strength. After a day, I felt much better, but my body still aches a lot. Therefore, she could only let Zhou Hong continue sleeping there. She took one of her coats and gently draped it over Zhou Hong's shoulders. Good night. Yin Mingran sat next to Zhou Hong, her hands also resting on the table, her face turned to the side as she looked at Zhou Hong's sleeping face. She seemed lost in thought, but she could just stare at things all night long. I wonder how long this kind of life can last. The night was very quiet. Some people were already fast asleep, while others were still working hard with their night lights on, striving for their dreams. Time passed slowly, and the night quietly slipped away. Around 4 a.m., there was already a faint light outside. Zhou Hong slowly opened his eyes. The first sensations he felt were numbness in his arms and soreness in his lower back. He sat up straight, stretched, and cracked sounds came from all over his body. Clatter! Zhou Hong's coat fell off, and when he looked down at it, he was stunned. He recalled that he seemed to have fallen asleep without realizing it last night. He only felt his head was heavy, and he couldn't open his eyes. He just lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Hong looked to the side and found Yin Mingran sleeping peacefully beside him, her eyes closed, her long eyelashes visible. He hadn't expected Yin Mingran to be here with him. She could have easily gone back to her bedroom to sleep. I think I'm wearing her coat, but she's not covered up in anything. It's still quite cold sleeping in the living room. I might catch a cold if I sleep like this all night. Zhou Hong saw that Yin Mingran was almost curled up in a ball, with both hands hidden under her arms, which showed that she must have been very cold. Yin Mingran. Zhou Hong softly called Yin Mingran's name, trying to wake her. At least let her go to her room and continue sleeping. But after calling her several times, Yin Mingran did not wake up. She remained fast asleep. Zhou Hong knew he had been studying day and night and was physically exhausted, but he forgot that Yin Mingran was in the same boat. She always stayed by my side, tutoring me while I studied. Neither of us slept. Therefore, Yin Mingran's exhaustion was actually comparable to her own, and with the added pressure and worries, she was probably more mentally fatigued than physically. Zhou Hong really wanted Yin Mingran to continue sleeping, since there was still time, but he definitely couldn't let her continue sleeping in the living room. Since he couldn't wake her up, Zhou Hong decided to just carry her to the bedroom. As long as I'm gentle enough, I shouldn't wake her up, right? Zhou Hong stood up, looked at Yin Mingran in front of him, adjusted his breathing, and calmed himself down. Then, he bent down and gently picked up Yin Mingran. However, he didn't use his hands at all, but rather his arms. His palms didn't touch Yin Mingran's body. Yin Mingran kept her eyes closed, which showed how exhausted she was. A sense of guilt welled up in Zhou Hong's heart. It seems I'll have to let Yin Mingran sleep more from now on. She's already exhausted from school, and then she has to tutor me when she gets home, so she doesn't get enough rest. Unlike me, who could sleep in class whenever I wanted and the teacher didn't care. Jo Hung stepped forward and walked towards the bedroom. His steps were light and his arms were steady, so that In Mingran hardly felt any bumps. As he entered the bedroom, walked to the bedside, and prepared to put In Mingran down, she suddenly rolled over in Jo Hang's arms, pressed herself close to his body, and reached out to hug his shoulders. Jo Hung stopped in his tracks, his body seemingly petrified in an instant, turning into a statue, completely still. His eyes looked down and saw In Mingran in his arms, who didn't seem to be awake. These all seemed to be unconscious behaviors she exhibited while asleep. What should I do now? Now that In Mingran is holding her shoulders, there's no way to put her on the bed. Should we wake In Mingran up now? I'm afraid there's no other way. Just then, Jo Hung heard In Mingran's faint voice coming from his arms. Mother! Immediately afterwards, he felt In Mingran tighten her grip on him, as if afraid of being separated from her. Her body was trembling slightly. You could sense her fear and unease. Jo Hang's throat tightened, and the thought of waking In Mingran vanished from his mind. He forgot that although In Mingran appeared strong and open-minded on the outside, at the end of the day, she was still just an immature girl in her parents' eyes. Jo Hang's biggest wish right now is that In Mingran won't wake up, and that she can sleep a little longer. Perhaps in her dreams, she and her mother could stay together a little longer. Jo Hung sat steadily on the bed, motionless, serving as both In Mingran's bed and a pillow. He let her sleep peacefully in his arms. After about half an hour, Jo Hang's body was very stiff, his arms were sore, and he was about to give up, but he still dared not move. There's still about half an hour until their normal wake-up time, so In Mingran needs to sleep for at least another half hour. 10 minutes later, In Mingran opened her blurry eyes. Tiny teardrops seemed to still cling to the corners of her eyes. Before she could even realize where she was, she heard Jo Hang's voice. Good morning. Chapter 54. I know your situation best. You'll definitely be fine. After a brief moment of stunned silence, In Mingran slowly spoke, whispering, Good morning, what's wrong with me? She realized she seemed to be lying in Jo Hang's arms. In her memory, wasn't she sleeping on the other side of the table? Why don't you get up for a bit? I can't move my arm. Ah, okay. In Mingran quickly sat up from Jo Hang's arms. At this moment, Jo Hang's body was finally able to relax a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to move at all. Nevertheless, he felt it was still worthwhile, and could be considered a small compensation to In Mingran. Although In Mingran didn't know what had happened, she could guess. She roughly guessed that Jo Hung had woken up and wanted her to go to the bedroom to sleep. But just as I was thinking, they didn't want to wake me up, so they carried me inside. And then maybe, it just didn't work out. The thought of falling asleep in Jo Hang's arms made her heart race. How could I be sleeping so soundly? I wish I were awake. She'll probably continue pretending to be asleep then, and enjoy the feeling of lying in Jo Hang's arms. She had forgotten what she dreamed about while she was asleep, but she felt very at ease. Otherwise, she wouldn't have slept so well. Even the muscle soreness in my body felt much better. Jo Hung rubbed his arm, looked at In Mingran, and asked softly, Have you slept well? Do you want to sleep a little longer? It's still early. Aye, I'm well now. In Mingran answered somewhat flusteredly, because it was the first time she had heard Jo Hung speak so softly and gently. His tone was as if he had become a completely different person. I've never seen Jo Hung act like this before, nor have I ever heard him speak like this. Although it might sound exaggerated, In Mingran genuinely felt flattered. Okay, I'll go make breakfast then. Jo Hung nodded, then stood up, preparing to leave the bedroom. Seeing this, In Mingran quickly stopped Jo Hung and said, No, I'll do it. You need to rest up and prepare for the exam. Looking at In Mingran's serious face, Jo Hung initially intended to refuse, but the words stuck in his throat. During those few seconds of silence, Jo Hung thought a lot. Finally, he nodded slightly and responded, Okay, then I'll trouble you. Ah yes, okay. In Mingran was taken aback at first, then quickly agreed and went to the kitchen. Stepping out of the bedroom, she felt very strange. She had already prepared herself to argue with Jo Hung. But this time, Jo Hung didn't argue with him. This was so unlike Jo Hung. I just took a nap, so why does Jo Hung seem so different? After the two finished breakfast and got ready, they prepared to leave for school. Today and tomorrow, The 2 days of exams are extremely important to Zhou Hong, as they are related to his living expenses. If I don't do well on the exam, a lot of my living expenses will be deducted. At that point, I might not even be able to support myself, let alone Yin Mingran. So he was extremely nervous. He had never cared about exams before, but today he was taking them very seriously. Zhou Hong put on his shoes, stood at the door, and stared blankly at the gate. He looked somewhat melancholy, because he still lacked confidence. Based on past performance records, to move up 50 places, the total score needs to increase by at least 70 or 80 points. Getting those 70 or 80 points isn't easy, and this time the others might not be any worse off than last time. You're working hard, and so are everyone else. Just then, Yin Mingran placed her hand on Zhou Heng's shoulder, and her gentle voice rang in his ear. Don't worry, I know your situation best. You'll definitely be fine. Real? Yes, really, I promise you. Yin Mingran's eyes were full of trust and support for Zhou Hong, which boosted Zhou Heng's confidence. Good. Zhou Hong nodded and went out with Yin Mingran. Downstairs, 2 people had been waiting there for 10 minutes. These 2 are Lu Yunxuo and Liang Jiaxiang. She's already made it so clear that she doesn't like you. So why are you going to her building? Aren't you afraid she'll say something hurtful again? Liang Jiaxiang looked at Lu Yunxuo with a helpless expression. He had been woken up early in the morning by Lu Yunxuo, who forced him to come out. He never expected to end up in this troublesome place again. Sometimes he really admired Lu Yunxuo, who was like an unkillable cockroach. You don't understand. She won't let me give her gifts anymore, so I won't. Can I give her breakfast? That doesn't count as a gift, does it? Besides, she only said she doesn't like me. She didn't say she doesn't want to be friends with me anymore, so I still have a chance. Lu Yunxuo smiled slightly, picked up the bag in his hand, which contained the breakfast he had bought. He thought about it for a long time yesterday. He remembered everything, from the first time he met Yin Mingran to the first words he said to her. He knew he could never forget Yin Mingran. He simply loved her and didn't want to give up no matter what. Therefore, these setbacks are nothing to someone as determined as him. I really don't understand your thinking. Someone like you will only behave when you see Yin Mingran with another boy. Liang Jiaxiang pointed at Lu Yunxuo and cursed silently, his expression full of resentment. He really couldn't understand why a boy would be so stubborn. There were plenty of girls in the world besides Yin Mingran, so why fixate on just one? Lu Yunxuo scoffed at Liang Jiaxiang's words, waved his hand, and said, Absolutely impossible. The only guy who could be around her is me. I've already chased her all the way to her doorstep. Who could be more capable than me? Could anyone possibly chase someone all the way to her house? Yes, look. Liang Jiaxiang suddenly patted Lu Yunxuo on the back and pointed behind him. Lu Yunxuo was somewhat puzzled and turned around to look. That one glance nearly made his heart stop beating. He saw Yin Mingran come out of the building, accompanied by a boy. That boy was someone she knew all too well, wasn't he? Zhou Hong. They walked and talked, with a smile on Yin Mingran's face the whole time, looking incredibly happy. Smack! Lu Yunxuo's breakfast fell to the ground, spilling its contents, but he didn't care at all. Upon witnessing this scene, his heart felt like it was being squeezed, his breath ached, and his neck felt like it was being strangled, almost suffocating him. Liang Jiaxiang stroked his chin and calmly analyzed. I think it's highly likely that Zhou Hong stayed at Yin Mingran's house last night, and it seems like it wasn't his first time staying there. Lu Yunxuo clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Zhou Heng's retreating figure, his heart filled with rage. At this moment, he completely overturned his thoughts from yesterday. He had always believed that Tang Ji was an obstacle between him and Yin Mingran. But now he's figured out exactly who the obstacle is. I need to find out. Chapter 55, I will never forgive you. I'd rather die with you. Hey, no. Liang Jiaxiang immediately stopped Lu Yunxuo, looking at him in disbelief, and asked, What are you going to do? Are you crazy? I've already said it has nothing to do with you. If you go, you'll just be asking for trouble. How can it not concern me? I like her. Now that I see this situation, shouldn't I go and ask her what's going on? Lu Yunxuo hurriedly shook off Liang Jiaxiang's arm. He was completely flustered, his face flushed red, like a boiled crab. Seeing him like this, Liang Jiaxiang knew that there was no point in trying to persuade him, so he could only say, Okay, you can ask, But remember that you are only asking out of curiosity and politeness as a classmate. You shouldn't have any other emotions, because you don't have the corresponding status. Lu Yunhua didn't respond to Liang Jiaxiang's words, but stared at him for a while, his eyes filled with obvious resentment and unwillingness. In the end, he didn't answer, but simply chased after them. Well, Liang Jiaxiang sighed, disappointment on his face. He shook his head, turned, and left. He didn't need to stay there any longer. He could already imagine what the outcome would be. He had already done everything he could, offering advice and assistance. He owed Lu Yunhua nothing, and the rest was none of his business. Lu Yunhua didn't take Liang Jiaxiang's words to heart at all. He was simply unable to think about these things right now. The thought of Zhou Heng living in Yin Mingran's house and fantasizing about what the two of them did together made his heart ache. Zhou Heng, Lu Yunhua shouted, stopping the two people in front of him. They stopped, turned around, and saw Lu Yunhua behind them, their faces showing surprise. Yin Mingran, in particular, had an expression that was a mixture of disgust and annoyance. Lu Yunhua stepped forward and stood face to face with Zhou Heng. The two were about the same height, but Zhou Heng was much stronger than Lu Yunhua. Zhou Heng, why did you come from Yin Mingran's house? Do you live here? Yin Mingran's home? Zhou Heng looked up at the buildings in front of him. That was the direction of his home. As for calling it Yin Mingran's home, that wouldn't be an exaggeration. He actually hopes that Yin Mingran will treat it like her own home. Just as Yin Mingran was about to explain, Zhou Heng nodded and spoke first. Yes, I live here. You? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Yunhua's face turned bright red almost instantly, and his eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Zhou Heng. He was so angry, but Zhou Heng showed no change in emotion whatsoever. Lu Yunhua turned to look at Yin Mingran and asked, Is what he said true? Why are you living together? What is your relationship now? Yin Mingran took a step back. Lu Yunhua's questions caught her off guard, and she stammered, unable to answer. Zhou Heng, however, directly blocked Yin Mingran's path, placing his hand on Lu Yunhua's shoulder to prevent him from advancing further. Why do you have so many questions? It's none of your business. I don't need to answer you. Zhou Heng said in a low voice, his face turning cold. It has nothing to do with me again, huh? Lu Yunhua sneered, then leaned forward again and said to Yin Mingran, Yin Mingran, are you sure you want to do this? You really want to choose Zhou Heng? What does he have that I don't? His grades are so bad. Do you think your parents will approve of bringing someone like that home? They'll be furious. Upon hearing Lu Yunhua's words, Zhou Heng suddenly frowned. Lu Yunhua not only talked about them, but he also talked about Yin Mingran's parents. In any case, it would be very inappropriate to casually mention her deceased parents in front of her, wouldn't it? Although Lu Yunhua was unaware of this, he still touched a raw nerve with Yin Mingran. As expected, upon hearing this last sentence, Yin Mingran's face instantly darkened, becoming terrifyingly cold, and anger flashed in her eyes. Especially upon hearing the word death, her heart and body trembled slightly. Yin Mingran stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Yunhua. Lu Yunhua couldn't tell that Yin Mingran was acting strangely at this moment. In fact, he even felt a surge of joy. He thought Yin Mingran had changed her mind, realized how good he was, and wanted to be in his arms. The next second, Yin Mingran suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yunhua's collar. The moment he looked up at him, Lu Yunhua was stunned by the cold and sharp look in his eyes. Lu Yunhua, let me tell you, first of all, this isn't my home. It's Zhou Heng's home, and I'm living in his house. Zhou Heng is better than you in every way. You have no right to say that about him. Secondly, as I've already said, I don't like you. I even hate you. If you get close to me again, I will tell the teacher about this and that you were stalking me. Third, if you dare mention my parents again, I will never forgive you. I'd rather die with you. Yin Mingran's icy words and sharp gaze made Lu Yunhua dare not speak or move. After saying that, she shoved Lu Yunhua, causing him to stumble back 2 steps and almost fall on his backside. His gaze was vacant. He looked completely dazed. I can't believe that the gentle and kind Yin Mingran in my heart has turned out like this. Yin Mingran's breathing was a little rapid. She looked quite angry. Zhou Heng, watching from behind, noticed that Yin Mingran's ears were even a little red. He reached out and gently patted Yin Mingran's shoulder, saying, Calm down. Een Mingran turned to look at Zhou Hong, and the change in her expression was as fast as turning the pages of a book. Her expression and eyes softened instantly. Good, she responded softly, nodding, her honest and unassuming demeanor almost leaving Lu Yunxua speechless. It felt like she was about to nestle into Zhou Heng's arms like a little bird any second now. The difference in how they are treated is simply outrageous. I originally thought that through my own efforts, I still had a chance to be with Een Mingran. But now he understands that he has no chance to turn things around. He is completely crushed. Let's go. Zhou Hong and Een Mingran glanced at Lu Yunxua, then ignored him and left. Lu Yunxua watched the two walk away, his heart drifting further and further away, as if lost in thought. It's over. I'm completely finished. What should I do? What should I do? Liang. Lu Yunxua turned his head, his voice abruptly stopping. Behind him, there was no one. Liang Jiaxiang left some time ago. Now, he stands here all alone, basking in his defeat, like an abandoned orphan. After a while, he started walking out, but not in the direction of the school. Chapter 56, he can definitely do it. I believe in him. Zhou Hong and Een Mingran were walking on the road. Perhaps because of the unpleasant thing that had just happened, they were both silent and did not say a word. After a moment, Zhou Hong spoke first, asking, "What you just said, was it all true?" Een Mingran was slightly taken aback, thinking about what she had just said, although she didn't know which sentence Zhou Hong was referring to. But what she said was indeed true, so she nodded and replied, "Yes, really." Zhou Hong was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. "I won't let you die with him. If he dares to offend you again, just tell me, and I'll help you deal with it. Don't do anything foolish." Een Mingran blinked, somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Zhou Hong to say such a thing, if she hadn't been overthinking it. So, it must be because they're worried about themselves, right? In other words, Zhou Hong still holds a certain place for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared, and he wouldn't have said such a thing. Thinking of this, Een Mingran couldn't help but want to smile. She was just angry at the time, so what she said was a bit exaggerated. She herself didn't want to trade her life for Lu Yunxua's life. That would be too much of a waste. Okay, she readily agreed, her voice already brimming with obvious joy. She hadn't expected to have such an unexpected gain, receiving such an attitude from Zhou Hong, and the anger she felt towards Lu Yunxua that morning instantly vanished. The two went to school together. As soon as they entered the classroom, Zhou Hong sensed the atmosphere of an upcoming exam. This time of day is usually quite lively. Some people are chatting, some are playing around, and some are even copying homework. But today was unusually quiet. Most people were making the most of their remaining time to study, hoping to review as much as possible. Those few who didn't care had no one to talk to, and simply slept quietly. In the past, Zhou Hong completely disregarded this atmosphere. When he came here, he would join the group sleeping or do whatever he was supposed to do, but he wouldn't study. But today he was also caught up in this atmosphere, felt the tension before the exam, and wanted to sit down and start reviewing as soon as possible. Who can guarantee that this little bit of review time in the morning won't boost their score? As soon as Zhou Hong sat down, Tang Ji, who was sitting at the same table, asked in a low voice, "Were you followed or had any conflicts when you came here this morning?" Zhou Hong was somewhat surprised and looked at her, asking, "How did you know?" "Lu Yunxua, right? I guessed it right away. I felt the same way last night." Last night. Zhou Hong was taken aback for a moment, but then he realized what was going on. It seems that besides causing trouble for them, Lu Yunxua also caused trouble for Tang Ji last night. But he didn't even need to ask, he already knew the outcome. If someone could easily gain the upper hand in a contest with Tang Ji, he'd like to meet that person and perhaps learn a few moves from them. However, this person is definitely not Lu Yunxua. If Lu Yunxua were to cause trouble for Tang Ji, he would be the one who suffers. Zhou Hong doesn't have time for those things right now. Studying is definitely the most important thing. The monthly exams started soon. Although there are many of these exams in the senior year of high school, they can clearly show each student's recent learning situation, keeping them in this state until the college entrance examination. They must not slack off. After entering the examination room, Zhou Hong relaxed a bit. He knew that only by remaining calm and not being nervous could he perform at his best. For Zhou Hong, This was a battle of life and death. For Een Mingran, her grade ranking wasn't that important anymore. This was something that should have made parents proud and earned them praise. Now, there is no one left to be proud of, and no one will praise or reward me for my good grades. So she quickly finished the test, skipping even the step of checking it, and started thinking about other things. Although she comforted Zhou Heng before the exam, she was actually very worried about him. I'm worried he's not in good shape, worried he'll encounter problems he can't solve, worried he'll break down under pressure. I need to make him some nutritious food tonight, to help him recover properly. I feel like he's been staying up too late lately. And he needs to get enough rest. We can't let it be like last night. He can definitely do it. Yes, he can definitely do it. I believe in him. Een Mingran nodded, her thoughts drifting far away, still thinking about Zhou Heng. She may not have realized it yet, but without her noticing, Zhou Heng has become more important to her than herself. Ahem. Young man, please look at your exam paper. Reminded by the proctor, Een Mingran realized what had happened and lowered her head in embarrassment. At the back of the same examination room, Tong Yining looked thoughtfully at Een Mingran in front of her. In the past, if they were taking the exam in the same room, they would definitely look at each other from time to time and exchange knowing smiles. But now, she could no longer see Een Mingran's gaze directed at her. Just like Zhou Heng now, he will never look at her again. The day's exams passed quickly, and after returning to the classroom, everyone packed their things and prepared to go home. There's another exam the next day, and after that, it'll be tomorrow. The results should be available in a few days. After school, Liang Jiaxiang came to Lu Yunshua's desk. Looking at the empty seat in front of him, he had a deep look in his eyes, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. At this moment, Kong Yu walked over, patted Liang Jiaxiang's arm, and asked, "Where's Lu Yunshua? He didn't come to the exam today." Liang Jiaxiang exhaled heavily and nodded in response. "Yeah, and I doubt he'll come tomorrow either." "Huh? What happened? Did something happen to him?" Kong Yu frowned slightly, somewhat incredulous. Liang Jiaxiang did not answer Kong Yu's question, but the expression on his face seemed to say everything. Kong Yu didn't ask any more questions. He didn't know what had happened to Lu Yunshua, but it seemed to be quite serious. Een Mingran waited at the school gate for Zhou Heng to come out so they could go home together. After a while, she saw Tang Ji come out first. Upon seeing Een Mingran, Tang Ji took the initiative to approach her and ask, "Are you waiting for Zhou Heng?" How did you do on the exam?" "No, I shouldn't ask you that. It must have been very easy for you." Een Mingran chuckled. Although she was the top student in the class, she was only at the top in academics. In terms of intelligence, she felt that she was far inferior to Tang Ji. Tang Ji nodded and said, "Well, it's all right. I didn't see any difficult questions, but whether I can answer them correctly is another matter." Just as the two were chatting, Zhou Heng also came out, but his expression was somewhat different from Tang Ji's calm and collected demeanor. He looked worried and seemed to be thinking about something. "Will I be able to get that last question right? Even if I get it wrong, it'll be okay, right? I should get enough points." Chapter 57 was probably just something that happened to be on the way, right? When Tang Ji saw Zhou Heng approaching, she gently patted Een Mingran on the back and said, "Go, he needs you right now." After saying that, she left, leaving Een Mingran standing there stunned for a moment. "Do you need me?" She watched Tang Ji's departing figure, her mouth slightly open, and muttered something. Although she didn't know if there were multiple meanings to those words, she was very happy to hear Tang Ji say them. Zhou Heng walked along, lost in thought, paying no attention to what was ahead. At that moment, Een Mingran suddenly appeared in front of him, craning her neck and smiling at him. "Hello? How did the exam go?" I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Zhou Heng shook his head silently, but his expression was rather serious, and his brows revealed his worry. He simply thought about what he had learned and wrote down the answer. As for whether it's right or wrong, he wasn't sure. If you asked him, he felt he had written it all correctly, since it was all filled out and there were no blanks. Well, Zhou Heng sighed. He had done his best. If it still didn't work, he could only accept reality. It was his own fault for not studying before. Een Mingran was slightly taken aback when she saw Zhou Heng's current state. Zhou Heng had always given her the impression of being very emotionally stable. No matter what happens, they will face it calmly, remaining unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before them. This is their character of being composed in the face of danger. Moreover, he is exceptionally mature, as if his mental age is much older than hers. When taking care of her, he acts like her elder. But now, seeing him worry about exams just like any other student, and showing this kind of reaction, this made In Mingran feel that the distance between her and Zhou Heng wasn't so far after all. Especially now, Zhou Heng was hanging his head, looking very insecure. This stirred In Mingran's protective instincts. For a moment, she really wanted to hug Zhou Heng, not wanting to see him so sad. But she held back. After all, they were out in public. She didn't care about herself, but it wouldn't be good for Zhou Heng. She gently tugged at Zhou Heng's arm and said, "All right, let's not dwell on the exam anymore. Let's go back and study for tomorrow's exam, shall we?" Zhou Heng turned his head to look at In Mingran beside him, and saw a smile playing on her thin, peach-pink lips. Zhou Heng felt a sudden sense of relief. He thought that this was the importance of comfort. If he were alone, he probably wouldn't have been able to study well tonight. Okay, sure. The two walked towards home, discussing the exam questions and comparing answers. One person witnessed their entire departure. Ran, how did she end up with Zhou Heng? Tong Yining stood there motionless, as if her brain had lost its ability to control itself. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Why? Did In Mingran leave with Zhou Heng? Are the two of them on good terms? She only learned yesterday that Tang Ji is actually Zhou Heng's sister, so she can rest assured and no longer worry that Zhou Heng will be with Tang Ji. I have been thinking of keeping a low profile lately and not bothering Zhou Heng, but going now would only backfire. After some time, once she sees that Zhou Heng is in a better mood, she will slowly approach him again. Anyway, there's still a year to go, no need to rush. Knowing Zhou Heng as she does, she knows he's unlikely to start a relationship with anyone in a short time. So her main goal now is to repair her relationship with In Mingran and become good friends with her again. But what she saw was something she couldn't believe. In Mingran was alone with Zhou Heng, without Tang Ji around. It was unclear where they were going. It's probably just that it happened to be going that way, right? Tong Yining muttered something to herself, trying to comfort herself, but her eyes remained fixed on the direction the two had left in. She comforted herself in this way mainly because she genuinely couldn't imagine Zhou Heng and In Mingran together. Back then, she had doubted even the slightest possibility that Tian Run would be with Zhou Heng, and never imagined that In Mingran would be. The reason is that, in their own impressions, these two people are from completely different worlds. Whether it's personality, temperament, academic performance, or anything else, they are completely opposite. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tong Yining shook her head, banishing the dangerous thoughts from her mind. She still couldn't believe that In Mingran and Zhou Heng could have anything going on, so she decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything. When Zhou Heng and In Mingran returned home, In Mingran told Zhou Heng to focus on his studies and that she would cook dinner. Zhou Heng didn't refuse. He knew he should make the most of every minute. There was still one more day of exams tomorrow, and only after that could he relax a little. In Mingran was cooking in the kitchen. Through the glass, she looked at Zhou Heng outside, who was studying diligently, head down, occasionally stretching his neck and back. Just by looking at Zhou Heng's current state, In Mingran could tell how tired and exhausted he was. In Mingran pursed her lips, a hint of heartache in her eyes. She really wanted to do more for Zhou Heng, anything at all. Anything that can alleviate his stress and burden is fine. After the two had dinner together, In Mingran went to tidy up, while Zhou Heng continued studying. After In Mingran finished clearing the table and washing the dishes, she came out of the kitchen and stood behind Zhou Heng. Unbeknownst to him, In Mingran reached out and gently squeezed Zhou Heng's shoulders. Zhou Heng suddenly turned his head to look at In Mingran behind him, a look of surprise on his face. He didn't understand why In Mingran was massaging his shoulders. I just saw you look tired, so. In Mingran lowered her head, her face flushed, and whispered. She didn't know how to explain to Zhou Heng. She just wanted to help him relieve some of his stress as much as possible. Zhou Heng's throat tightened, and he turned his head away, saying in a low voice, "Thank you, but you don't need to. I'm fine. I'll study for another hour or so, and then I'll go to sleep. It's okay, just focus on your studies." The two maintained a quiet environment, with occasional sounds of Eun Min Gran teaching Zhou Hong how to do math problems. Time flew by, and it was already past midnight. Zhou Hong knew he had to go to sleep, or things would turn out like they did last night. So Zhou Hong and Eun Min Gran washed up and went back to their bedroom to prepare for bed. Zhou Hong usually falls asleep quickly, while Eun Min Gran needs some time to become sleepy before she can fall asleep. But tonight, both of them lay awake, staring at the pitch-black ceiling. Chapter 58. I'll help you figure something out. Don't be so quick to give up. Zhou Hong started thinking about tomorrow's exam, cheering himself up and constantly reminding himself, even if you manage to climb 50 places in this monthly exam, don't let your guard down. After all, there will be next exams and the exams after that, so you can't be careless. Even if he doesn't improve his ranking that much this time, he shouldn't give up. His ultimate goal is the college entrance examination. When he entered his senior year of high school, he became nervous and realized that he couldn't continue to play around like this. By the way, Eun Min Gran, do you have a university you'd like to attend? Zhou Hong suddenly thought of something and asked a question. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's voice, Eun Min Gran paused for a few seconds before considering Zhou Hong's question. No. To be honest, I never even imagined I'd be able to go to university. Eun Min Gran spoke slowly, in a soft voice. Her answer was somewhat timid, her voice tinged with sadness. Before coming to Zhou Hong's house, she had even thought that she would never go to school again. I'll just find any place to work, regardless of whether it's a job I like or not, as long as I can support myself. She could just marry anyone, regardless of whether she liked them or not, as long as they could provide her with material support. And so, life just passed by so casually, which is fine. But after meeting Zhou Hong, hope was rekindled in her heart. She wants to continue her studies. She wants to take her life seriously and doesn't want to live it casually anymore. Furthermore, I want to make a serious choice in relationships and try my best to pursue the person I like. The most important thing is that I want to repay Zhou Hong, and I'll repay him in any way I can. You need to think this through carefully. Your grades are so good. How can you not go to university? But going to university costs money, and I feel like I can just not go. I'll help you figure out the money issue. Don't be in such a hurry to give up. Zhou Hong said something again that silenced Eun Min Gran. She couldn't respond to those words. She was secretly pleased and wanted to accept them readily, but logically and emotionally, she shouldn't. Zhou Hong doesn't owe me anything. On the contrary, I owe Zhou Hong a great deal, and I don't know how to repay him. I can't let him help me like this anymore, otherwise I'll feel guilty. I will consider it. She knew she had a year to consider it, and that she could put these things aside for now. After all, who knows what will happen in the future? Plans can't keep up with changes. However, if she had to choose one right now, she would definitely say without hesitation. She wanted to go to the same university as Zhou Hong. She had already given up hope of going to university, but Zhou Hong gave her hope. So she no longer cared about the quality of the university. As long as she could be with Zhou Hong, that was enough. Even if Zhou Hong went to a vocational college, she wanted to go with him. After chatting for a while, they both fell asleep. The next morning, Eun Min Gran woke up first. She wanted to make breakfast and lunch for herself and Zhou Hong. The time saved can allow Zhou Hong to rest a little longer. After Zhou Hong got up, he saw Eun Min Gran busy in the kitchen, and he knew what was going on. However, he didn't go back to his room to sleep. Instead, he started reviewing early in the morning. He believed that the early morning was the best time to start studying and wanted to memorize as much as possible while his mind was clearest. After breakfast, the two went to school together. Compared to the first day, Zhou Hong was much more relaxed today. He was happy at the thought that the exam would be over today. He'd already decided that when he got home tonight, he'd treat himself to some gaming, something he hadn't done in a long time. So he was quite impatient, and his nervousness decreased considerably. Just as the two stepped into the school gate, Zhou Hong heard a voice behind him. Wait, Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong and Eun Min Gran turned around and saw the people running towards them. Both of them frowned. Only one person in the entire class could make them both show that expression and those eyes at the same time. That was Kong Yu, the abstract representative of their class. Eun Min Gran whispered in Zhou Hong's ear. Are you too close? We're not familiar with each other, and we have no connection. Zhou Hong quickly waved his hand, denying it. If he were perceived as having a good relationship with this guy, he'd rather be dead. He didn't want to become so abstract. Kong Yu ran up to Zhou Hong, glanced at Yin Mingran beside him, and immediately gave Zhou Hong a knowing look. Zhou Heng felt like punching him, and even more so, he wanted to tell him to get lost. Then, Kong Yu said with a wry smile, "Brother, can you help me? I'm in trouble. First, I'm not your brother. Second, your troubles have nothing to do with me. I can't help you." Zhou Heng shook his head, his voice unusually indifferent, as if he were talking to a complete stranger. Kong Yu grinned awkwardly, then clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and said sincerely, "Please, brother, please help me. I will repay you tenfold if it works out." Zhou Hong was about to instinctively refuse, but the next second he frowned, looked at Kong Yu with interest, and asked, "Real?" "Yes, really." Kong Yu looked up, realizing there was a chance for this, and quickly nodded in affirmation. "Okay, I want a skin in the game. You buy it for me, and I'll help you." "Yes, I'll buy it." Zhou Hong crossed his arms, tilted his head, looked at him, and asked, "Are you sure? Aren't you going to ask how much it costs?" "It's all right. I'll buy it no matter the price. I want you to feel my sincerity." Kong Yu waved his hand, making himself appear very generous. In his mind, how much could a game skin cost? Could it be tens of thousands? He's played quite a few mobile games, so skins and such should cost him 100 or 200 yuan, right? Yin Mingran, standing to the side, raised a delicate eyebrow, seemingly lost in thought. Last weekend, when Tang Ji came to Zhou Heng's house to play, she seemed to recall Tang Ji mentioning that Zhou Heng had always wanted a skin for a game weapon, which apparently cost over 2,000 yuan. "I could normally buy it with my allowance, but if I don't meet the requirements in this monthly exam and part of my allowance is deducted, then I won't be able to buy it." Yin Mingran had actually considered buying it herself and giving it to Zhou Heng as a gift. But she doesn't have enough money to buy it now. She had originally planned to find a part-time job on the weekend. "After working for a few weeks, I'll buy it for Zhou Heng." Is the skin that Zhou Heng is talking about now the same one that Tang Ji is talking about? "All right, since you're so sincere, I can help you. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" Kong Yu immediately smiled with delight, then bowed to Zhou Heng and said, "Brother, please help me get Tong Yining to come out." Chapter 59. Even if you're lying to me, I'll accept it. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng's thick, dark eyebrows furrowed instantly, and he took a step forward. Startled, Kong Yu immediately took a step back, covering his head with his hands, fearing that Zhou Heng was there to hit him. "Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists." It wasn't just Zhou Heng who reacted strongly. Displeasure was also visible on Yin Mingran's face. After all, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to ask anyone for help, but he just happened to ask the last person he should have. Isn't this reopening Zhou Heng's wounds? It makes one wonder if he's here to cause trouble for no reason. "I can't help you, go find someone else." Zhou Heng waved his hand, then turned and left. He said that asking Kong Yu to buy that skin was just a joke. How could he possibly extort a classmate for helping with a small favor? Originally, Zhou Heng intended to discourage him, but seeing his persistence, he agreed and didn't plan to ask for it back later. "I thought it was nothing serious, but who knew Kong Yu would actually dare to speak his mind? Why ask him for this favor? If he can get Tong Yining to come out, why didn't he do it before? Did he not want to? No. Brother, please help me. I really have no other choice." Kong Yu hurriedly chased after him, his face looking as if he were about to cry, his hands clasped together, pleading desperately. He knew that the success rate of asking Zhou Heng to do this was not high, but after thinking it over, it seemed that there was no one else suitable besides Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng's face showed impatience, and he was about to say something when Yin Mingran suddenly stepped forward and blocked his way. If you can't get a date yourself, how can you expect to succeed by asking someone else for help? Even if you do manage to get a date, it's probably only because of Zhou Heng. Do you think there's any point in you even getting a date then? Upon hearing Yin Mingran's words, Kong Yu was speechless, as if his tongue had tied itself in knots. He couldn't find any rebuttal, because what Yin Mingran said did make sense. He felt that getting Tong Yining out of the room was half the battle won. But now that I think about it, it seems like being able to get a date is just the beginning. If you can't even get a date, What else is there to talk about? Did you understand? Don't come to me with this kind of thing again. Zhou Heng pushed Kong Yu aside and walked straight ahead. Kong Yu stood there, stunned, and sighed helplessly, his spirits plummeting. His last remaining hope has been shattered, and now he doesn't know what to do or whether he should give up. Yin Mingran didn't rush to leave. Only after Zhou Heng had left did she whisper to Kong Yu, "You should have a chance. Don't give up. Maybe you'll succeed." Real? Kong Yu suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up. The hope that had just been extinguished was rekindled by Yin Mingran's words. "Ah, really, you good luck." After Yin Mingran finished speaking, she left in a hurry. To be honest, she didn't know if it was true or not, because she was just making it up. Her purpose in saying this was mainly because Zhou Heng had previously asked her to try and bring Tong Yining and Kong Yu together. Although she didn't understand why, she still obediently did as she was told, because if Kong Yu went to bother Tong Yining, then Tong Yining wouldn't have a chance to bother Zhou Heng. Oh, Kong Yu smiled knowingly. After all, even someone like Yin Mingran had said so he had no reason not to believe her. In other words, you actually have a good chance and there's no need to ask others for help? I understand. Kong Yu suddenly understood. A confident smile returned to his face, and he walked into the teaching building. The morning exams began quickly. The students entered the exam hall and started taking the tests. Zhou Heng's mindset was much better than yesterday, and he was more relaxed when answering questions, unlike yesterday when his palms were sweating as he wrote. After the morning exams ended, everyone prepared for lunch. Zhou Heng returned to the classroom and prepared to go back to his seat for lunch, only to find that Yin Mingran and Tang Ji were already sitting there and eating. When Yin Mingran saw Zhou Heng walk into the classroom, she immediately smiled and waved to him. Zhou Heng returned to his seat and muttered, "It's great that you don't have to worry about your grades." The two women beside him, Yin Mingran and Tang Ji, were in completely different states from him. For them, the exams these past 2 days were no different from regular school days. They felt neither nervous nor worried. He also admired Yin Mingran's mentality, because if he were the top student in the class, he would never dare to relax, fearing that he would be surpassed or trampled by others. Falling from being first in the class must have been a huge shock, but Yin Mingran showed no signs of nervousness at all, as if she didn't care about it at all. Tang Ji casually picked up the fried egg from Zhou Heng's lunchbox with her chopsticks and said, "It's your own fault for not studying hard before. You're not stupid. If you had studied, you wouldn't be any worse than us." Then, she took a bite of the fried egg, looked at Yin Mingran, and asked, "Did you make this? Is it delicious?" "Tasty." Zhou Heng shook his head, rolled his eyes at Tang Ji, and said, "You're saying this kind of useless comforting thing again, saying that I'm no worse than anyone else. I'm tired of hearing it from childhood to adulthood." Tang Ji's expression remained calm as she spoke softly. "I'm telling the truth. How bad can someone be if they can beat me?" Zhou Heng suddenly paused, stared at Tang Ji for a few seconds, and remained silent. At this moment, Yin Mingran nodded and echoed, "I think so too. You're not lacking in any way, in every aspect." "Well, at least, that's what I think." Zhou Heng fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Fine, even if you're lying to me, I'll accept it. Thank you." Tang Ji and Yin Mingran exchanged a knowing smile, and Zhou Heng's lips also curved slightly when he saw this. After a while, Tang Ji, who was eating, suddenly said, "Zhou Heng, my mom asked me yesterday if there was any dish you wanted to eat, so she could prepare it in advance and cook it when you come to my house this weekend." "Ah, I almost forgot about that if you hadn't mentioned it. I'm fine with anything. There's nothing I particularly crave." Zhou Heng suddenly remembered that he had promised to go to Tang Ji's house on the weekend. He had almost forgotten. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingran silently lowered her head. She thought about how she must have been at home that day, and wondered when Zhou Heng would be back. Just then, Tang Ji looked at Yin Mingran, changed the subject, and said, "By the way, you should come with Zhou Heng too." Chapter 60, I'm a very tight-lipped person. Ah. Yin Mingran blinked her wide eyes, pointed at herself, and stammered, Can I go too?" "Of course, how could I let you stay home alone?" "It's settled then, you're not allowed to not come." Yin Mingran took a breath, then nodded emphatically and replied, Outside the classroom, Tong Yining looked through the window at the three people inside, her expression grave. What exactly is Ranran's relationship with Zhou Hong? Are they friends? When did this happen? Tong Yining had been thinking about this since last night, which caused her to not eat or sleep well, and she even didn't perform well in the exam this morning. She tried to find a connection between Yin Mingran and Zhou Hong in her memory, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out how the two of them got together. Tong Yining clenched her hands, biting her lip, feeling uneasy. Could it be that Zhou Hong has started to like Ranran? Is that why he started keeping his distance from me? Tong Yining was uneasy because she knew that Yin Mingran was far superior to her, whether in personality, academic performance, or even appearance. She felt inferior to her in every way. If Zhou Hong really likes Yin Mingran, then she definitely won't have any chance. Tong Tong, what are you doing? Just then, a voice that sent chills down Tong Yining's spine suddenly rang in her ears. She immediately stepped aside, looking at the person next to her with a terrified expression. Upon seeing this person, she couldn't help but feel a chill. No wonder her scalp tingled. It was Kong Yu. At this moment, he had a fawning smile on his face, which he thought looked quite natural and handsome, but to outsiders, it looked rather disgusting. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'm going to yell if you come any closer. Tong Yining retreated repeatedly, as if Kong Yu were approaching a plague, wishing she could flee to the ends of the earth. No. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to ask if you're free this weekend. Kong Yu chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and looked at Tong Yining with anticipation. Tong Yining was so frightened that her head shook back and forth like a rattle drum. No, my family arranged a blind date for me this weekend. After the blind date, I have to go home to harvest wheat, and then I have to go to work at the textile factory tonight. I'm so busy. I don't have any time at all. Oh. Kong Yu's lips twitched. He didn't know what Tong Yining was talking about, but it meant she rejected him, right? Kong Yu noticed that Tong Yining kept glancing into the classroom, so he looked in as well and saw Zhou Hong and the other two. Who are you looking at? Are you looking at Zhou Hong and the others? Tong Yining glared at him, raised her chin, and said irritably, What's it to you? Kong Yu clicked his tongue, then suddenly remembered something and quickly said, By the way, did you know? I heard that Zhou Hong and class monitor Yin Mingran seem to be living together. Okay. Tong Yining gave a perfunctory answer, then continued to stare into the classroom. About 3 seconds later, Tong Yining's pupils slowly turned forward, looking at Kong Yu. Her mouth opened slightly, her eyes blinked, and her expression was somewhat blank. What did you say? Seeing that he had successfully attracted Tong Yining's attention, Kong Yu continued. You didn't know? Look, Lu Yunshua didn't come either, did he? I asked him last night when we were chatting, and he told me that because of this, it seems he doesn't plan to come to school anymore. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Tong Yining stepped forward, closing the distance between herself and Kong Yu. Her face showed a bewildered expression mixed with anxiety, as if she desperately wanted to know the truth. A hint of smugness flashed in Kong Yu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Oh dear, but it's not good to just casually reveal other people's secrets, is it? I'm usually very tight-lipped. Although Kong Yu wanted to appear troubled, he failed to manage his facial expressions well, and his expression was that of a smug, petty person. Tong Yining showed a look of disgust, took a step back, gritted her teeth, and asked in a low voice. Then, how can you tell me? I've been thinking about it. It's not a good idea to talk about this at school. If someone overhears and spreads it around, Zhou Hang will really get me in trouble. So, it's safer to talk about it off campus. Cough, I'm free this weekend. Kong Yu clapped his hands, then put them behind his back, looking around nervously, his words carrying a clear implication. You want me to go out with you this weekend, and then you can tell me? Tong Yining took a deep breath, her brows furrowed. She never expected Kong Yu to be so shameless as to use this method to blackmail her. That's pretty much the gist of it. What do you think? Anyway, right now, only I know about this. Kong Yu simply dropped the pretense and spoke frankly, because he could tell that Tong Yining really wanted to know about this. Sure enough, after Kong Yu finished speaking, Tong Yining showed a troubled expression, as if she was seriously considering it. Seeing that she still didn't seem inclined to agree, Kong Yu continued. Well, this is pretty explosive. I haven't told anyone because I'm afraid of getting into trouble. But I see you're really curious, so I'm risking my life to tell you. If you don't want to know, that's fine with me too. I'll just keep this secret to myself. After saying this, Kong Yu turned to leave. He just walked slowly. Even the old man with a cane could walk faster than him. After all, this was his strategy of feigning indifference to lure him in. How could he just leave like that? Tong Yining wasn't stupid. If she couldn't see that, she'd have lived in vain. But she couldn't refuse. This secret, she desperately wanted to know. She was shocked to hear that Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran were living together. If we don't investigate further, she'll really be driven crazy. After about 10 seconds, Kong Yu had not moved more than 2 meters. Tong Yining had already agonized over this decision 100 times in her mind. Do I really have to sell my soul in exchange for some information? If, as Kong Yu said, this secret is known only to him, then we really have to ask him. Anyway, it's just a short trip. I didn't agree to a date with him. After hearing the secret, I can leave. Finally, Tong Yining raised her head and said through gritted teeth. Okay, I'll go out with you this weekend, but you have to tell me everything you know. Kong Yu stopped in his tracks, his mouth almost stretched to the sky in a wide grin, but he quickly composed himself. Turning his head to look at Tong Yining, he said softly, Don't worry, I'll tell you everything exactly as it is. Chapter 61 I'll make her watch me run the long distance obediently. After lunch, during break time, Yin Mingran returned to her seat, looked at her book, and reviewed her afternoon subjects. Just then, a girl walked over and said to her, Class monitor, the homeroom teacher wants to see you and asks you to go to the office. Oh well. Yin Mingran nodded, then closed her book, stood up, and left the classroom. She arrived at the office, knocked on the door, and went inside. He arrived at his homeroom teacher's desk. At that moment, the homeroom teacher was on the phone. Upon seeing Yin Mingran, she gestured for her to sit on the chair next to her and wait a while. Yin Mingran sat down and waited for her homeroom teacher to finish the phone call. After she hung up the phone, she looked at Yin Mingran and said, Yin Mingran, there's something I need to ask you. Our class's sports representative, Lu Yunshua, has transferred schools and won't be coming back. Yin Mingran's eyes widened in surprise. Her mind instantly flashed back to yesterday morning, when she had a conflict with Lu Yunshua. He transferred schools today? Is it because of me? This is way too much. No matter what, it shouldn't be necessary to transfer schools, right? They're already in their final year of high school, and there's only 1 year left until the college entrance exam. Transferring schools at this time will definitely have an impact. The homeroom teacher sighed and continued. So now the position of sports committee member is vacant. You have a good relationship with your classmates, right? You can choose anyone. Anyway, the sports committee member position isn't that important after the senior year. It's mainly for the sports meet at the end of the month. Choose someone to help you. This. Yin Mingran scratched her head awkwardly, speechless. If you asked her to recommend someone, she honestly wouldn't know who to choose. If she were to go by her own heart, Zhou Heng would definitely be her first choice. He's the most suitable in every way. However, she felt that Zhou Heng definitely didn't like being a class officer, especially with all the help he had to handle the sports meet. She thought it would be better to let him rest more. So she didn't say it. She didn't dare to talk about other people, and she didn't know them very well either. I think it's up to you, teacher, to decide. I don't know who to choose. Oh, I see. Well then, I'll see who usually has better PE grades. You can go back now. After Yin Mingran left, the homeroom teacher began to think about who in her class would be suitable to be the sports representative. Physical education grades weren't everything, but she wanted to choose someone with above-average grades. I think there was someone who shattered the school's basketball hoop a while ago, right? There were only 2 exams in the afternoon, so they were over quickly. The moment Zhou Heng left the examination room, he felt incredibly relieved. Whether he succeeded or not was another matter. The sheer amount of pressure was gone, and it felt wonderful. He was just about to go back to the classroom when he saw the homeroom teacher standing there at the classroom door. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then pretended to be calm and continued walking forward. But the closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. The homeroom teacher's gaze seemed to be fixed on him. Did I do something wrong? I don't think so. Just as Zhou Hong was about to pretend he hadn't seen the homeroom teacher and walk into the classroom, the homeroom teacher suddenly called out to him. Zhou Hong, wait a moment. What's wrong, teacher? Zhou Hong stopped and looked at the homeroom teacher beside him, asking softly. Well, Lu Yunhua transferred schools, and now the position of sports committee member is vacant. Can you take it? Transfer school? Oh wait, I'm the sports committee member? Don't be ridiculous, teacher. I can't be a class officer. Zhou Hong waved his hand and refused without even thinking. The homeroom teacher squinted and said, There's not much to do. Senior year is all about studying. The main thing is that the sports meet is coming up, and we need someone to help In Mingran with these things. After the sports meet, it's just a matter of being listed as a student. There's nothing else to do. So I am also in charge of the sports meet? Zhou Hong paused for a moment, then opened his eyes wide and looked at the homeroom teacher, asking a question. Yes, it mainly involves things like submitting project applications. It won't be too much trouble. Okay, then I can be one. Zhou Hong nodded and agreed immediately. Even the homeroom teacher was stunned for a moment, wondering why Zhou Hong had been so resistant just now, but agreed so readily the next second. That's good. Let's go back now. Zhou Hong returned to the classroom and sat down. The homeroom teacher then walked in, stood on the podium, and addressed the students below. Well, I have something to say. Some of you already know this. Lu Yunhua has transferred schools for some special reasons. Now, Zhou Hong will be taking over his position as our class's sports representative, in charge of the end-of-month sports meet. In Mingran was taken aback, her mouth agape. She turned to look at Zhou Hong and found him looking embarrassed as all eyes were on him, and he lowered his head. In Mingran was surprised that Zhou Hong would agree to such a thing. She thought he would definitely refuse. Only Tang Ji looked troubled, her brows furrowed slightly. She turned to Zhou Hong beside her and said, You're ruthless. You actually accepted the position of sports committee member just to get back at me. Zhou Hong raised his head, looked at Tang Ji, and snorted. You noticed that too? Only this way can you accept it, right? You're really going all out. Who told you I can't run long distances? Otherwise, just take back what you said and admit that I'm better than you. Dream. After school in the evening, Tang Yining made a point of observing that after Zhou Hong left the classroom, In Mingran immediately followed him. If she hadn't heard that news, she wouldn't have cared. But now, the thought that the two of them might end up in the same house breaks her heart. On his way home, Zhou Hong seemed to be in a good mood. After all, he could play games and relax for a day once he got home. In Mingran was still wondering why the homeroom teacher chose Zhou Hong, and why Zhou Hong agreed to this. Was he forced to do so? After a while, In Mingran suddenly remembered that now that the exams were over, she needed to think about the sports meet at the end of the month. It seems that Zhou Hong and Tang Ji had a disagreement about the sports meet events. In other words, Zhou Hong's goal was to obstruct Tang Ji? In Mingran asked in a low voice. Zhou Hong, now that the exams are over, it's time to think about the sports meet at the end of the month. What events are you and Tang Ji planning to sign up for? Zhou Hong nodded and said, Well, I'm open to signing up for anything, but not Tang Ji. Unless she takes back all the things she said to me, I won't let her sign up. I'll just let her watch me run the long distance. Chapter 62. If you can't do that, then let her come live at my house. Making Tang Ji register was the punishment I set for her back then. Now, not letting her register seems a bit. Didn't you make this bet with me to win it? Didn't you just want me to sign up? Now that I've agreed to participate, I don't need her anymore. But I think if Tang Ji were to sign up as well, she would definitely win too. There's no need to stop her. In Mingran's voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. When she looked up at Zhou Hong, she found that he was also staring at her. So she quickly shook her head and explained, No. Forget I said anything. Don't be angry. Zhou Hong was silent for a moment, then slowly asked, In Mingran, between me and Tang Ji, whose side are you on? Whom are you on? Upon hearing the question, In Mingran was slightly taken aback at first. Then, she lowered her eyelids. Her face followed suit, and her ears quietly turned red. The voice was softer than a mosquito's buzz as it answered. You? After answering, she quickly looked up and said, But I still don't want you to be on opposing sides. I hope you're all on the same side. Oh. Jo Hung raised an eyebrow and noticed that her eyes were particularly firm. The way she spoke was completely different from her previous fearful state. The two fell silent and walked a long way. After a long while, Jo Hung nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll do as you say. You can make the arrangements for us." Huh? Really? Yin Mingran was somewhat incredulous. Just a moment ago, Jo Hung had been so adamant about not backing down. So why had he suddenly changed his tune? And they actually let me make the arrangements? We almost came to blows over this before. Yeah, really. Since you've said that, why should I keep arguing? Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have argued with Tang Ji over such a small thing. I was being petty. Oh. Yin Mingran's mouth formed an O shape as she was somewhat surprised. She realized that Jo Hung was indeed quite different now. It seems that ever since I slept in his arms last time, he has undergone subtle changes. Although she didn't know why, she was very happy that Jo Hung had changed like this. He seems to have become more manly. Okay, I'll handle Tang Ji's situation. We'll have a meeting later to discuss how to make the best arrangements for you all. Jo Hung nodded and said, "Yes, I will do my best to help you." After returning home, Jo Hung couldn't wait to turn on his computer and log into the game. After a while, Tang Ji's voice came through the earphones. "Finally online. Aren't you happy? Finally, we can play the game. Of course, it's a good thing I didn't buy the pass this season, or I would have lost a lot of money. Where's Yin Mingran? She said I finally finished my exams and wanted me to play games while she went to cook. She's so sensible, it breaks my heart. Treat her well. If you can't, then let her come live with me. She's my tutor. How could I possibly give her up to you? You don't need to tell me. I will treat her well." The two were chatting in the bedroom, while Yin Mingran stood at the bedroom door. She wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. She just happened to be passing by and heard Tang Ji's voice coming from inside. So she stood there and listened for a while. Hearing this, Yin Mingran pursed her lips slightly, a smile spreading across her face, and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. About half an hour later, Yin Mingran brought the freshly cooked food to the table. Then she went into the bedroom, peeked out, and whispered, "Dinner's ready. Come and eat." "Okay, coming." Jo Hung responded with a comment, then said to Tang Ji on the other end of the headset, "I'm done playing. I'm logging off. I'm going to eat." "Okay." After saying that, he shut down the computer and went to the dining table with Yin Mingran to eat. Jo Hung has now gotten used to eating Yin Mingran's cooking. He has to admit that Yin Mingran is indeed a good cook, no worse than him. Just as the two of them picked up their rice bowls and chopsticks to eat, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Jo Hung and Yin Mingran both paused for a moment, looking at each other blankly. No one ever comes to this house except for Tang Ji. And it was already around 10 p.m. Who could be coming at this time? Yin Mingran couldn't help but feel a little scared. She slowly put down her bowl and chopsticks, barely daring to breathe. Jo Hung stood up and said, "I'll go see who it is." He had nothing to be afraid of. If there were bad people outside, he could handle 2 or 3 of them. So he went to the door, and without even asking who it was, he opened it. When the door opened, standing in the doorway was a woman. She looked to be in her 40s, and the years had left some marks around her eyes. But she was still dressed beautifully and looked very energetic. She was carrying many things, but when she saw Jo Hung, her eyes lit up and she smiled. "Son, did you miss me?" Jo Hung's eyelids drooped, and he replied helplessly, "No, Mom. Why did you come all this way? And at this hour? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I knew you just finished your exams, and I couldn't wait to know your results. I even called Xiaoji, and she told me you're studying really hard these days." As Jo Hung's mother spoke, she began to walk through the door. But the next second, Jo Hung stopped her and said, "Mom, I just finished my exams, and the results haven't come out yet. I'll tell you when they are. Why are you in such a hurry?" She put down what she was holding, took out a bulging red envelope from her pocket. Then, seeing Jo Hung raise his eyebrows, he asked, "I'm in a hurry to give you living expenses. Don't you want them?" "Yes, please come in." Jo Hung stepped aside to let his mother in. Yin Mingran was sitting at the dining table when she saw Jo Hung's mother appear before her. She immediately stood up, looking very nervous, and prepared to greet her. But as he was about to speak, he realized that his mother didn't seem to notice his presence. As soon as she came in, she started taking out the things she had brought one by one and handing them to Zhou Heng behind her. These are some treats I brought for you and Xiaoji. They're not available here. Take them with you when you go to school, and you two can eat them together. Mom, who is this? Oh, right, these are your autumn clothes. I brought them for you too. Wear them when it gets cold so you don't catch a cold, okay? Oh, I see, Mom, she is. Speaking of colds, your dad caught a cold a couple of days ago. There's a cold medicine that works really well, and I brought you 2 boxes. Keep them handy and take them whenever you catch a cold. Mom, listen to me. Zhou Heng shouted loudly, stopping his mother from continuing, then pointed to the side. Zhou Heng's mother paused for a moment, then looked in the direction Zhou Heng was pointing. I saw Yin Minggran standing there, looking very reserved. Auntie, hello. Chapter 63. You didn't take advantage of their vulnerability to do anything to them, did you? Ah. Zhou Heng's mother's eyes widened instantly. She looked at Yin Minggran, then at Zhou Heng, her face filled with disbelief. At this moment, it was as if they had lost the ability to speak. They couldn't say a word. Zhou Heng had already guessed that she would react this way, so he introduced her to Yin Minggran. This is my mom. Hello, Auntie, my name is Yin Minggran. Yin Minggran greeted them nervously, her hands clasped in front of her, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, being extremely careful. She hadn't expected Zhou Heng's mother to arrive so suddenly, catching her completely off guard and giving her no chance to even run away and hide. What should I do if I get kicked out of the house? Ah, hello, I am Lu Wei, I am Zhou Heng's mother. Zhou Heng's mother seemed even more nervous, as if she were the outsider, and her tone of voice was exactly the same as Yin Minggran's. Aunt Lu, Yin Minggran called out softly, then didn't know what to say next. She wondered if she should explain who she was and why she was there, but she didn't know where to begin. Lu Wei's throat moved a couple of times, as if her throat was dry. She turned her head to look at Zhou Heng, then quickly pushed him into the bedroom and closed the door. Then, she lowered her voice and pointed outside, questioning. What's going on? You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us you were dating? You're a senior in high school. This is a crucial time for your studies. How could you? No, he's a classmate. Zhou Heng had anticipated her suspicion, so he casually offered an explanation. Classmate, what is she doing here so late? Isn't her family worried? A girl staying here so late at night? No, you have to take her home right away. Lu Wei frowned, nudged Zhou Heng, and tried to push him out. Zhou Heng remained motionless, sighed, and said, Mom, listen to me. This Yin Minggran. She's a bit special. Special. Afterwards, Zhou Heng told Lu Wei everything about his encounter with Yin Minggran that rainy night, including Yin Minggran's current situation. The more Lu Wei listened, the more her brows furrowed, her expression becoming extremely grave, and she would occasionally gasp for breath. She sat down in the chair and listened quietly to Zhou Heng's speech without saying a word. That's how it is. Do you think I can just ignore her? If you were in this situation, wouldn't you also ignore it? Zhou Heng clapped his hands, then spread them out, and explained everything. He didn't hide anything, nor was there any need to hide anything, because he felt that what he did was right, and there was nothing wrong with it. After listening, Lu Wei stroked her chin, remained silent for a while, then nodded and muttered, Yes, you really didn't do anything wrong. You really have to help in this kind of situation. This little girl seems like a good person. How can we not help her? What if she has suicidal thoughts? She had no reason to doubt that Zhou Heng was lying to her, because she knew her son too well, so she believed everything he said without question. Then, she looked at Zhou Heng, sized him up, and questioned him. You didn't take advantage of her and do anything to her, did you? Without. That's more like it. If you do something to them, the nature of the situation changes. That's not helping them anymore. That's being a scoundrel. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction, then glanced around the bedroom and saw the bed inside. She pointed to the 2 pillows and 2 sets of bedding on the bed, looked at Zhou Heng with a puzzled expression, and asked, You two are sleeping together? Why don't you sleep on the sofa? I wanted to sleep on the sofa, but she wouldn't agree. She insisted on sleeping on the sofa, and then I disagreed. So, we both ended up sleeping here. Zhou Heng scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't understand why they had all ended up sleeping in the same bed in the first place. I've even gotten used to it now, and I don't feel anything is wrong anymore. Oh dear, this only has 1 bedroom. It's really a bit small. Anyway, the lease is almost up, So let's find you another place. Lu Wei nodded silently, muttering to herself. Suddenly, she remembered something, took the red envelope out of her pocket, and handed it to Zhou Heng. After Zhou Heng took it, he blinked in surprise and asked, You just gave it to me directly? Isn't it supposed to be given to me if I move up 50 places? Yes, that was the plan before, but now there are special circumstances. You have to support 2 people, and if your living expenses are cut in half, how will you survive? But you have to be careful with your spending, and you can't spend any more money on games. Zhou Heng looked at Lu Wei with some surprise and asked, Really? Mom, you've agreed to let Yin Minggran stay? Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, Nonsense. What do you take your mother for? Everyone knows how pitiful she is now. How can you not care about her? I think this child is quite good, and our family can afford to raise another person. You know what? I've always wanted a daughter. Well, Zhou Heng knew his mother would definitely agree. After all, like attracts like. So when Zhou Heng let her in, he wasn't flustered at all, nor did he intend to hide anything about Yin Minggran. Although Zhou Heng and the others had already discussed it. But at this moment, Yin Minggran outside was extremely uncomfortable. She sat at the dining table, the food untouched, and dared not continue eating. She just sat there, head down, nervously fidgeting with her hands. She didn't know what Zhou Heng and his mother were talking about in the room, and she couldn't eavesdrop. But they were definitely talking about her, maybe even discussing how to deal with themselves. As a parent, they certainly wouldn't allow themselves to live here. After all, these aren't their own children, and they couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened to them. Although she wanted to make her stance clear that she would never drag anyone down, it seemed that she had no say in the matter. What should I do if I have to leave soon? Where should I go? I just started to think about living life to the fullest, and I'm really satisfied with my current life. Is it really going to end so soon? Click. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Yin Minggran stood up as if by reflex, her tension extremely obvious. As Lu Wei stepped out the door, she saw Yin Minggran bending over and nodding slightly to her, her eyes filled with fear and unease, which Lu Wei could clearly see. Lu Wei's eyes curved slightly, as if she were smiling, and she walked over and said softly, Your name is Yin Minggran, right? Then I'll call you Xiaoran. Sit down, don't be afraid. This is your own home from now on. Why be nervous in your own home? Chapter 64. It is only right that you should receive compensation for your labor. My own home. Yin Minggran suddenly paused, muttered something under her breath, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She doubted that she had misheard, but after confirming that she hadn't, she was overjoyed. If she understood that sentence correctly, it meant she was allowed to continue living there, right? In other words, I've gained recognition? Lu Wei saw the food on the table and said to Zhou Heng beside her, Look at you. You've spent all the money on games. Why not buy some nice food instead? Is this all you're making to entertain Xiaoran? Wouldn't it be better to buy some ribs or something? Zhou Heng nodded silently to the side, not saying a word, because he had indeed spent too much money on games. The vegetables I bought weren't mostly meat, they were mostly vegetables. Yin Minggran quickly explained, I'm sorry, Auntie. I made all of this. I'll definitely buy Zhou Heng some more delicious food and make it for him another day. Oh. Lu Wei paused, blinked, looked at Yin Minggran, and asked incredulously, You made all of this? Yes, because Zhou Heng studies very hard. I thought that if I cooked, I could help relieve some of the pressure on him. You can cook. Oh my God, that's amazing. I'm not afraid to admit it, but I still can't cook. Zhou Heng's dad always does it at home. Lu Wei looked surprised, clicked her tongue, and her eyes revealed her admiration for Yin Minggran. Yin Minggran felt a little embarrassed by the praise, lowered her head, and her cheeks turned red. Zhou Heng said from the side, She cooked it really well. Have you had dinner yet? Let me get you a bowl of rice and give you a bite. After saying that, Zhou Heng gave Yin Minggran a look. Yin Minggran understood immediately and went to serve Lu Wei a bowl of rice. Okay, then I'll try Xiaoran's cooking. Lu Wei nodded, took the bowl of rice, and Zhou Heng brought her a chair so she could sit down. Lu Wei picked up some food, took a bite, and nodded repeatedly as she chewed. Not bad, not bad. There are fewer and fewer young people who can cook these days, and even fewer who are as young as Xiaoran and can cook so well. That's great. Lu Wei didn't hold back her praise. while Een Min Gran pursed her lips, looking like she wanted to smile, but also wanted to maintain her composure. She was incredibly happy to receive such praise from Zhou Heng's mother. Auntie, you flatter me. By the way, I heard from Zhou Heng that you're a class officer? Een Min Gran nodded and answered softly. I'm the class monitor. Lu Wei was genuinely taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at Zhou Heng beside her. Zhou Heng shrugged and nodded in affirmation. Lu Wei leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Then, you must be a very good student, right? This is all right. Een Min Gran answered modestly, while Zhou Heng bluntly stated. Top 5 in the grade, first in the class. Smack. The next second, Lu Wei slammed her chopsticks on the table, startling Een Min Gran. You're such a good student? Lu Wei gasped in surprise, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and her mouth hung open in astonishment. Een Min Gran didn't dare to reply. She had never thought her grades were anything special, so she didn't understand why Lu Wei was reacting so strongly. My goodness, with such good grades, you can't skip school. Don't worry, Xiaoran. Just focus on your studies and don't worry about anything else. Auntie will do everything she can to help you. Lu Wei stretched out her hand, speaking excitedly, which stirred Een Min Gran's heart as well. I never expected that Zhou Heng's personality was just like his mother's. These words are almost identical to what Zhou Heng said to me. She quickly stood up, bowed deeply to Lu Wei, and said solemnly, Thank you, Auntie. Lu Wei looked at Een Min Gran in front of her, at her expression and demeanor. It's as if they're saying, Such a wonderful child, I wish I had her as my daughter. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Een Min Gran deepened, and it could be said that he liked her more and more the more he looked at her. Een Min Gran raised her head and continued, However, Auntie, I can't just accept your kindness so easily. I want to do something, otherwise I won't feel at ease. She was happy, but she couldn't just accept it so openly. That would be too shameless. I haven't done anything, so no one is obligated to be nice to me. Okay. Lu Wei smiled faintly, gestured for Een Min Gran to sit down, and said to her, Well then, I heard that you helped Zhou Heng with his studies during the monthly exam, right? So why don't you continue to tutor Zhou Heng? How about that? Consider it me asking you to be Zhou Heng's private tutor. You're putting in the work, so it's only fair that you get paid. Is that all right? Well, Annie, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have continued teaching Zhou Heng. It's not like I'm doing any work, I think. Een Min Gran wanted to say more, because she felt this was no different from doing nothing at all. It couldn't be considered labor that could be paid for. But just then, Zhou Heng suddenly coughed loudly twice. Cough, cough. Een Min Gran stopped abruptly, swallowing back the words she was about to say. She glanced at Zhou Heng, but he didn't look at her, focusing instead on his food. However, a message seemed to be conveyed in his expression. At that moment, Een Min Gran seemed to understand something. She changed the subject and said softly, I understand. Thank you, Annie. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a relieved smile bloom on Lu Wei's face, as if she was satisfied with the change in her attitude. In fact, Een Min Gran didn't know what Zhou Heng meant by that reminder, but she subconsciously changed her attitude. When I looked at Zhou Heng again, the slight frown on his brow had relaxed. A slow smile crept across her face as she thought to herself, I think I and Zhou Heng have developed some kind of understanding by now. After dinner, Een Min Gran cleared the table and tidied up the dishes. Lu Wei seemed to be leaving. She went to the door, put on her shoes. Een Min Gran quickly came over and asked, Auntie, aren't you staying here tonight? Lu Wei smiled, waved her hand, and said, It's too crowded for the two of you to stay here. I already booked a hotel nearby, so don't worry. Lu Wei opened the door, preparing to leave, but before she left, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to continue talking to Een Min Gran. All right, I plan to stay here until Zhou Heng's monthly exam results come out before going back, so I'll probably stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow, I'll call Xiao Ji and take you guys out to eat. Chapter 65 Your family now. Really? My aunt went last night. She really said that. Tang Ji looked at Zhou Heng beside her in surprise and asked in disbelief. When Zhou Heng arrived in the morning, he told Tang Ji what had happened the night before. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had received his living expenses and no longer needed to worry about his exam results. All thanks to Een Min Gran. Yes, and then we'll invite you to dinner tonight. My mom will probably call my aunt today to let her know, so you can come with us tonight. Oh well. Tangji nodded. She looked in the direction of Een Min Gran sitting in the front row and saw that she seemed to be in a good mood, greeting and chatting with other classmates with a smile. When Zhou took out his books, ready to read and study, Tang Ji asked, "How did you decide on the events for the sports meet? Are you planning to not let me sign up for any of them, and then sign them all up for yourself?" Zhou tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, "I won't interfere on my own. I'll listen to Een Min Gran completely." "Really? What made you change your mind?" Zhou glanced at Een Min Gran ahead and muttered softly, "It's nothing. I just feel that I was a bit naive before." The day passed quickly. As school ended, Tang Ji didn't leave first as usual, but waited for Zhou and Een Min Gran. After all three of them had packed their things, they left the school together. Tang Ji noticed that Een Min Gran seemed a bit off, so she reached out and touched her, asking, "What's wrong? Are you nervous? Didn't you meet my aunt last night?" "Yeah, but I'm still a little nervous," Een Min Gran answered honestly, admitting that even though she had received approval the previous night, she still dared not let her guard down. "After all, I am still an outsider, so I should always maintain politeness and respect, and not be too presumptuous." "It's okay, relax. My aunt has agreed to let you stay. You're family now." Tang Ji patted Een Min Gran on the shoulder, comforting her. "A family?" Een Min Gran muttered something, as if something inside her had been touched, and her nose suddenly felt sore. After the three left the school, Zhou squinted and scanned the area around the school gate. Finally, in an open space nearby, a car was spotted. The driver's side window rolled down, and Lu Wei poked her head out. Seeing the three of them, she waved to them. Zhou went out first, followed by Tang Ji, with Een Min Gran following behind. Zhou opened the passenger door and got in, while Tang Ji and Een Min Gran sat in the back. After Tang Ji got into the car, she greeted Lu Wei in front of her. "Hello, Annie." Lu Wei smiled and replied, "Hello, Xiaoji, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Auntie, you look younger and younger." "Haha, Xiaoji's love for sweets is something else. She has such a sweet tongue." Lu Wei glanced at Een Min Gran in the rearview mirror, who seemed rather uncomfortable in the back seat, and called out softly, "Xiaoran." "Hey, Auntie." Een Min Gran responded quickly, afraid that even a second's delay would offend Lu Wei. Lu Wei asked in a very gentle tone, "What do you want to eat? Just say whatever you want, it's up to you." "Oh, I'm fine with anything. Auntie, you can decide, you don't need to listen to me." "Okay, then Annie has made up her mind. If you don't like it, just say so." Lu Wei drove away from there, heading towards the street where the restaurants were still open. Even though it was already night, the place was brightly lit, all the restaurants were open, and there were quite a few people. Finally, Lu Wei parked the car in front of a hot pot restaurant and led the three of them inside. The restaurant was crowded, but luckily there were still empty seats. A waiter led them to an empty table, where they sat down. After getting the menu, Lu Wei handed it to Een Min Gran, wanting her to order. Of course, Een Min Gran declined. How could she possibly order food? She was just an outsider. She was already being kind enough to come and eat with her, so she had to be polite. Zhou could see that Een Min Gran was in a difficult situation, so he didn't make things difficult for her. He took the menu and let him order. After she finished ordering, Lu Wei's phone rang. She took out her phone, glanced at the number, stood up, and said to the other three, "You guys eat first, I'm going to take this call." Afterwards, Lu Wei took her phone, left her seat, and walked out of the restaurant. With the remaining three people, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and they soon started chatting. "Een Min Gran, what did you say to Zhou? He came to me this morning and said that he would let you arrange the events for the sports meet. I almost got into a fight with him before, and I didn't give in. I didn't say anything. I can leave the sports meet events to Een Min Gran, but there's also the opening ceremony performance, which I'm determined to do." The three chatted for a while, and then the hot pot broth arrived. Hot pot dishes are served quickly, with plates of food being brought out one after another. Lu Wei hadn't finished her phone call yet. Zhou picked up his chopsticks first and told the other two that they could eat, but Een Min Gran still didn't dare to touch her chopsticks. She thought she should wait for Zhou mother to come back before eating. In Mingran raised her head and looked in the direction Lu Wei had left not far away. But as he looked up, he made eye contact with a woman passing by their table. Upon seeing In Mingran, the woman immediately stopped and stood beside their table, staring at In Mingran with her eyebrows raised and lowered. In Mingran's face changed color instantly. Her mouth opened slightly, her lips trembled, and her eyes widened. The woman was middle-aged, somewhat plump, with round, protruding ears, pearly lips, and a pointed chin. She looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. In Mingran. The woman raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile playing on her lips. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Heng and Tang Ji both looked up, staring in surprise at the woman beside them. In Mingran stared at the woman, but even after calling her name, In Mingran did not respond, only keeping her eyes fixed on the woman with cold and sharp gaze. He bit his lip so hard it almost bled, and his hand on the table was clenched into a fist. The woman crossed her arms, making her look like a water bucket, tilted her head, and said in a sarcastic tone, "What? Not going to say hello? Didn't your mother teach you manners?" "Oh, I forgot. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. TSK. Upon hearing this, In Mingran's breathing immediately quickened, her body trembled slightly, and her clenched fists turned white from the force. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji frowned even more. Tang Ji put down her chopsticks, glared at the woman, and asked, "Auntie, who are you?" Chapter 66. You dare bully my child? You've got some nerve. "Auntie, you little brat, who are you talking to? Ask her yourself, who am I?" The woman put her hands on her hips, pointed at In Mingran beside her, and looked so angry she could hardly breathe. Tang Ji looked at In Mingran, raised her chin, and inquired about the woman's identity. "She is my father's ex-wife, the one who kicked me out of the house." In Mingran lowered her head, as if she were suddenly recalling her most painful time. "During that time, I really didn't want to live anymore, and my mind was filled with suicidal thoughts." "Hey, don't make baseless accusations. How did it become your home?" "That's my home. It's understandable that we kicked you out, but you're acting like you're the one who's wronged." The woman's voice grew louder and louder, even becoming somewhat shrill, which annoyed the customers at the next table. Zhou Heng immediately recognized the woman in front of him. He had heard In Mingran mention her before. He took his son and kicked In Mingran out of the house. It could be said that she almost killed In Mingran single-handedly. Zhou Heng opened his narrowed eyes, stared at the woman in front of him, and slowly spoke. "Grandma, we need to eat. If you have nothing to do, can you just get out of here? I can't eat with you here." "Old huh? You little brat. Who are you calling an idiot?" The woman was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her flabby arms, looking ready to teach Zhou Heng a lesson. Zhou Heng tilted his head, stood up, and his tall figure towered over the woman by two heads. His muscular chest seemed like a wall in front of her. The woman was stunned, seemingly not expecting Zhou Heng to be so strong. But the next second, she still wouldn't back down, hands on her hips, and shouted, "What? You want to hit me? Come on, come on. Hit me. Hit me here." This arrogant and unreasonable demeanor attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. Zhou Heng couldn't actually hit her, but to be honest, he really wanted to punch her right now. Seeing this, In Mingran quickly reached out and tugged at Zhou Heng's arm, whispering, "Zhou Heng, calm down, don't be angry." Zhou Heng exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to ignore the woman. But the woman didn't intend to stop there. She continued to look at In Mingran and said, "Well, In Mingran, now you have friends standing up for you, huh? Spending your days hanging out with these shady characters? What will your mother think if she saw this from down there? You're so unfilial." Smack! In Mingran slammed her hand on the table, her face flushing even redder. She raised her eyes, gritted her teeth, and glared at her resentfully. "What right do you have to talk about my mother like that? I have nothing left now. What more do you want? To completely destroy me? Hey, you ingrate. I'm only saying this for your own good. How can you not tell the difference between good and bad words? Honestly, this is what children without parents are like, so ill-mannered." "You." In Mingran felt a sharp pain in her heart, followed by a burning sensation, and her eyes were immediately clouded by a misty fog. "What do you mean, you? Let me tell you, Your mother is a vixen, and you're a little vixen yourself. Look at the state of your family, with you and your mother around. It's ruined. You deserve it. Bah. These words were like sharp swords piercing In Mingran's heart, causing her an intense, stabbing pain. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word. Her chest rose and fell, and tears welled up like crystals. As she blinked, tears streamed from her eyes, trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the ground. She burst into tears, standing there feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, she experienced once again the feeling of her most desperate moment. Hiss! Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Heng's expression darkened instantly. He stood up abruptly, pointed at the woman, and shouted, "Do you think we're afraid to talk to you just because we don't say anything? Are you ever going to shut up? Can you get lost? If you don't leave, I'm not going to be polite." Zhou Heng picked up the soda bottle from the table, gripped it tightly, his thick arms bulging with veins, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if he were about to smash the bottle over the woman's head at any moment. Tang Ji also stood up, pulled Yin Mingran behind her, stared at the woman in front of her, and whispered, "Old woman, you dare to bully her again?" The woman snorted coldly, completely disregarding Zhou Heng and Tang Ji's threats, and crossed her arms, saying, "Am I wrong? I have some connection to her, after all. I'm just teaching her a lesson on behalf of her mother. What's wrong with that? What does it have to do with you? A bunch of little brats, trying to scare me? Come on. I'm standing right here. What can you do to me?" Zhou Heng glared angrily, his teeth practically grinding to powder. His rage surged even higher, and his eyelids twitched violently. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, stepped forward, and prepared to teach the woman a lesson. Smack! Just then, a hand suddenly patted the woman's shoulder. Zhou Heng was taken aback. He saw that the person behind the woman, who had been furious, had immediately calmed down. Then, Zhou Heng took a step back and slowly sat down, while Tang Ji also put her arm around Yin Mingran's shoulder and helped her sit down slowly. The woman frowned, turned her head to look at the person behind her. Zhou Heng's mother, Lu Wei, stood behind him, holding a phone in her hand, a smile on her face, talking to someone on the other end of the line. Okay, I got it, don't worry. You? The woman was about to speak and question Lu Wei, but after uttering only one word, the hand on the woman's shoulder suddenly began to tighten. Oh. The woman's shoulder flesh was pinched so hard it caved in, causing her to grimace in pain and hunch to one side. He then quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Wei's hand on his shoulder. Let go. It hurts so much." Lu Wei was still laughing and talking on the phone, as if the force she had just exerted wasn't hers and had nothing to do with her. He completely ignored what the woman said. Yes, I'm having dinner with 3 kids outside. Okay, let's talk again another day. Goodbye." After Lu Wei finished her closing remarks, she hung up the phone and put it back in her pocket. After she finished doing all that, when she looked up again, the smile on her face vanished instantly. His face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes, which were filled with unfathomable blackness. She released her grip, stepped forward, looked down at the woman, and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you bully my child? You've got some nerve." Chapter 67, "But I will definitely treat you as my own daughter." "Your child?" The woman rubbed her shoulders, looked at Zhou Heng and the other two, and raised her eyebrows high. "Which one is your child? How did you raise them? How rude. I'm their elder, after all." The woman glared at Zhou Heng and Tang Ji, her nose twitching, her lips pursed, and she looked utterly speechless. Yin Mingran leaned against Tang Ji's chest, head down, not daring to look ahead. She knew she was the one who caused all this trouble, even involving Zhou Heng and Tang Ji, who had nothing to do with her but had gotten themselves into it. Which parent would allow their child to associate with someone like them? There's always the possibility of trouble arising from that. They themselves are quite a burden. So when Lu Wei arrived, Yin Mingran only felt guilty. It was all because of her presence that this kind of person had been attracted. Lu Wei frowned, looking extremely dissatisfied. She pointed towards Zhou Heng and the others, and said, "All 3 are my children. Who are you calling rude? Say it again and see." Exclamation point. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Yin Mingran suddenly raised her head, tears still glistening on her face, and looked at her in disbelief. Am I included in this too? Like Zhou Heng and Tang Ji? If she were to be ostracized at this time, it would indeed make her feel very sad, as if she were superfluous. But now, Yin Mingran felt a surge of security, which made her feel like she was being protected by her mother again. All three. Huh. So you still treat Yin Mingran like your own child? Yin Mingran, is this the stepmother you found? Really? I wasn't wrong about you, you ingrate. Your mother has only been gone for a few days, and you've already accepted it so quickly. Smack. The woman had barely finished speaking when a glass of water was suddenly splashed in her face. It instantly soaked her hair and collar. The woman's eyes widened, and she was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. Looking up at Lu Wei, who remained calm and composed, her anger instantly reached its peak. What are you doing? The woman screamed loudly, her voice shrill and piercing, and her entire body of fat trembled. Lu Wei raised her head, looking quite innocent, spread her hands, and said calmly, "What did I do? I just wanted to pour out the water. Why did you have to stand here?" The woman gritted her teeth, pointed at Lu Wei, and shouted, You. Lu Wei's eyes sharpened as she glared at her and said sternly, "What do you mean, you? Look at yourself, you look like a QR code. If you don't scan it, you won't even know what you are. You're quite creative in appearance, and quite courageous in your life. Are you so arrogant because you have an animal association protecting you? No amount of cheap perfume can cover up your animal smell. Aye. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Just because you're mentally challenged doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Does that donkey do nothing but kick your head all day? You only have one face. Don't you know how to save face? An adult bullying a child, and you're acting like an elder? You're just going to die faster than my kids." The woman gasped for breath, as if she couldn't catch her breath, and took 2 steps back, almost losing her balance. Her legs felt weak, and she would have been unable to stand if she hadn't been holding onto the wall. This was the first time she had suffered such humiliation. Her face turned bright red, almost dripping blood, like a furious lion, her expression contorted in a desperate struggle. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji even covered their faces with their hands, afraid they wouldn't be able to stop laughing. Yin Mingran was also surprised. She hadn't expected Zhou Heng's mother to be so aggressive. "I was always so gentle when I spoke to them. I never expected to see this side of them. If they were scolding me, I would have burst into tears by now." Lu Wei stared intently ahead and said in a cold voice, "Let me tell you, Xiao Ran is different now. She's my child. If you dare to bully her again, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Whether it's open or covert, black or white, it's up to you. Do you really think our family is easy to mess with?" "Well." The woman pointed at Lu Wei, then at Yin Mingran, her face puffed up with anger, like a popcorn popper. Then, she wiped the water off her face, turned around, and stormed off. As soon as she left, the entire restaurant returned to silence and instantly became harmonious. Lu Wei exhaled, as if releasing all the anger she had just vented. Then, she sat down next to Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran had stopped crying by now. Lu Wei had stood up for her, and she felt extremely relieved, though there were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, Auntie." She didn't know how to express her gratitude, nor did she know how to face Lu Wei now. Because of Lu Wei's words, "She is my child," she felt a pang of emotion, her eyes tightened, and she felt an urge to cry. Maybe I was just saying it to that woman back then, but now that the matter is resolved, should I take it seriously? At this moment, Lu Wei took a few tissues, reached out, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Yin Mingran's eyes. "Don't be afraid, baby. You don't have to be afraid of her bullying you anymore. You have someone to protect you now. I will protect you from now on." Lu Wei grasped Yin Mingran's hand, a gentle, pearly smile blooming on her lips, her eyes filled with even deeper tenderness. Yin Mingran froze. Then her eyes began to light up, and her eyelashes fluttered several times. The next second, she burst into tears like a child, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unable to contain her most vulnerable emotions, she threw herself into Lu Wei's arms and burst into tears. Lu Wei hugged Yin Mingran, gently patted her back, and whispered in her ear, Okay, don't be afraid anymore. Although I certainly can't be as good as your mother, I promise I will treat you the same way I treated Jo-hong. You don't need to treat me like your mother, but I will definitely treat you like my own daughter. Aye. In Mingran sobbed, unable to utter a complete sentence. She couldn't believe it was real. It felt like a dream. Since the misfortune befell her family, she has never felt that sense of home again. But at Jo-hang's house, she felt it again. How she longed to be a part of it. How she wished she could be one of them. So, she was somewhat flattered by the current situation, and if it were a dream, she wouldn't want to wake up. Tang Ji, who was watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. Aunt, can you adopt Yin Mingran as your goddaughter? Didn't you always say you wanted a daughter? Lu Wei smiled, as if she had been waiting for this opportunity. Then, she looked at Yin Mingran in her arms and asked softly, Are you willing? Chapter 68. By then, it's uncertain which kid will be able to take it all away. Yin Mingran sat up from Lu Wei's embrace, wiped away her tears, and stammered. I do. That's great. My darling, I love you so much. Okay, don't cry. Lu Wei was overjoyed and hugged Yin Mingran, gently comforting her. Being in Lu Wei's arms felt like being in her own mother's arms. This immediately put her at ease. She closed her eyes, seemingly enjoying the moment. After her parents left, she was left with a lingering effect. The slightest stimulation or fright would cause her heart to pound, as if it were about to leap out of her throat, a feeling of tightness and unease. But now, her symptoms seemed to have disappeared without her noticing. Nestled in Lu Wei's arms, her heart beats steadily and comfortably. Although Yin Mingran longed for things to continue like this, it was ultimately impossible. She sat up and sobbed softly a few times. Auntie, still calling me Auntie? Lu Wei smiled slightly, reaching out to brush a strand of Yin Mingran's hair aside. A faint blush rose on Yin Mingran's cheeks. She remained silent for a few seconds, her voice very soft. Godmother. Oh dear, godmother doesn't sound right. Don't use the god part. We're all family. Don't call me that so formally. It's not friendly. Yin Mingran's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head even further. Finally, her voice was so soft that only Lu Wei could hear it. Mom. Hey. Lu Wei responded and gently stroked Yin Mingran's face, her eyes filled with increasing affection. Tang Ji tugged at Yin Mingran's arm and whispered, Let's go. I'll take you to the restroom to wash your face. Yin Mingran and Tang Ji went out together to the restroom. Lu Wei's eyes were still following Yin Mingran's retreating figure, fixed on her, a smile still on her face. Jo-hung glanced at his mother and asked, Is this really a good idea? You seem too eager. Won't you scare her? TSK, you have no idea how envious I used to be of Zhou Yalan. Jo-hung asked in surprise, My aunt? What do you envy about her? Lu Wei rolled her eyes at Jo-hung and said irritably, What do you think? You're just envious of her having such an outstanding daughter. Xiaoji has never caused her parents any worry about her studies since she was little. Look at you, Sai. I'm so stressed and anxious about you all day. Jo-hung lowered his head, regretting asking that question. Now he was extremely embarrassed. Lu Wei sighed and continued. I've always loved daughters, and now I have such an outstanding girl right in front of me. I love her so much. She's so good at studying, polite, and so cute and pretty. She's just as good as Xiaoji. It's such a rare find. Jo-hung said while eating. Raising a daughter is like carefully cultivating a flower. You never know when some boy might take her away with the whole plant, and then you'll be in trouble. Jo-hang's words silenced Lu Wei. She took a breath, frowned slightly, as if she were seriously considering Jo-hang's words. After a while, she suddenly leaned over and asked in a low voice. Do you think you have a chance to get together with Shaoran? It's good to keep the good stuff in the family. She won't even have to change her address. I won't have to deal with her difficult in-laws. And your dad and I won't even have to prepare a dowry for you. No? Before Jo-hung could say anything, Lu Wei interrupted him, saying, Hey, that's unlikely. Shaoran probably wouldn't agree. My son is handsome, but his grades are just too bad. If he could catch up in his studies, my son would be perfect. Jo-hung was speechless after hearing this, and put his hand to his forehead, saying, I'm speechless. I really don't understand why you guys take grades so seriously. It's not like I'm going to be executed just because I have bad grades. Bad grades don't mean I'm doomed. Can't I do other things if I don't get into university? Because of his grades, he was constantly talked about as a child. Compared to other people's children, he was so used to hearing it that he was practically sick of it. If it were any other child, they might have become depressed and jumped off the roof. However, due to his personality, Jo-hong had a relatively high tolerance for stress and no longer cared about these kinds of words that he had heard countless times since childhood. Nevertheless, he still couldn't understand why his parents always cared so much about his grades. The world doesn't necessarily need people who excel in their studies. Does that mean someone who doesn't do well in their studies should die? Seeing the hint of anger in Jo-heng's eyes, Lu Wei remained silent for a long time. After a while, once Jo-hong had calmed down, she reached out and gently placed her hand on the back of his hand, saying, "Son, as your mother, I don't just want to see if your grades are good or bad. Studying isn't the only way out, and it might not be the most suitable for you, or even the best for you. But I think it's a relatively simple path. There are many people who are successful without going to school, but are we going to gamble on that? There's a simple path right in front of you. Why don't you take it?" Jo-hong remained silent, not replying, but that didn't mean he wasn't listening attentively. "Your father and I think the same way. We don't need you to earn a lot of money. You don't need to give us a single penny of what you earn. We just hope you won't work so hard, that you won't have to do those jobs that offer the chance to get rich overnight, and that you won't have to rack your brains to figure out how to make a lot of money. As long as you work hard, support yourself, support your wife and children, and take care of the family, then in your mother's heart, you will be the most remarkable person." Lu Wei held Jo-heng's hand and whispered. Jo-hong could feel that his mother's palms seemed to have become rougher. More than a decade ago, when he was still a child, he would hold his mother's hand. At that time, he thought his mother's hands were white and soft, and it felt wonderful to hold them. But now, it's not the same as before. It's much rougher and thicker. He went from being too young to understand things to gradually realizing that his family was actually quite well off. "All of this was earned by my parents through hard work and dedication. I've never been worse off than anyone else in terms of spending money since I was a child." Although he wasn't a good student and was playful, he wasn't the kind of child who wouldn't listen to reason. On the contrary, it was precisely because he understood his parents' good intentions that he suddenly realized his mistake and began to study hard. "I don't expect to get excellent grades. I just want to live up to my parents' expectations." Jo-hong exhaled and said softly, "Okay, I understand." Chapter 69. Don't overthink it. Let's just stay the same as before. After dinner, the group prepared to leave. Lu Wei first drove Tang Ji to her apartment building. "Bye-bye, Auntie. You promised you'd come over to my house sometime." Lu Wei waved at her and said, Okay. Jo-hong and Xiao Ran are coming to your house this weekend, right? Keep an eye on Jo-hong. Don't let him cause trouble for your mother." Tang Ji chuckled and prepared to turn and leave. "It's okay. It won't happen. I'll go now. Auntie, please drive carefully." "All right, go back now." After Tang Ji left, Lu Wei rolled up the car window and drove away, taking Jo-hong and Yin Mingran home. Sitting in the back, Yin Mingran gazed at the night view outside the car window, at the houses still with their lights on, and a slight smile touched her lips. A few days ago, she thought she would be left alone, gazing at the lights of countless homes, yet homeless. But now, she sits in her comfortable car, ready to return to her peaceful new home. "The two people sitting in front of me became like family, making me feel at home again." At this moment, Yin Mingran suddenly realized that if she became Jo-heng's mother's goddaughter, would she and Jo-hong become siblings? That doesn't make sense, does it? They're not a blended family, and they weren't adopted, so they don't really have much to do with Jo-hong. Basically, they each do their own thing. She calls Jo-heng's mother Mom, but she and Jo-hong have no relation whatsoever. They could be family, friends, or classmates, but they could never be siblings. Thinking of this, Yin Mingran suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wei drove Jo-hong and Yin Mingran to their apartment building. Before they got out of the car, she said, "I just got a phone call before dinner. I have to go back tomorrow. Jo-hong, remember to let me know when your results come out." Okay, I got it, but don't get your hopes up too high." Jo-hong nodded, then got out of the car and walked towards home. After getting out of the car, Yin Mingran didn't rush to leave. Instead, she stood aside, looking at Lu Wei inside the car, seemingly wanting to say something, but but holding back. When Lu Wei saw In Min Gran like this, her eyes slightly lifted, and a smile bloomed on her face. Go back now, baby. I'll come see you another day. We exchanged phone numbers and added each other as friends, so just let me know if you need anything. Don't be shy. In Min Gran raised her head, a joyful smile playing on her lips. She nodded emphatically and said, Okay, Mom. Take care and be careful on your way back. In Min Gran's soft voice reached Lu Wei's ears. She was slightly taken aback, raised her eyebrows slightly, and then smiled charmingly. She opened the car door and got out of the driver's seat. In Min Gran was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was wrong. The next second, Lu Wei moved closer to In Min Gran, gently cupped her face in her hands, and kissed her forehead. In Min Gran's eyes widened, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Then, Lu Wei whispered in her ear, Don't get sick. Even after the car drove away, In Min Gran remained standing there, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. She reached out and placed her hand on her forehead, her mouth slightly open. Only the occasional blink of her eyes proved that she wasn't petrified. The cool summer night breeze brushed against her face, ruffled her hair, and made her feel slightly chilly, but her heart burned with an intense, unyielding heat. Seeing that In Min Gran hadn't come upstairs for a long time, Jo Hung came downstairs, walked out the door, saw In Min Gran standing there, and called out, What's wrong? Going home? Isn't it cold outside? Oh. In Min Gran regained her senses and quickly went forward to enter the building with Jo Hung. While riding the elevator, Jo Hung spoke up. The weather is getting cooler. My mom gave me some autumn clothes. Take a look and see which ones you can wear. You can wear them for now, and then you can buy more when you have time off. I'll give you the money, so don't refuse. This is what my mom wanted. In Min Gran nodded and answered honestly. No. Back home, In Min Gran watched Jo Hang's retreating figure. Something remained unspoken in her heart. She felt she should ask Jo Hung for clarification, lest she offend him unknowingly. Jo Hung. Jo Hung heard In Min Gran's voice and turned to look at her. In Min Gran turned her head to one side, holding her elbow with one hand, and asked softly, if I become your mother's goddaughter, would you be unhappy? Would you mind? She asked in a low voice. After all, Jo Hung was her own son, and she should at least ask for his opinion. If the other person minds, then of course she can't push her luck, even if she's really afraid of changing the outcome. Jo Hung raised an eyebrow, paused for a few seconds, then shook his head and said, You're happy about this. My mom is happy. I'm happy that I got all my living expenses, so how could I possibly mind? It's just that your relationship with my mom has changed, but my relationship with you hasn't changed. Don't overthink it. Let's just be the same as before. Hearing Jo Hang's words, In Min Gran felt relieved. Her biggest worry was that her relationship with Jo Hung would deteriorate and not be as good as before. Since Jo Hung has said so, she can rest assured. The two took turns showering that evening, changed into their pajamas, and prepared to go back to their bedroom to sleep. Looking at the bed where the two were sleeping, In Min Gran thought about how her godmother probably already knew about her and Jo Hung sharing the same bed. So she didn't say anything? Does that mean she tacitly agreed? Jo Hung also walked in, looked at the bed in front of him, and suddenly remembered what his mother had said yesterday. By the way, my mom said that this house is a bit small for the two of us, since there's only one bedroom. So when the lease expires, we'll have to move to another place. Oh, I see. In Min Gran's eyes flickered, and her answer was somewhat reluctant. The thought of moving to a different house back then probably meant it wouldn't be a single bedroom anymore, which means Jo Hung and I will no longer sleep together at night. In Min Gran's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly dismissed the thought in her mind. What am I thinking? This situation must be really tough for Jo Hung. He's big and strong. After all, it must be very uncomfortable for him to share a bed with me. Jo Hung disagreed with Jo Hang's offer to sleep on the sofa. If there were two bedrooms, Jo Hung would have much more room to sleep, which would be a good thing. Why do I feel a little disappointed? Chapter 70. If I confess my feelings to him first, will Jo Hung agree? The lights are off. The two lay in bed. Jo Hung closed his eyes, already starting to drift off to sleep. In Min Gran, on the other hand, couldn't sleep and could barely close her eyes, because she was still processing all the things that had happened that day. She went through the whole process in her mind, finally stopping at Jo Hung, saying that they were going to move to a different place. These kinds of times are probably decreasing day by day. In Mingran stared at the ceiling, thinking to herself. Although they slept in the same bed every night, they used different blankets and pillows, and there was a partition between them. Apart from occasionally chatting after turning off the lights, they didn't interact at all in bed. At that moment, In Mingran suddenly remembered that the only day that was different was the day Jo Hung was particularly tired and sleepy. He rolled over in his sleep and accidentally draped his arm over himself. If he were any closer, he would have been hugging himself while sleeping. The next day, Jo Hung apologized to him and explained the situation. Since they'll be sleeping separately anyway then, a very dangerous thought surfaced in In Mingran's mind. Since Jo Hung could accidentally roll over next to her while sleeping, then why can't I do it myself? Jo Hung did it by accident, but I can pretend it was accidental, which means I can pretend to be asleep. Anyway, the next day I just pretended I didn't know anything, that I was completely unaware, and I didn't need to feel embarrassed. In Mingran pursed her lips, her heart pounding. She felt incredibly excited. She was about to do something she had never even considered before. She wasn't in a hurry to move, because if she were to pretend to be asleep, she would need to do it for at least half an hour before moving. Otherwise, they'll definitely suspect something. Who starts to tossing and turning so quickly after falling asleep? So, with this thought in mind, she endured it for over half an hour. It was already late at night, and it was pitch black outside. There was no light at all. In Mingran felt she could start taking action now, so she shifted her body slightly, as if testing the waters. The partition in the middle is easily crossed by simply turning over. However, if they crossed that line, they would truly be on Jo Hung's territory, so close that they could practically touch him. Therefore, you must be careful to maintain a proper balance and make yourself appear as if you are acting completely unconsciously, so that no clues are discovered. First, In Mingran moved her blanket to the side, otherwise she would get rolled into it when she turned over. Then, she turned to face Jo Hung, but the bedroom was so dark that she had no idea whether he was asleep or not. It's best if he's just fallen asleep. Even if you accidentally wake him, he won't realize you did it on purpose. If he's not asleep, then I need to act naturally, otherwise it'll be easy for him to see through that I'm pretending to be asleep. After a moment, In Mingran felt it was time to move on to the next step. She rolled over, trying to stop herself on the middle of the blanket so she could put her arm around Jo Hung. However, she underestimated the momentum, and as she rolled over, she realized that she seemed unable to stop. The next second, she flipped herself over to the other side, which was where Jo Hung was sleeping. In Mingran was startled, broke out in a cold sweat, and her heart raced, fearing that her sudden movement would arouse Jo Hung's suspicion. But she remained motionless for over 10 seconds, and Jo Hung didn't make a sound. In Mingran could feel her leg touching Jo Hung's body. The distance between them was now so small that a fist could not fit between them. In Mingran opened her eyes a little and peeked out. She noticed that Jo Hung seemed to be sleeping with his back to her, facing that direction. When she turned over, Jo Hung didn't move, which meant he must be asleep. In Mingran breathed a sigh of relief, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down. At this moment, In Mingran suddenly remembered that last time she also thought Jo Hung was asleep the whole time, but he seemed to have woken up at the end. If he hadn't said anything, she really wouldn't have known. So this time, In Mingran was also a little worried that Jo Hung might not be asleep and was pretending to be asleep. She used her hands to move the blanket behind her back a bit, so she could pull herself back a little and not press herself against Jo Hung. She maintained a distance between them, positioned slightly to the side, not too close, but within arm's reach. Then, In Mingran began to think about her next move. She was currently facing Jo Hung, while Jo Hung had his back to her. So what should I do next? Should I reach out and put my hand on Jo Hung? Or should I play it safe and just place my hand on his? Just as In Mingran was thinking, Jo Hung in front of her suddenly made a move. In Mingran quickly closed her eyes, pretended to be asleep, and acted as if she knew nothing. The next second, Jo Hung's body rolled over, and the space she made gave Jo Hung just enough room to roll over. In Mingran trembled. Her eyes were closed, so she couldn't see what was happening, but her body could feel. Her head was pressed against. Zhou Heng's chest. The arm draped over him was Zhou Heng's. Right now, I'm truly being held in Zhou Heng's arms. What's going on? Yin Mingran dared not open her eyes or move. She hadn't made a move yet. She hadn't figured out how to put her hand on Zhou Heng. Now, instead, Zhou Heng is holding her in his arms. Is Zhou Heng asleep or awake right now? Yin Mingran could feel Zhou Heng's even breathing and his heartbeat. She listened for a while, and Zhou Heng's heart rate did not change. Logically speaking, if Zhou Heng were awake, his heart rate should have changed at this time, right? In other words, Zhou Heng is still asleep and hasn't woken up yet? Then is it? After a moment, Yin Mingran slowly raised her hand, pausing in midair for a few seconds. Finally, it slowly landed on Zhou Heng's waist. The two seemed to embrace at that moment, and Yin Mingran felt an unparalleled tranquility. At that moment, a thought popped into her head. She felt that only after Zhou Heng fell asleep could she truly understand this feeling, which was rather sad. When will they be able to embrace like this again, when Zhou Heng is lucid? That requires them to be together. I definitely like Zhou Heng. I don't need to think about it anymore. But she just didn't know if Zhou Heng would like her. If I confess my feelings to him, will Zhou Heng agree? But no matter what, we can't let Zhou Heng's studies be delayed. Yin Mingran closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep in Zhou Heng's arms. However, after Yin Mingran fell asleep, in the darkness, Zhou Heng slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 71 Tangji, you secretly studied? Yin Mingran opened her sleepy eyes and saw that sunlight was already creeping into their room through the gaps in the curtains. She let out a nasal hum, and then noticed that Zhou Heng was no longer beside her. The thought that she had fallen asleep in his arms last night made Yin Mingran feel incredibly dreamy, as if she were in a dream. She fell asleep quickly, and she didn't know what happened after that. They probably turned over again and then separated. I wonder if Zhou Heng has discovered what happened last night. Yin Mingran sat up in bed, her pajamas slipping down her shoulders to reveal her milky white, ivory-sculpted shoulders. She changed her clothes, drew back the curtains to let the sunlight in, and then neatly folded the blankets. After leaving the bedroom, I saw that Zhou Heng had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Yin Mingran, Zhou Heng greeted her softly. Good morning. Good morning. Yin Mingran smiled gently, revealing her clean, white teeth. Her overall energy and spirit were completely different from a few days ago. It can be said that from today onwards, Yin Mingran is like a completely new person. Yin Mingran washed up, then sat down at the dining table to have breakfast with Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng took a sip of porridge and asked, the results should be out today, right? I remember it should take about 2 days. Yes, the results for almost all subjects will be out by the morning, and if things go quickly, the rankings should be available by the afternoon. Well, Zhou Heng sighed. Yin Mingran looked at him with some surprise and asked, are you still worried about your grades? It's okay. Even if you don't reach your goal, it's alright. It's just a monthly exam. You didn't have many days to study. Just do better next time. Yes, I know. After having breakfast, the two packed their things and went to school together. Perhaps because the results are coming out today, the atmosphere at school is rather oppressive. Most of the students had stopped giggling by this point. They lived in constant fear. Whenever the results for a subject were to be announced, there would be an uproar. Zhou Heng was eager to know the results so he could compare his performance with that of the others. He was originally ranked around 200th in the grade. In the class, Kong Yu was at roughly the same level as him. Their grades used to be similar. But this time, the gap has widened. When the results for each subject were announced, Zhou Heng would not only listen to his own score, but also specifically investigate Kong Yu's score. He discovered that his scores in every subject were significantly higher than Kong Yu's. Yin Mingran was also worried about Zhou Heng. She even neglected her own grades and kept checking Zhou Heng's. For each subject's results, she would record the scores in her notebook and even find Zhou Heng's previous scores for comparison. Seeing Zhou Heng's significant progress, Yin Mingran finally smiled. You really did well on the test this time. Moving up 50 places shouldn't be a problem. You're ranked over 200th, so there's a lot of room for improvement. It's very easy. After seeing Zhou Heng's results, Tang Ji praised him, saying she hadn't expected him to improve so quickly. It was definitely worth it after not logging into the game for so many days. I hope so. Zhou Heng also felt that it was probably a sure thing, but he wasn't 100% sure. After all, he wasn't the only one making progress. What if everyone else does well this time? Wouldn't it be difficult for me to rise so much in the rankings? After the results were announced, some were happy while others were sad. At this moment, Kong Yu was on the verge of collapse. He lay on the table, clutching his head, his face filled with despair. He didn't expect to do so badly on the test this time. It wasn't even as good as the last time. He realized he hadn't studied at all. After the semester started, he first pursued Tang Ji, and after failing, he turned his attention to Tong Yining. Now, there's finally a glimmer of hope with Tong Yining. She's even agreed to go out with me this weekend. And now this terrible news has arrived. I'm going to get beaten to death when I get home tonight. After lunch, afternoon classes began. Just as everyone was gripped by fear, the sudden, devastating news finally shattered their anxieties. The rankings are out. Ranking sheets were handed out to them, showing their scores and changes in ranking. Zhou Heng felt a chill run down his spine. He held the form, searching for his name on it. In the past, he could simply start checking from the back, since he was always near the bottom and could find his name among the last few names. But this time, when he looked at the list, he found that his name wasn't among the bottom 10. Exclamation point. Then he finally found his name, in the middle of the class ranking. Within the class, his ranking rose by more than 10 places. Your grade ranking rose from 233 to 168. Bang! Zhou Heng excitedly slammed his hand on the table, the loud noise immediately drawing everyone's attention in the class. Cough, cough. He coughed awkwardly twice, lowered his head, and covered his forehead with his hand. This was probably the most exciting moment for him all year. When he first received the task of moving up 50 places, he thought it was impossible to complete. Unexpectedly, he actually did it, rising 65 places. He looked around and realized that he had made the most progress and the biggest rise in the entire class. Zhou Heng knew that Yin Minggran had made a great contribution. His progress was entirely due to her help. When Zhou Heng looked at Yin Minggran, he found that she was also looking at him. The two exchanged a glance, and Yin Minggran's slightly pursed lips curved into a beautiful smile. She stretched out her hand and gave him a V sign, as if she were happy for him and celebrating with him. Zhou Heng stared intently at her, a faint smile appearing on his usually cold and stern face. Upon seeing this, Yin Minggran was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned her head away. A cherry-red blush rose to her cheeks as she saw Zhou Heng smile, and for some reason, her heart began to race. The last time I saw it was when Zhou Heng and Tang Ji were playing games. I secretly peeked at it. But that time it was only a slight smile, not very noticeable. But this time, she saw it very clearly, and that feeling truly made her heart pound. She thought Zhou Heng's smile was really beautiful. She had just seen it once, and it was still stuck in her mind. Zhou Heng lowered his head and continued looking at the other people's rankings. He didn't even need to think. First place was definitely Yin Minggran. Even though she missed school for more than 10 days, her ability is undeniable, and she can still easily hold the top spot when she returns. After Zhou Heng finished looking at Yin Minggran, who came in first, he continued reading. However, the second-place winner seemed to be quite different from what he had expected. Zhou Heng looked at his deskmate in surprise and questioned, Tang Ji, were you studying secretly? Chapter 72 is too much. I dare not stop. It's all right. I only studied for a little while a few days before the exam. Tang Ji glanced at the list. She was ranked second in the class, having risen from 5th. And his ranking in the grade also rose from 17th to 6th. She didn't seem to react much to this, as if it were a perfectly normal outcome. You want to rise in the rankings, and you want to play games too. You're so greedy. You need to achieve some results, right? It's for the sake of playing the game better, and there's no conflict between the two. Tang Ji shrugged and smiled, which made Zhou Heng very angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, she had that kind of brain. Are you going online tonight? Of course, I covered it up. Zhou Heng nodded. He had already achieved such good results. Shouldn't he reward himself tonight? Otherwise, wouldn't the exam have been a waste? One person's score is quite interesting. Zhou Heng asked in confusion, who is it? Then, Tang Ji stretched out her hand and pointed to a person on the list. Zhou Heng glanced at it, and realized that Tang Ji was referring to Tang Yining. Tang Yining's ranking dropped from 34th to 77th in the grade, a dramatic decline in her grades. Zhou Heng looked up at Tang Ji and asked, "Are you saying that her significant regression has something to do with me? Can you deny it?" "No, but I don't care. It's her business if she's affected." Zhou Heng tossed the order aside and said casually. At this moment, Tang Yining held her report card in her hand, her gaze shifting back and forth between her own and Zhou Heng's grades. Her gaze was deep, her expression solemn, but her emotions were unreadable. After a while, she put down the report card, looked up, and gazed in Yin Mengran's direction. "Ugh, what am I doing?" After school that evening, Zhou Heng couldn't wait to rush home. If Yin Mengran hadn't kept up in time, she almost wouldn't have been able to keep up with Zhou Heng's pace. After returning home, Zhou Heng immediately told his mother, Lu Wei, about his grades. Yin Mengran sat there, smiling as she watched Zhou Heng call Lu Wei to explain the situation. Although she couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the phone, she could sense from Zhou Heng's words that he was very happy. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Heng went to his room to play games. Looking at her report card, Yin Mengran thought back to her past self. She used to do the same thing, rushing home to tell her parents as soon as she knew her grades. Seeing their happy expressions and hearing them praise her was like a source of emotional support for her. She always looked forward to that moment. Yin Mengran glanced at the chat interface on her phone, then at her report card. She seemed lost in thought, her expression appearing conflicted. She hesitated for a long time, but finally, she took a picture of her report card and sent it to a friend on her phone. And this friend was none other than Lu Wei. She didn't know why she did it, but she did it anyway, and a sense of expectation quietly rose within her, a hope for a response. Bite. A moment later, her phone rang. She quickly picked it up and eagerly looked at it. "My darling is so great. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Immediately afterwards, a transfer was sent. "This is a reward for the little one. Accept it quickly." Yin Mengran's eyes widened, her face filled with horror, a reaction of extreme shock. Yin Mengran looked at her phone and saw that Lu Wei had transferred 666 yuan to her. "This reward is outrageous. I used to get first place in exams all the time, but I've never received such a large reward before." She typed a message and replied, "Mom, thank you, but I can't accept this money." "Oh, okay. Take it now, or I'll get angry." Laughs while covering mouth. There was absolutely no sign of anger in her words. Even Yin Mengran chuckled softly, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Yin Mengran's smile widened, with even the corners of her eyes and brows unable to suppress the joy. His head swayed slightly from side to side, his happiness almost visibly evident. After several refusals, Yin Mengran knew she really had to accept it. Lu Wei truly lived up to her reputation as Zhou Heng's mother. When she got persistent, no one could sway her. After accepting the transfer, Yin Mengran didn't intend to keep it for herself, but instead transferred it directly to Zhou Heng. She felt that this did not belong to her, and that she told the other party about her results not because she wanted to get the money. "This is from my mom, please accept it." A while later, Yin Mengran heard her phone ring. She opened it and found that Zhou Heng had returned the money she had transferred to him. "Why are you giving this to me? Take it, don't be shy." "But, there are too many, I dare not accept them." She deliberately gave you less because she was afraid you wouldn't dare accept it. Otherwise, with you getting first place, you'd be worth much more in her eyes than just this. She'd value it at least 6 more. "Well," Yin Mengran stared at the message on her phone, speechless with astonishment. "This is still short a single digit of reward? This is outrageous. I'm just a goddaughter, and they treat me like this." She couldn't imagine what would happen if Zhou Heng had gotten first place. He would probably have received an even more extravagant reward. Yin Mengran went to make dinner so that Zhou Heng could play in peace. After Zhou Heng finished his exams and received his results, he was noticeably more relaxed and didn't spend all his time playing games. After dinner, I rested for a while, then went to exercise. After her last workout, Yin Mengran felt no pain, so she decided to join Zhou Heng's group. Exercise with Zhou Heng to gradually adapt your body to the feeling of exercise so that you won't strain your muscles again. After exercising, both of them were drenched in sweat, so they took turns showering. When they lay in bed at night, ready to sleep, they were already very tired. Thinking about what happened last night, In Mingran began to ponder. Of course, she still longed to fall asleep in Zhou Heng's arms, just like last night, a feeling that made her feel extremely comfortable and at ease. But opportunities like last night seem rare. What should I do to make it happen again? Besides pretending to be asleep and being extremely careful not to wake Zhou Heng. She also needed to make sure Zhou Heng could turn over so he could hug her. This is extremely difficult, so such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. The lights are off. Zhou Heng lay in bed and asked. It's almost the weekend, and we're going to Tang Ji's house. You shouldn't be nervous anymore, right? She felt that In Mingran's status was different now than before. Now she, Tang Ji, and In Mingran were all family, so going to Tang Ji's house again shouldn't be so nerve-wracking. It's alright. It's just that I don't know what kind of people Tang Ji's family is. In Mingran answered softly, thinking that it would be great if everyone were like Lu Wei. But if it weren't for that, she, as an outsider, would still be very worried. Chapter 73, What a Coincidence. You too, want to go on a date? On the weekend, when students are off work, most of them have already planned their day in advance. Tang Yining opened her eyes and woke up from her sleep. In fact, she barely slept at all. She had been waiting for today since last night. She had made an appointment with Kong Yu today to go out together. Her goal was simple, and only one, to get information about Zhou Heng and In Mingran from Kong Yu. What did he mean when he said the two of them were living together? What did he know? Tang Yining washed her face, went to the dressing table, and looked at herself in the mirror. After staring for a few seconds, Tang Yining suddenly stood up and muttered, Why bother with makeup? I'm not wearing any. It's unnecessary. She was forced to go out with Kong Yu only to obtain some information. Otherwise, she would never have gone out with him in her entire life. In this situation, she didn't want to wear makeup at all, feeling that doing so would be a waste of cosmetics. So she casually tied her hair up, grabbed a random piece of clothing, and her whole demeanor made her look more like she was going out to pick up a package than to meet anyone. Tang Yining looked at her phone and saw that Kong Yu had sent her many messages, almost all of them asking if she had woken up and when she would come out. She was speechless. She had been forced to add him as a friend, and now he kept sending her messages. Just like back then. Zhou Heng. However, this person is far inferior to Zhou Heng. If she woke up right now to find so many messages from Zhou Heng, she couldn't believe how happy she would be. After giving Kong Yu a brief reply, Tang Yining left to keep her appointment. And he secretly decided that as soon as he heard the news, he would leave immediately and not linger. They agreed to meet at the entrance of a park. When Tang Yining arrived, she saw that someone was already standing there. This person was Kong Yu. He stood under a tree, holding a phone in his hand, looking at his reflection in the screen, and constantly fiddling with his hair, which appeared to be sprayed with hairspray. Tang Yining felt a surge of disgust, and at that moment, she even had the urge to run away. He kept weighing the pros and cons in his heart, wondering if it was really worth it. This was selling his soul. If someone he knew happened to see it, he would feel like dying. Maybe he would transfer schools like Lu Yunshua. Kong Yu saw Tang Yining walking slowly towards him, immediately smiled, and went to greet her. Hi, you're here. Speak quickly, and then leave right away. Tang Yining kept a certain distance from him, close enough that they could hear each other. Whenever Kong Yu took a step forward, she would take a step back. Kong Yu saw through Tang Yining's thoughts, spread his hands, and said helplessly, Then we should talk as we walk, right? TSK. Having no other choice, Tang Yining left with Kong Yu and began to take a walk. However, she deliberately avoided Kong Yu, making it seem as if they were not familiar with each other. Tang Yining walked behind Kong Yu, arms crossed, glaring at him, and said, All right, tell me, do you know or not? Of course I know. Would I lie to you? Kong Yu deliberately slowed his pace, moving a little closer to Tang Yining, before slowly speaking. Here's what happened. Lu Yunshua didn't come to the exam that day, and Liang Jiaxiang said he probably wouldn't come again. After I got back, I contacted him and asked. He said he was going to deliver breakfast to the class monitor in the morning, but when he was downstairs at her house, he suddenly saw her and Zhou Heng walking out together. When he went up to question him, he found out that it was Zhou Heng's house, and the class monitor was staying at Zhou Heng's house. Tong Yining frowned upon hearing this, and disregarding the distance between herself and Kong Yu, she stepped forward, approached Kong Yu, and asked, Why? Why is she living at Zhou Heng's house? I don't know. That's what Lu Yunshua told me. He doesn't know the reason either, but it seems that the class monitor had a conflict with him. You don't know? You only know this much, and you managed to trick me into coming out. Tong Yining frowned, staring at him with a hint of anger in her eyes. Kong Yu quickly spoke up. No, what do you mean by tricked? You came out voluntarily, and I told you everything I knew. How? Where did I lie to you? You. Tong Yining bit her lip, her anger rising. She had thought she might hear some useful information. Now that she knows she was wrong, she shouldn't place any hope in Kong Yu. I'm leaving. Tong Yining turned to leave. Staying would only make her look foolish. When Kong Yu saw that she was about to leave, he immediately stepped forward to stop her. After all, he had gone to great lengths to get Tong Yining out of there. He's only staying for a short while, and then leaving. He's really losing out. Hey, don't go. You've already come all this way. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? How about I treat you to a meal? So you won't have come all this way for nothing. No thanks. I'll just pretend I went out to take out the trash. Tong Yining didn't stop. Instead, she walked faster and faster. Kong Yu was also in hot pursuit. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared around the corner ahead. Tong Yining immediately stopped to avoid bumping into them. But when she saw who the two people in front of her were, her heart skipped a beat. She staggered backward, her eyes filled with disbelief. Child. When Yin Mingran saw Tong Yining in front of her, she instinctively wanted to call out to her, but then she immediately shut her mouth and pretended not to see her. Zhou Heng, standing to the side, frowned slightly, but relaxed when he saw Kong Yu behind Tong Yining. You all. Tong Yining stood frozen in place, her entire body as if petrified. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. She had just been skeptical of what Kong Yu had said, but now, she was completely convinced it was true. Otherwise, how do you explain the two of them appearing together so early on a weekend morning? Kong Yu also stopped, and upon seeing the two people in front of him, he paused slightly, then revealed a meaningful smile. What a coincidence, you two. Shall we go on a date? As Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran passed by him, Zhou Heng responded in a cold, indifferent voice. What a load of rubbish. They then left directly with Yin Mingran, completely ignoring Tong Yining as if they hadn't seen her at all. As the two walked further and further away, the stunned Tong Yining came to her senses. She quickly turned around, chased after them, and called out to them. Wait a moment. Chapter 74. Could it be that they haven't registered their marriage yet, but have already held a wedding ceremony? Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran stopped and turned to look at Tong Yining behind them. Zhou Heng still looked as impatient as ever, just like Tong Yining had looked at him when he confessed his feelings. Yin Mingran, on the other hand, had a calm and expressionless face, giving the impression that she was completely unfamiliar with Tong Yining. You really live together? I heard it from someone else. Tong Yining asked in disbelief. She couldn't wait to know the truth and hear it from the person in question. Perhaps she won't be able to handle knowing the truth. One of them is a guy who pursued her for 2 years, but now he's stopped. Instead, she's developed feelings for him and wants to win him back, but it's too late. The other is her best friend, her confidant, with whom she has had a 2-year friendship. She has always believed that they will be best friends for life. These two people were practically the two people I was closest to during my high school years. But now, it feels like I've been abandoned. The two of them are together, and my once close relationship with them seems to have suddenly ended. She couldn't accept this reality. She wouldn't be this upset if Zhou Heng were with anyone else, and she could accept Yin Mingran being with other people as well. But what she couldn't accept the most was the relationship between Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran. It felt as if I had been betrayed and abandoned. Zhou Heng glanced up at Kong Yu behind him, but Kong Yu quickly turned his head away, pretending to be oblivious and looking at the scenery with an innocent expression, though his body was trembling slightly. I told Tong Yining about this. Will Zhou Heng question me about it then? What if Zhou Heng gets angry with him? How should he explain it? Yin Mingran looked at Zhou Heng. Without his permission, she dared not speak recklessly. Jo Hung gave her a look, as if agreeing that she could speak out. In Mingran understood immediately and turned to look at Tong Yining. Even before she spoke, Tong Yining felt a pang of heartache just from the exchange of glances between the two. They seemed to have a great understanding of each other, able to read each other's minds with just a glance. Yes, it's true. I live at Jo Hang's house. In Mingran nodded, acknowledging the matter. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Tong Yining felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in her mind. Such an outrageous and absurd thing is actually true. How could she possibly accept this? No wonder they were both drifting further and further away from me. It turns out they were actually growing closer. But why? What exactly brought them together? So, what's the relationship between you two now? Tong Yining spoke slowly, asking weakly. She felt that asking this question now was like asking a pointless question. The two of them are already living together. So isn't this relationship a natural progression? Jo Hung frowned slightly. He had originally intended to answer that the two of them were friends, or rather, classmates, or perhaps roommates. But then he suddenly realized that their relationship was now a bit complicated. Beyond these superficial relationships, on a deeper level, the two of them are also considered family. The next second, Jo Hung answered. She calls my mom too. You can figure out what kind of relationship you have. Goodbye. After saying that, he reached out, grabbed In Mingran's wrist, and led her away from there. In Mingran was stunned for a moment, then let Jo Hung pull her along. She looked at Jo Hang's profile, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Jo Hung figured the two of them were on their way to Tang Ji's house, and didn't have time to waste here. As for why he answered that way, because he didn't know how to explain his relationship with In Mingran. He simply threw the question out to her, and let her figure it out herself. Anyway, I'm telling the truth, so you can guess whatever you want. Tong Yining and Kong Yu were frozen in place, utterly astonished, their mouths slightly agape, their minds seemingly blank. They initially assumed the two were just boyfriend and girlfriend at most. What else could their relationship be? But after Jo Hung said that, it seems that their relationship is not so simple. If Guan Zhouheng calls his mother mom, what kind of relationship could they be? Siblings are definitely out of the question, so what else? The most likely candidate is the daughter-in-law. Kong Yu pointed at the two figures' backs, his mouth agape in shock, his lips trembling. Holy crap, are they married? No way. Jo Hung isn't even of legal marriage age yet, so could it be that they haven't registered their marriage but have already held a wedding ceremony? Kong Yu glanced at Tong Yining beside him and noticed that her face was extremely pale, and her lips seemed to have lost all color in an instant. How so? She murmured softly, her voice low and a little hoarse, as if something was stuck in her throat. Kong Yu looked at Tong Yining with some puzzlement in his eyes. He didn't understand why Tong Yining would react this way. Knowing this news, classmates would at most be shocked, but Tong Yining's behavior makes it seem like she's been cheated on. Are you alright? Kong Yu tentatively asked a question, but received no response from Tong Yining. She stood there watching their figures grow smaller and smaller as they walked away, let out a heavy sigh, and then started walking forward, as if she had completely ignored Kong Yu. Kong Yu looked bewildered. He reached out as if to say something, but dared not call out to her. He could only watch her leave. Even though it was a difficult task for him to call Tong Yining, seeing her current state, Kong Yu really didn't dare to say anything more. Soon, only Kong Yu remained standing there, looking utterly desolate. He began to recall what had just happened, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. After a while, he muttered to himself in surprise. Could it be that Tong Yining has a crush on Jo Hung? After Kong Yu figured it out, his expression became very painful. He really didn't understand why there were only a few pretty girls in the class, and how come they all had a relationship with Jo Hung. First it was Tang Ji, then In Mingran, and now even Tong Yining, whom Jo Hung pursued for 2 years without success, has started to like him. He didn't understand what it was about Jo Hung that made him so appealing. Was he inferior to him? If so, in what way? Although he was very unwilling, he knew that given the current situation, he had little chance of winning over Tong Yining and that it would probably end in failure again. Maybe I should just pursue girls from other classes instead. Chapter 75 will do whatever you say, just arrange things for us. In Mingran's phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was a message from Tang Ji. How much longer until you arrive? Tang Ji asked us how long it would take to get there. Yin Mingren looked up at Zhou Heng and asked, because she didn't know where Tang Ji's house was either. Zhou Heng glanced at her and said, no need to reply to her. We're already downstairs. After saying that, he pointed to the residential building in front of him and then went inside first. Seeing this, Yin Mingren quickly followed, but still replied to Tang Ji with a sentence. Weavy arrived. The two took the elevator to the designated floor. As soon as they got off the elevator, Yin Mingren saw an open door with Tang Ji standing there, waiting for them. Upon seeing Tang Ji, Yin Mingren immediately smiled and extended her hand to greet her. Tang Ji smiled back and waved, the two behaving like longtime friends. Then, Tang Ji called out into the house. Mom, Zhou Heng and the others are here. Here I am. A woman's voice responded from inside, followed by the sound of slippers hurrying to the door. The next second, a woman appeared behind Tang Ji. She was a little shorter than Tang Ji, but her overall temperament was very different from Tang Ji's. Her gentle and refined temperament was impossible to hide. Yin Mingren immediately recognized that Tang Ji's dark, deep eyes were inherited from her mother. The two had almost identical eyes. She also subconsciously compared herself to Zhou Heng's mother in her mind. Although it was very impolite, at least in her own mind, she still thought Zhou Heng's mother was prettier. Zhou Heng bowed slightly in greeting and said, Auntie, I've come to freeload a meal. Tang Ji's mother, Zhou Yalan, immediately beamed with joy upon seeing the two people at the door. Oh, all right, this must be Xiao Mingran, right? Yin Mingran quickly bowed and replied softly, Hello, Annie, my name is Yin Mingran. Yes, good child. Come in quickly. Zhou Yalan had prepared slippers for them and gestured for the two to come inside. Yin Mingran followed Zhou Heng inside. You guys go play for a while, I'll go cook, and we'll have lunch together. Zhou Yalan tied on her apron and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yin Mingran glanced at the kitchen counter, which was piled high with ingredients, and was quite surprised. This was more like a holiday celebration for her family back then. It didn't feel like a regular family meal at all. So she quickly put down what she was holding and followed him into the kitchen, saying, Auntie, let me help you. I can lend a hand and won't cause any trouble. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, intending to help. Zhou Yalan paused for a moment. Then a slight smile appeared on her lips. Wen Yu's smile was warm, and her eyes were full of tenderness. No wonder Tang Ji said I would definitely like you after you arrived. You are such a sensible child. Annie doesn't need to help you. Go and play. Oh, Tang Ji actually said that. Yin Mingran was slightly taken aback, scratched her head awkwardly, and for a moment didn't know how to respond. Zhou Yalan said while chopping vegetables, I've heard about your situation from Tang Ji. Don't be too polite. We're all family. Make yourself at home here. Then she shouted towards the outside of the kitchen. Tang Ji, come over here and take Xiao Mingran over to play with you. Hearing the sound, Tang Ji came to the kitchen and looked at Yin Mingran in front of her, saying, You're here? I thought you went to the restroom. Let's go. Tang Ji reached out, grabbed Yin Mingran's wrist, and led her away from the kitchen. Yin Mingran recalled what she had just said, and glanced at Tang Ji beside her. She still cared quite a bit about what kind of person she was in Tang Ji's heart. Since Tang Ji would say those kinds of things to her mother, it means that I am still pretty good in Tang Ji's heart, right? Yin Mingran was taken to Tang Ji's room, where Zhou Heng was sitting in a chair, looking at a comic book on the table. As soon as she entered, Yin Mingran was dazzled by the various decorations in the room. If Zhou Heng's room could be described as simple, then Tang Ji's room could be described as luxurious. The posters on the walls, the display cases specifically for figurines, and the various plush toys and cushions on the bed all contribute to making this room a very unique bedroom. To Yin Mingran, the computer monitor looked just like a television. She had never seen one so big before. Yin Mingran knew that Tang Ji loved playing games. Even her keychain had little game charms attached to it. But it seems she underestimated Tang Ji's passion for games. She had always thought that most people played games, and this was the first time she had ever seen a girl who loved games so much. She wouldn't be surprised if this room belonged to a boy. She would think it was perfectly normal. Oh, Yin Mingran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tang Ji sat on the bed and said softly, "Please make yourself at home. The room is a bit messy, but don't mind it." Yin Mingran chose to sit next to Tang Ji. Although the room had many things, it was not messy. At this moment, Zhou Heng also closed his comic book, turned to look at Yin Mingran, and said, "Now that we're all here, I think we should start looking into the sports meet." Zhou Heng glanced at Tang Ji, and Tang Ji nodded in agreement. The monthly exams are over, and there's only a little over a week left until the sports meet at the end of the month. In the past few days, many people have signed up for the project with Zhou Heng, and he has filled out the forms for them all. Now the decision needs to be made regarding the opening ceremony performance, and which events he and Tang Ji should sign up for. Ah, that's true. After all, I said we'd discuss the sports meet after the monthly exam. It seems the other classes have already made their decisions. We're progressing a bit slower. Yin Mingran almost forgot about this important matter. She's been quite busy lately, so she forgot to think about it. Now that I think about it, there's still more than a week until the sports meet, and time does seem a bit tight, especially since nothing has been decided yet. So, what are your thoughts? Yin Mingran looked at Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. She felt that neither of them were easy to deal with, and she had to do a good job of balancing things out, trying to treat both of them equally. I initially thought they would argue again, but this time they both shook their heads in unison and said, "We don't have any particular ideas. We'll do whatever you say, just arrange it for us." Chapter 76, You wouldn't be thinking of making me do it, would you? Really? Yin Mingran asked cautiously, somewhat incredulously. Because the two of them had almost gotten into a fight over this matter before, she was caught in the middle and put in a difficult position. So now they've both given in. They've actually handed the decision-making power back to me? Zhou Heng nodded and said, "Yes, really. You can decide whichever you like. We're all fine with it." Tang Ji nodded in agreement. This surprised Yin Mingran quite a bit, but since they both said so, it was certainly a good thing. At least we won't have to argue over such a small thing. Afterwards, based on her own wishes, Yin Mingran made arrangements for the two of them. Since it's a competition, we should take it seriously. Their class consistently ranks first in exams, so they definitely need to strive for first place in the sports meet. First of all, Zhou Heng's victory in the shot put event is certain. Yin Mingran has absolute confidence in him and believes he can win. Then came Tang Ji's long-distance run, which Yin Mingran was also very confident about. After further discussion, Zhou Heng was registered for the 100-meter sprint, and Tang Ji was registered for the 4x100-meter relay. Although Zhou Heng and Tang Ji felt they could sign up for more teams, it wasn't a big deal for them, and they were confident they would win the championship. However, Yin Mingran still rejected their suggestion, believing that 2 projects each would be enough for the two of them. It was also to give other students in the class a chance. Otherwise, if other classes found out, they would definitely gossip and say that apart from Zhou Heng and Tang Ji, no one else in their class could get in. So, is that settled for the project? Is that all right? Yin Mingran asked for their opinions. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji had no objections, so they nodded and replied, "Can." Well, next up is the opening ceremony performance. I think last year the whole class did aerobics, right? Yin Mingran recalled last year's sports meet. They were still in their second year of high school, and the performance was decided by their homeroom teacher. They had no say in it. The whole class did a simple exercise routine just to get by. There will be awards for the opening ceremony performances, but they definitely won't be part of their class's awards. Since they're being allowed to decide for themselves this year, a class-wide performance is definitely out of the question. Putting aside the fact that they can't even decide on the type of performance, even if everyone agrees, there won't be enough time for rehearsals. They're already exhausted from going to school every day. Therefore, it can only be a few people or one person performing alone. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji had both mentioned before that they would be performing something. Yin Mingran looked at the two of them, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Is it really up to me to decide? You both agree?" Zhou Heng and Tang Ji nodded without hesitation. Then, Yin Mingran looked at Zhou Heng and asked, "So, Zhou Heng, from the perspective of the class, whose performance do you think is more suitable?" Zhou Heng frowned slightly, deep in thought. A few seconds later, he raised his hand and pointed at Tang Ji beside him. Yin Mingran nodded. then looked at Tang Ji and asked, "And what about you? What do you think?" Tang Ji then raised her hand and pointed at Zhou Heng. This outcome made Yin Mingran give a wry smile. The two of them had argued so much before, but now they were being so considerate of each other, each thinking the other was better. If that's the case, then why did we argue in the first place? I even tried to persuade them back then, which makes me look so foolish. How about this? You two play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes up, okay? Yin Mingran simply stepped aside from the two of them, letting them decide for themselves. Otherwise, if I were to choose for myself, I feel there would definitely be some people who wouldn't agree. I have no objection. I'm fine with either. The two were in agreement. And then, in front of Yin Mingran, they played a completely non-competitive game of rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Tang Ji won this duel. Okay, then it's decided that Tang Ji will perform. Yin Mingran patted Tang Ji on the shoulder and made a hasty decision, fearing any further changes. Tang Ji suddenly thought of something, looked at Yin Mingran, smiled meaningfully, and said, "We both have things to do, so what about you? Aren't you going to do something?" Yin Mingran pointed to herself, blinked, and asked, What can I do? I don't know how to do anything. And if I sign up for any event, I definitely won't win." Tang Ji gently shook her head and said, "I remember during the opening ceremony, didn't we need a girl to lead the team and hold up the sign? That's the one Tong Yining did last year." "Ah, indeed. That one hasn't happened yet." "Wait, you wouldn't be thinking of me, would you?" "Of course, I think only you are suitable. What do you think?" Tang Ji looked at Zhou Heng beside her, asking for his opinion. Zhou Heng nodded and softly hummed in agreement. Yin Mingran hadn't expected Zhou Heng to agree. She had only intended to get Zhou Heng and Tang Ji on board, but she hadn't expected to be dragged into it herself. Okay, I'll do it, alright. She knew she couldn't refuse. She had asked Zhou Heng and Tang Ji to do so much, and it wouldn't be right for her to do nothing in return. Okay, all decided now. Can we play the game? By noon, more than 3 hours had passed, and the kitchen was already filled with delicious aromas. Zhou Yalan placed the dishes on the table one by one, then called out towards the room, "Everyone, come out and eat." The three of them came out of the room, and when they saw the delicious food on the table, Yin Mingran exclaimed in surprise again. It's amazing that Tang Ji's mother made all these dishes by herself in just one morning. "Auntie, you've worked so hard." Zhou Yalan smiled with narrowed eyes, pulled up a chair for Yin Mingran, and said, "It's no trouble at all. I'm just happy that you came. It's nothing." Zhou Heng sat down and asked, "Auntie, what time does my uncle get off work?" "He'll be here around 8 p.m. I told him you guys were coming today, and he was even thinking of taking the day off, but he insisted that you have a drink with him. I'll come again next time, when my uncle has a day off." The group sat down to eat. Just then, Yin Mingran received a message on her phone. She was a little puzzled. Who would be messaging her at this hour? She had originally planned not to watch it during dinner, but she was worried it might be from Zhou Heng's mother, Lu Wei, and she didn't want to miss it. So she quickly took out her phone and glanced at it. She was surprised to learn that the message was from Tong Yining. "Yin Mingran, for the sake of our 2-year friendship, tell me the truth. What exactly is your relationship with Zhou Heng? I don't think I've done anything to wrong you, have I? Just tell me directly. Chapter 77. Whichever university Zhou Heng goes to, she will go to. What's wrong? Zhou Heng noticed that Yin Mingran's expression was off, so he asked her a question. It's nothing. Yin Mingran shook her head and didn't tell Zhou Heng about the message on her phone, afraid it would affect his mood. Yin Mingran thought about it. Even though she and Tong Yining had disagreements in the end, Tong Yining hadn't actually done anything to wrong her. Moreover, her ultimate decision to break with Tong Yining was largely due to her own selfish motives, namely, Zhou Heng. She had already fallen for Zhou Heng back then, but since it was her first time liking someone, she didn't know how to react. But when Tong Yining said she wanted to frame Zhou Heng, she suddenly felt a surge of hatred for Tong Yining. She even wondered if she was a fickle person. She and Tong Yining were so close before, but now she had no good feelings towards her. Therefore, Yin Mingran decided to answer Tong Yining's question, which could be seen as a way of making amends for the decision she had made out of selfishness. "Weary not what you think. For certain reasons, I live at Zhou Heng's house. I'm his mother's goddaughter. Do you like Zhou? In Mingran stared at the message Tong Yining had immediately replied to on her phone, lost in thought. She understood why Tong Yining was in such a hurry to ask her that question. She simply wanted to find out what she was thinking. If she says she doesn't like it, then Tong Yining won't treat her as an enemy, and thus ignore her, and will instead pursue Zhou even more relentlessly. Even though she admitted to living at Zhou house, Tong Yining didn't know that it was actually just the two of them living there. She figured they'd assume Zhou parents were also there, so even if she stayed, she assumed the two of them wouldn't do anything too outrageous, since their parents were there. This did not stop her from pursuing Zhou. If she knew that it was just her and Zhou living together in the same room and on the same bed, I wonder what she would think. After thinking for a while, In Mingran replied to Tong Yining. Like to cough. Suddenly, a cough came from behind In Mingran, startling her so much that she immediately turned around to look at the person behind her. Tang Ji stood there, bending over and looking at her, while also glancing at her phone. In Mingran awkwardly covered her phone and stammered. What's wrong? Tang Ji patted In Mingran on the shoulder and said softly. You can't skip meals even if you have something to do. Let's eat first, and we'll deal with it later. At this moment, Zhou Yalan asked softly. What's wrong, Xiao Mingran? Is the food not to your liking? Tell Annie what you want to eat, and Annie will make it for you. No, Auntie, the food was delicious. I just had something to take care of. It's all right, it's nothing serious. In Mingran quickly put her phone on the table, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and continued eating. She forgot that they were still eating at the dinner table. She meant to just glance at her phone and put it down, but she made a mistake without realizing it. Thankfully, Tang Ji reminded her, otherwise her mother would definitely have overthought things. They had prepared a huge meal, and she was just looking down at her phone. It was quite impolite. Zhou glanced at In Mingran, a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he said nothing. After dinner, the three of them helped Zhou Yalan clear the table. They didn't help with the cooking because they knew they might make things worse or even cause more trouble. However, after the meal, you should definitely help clean up. It's the most basic courtesy. After tidying up, the three of them originally planned to go back to their room to continue playing games. But Zhou Yalan came out of the kitchen, wiped her hands, and greeted Zhou, saying, Xiaoheng, come here. Annie wants to talk to you. Okay, sure. Zhou nodded and stayed in the living room with Zhou Yalan, while In Mingran and Tang Ji went back to their room. Zhou Yalan poured Zhou a cup of tea, and Zhou quickly stood up to take it, saying, Thank you, Aunt. Sit down, Xiaoheng. Your aunt has something troubling her and has been wanting to talk to you about it. She'd like you to give her some advice. Zhou Yalan pulled Zhou arm and sat down on the sofa with him. She sighed, her face showing worry, as if something was indeed troubling her. Zhou nodded and said, I will definitely help if I can. Oh, is that so? She's in her final year of high school, and there's only 1 year left until graduation. Your uncle and I have started thinking about which university Tang Ji should apply to. I don't have any objections, but your uncle really wants Tang Ji to go to a 211 university. I haven't remembered the name of that university yet, but your uncle has a friend who's a professor there. He's thinking that it would be good if someone could look after her while she's studying abroad, especially with Tang Ji's personality. Don't you think so? Yes, I think it's fine. What's there to worry about? Zhou found it strange, not understanding why he needed help with this. Judging from Tang Ji's grades, getting into a 211 university should be no problem, and as long as she studies hard, getting into a 985 university shouldn't be a problem either. This would certainly be a lot of pressure for others, but for Tang Ji, the pressure shouldn't be too great. It's just a matter of playing fewer games. The key question is, guess what Tang Ji said? Oh, what did she say? She doesn't want to go? Zhou Yalan glanced in the direction of Tang Ji's room, then lowered her voice and whispered in Zhou ear. She said that whichever university Zhou goes to, she will go to the same university. Zhou heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe it was true and looked at Zhou Yalan, who nodded in affirmation, a helpless expression on her face. Don't overthink it. It's not your fault. She's just being willful. We all understand what she means. She just wants to go to university and be in a new environment. Without you, she won't have anyone to talk to, and she won't be able to make any friends. She's going to feel stifled at university. Despite Zhou Yalin's words, Zhou Heng knew perfectly well that Tang Ji just wanted to play games with him. Once she gets to university, she'll be more relaxed, and I'll be more relaxed too. I'm sure we'll be able to play a lot of games together then. Zhou Heng pointed in the direction of the room and said, Then Auntie, why don't you try to persuade her? University will definitely be different from high school. She'll meet all sorts of people, and she'll definitely find friends she gets along with. Look, Yin Mingran has already become friends with her. Zhou Yalin sighed again, shook her head, and said, We tried to persuade her, but it was no use. You know, we've never forced Tang Ji to do anything since she was a child. Now, trying to force her to go to a certain university is definitely not going to work. Chapter 78 Then I can't confess, at least not now. This. Zhou Heng now understands why his aunt is troubled. If it were him, he would definitely be heartbroken too. If I could get into a good school, that would be fine. But with my current grades, forget about getting into a 985-211 university. I can't even get into a second-tier university. Can Tang Ji still go to college with me? My aunt and uncle would be so angry they'd die on the spot, beyond saving. Not to mention that they disagree. He himself disagrees too. Wouldn't that be a huge crime, ruining someone's life? He didn't want to be burdened with a criminal record for this. Zhou Heng nodded and said earnestly, I understand. Auntie, I understand. How about this? I'll try to persuade her another day. Zhou Yalin's eyes lit up. She raised her eyebrows and quickly said, Really? Xiao Heng, are you willing to persuade her? That would be wonderful. That child has always listened to you more. If you are willing to persuade her, then your aunt will truly thank you. It's nothing, it's what I should do. How can you persuade her? Every time we try to say something, she simply won't listen. Zhou Heng stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Even if I can't persuade her, I can think of other ways. I can try to persuade Yin Mingran. With her grades, it's no problem for her to apply to the same university as Tang Ji. Isn't she just worried about not having anyone to play with in college? If Yin Mingran is with her, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yalin gave Zhou Heng a thumbs up and said, Oh dear, Xiao Heng really knows how to do things, but will Xiao Mingran be willing to do it? Well, I'll try to persuade her. I asked her before if she had thought about which university she wanted to go to, and she doesn't have any goals yet. I'll talk to her about it later. Zhou Heng wasn't sure if Yin Mingran would be willing to attend the same university as Tang Ji. If she were to say she wanted to go to the same university as him, his head would spin. Two top-performing students from high school, qualified for top-tier universities, ended up attending the same university as a struggling student in his grade. I feel like the principal would eventually doubt if the two of them had come to the right school, and would personally come out to greet them, treating them like royalty, laughing in his dreams. By then, his sins would be immense, especially against Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng firmly believed that if he caused Yin Mingran to miss out on attending a good university, he would definitely be killed by his own mother. Maybe from now on, I'll be banned from playing games and my allowance will be cut off. Zhou Yalin nodded, a look of satisfaction on her face, and then said, If Xiao Heng could go to that university with Tang Ji and Xiao Mingran, that would be the best outcome, wouldn't it? Auntie, you're overthinking it. I won't pass the exam. With my grades, how could I possibly get into a good university? Hey, why jump to conclusions so early? Tang Ji already told me that you improved a lot in this exam, and you've only been studying hard for such a short time, which is enough to prove that you're very smart. Anyway, there's still a year until the college entrance exam. There's plenty of time to catch up during the holidays, right? If you study hard now, you'll definitely succeed. Zhou Yalin patted Zhou Heng's hand to encourage him. Zhou Heng was momentarily dazed. For a moment, he actually wondered if he really had a chance of passing the exam. He has already figured out some tricks of the trade in his studies, and it can be said that studying is no longer so painful for him. Can I do it? Of course you can do it. Doesn't such great progress speak for itself? Keep up the good work. Strive to do better each time. Zhou Heng seemed to gain confidence in an instant. He sat up straight, nodded, and said earnestly, I will. Inside the room, Tang Ji wasn't in a hurry to play games. Instead, she looked thoughtfully at Yin Mingran, who was sitting on the bed playing on her phone. Sensing Tang Ji's gaze, In Mingran looked up and asked in surprise. Oh, what's wrong? Hey, who were you chatting with while we were eating? You even told others that you like Zhou Hong. Ah, this. In Mingran stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time. She hadn't expected Tang Ji to have seen it all. Fortunately, only Tang Ji saw it. She had known all along that she had feelings for Zhou Hong. If others saw this, especially Zhou Hong, I would be so embarrassed. Is it Tong Yining? She still has the nerve to contact you? And it's because of Zhou Hong. In Mingran nodded helplessly and said, she found out I was living at Zhou Hang's house, and then she came to question us about our relationship. Then just tell her that you two are boyfriend and girlfriend, and that will make her give up. Anyway, if Zhou Hong knew that this was to stop Tong Yining from bothering him, he would definitely agree. That won't do. I can't tell such a lie. What if I get caught? Then why don't you make it real? Why don't you and Zhou Hong really get together? You like him anyway. As soon as Tang Ji finished speaking, the room fell silent. In Mingran lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, she stammered. But, Zhou Hong, are you afraid he doesn't like you? I think he most likely does like you. Would you live under the same roof and sleep in the same bed with someone you don't like? In Mingran raised her head and said firmly, then I can't confess, at least, not now. Why? Because my mom is very happy to know that Zhou Hong has made such great progress in his studies. She really wants Zhou Hong to do better and better in his studies. If I confess my feelings to him now and get together with him, it will definitely affect his studies. I can't do that. Although In Mingran spoke with great determination, a hint of melancholy still flashed in her eyes, which Tang Ji noticed clearly. Even if, it doesn't matter if Zhou Hong is constantly harassed by Tong Yining, right? You said it would affect his studies, but first of all, that's inaccurate. Even if you two are together, it won't necessarily affect his studies. Secondly, if he's constantly harassed by Tong Yining, don't you think that would be what affects his studies? In Mingran fell silent again. She knew that even if she didn't confess her feelings to Zhou Hong and didn't want to affect his studies, there would still be someone who would influence him. That person was Tong Yining. She was torn, unsure of what to do. Seeing that In Mingran did not speak, Tang Ji stood up and said softly, all right, I understand what you're thinking. How about this? Since I'm Zhou Hang's deskmate after all, I'll try to find out what he's thinking for you. If he really isn't interested in dating right now, then I'll tell you that you can wait. But if he is interested in dating and likes you, then I'll try my best to get him to confess to you, okay? Chapter 79. Is there any way to separate them? Tang Ji's words surprised In Mingran somewhat. Is this really okay? I can confess my feelings. But won't it affect Zhou Hang's studies? In Mingran was tempted by Tang Ji's suggestion, but she still had some concerns. She didn't want to be the one to negatively impact Zhou Hong, and she didn't want to disappoint Zhou Hang's mother. These were her weaknesses, which is why she was so hesitant. I don't think so. If it affects his studies, does that mean he has poor self-control? Do you think Zhou Hang would? He can give up games and study hard every day. He can cook for himself every day and never skips a day to buy food. He exercises regularly and maintains self-discipline even when living alone. Don't these prove that he has strong self-control? That's true. In Mingran nodded, agreeing with Tang Ji's statement. Indeed, she knew very well how strong Zhou Hang's self-control was. Very few people could do these things. In comparison, it seems that only those with extremely poor self-control would have their studies affected, so it's indeed impossible for Zhou Hong to have such a problem. So what do you think? If you agree, I'll help you. If you insist on your own idea, I don't care. Tang Ji spread her hands, smiled faintly, and asked In Mingran for her thoughts. Although she asked the question, her expression suggested that she already knew In Mingran's answer. Call. In Mingran took a deep breath and then exhaled. In that single breath, it seemed she had already made her decision. Then, she raised her head, looked at Tang Ji, and her eyes were firm. I want to be with Zhou Hong. Please help me. I'll do anything for you. Tang Ji nodded in satisfaction upon receiving an affirmative answer, sat down, and said, you don't need to do anything. I just think Zhou Hong is a good match for you. Much better than that Tong Yining. As soon as Tang Ji finished speaking, In Mingran suddenly moved, opened her arms, and hugged Tang Ji. He whispered a few words in her ear. Thank you. Tang Ji's eyes widened suddenly, revealing a blank expression. Her mind went completely blank. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally spoke, stammering. This is nothing. I just thought it was fun. Just having some fun. Mingran released her hand, looked into her eyes. Her gaze flickered slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Thank you anyway. Tang Ji paused for a moment, then turned her head away, using her hair to cover her face. What's wrong? Fine. Zhou Heng and Mingran stayed there until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, Zhou Heng left, citing the excuse that he needed to go home to study. The two walked home in silence, because they were both thinking about things concerning the other. Mingran kept glancing at Zhou Heng's profile, wondering if things would really work out, and if she and Zhou Heng would become boyfriend and girlfriend. So, does that mean I can openly let Zhou Heng hold me while I sleep at night? Does that mean I can hold Zhou Heng's hand openly at school? Will Zhou Heng's attitude towards himself change by then? Will he talk more? Will he treat himself better? Thinking about all this made Mingran incredibly excited, even a little impatient. She had previously said she didn't want to interfere with Zhou Heng's studies and couldn't confess her feelings to him. But now, after being persuaded by Tang Ji, she is really looking forward to it. I said, Mingran. Huh? What's wrong? Mingran was called out by Zhou Heng, and she came to her senses and looked at him. You said before that you didn't have any expectations for a university, right? Why don't you go to the same university as Tang Ji? That university is pretty good, and you two can definitely get in. You'll also have each other for company. Really? Great. And what about you? Mingran readily agreed, because being able to attend the same university as her best friend was certainly a good thing. But the next second, she thought of something more important. Would Zhou Heng go to that university? She was just wondering what it would be like if she were with Zhou Heng. But they are, after all, in their senior year of high school, the most important stage of their lives. Even if they're together, they can't let their guard down. Their studies should still be their priority. Right now, she just wants a formal status. She just needs to solidify their relationship. Besides that, she didn't want anything else, and continued living with Zhou Heng as before, until the college entrance exam was over. Once they get to university, it will be a time when they can focus on dating, and she's really looking forward to that phase. But what if Zhou Heng isn't in the same university as her? She would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. She absolutely had to be at the same university as Zhou Heng, no matter what kind of university it was. She could even skip university, find a job, and take care of Zhou Heng's daily life. In short, she didn't want to be separated from Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng thought for a moment and then asked in return, Do you think I can get into the university you and Tang Ji attend? Zhou Heng's words carried a self-deprecating tone, making it unclear whether he was genuinely asking or just asking a question he already knew the answer to. However, Mingran still answered seriously. I think you can do it. Zhou Heng, you're very smart. As long as you're willing to learn, you can definitely do it. Zhou Heng turned his head and looked at Mingran's serious and determined eyes, somewhat surprised. He raised the corner of his eye slightly, chuckled, and said, Okay, then I'll have to ask you to teach me so I can get into the same university as you. Upon hearing this, Mingran's face lit up with a smile, and she nodded emphatically. The two studied at home late into the night, seemingly regarding getting into that university as their ultimate goal. Under Mingran's guidance, Zhou Heng truly gained confidence and felt that he had a chance. As long as I seize every opportunity, I can catch up on the progress I've fallen behind. On Monday, school day, students struggled to get up, carrying backpacks that were almost as heavy as themselves, and left home like zombies, heading towards school. When Tang Yining left home, she was listless. It wasn't just because she had been scolded by her parents for doing poorly on the exam. What bothers her even more is that her former best friend has now become her love rival. People like Zhou Heng, so they started on easy mode, lived with him, and went to and from school together every day. Their success rate was almost 100%. He, on the other hand, rejected her for 2 years, thus entering hell mode, with a near zero success rate. Now, Tang Yining's mindset has changed, from initially wanting to get close to Zhou Heng. Now, they want Mingran to stay away from Zhou Heng. Sai, Is there any way to separate them? Chapter 80 is enough? This is my confession. Well, what's wrong with you? What are you worried about again? Is it because you didn't do well on the test? Did your family scold you? Tian Run patted Tong Yining on the shoulder. Seeing her listless appearance, he assumed she was upset because she hadn't done well on the exam. But Tong Yining shook her head, stretched out her hand, and pointed in one direction of the classroom. Tian Run looked over and saw Yin Minggran sitting in front of Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. The three of them were eating and chatting, and seemed to be getting along very well. Yin Minggran often had a smile on her face, and seemed much happier than when she played with me. Tian Run immediately understood what Tong Yining was worried about. It turned out she was jealous. Seeing her former best friend now having other friends and being so happy. Wasn't that a kind of NTR? Oh dear, don't be sad. I never expected Tang Ji to be so good at bewitching people. She actually managed to completely deceive Yin Minggran. Not really. The main reason Yin Minggran went there was because Zhou Heng was there. Huh. Tian Run looked at Tong Yining with surprise, wondering what she meant by those words. Does this mean that Yin Minggran likes Zhou Heng? How did those two get involved again? I don't understand their relationship, but I advise you not to get involved. Participate. Tong Yining stared blankly at the three people in the distance, her eyes lifeless, and muttered, I need to be able to participate too. Even now, the word, I like you, that Yin Minggran replied to her yesterday still keeps echoing in her mind. She hadn't expected Yin Minggran to be so honest, to be so open about her feelings for Zhou Heng. Even she couldn't do it, as if that last fig leaf could never be torn off again. Now she can only watch helplessly as Yin Minggran frequently appears around Zhou Heng, their relationship growing ever closer, far surpassing that of herself. There's no use in getting anxious, because there's nothing you can do about it. After school in the evening, Tong Yining witnessed Yin Minggran and Zhou Heng leaving together. The thought that the two of them would soon be returning to the same home made her heart clench. She walked out of the school gate, her mind wandering as she thought about these things. She didn't even notice that there was someone standing in front of her. Smack! The person in front of her snapped their fingers, instantly snapping her out of her daze. She looked up, surprised, at the person. Standing in front of me was a boy wearing glasses, with a neat hairstyle. He looked like the type who was a good student. The boy spoke slowly and softly. Excuse me, I have something I want to talk to you about. Could you spare a moment? Liao Haomiao from class 1. The boy seemed a little surprised, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Do you know me? Nonsense, you're number 1 in the grade. Everyone knows you. There's a picture of you hanging in the hallway. In that case, I won't bother with introductions. Could I take up a little of your time to chat with you? Liao Haomiao stepped forward, getting closer to Tong Yining, which made her a little nervous. What do you want to talk about? Liao Haomiao put his hands in his pockets and said casually, You're Yin Minggran's good friend, right? Could you please help me arrange to meet her? I want to confess my feelings to her. Tong Yining's eyes widened. She was genuinely stunned, and her mouth gaped open. Huh? No. What did you suddenly say? What's wrong? I mean, I like Yin Minggran and I want to confess to her. Can you help me? I'll pay you for it. Liao Haomiao didn't understand why Tong Yining was reacting so strongly, but he remained calm, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Tong Yining calmed herself down and began to speak. Your news is so outdated. I'm not friends with her anymore, and I advise you not to waste your time. She has someone she likes, someone in our class. Upon hearing this news, Liao Haomiao didn't seem too surprised. After a moment of silence, he continued. It's okay. As long as we're not together yet, I still have a chance. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, he turned to leave. Tong Yining's lips twitched. She couldn't believe there were still such optimistic people. No, you don't have a chance anymore. They're already living together. They're living together. Liao Haomiao turned to look at Tong Yining, a look of confusion on his face. After a moment, his brow relaxed, and he said, It's okay. I don't care. I don't have a virginity complex. Damn, you're unbeatable, kid. That's not the point. The key is that they've already slept together. Is it really necessary for you to interfere? Have they officially announced they're together? Without. That means having substance, but no reputation. Let me ask you, in this day and age, Do you think having substance or having reputation is more important? At least in my eyes, they are equally important. Having substance but no reputation is just being a mistress, so it is of course necessary for me to get involved. Liao Haomiao's words were so righteous and forceful that Tong Yining was speechless for a moment, unable to refute them at all. Normally, most people would give up if they heard they had someone they liked, right? Who would know that the other person is already living with someone else, and yet they're still so optimistic? They even want to do something about it. It's truly outrageous. I never expected that the top student in the grade would have such unique ideas. But Tong Yining thought for a moment. What if he really could? He was, after all, the top student in the entire grade, so surely quite a few people would like him, right? No matter what Zhou Heng does, his grades are a major weakness. No matter how much he improves, he will never catch up with Yin Mingran's grades. She's such a good student, she shouldn't date someone who's so bad at studying. Wouldn't someone like Liao Haomiao be a better match? If Liao Haomiao succeeds, wouldn't that mean he's successfully separated Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran? Hey, wait a minute. Tong Yining quickly chased after him. She felt that the idea that had popped into her head should be feasible. Yin Mingran and Zhou Heng have only known each other for a short time. Even if she likes him, it certainly isn't that deep. Since she can like Zhou Heng, it's normal for her to like someone else, right? Thinking about it, she realized that Liao Haomiao might actually have a chance. Liao Haomiao was stopped by Tong Yining, turned to look at her, and asked, "Is there anything else? I also think you have a good chance. Let me help you. What are your plans?" Liao Haomiao frowned slightly and muttered, "Plan? What do you mean? Weren't you going to confess your feelings? You don't have any plans at all. What kind of plan do I need? True love means confessing your feelings openly and honestly. I don't necessarily want to be with her. I just want her to know that someone is attracted to her personality. That's enough. That's my confession." Chapter 81. Is it still considered lewd if both parties are willing? Dude, are you out of your mind? Confessing like this is a guaranteed failure. Are you sure you don't want to plan something? First, increase your presence in her mind, then increase her affection for you, and finally confess. Tong Yining was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought the person in front of her wasn't her age. Don't you think before you speak? You barely know her, and you're going to confess your feelings the moment you meet her? Nobody's going to say yes. However, Tong Yining's well-intentioned advice did not seem to have won Liao Haomiao's approval. He shook his head and said, "It's my business if I like her, and it's her business if she doesn't like me. She wasn't a choice I made after weighing the pros and cons, but rather a firm decision I made even though I knew it was impossible after my heart was moved. Confessing my feelings directly is my greatest sincerity." After Liao Haomiao finished speaking, he resolutely turned and left. You could tell how determined he was from his back. It seemed that nothing could change his mind. Tong Yining was completely stunned, frozen in place, as if she had just heard something incredible. She's even starting to wonder if she's dreaming, if it's all just a dream. It's really ghostly at night. Tong Yining didn't pay any attention to this person. She had initially thought he might be of some use, but it seemed he was just there for laughs. By the time she went to school the next day, she had already forgotten about it. Zhou Heng arrived at school early and sat down in his seat. Ever since he made up his mind to get into a good university, his mind had been solely focused on studying. As for the purpose, it must be to have more fun. He thinks it's reasonable to study in order to have fun. During morning self-study, Zhou Heng was working on his problems, completely absorbed. Tang Ji asked from the side, "What do you and Yin Mingran do when you get home at night? Is she the only one who tutors you?" Zhou Heng looked up, glanced at Tang Ji with a puzzled expression, then nodded and said, "Well, I go to the gym occasionally, about once every 2 or 3 days. The rest of the time, I'm almost always studying." Zhou Heng recalled that they had also studied late into the night last night. He felt that his study speed was already quite fast, and if he were to take a test immediately, his ranking would definitely rise even further. After all, with such an excellent student as Yin Mingran as the teacher, and her teaching skills being so good, it's no wonder that my studies will be twice as effective. You're really bored. There's a pretty girl living in your house. Are you really not interested? Tang Ji's words made Zhou Heng stop writing and look up in Yin Mingran's direction. He knew Yin Mingran was indeed very beautiful. While the rest of the school might not know it, she was definitely the class beauty, especially with her great personality and temperament. Almost half the boys in the class liked her, but they just didn't dare to say it. Because of Lu Yunshua's presence, he stepped forward first, deterring others. His advantage was that he helped Yin Mingran fend off many suitors. Zhou Heng withdrew his gaze, glanced at Tang Ji, and said, "What else do you want? To take advantage of someone in distress? They're just staying here temporarily, and I don't want to go from doing a good deed to being a scoundrel. How do you know she's unwilling? If both parties are willing, would it still be considered indecent behavior?" Zhou Heng frowned, slowly put down his pen, and looked at Tang Ji with a deep gaze. "What do you mean? Are you going to ask me next whether I like Yin Mingran or not? See? Aren't you very clever? Because you two seemed to talk a lot about relationship topics yesterday, I was wondering why you two would be interested in such topics. Turns out you were setting a trap for me." Tang Ji shrugged, a sly smile playing on her lips, and continued, "So, what's your answer?" This sentence seemed to have sealed Zhou Heng's fate. He fell completely silent, not uttering a word, his pupils occasionally twitching, as if he were deep in thought. Tang Ji didn't urge him. She simply waited quietly for his answer. After a long silence, Zhou Heng took a deep breath and said, "My feelings for her are more of sympathy. Her experiences and her situation evoke my sympathy. If I can do more for her, that would be the best." Zhou Heng watched Yin Mingran's retreating figure. In his mind, the scene of the day he brought Yin Mingran home flashed before his eyes, along with every single event that occurred afterward. He remembered it all clearly. The clearest memory should be the night before last, the day my mother accepted Yin Mingran as her goddaughter. This showed him how insecure Yin Mingran was and how much she longed to feel the warmth of family again. He made a bold decision. He pretended to be asleep that night, then turned around and gently hugged her. He felt that Yin Mingran needed this. At least it would make her feel that someone was with her and that she didn't need to worry about being alone again. Tang Ji tilted her head, looking at Zhou Heng with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Like or dislike? Can't you choose one?" She didn't understand what Zhou Heng's words had to do with her question. She had asked him if he liked Yin Mingran, and he told her it was out of pity. Zhou Heng suddenly looked at Tang Ji, his brows furrowed, his gaze intense and deep. "Do you know why I pursued Tong Yining for 2 years? Ah, why? It's because I have absolutely no idea what liking someone is, what it feels like to like someone. I can't access that aspect of it. It's been my blind spot, which limits my imagination. I can't imagine what it would be like if I actually won her over. It's like a poor person imagining an emperor, who is nothing more than someone hoeing the ground with a golden hoe. As for me, I might just be with Tong Yining and be able to play games with her." Playing games. Tang Ji blinked, looking completely bewildered. In her imagination, wouldn't a couple have plenty of things to do together? Always being lovey-dovey and inseparable. But how could Zhou Heng be thinking about playing games with the other person? Didn't he have any other thoughts besides that? "So, you still don't understand?" Zhou Heng shook his head and replied, "I don't understand. Does saying I want to play games with Yin Mingran mean I like her? What kind of feelings can prove that I like her? I don't even know this. So how can I tell you whether I like Yin Mingran or not?" Tang Ji leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, covered her mouth with her hand, and frowned deeply, seemingly pondering a complex problem. After a while, she looked at Zhou Heng, gasped, and said, "Well, if that's what you're saying, then you actually never liked Tong Yining at all from the very beginning." Chapter 82, "But whether I like you or not, I'm not sure." "Is that so?" "Maybe." Zhou Heng's reaction upon hearing this was very calm, as if the result was not surprising to him at all. However, this was quite surprising to Tang Ji. Tang Ji thought Zhou Heng was head over heels in love with Tong Yining. But in reality, he himself didn't understand what liking someone meant, or whether he actually liked them, yet he still pursued her for 2 years. No wonder he could give up so easily without any hesitation. Logically speaking, to give up so decisively, one would have to be reborn, right? But the result was that he didn't like Tong Yining at all. These past 2 years have merely been a test of his feelings. Liking someone isn't that complicated, is it? It's just a feeling of wanting to be with that person. You don't need to overthink it. Just tell me, If you were to be with Eun Mingran, would you be willing? Of course I'd be willing. She's smart and beautiful. How could I not be? There are plenty of smart and beautiful girls in the world. How could I like every single one of them? If I didn't like Eun Mingran, wouldn't we break up sooner or later if we got together? Wouldn't that be a second blow to her? TSK. This has also touched on a blind spot in my knowledge. I can answer anything for you, but feelings, I really don't understand. Tang Ji helplessly covered her forehead. She had originally planned to sound out Zhou Heng's intentions as intended. They even tried to match him up with Eun Mingran, but now, she realized she was completely out of her depth. She knew nothing about this, so how could she possibly play matchmaker for others? She originally thought it would be easy to resolve. After all, if he didn't like her, would he still sleep in the same bed with her? But then I thought, we've shared a bed, and nothing's happened yet, so does it mean I like him or not? The person you like is right next to you, and you're completely unmoved? That can't be right, can it? Sigh, I don't understand either. I'm just figuring it out slowly. Zhou Heng sighed, looked up, and found Eun Mingran secretly watching him. After their eyes met, she gave a slight smile, and then quickly turned her head away. Zhou Heng lowered his head, picked up his pen, and prepared to continue working on the problems, but after staring at the workbook for several seconds, he couldn't write a single word. At noon, Eun Mingran came to find the two of them to have lunch. Zhou Heng remained silent, focusing solely on his food, and didn't even look up. Eun Mingran lowered her voice and whispered in Tang Ji's ear. What's wrong? Tang Ji simply shook her head, offering no answer to her question. Eun Mingran was equally bewildered, and they finished lunch in this strange atmosphere. After lunch, Tang Ji and Eun Mingran prepared to go to the restroom together. Walking down the corridor, Eun Mingran surveyed her surroundings to ensure it was safe, then asked in a low voice. So, have you found out Zhou Heng's intentions for me? Tang Ji awkwardly touched her nose and replied. This situation may be a bit unexpected. Unexpected? What do you mean? Well, Zhou Heng's thoughts are a bit unclear right now, but I've at least figured out one thing. Zhou Heng has never liked Tang Yining from the beginning. It seems that his pursuit of Tang Yining is just to figure out whether he likes her or not. Oh. Eun Mingran fell silent in surprise. Shouldn't they be asking about her own affairs? Why is Tang Yining being dragged into this? So, does he like me or not? If I confess to him, will I succeed? It should be successful, but whether he likes you or not, I'm not sure. Well, Eun Mingran became more and more confused as she listened. If she should be able to succeed, then why was she unsure whether she liked it or not? Does that mean you can accept someone's confession even if you don't like them? Just as Eun Mingran was about to ask something, a person appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The two stopped and looked at the person in front of them, who was clearly blocking their way on purpose. Eun Mingran, may I take a moment of your time? You are Liao Haomiao from Class 1, right? Eun Mingran recognized the person in front of her. After all, he was a big celebrity in the whole grade. His photos were often hung in the corridor, so it was hard not to see him. The top student in the grade is known to everyone, but not many people know her, even though she's third in the grade. So Eun Mingran was puzzled as to why he knew her and what he wanted to talk to her about. Seeing that Eun Mingran recognized him, Liao Haomiao smiled, nodded, and said, Oh, yes, I have something I'd like to tell you, is that all right? Eun Mingran nodded and said, You tell me. Tang Ji, standing to the side, frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Liao Haomiao straightened his collar and said, It's like this, we were in the same exam room for the last monthly exam. I don't know if you remember, but I was sitting next to you. Even though we didn't know each other at all, you still smiled politely after we accidentally made eye contact. Every move you made my heart flutter. And then, I fell in love with you. Liao Haomiao's words silenced the room instantly, especially since they weren't the only ones in the corridor. Students passing by had also heard him. Eun Mingran was stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Tang Ji's lips twitched, her eyebrows twitched wildly, and she was speechless. This was the first time she had ever encountered something like this. She was about to go to the restroom after lunch when someone confessed their feelings to her. It's as if this person was just sitting in the classroom, and after seeing Eun Mingran walk by through the window, they immediately put down what they were doing, ran over, and confessed their feelings. It was so sudden and abrupt that it was hard to believe it was true. Liao Haomiao took a step forward, startling Yin Minggran so much that she immediately took a step back. He then continued, I heard you have someone you like now, but I still hope you can give me a chance. I will do my best to give you anything you want. Whatever type you like, I will try my best to be that way. Whatever you don't like, I will change. The students passing by had stopped and stood to the side, watching the commotion and whispering amongst themselves. But Liao Haomiao seemed to completely ignore them, showing no concern for the opinions and comments of others. However, while Liao Haomiao could ignore it, Yin Minggran couldn't. Ah no, that. Her face was flushed red, and she was dragging her shoes on the floor, clearly wanting to escape. She was completely caught in an awkward situation, too embarrassed to even look up, only daring to stare at the ground. Tang Ji realized this, and was about to stand up and speak up for Yin Minggran when. But the next second, a hand suddenly reached out. He grabbed Yin Minggran's wrist and, without a word, dragged her away from this troublesome place. Caught off guard, Yin Minggran was startled and quickly looked up. Upon seeing the people in front of her, a gleam of joy instantly flashed in her eyes. Zhou. Chapter 83, Then why don't you just become her boyfriend? Everyone was startled by this sudden scene and craned their necks to look in the direction they had left. Liao Haomiao was the same. Gazing at that retreating figure, his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Tang Ji, on the other hand, smiled, her eyes filled with relief. Is that the person Yin Minggran likes? Liao Haomiao muttered something softly, but his eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness in his deep gaze. Everyone present sympathized with Liao Haomiao. This scene had placed him in a very awkward position. However, Liao Haomiao himself seemed unfazed, appearing completely unaffected as he calmly returned to the classroom, prompting admiration for his strong mental fortitude. Zhou Heng glanced behind him, and seeing that no one was chasing after him, he let go of his hand. His slightly agitated heart calmed down, and he realized that he seemed to have done something unexpected. He didn't know what came over him. He was sitting in the classroom when he remembered Yin Minggran and Tang Ji leaving, and inexplicably he followed them out. They hadn't gone far when Liao Haomiao stopped them. After hearing what Liao Haomiao said, he felt a little annoyed. Without thinking, he took Yin Minggran away. Yin Minggran whispered behind Zhou Heng, Thank you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get away. A faint smile played on her lips. The thought of Zhou Heng taking her away just moments ago filled her with immense joy. It felt as if a miniature version of myself was jumping for joy inside me. Although I don't know Zhou Heng's thoughts, the fact that he did this proves that he still cares about me. Zhou Heng didn't turn around and answered softly, It's all right, as long as I didn't meddle. After he said that, something felt vaguely familiar. Looking back, I think I did say something about bringing Yin Minggran home that I was meddling in other people's business. However, later events proved that he had made the right decision to meddle in other people's business. Yin Minggran looked so haggard before, almost radiating sadness, and she had no energy at all. But now, Yin Minggran seems to have returned to the way she was before the changes occurred. Zhou Heng felt he had done a pretty good job in helping her recover to this extent. The classroom became quite lively after class ended in the afternoon. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yin Minggran was always surrounded by a number of people. Some boys seemed determined to fool around in front of Yin Minggran. Whether they were trying to attract attention or not, no one knew. Tang Ji patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder and pointed towards Yin Minggran, saying, Look. Zhou Heng looked up and saw a boy giving Yin Minggran something. Although Yin Minggran quickly refused and tried to return it, the boy left without giving her a chance to refuse. He's popular, so what? Zhou Heng nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Before, Lu Yunxua was in front of Yin Minggran. Although he couldn't win her over, others didn't dare to pursue her because of him. Now that Lu Yunxua is gone, those boys who like Yin Minggran can't sit still anymore. There will be even more people pursuing her. Zhou Heng looked up at Tang Ji with a surprised expression and asked, And then? You don't mean you want me to take over Lu Yunxua's position, do you? As it stands now, you are the most suitable. Zhou Heng shook his head and said, Why should I stop someone's suitor? I don't have that right. Lu Yunxua is hated so much. Do you want me to be hated too? Then why don't you just become her boyfriend? Wouldn't that give you that right? Zhou Heng looked at Tang Ji with a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed in a deep frown. No, are you really Tang Ji? You're not the kind of person who would be interested in this kind of thing, are you? Why have you been talking about this all day? Even though he desperately wanted to play dumb and pretend he didn't know, Tang Ji's intentions were simply too obvious. They would never normally talk about this kind of topic, but today it seemed like they wouldn't stop until they could put themselves and Yin Mingran together. Tang Ji also realized that she had gone too far. She had to be careful about how she phrased such topics in front of Zhou Heng. If I accidentally upset him, there's nothing I can do about it. All right, I won't say any more. You know what I mean. Tang Ji waved her hand, letting the matter drop and not mentioning it again. Zhou Heng let out a heavy sigh through his nose, looking quite helpless. But when he tried to start studying again, his mind was a jumbled mess, and he had absolutely no desire to learn. TSK, I'm going to take a nap. Zhou Heng threw his pen aside, then laid down on the table, ready to take a long-awaited nap at school. Shortly after Zhou Heng lay down, Yin Mingran witnessed this scene. Her eyes widened suddenly, her pupils dilated, and she quickly stood up and walked towards Zhou Heng's seat. Just as she was about to approach, Tang Ji suddenly raised her hand and stopped her. She understood immediately and stood still, somewhat at a loss. Yin Mingran placed her hand on her forehead, as if checking her temperature. This is asking Tang Ji if Zhou Heng is feeling unwell. Because she hadn't seen Zhou Heng sleeping at school for a long time, whenever she looked at him, he was always studying. But when she suddenly saw him lie down, Yin Mingran couldn't help but worry. Was Zhou Heng feeling unwell? Tang Ji understood what she meant. She shook her head, then raised her chin slightly, and closed her eyes briefly. Yin Mingran breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Zhou Heng had simply been resting. Her heart had been racing with worry. She was thinking that if Zhou Heng wasn't feeling well, she would take him home as soon as possible. Yin Mingran steadied her slightly disordered breathing and then walked back. Tang Ji's lips curled up slightly as she turned to look at Zhou Heng. He was lying on his side on the table, his face facing Tang Ji. But he didn't close his eyes at all. He had seen everything Tang Ji had just done. Tang Ji seemed to know about this as well. When she met his gaze, she chuckled softly without saying anything, but their eyes seemed to exchange a lot. Zhou Heng then closed his eyes and rested for a moment. When school ends in the evening, Tang Ji quickly packed her things, stood up, and said, I have a guild war tonight, so I'm leaving now. I won't wait for you guys. Let's go. Zhou Heng nodded, watching Tang Ji leave in a hurry. He then packed his things and prepared to leave the classroom. But when he reached the classroom door, he stopped. He turned to look at Yin Mingran, who was still hurriedly packing her things. In the past, he would always just go his own way and never wait for Yin Mingran. Once Yin Mingran has finished getting ready, she will quickly catch up with him. But today, he stopped at the door and waited quietly there. Chapter 84, but I think you need to talk to me now. After packing her things, Yin Mingran quickly slung her bag over her shoulder and headed out the door. Because she knew that if she didn't hurry, she wouldn't be able to catch up with Zhou Heng. But as she took a few steps and looked up, she froze in place when she saw Zhou Heng standing in the doorway. He blinked a few times, his mouth slightly open, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. She hadn't expected that Zhou Heng hadn't left, but was waiting here. Was he waiting for her? Let's go. Zhou Heng said softly, then turned and walked out of the classroom. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yin Mingran realized that Zhou Heng was waiting for her. She raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled charmingly, and quickly followed. Reaching Zhou Heng's side, Yin Mingran whispered, Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for waiting for me. Is this something to be thanked for? Yes. The two spoke in hushed tones, and Zhou Heng felt a complex mix of emotions, a feeling he had never experienced before. Even though this wasn't the first time he had walked side by side with Yin Mingran, he still felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. The two were walking home. The road was dark at night, but fortunately the streetlights were bright, illuminating the way ahead. Zhou Heng seemed to have completely emptied his mind. He just kept walking, his head completely blank. Yin Mingran, on the other hand, is thinking about a great many things right now. Hesitation and inner conflict. After hearing Tang Ji's words today, She was still thinking about it when she got back to the classroom. Since she said she should be able to succeed in confessing her feelings, it means that Jo-hung doesn't dislike dating her, right? Furthermore, Jo-hung helped him out of the predicament. It's important to remember that he wasn't alone. Tang Ji was also present. Therefore, even if Jo-hung hadn't appeared, Tang Ji could have protected herself and escaped unscathed. Jo-hung's appearance, it could be said, filled her with confidence. Regardless of the outcome, things have already come to this, so why not confess your feelings? What are you waiting for? Especially after school in the evening, Jo-hung would deliberately wait for him, which was something that had never happened before. Now, this should be the best time. Jo-hung, In Mingran suddenly called out, then took a step forward, turned around, and stood in front of Jo-hung, staring intently at him. Jo-hung also snapped out of his daze, stopped, and looked at In Mingran in front of him with a blank expression. Well, In Mingran took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and exhaled. She looked at Jo-hung and slowly spoke. I want to say smack. Just then, a snap of fingers suddenly rang out, interrupting In Mingran's words. Both of them looked toward the source of the sound and discovered that someone had been standing under the streetlight. They all recognized that person. Jo-hung frowned immediately and recognized him at a glance. Wasn't that Liao Haomiao, who confessed to In Mingran at noon? What's he trying to do here? Is he planning to confess his feelings to In Mingran? In Mingran also took 2 steps back and hid behind Jo-hung. Luckily, Jo-hung was with her. If she had walked this road alone and seen Liao Haomiao standing there, she would definitely have been scared. Liao Haomiao walked over slowly, his eyes fixed on Jo-hung in front of him, without even glancing at In Mingran. What are you doing? Jo-hung asked a question, but his tone was not friendly, and even contained a hint of hostility. Liao Haomiao stood in front of Jo-hung and said calmly, I'm not trying to cause trouble, I just want to have a chat. Talk. With me? Jo-hung pointed to himself and asked in disbelief. He thought Liao Haomiao had come to see In Mingran and wanted to talk to him about something. Could it be that what happened at noon made him feel like he was a rival in love, which is why he wanted to talk to me? In Mingran looked worried. She felt the other party was just there to cause trouble. So she reached out and gently tugged at Jo-hung's sleeve. Jo-hung shifted his position, completely shielding In Mingran behind him. Liao Haomiao turned his head slightly, chuckled, and said, With your physique, are you afraid of me? How stupid would I have to be to cause trouble? I'm just a bookworm, but I think you need to have a talk with me now. What's the meaning? Jo-hung realized something was wrong, and his face immediately darkened. He looked at Liao Haomiao, whose motives seemed more complex than he had imagined. She even said she needs to talk to him now? What could she possibly have to talk to him about? Do you want to talk or not? It won't do you any harm. It'll just be the 2 of us, talking alone. Liao Haomiao took 2 steps back, adjusted his glasses, and seemed poised to leave immediately after Jo-hung's refusal. Although Jo-hung found it strange, he felt that he didn't mean any harm. Even if there is malice, is there any need to be afraid? If he wants to talk, then let him talk. This is a good opportunity to cut off his hopes and prevent him from bothering In Mingran again. Okay. Jo-hung raised his chin and casually agreed. Then, he looked at In Mingran behind him and said softly, You go home first, I'll be back in a bit. As he spoke, he handed her the keys. In Mingran took the keys, a worried expression on her face. Let's ignore him. Let's just leave. It's okay. This will help you formally reject him and stop him from bothering you. Jo-hung gently comforted her, then gestured for her to leave first. In Mingran hesitated for a moment, but still listened to Jo-hung, took the keys, and left, looking back every few steps. After In Mingran left, Jo-hung walked over and looked at Liao Haomiao, asking, Speak, what do you want to talk about? Liao Haomiao glanced behind him in the direction In Mingran had left and slowly said, Just now, In Mingran was trying to confess her feelings to you. I sensed it, and I deliberately interrupted her at that moment. Are you angry with me? Oh. Jo-hung looked thoughtful and frowned slightly. Was In Mingran about to confess her feelings to me? He didn't even notice, but this guy did? Liao Haomiao reached into his pocket, as if to take something out, and continued. Because I guessed that you would hesitate and reject In Mingran, I stepped forward. I didn't want to see her sad. As he spoke, Liao Haomiao took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, unopened. After he opened it, He took out one and handed it to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng waved his hand and said, "I don't smoke." "I'm sorry, I guessed wrong. I thought you would smoke." "I don't smoke, so I bought it especially for you." Liao Haomiao stuffed the cigarette back into his hand, then tossed it directly into the nearby trash can. Zhou Heng wasn't interested in that kind of thing at all. He was still thinking about what Liao Haomiao had just said. I'm wondering how he knew all of this. He knew that Yin Mingran was about to confess her feelings to him, and even guessed that he would refuse. Chapter 85. Liking has no definition, no standard. Zhou Heng gradually lowered his guard, sensing that what Liao Haomiao wanted to talk about might not be so simple. "What exactly are you trying to say? I just want to ask you, what's making you hesitant? Are you unsure whether you like Yin Mingran or not?" Liao Haomiao's words hit the nail on the head, making Zhou Heng feel a little scared. "I don't know him at all, and we've never crossed paths before, so how could he reveal my thoughts in just one sentence?" Zhou Heng calmed himself down and asked calmly, "What does this have to do with you?" Liao Haomiao spread his hands and said, "It's okay, I was just being nosy. I felt you needed someone to have a good talk with because I spent the whole afternoon looking into your situation and found out you don't have many friends. In that case, you can't talk to anyone about your inner thoughts, and you must have a lot of unanswered questions, so I came." Zhou Heng was speechless for a moment. His tongue seemed to be tied in knots. This guy is so eloquent. I didn't know how to refute him for a moment. Even after he finished speaking, for a fleeting moment, I felt that he was right. Of course, I said I was meddling. "If you don't like it, I'll apologize immediately and leave. But I hope you remember one thing." "What?" Zhou Heng looked up at Liao Haomiao with a puzzled expression. Liao Haomiao was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Either accept it or keep your distance. Otherwise, it will be a problem for both of you." "Trouble? What does that mean?" Liao Haomiao took off his glasses, took out a glasses cloth from his pocket, and said while wiping them, "If you don't like Yin Mingran, you should keep your distance from her. Have you thought about what the girl you like in the future, or the girl who likes you, will think after they find out that you are living with Yin Mingran? Similarly, if you don't plan to be responsible for the rest of Yin Mingran's life, don't upset her future husband. Although I don't care, there are quite a few people who do." Zhou Heng's eyes shone brightly, his brows slightly furrowed. He listened to Liao Haomiao's words as if he had suddenly understood. "I was only focused on sympathizing with Yin Mingran and doing things to help her, but I didn't think about these things. You're rejecting her while still living with her. Even if you haven't done anything, it's inevitable that things will get ambiguous when you're under the same roof, right? It's all real but unofficial, and you're just hurting the heart of someone who likes you. Even if Yin Mingran is willing, as a man, can you do this?" Liao Haomiao put on his glasses, walked forward, and patted Zhou Heng on the chest. His words were forceful and clear, leaving Zhou Heng speechless, unable to utter a single word. He kept questioning himself. Am I really hurting Yin Mingran right now? But if you don't know whether you like her or not, wouldn't you be hurting her in the end? Liao Haomiao smiled and continued. Do you feel like you need someone to talk to? Zhou Heng sighed and asked cautiously, what good will this do you? There's no benefit to it. Didn't I say I just didn't want to see Yin Mingran sad? My feelings for her have stopped there. In the end, is it wrong to want to protect her smile? Zhou Heng turned around, looked at the street light in front of him, stared at the light source until his eyes hurt, and then looked away. He remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he finally spoke. How do you come to the conclusion that you like Yin Mingran? And how do you know that you truly like her? There is no definition or standard for liking. If you think you like something, then you like it. But I still don't understand. Zhou Heng took 2 steps forward, stared at Liao Haomiao in front of him, and said with some emotion, I used to pursue a girl for 2 years, but it was only because nobody paid attention to me in junior high school, and she did. I thought I liked her. I didn't even know what would happen if I actually won her over. Could I play games with her? Show her the skins and equipment I spent a lot of money on? Would she think I was amazing and fall in love with me because of that? Obviously not. So how could I maintain the relationship? How could I know if I liked her? Liao Haomiao reached out and pushed away the agitated Zhou Heng, adjusted his glasses, and said, Let me tell you my thoughts. After all, I do have some dating experience. I dated someone in junior high school, and we dated for a year. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, took a step back, and looked at Liao Haomiao with a puzzled expression. Junior high? What did you know back then? What thoughts could you possibly have? Liao Haomiao leaned against the wall, gazing at the night sky, and said, Back then, after I got together with her, I would feel happy whenever I thought of her. Even if I was feeling really down, just thinking about her would fill me with energy. I would share anything interesting, happy, or unhappy with her. I would think about what she was doing all the time. I would inexplicably want to get closer to her, and my eyes would always be on her. I would be very happy if she interacted with me in the slightest, and my lips would unconsciously curl up in a smile. Zhou Heng also stood next to Liao Haomiao, leaning against the wall, listening quietly. Hearing these words, he felt as if he understood something deep down. But more than anything, I'm afraid she'll show any impatience with me, afraid she'll deliberately avoid me, afraid I'll be affected by her every move, afraid I'll get jealous for some other man, afraid she'll hate me or despise me, wanting her to know what I'm thinking, yet afraid I'm just imagining things. Overall, liking someone is really wonderful. You have something to rely on, a ray of hope, and a direction to move towards her. At that moment, you really have to admit that you are a love-struck person. Liao Haomiao's thin lips curved slightly upward, carrying a gentle smile, and the corners of his eyes also curved slightly. Zhou Heng found it strange and asked, And then what? Since you liked her so much, why didn't you stay with her? Liao Haomiao turned his head to look at Zhou Heng, a nonchalant smile on his face. Later, her mother found out that my grades in junior high school were very bad. Her mother said she wouldn't let her play with people who didn't do well in school, and even came to my house, saying that I was hindering her daughter's studies, and then she broke us up. Zhou Heng suddenly paused, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Seeing how easily Liao Haomiao said those words, coupled with his current achievements, it's hard to imagine how hard he has worked since then. However, no matter how hard we try, it's too late to come back. Zhou Heng reached out and patted Liao Haomiao on the shoulder, comforting him. Her family would be very surprised if they knew how well you were doing in your studies. If she hadn't broken up with me, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. It's all because I didn't work hard enough back then. After Liao Haomiao finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Heng and asked, So, did this help you? Do you understand what it feels like to like something now? Chapter 86 I Like You. Will you be my boyfriend? It's helpful. I had some ideas, and I've definitely had them too. Zhou Heng calmed down and carefully recalled his feelings when he was with Yin Minggran. He wasn't sure if this was the feeling of liking someone, but he certainly hadn't felt this way when he was with Tang Ji or Tong Yining. This is a feeling that belongs exclusively to him and Yin Minggran. Liao Haomiao walked up to Zhou Heng, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I can sense that you absolutely like Yin Minggran. You haven't realized it yet because you've never truly liked anyone before. Is that so? Yes, we'll see. After a while, you'll be able to tell for sure that you like Yin Minggran. But by then, it's uncertain whether Yin Minggran will still like you. You'd better think it through. After saying this, Liao Haomiao turned around and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he left one last sentence. Remember what I said. Either accept it or keep your distance. It's better for both of you. After saying that, Liao Haomiao left directly. Zhou Heng watched his departing figure, lost in thought. He had to admit that this conversation was very meaningful to him, as it cleared up many of his doubts and helped him to be more certain of his own thoughts. He just wasn't sure if this feeling was love. He knew Liao Haomiao was right. The reason he couldn't figure it out was because he'd never truly loved anyone before. Even if they have feelings for someone, they won't care. Zhou Heng stood there for a long time, thinking, before finally taking a step to go home. He didn't know how to face Yin Minggran when he got home. Was she really going to confess her feelings just now? Will she confess again after she gets back? After Zhou Heng turned the corner, he suddenly stopped and stood frozen in place. He saw a familiar person sitting on those familiar steps. About 10 days ago, on a rainy night, on the steps under that streetlight, I encountered that girl who was crying very sadly. And today, the same night, the same place, the same people. However, it didn't rain today, and the girl wasn't crying. The scene from the past seemed to be right before her eyes. But now, Yin Minggran sat on those steps, holding her house key in her hand, looking at the phone she had given herself, with a joyful smile on her face. Seeing this, Zhou Heng's eyes flickered, and he pursed his lips slightly, as if he were smiling. He knew that helping Yin Mingran was the first and most correct thing he had ever done in his life. Why didn't you go home? Zhou Heng spoke up and called out. Upon hearing the voice, Yin Mingran quickly looked up and, seeing Zhou Heng, smiled gently and gracefully. She quickly got up, jogged over to Zhou Heng, and said, I'll wait for you. Are you all right? It's nothing. What could possibly happen to me? Let's go home. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran continued walking home. Yin Mingran asked curiously, what did he want to talk to you about? It's nothing, just chatting. Oh. Yin Mingran didn't press the matter further and followed Zhou Heng home together. Upon returning home, Zhou Heng sat down in a chair as soon as he entered, seemingly resting. However, his eyes kept glancing towards Yin Mingran. Call. After a while, he exhaled and looked at Yin Mingran, asking, what do you want to say on the way back? Yin Mingran looked up at Zhou Heng's face and was momentarily stunned. She was surprised that Zhou Heng remembered. She had thought he wouldn't care. She originally intended to confess her feelings at that time, but she was interrupted, and after returning, Zhou Heng seemed to be lost in thought. If Zhou Heng is thinking about something important, it wouldn't be good to disturb him at this time, and confessing one's feelings would be even less wise. So she didn't bring it up again, planning to wait for a more suitable time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Heng actually asked on his own initiative. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask, what do you want for dinner? I'll make it for you. Yin Mingran stood up and walked towards the kitchen. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Zhou Heng had brought up the topic and created an opportunity for her, but she was too embarrassed to say it. Because she always felt that now was not a good time, and that if she said it, the effect would definitely not be very good. She wanted that perfect opportunity, like the one on the way back, when it was very quiet and the atmosphere between them was just right. However, just as she was about to walk to the kitchen and pass by Zhou Heng suddenly reached out and grabbed Yin Mingran's wrist, stopping her. Yin Mingran's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't turn around or say anything, because her mind was completely blank at that moment, and her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Zhou Heng could feel Yin Mingran's body trembling slightly, and he asked softly, That's not what you wanted to say, is it? Although the sound was soft, it felt like an explosion in Yin Mingran's heart, making her heart race. No. She answered softly, her voice barely audible. If the room hadn't been so quiet, Zhou Heng wouldn't have heard her at all. Then tell me, what is it that you really want to say? Zhou Heng's deep voice made Yin Mingran's face flush red instantly, her ears turning bright red as well. She was already hesitant to speak, and Zhou Heng's appearance made it even harder for her to bring herself to say it. But, now that Zhou Heng has asked, she can't lie again, can she? She can't, and she simply won't. So what should I do now? Should I stall for time? Make up an excuse to keep it a secret for another day? While Yin Mingran was still struggling with her thoughts, Zhou Heng slowly stood up, but his hand was still gripping Yin Mingran's wrist, and he didn't let go. Yin Mingran still didn't turn around, but she already knew Zhou Heng had stood up, which made her a little nervous because she didn't know what Zhou Heng would do next. At this moment, Zhou Heng parted his lips slightly and asked softly, Can't you tell me? Or, do you just not want to tell me? Yin Mingran's body trembled slightly as she heard Zhou Heng's tone. Not only was there doubt, but also a hint of disappointment, and Yin Mingran even heard a trace of grievance. This was the first time she had heard Zhou Heng speak in such a tone, and it struck her deeply. It was as if it touched the most vulnerable part of her heart. That was the fatal blow that broke through her psychological defenses. She had no way to resist anymore. Hiss whoosh. Yin Mingran took a deep breath, suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with unwavering determination and intense focus. Zhou Heng, I know it sounds a bit presumptuous of me to say this, because everything I have now is thanks to you, Tangji, and Mom. But I have my eye on you. I have nothing. I'm not good enough for you. But I still want to be brave this time. Zhou Heng, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Chapter 87. Otherwise, I might have upset you without even realizing it. As soon as Yin Mingran finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that it felt as if you could hear the echo of her voice. Zhou Heng's expression was particularly blank. He knew beforehand that Yin Mingran most likely wanted to say something a confession. However, when this genuine confession came crashing down on him, even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't handle it. It felt like it had struck his very soul, even his heart. His mind is completely blank. He seems to have lost the ability to think. But inside, my mind was screaming, huh? Is this what it feels like to be confessed to? Is this feeling real? In Mungran's resolute gaze and earnest expression seemed to fade rapidly after she finished speaking. Instead, her face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, looking timid and embarrassed, but inside she was happy. She finally spoke her mind. If it were my former self, I would never have said it, even if you beat me to death. The fact that you can say it now proves that you have changed. You have changed your previous weak personality. That. A moment later, Jo-hung spoke. Upon hearing his voice, In Mingran immediately looked up at him with expectant eyes. She didn't know how her confession would go, but even if the result wasn't ideal, she wouldn't be discouraged or disheartened. Because from the very beginning, she confessed her feelings with the expectation that she would fail. She has a clear understanding of her current situation. Living under someone else's roof, she has nothing but her academic performance. Furthermore, she also believed that she had no qualities that could attract Jo-hung. Therefore, although she had expectations, she was also prepared for failure. She just hoped that after the failure, her relationship with Jo-hung would remain the same and not deteriorate. You really like me? You're not kidding, are you? Jo-hung blinked repeatedly, as if his eyes were dry, and his speech was halting and hesitant. It's true. I'm not kidding. In Mungran's unwavering answer finally convinced Jo-hung of this. However, he still couldn't understand it. After all, he was someone who was often ridiculed in high school, a laughingstock for 2 years, with a very low profile, and among the worst students in the world. How can someone like that? The person who liked him was actually the class monitor, who was ranked first in the class. Not only does she have excellent grades, but she is also well-liked and trusted by everyone in the class. Needless to say, she was the object of affection for half the boys in her class, and had many suitors from other classes as well. It's hard to imagine that someone like me could like me. Is it just because I helped her? Aye. Jo-hung released In Mungran's wrist, took a step back, and felt as if a bone was stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to answer. It was as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words, as nervous as if he were performing on stage for the first time. Seeing this, In Mingran narrowed her eyes, smiled faintly, and said softly, "It's okay, you don't need to answer me. I know you just don't want to refuse me. I'll go make you some food. After we eat, let's start studying. Just pretend what happened didn't happen. Don't let it affect your mood." After saying that, In Mingran turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen. No. Wait a minute. Jo-hung seemed very anxious and quickly called out to In Mingran. In Mingran was startled, not knowing what was wrong with Jo-hung, and turned her head to look at him blankly. Jo-hung gasped for breath, feeling as if his heart was about to burst into his throat. The next second, he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing, and he spoke. "Well, I have no dating experience, and although I know you don't either, but I want to say, if I do anything wrong or do anything inappropriate, please point it out clearly, and I will correct it. Otherwise, I might upset you without even realizing it." In Mingran was genuinely taken aback, her eyes widening suddenly, her slightly thin lips trembling slightly. She took a step forward, blinked her gentle, jade-like eyes, and spoke in disbelief. You mean? Jo-hung nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. "I want to be your boyfriend." After Jo-hung finished speaking, time seemed to freeze at that moment, and In Mingran suddenly froze on the spot. The next second, her lips moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Jo-hung panicked instantly. Before he could say anything, bright tears were already streaming down his rosy cheeks. No. Did I do something wrong? Don't cry. Jo-hung asked anxiously, unsure of what to do with his hands, his whole body seemingly at a loss for what posture to adopt. His face was filled with panic, and he looked around frantically. He desperately hoped that some magical tool was nearby that could immediately stop In Mingran's tears. Seeing this scene, In Mingran was suddenly reminded of her first day at Jo-hung's house. She had cried in front of Jo-hung, But he hadn't reacted this way then. She had even complained about him and spoken harshly. Seeing Zhou Heng's reaction, Yin Minggran couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down her face as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You did nothing wrong. I'm fine. I'm just crying tears of joy. Ouch, you scared me. Zhou Heng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. He thought he had accidentally made Yin Minggran cry since they had just started dating. Then, Zhou Heng just stood there, like a wooden statue, because he didn't know what to do next. He has a girlfriend? Just like that? And it's Yin Minggran, the goddess in so many guys' hearts, Yin Minggran. This is so much better than Tong Yining, whom I chased for 2 years. I haven't even gotten a bicycle yet, and I'm getting a sports car right away. And then what? What should I do? Set off some firecrackers to celebrate? Or should I call my mom to let her know? Or perhaps, seeing Yin Minggran wiping away tears, Zhou Heng realized he should do something, at least hand her a tissue. What was he doing, just standing there like a zombie? Then, Zhou Heng quickly brought over some tissues and handed them to Yin Minggran. Let me wipe it off for you, stop crying. Yin Minggran took it, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then gave a joyful smile. Are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. You should rest for a while. Zhou Heng, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward first to stop Yin Minggran and said, Oh no, I'll cook today, you go and rest. Chapter 88 could actually be done the same way as before. In the end, neither of them would give in, and they squeezed together in the kitchen to cook together. This was also the first time the two of them had appeared in the kitchen together. Zhou Heng bent down to wash the vegetables, appearing to be washing them with exceptional care. Meanwhile, Yin Minggran was chopping vegetables. Holding a cleaver, her knife skills were usually quite adept, but for some reason today, she kept cutting the vegetables too thick and too thin. Moreover, a cherry-like blush would occasionally appear on her face, and her eyes would steal glances at Zhou Heng every few seconds. Each time she glanced at him, the blush on her face would become even more intense. Zhou Heng sensed something was wrong, quickly put down the vegetables he was holding, and snatched the cleaver from Yin Minggran's hand. Let me do it. It would be bad if I cut my hand. Looking at Yin Minggran's fair and slender fingers, Zhou Heng thought to himself that if he were to leave a scar on them, he would truly be a sinner. Then I'll go wash the vegetables. No, washing vegetables is bad for your hands. Let me do it. Zhou Heng stopped Yin Minggran from touching the vegetables. Injured hand. Yin Minggran blinked in confusion, looking at the vegetables, not understanding why washing vegetables would hurt her hands. There's only a cucumber in there. You might feel a bit of pain when you wash off the thorns, but does that have anything to do with hurting your hands? Yin Minggran thought Zhou Heng was exaggerating a bit, but she was still very happy inside because she knew that Zhou Heng was worried about her. But I've already cooked so many times, there's no need to worry, right? Why is Zhou Heng so cautious now that they're together? It's like he's being extra careful with me. Are you afraid of accidentally breaking it? Looking at Zhou Heng's serious profile, Yin Minggran, for some reason, found her lips involuntarily curving upwards slightly. She had never seen Zhou Heng like this before. The Zhou Heng she knew had always seemed very mature, calm, and reliable. Being around him made her feel incredibly safe. But she really likes Zhou Heng now. She thinks he's especially cute. Yin Minggran reached out and poked Zhou Heng's cheek with her finger, saying softly, Okay, then the kitchen is yours. I'll go tidy up the house. Afterwards, Yin Minggran left the kitchen. Zhou Heng didn't turn around, but the cleaver in his hand stopped moving. After a while, his ears seemed to turn a little red. Yin Minggran tidied up the living room, bedroom, and bathroom thoroughly. Since they were usually very clean, it was easy to clean them. After cleaning, the whole house looked brand new. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng had finished preparing the meal and brought it to the table. Zhou Heng was about to call Yin Minggran by her full name when he suddenly realized that, given their current relationship, calling her by her full name might seem a bit distant. Time to eat. In the end, Zhou Heng could only mutter softly. They didn't even use any titles, because he simply couldn't recall those familiar terms of address. Okay, coming. Yin Minggran didn't mind, nodded, and happily went to the dining table. Zhou Heng served Yin Minggran rice, provided her with bowls and chopsticks, and even poured her a glass of warm water. making Mingran feel a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected that officially starting a relationship would have such a strong impact on Hong. He really wasn't lying. He seemed genuinely afraid of doing something wrong. Mingran desperately wanted to tell Hong that there was no need for this, and that he didn't need to treat her like this. This would only make her feel embarrassed, and it would be quite different from their usual way of getting along. You don't need to worry about anything. I will never be angry with you, nor will I think what you did was wrong. Even if we get together, we can still be like before. Mingran spoke softly, and every word reached Zhou Heng's ears, leaving him somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with me? Am I not acting the same as usual? What am I usually like? Although he didn't quite understand, he still obediently nodded and said, okay. The two began to eat, and whether it was psychological or not, Mingran felt that the food tasted exceptionally good today. She already thought Zhou Heng's cooking was exceptionally delicious, but today she thought it was even better. After the meal, Mingran cleaned up the dishes as usual. Zhou Heng wasn't idle either. He helped Mingran pack. Normally, by this time he would have already been studying. He now wondered how selfish he had been. What harm could it have done to help Mingran tidy up? Why didn't he help? Was it really just a matter of a little more time to study? A few more minutes wouldn't have earned him more points. Now Zhou Heng realizes that he did indeed have many shortcomings in the past, yet Mingran never complained and even liked him as he was. After everything was tidied up, Zhou Heng sat down at his desk, took out his books, and prepared to begin studying. Despite what happened today, it won't affect his learning progress. At this moment, Mingran, holding her pajamas, stood beside Zhou Heng and asked softly, "Do you want to take a shower first?" "Huh? No, you. You go first, I'll learn first." "Okay, then I'll wash quickly." Mingran nodded and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Zhou Heng, who was still doing his homework, started twirling his pen and shaking his leg at some point. His eyes kept glancing towards the bathroom. "What's going on?" Zhou Heng muttered something under his breath. He felt a restlessness within him, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "I have extremely difficulty concentrating. My attention keeps drifting towards the bathroom. This isn't the first time Mingran has showered here. She takes a shower almost every day. But was I like this before? Obviously not. I never paid any attention to that area before. But why did it turn out like this today? Not only was my gaze drifting in that direction, but even my mind was starting to conjure up hazy images. Without realizing it, he was staring at the bathroom door. It was as if one could see the faint, shadowy silhouette reflected in the water, revealing a graceful figure. Smack! The next second, a slap landed hard on Zhou Heng's face. It was Zhou Heng himself who slapped himself. "Weakling! You can't even control this? Useless!" He cursed himself under his breath, then forcibly shifted his attention to the book, beginning a period of focused study. About half an hour later, Mingran came out of the bathroom in her pajamas. When he saw Zhou Heng sitting there, he noticed something was off about him. What happened to your face?" Chapter 89. Oh dear, what am I so nervous about? I got bitten by a mosquito. A mosquito? A mosquito the size of a palm? Hee hee. Mingran turned her head to the side, chuckled softly, then slowly walked over and sat down next to Zhou Heng. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Heng felt a faint, pleasant fragrance enter his nostrils. Zhou Heng quickly lowered his head, staring at the book, trying not to let his mind wander. Mingran sat to the side, seemingly sensing something. Her intuition was quite sharp. She immediately noticed the change in Zhou Heng's demeanor. In the past, he had no expression on his face and was completely focused when studying, as if nothing in the outside world could affect him. But today he was making a lot of small movements. His tongue kept touching his cheek, his eyes were darting around, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Mingran's worst fears came true. Her confession to Zhou Heng came with a condition. If that condition was violated, she would rather never confess to him. She pursed her lips, a hesitant look on her face, and after a moment, she finally spoke with difficulty. "Zhou Heng, if being with me will affect your studies, if it will disrupt your normal life, then we should." "No, definitely not." Zhou Heng shook his head in denial, preventing Mingran from continuing. He knew his current situation was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, and he found it fascinating. Both his mood and his state of mind were fresh and exciting. It was as if it added a lot of color to his monotonous world. Only games could do this before. However, I didn't expect that the novelty Min Gran brought me would far exceed that of the game. Although these feelings were irresistible to him, they would absolutely not affect anything else. He can even temporarily give up his favorite games so as not to affect his studies, so he can do the same when it comes to dating. Min Gran's thin lips curved slightly into a gentle smile as she placed her hand on the back of Zhou Heng's hand and softly said, "Yes, I believe you." Afterwards, Zhou Heng briefly forgot about their relationship and, as usual, asked Min Gran to teach him how to do his homework. Both of them were very serious during the learning process, seemingly wanting to prove that the change in their relationship wouldn't have any impact. As night deepened, Zhou Heng knew he had learned enough, and it was time for him to take a shower and go to bed. He went into the bathroom to take a shower. Min Gran went back to her bedroom first. She looked at the blanket in the middle of the bed, lost in thought. That was their partition, dividing a large bed into two sides, with each person sleeping on one side. And now, their relationship no longer needs to be like this. If you're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, wouldn't having a blanket between you create distance between you? After a brief moment of thought, Min Gran moved the middle blanket away. Looking at the large bed in front of her, Min Gran's cheeks flushed slightly, because she actually wanted to take one of the pillows with her. In that case, wouldn't they be able to share a pillow? That would be the true meaning of sharing a bed, right? However, despite her thoughts, she did not intend to do so. She and Zhou Heng had only just started dating, and what if she did something that made Zhou Heng unhappy? Min Gran lay on the bed. The bedroom and the bathroom were separated by only one wall. She could hear the sounds from the bathroom next door from the bedside. Her mind couldn't help but start imagining Zhou Heng's figure again. She could only imagine it before, but she saw the specific scene when Zhou Heng went to the gym. Now that they're together, does that mean I can reach out and touch those muscles? She'd wanted to touch it for a long time, but she'd never really dared to. Now that she had a legitimate status, it wouldn't be too much to touch it, right? Gurgle. As she thought about it, Min Gran's throat tightened, and she swallowed. Her face flushed red, and she immediately pulled the blanket over herself. Why am I thinking such nonsense? Min Gran rolled around on the huge bed, eventually wrapping herself up in the blankets. She quickly cleared her mind. If she continued to let her mind wander like this, the other person would definitely take advantage of her. Being able to be with Zhou Heng was already a great honor for her. How could she dare to make any other requests? If my pride leads to Zhou Heng's dislike, and we end up breaking up, I'll definitely regret it so much I'll cry my eyes out. Oh right. Min Gran poked her head out from under the covers and suddenly remembered something. Should I tell Tang Ji this good news? She helped me a lot in being with Zhou Heng, and I should repay her. Min Gran took out her phone, opened her chat with Tang Ji, and typed a few words. Zhou Heng and I are together now. No. Min Gran wrote and deleted repeatedly, thinking for a long time, but felt she couldn't express her feelings on her phone. So I've decided to wait until tomorrow after school to tell Tang Ji in person. That would be better. At this moment, Min Gran heard the water in the bathroom stop, which meant that Zhou Heng had finished showering. She immediately put down her phone, trying to appear natural. Lying down? Sitting up? Or pretending to be asleep? No, that's definitely not right. Ugh, what am I so nervous about? Min Gran buried her head under the covers again. Her face flushed as she whispered softly. Why did she feel like it was her first time sleeping with Zhou Heng? Except the first time, she only felt worry and fear, while this time, she felt both shy and somewhat expectant. They always sleep together every night, but their relationship is different today. What will happen? What will Zhou Heng do? Min Gran thought to herself that no matter what Zhou Heng did, she wouldn't refuse. Snap! After a while, the bedroom door opened, and Zhou Heng walked in. Zhou Heng saw Min Gran lying on the bed and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is she covered by a blanket? Is it cold in the room? Meanwhile, Min Gran, hidden under the covers, cursed herself for being a coward. She didn't know what expression or demeanor to use when facing Zhou Heng, so she simply hid herself under the covers. Zhou Heng initially thought Min Gran was asleep, but seeing the blanket still moving, he realized she wasn't actually asleep. He then noticed that the blanket separating the two beds had been removed. Here's a glass of warm water for you. And, are you sleepy now? Would you like some fruit? I'll go wash some for you. Jo-hung placed a glass of warm water on the table next to In Min-gran and asked softly. In Min-gran, lying in bed, suddenly froze, then closed her eyes tightly, biting her lip lightly, her suppressed emotions almost bursting forth. She's really puzzled right now. Didn't they just get together? Why be so good to yourself? It makes me feel like I can't handle it. Chapter 90. Darling, you're so good. In Min-gran cautiously peeked her head out from under the covers, revealing a pair of clear eyes. No. Thank you, it's no trouble at all. She didn't know how to answer Jo-hung. It turned out that when someone is too nice to you, you really can feel overwhelmed. Okay then. Just tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. Jo-hung nodded. He stood by his bed, but hesitated as he prepared to get in. Fortunately, he recovered in time, slowly got into bed, and lay down on the bed. Now that the blanket was gone, Jo-hung felt that he would touch In Min-gran if he raised his hand. However, it wouldn't be good to be too far away from In Min-gran, as it would seem like I dislike her. I feel awkward getting too close. In Min-gran whispered, You don't need to be so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Jo-hung raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he spoke. I don't think this is being good to you. It's a small thing, nothing to brag about. Besides, isn't it only natural to be good to your girlfriend? Exclamation point. Upon hearing the phrase, his girlfriend, In Min-gran immediately lost her composure, turning her back to Jo-hung with her face flushed crimson. Hearing those words come out of Jo-hung's mouth, how could he possibly resist? No, I have to fight back. I need to do something, say something. I was the one who confessed my feelings first, and now that we're finally together, why am I being so shy? In Min-gran turned around, raised her eyes, and looked at Jo-hung. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, like shining black jade. After a long silence, In Min-gran slowly spoke, her voice as gentle and graceful as clear, moist water. Darling, you're so good. Hiss. Jo-hung's eyes widened instantly. He gasped, and his head involuntarily tilted back. Bang! It turned out there was a wall behind him, and the loud thud was the sound of the back of his head hitting the wall. Depend on. Jo-hung gritted his teeth and covered his head. He had reacted too violently just now, and the pain almost killed him. In Min-gran was startled and quickly moved closer to Jo-hung, pulling him into her arms and gently rubbing his head. I'm so sorry, how are you? Does it hurt? She gently rubbed Jo-hung's sores, her eyes filled with concern. She admitted that she had been a little mischievous just now, but only a tiny bit. After all, it was to get back at Jo-hung. But I didn't expect Jo-hung's reaction to be so intense. I should have known better than to play like that. It must have hurt so much if I had hit my head. The sound was so loud. It felt like I was going to smash a hole in the wall. No. It doesn't hurt anymore. Jo-hung pursed his lips, closed his eyes tightly, and whispered. Because at this moment, his entire face was less than a finger's width away from In Min-gran's most impressive feature. Closer. I'm about to bury my face in it. All that greeted us was the irresistible aroma. At that moment, he could no longer feel pain. He only felt a rapid surge of blood flow. Anyway, it's not a case of a blood rushing to the head. In Min-gran massaged Jo-hung's face for a while longer before letting go. Looking at Jo-hung's face, she asked, How are you? Does it still hurt? No, it's all right now. Jo-hung then slowly opened his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to open them at all. In the past, this would have hurt for at least half an hour, right? How come the pain stopped almost immediately after In Min-gran rubbed it? Does her hand have magic power? Is it the magic of being in love? Jo-hung looked at In Min-gran and noticed that her face was filled with guilt. It seemed she blamed herself for hitting the wall. Actually, it was just my own carelessness. It had nothing to do with her. I'm fine. It's not your fault. Don't overthink it. Jo-hung said softly. Then, he carefully raised his hand and gently stroked In Min-gran's cheek with his fingers. The smooth and elastic skin surprised Jo-hung. He thought to himself, how wonderful it would be to gently pinch it. I bet it'd be addictive. In Min-gran finally smiled faintly, nodded, and replied, After a while, Jo-hung turned off the light. It was time for them to go to sleep. They lay in bed, each covered with their own blanket, but neither could close their eyes. In Mingran kept recalling what had happened today, especially when she confessed her feelings to Jo-hung. Every time she thought about it, her heart would race, and she kept telling herself that this wasn't a dream, it was real. She was really with Jo-hung. Jo-hung, on the other hand, was trying to sort out his feelings. He knew he was definitely behaving strangely, unlike his usual self. The reason is that he is currently experiencing a relationship he has never had before, which is a romantic relationship. Everything was unknown and full of novelty, which truly made him unable to stop. Did I really have such a wonderful girlfriend? When I go to school tomorrow, will I be able to openly admit my relationship with In Mingran? He could already imagine the envious looks those people were giving him. He doesn't care about the questioning looks from others, but he really cares about the envious and admiring looks from them, because it feels so good. I can't. Upon hearing In Mingran's voice, Jo-hung responded instinctively, as if he would be making a mistake if he were even a second late in responding. In Mingran's voice was soft and hesitant, but she still spoke slowly. Can I hold you while I sleep? Of course. We can now. Jo-hung nodded in response. Then, he turned sideways and rushed towards In Mingran, facing her directly. In Mingran's hand also reached up and wrapped around Jo-hang's waist, her head unconsciously pressing down to rest against Jo-hang's chest. It felt like she was nestled in Jo-hang's arms, giving her a great sense of security. Jo-hung also raised his hand and gently hugged In Mingran. Just like that night, the two embraced. This time, however, In Mingran was no longer worried that Jo-hung would find out, and she didn't need to go to great lengths to pretend to be asleep. She could do it openly. After a while, In Mingran opened her eyes and whispered, "Your heartbeat is so fast." Sorry, did I wake you up? How can I make it stop? Oh no. How can I make it slow down a bit? No. In Mingran reached out her other hand and gently placed it on Jo-hang's heart, as if feeling its beating. I love so much. Chapter 91. You two both wore your joy on your faces. Neither Jo-hung nor In Mingran knew when they fell asleep. When drowsiness washes over you, your eyes close uncontrollably. The next morning, Jo-hung was the first to open his eyes. He usually woke up early and then got up to make breakfast and lunch to take to school. Jo-hung snorted, and just as he was about to move his body, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He seemed unable to move. When he looked down, he found In Mingran nestled close to him, breathing evenly, still asleep. Oh right. Jo-hung thought about what had happened yesterday, something he had never experienced before in his entire life. Now it all feels like a dream. Just then, In Mingran, sensing Jo-hang's movement, also moved, shifting her body closer to his embrace, as if she wanted to curl up completely in his arms. Seeing her like this, and then looking at her sleeping face, Jo-hang's heart started racing uncontrollably again. No wonder Liao Haomiao said he definitely liked In Mingran. I can feel it more or less now, and I can understand what it feels like to like someone. Although Jo-hung should be getting up to cook now, in this situation, if he gets up, he will definitely wake In Mingran. Moreover, he was reluctant to get up now. He wanted to savor the feeling of holding In Mingran in his arms a little longer. Jo-hung just stared at In Mingran as she slept, as if he couldn't get enough of looking at her. He also wished time could stop so he could enjoy this moment a little longer. However, time flies, and before long, In Mingran's alarm clock rang. In Mingran slowly opened her blurry eyes, raised her head, and saw Jo-hang's tense expression. His expression suggested he was worried. Today was a brand new day, and he wondered if In Mingran would deny what happened last night. Because you might regret a decision you made at night the next morning. However, it was clear that Jo-hang's worries were unnecessary. After making eye contact with Jo-hung, In Mingran narrowed her eyes and revealed a charming smile. Good morning. In Mingran had just woken up, and her voice was a little hoarse, but to Jo-hung, it was an extremely charming voice, making his whole body feel tingly. Good morning. Did you sleep well? In Mingran smiled broadly and whispered in Jo-hang's ear, super good. That's good. In Mingran also reluctantly left Jo-hang's embrace, and the two got out of bed together. Johan glanced at the time. Fortunately, there was enough time for him to prepare breakfast and lunch, though he would have to make them simple. In Mingran certainly wouldn't stand idly by. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to help Johan cook. Johan didn't refuse anymore. The two of them working together would indeed save a lot of time. While making lunch, the two of them tacitly prepared each other's portions, resulting in lunches that were better than the others. After they finished getting ready, the two of them prepared to leave. Step out of the house, take the elevator. Inside the elevator, In Mingran lowered her head and glanced at Zhou Heng's hand. The next second, she cautiously reached out her hand and gently grasped half of Zhou Heng's palm. Zhou Heng's hand trembled slightly, and he didn't react for a moment. When he looked at In Mingran, he found that she had her head down. Nothing was said, but it seemed there was no need to say anything. Then, Zhou Heng directly grasped In Mingran's entire hand, making no attempt to hide it. In Mingran raised her head, glanced at Zhou Heng's profile, and smiled. The two held hands and went to school together, but separated when they reached the school gate. After all, schools don't allow students to date, and if they get caught, they'll probably be punished. After arriving in the classroom, they each returned to their seats. After Zhou Heng sat down, he looked at Tang Ji beside him and said, "I have something to tell you." Before Zhou Heng could even speak, Tang Ji guessed first. "You and In Mingran are together?" "Huh? How did you know? Did she tell you?" "No, I guessed. You two both have your joy written all over your faces." Tang Ji chuckled, pointed at Zhou Heng's face, and said, "Really? Is it that obvious?" Zhou Heng frowned slightly and touched his cheek. Did he really look happy? It's obvious, especially In Mingran. I feel like if she were any happier, she would skip and hop in. Tang Ji pointed to In Mingran's side and saw that she seemed to be shaking her head slightly, intentionally or unintentionally. Even from behind, you could tell that she was very happy. "All right. Anyway, best wishes to you two. You two seem like a good match, and you should be able to stay together forever, right? But aren't you going to tell your aunt?" "I don't have that plan for the time being." Zhou Heng shook his head. He had thought about this yesterday, but he felt it was better not to tell his mother for the time being. Although she would probably agree to them being together, she would definitely give him all sorts of advice, and he really didn't want to hear those things right now. So he plans to wait until later, such as after the next exam. If he has improved after the exam, he can then casually mention it. Tang Ji nodded and said, "Oh, I see. By the way, I'm going out with her this weekend. Do you want to come?" "Where are you going?" "Let's go shopping for clothes. The sports meet is next week. How can we not buy her some nice outfits?" That makes sense, but..." Zhou Heng paused, glanced in Mingran's direction, and said in a low voice, "I want to go, but I don't know if I should. Would she be happy if I went? Is it better for girls to go shopping alone like this?" "Why wouldn't she want to? Aren't you her boyfriend now? What's wrong with bringing your boyfriend along?" "Don't worry, she'd be thrilled to have you come along." "Is that so?" Zhou Heng nodded in sudden realization. He felt it was best to ask about these things first. After all, he had already said that this was his first time dating, and he might unknowingly upset In Mingran, which was why he was being so cautious. Students gradually entered the classroom, and when Tang Yining walked in, she subconsciously looked in Zhou Heng's direction. But then they noticed that Zhou Heng's gaze seemed to be fixed on In Mingran. Chapter 92. In Mingran has trained you quite well, hasn't she? During class, Tang Yining had been observing Zhou Heng and In Mingran, and noticed that they were both acting a little strange today. There seemed to be a lot of eye contact today, and the way these two are looking at each other is different from usual. Tang Yining even saw love in Mingran's eyes. In that instant, Tang Yining's heart skipped a beat. A possibility occurred to her. Could it be that the two of them were officially together? Was it really that sudden? Just the day before yesterday, over the weekend, I asked In Mingran, and she said that the two of them weren't in that kind of relationship. Where's Liao Haomiao? Where did he go? Didn't he succeed in confessing his feelings? Didn't he stand in their way? Let's have someone answer this. I'll take a look. The teacher stands on the podium, looking around at the students. At this moment, the students always lower their heads, trying to avoid being seen by the teacher. However, generally speaking, this is not very useful. At this moment, Zhou Heng was still staring blankly at the table, seemingly reminiscing about the time he spent with In Mingran. He was filled with anticipation at the thought that they could sleep together every night from now on. Come on, let's have Zhou Hong, the student who has made the most progress in this monthly exam, answer this question. Hold head high. The teacher's words jolted Zhou Hong out of his reverie, and he looked up at the teacher with a blank expression. Throat. Tang Ji, who was standing to the side, almost burst out laughing when she saw this expression. At the same time, Yin Minggran and Tong Yining, who were in front, also turned their heads to look at Zhou Hong. Come on, Zhou Hong, stand up and answer. It's okay if you don't answer correctly, just give it a try. Well, Zhou Hong slowly stood up, staring at the problem on the blackboard, as if he were in slow motion. At this moment, Yin Minggran, who was in front of him, looked very worried. She really wanted to help Zhou Hong and secretly tell him the answer or something. But that's impossible. This isn't elementary school math. You can't just show the answer with your hands. Besides, their seats are quite far apart, so Zhou Hong wouldn't be able to hear her whispering. She had even placed her hopes on Tang Ji, hoping that Tang Ji could help Zhou Hong. Although Zhou Hong stood up to answer the question, it was Yin Minggran who was nervous and worried. After Zhou Hong read the question carefully, he suddenly remembered that Yin Minggran seemed to have explained this question to him before. After a moment's thought, Zhou Hong gave the answer, and some classmates stared wide-eyed at him in disbelief. Clearly, they never expected Zhou Hong to actually be right. That's a very good answer. Let's give Zhou Hong a round of applause. The teacher nodded in satisfaction and gestured for Zhou Hong to sit down. Zhou Hong slowly sat down amidst the applause of the whole class, feeling somewhat insecure. In the past, whenever he stood up to answer a question, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer it. This is the first time I've answered it correctly. Tang Ji whispered in Zhou Hong's ear. Yin Minggran has trained you quite well, hasn't she? You've really learned something, haven't you? The word training is not accurate. Zhou Hong rolled his eyes at her and said indifferently. After Zhou Hong sat down, Yin Minggran breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he couldn't answer, the teacher wouldn't make things difficult for him. But for some reason, as Zhou Hong's girlfriend, she just wanted him to answer perfectly. She didn't know where this feeling came from. All of Yin Minggran's actions were observed by one person, Tong Yining. She saw through his worry and his joy perfectly. At this moment, a great doubt arose in her heart. Did she really like Zhou Hong? Seeing Yin Minggran's reaction, she could only sigh, marveling at how much Yin Minggran truly liked Zhou Hong. However, upon comparison, if it were me, I would never have reacted in this way. How could I possibly say that I like Zhou Hong? All right, get out of class dismissed. After class, Tong Yining lowered her head, as if deep in thought. She needs to examine herself carefully now, to figure out what she's thinking and what she wants to do. If you don't understand these things, you'll only become more and more confused as you live. After class, Zhou Hong prepared to go to the restroom, even though he wanted to spend his break time with Yin Minggran. However, he still hasn't figured out how he and Yin Minggran should get along at school. If you don't grasp the right measure, then it definitely won't work. After seeing Zhou Hong leave the classroom, Yin Minggran got up from her seat and quickly went to Zhou Hong's seat. Tang Ji, I want to tell you. I know. You're with Zhou Hong now, right? You practically wear that news on your sleeve. Tang Ji reached out and poked Yin Minggran's nose, saying with a smile. This is all thanks to you. I don't know how to repay you. I didn't help much. I'm actually quite curious about how you two got together. Tell me about it. Yes. It was last night when we walked home from school together. Yin Minggran told Tang Ji what happened last night. When Zhou Hong arrived at the restroom, he found someone standing there, as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing him, Zhou Hong walked over, knowing that this man had been waiting for him. This person was Liao Haomiao, who had given him a great deal of help. It's fair to say that if it weren't for him yesterday, he and Yin Minggran definitely wouldn't be together, at least not for the time being, because he would most likely have politely rejected Yin Minggran. I knew you would come. Another guess? Zhou Hong frowned, looking at Liao Haomiao in front of him. For some reason, he didn't find him as annoying as he had been yesterday. Liao Haomiao's lips curled up slightly as he smiled faintly. Of course, just like I thought. You must have had a very pleasant night last night, right? I have to admit, you really helped me a lot. Thanks. No need to thank me. I didn't tell you to do it. You did it yourself. I just helped you realize who you are. Liao Haomiao shook his head, then took something out of his pocket and handed it to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng took it and saw that it was a pair of bracelets, a couple style. A gift of blessings to you, wishing you can always be together. After saying that, Liao Haomiao brushed past Zhou Heng and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Heng called him back. Hello. Liao Haomiao turned to look at him, a puzzled look on his face. Zhou Heng put the bracelet away, then slowly asked, would someone like you who excels in academics make friends with someone who doesn't? Liao Haomiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what he meant after a few seconds. He chuckled a few times and asked, you're bad at studying? Are you referring to yourself? Chapter 93. Have you kissed each other? Otherwise what? Do I have the right to say that others are not good at studying? Liao Haomiao turned around and slowly walked towards Zhou Heng, standing in front of him. Are you sure you want to be friends with me? I used to have a crush on Yin Minggran. You don't mind? What do you mean you mind? Do you think I'd worry about you stealing Yin Minggran away? Don't be ridiculous. Zhou Heng's composed demeanor surprised Liao Haomiao slightly. Then he nodded and said, is this the confidence of a victor? Well then, if that's the case, I'll be your advisor. You can ask me anything you don't understand, including things related to your studies. Do I need to ask you about my studies? My girlfriend is just as good as you. Haha, that's right. I was presumptuous. Well then, it's a pleasure to meet you, Zhou Heng. Liao Haomiao grabbed Zhou Heng's hand, gave it a brief shake, patted his shoulder, and then turned and left. As Zhou Heng watched him leave, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that he was surrounded by people who excelled academically. Each of them has their own unique characteristics, but what they have in common is that they are all very intelligent. After Zhou Heng returned to the classroom, he noticed that Tang Ji was looking at him strangely. So he asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Tang Ji shook her head with a meaningful smile. It's nothing. I just feel that you've changed a lot. Is there? Zhou Heng asked a question in return, but the next second, he realized that he did seem to have changed a lot. Things probably started changing the day I met Yin Minggran. He feels that the changes are good. At least they make his life more interesting and less boring than before. Of course, Yin Minggran just told me about what happened last night. After listening, I even doubted whether it really was you. Zhou Heng glanced at Tang Ji and said, haven't you noticed that you've changed a lot too? You used to talk so much. Is there? Tang Ji was slightly taken aback, exchanged a glance with Zhou Heng, and then both of them couldn't help but give a helpless smile. They both still remembered what they looked like before. They didn't talk much each day, maybe just a word or two. But now, with Yin Minggran's appearance, they have all gradually changed. They talk more than before, and their relationship is closer than before. They could not deny that it was indeed Yin Minggran who changed them. At lunchtime, Yin Minggran acted as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time. As soon as get out of class ended, she took her lunchbox and went to find Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. The students at the table in front of them seemed to be used to this. As soon as they saw Yin Minggran approaching, they voluntarily made room for her. She either eats in the cafeteria or sits in Yin Minggran's seat. She's very sensible. As soon as Yin Minggran sat down, Tang Ji couldn't help but laugh and tease her. What's the rush? Zhou Heng isn't going to run away. Yin Minggran blushed slightly upon hearing this. She seemed to have been a little too eager. After all, this was the only time she could be close to Zhou Heng after a whole day at school. Seeing that Yin Minggran didn't refute him, Zhou Heng's eyes darted around somewhat uncertainly, but deep down, he was very happy. This is the first time I've ever felt this way, being cared for excessively. Yin Minggran and Zhou Heng opened their lunchboxes. Their lunch today was exceptionally lavish. Tang Ji peeked in and said, you guys ate very well today. It looks delicious. Yin Minggran immediately picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, intending to offer it to Tang Ji. However, Tang Ji gave her a look, glancing towards Zhou Heng. Yin Minggran was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved the chopsticks in front of Zhou Heng. Well, Zhou Heng blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at Yin Minggran opposite him. She had her head down and didn't dare look him in the eye. However, you can see that her ears are red. She must have felt embarrassed doing that. Moreover, this was in the classroom with so many classmates present. If she were seen, she would be even more embarrassed. Jo Hung didn't want the situation to become too awkward, so without hesitation, he leaned forward, opened his mouth, and ate it. He then retaliated in the same way, when he picked up the food with chopsticks and fed it to In Mingran's mouth. In Mingran ate it almost without hesitation. They looked into each other's eyes, as if communicating with their gazes, creating a subtle and ambiguous atmosphere. Tang Ji looked at their faces and suddenly blurted out, "Have you kissed each other?" Exclamation point. Jo Hung and In Mingran stared wide-eyed at Tang Ji in disbelief. Tang Ji didn't need to wait for their reply before nodding and muttering, "That's true. Your progress won't be this fast either." Jo Hung turned to look at In Mingran, staring at her thin, crimson lips, his throat involuntarily bobbing. He had never thought about this before. Someone like him, with no dating experience, would subconsciously assume that these things happen gradually. They've already held hands, so things must be progressing quickly, right? As for intimacy, isn't it a bit too early? In Mingran was thinking about what Tang Ji had once told her. The punishment she had given Jo Hung was to kiss the back of his hand. Because at the time, she said that if they weren't in a romantic relationship, kissing Jo Hung might make him angry. Now that they're a couple, does that mean they can kiss? If I take the initiative, will Jo Hung be willing? After school in the evening, Tang Ji left first. She knew that after school, Jo Hung and In Mingran would have their own time together, and she didn't want to be a third wheel. After Jo Hung finished tidying up, he sat in his original spot, waiting for In Mingran. He was still excited at the thought of them being alone together soon. He had never wanted to be alone with In Mingran like this before. Now that they were together, he really wanted to be with In Mingran every moment. This must be what it feels like to like someone. He can understand it to some extent. When In Mingran saw Jo Hung waiting for her, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. They quickened their pace of packing, and once they were done, they couldn't wait to go to Jo Hung's side. Jo Hung stood up and left the classroom and the school with her. After leaving the school gate, In Mingran took Jo Hung's hand. Having held hands the first time, the second time felt much more natural. Jo Hung could feel that In Mingran's hand was very warm, and the touch of holding her hand made him feel particularly comfortable. So, without realizing it, he gripped In Mingran's hand tightly, as if afraid she would slip away. When will chapter 94 come again? Tang Ji said you guys are going shopping together this weekend. Can I come along? Jo Hung asked in a low voice the question he had been thinking about all day. Although Tang Ji said that In Mingran would definitely want him to go with her, he felt it would be better to ask anyway. Upon hearing this, In Mingran realized that it was indeed true. It was something Tang Ji had mentioned when they visited Tang Ji's house last weekend. At the time, it was decided that she would be the one to lead the group holding up the sign, and then Tang Ji said, "Let's go shopping for clothes together next weekend." This character could dress more nicely. At last year's sports meet, the girls holding up placards were all dressed very beautifully. She doesn't have any nice clothes left, so she really needs to buy some. It's like the face of a class. As the class monitor, she naturally hopes to be on par with the other classes. Since Jo Hung wants to go together, that's definitely the best thing. She was happy just to be able to go out with Jo Hung. One was her best friend, and the other was her boyfriend. Going shopping together, she couldn't believe how cheerful she would be that day. "Of course. Would you like to come with me? Since it's the weekend and I can finally relax, I thought you'd want to play some games, so I didn't dare invite you." In Mingran had witnessed firsthand the joy Jo Hung radiated while playing games, and making him happy was naturally something In Mingran also desired. So she didn't dare invite Jo Hung out, afraid he wouldn't want to, and unwilling to sacrifice his precious gaming time. "It's okay. I can play games anytime, and right now. Jo Hung paused, turned his head to the other side, and then slowly spoke, whispering, "I now feel you're much more important than the game." In Mingran immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red in an instant. Her heart raced, and her hand holding Jo Hung trembled slightly. These words completely struck a chord with In Mingran, making her heart flutter. In Mingran knew exactly how important games were to Jo Hung. When he played games, he was like a completely different person, visibly happy. But now Jo Hung says that he is much more important than the game. So does that mean he is? the most important person in Johang's heart? When someone you like gives up their passion for you, the feeling of being chosen is truly heartwarming. Right now, In Mingran has only one thought in her mind. I like Johang. I love it. I love it so much. I absolutely love it. In Mingran suddenly stopped and grabbed Johang. Johang paused, looking blankly at In Mingran beside him, wondering what was wrong with her. The next second, In Mingran turned to the side, stood on tiptoe, and moved closer to Johang. A gentle kiss landed on his cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, their contact was fleeting, and then In Mingran lowered her head, not daring to look at Johang's reaction. This was an extremely bold attempt on her part, simply because she could no longer suppress her feelings for Johang. At that moment, Johang was completely stunned and couldn't react at all. He was now blank-faced, as if his mind had short-circuited. All of this happened so suddenly that he was completely unprepared. All he knew was that his heart was beginning to stir. Let's go, let's go. In Mingran, holding Johang's hand, continued walking forward, trying to cover up what had just happened. Since Johang didn't react, she didn't know what he was thinking, so she could only pretend that nothing had happened. Johang reached out and touched his cheek, because the kiss was so gentle that he couldn't even recall what it felt like. After returning home, Johang went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. While cooking, I was still thinking about what happened on the way back. When can we come again? That's what he's thinking right now. Like Pigsy after eating the ginseng fruit, he's completely addicted and can't stop. If he could have foreseen it beforehand, he wouldn't have been so stunned. He should have given In Mingran a response back then. Otherwise, what kind of situation would that be? Meanwhile, In Mingran sat on the sofa outside, holding a doll in her arms, also thinking about what had just happened. Her bold move stirred a similar excitement within her, and she wondered when she could be brave again. She had only kissed him once, yet Johang reacted so strongly. She wondered if kissing him too often would make him feel disgusted. She turned her head to look at Johang in the kitchen, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. She found the person who makes her smile just by thinking about him or seeing him. After dinner, the two began studying. While teaching Johang, In Mingran was also learning herself. She now has so much more. Her closest people, her favorite people, and her best friends. Therefore, my learning state has also improved. They studied until midnight, then took turns showering and returned to their bedroom. The moment they've been waiting for most is now. This was the closest they ever got. The lights are off. After turning off the lights, the two lay on the bed, covered with blankets, staring at the ceiling, neither of them closing their eyes. They both wanted to fall asleep in each other's arms like they had last night, but neither of them spoke first. It wasn't that they wanted the other to speak, but they simply felt that they should prepare themselves mentally first. About 10 minutes later, the two turned around almost simultaneously and lay face to face with each other on their sides. In the darkness, you can't see the other person's face clearly, but you can clearly feel their warm breath gently brushing against your cheek. Johang wanted to say something, but the words remained unspoken. In Mingran then stretched out her hands, speaking in a particularly soft and charming voice. Hug. This sound instantly touched Johang's heart, causing his inner emotions to erupt. Johang reached out and pulled In Mingran into his arms, holding her tightly and feeling her body temperature. In Mingran kept snuggling into Johang's arms, burying her head in his chest. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, she enjoyed the feeling. This feeling quickly lulled her to sleep, even though she longed to experience it while awake. Feeling that In Mingran had fallen asleep, Johang loosened his arms slightly, worried that she might be uncomfortable. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and kissed In Mingran on the forehead. Let me be cunning this once. Next time, I'll definitely say goodnight while you're awake. Chapter 95. I want to see you wear more beautiful clothes. A week passed quickly. Johang and In Mingran spent every day the same way, but they didn't get tired of it. Their most anticipated time was at night, when they could sleep in each other's arms. The sense of security they receive from their partner helps them fall asleep quickly. Early that morning, In Mingran opened her eyes first. She was lying in Johang's arms, being held by him, feeling his body temperature. Seeing that Johang was still asleep, she decided not to get up now. It was the weekend, so she could let Zhou Heng sleep in a little longer. This week of school has already exhausted Zhou Heng. He studies until late at night almost every day, and he works just as hard at school. Although Yin Min Gran intended to help Zhou Heng share the burden, learning is something that can only be done by oneself. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhou Heng's sleeping face. Even though they had been together for several days, she still couldn't help but feel happy for him. As Yin Mingran's gaze moved downwards, it settled on Zhou Heng. Seeing his chest and abdomen rising and falling, he seemed lost in thought. She had been wanting to tell Zhou Heng something for a while, but hadn't found the right opportunity. She absolutely adored Zhou Heng's strong, muscular physique. Zhou Heng slowly opened his eyes and found Yin Min Gran in his arms staring intently at his body. Seeing that intense gaze, Zhou Heng felt a little embarrassed. She seems to be staring intently at her muscles. Although that wasn't the real reason he worked out, being liked by his girlfriend was definitely the best thing ever, a pleasant surprise. But it's the weekend today, didn't we agree to go out? Thinking of this, Zhou Heng promptly opened his eyes and moved his body slightly, in order to let Yin Min Gran know that he was awake. After sensing Zhou Heng's movement, Yin Min Gran looked up at his face, smiled slightly, and whispered, "Good morning. Good morning, you just woke up? I've been awake for a while now. Let's get up, we're going out today, right?" Yin Min Gran had been looking forward to going out with Zhou Heng for a whole week. It would be nice to stay home with Zhou Heng all day, but it would also be great to go shopping together. The two got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. Yin Min Gran then sent a message to Tang Ji, asking when she was going out. Tang Ji replied very quickly, "I'll be there soon, I bet you're all packed by now." Buzz. Just then, Yin Mingran's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the message notification. He discovered that the message was actually sent by Zhou Heng, who was right next to him. That was a transfer notification. Zhou Heng had transferred 2,000 yuan to him without any explanation. "This is..." Yin Min Gran looked up at Zhou Heng beside her, her face full of surprise and confusion. Zhou Heng answered softly, "We're going to buy clothes today, let's buy a few more." He looked at the clothes Yin Min Gran was wearing. They were the same clothes she had worn last weekend. He knew Yin Min Gran had no clothes to wear. This one was bought the day after she came to his house. Although he didn't have many clothes himself, he was, after all, a guy, and couldn't afford to buy many. Compared to other girls, Yin Min Gran did have far too few clothes, and he didn't want her to be worse off than the other girls. No, I can't accept it. I have my own money. Besides, I haven't spent the money Mom gave me last time." Yin Min Gran quickly waved her hand to refuse. She definitely couldn't accept so much money. She could feel Zhou Heng's good intentions, and that was enough. Zhou Heng had guessed that Yin Min Gran would refuse, but since he had already decided to transfer the money to her, he certainly wouldn't let her refuse. "Take it. I want to see you wear more beautiful clothes." Zhou Heng's words made Yin Min Gran pause, her hand already poised to return the transfer. She really didn't want to accept the money. She had already received so much. She couldn't possibly take it all back, could she? She felt really bad about spending so much of Zhou Heng's money again. However, Zhou Heng's words made her hesitate. The only reason she could accept the money was for Zhou Heng's sake. The thought of wearing more beautiful clothes, especially for her favorite boyfriend, was something she simply couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Yin Min Gran chose to accept the money, comforting herself that accepting it didn't mean she would have to spend it all. Besides, she couldn't possibly have bought it only for herself. "Well, I'll buy you some clothes too. What kind of clothes do you like to wear?" Chapter 96. It's nice to have someone you like by your side. "I'm fine. I don't really have any clothes I like to wear." Zhou Heng looked at his clothes. There was nothing special about them. His clothes were all fairly simple styles. He doesn't care what clothes he wears. He wears his school uniform most of the time, and spends weekends playing games at home instead of going out. "I spend my time exercising when I'm not playing games, so I mostly wear loose and comfortable clothes, like tank tops." Yin Min Gran took Zhou Heng's hand and said, "Then let's choose together today?" Zhou Heng looked at her face and smiled slightly. "Okay." Yin Min Gran always remembered how many times Zhou Heng had smiled, because she especially longed to see Zhou Heng smile. Every time she did, it would stir her heart. The first time was when Zhou Heng was playing games. The second time was when his monthly exam results came out. After getting together with Zhou Heng, In Mingran had seen it more than 10 times. For her, making Zhou Heng smile was a very meaningful thing. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The two looked up at the same time, knowing that it must be Tang Ji. In Mingran quickly got up to open the door, and sure enough, standing there was Tang Ji. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tang Ji did not go inside, but Zhou Heng and In Mingran went out together, and the three of them went out the door together. Walking down the street, Zhou Heng and In Mingran naturally held each other's hands. They've been walking like this to and from school every day this week, and now they can hold hands naturally. Tang Ji, however, was seeing it for the first time. Walking behind them, she watched the two holding hands, nodded, and sighed. This is the first time I've ever seen Zhou Heng in a relationship. It's so amazing. Giggle. In Mingran covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Zhou Heng looked embarrassed. He knew he had changed a lot since then, and Tang Ji could see it all, which might become a topic of her ridicule. Ahem, when will we see you in a relationship? Maybe that would be even more interesting. Zhou Heng retorted with the same question, saying that he was also quite curious about what kind of person Tang Ji would end up with. I feel that anyone who can be with Tang Ji is definitely not an ordinary person. Being good at academics is definitely useless. They must at least be better than her in other aspects, otherwise she definitely wouldn't be interested. Tang Ji waved her hand dismissively and said, Then you won't live to see that day. In Mingran stared wide-eyed in surprise at Tang Ji and asked, Aren't you planning to date? Yes, I'm not interested. Not dating or getting married isn't illegal. I don't lack anything. I can give myself anything a boyfriend can give me. Times have changed. Not everyone has to get married and have children. Anyway, my family respects my thoughts. At least when I said I wouldn't date or get married, my dad wholeheartedly agreed. Zhou Heng hadn't expected Tang Ji to be so absolute, but it was indeed the kind of thing she would say. Indeed, my uncle probably can't stand you dating, right? You're not wrong. Zhou Heng's words sent a shiver down In Mingran's spine. She knew Tang Ji was right. However, her thoughts were completely opposite to Tang Ji's. After falling in love with Zhou Heng, she desperately wanted to be in a relationship, to be with Zhou Heng, to marry him, and to spend her life with him. Perhaps because of her current special circumstances, she no longer has such great ambitions. After all, at that time, she didn't even want to live anymore. She doesn't want anything from Zhou Heng now. She simply wants to be by his side. That's enough. It's the only reason she has hope for life right now. In other words, she's now living for Zhou Heng more than 90% of her life. If Zhou Heng abandons me now, then all I'll have left is to live for my deceased parents. I won't have any reason to live anymore. Now that Zhou Heng agrees with Tang Ji's point of view, could it cause him to change his mind and leave her? Just as In Mingran was worrying, Zhou Heng suddenly lifted her hand and tightened his grip. However, my thoughts are different from yours now. I think it's nice to have someone you like by your side. Zhou Heng looked into In Mingran's eyes, a gentle smile blooming on his lips. In Mingran froze instantly. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. All her previous worries vanished. Zhou Heng's words were enough to dispel those anxieties and give her a strong sense of security. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Tang Ji chuckled and said, All right, stop showing off your love to me. I know you two have a good relationship. Zhou Heng continued to pull In Mingran forward, while In Mingran lowered her head and whispered, I will always be with you. This is a promise she will absolutely keep, or rather, her expectation, there is no doubt about it. Zhou Heng nodded gently and responded with an Then, the two of them intertwined their fingers and held each other's hands tightly. Although they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were in turmoil. However, since Tang Ji was present, they couldn't just ignore everything, so they suppressed their inner feelings. The three of them went to a shopping mall in the city center. It was very crowded and lively there on the weekend. When we arrived at the clothing floor, it was mostly filled with girls who were out shopping on the weekend. Tang Ji led In Mingran through each store, with Zhou Heng following behind, seemingly providing companionship, but perhaps not quite. However, he thought that as long as In Mingran and the others were happy, he didn't care about himself. I'll go buy you some water. You can take your time shopping. Call me if you need anything. Zhou Heng found something to do. Otherwise, following people around everywhere. He felt completely invisible. After Zhou Heng left, Yin Minggran watched his departing figure, lost in thought. She wanted to stay by Zhou Heng's side forever, but Tang Ji was still there, and she couldn't neglect her. She could spend time alone with Zhou Heng at home, but since they were out together today, she felt she should take better care of Tang Ji, because she knew Zhou Heng would understand and wouldn't get angry over it. Zhou Heng went to a water bar to buy drinks for the two of them. He was at the very back of the line, with 3 or 4 people ahead of him. It would be his turn soon. Just then, he heard voices talking behind him, getting closer and closer, and the voices sounded so familiar. Hey, stop messing around. Really. The next second, someone bumped into Zhou Heng from behind, as if they had accidentally bumped into each other while playing around. Oh, I'm sorry. Zhou Heng slowly turned his head and frowned when he saw the person in front of him. He was sure he hadn't misheard. He was all too familiar with that voice. I never expected to run into Tang Yining here. What an unfortunate fact. He could probably guess it, since Tang Yining goes out almost every weekend, and this is the busiest place on weekends, so it's quite possible that they would run into each other here. Tang Yining recognized the person she had bumped into and opened her mouth in surprise. Zhou Heng, what happened to you? Chapter 97. I'd rather never have known the answer. Just as Tang Yining was about to say something, she suddenly looked towards Zhou Heng's side, as if searching for someone. But she didn't see that familiar figure. Zhou Heng only glanced at her before preparing to leave. He figured he could buy it anywhere else. He didn't have to buy it here. Seeing Zhou Heng leave, Tang Yining, as if possessed, hurriedly followed him. Because Yin Minggran wasn't with Zhou Heng at that moment. If I want to say something to him, now is the best opportunity. Zhou Heng walked ahead, with Tang Yining a few steps behind, and asked, Zhou Heng, I'd like to say a few words to you, is that all right? Just a little bit of your time. Zhou Heng ignored Tang Yining's words and kept walking forward, his pace getting faster and faster, making it very difficult for Tang Yining to keep up. However, Tang Yining clearly had no intention of giving up such a rare opportunity and continued to pursue it relentlessly. Along the way, many people would turn around to look at the two of them, and in their eyes, it looked like a couple had a fight. Please, just a few words. There are some things I really need to tell you. Please give me a chance, for the sake of us being classmates. Besides, I only rejected your confession. I didn't do anything to wrong you. Why are you distancing yourself from me like this? No matter what, we've known each other for so many years, haven't we? Back in junior high, when nobody else was talking to you, wasn't it me who was talking to you? Why are you like this now? As soon as Tang Yining finished speaking, Zhou Heng suddenly stopped, which startled Tang Yining, who immediately stopped as well and distanced herself from Zhou Heng, as if afraid that he would get angry. Zhou Heng, however, slowly turned around, his expression calm and without any anger, and said indifferently, Okay, go ahead and tell me. What made him change his mind was Tang Yining's words. Regardless, Tang Yining had helped him back in junior high. She felt like Tang Ji before her, friendless, quiet, and with no one to play with. At this moment, Tang Yining stepped forward, taking the initiative to talk to him and play with him. So, putting aside other factors, I'll just listen to what she has to say. It's a way of repaying her for her past kindness. Tang Yining was clearly taken aback by Zhou Heng's sudden change of mind. She froze for a moment, her mouth agape, but she couldn't utter a word. What? Didn't you say something? Are you going to say it or not? Zhou Heng crossed his arms and asked casually. Say it, say it. Tang Yining gathered her thoughts, adjusted her breathing, and began to speak. Are you really with Yin Minggran? Yeah, a lot of people in the class already know, right? How could you not know? Zhou Heng answered her directly. They hardly did anything sneaky in the classroom this week. Everything was done openly and honestly, although none of it was anything particularly outrageous. But it was enough for others to see that they were together. Tang Yining lowered her head and replied softly. I know, but I want to hear you admit it yourself. What else do you want to say? Say it all at once. Tang Yining remained silent for a few seconds, as if hesitating whether or not she should speak. She realized that this opportunity was unlikely to come again, so she had to ask. Why? How could you change your mind so quickly? Didn't you like me before? How could you fall for Yin Minggran in such a short time? Zhou Heng frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that Tong Yining would ask such a question. Indeed, in her eyes, he was someone who changed his mind very quickly. Just a few days ago, he was pursuing her relentlessly. About 10 days later, he turned around and got together with Yin Mingran, which is understandable that she was puzzled. Zhou Heng sighed and replied, "There's only one explanation that makes sense, and that is, I don't like you at all. It must be that the kindness you showed me back then made me mistakenly think that I liked you, but in reality, it wasn't the feeling of liking you at all. That's why I was able to give up so decisively. It's my fault. I should have given up long ago. The reason I was able to persist for so long is probably because I'm too stubborn." Upon hearing Zhou Heng's answer, Tong Yining's face instantly paled, and she lost all color. A particular sense of loss flashed in his eyes. I shouldn't have asked that question. It would have been better if I'd never known the answer. Tong Yining smiled self-deprecatingly and shook her head. What hurt her most was that Zhou Heng said he didn't like her at all, but now, she was starting to like him. What a dramatic turn of events. Couldn't I have felt this way sooner? If she had done it sooner, she could have accepted Zhou Heng's advances directly. Even if he didn't like her, she could have worked hard to make him like her gradually. Feelings can be cultivated. Isn't it perfectly fine to get together first, and then develop feelings for each other? But the truth is, no one knows how Yin Mingran did it. Without any warning, she skipped all the steps and directly intruded into Zhou Heng's life. He had spent 4 or 5 years trying to win Zhou Heng's heart, but Yin Mingran had gotten together with him in a very short time. Is that all you wanted to say? If so, then goodbye. I remember how good you were to me in junior high, and I paid it back in high school. It's just that you didn't want to talk to me in the end. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost even being friends. I'm not a despicable person, so let's not have any more contact. That's it. Zhou Heng expressed all his thoughts. He wasn't such a cold-hearted person. It was just that repeated disappointments made him unwilling to continue like this. At this time, Yin Mingran reappeared in his life, which gave him more confidence to let go of his previous thoughts and start a new life. After saying that, Zhou Heng turned and left. He had done more than enough. Whether Tong Yining accepted it or not was up to her. Seeing Zhou Heng about to leave, Tong Yining subconsciously took a step to catch up with him, etc. Just as she was about to catch up with Zhou Heng and touch him, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Honey, so you were here." Zhou Heng and Tong Yining were both stunned for a moment. Before Zhou Heng could react, a figure rushed into his arms and hugged him. That familiar, delicate fragrance made him recognize who it was in an instant. Zhou Heng lowered his head and looked at Yin Mingran in his arms. He didn't recognize her at first because she was wearing new clothes. The pink off-shoulder chiffon mini dress features an elegant waistline design, a cute bow at the waist, and layers of lace embellishing the beautiful dress, exuding a youthful and playful vibe. Tong Yining took a step back and murmured, "Yin Mingran." Chapter 98. Well, please be more willful like this in the future. Tong Yining looked Yin Mingran up and down, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She's so beautiful. No wonder Zhou Heng fell for her so quickly. He had to admit that he was far inferior to Yin Mingran. Her beauty and temperament were something he couldn't even fake. Tong Yining assumed that Zhou Heng had come on his own, which was why he was so reckless in trying to chase after him. But unexpectedly, Yin Mingran was also there. Regardless, Yin Mingran is the one in question now, and she has the right to keep her away from Zhou Heng. She was harassing Zhou Heng again, and Yin Mingran was sure to give her a cold shoulder. Her former best friend would probably be giving her the cold shoulder again. That darling was probably just for himself. It was clearly a declaration of sovereignty. They called each other so intimately, it felt like a needle was pricking her heart. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Heng was startled. He realized that Tong Yining was behind him. Will Yin Mingran misunderstand? What if she thinks I sneaked out to spend time with Tong Yining? How should I explain that? Go to the mall to check the security footage? Do you think they'll actually let you check the footage? I've only been with Yin Mingran for a few days. What if I upset her? How am I supposed to appease her? I have no experience with this. If I don't appease them, wouldn't it lead to a breakup? If I break up with someone because of this, I'll probably become depressed, right? I was going to buy water when I ran into her. I thought I'd go somewhere else to buy it, and then she caught up with me and said. Zhou Heng hurriedly explained, his words becoming somewhat incoherent. as if afraid of missing any details and needing to clearly explain his innocence. But before Zhou Heng could finish speaking, Yin Minggran suddenly reached out and gently pressed her finger against his lips. Zhou Heng was slightly taken aback, looking at Yin Minggran with a blank expression. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of his throat, because he was terrified that Yin Minggran would get angry with him and break up with him. However, Yin Minggran only gave a slight smile and said softly, "Let's go shopping together. Then we'll pick out some clothes for you. Tang Ji is still waiting for us. Let's go." Then, Yin Minggran took Zhou Heng's arm, preparing to leave with her. Before leaving, Yin Minggran turned her head and looked at Tang Yining. "Hello. What a coincidence to run into you here. Well then, goodbye." A simple greeting expressed politeness, but beyond that, it conveyed no emotion. After saying that, Yin Minggran left with Zhou Heng. Tang Yining stood motionless, seemingly lost in thought, staring blankly at the backs of the two people in front of her. She had assumed that Yin Minggran would definitely not give her a friendly look. But just now, it seems like they didn't treat me as an enemy. It seems like I was just treated as an ordinary classmate. We greeted each other politely, and that was it. Aren't you going to scold yourself? Aren't you going to take action against yourself? Even though I touched her just now, she looked like she wanted to kill me. Is this the posture of a victor? I can't even compare to that kind of confidence. Tang Yining sighed, leaned against the railing, and looked up at the ceiling. This simple encounter made her realize just how vast the gap was between her and Yin Minggran. I'm really something. I can't compete with them in academics, looks, or even personality. What hope do I have left? Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran went to another milk tea shop to buy some drinks. While waiting, Zhou Heng remained silent, looking at Yin Minggran beside him. Although she wore a faint smile, Zhou Heng sensed that there were other emotions hidden within that smile. Do you really not need me to explain anything? I did say a few words to her. Don't you need me to tell you that? Zhou Heng asked in a low voice, his tone tentative, because he wasn't sure what Yin Minggran's current state was. Is he subtly angry? Or does he genuinely not care? Actually, Zhou Heng now felt that even if Yin Minggran was angry with him, it would be fine, as he could apologize and explain himself. However, if you remain completely silent, the most terrifying form of emotional abuse is the silent treatment. He has no idea what to do. He might be so frustrated he won't be able to come up with a solution. Yin Minggran closed her eyes, gently shook her head, and said, "No need. I believe you." Hearing this, Zhou Heng was deeply moved. It felt wonderful to be trusted so much by his girlfriend. But at the same time, he was also puzzled. Regardless of the circumstances, he wasn't by Yin Minggran's side, but instead spent time with Tang Yining. Anyone would be angry in that situation. But Yin Minggran wasn't angry. Could it be that she didn't care about her relationship with Tang Yining? Zhou Heng seemed somewhat unwilling and asked again, "Then, aren't you angry?" "No. I already said, I absolutely won't be angry with you. It's just..." "Just what?" Hearing the change in tone, Zhou Heng quickly pressed for more information. He saw Yin Minggran lower her head, her voice very soft, stammering as she said, "I'm just a little disappointed, just a tiny bit. I know it has nothing to do with you, but I just don't want to see Tang Yining getting close to you. I was too willful. I'm sorry. Please don't take it to heart." Zhou Heng pursed his lips, looking at Yin Minggran in front of him. His inner feelings were very complicated. He was right. Yin Minggran had indeed hidden her emotions. If he hadn't pressed her for answers, she probably would have kept them to herself forever. But being able to say it made Zhou Heng feel much better. It let him know how much Yin Minggran cared about him. The next second, Zhou Heng reached out and pulled Yin Minggran into his arms. Yin Minggran was slightly taken aback, then gave a pitiful look, as if Zhou Heng's hug had made her unable to suppress her emotions any longer. She felt a lump in her throat and wanted to cry in Zhou Heng's arms, but she knew she shouldn't. It was such a small thing, not worth crying over, and it would make Zhou Heng think she was a very weak girl. Yin Minggran didn't dare to say it at first, and pretended to be so indifferent because she didn't want to upset Zhou Heng. Since she didn't have much of a relationship with Zhou Heng to begin with, and he hadn't done anything wrong, if she showed that she was in a bad mood, Zhou Heng would probably think she was being unreasonable. Just then, Zhou Heng slowly spoke, whispering in Yin Minggran's ear. "Then, Please be more willful like this in the future. I really like it. Chapter 99. You two are really tormenting people. Hmm? After a few seconds of stunned silence, In Mingran let out a soft groan, buried her head in Zhou Heng's arms, and murmured, You're saying things like that again. I'm about to burst into tears. From the moment she met Zhou Heng and stayed at his house, she felt that he was too kind to her, unlike the kindness of ordinary classmates. However, she did not refuse, accepting Zhou Heng's kindness while also trying her best to repay him. However, she gradually realized that no matter how she reciprocated, Zhou Heng would treat her even better, as if there was no limit to how much he would treat her. I'm just telling the truth, please don't cry. Hearing that his girlfriend was crying, Zhou Heng panicked. After all, they were in public, and he couldn't forgive himself for making her cry. Although he knew that In Mingran was not crying because she was sad, In Mingran was amused by Zhou Heng's flustered appearance, and chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. It's okay, I won't cry. I won't cry so easily in the future. She held back her tears. She had been trying to change her personality and become stronger. This is not something that can be done overnight, so she needs to take it slowly and work on these small things to make herself less weak. In Mingran looked up and saw that everyone around her was staring at them with amused smiles. She immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. This was the first time she had ever been so intimate with Zhou Heng in front of so many people. They had only done this at home when they were alone together before, and they had never done anything like this at school. However, she didn't think it was a bad thing. It wouldn't hurt for others to see that they had a good relationship. Zhou Heng and In Mingran bought water and were about to go back to find Tang Ji. She had just bought clothes, and Tang Ji told her she could wear them directly. Then she felt something was wrong. Zhou Heng had been gone for too long, and she was worried, so she went out alone to look for him. Then she saw that scene. Zhou Heng was walking in front, and Tang Yining was chasing closely behind. So she ran over without thinking. Is this outfit okay? Zhou Heng turned his head and glanced at In Mingran and the clothes she was wearing. When In Mingran threw herself into his arms just now, he didn't react for a moment because she was wearing new clothes. Zhou Heng had to admit that he thought the outfit was pretty good. At least it suited In Mingran well, and he unconsciously glanced at it several times. It looks great, especially on you. It suits you perfectly. Zhou Heng nodded in response. He wasn't exaggerating at all. He was simply stating the truth. And this simple truth could make In Mingran happy for a long time. A smile spread across her face, and she said softly, That's good. The two arrived at another clothing store, where Tang Ji was already waiting for them. Upon seeing them return, he stood up and asked, Why did it take you so long? Did something happen? She had a keen sense of things. Just by looking at the two of them, she could tell that something must have happened. Zhou Heng briefly explained what had just happened. When Tang Ji heard that she had encountered Tang Yining here, she couldn't help but frown. How come I run into her here? Is she stalking you? It can't be that bad, can it? Zhou Heng looked at himself in surprise. There shouldn't be anything on him that could be used for eavesdropping. No matter what, she wouldn't be that perverted, would she? It's nothing. It's just a chance encounter. It's normal. At this moment, In Mingran said something that made Tang Ji look at her in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. You don't care? Her clinging to Zhou Heng is definitely not going to end well. You're really that comfortable with her. In Mingran took Zhou Heng's arm, looked at his profile, and said softly, I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about my boyfriend. Zhou Heng was slightly taken aback. Then the two of them smiled at each other. Tang Ji sighed helplessly and muttered, You two are really tormenting people. She reached out and nudged Zhou Heng, saying, Okay, go try on the clothes. Should I try it on? Or maybe I should just forget it. I think buying online is fine. I'm not good at picking out clothes. Zhou Heng was pushed forward. Although he was supposed to choose and try on the clothes himself, he was already overwhelmed by the variety of clothes in front of him. He felt they were all the same, and any one of them would do. Then you help him choose. Tang Ji grabbed In Mingran's wrist with her other hand and led her to the front to stand with Zhou Heng. The two exchanged a glance, both looking hesitant, with Zhou Heng appearing somewhat embarrassed. Although In Mingran could help Zhou Heng pick out clothes, she didn't know if Zhou Heng would like the clothes she chose. You help me choose, I really don't know how to pick one. Okay. Having received Zhou Heng's approval, Yin Mingran stepped forward and looked for clothes that Zhou Heng could wear. She started to recall what type of clothes Zhou Heng usually wore, so she could choose clothes of a similar style. Zhou Heng's physique isn't really suited to wearing tight-fitting clothes. His body is already good enough, so wearing those form-fitting clothes would look a bit odd. Therefore, Yin Mingran felt that Zhou Heng would be better suited to wearing looser clothes, which would also be more comfortable. After browsing for a while, Yin Mingran selected a few suitable clothes, which were dark in color and moderately loose. Let's try these first. If we don't like them, we can go to another store. Yin Mingran handed the clothes to Zhou Heng, pointed to the fitting room next to her, and gestured for him to try them on there. Zhou Heng nodded, took the clothes to the fitting room. It was his first time trying on clothes in public. Most of his clothes were bought online or given to him by his mother. He never tried them on, and he didn't care whether they fit or not. As long as they didn't fall off, they were fine. When he stepped into the small fitting room, he felt quite intrigued. There was only a thick curtain separating the two spaces, making it quite small. He was a large man, and two people could barely stand together. However, that would leave almost no room to move. There was a large mirror in front of them, as well as a clothes rack. Looking at all the clothes in front of him, Zhou Heng didn't know where to start, so he decided to take off the clothes he was wearing first. First, let's try on the pants. Chapter 100. I'm a man. Why would I be afraid of being seen? Zhou Heng was inside the fitting room, while Yin Mingran and Tang Ji were waiting outside. Yin Mingran had already imagined what Zhou Heng would look like in those new clothes. She picked out clothes for Zhou Heng based on her own imagination. Whether he liked them or not was unclear, but she herself would certainly like them when she wore them. Tang Ji patted Yin Mingran's hand and said softly, "Keep this one for everyday wear. We'll go pick out something for you to wear to the sports meet later. It'll be 2 days, so we need to pick out at least 2. That's fine. Just don't pick anything too weird. I won't be able to wear it." "What are you thinking? There are no strange clothes here. I just want to pick out nice clothes for you." Tang Ji gently comforted Yin Mingran, telling her not to worry. "I wasn't trying to tease her, so why should I worry about her wearing anything strange?" Are you guys outside?" At that moment, Zhou Heng's voice came from inside the fitting room. Upon hearing the sound, Yin Mingran quickly stood up and asked, "What's wrong? Is your clothing not suitable?" No. It's just that I don't know how to match it." Zhou Heng's voice sounded helpless and somewhat embarrassed. The clothes he brought in were all mixed together. He had no idea which clothes went with which pants. "If I wear the wrong clothes, how embarrassing would it be when I go out? This is the clothes that Yin Mingran picked out for me. Doesn't that mean that my taste is much worse than Yin Mingran's?" So he wanted to ask Yin Mingran which pants these clothes were meant to be paired with, because they all looked pretty much the same to him. Matching? "Oh, I forgot to sort them for you. Well, how about you take them out first?" Yin Mingran stood at the door of the fitting room and said softly. In an instant, Tang Ji appeared behind Yin Mingran without her noticing. She suddenly reached out and pushed Yin Mingran's back. "What are you afraid of? Just go in and help him, won't you?" Yin Mingran cried out in surprise, stumbled, and fell forward. She didn't even have time to react. She rushed through the curtain and into the fitting room. She only stopped when she bumped into something, and she instinctively grabbed the front of her hand to prevent herself from falling. "Well, Still shaken, Yin Mingran slowly raised her head and looked at the scene before her. She seemed to have bumped into Zhou Heng, and now she had her hand on his chest. Most importantly, Zhou Heng isn't wearing a shirt right now. The figure of Zhou Heng that she had longed to see again day and night was now right in front of her, within arm's reach. His own hand made direct contact with Zhou Heng's body, resting on his strong, muscular chest. 0.01 seconds later, without thinking, Yin Mingran unconsciously gave it a light squeeze. She quickly withdrew her hand, straightened up, and tried to back away, but found the space was too small to move any further. She and Zhou Heng could only stand face to face, their bodies separated by only a fist's width. I didn't mean to." Yin Mingran reached out and covered her eyes. But actually, she left herself a tiny gap so she could secretly peek. This opportunity doesn't come often. Although she was startled just now, all she wanted to say to Tang Ji was, "Thank you." Not looking is polite. Secretly looking is instinctive. Zhou Hong was only a little embarrassed, standing shirtless in front of Yin Mingran. He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. But when he thought about how Yin Mingran was his girlfriend and not a stranger, he felt nothing of it. He also remembered that morning when Yin Mingran had touched him for 10 minutes. So Zhou Hong thought she would like her figure, right? He was initially worried that Yin Mingran wouldn't like his physique, since light exercise attracts the opposite sex, while excessive exercise attracts the same sex. If you're too strong, girls probably won't like you that much, right? My physique is probably above average. I haven't worked out to an extreme degree, but among my peers, I'm already one of the best. It seems that Yin Mingran is attracted to muscular men. Then he felt even less embarrassed. In fact, he quite hoped Yin Mingran would see it. Having a good physique that attracts your girlfriend is a great thing. It's okay. No need. No need to be so formal with me. It doesn't matter. I'm a man. Why would I be afraid of being seen? Zhou Hong spoke softly, explaining the situation for himself. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingran pursed her lips slightly and stammered. Then, I can see it, right? Of course you can. You're my girlfriend. What's wrong with looking at this? That. Having received permission, Yin Mingran slowly lowered her hand, taking in Zhou Hong's entire figure. Gurgle. Her throat bobbed, and the next second, her face turned red at a visible speed, as if she were about to ripen. She remembered that this morning, she had touched it through her clothes, but now there was someone naked in front of her, but she could only look and not touch. If I don't say anything and just raise my hand to touch, Zhou Hong will probably suspect that I'm a pervert. And now, doesn't seem like the right time to do this kind of thing. Although Zhou Hong didn't care about being seen, it felt a little strange for the two of them to be squeezed into the fitting room. Especially since the space here is so small, and it's quite hot. I'm sweating a lot here. Being so close to Yin Mingran while sweating made Zhou Hong feel uneasy. So he prepared to pull back the curtain and said, why don't you go out first? I'm worried you'll get crowded. I'll take the clothes out. You can help me put together an outfit, and then bring them back in. Yin Mingran knew it wasn't good for her to stay there indefinitely, and Zhou Hong couldn't change his clothes either. Although I haven't seen enough yet, I think there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so why bother watching it here? Just as she nodded in agreement, she suddenly heard the voices of other young women outside the fitting room. Hello, do you have a larger size of this one? Just as Zhou Hong was about to pull back the curtain to let Yin Mingran out, Yin Mingran reached out and stopped him. Wait a moment. Zhou Hong was startled and quickly withdrew his hand, blinking as he asked, Huh? What's wrong? Yin Mingran looked like she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Then she pointed to Zhou Hong's body and whispered, There are people outside. I'll go out later. If I open it now, they'll see me. I don't want anyone to see me. Chapter 101. You've worked hard. You must be very tired today. Oh, I see. Okay then. Zhou Hong nodded. Although he said he wasn't afraid of being seen by others as a man, he was actually quite resistant to being seen by strangers. Yin Mingran said she didn't want others to see her. Putting yourself in her shoes, you certainly wouldn't want others to see Yin Mingran either. Should I put my clothes on now? I don't think it's necessary, right? Anyway, I already said it doesn't matter if Yin Mingran sees it. Putting it on so hastily makes it seem like I'm embarrassed. Then can you help me figure out how to match these clothes? I think anything goes. I don't have much of a taste. Zhou Hong picked up the clothes beside him and haphazardly put together a combination that seemed to have no matching styles or colors. Okay. Yin Mingran verbally agreed, but her eyes were constantly drawn to Zhou Hong's figure. She said she couldn't go out now, but that was just a lie. She just made up an excuse when she heard someone passing by outside. In reality, even if she went out immediately, she wouldn't be seen, and Zhou Hong could put his clothes on first before she went out. The reason I said that was simply because I had ulterior motives. I wanted to stay here with Zhou Hong a little longer, so I could observe him more. She knew her statement was incredibly simplistic, not even a lie, and she wasn't sure if Zhou Hong had noticed it. Tang Ji sat outside the fitting room, legs crossed, eyebrows raised and lowered, her expression one of surprise. I pushed Yin Mingran in there a while ago. Why hasn't she come out yet? Logically, shouldn't she have come out immediately? After waiting for about 5 more minutes, the curtain of the fitting room was finally drawn open, and Yin Mingran slowly walked out. Her face was slightly flushed, and she looked a little embarrassed, but Tang Ji seemed to see satisfaction in her eyes. Tang Ji walked over, patted Yin Mingran on the shoulder, and teased, "How about it? Are you happy now?" She was just joking. After all, what she did was indeed a bit excessive and quite dangerous, so it was understandable that they were both angry. I thought Yin Mingran would pretend to be angry and scold me, but she nodded slightly and murmured Now it was Tang Ji's turn to be stunned. She was just joking, but they actually seemed quite happy. What were they doing in there? The two waited inside for a short while before Zhou Heng came out, wearing new clothes and seemingly exuding a completely different aura. Since autumn is just around the corner, Yin Mingran mostly chose autumn clothes, so even the loose-fitting ones weren't too loose. The colors are mostly dark, which suits Zhou Heng's low-key personality quite well. Moreover, Zhou Heng's physique meant that he wouldn't look too bad in clothes. As soon as he stepped out, he completely caught Yin Mingran's attention, making her eyes light up as if they were sparkling. Tang Ji nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it looks good. As expected, your clothes should be picked by your girlfriend. You picked them very poorly yourself. Do you have to praise one and criticize the other?" But, though the words are crude, the reasoning is sound. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Zhou Heng looked at the clothes he was wearing and thought they looked pretty good on him. They were definitely much better than the trendy clothes he had picked out online. It seems that Yin Mingran chose the items based on her own preferences, personality, and body shape. She liked everything about the style, color, and comfort. If you like it, that's fine. If you don't like it, we can take our time to choose another one. No, I like it very much. I'll try a few other outfits. Zhou Heng returned to the fitting room and tried on the other pieces. Without exception, he was quite satisfied with them all. They were different styles, but they all suited him well. Moreover, Yin Mingran personally picked them out for him, so there was no reason not to buy them. Thus, Zhou Heng bought all the outfits. The three of them then left the store, with Zhou Heng carrying several bags and following behind the other two. They seemed tireless, constantly moving between the various clothing stores. Although Zhou Heng wasn't particularly tired, he couldn't keep up with their shopping spree. The three of them had a quick lunch at the mall and then continued shopping. Finally, around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they finished their shopping trip and left the mall. After seeing Tang Ji off, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran walked home. Zhou Heng was carrying more than a dozen bags. Yin Mingran offered to help him carry some to lighten his load, but Zhou Heng refused. On this point, his stubbornness resurfaced, and no matter what Yin Mingran said, she couldn't sway his mind. Zhou Heng only put the clothes down after the two returned home. He did spend a lot of money today, but it was all on clothes, not reckless spending, so he didn't care at all. If I just tell my mom about this and take a few pictures of Yin Mingran wearing the new clothes, I'm sure I'll receive a lot of money, and she'll tell me to buy a few more. His mother is like that. If he puts money into the game, she won't give him 100 yuan back because she thinks that's a waste of money, and playing games doesn't necessarily require spending money. However, when it comes to spending money on food, clothing, housing, transportation, or education, I never skimp on any amount and am never stingy with a single penny. Call. Zhou Heng sat down in the chair, intending to rest for a while before immediately starting his studies. It's the weekend, and he hasn't studied at all yet. For him, this kind of rest day is the best opportunity to overtake others, and he must seize the opportunity. He stretched his shoulders. Although his arms didn't get tired from carrying things, his shoulders still ached. Just then, he felt a pair of hands gently rest on his shoulders and begin to knead them. Exclamation point. Zhou Heng's eyes widened as he turned to look behind him and found Yin Mingran standing behind him, massaging his shoulders. After exchanging glances with Zhou Heng, Yin Mingran slowly lowered her head and said softly, "You've worked hard. You must be very tired today." I'm fine. But you must be tired from shopping. Should I help you?" Zhou Heng stopped abruptly halfway through his speech. He was about to suggest that he also massage Yin Mingran's hands, since it didn't seem quite right to only let her massage him. However, Yin Mingran wasn't carrying anything. She was just constantly shopping, meaning that the only fatigue she experienced was in her legs and feet. Zhou Heng's gaze shifted downwards, landing on those long, straight, slender, fair legs, and his throat tightened. Should I massage In Mingran's legs and feet? Chapter 102. If you shouldn't enjoy it, then who should? What's wrong? In Mingran, having only heard half of Zhou Heng's sentence, asked in confusion. Zhou Heng shook his head slightly and replied, it's nothing. He genuinely wanted to massage In Mingran's legs and feet. Having received a massage from her, he naturally wanted to reciprocate in the same way. Growing up, only my mother received this kind of treatment. I used to massage her often when I was little, so I know a little about the techniques. But she was my mother after all, and I was young at the time. Could things work out between me and In Mingran? Although they are a couple, they haven't been together for very long. What if he touches her legs, and she misunderstands, and thinks he just wants to touch her legs? In Mingran continued massaging Zhou Heng's shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, which truly helped him relax. However, true relaxation is definitely psychological. Having a beautiful girlfriend give you a massage is definitely more comforting to the mind than to the body. I used to massage my mom often. Her shoulders were always very sore, so I would massage them to help relieve her pain. In Mingran began to speak softly about her past. Zhou Heng also imagined that scene in his mind. Every time he thought of In Mingran and her family, a feeling of heartache welled up in his heart. Then, In Mingran changed the subject and said softly, "Now, there's no chance, Sai." Her voice sounded tinged with sadness, but more than that, it seemed to convey a sense of relief. If it weren't for Zhou Heng and the others, she wouldn't have been able to let go of things so easily and continue living her life well, even with those memories. Zhou Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he fell silent. He realized he was still far from being good enough. In Mingran's mind was filled with longing for her family, and she channeled this longing into herself. "What are you thinking? Touching my leg? How can you be so shallow?" The next second, Zhou Heng immediately stood up. In Mingran was startled and froze, her hands hanging in midair, looking completely helpless. Then, Zhou Heng turned around, bent down, and reached out to pick up In Mingran. In Mingran's eyes widened, her body stiffening as if she were frozen in place, too afraid to move. Zhou Heng." She opened her mouth and called softly, but received no response from Zhou Heng. Her heart was pounding, but she felt no fear whatsoever. So, is this racing heartbeat due to excitement or exhilaration? Zhou Heng strode over, carried In Mingran to the living room, and gently placed her on the sofa. In Mingran looked up at Zhou Heng with a blank expression, wondering what he wanted to do. Zhou Heng took a small stool from the side, sat down in front of In Mingran, then reached out, grabbed In Mingran's leg, and placed it on his lap. In Mingran gave a soft hum. For some reason, her body trembled slightly when Zhou Heng's hand touched her ankle. Zhou Heng. In Mingran realized what Zhou Heng wanted to do, but she couldn't quite believe it. It's one thing for me to give Zhou Heng a massage, but does Zhou Heng want to give me a massage too? She spent the whole day outside with Tang Ji, using Zhou Heng's money to buy herself pretty clothes, and Zhou Heng carried all her things. After returning, she even asked Zhou Heng to give her a massage. What makes me think I'm so great? Seeing Zhou Heng's hand about to massage her calf, In Mingran quickly stopped him. "No, Zhou Heng, please don't. Let me massage it for you. Please don't do this to me." Zhou Heng's hand froze in midair. He looked up, glanced at In Mingran, and asked, "Do you find it offensive?" "Huh? I don't mind. I just feel that I shouldn't be treated like this." "Huh? This is my house. You're my girlfriend. If you shouldn't enjoy this, then who should?" After Zhou Heng finished speaking, he placed his hands on her legs without saying a word and began to gently massage them. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, when Zhou Heng's warm hand pressed down on her, In Mingran shyly covered her eyes with her hands and pursed her lips. However, despite this, she couldn't hide her bright red ears, and the redness had even spread to her neck. She felt like her heart was going to jump out of her throat. What kind of day was this? How could she have to go through something like this? Although she wanted to stop Zhou Heng, that was from a rational perspective. She felt she didn't deserve to be treated that way by him. Emotionally, she wished time could slow down, the slower the better. Zhou Heng didn't notice In Mingran's change. He stared at In Mingran's legs and muttered to himself, "How do you maintain such fair skin? Compared to my hands, mine looks so dark." Zhou Heng looked at the back of his hand and Yin Mingran's leg. They were completely different colors. After massaging for about 10 minutes, Yin Mingran felt that was enough. If she continued to indulge herself like this, she would really become ruined and spoiled by Zhou Heng. Before she could say anything, Zhou Heng took off her slippers and reached out to touch her feet. Yin Mingran quickly pulled her legs back, her toes gripping the sofa, her feet hiding like a frightened little animal. Zhou Heng blinked, stunned for a few seconds, a little slow to react. What had just whooshed past? Oh, what's wrong? I'm not going to tickle your feet. What are you afraid of? He thought Yin Mingran was afraid that he would tickle her feet, but he just wanted to massage her feet. After walking all day, her feet must be tired. Yin Mingran shook her head repeatedly. Her cheeks flushed and whispered, "No, no, my feet. Let's not do that. They're too dirty." Dirty? How could that be? Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mingran's feet, then at his own hands. Judging from the skin tone, her feet seemed cleaner than his hands. However, he could understand Yin Mingran's thoughts. If it were him, even if his feet were clean, he would not let others touch them without washing them. He would subconsciously think that his feet were dirty. Well, how about I bring you a basin of water and help you wash up? Is that all right? But I don't think it's dirty. It's fine like this. No, no, no. This is enough. Don't that. Yin Mingran stammered for a long time, unable to say anything, and finally, all I could manage to say was, "Thank you." Before Zhou Heng could respond, she quickly got up from the sofa and ran to the kitchen. "I'm going to prepare dinner now." Chapter 103. Okay, just don't overwork yourself. On Monday evening, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran, having finished a long day, left the school. Since Tuesday is the day of the sports meet, those two must be the most tired today. They were having a final rehearsal, and they were doing their best to ensure everything went smoothly tomorrow. This was Zhou Heng's first time serving as the class's sports representative. In the past, he would always be the one to stay out of such situations, never getting involved. But if she doesn't put in the effort, then only Yin Mingran, as the class monitor, will have to bear the burden. Fortunately, with my help, the rehearsals became much easier. I don't know if it's because my classmates aren't very familiar with me, or if they're afraid of me, but during rehearsals, hardly anyone whispered to each other. After being warned, several students stopped talking, so the class progressed more smoothly than the other classes. Before school ended, they organized the students in the class to set up the area where their classroom was located. It can be said that the two of them were very busy today. So when they walked out of the school gate, they remained silent, seemingly only thinking about getting back to rest. Yin Mingran took Zhou Heng's hand, looked at his profile, and whispered, "I'll make you something nice to eat when we get home tonight to help you recover. Good luck in the game tomorrow." Hearing Yin Mingran's "go for it," Zhou Heng felt a surge of joy. So this is what it feels like to be cheered on by your girlfriend? It feels like it's been filled with 98-octane gasoline, and now it's full of power. But he still wanted to show that he was in complete control, so he whispered, "It's all right. It's just a school sports meet. You don't need to take it too seriously, right?" This one sentence, however, led to a change in Yin Mingran's attitude. Her expression was serious. She shook her head and said, "That's not right. I think it's never a bad thing to be serious about things, big or small. It's about attitude." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that was she scolding Zhou Heng? She said it subconsciously, as if she had triggered a keyword, even though she felt that what she said was correct. But it depends on who you're talking to. I've had 2 good days. Zhou Heng has been giving me the time of day, and now I dare to scold him? Yin Mingran's expression immediately changed, and she hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to blame you. I know, you're the best. You can win the game without even trying. You can pretend you didn't hear what I just said. No, I think you're right. This isn't just my personal competition. It's about the honor of the class. I shouldn't have had this attitude. I was wrong, and I'm sorry." Zhou Heng turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and smiled slightly at her, as if to soothe her. Yin Mingran was indeed relieved at that moment, and was stunned for a moment, never expecting Zhou Heng to apologize. "You did nothing wrong. You don't need to apologize to me." Yin Mingran lowered her head and spoke softly. She pressed her body close to Zhou Heng, hugging his arm, almost resting her head on his shoulder. Zhou Heng's words made her already high level of goodwill towards him almost overflow. This isn't inherently wrong. It's just a matter of attitude. Not taking things seriously isn't a mistake. However, Zhou Heng apologized to him because of something he said, which at least shows that Zhou Heng's attitude towards him was completely fine and very good. That's enough. Since Zhou Heng has such an attitude towards me, I will unconditionally support and help him no matter what he does. Anyway, she had already made up her mind to do this. To her, Zhou Heng was everything, and everything else was incomparable to him. After the two returned home together, In Mingran planned to prepare dinner for Zhou Heng. Last night, she prepared the ingredients for Zhou Heng: fish, meat, eggs, and dairy products, all nutritious foods to cook him a good meal tonight. When In Mingran came out halfway through, she found Zhou Heng working out there. So she asked, somewhat puzzled, "If there's a competition tomorrow, shouldn't you conserve your energy? If you train now, won't you be tired tomorrow?" "No, no matter how tired I am, I will recover after a good night's sleep. For me, it's like warming up my body, otherwise my body will be stiff tomorrow." Zhou Heng said this while doing squats. Every time he squatted down, In Mingran could see his strong leg muscles, which made her unable to look away. "Oh, I see. I understand. Just don't overwork yourself." In Mingran thought to herself that if she trained the day before the sports meet, she would definitely be too tired the next day. She and Zhou Heng have already trained several times and can clearly feel that their physical fitness has improved, but compared to Zhou Heng and Tang Ji, they are still far behind. After Zhou Heng finished his workout, In Mingran had prepared a sumptuous dinner. She had specifically studied the recipes, ensuring that the nutrition was well balanced. Furthermore, it takes into account Zhou Heng's basal metabolic rate, and the amount is sufficient to meet Zhou Heng's nutritional needs. Zhou Heng looked at the delicious food on the table, raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You did all of this? That's amazing. Thank you for your hard work." For In Mingran, receiving praise and recognition from Zhou Heng was the best response she could receive. She smiled happily and said, "It's not tiring at all. Come and eat. After you finish eating, I'll give you a massage to relax your muscles so you'll be in good shape tomorrow." Zhou Heng sat down in the chair, looked at In Mingran in front of him, and said, "Okay, you can massage me, but I have to massage you too." "Ah." In Mingran paused slightly, recalling what had happened yesterday. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, and she whispered, "But I'm not participating in the competition tomorrow, so it's not necessary." She verbally refused, but in her heart she couldn't resist. Of course she wanted Zhou Heng to give her a massage. Yesterday she shamelessly enjoyed those 10 minutes. Otherwise, she should have refused in the first place. Zhou Heng seemed determined, displaying an attitude of repaying even the smallest kindness tenfold. "But you cooked this big meal for me. You must be very tired. How can I not repay you for giving me a massage?" In Mingran was speechless for a moment, unable to speak, because she wavered, her heart wavered. On one hand, she felt Zhou Heng was right. On the other hand, she simply couldn't resist the temptation of being massaged by Zhou Heng. She thought that although she wanted to do her best to repay Zhou Heng, they were in a romantic relationship, not a master-servant relationship. If she was too humble, Zhou Heng wouldn't be willing to accept it. So, even if I and Zhou Heng massage each other, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Chapter 104. It's normal even if you see it. Call. After dinner, Zhou Heng took a shower to wash away the day's fatigue. After leaving the bathroom, he didn't see In Mingran in the living room, so he guessed she must be in the bedroom. Zhou Heng arrived at the bedroom door, opened it, and went inside. "Go ahead and wash. I'm done washing." In an instant, Zhou Heng's words caught in his throat. He froze on the spot, as if petrified, motionless, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. At this moment, In Mingran seemed to be changing clothes. She had already put on her home shorts and was kneeling on the bed. The moment he opened the door, he saw In Mingran had just changed her upper body clothes. Upon hearing the door open, In Mingran immediately turned around and froze upon seeing Zhou Heng, staring at him for about 5 seconds. I didn't mean to." Zhou Heng quickly took a step back, then hurriedly closed the door, stood in the doorway, and began to breathe heavily. Although he didn't see anything, he hadn't expected In Mingran to be changing clothes. If he had come in a few seconds earlier, he probably would have seen her. He was only around 19 years old, a complete young man, and now he had met his first love, his first girlfriend, who was so beautiful and had captured his heart. Seeing this scene stirred his imagination, and it was incredibly shocking for him. He couldn't possibly bear it. Jo Hung, like a zombie, walked step by step to the sofa, sat down, and covered his head. Ultimately, it's my fault. Although this is my own home, I'm not living here alone anymore. Why didn't I knock before entering the bedroom? At this moment, In Min Gran, who was in the bedroom, had already changed her clothes. She was holding her collar, head down, lips slightly pursed, lost in thought. Actually, she wasn't angry or embarrassed. It's nothing. Rather, since she didn't lock the door, she wasn't worried at all that Jo Hung would suddenly barge in. She only cared about Jo Hung's reaction. After a while, In Min Gran came out of the bedroom and saw Jo Hung sitting on the sofa, looking quite troubled. Seeing In Min Gran walk out, Jo Hung's heart pounded, his hands were crossed, and his legs trembled slightly. In Min Gran approached Jo Hung, knelt down in front of him, looked at his face, and softly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Jo Hung looked at In Min Gran's face and stammered, I apologize for what happened just now. I didn't mean to. I'll definitely knock next time." It's nothing. In Min Gran chuckled softly, reached out, and touched Jo Hung's cheek, and whispered, Okay, don't overthink it. There's no need to apologize to me. I'm your girlfriend, you know. In Min Gran subconsciously wanted to say, "You can watch it any time you want," and initially thought there was nothing wrong with that statement. But while the principle is sound, saying it aloud seems a bit too blunt. However, In Min Gran still wanted to express the same meaning, so she changed her wording. "I'm your girlfriend. It's perfectly normal for you to see me like this. Only you could." In Min Gran's words were like a spark igniting within Jo Hung, causing his face to flush bright red instantly. He immediately looked away, glancing left and right as if he didn't know where to look, his hands fidgeting, sometimes covering his mouth, sometimes resting on his lap. "I know, I understand." With a whoosh, Jo Hung responded, instantly standing up from the sofa and heading towards the bedroom. You should go take a shower." He walked as if he couldn't stand steadily, and sometimes he even took 2 steps with his hand and foot moving together. And so, stumbling and fumbling, I returned to the bedroom. In Min Gran, on the other hand, kept her eyes following him. Only after the bedroom door closed did In Min Gran come to her senses, her body trembling slightly. Thinking of Jo Hung's reaction just now, In Min Gran gently bit her lower lip, and the corners of her lips involuntarily curved upward slightly. What's going on? In Min Gran's heart was pounding like a drum, her heart racing. Her mind kept replaying Jo Hung's reaction. She had only one thought in her mind. Jo Hung's reaction was so adorable. She loved it so much. Absolutely loved it. She couldn't wait to see Jo Hung react like that again. This time, she didn't want him to escape. She wanted to witness his change in reaction firsthand. She knew she wouldn't be able to resist holding him in her arms then. But she had only seen Jo Hung react like this once before. How could she make him react like this again? Could it be that I did it on purpose? In Min Gran looked down at her clothes, tugged at the hem, and the clothes clung to her body, outlining her figure. Jo Hung's reaction upon seeing his own body made her very happy. If Jo Hung remained unmoved and expressionless, that would be the biggest blow to her. The method works, but there's a limit to how many times it can be used. It might work once or twice, but if it happens too often, Jo Hung will get used to it. She didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity. Let's think of another way. In Min Gran went to the bathroom to take a shower. Jo Hung lay on his bed in the bedroom, hugging a pillow, leaning against the headboard, a book in his hand, quietly reading. Although outwardly calm, inwardly far from peaceful. Hearing the sound of water running from the bathroom next door, Jo Hung couldn't help but swallow, and that scene flashed through his mind again. A moment later, his gaze shifted. I saw some toilet paper on the table next to me. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jo Hung quickly shook his head, picked up the book, and continued reading, muttering to himself as he did so. Don't even think about it. There are side effects. Chapter 105. I think this way you won't think about it anymore, right? In the bathroom, In Min Gran dried herself off and put on her pajamas. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her skin looked exceptionally good, smooth and supple, probably because she had just taken a shower. She had already thought about it while she was taking a shower. It would be better for their relationship to develop gradually. Anyway, she didn't need to rush anything. As long as Jo Hung didn't kick her out, she could stay with him for a very long time. Now that Jo Hung has given her a formal status, that's already very good. The time when they should truly relax and enjoy their relationship should be after the college entrance exams. She shouldn't be thinking about how intimate she can be with Jo Hang every day. Jo Hung should focus on his studies first, and then consider other things. I absolutely cannot let him interfere with his studies. This was something I had already decided before confessing my feelings. In Mingran came out of the bathroom and went to the kitchen to wash some fruit for Jo Hang. She peeled and cut the apples and other fruits into pieces. After preparing everything, I carried the fruit to the bedroom. The bedroom door was ajar, not fully closed. She pushed it open and went in, finding Jo Hung reclining against the headboard, holding a book. He was probably studying. The moment In Mingran entered, Jo Hung clearly lifted his book, as if he had been completely absorbed in it. However, even this small movement was noticed by In Mingran. She pursed her lips, walked over, and placed the fruit on the table beside her. Is there anything you don't understand? I'll teach you. In Mingran leaned closer, looked at the book in Jo Hang's hand, and couldn't help but frown. You're holding your book upside down. Jo Hung raised his eyebrows in surprise, immediately straightened the book in his hand, and looked embarrassed. My mind wasn't on the book at all. I was thinking about other things. When In Mingran entered the bedroom, all his attention was focused on her. Even if he wasn't looking at her, he was thinking about her and listening to her footsteps. Now that In Mingran has exposed her, she feels utterly ashamed. She never expected her act to be so poorly convincing. In Mingran looked somewhat worried. She realized that Jo Hung was already deeply affected, and if this continued, his studies would definitely become a problem. She slowly sat down next to Jo Hung, placed her hand in his, and softly asked, You're having something on your mind because of me, aren't you? What is it? Can you tell me? I don't want me to affect your state of mind. She felt it couldn't be just what happened before she took a shower, right? Did that really have such a big impact on Jo Hung? Surely not. Jo Hung looked up at In Mingran, shook his head, and said, Don't worry, you won't affect my studies. This is just a normal physiological condition. There's nothing I can do about it. No way? What? What do you mean? In Mingran's question did not receive an immediate response from Jo Hung. Jo Hung stared into In Mingran's eyes, but for some reason, no matter how he opened his mouth, he couldn't utter a word. What should he say? Should he just say it directly? Should he say that all he can think about right now is that scene? He's a fitness enthusiast and has been disciplined for a long time. He's long since stopped thinking about those things. In this state, any member of the opposite sex would seem attractive, let alone a perfect girlfriend like In Mingran. He had been trying to control himself, but after that one glance, he almost lost control. He had been doing push-ups frantically in the bedroom, just now to keep himself calm. Jo Hung stammered for a long time, unsure how to explain. It's normal, it's okay. Oh, don't ask anymore. Jo Hung really didn't want to continue talking, and he also hoped that In Mingran wouldn't realize it. After all, if he realized it, he would be quite embarrassed, since he had always seemed like someone who had absolutely no interest in that kind of thing. Now I'm still troubled by this kind of thing. It feels like my image has collapsed. In Mingran frowned, looking bewildered. She touched her chin and began to think seriously. She knew Jo Hung wasn't going to explain clearly, so she could only try to understand what he meant. She wasn't stupid. She had learned a lot about physiology in class, and had also gained considerable knowledge about it online and in casual conversations with classmates. She quickly understood what was going on. Oh, I see. In Mingran lowered her head, her face flushed red. She hadn't expected that Jo Hang's mindset was actually affected by what had just happened. She didn't know whether to be happy or worried. She was happy because Jo Hung cared so much, which meant he cared about her a lot, right? If he wasn't interested in her, how could he have any influence? What troubled her was that she didn't know how to solve this problem. She couldn't let Jo Hung continue to be so distracted. As his girlfriend, she had to help him. Then, In Mingran hesitated for a long time, muttering stammeringly. Then, as if she had made up her mind, mustering her courage, She slowly approached Zhou Heng, leaned close, and whispered in his ear. Then wheel. Zhou Heng's eyes widened instantly, and he looked back at Yin Mingran with a look of horror. Yin Mingran, meanwhile, kept her head down, her face flushed crimson, almost as if it were about to bleed. Her cheeks grew increasingly hot, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Wait, wait. Seeing that Yin Mingran was about to unbutton her clothes, Zhou Heng immediately grabbed her wrist and stopped her. You're kidding, right? Yin Mingran shook her head and said, I'm not joking. I'm serious. I think this way you won't think about it anymore, right? She understood what Zhou Heng meant, so she came up with this simplest solution. Anyway, she also felt that this was better, otherwise it would have consequences later. Chapter 106 Then, I will completely hand you over to me. Gurgle. Zhou Heng swallowed a couple of times, as if his throat was dry, and his gaze began to wander over Yin Mingran. Wrong. Zhou Heng quickly shook his head, held out his hand, and said, No. If my mom finds out, she'll beat me to death. It's okay if I don't tell mom. Or should I? Yin Mingran turned her head to the side, her eyes looking down with a hint of melancholy at her exposed shoulder. You don't want to be with me. Holy crap. I really want to. Zhou Heng grabbed Yin Mingran's arms with both hands, his gaze intensely burning. Yin Mingran was startled for a moment, and the desolation in her eyes vanished instantly. She thought that Zhou Heng's hesitation meant he didn't want to touch her and wasn't interested in her. But seeing Zhou Heng's state and the strength with which he gripped her arm, he didn't seem uninterested at all. Well, if he's hesitant, he must have his reasons. So, what do you think? Yin Mingran quietly asked Zhou Heng what he thought. She only wanted to do her part to help him. So in the end, we still have to listen to Zhou Heng's opinion. Zhou Heng paused, gazing into Yin Mingran's large, watery eyes. The words he wanted to say seemed stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. This is my first time in a relationship, and I don't want us to rush things to that point, especially with such an absurd reason as satisfying my personal desires, because we haven't even kissed yet. Zhou Heng's voice grew softer and softer, but no matter how soft it was, Yin Mingran, who was standing right next to him, could hear it clearly. Every word of that sentence struck Yin Mingran's heart like a hammer blow. She hadn't expected that Zhou Heng thought that way. Indeed, they haven't even kissed each other on the lips yet, and now they're going to do that? It seems a bit absurd, like a transaction involving money, not like their first precious relationship. She was initially a little disappointed, but after hearing Zhou Heng's reason, she felt none of that anymore. After all, only someone who truly cares about this relationship would think this way. If Zhou Heng and she had actually continued what they were doing, their relationship might have soured afterward. After dating for just over a week, the sweet and sour feeling of innocence will definitely fade. After all, you've already slept together, so why be shy? However, Zhou Heng did just say that he really wanted to. Then we really won't. Zhou Heng released his hands and asked softly, In your mind, how long after you've been together should you do this kind of thing? Yin Mingran paused for a moment, then replied, Well, if it's Zhou Heng, then it's possible anytime. No. Just tell me your true feelings. How long do you think would be appropriate? About a year. After thinking for a while, Yin Mingran gave this answer. In reality, her true thoughts before marriage were, because she felt that everything was uncertain before marriage, and she couldn't accept giving her body away under such uncertainty. However, after the changes that occurred in her family, she never had that thought again. Because she'd already considered marrying just anyone, she knew she wouldn't be able to keep that plan. Now, when she speaks of a year to Zhou Heng, it's because she doesn't want to wait too long, nor does she want Zhou Heng to wait too long. Okay, then it'll be a year. By then, we'll have graduated, right? At that time, I'll completely hand you over to me, okay? Zhou Heng reached out and gently stroked Yin Mingran's face, saying, Yin Mingran pursed her lips, nodded, and responded with a soft Then she stretched out her arms and hugged Zhou Heng's body. She offered herself to him, but was rejected. However, she was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, she likes Zhou Heng even more now, even more than before. I underestimated his seriousness about the relationship and Zhou Heng's desire to take responsibility for me. Sure enough, this is the Zhou Heng she likes best. Zhou Heng glanced at the table, looking at the cut fruit, and thought to himself, I'm kind of looking forward to graduation. Chapter 107. Enjoy yourself today? Splash. Ming Gran went to the restroom, and after washing her hands by turning on the faucet, the redness on her face subsided considerably. Ming Gran lowered her head, looked at her hands, and muttered softly, I just want to graduate quickly. After leaving the bathroom and turning off the light, Ming Gran stood at the bedroom door, not immediately pushing it open to go inside. She stood at the door for a while, thinking about what Zhou Heng's attitude would be once she went in. Will she just go to sleep? Will she ignore me? I've heard that men have a kind of saintly mode, in which they are practically invincible and completely uninterested in women. So what attitude should I adopt in response? No matter how Zhou Heng treats me, my attitude towards him is unlikely to change, right? Changes can only be for the better. There's absolutely no way I could ignore Zhou Heng. Ming Gran nodded, secretly deciding that no matter what Zhou Heng's attitude was, she absolutely could not show any disappointment or frustration. You must be mentally prepared for this, as it is part of making your personality less weak. When Ming Gran pushed open the door and went in, she found Zhou Heng still sitting against the headboard, holding a book. This time, at least he wasn't holding the book upside down. The moment Ming Gran saw Zhou Heng, she could tell that he was in much better shape than before. Just now I was in a distracted and restless state. My mind wasn't on the book at all. But now, all those emotions have disappeared. This means that I did manage to help Zhou Heng after all. Zhou Heng appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was quite agitated. After all, what had just happened made it impossible for him to remain composed. He simply didn't know how to face Ming Gran or how to interact with her normally, so for now, he could only remain calm and observe the situation first. Ming Gran got into bed and sat down next to Zhou Heng. Before Zhou Heng could say anything, Ming Gran placed her hands on his legs and began to gently massage them. Zhou Heng's eyes widened suddenly behind the book, his face filled with shock and disbelief that Ming Gran would actually give him a massage. What kind of treatment am I getting? Is this the treatment of an emperor? Nobody would believe it if I told them. If I told my classmates about this, they would probably all think I'm crazy. While massaging her, Ming Gran said softly, Please be careful during tomorrow's match. Most importantly, just don't get injured. Ming Gran. Ming Gran stopped what she was doing, looked up at Zhou Heng, and found that he had put the book away and was staring straight at her. Zhou Heng suddenly sat up and said, Then at least let me give you a massage. Why don't you rest for a bit? Ming Gran was slightly taken aback, then smiled and gently pushed Zhou Heng back with her hand. All right, just enjoy yourself today and don't argue with me. Zhou Heng continued to lean against the wall, watching Ming Gran earnestly massage him and relax his muscles. Although he felt a little guilty, he also thoroughly enjoyed the feeling. He picked up a bowl from the table beside him, used a toothpick to pick up a piece of apple, and fed it to Ming Gran. Ming Gran smiled faintly, opened her mouth, took the apple, and ate it. The two exchanged a smile, as if they were in a very harmonious environment. But they both knew very well in their hearts, and even had the same thought, to give each other the best. Chapter 108. Because it was my first time, I wasn't familiar with it at all. At night, after turning off the lights, the two lay in bed and instinctively embraced each other. Today they hugged each other even tighter than usual, as if their feelings had reached an unprecedented height, instantly elevating their relationship to a level they had never experienced before. Zhou Heng could feel Ming Gran's warm breath repeatedly brushing against his neck, while he could smell the faint fragrance of her hair. After a while, Zhou Heng asked in a low voice, Do you like my muscles? You noticed. Ming Gran chuckled softly, trembling slightly in Zhou Heng's arms like a child whose thoughts had been exposed. It's hard not to notice. Before I was fully awake, you. This. Ming Gran buried her head in Zhou Heng's chest. Not only was her own heart racing, but she could also hear Zhou Heng's heartbeat gradually accelerating. She thought she had hidden it perfectly, that only heaven and earth knew. But little did she know that Zhou Heng already knew. I started working out because I was bored and wanted to keep myself occupied. Whenever I got tired from playing games and needed to rest, I would exercise to pass the time. Another reason was that if I didn't keep exercising, Tang Ji would really surpass me, and then she would mock me. Before I knew it, I had overdone it. I thought you wouldn't like this kind of body shape. Don't most people prefer a slimmer figure? Who said that? I like it this way. As Eun Mingran spoke, she hugged Jo Hung tightly, even though she was much smaller than him. Real? Yes, really. A slight smile played on Jo Hang's lips as he peeked out. He placed a gentle kiss on Eun Mingran's forehead. He remembered the last time he kissed Eun Mingran was when she was asleep. He had secretly kissed her then, but he hadn't had the courage. But now, he is no longer afraid. This courage comes from Eun Mingran. Then Jo Hung whispered in Eun Mingran's ear, "Good night." Eun Mingran was slightly taken aback. This was the first time Jo Hung had ever kissed her. This feeling was like a warm current flowing into her heart, giving her a warmth she had never experienced before. Not to be outdone, Eun Mingran raised her head and kissed Jo Hung on the cheek, responding, "Good night." The two closed their eyes together and soon drifted off to sleep. Since they started falling asleep in each other's arms, their sleep quality has improved significantly. Eun Mingran still remembers that just over 2 weeks ago, she couldn't sleep at all, and every time she closed her eyes, she would dream of her deceased relatives. But now, she can sleep very well, and she even meets her parents in her dreams. It's as if they're visiting her in her dreams, quietly chatting with her, and keeping her company until dawn. Having her parents in her dreams, and Jo Hung, when she wakes up, fills her with hope for life, making her feel that persevering and living on is the right thing to do. Early the next morning. This time, Eun Mingran was the first to wake up. She slowly climbed out of Jo Hang's arms, got out of bed, and prepared to make breakfast. Today is the sports meet, so Jo Hung needs to conserve his energy. Sleeping in a little longer and getting some rest this morning is a good idea. Jo Hang got up when he was halfway through making breakfast. The two ate breakfast together, washed up, and then started packing. After getting ready, they went out together to go to school. They naturally held hands and chatted, their mood much better than before, even than yesterday. When we arrived at the school gate, the playground was already bustling with activity. Some students' parents also came to help, and each classroom's area began to be carefully decorated. Looking into the school, Jo Hung said, "I remember Tang Ji said yesterday that her father was off today and should come. He's my uncle. After all, Tang Ji is going to perform a show, and I don't know if she's prepared." During yesterday's rehearsal, she said she didn't need to rehearse and could just go on stage. Yeah, she's always like this, she should be fine. Just as the two were chatting, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "What are you two doing standing here instead of going in?" Jo Hung and Eun Mingran were startled and quickly turned around to look, only to be given a second scare by the person behind them. Teacher Wang. The person standing behind them was their homeroom teacher. At this moment, she narrowed her eyes, staring at their clasped hands, which hadn't yet let go. Chapter 109 now. I have even more reason to help her. "Good morning, Teacher Wang." Eun Mingran greeted him softly, while Jo Hung, standing to the side, was completely stunned. The homeroom teacher was still staring at the two holding hands. Realizing something was wrong, the two looked at their own hands. The next second, as if they had been electrocuted, they immediately let go and pulled their hands back. Jo Hung looked embarrassed, while Eun Mingran kept her head down, her heart pounding like a drum, not daring to look her homeroom teacher in the eye. Students are prohibited from dating, especially during the most crucial stage of senior year in high school. If caught, they will be severely punished. They've only been together for a week, and now they've been caught by their homeroom teacher. Oh no. Especially Eun Mingran. She knew very well how much the homeroom teacher cared for her, and as the class monitor, she was now defying the rules, which would definitely disappoint the teacher. Teacher Wang stared at Jo Hung, her brows furrowed, her expression very unpleasant. After a while, she walked forward and said, "Jo Hung, come with me. Eun Mingran, go to the classroom and organize the discipline, and get everything in order." "Okay." Eun Mingran nodded in agreement, while glancing at Jo Hung beside her with a worried expression. She didn't know why the teacher only called on Jo Hung. Was it because her situation was special, so the teacher was making an exception for her? No matter what, she couldn't disobey the teacher's orders, otherwise she would be harming Jo Hung. All we can do now is silently pray that Jo Hung is alright. However, if the teacher calls me in, I'll definitely get a scolding and then be asked to break up with my boyfriend, right? Isn't that a teacher's usual tactic? Zhou Heng turned around, preparing to go inside with Teacher Wang. Before leaving, he gently patted Yin Mingran's shoulder. It was as if they were comforting her and trying to put her mind at ease. Zhou Heng followed Teacher Wang into the teaching building and arrived at the office. There were only a few teachers in the office at that time. The teachers in charge of the classes had all gone to their respective classrooms to organize their lessons. Zhou Heng wasn't afraid of the criticism that was about to come. He was used to being criticized by teachers since he was a bad student and was long since immune to it. His biggest fear was that the teacher would call his parents in and tell him that he was dating Yin Mingran. Because he doesn't know his mother's attitude yet, he hasn't told her about dating. What will she do when she finds out? Now, Yin Mingran also holds a very important place in her mother's heart. He guessed that if they really weren't allowed to be together, the reason would definitely be related to their studies. And it certainly wouldn't be his own studies, but rather the concern that he would affect Yin Mingran's studies. Her grades are so good, if I were to let her down, I would definitely get a good scolding. If they don't approve of them being together, they might find Yin Mingran a separate place to live, separating them. Therefore, before finding out what's going on, I absolutely cannot tell my mother that I'm with Yin Mingran. You can just give the teacher a perfunctory answer. Even if you verbally agree to break up, you can just continue dating behind their backs. Anyway, they live together, so as long as they keep a low profile at school, the teachers can't do anything about it. Teacher Wang sat down, put down her bag, looked at Zhou Heng in front of her, crossed her legs, and asked, "How long have you been with Yin Mingran?" Zhou Heng straightened up and replied, "About a week." "A week?" Teacher Wang stroked his chin, looking somewhat surprised, as if he were thinking about something. "You were the one who pursued her?" "Huh? No. It was her." "Oh no. It was us who pursued each other. There was no question of one of us pursuing the other." "Oh." Teacher Wang's expression became even more intriguing, as if she couldn't figure out something. However, she did not suspect that Zhou Heng was lying. She's almost 40 years old and has been a teacher for over a decade. She can tell whether her students are lying or not. Even though Zhou Heng's answer was hesitant, there was no sign of him lying in his eyes. Teacher Wang glanced at the other teachers in the office, and after confirming that no one had heard, she asked in a low voice, "I'm asking you, are you aware that Yin Mingran's family situation is somewhat unusual?" Zhou Heng nodded without hesitation and answered honestly, "I know. I knew before Yin Mingran even came back to school. Teacher, if you're interested, I can tell you everything, but there's one thing you have to promise me." "What?" "Don't tell my parents about my relationship with Yin Mingran." Zhou Heng, having already formed a preconceived notion, stated this condition. He still trusted his homeroom teacher, who was much more open-minded than other teachers. At least she should be able to agree to this condition. Sure enough, after hearing this, Teacher Wang thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, I promise you, but you have to tell me everything exactly as it is, without hiding anything." Then, she pulled over a chair and gestured for Zhou Heng to sit down. Zhou Heng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down, then began to tell the story of how he met Yin Mingran. Of course, he didn't hide anything, because he felt he had done nothing wrong, just like when he told his mother before, because he had a clear conscience. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Heng finished recounting the whole story. He didn't go into details about how he and Yin Mingran got together, because he felt that after explaining the whole process, everyone would understand why they got together, right? Teacher Wang listened intently, occasionally taking a sip of water, as if she were listening to a captivating story. "Is everything you're saying true?" Zhou Heng nodded and said seriously, "Yes, it's true. You can check with my mom. She's already taken Yin Mingran as her goddaughter. But don't tell her about our relationship for now. After listening to what you said, it seems like you've done something really great. Without you, she probably wouldn't have come to school anymore." I didn't think that much about it. At the time, I just wanted to help her as much as possible. My family couldn't bear to see such a good girl ruin her life because of family issues, so they chose to help her. Now, I have even more reason to help her. Zhou Heng steered the conversation back to the topic of dating. Teacher Wang fell into deep thought. After pondering for a long time, she looked at Zhou Heng and asked, "Aren't you sure this will affect your studies?" Of course, we will only make progress together. As you know, teacher, I have improved a lot in this monthly exam, and it is all thanks to In Mingran. I can guarantee that I will improve in the next exam. Zhou Heng answered without hesitation that he had the self-control. In Mingran didn't need to worry, as she knew very well that her studies couldn't be neglected. Okay, I understand. Teacher Wang nodded, then suddenly opened a drawer to the side, took out an envelope, and handed it to Zhou Heng. This is for In Mingran. Actually, I should have given it to her a long time ago. After chapter 110, if you start dating, the teacher will turn a blind eye. This is... Zhou Heng held the envelope in his hand, somewhat puzzled. It was bulging inside. It seemed to contain money. Teacher Wang answered softly. This is a small token of my appreciation from the teacher. It's not much, but it'll be enough to help In Mingran a little. This child is my favorite student in all my years of teaching, and of course I don't want her future to be affected by external factors. Zhou Heng nodded in sudden realization and said, Yes, I understand. I will give it to her. But Teacher Wang shook her head and denied it. No, the reason I gave this to you is because I want you to keep it so that you can spend it on her, and don't tell her that it was from me. Huh? What? Teacher Wang rolled her eyes at Zhou Heng, pursed her lips speechlessly, and said, You call yourself her boyfriend? How can you not understand her at all? If you give it to her directly, do you think she'll accept it? She'll definitely return it. She'll never accept it no matter what. But if you keep it and give it to her to spend, at least she'll accept it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng looked surprised and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming in amazement. Oh, teacher, you did such a good deed without leaving your name. Didn't you also do a great deed without telling anyone? Compared to that, what I did was nothing, just a small contribution. Teacher, you trust me that much? What if I spend it myself? If you employ someone, trust them. If you don't trust someone, don't employ them. After hearing what you've said, I believe you won't let your teacher down. If you spend it yourself, it only proves that I misjudged you, and In Mingran also misjudged you. Zhou Heng sensed that Teacher Wang's words seemed to acknowledge his relationship with In Mingran. So, teacher, you mean? Yes, I am very grateful for your efforts towards In Mingran. So please continue to take care of her for me. You can continue to be together, but firstly, neither of you should let it affect your studies. Secondly, keep a low profile at school and don't do anything too outrageous. If you do these two things, I will turn a blind eye to it from now on. Really? Thank you, Teacher Wang. Zhou Heng excitedly stood up from his chair and shouted loudly. The other teachers in the office were so startled that they immediately looked up in their direction. Teacher Wang frowned, waved his hand, and said in a low voice, Chill. All right, get out of here. You have a project today, right? Do your best in front of In Mingran, or don't come back to see me if you don't get first place. Okay. Zhou Heng smiled and nodded repeatedly, then left the office amidst Teacher Wang's helpless gaze. Teacher Wang actually agreed to them being together. It seems she really likes In Mingran. She herself is just benefiting from In Mingran's fame. No one else would approve of this relationship. After leaving the office, Zhou Heng glanced at the envelope. Inside was a stack of banknotes, judging by its thickness, probably around 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. As far as he knew, this was roughly half a month's salary for their teacher. Zhou Heng turned his head in surprise, looking in the direction of the office, with an expression of disbelief. I never expected Teacher Wang to give so much money to help In Mingran, even if they are teacher and student. But teachers are, after all, people who receive a salary and work regular jobs. Even if she doesn't help In Mingran, she's not breaking the law or committing a crime. They have their own families, relatives, and children. They're not working hard for charity. The fact that Teacher Wang was able to help In Mingran in this way already demonstrated a high level of professional ethics, which filled Zhou Heng with deep respect for her. No wonder the classes she teaches are always so outstanding. To this day, her class still holds the top position in the grade. It seems that this excellent teacher has a lot to do with it. A moment later, Zhou Heng bowed deeply in the direction of the office and left. He's really torn. Even though Teacher Wang told him to keep the money and spend it on In Mingran in his name. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to monopolize Teacher Wang's kindness, as that went against his principles. However, Teacher Wang is right. If they told In Mingran directly, she would definitely refuse. So this difficult problem fell to him. From Een Mingran's perspective, he hoped that accepting the money would greatly help her. At the same time, he felt that he had to let Een Mingran know that the money came from the teacher, and that the teacher's kindness should not be hidden. At least when Een Mingran is able to repay her teacher in the future, she should not forget this kindness. At this moment, on the playground, Een Mingran was organizing her classmates to do their work. But deep down, she was worried about Zhou Hong. She wondered how he was doing. About 20 minutes had passed, and there was still no result. Hey! At that moment, a hand patted Een Mingran. Een Mingran turned her head and saw that the person who took her picture was Tang Ji. Beside her was a man who looked very similar to her. Een Mingran immediately guessed that this must be Tang Ji's father. Tang Ji introduced, "Dad, this is Een Mingran." Een Mingran quickly bowed and greeted him. "Hello, uncle." Tang Ji's father smiled and nodded, replying, "Hey, good child. We're all family. No need to be so polite." Tang Ji, carrying a bag, looked at Een Mingran and said, "Is it about to start? I'm going to change my clothes." "Okay, I should go change my clothes in a bit." Een Mingran nodded, watching Tang Ji leave first. After she finished arranging her other things, it was time for her to change her clothes. Some classes had already changed, and the girls responsible for holding up the signs were dressed in bright and beautiful outfits, which were particularly eye-catching. She has to wait until the teacher comes down, otherwise there's no one to watch the class, and she can't just leave. In the corridor, Zhou Hing had just come out. He had just returned to the classroom, stuffed the envelope into his desk, and hidden it, and was now preparing to leave. "Zhou Hong." Just as he was about to leave the teaching building, a voice called out to him. Zhou Hong turned around and saw a boy running towards him quickly. "Liao Haomiao." Zhou Hing looked at the boy in front of him. He was wearing a tracksuit, shorts, and a number tag. "You have projects too?" Liao Haomiao walked up to Zhou Hong, adjusted his glasses, nodded, and said, "Of course, I know you have one too. Are you wearing your school uniform? Where's your number tag?" "Oh dear, I haven't even gotten back to my classroom yet. The teacher called me there first thing this morning." Zhou Hong waved his hand and hurriedly continued walking forward. He didn't have time to change clothes or get a number all morning. Liao Haomiao followed Zhou Hong and asked, "What did you report? It's not the same as what I reported, is it?" Chapter 111, That's Why This Pure Feeling is Worth Cherishing. "Me? I can do a shot put and a 100-meter dash." Liao Haomiao nodded and said calmly, "Oh, that's good. It seems I've perfectly avoided you." Zhou Hong turned to look at him, chuckled, and asked, "What? Are you afraid to compete with me?" I've looked into you. Does anyone dare say they can beat you 100%? I want to help the class get first place, not compete with you." Liao Haomiao nodded in agreement, without caring whether Zhou Heng's words were a provocation or mockery. Zhou Heng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Liao Haomiao to have such a good attitude. Even after he had said those things, Liao Haomiao hadn't said anything back. "It seems I've learned something from Liao Haomiao again. If it were me and Tang Ji, we'd probably be constantly mocking each other." Zhou Heng nodded and said, "Then, I wish you the best of luck in getting first place." "The same as you." Liao Haomiao extended his fist. Zhou Heng was slightly taken aback, then smiled and bumped fists with him. The two walked out of the teaching building together, chatted briefly, and after becoming friends, they would sometimes chat when they bumped into each other after class. They exchanged contact information, but haven't been in touch since. After all, two guys really don't know what to talk about. On the day of the school sports meet, the outer perimeter of the school will be opened to allow parents to come in and watch. Although we couldn't go inside, we were already right next to the venue, separated from the students by only a fence. Some students had already gone over there to chat with their parents. By this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the fence, almost all of them there to watch and have fun. Liao Haomiao only glanced at it briefly, but he saw a figure that made him unable to look away, and he frowned. Zhou Heng glanced at him and noticed that he was staring in one direction, so he asked in confusion, "What are you looking at? Why are you so focused?" "There." Liao Haomiao pointed outside the fence, raised his chin, and his face was very grim. Zhou Heng looked in the direction Liao Haomiao was pointing and saw two girls in pretty dresses watching from outside the fence. "What's wrong? Did you see a pretty girl? You still have the mind to look at this?" Liao Haomiao shook his head, his expression serious and solemn. He sighed and slowly began to speak. Remember when I told you about my year-long relationship in junior high? She broke up with me because I did poorly in school. Jo-hung nodded and replied, I remember. How could it be? Ah, that's it. Jo-hung looked at the two girls again, but even though he squinted, he couldn't make out their faces. You have such good eyesight. You can recognize her from this far away. If it were Yin Minggran standing there, wouldn't you recognize her? Of course I can recognize it. Jo-hung looked in that direction again. The two girls were clearly there to have fun. They were looking around, pointing in one direction and then looking in the other. Doesn't she go to school? I don't know. Maybe he just happened to be off today. Are you going to say hello to her? Liao Haomiao looked at Jo-hung, his eyelids drooping, his brows slightly furrowed. His expression was quite intriguing. Never mind. What's her name? Wishing you a peach. Okay, stop thinking about it. You seem to care a lot. Do you want to make up with her? Do you want me to go with you to see her? Jo-hung reached out and patted Liao Haomiao on the shoulder, trying to encourage him. But Liao Haomiao lowered his head, looking slightly disappointed, and shook his head, saying, Would I go and humiliate myself? She must have forgotten who I am. If I go to say hello and get asked, who are you? Then I can forget about competing today. Surely it can't be that bad. You two were together for a year. Can't you even be friends? We haven't been in touch for 2 years. How can we still be friends? Forget it. We were all too young back in junior high. Who would care? She's probably just hanging out with friends, so let's not ruin her good mood. Liao Haomiao exhaled, as if he had completely forgotten his previous thoughts and was in a completely different state of mind. Jo-hung ignored him. Since he thought that way, what could he say? Whatever. The two stopped discussing the topic and returned to their respective classrooms. Meanwhile, outside the fence, the two girls were looking around, as if searching for someone. One of them had big, watery eyes, long eyelashes, rosy cheeks, and was about 1.65 meters tall. She looked very cute. However, a hint of anxiety appeared on her face, and her eyes searched frantically for something within the fence. The girls standing to the side sighed. Zhu Tao, let's go somewhere else to play. We finally have a day off. Let's not look for anything else. Zhu Tao lowered her head slightly, pursed her lips, and said, Then, go have fun. I'll stay here. Ah, why are you so stubborn? You come here all the time. But when have you ever found him? There are so many students, you don't know which class he's in, and you don't have his contact information. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. What was his name again? Liao Haomiao. All right, that's his name. You said you were only together in junior high, and you didn't know anything back then. Why are you still hung up on him? Was he really that great? Zhu Tao looked ahead, reached out and grabbed the railing, a hint of sadness in her eyes, and said softly, I just want to explain to him that breaking up with him back then was not my choice. I had no choice. I don't want him to misunderstand that I broke up with him because of his poor grades. If that were the case, I wouldn't have been with him for a year. And then what? What's the point of explaining? So much time has passed, he might already have a girlfriend, or he might have already forgotten you. Who would care about this kind of thing? That doesn't matter. I just don't want him to misunderstand me. The girl looked helpless and speechless at Zhu Tao's attitude. Looking at Zhu Tao's profile, she wished she could go over and open her head to see what was going on inside. You two are really amazing. Two little kids in junior high who didn't know anything. Holding hands every day was the limit, and they never even kissed, yet they still stayed together for a year. I really admire you. Zhu Tao didn't deny it, but nodded and whispered, Yes, we didn't understand anything, which is why this pure feeling is so precious. Chapter 112, which class is she in? She's the school beauty, right? Jo-hung returned to the classroom. Upon seeing him, Yin Minggran immediately went up to him, looked him up and down with concern, and asked, Are you all right? Jo-hung was amused by her reaction, reached out and patted her head, saying, It's nothing. I wasn't taken away for interrogation. I just chatted with the teacher for a bit. Don't worry. Really? Then, what did the teacher say? Let's talk about it later. The opening ceremony is almost here, right? Shouldn't we go change our clothes first? Yes, that makes sense. Jo-hung glanced behind him and saw a parent helping out. He quickly went over and greeted them. Uncle, you're here. The man heard the sound, turned around, and immediately beamed with joy when he saw Zhou Hong. "Hey, Xiaohong. Long time no see. Last time you came to visit, I was at work. Don't blame your uncle for not entertaining you." "Uncle, look at what you're saying. It should be that you don't blame me for not going while you were resting. I'll go play next time when there's a chance." Okay, come over next time and have a drink with your uncle. What would you like to eat? Ask your aunt to make it for you." After a brief chat, Zhou Hong was in a hurry to leave, saying, "Uncle, I'm going to get ready now. The sports meet is about to start." "Okay, you can go ahead and get busy." Just then, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, returned, and Zhou Hong and Yin Mingran went to change their clothes. The sports meet was about to begin in about 10 minutes. At this moment, the school leaders also took their seats, sitting on the top platform. The competitors from each class were almost ready, dressed in various sportswear, warming up. Zhou Hong received his number and changed his clothes, but it was really just a vest and a pair of shorts. Once he put on the vest, Zhou Hong's muscular physique became very apparent, and the moment he returned to the classroom, he attracted almost everyone's attention. Everyone gasped in amazement, their eyes widening and whispering among themselves. Among them was Tong Yining's good friend, Tian Run. She opened her mouth wide, nudged Tong Yining with her elbow, and whispered, "Hey, look at Zhou Hong's muscles. Wow, how long did he have to train for that?" Tong Yining rested her chin on her hand, her eyes vacant, and said expressionlessly, "That's Yin Mingran's boyfriend. Stop looking. TSK, let me see what's wrong. I didn't do anything. Why would she hit me? It's not that bad. I just hope you won't overthink it." "Huh?" Tian Run curled his lip, looked at Tong Yining with disdain, and said sarcastically, "You don't still have feelings for Zhou Hong, do you? Didn't he tell you that he doesn't like you at all?" Tian Run's words earned him a fierce glare from Tong Yining. After that glare, Tian Run immediately shut his mouth and said nothing more. She realized that she seemed to have unintentionally hurt someone's feelings. Oh, just then, they heard gasps of surprise. It wasn't just their class. Even the classes next door started to exclaim. Some people even stood up, took out their phones, and were recording something. Tian Run and Tong Yining also stood up, looking curiously ahead, wanting to see clearly what they were marveling at. Upon seeing it, they all widened their eyes in astonishment, speechless with surprise. The person walking towards us was wearing a pure white off-shoulder dress, her beautiful collarbones subtly visible. The fabric of the dress was so white it seemed almost transparent, reflecting light slightly, like angel wings, yet it wasn't revealing at all. The skirt's hem curves gracefully downwards, revealing a pair of long, slender, jade-like legs. The hem of her skirt was adorned with tiny, sparkling diamonds, like countless beautiful morning dewdrops. This person's appearance almost completely overshadowed the other carefully dressed girls, drawing everyone's attention. What shocked Tian Run and Tong Yining so much was that this person was none other than Yin Mingran. This was the first time they had seen Yin Mingran like this. She was already beautiful enough, and even her school uniform couldn't hide her beauty. Wearing such beautiful clothes now is the icing on the cake, making her the most eye-catching person on the field. Zhou Hong gripped the railing with both hands, watching Yin Mingran jog over, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. After all, she was his girlfriend, and her beauty belonged to him. Teacher Wang appeared beside Zhou Hong at some point and whispered in his ear, "Hey, you bought it." I guess so." Zhou Hong responded awkwardly, admitting that he did indeed use the money, but that he didn't have the eye to pick out such nice clothes. Yin Mingran not only amazed everyone at school, but even those watching outside the fence couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Among them were Zhu Tao and her friends. "Hey, Zhu Tao, look at that girl. She's so pretty. What class is she in? Is she the school beauty?" "Have no idea." Zhu Tao stared blankly at Yin Mingran, shaking her head, but a sense of crisis involuntarily rose within her. The thought of Liao Haomiao being in the same school as a girl like that made her worry. However, she later dismissed the idea. After all, there were so many people in the school, it was unlikely that Liao Haomiao would happen to fall for this girl. Moreover, she still hasn't found Liao Haomiao. She has no idea whether he's even at the school. I only heard from former classmates that he seemed to have been admitted here, but because Liao Haomiao didn't have many friends in junior high school, and I couldn't contact those people, I almost lost contact with Liao Haomiao. She could only hold on to that tiny glimmer of hope, wishing she could catch a glimpse of him here. Even if she did find Liao Haomiao, she didn't know if she would have a chance to talk to him. Perhaps they would already be strangers, and Liao Haomiao might not even remember her anymore. Yin Minggran returned to the classroom and immediately stood next to Zhou Heng. But because Teacher Wang was nearby, she didn't dare to stand too close. However, Zhou Heng spoke directly, saying, "You look beautiful in it." Well, Yin Minggran paused slightly, but didn't answer. Instead, she cautiously glanced in the direction of Teacher Wang behind her. She wondered, Zhou Heng actually praised me in front of the homeroom teacher? Won't that attract the teacher's attention? What exactly did they talk about? Didn't the homeroom teacher intend to break them up? When Yin Minggran looked over, Teacher Wang smiled and nodded, as if agreeing with Zhou Heng's point of view. Yin Minggran pursed her thin, red lips, a barely suppressed smile playing on her lips, and softly replied, "Thank you." At this moment, the huge speaker also emitted a sound. "Dear teachers and students, good morning. The sun is shining brightly, our spirits are high, music is playing, and colorful flags are fluttering. Today, with joy, accompanied by vibrant music and the resounding footsteps of our athletes, we welcome the grand opening of our school's latest autumn sports meet." Chapter 113. No. Then which window did God close for her? As the sports meet officially began, each class went a line up. At the very front of the classroom stood Yin Minggran, holding a sign representing their class. Even just standing there quietly, she attracted many eyes, as if every move Yin Minggran made could tug at their heartstrings. Zhou Heng, due to his height, stood at the very back of the line, arguably the furthest from his girlfriend. Even though Zhou Heng was at the very back, he could still hear the other students chatting in the class. Every class will be performing a show later, right? Does our class have one? All right. Could it be that the class monitor forgot about this? What should we do? What? I've already asked around. Our class has a performance. Tang Ji is performing a dance. Tang Ji? Performance? Dance. Such niche words. I didn't know these words could be combined like this. What exactly did they find on Tang Ji that they could force her to perform? Who knows? For Tang Ji to perform alone, it's probably some serious threat, like kidnapping her family. Zhou Heng, listening from behind, couldn't help but chuckle. They only knew Tang Ji superficially and assumed she was the kind of person who would hide in a corner and remain inconspicuous, someone best avoided in any situation. But that's only half the story. Tang Ji does dislike sports meets and doesn't want anything to do with them, but that doesn't mean she's afraid of performing. Having won numerous performance awards throughout her life, she was used to performing in front of a large audience and rarely felt nervous. I don't want to perform because I find it boring. Once the host finishes reading the opening remarks, the opening ceremony officially begins. Each class then began to walk out of their lines in order, proceed to the front of the stage, and perform their respective program. Most classes still perform gymnastics or simple dances as a whole class. It's fair to say they didn't put in much effort. It's just mediocre, enough to get by. A small number of classes had 3 to 5 people performing, and the performances included various acts such as dance and acrobatics. When it was Zhou Heng's class's turn, Yin Minggran led the way out, and the eyes of the other classes followed her. What are they going to perform? I don't know. Could we let that girl perform? I really want to see her perform. She is a very good student. Her exam score this time was second only to Liao Haomiao. Ah, now that you mention it, I remember now. It was her. Most people were discussing it, and the focus of the discussion was Yin Minggran. Most people have an impression of Yin Minggran. After all, she's the top student in her class, and almost every student in every class will remember her. Their line stopped in front of the podium, and after a few seconds, the entire class remained unmoved. This left everyone wondering what kind of performance their class was going to put on. But actually, even they themselves didn't know. Most of them looked completely bewildered, staring at each other with awkward expressions. Yin Minggran stood at the front, her heart filled with trust in Tang Ji, and she appeared calm and composed. Ring ring. Just then, in the midst of complete silence, a series of bell sounds came from somewhere. Along with that, the soul-stirring sound of the shao, a type of vertical bamboo flute, and other melodious music filled the air. All eyes were drawn to one spot. A figure emerged from the entrance. She wore a moon-colored gauze dance dress, her sleeves flowing like clear water, her skirt fluttering like fluorescent light, making her look like a fairy under the moon. Tiny silver bells adorn the hem of the skirt, and as you walk, their ethereal and clear sound spreads out. That flawless face, lightly made up, was breathtakingly handsome, with a pair of silver eyes that were both cool and deep. A crescent-shaped scarlet mark between her brows accentuated her noble and arrogant air. Wow! Upon his appearance, the entire school erupted in cheers once again. Especially Zhou Heng's own class. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. Who is that? Is it Tangji? Tangji? Really? Oh my God! As the music rose and fell, a hint of melancholy appeared in Tangji's eyes, as if she were telling a story untold. Every gesture seemed to reveal her inner world to the world around her. Yin Mingran stood at the very front, smiling slightly. The gasps and exclamations that Tangji evoked as she walked slowly towards them made her especially happy. She was overjoyed that her wonderful friend had finally had her charm recognized by the public. Tangji moved to the center and began her dance, gently raising her fair wrists as if they were willow branches swaying in the breeze. Her toes lightly touched the ground, as if she were walking on clouds, light and agile, her graceful figure twirling to the music. Every movement is like a meticulously choreographed poem, fluid and graceful. The students fell silent, quietly enjoying the dance. Time seemed to stand still, with only the melodious music and the dance playing. About 5 minutes later, the music stopped, and Tangji stood still, making a finishing gesture. Everyone seemed reluctant to leave. Even after the music stopped, they remained silent. Until a round of applause rang out. Tangji couldn't help but turn her head to look, and found that the applause came from the person behind her, Yin Mingran. She clapped and smiled, a faint smile in her eyes. Smack! Then, a second and a third round of applause followed, eventually turning into cheers from the entire audience, applauding the wonderful performance. This girl is in their class too. How come all these stunning girls are in their class? Her grades are excellent. She's probably in the top 10 of her grade. Really? No. Then which window did God close for her? The differences in human abilities are so exaggerated, okay? In an instant, all attention shifted from Yin Mingran to Tangji. That dance video was filmed by many people with their phones, and within minutes it spread across various group chats and platforms. Zhou Heng, standing at the back of the line, was also clapping silently, a smile on his lips and a hint of pride in his eyes. Looking at Tangji's back in front of him, for a fleeting moment, he transformed into a familiar long-haired little girl. He would also cling to me every day, following behind me, calling out, "Brother," over and over again. Chapter 114. My girlfriend is asking you a question. Have you answered it? Call. Tangji washed her face, removed her makeup, and changed her clothes. She was wearing a sports vest, which showed off her clearly defined abdominal muscles. After all, she still had to participate in competitions after the performance. It was safe to say that this sports meet was the most engaging she had ever experienced in all her school sports meets in her life. Tangji unwrapped a lollipop, put it in her mouth, sat there, and began to think about what had just happened. The opening ceremony has now concluded, and registration for the competitions is gradually beginning. Her projects are still in progress, so she can take a short break. You're already changed. Just then, Tangji heard a voice, turned around, and saw that it was Yin Mingran who had come here. However, she looked obviously disappointed and was holding her phone in her hand. It's over, why don't you change it? It's making my back hurt. Tangji took out another lollipop from her pocket, walked over, and stuffed it directly into Yin Mingran's mouth. I'm late. You look so beautiful. I was hoping to come over and take some pictures with you. Yin Mingran walked over and sat down with Tangji, somewhat reluctantly putting her phone back in her pocket. You can take pictures like this, as long as you look good, that's enough. Tangji took out her phone, and, without Yin Mingran being prepared, took a picture of the two of them together. Ugh, at least let me prepare, the photos are bound to be awful. How could that be? Look for yourself, isn't it quite beautiful? Let's take a few more pictures. After playing indoors for a while, the two girls prepared to go out because Zhou Heng's competition was coming up soon, and they wanted to go watch it. After the two arrived at the playground, Tang Ji frowned. She had a keen sense of observation and immediately noticed countless eyes on them. Yinming Gran, however, remained completely unaware, looking at the photos she and Tang Ji had just taken on her phone. It wasn't until several people blocked their way that Yinming Gran noticed them. She and Tang Ji stood still, looked up, and stared blankly. There were 4 or 5 boys in front of me, who looked to be either first or second-year high school students, but they all had a carefree and unruly demeanor. I guess it's because smoking isn't allowed at school, otherwise they probably would all have a cigarette in their mouths when they came over. One of the boys stepped forward and slowly approached the two, holding a phone in his hand. "Hey seniors, let's get to know each other. Can we add each other as friends?" Both his tone and manner of speaking carried a flirtatious undertone, making it impossible for others not to misunderstand. At this moment, Tang Ji stepped forward, slightly blocking Yin Mingran's body, and said with a slight frown, "Sorry, she has a boyfriend and doesn't add other guys as friends, and I don't want to either." Yin Mingran looked at Tang Ji with deep emotion. Every time something like this happened, Tang Ji would shield her. She probably felt that her personality made it difficult to refuse others. That was true before. She was too embarrassed to refuse others. But now, she's not so weak anymore. I initially thought the boys would give up, but clearly they weren't willing to give up the opportunity. The boy pressed on relentlessly, refusing to back down. "Oh, it's just making friends. It's fine if you have a boyfriend." "Yes, we didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to learn from the senior students." The other boys followed suit, looking determined to add each other as friends. Yin Mingran bit her lip, then stepped forward and stood in front of Tang Ji, saying firmly, "I already said no, can't you understand?" Yin Mingran's words made the boys stand still. Clearly, they hadn't expected this seemingly delicate girl to refuse so firmly. They thought that once they got the short-haired girl on their side, they'd be all set. Tang Ji was also somewhat surprised. After a moment, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, as if she had sensed the change in Yin Mingran's personality. She was no longer the person who needed her protection. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the boys exchanged glances and grinned wickedly, seemingly not taking Yin Mingran's words seriously at all. "Haha, miss you. Hey, my girlfriend is asking you a question. Did you answer? Did you even understand what she was saying?" Just then, a deep voice came from behind the boys. Yin Mingran and Tang Ji looked in the direction of the voice and saw who it was. They immediately smiled and their brows relaxed, as if they had grasped a lifeline. "Oh." Several boys frowned and slowly turned their heads to look. Upon seeing the man behind him, he trembled with fear and couldn't help but swear. Holy crap! They had never seen such a terrifying person in the entire school. Standing behind them was like a wall. They couldn't tell if it was a human or a humanoid monster. Moreover, Zhou Heng seemed very angry at this moment, with a gloomy face and bulging veins on his arms, making him look particularly frightening. Yin Mingran immediately pulled Tang Ji behind Zhou Heng and hid there. Tang Ji looked at the boys with a defiant expression, stuck out her tongue, and looked very smug. They were instantly furious, but they couldn't afford to provoke the behemoth before them, so they could only lower their stance and say, "Brother, we never intended to bother your girlfriend. It's a misunderstanding. We just wanted to add that girl as a friend." They pointed at Tang Ji behind Zhou Heng, thinking, "You're only responsible for your own girlfriend, right? You have no right to interfere with anyone else." Tang Ji dropped her smug expression, hid behind Zhou Heng, and reached out to pinch the hem of his clothes. Zhou Heng frowned, crossed his arms, raised his chin, and said, "That's my sister. If she says she doesn't want to add it, then she doesn't want to add it. Don't you understand?" Hearing Zhou Heng's words, Tang Ji nodded in satisfaction and whispered behind him, As expected of the general I recommended to the court for being appointed as a shield general, you did a good job. I will reward you handsomely later." Yin Mingran also covered her mouth and chuckled softly. With Zhou Heng behind him, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. "Huh? Dude, are you serious? You two don't even look alike. How could she be your sister? You're not kidding us, are you?" A boy stepped forward, trying to walk around Zhou Heng to see Tang Ji behind him. Just then, he suddenly felt his collar tighten, his feet sink into the ground, and his body became light. His eyes nearly popped out. His gaze was filled with disbelief. I was actually lifted up like a chick? And the way he acted so relaxed made it seem like I was a supermarket shopping bag he was carrying. The other boys were so frightened they took 2 steps back. Their friend, though a bit thin. But surely they shouldn't have been lifted up with just one hand? This was the first time they'd ever seen anything like this in real life. The boy who was being lifted up swallowed hard, looked at Zhou Heng in front of him, and stammered. Brother, I was wrong. I'll leave right away. Chapter 115. I'm fine. I'm just taking a walk. Zhou Heng put the boy down, and they immediately fled in panic. Although there were 4 or 5 of them, they were still genuinely afraid of Zhou Heng, who was alone. Yin Mingran quietly took Zhou Heng's hand. When Zhou Heng looked over, she smiled slightly, and Zhou Heng returned a gentle smile. At that moment, Zhou Heng's anger vanished instantly, as if Yin Mingran's smile was the best medicine to cure his anger. Tang Ji patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder and said, Thanks. What do you want? Do you want the equipment I just got yesterday? I don't want anything. Zhou Heng shook his head slightly, seemingly unconcerned about the reward Tang Ji had proposed. Tang Ji was slightly taken aback, then asked with great interest, Why? You're not asking for anything in return for helping me now. Zhou Heng glanced at her, snorted, and said, Isn't it only right to help your own sister? Tang Ji froze on the spot, as if she were dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open, motionless. Yin Mingran quickly came over, took Tang Ji's hand, and led her over together. Tang Ji grinned, her skin crawling, and said, Hey, Zhou Heng, what are you doing? Trying to disrupt my Dao heart with this trick? I won't let you succeed. You're really strange. Zhou Heng frowned slightly, and gave a helpless pursed lip. Fine. Then I'll take your full red outfit. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't, I won't help you next time something like this happens. Zhou Heng, my good brother, what are you saying? We're all family, why be so formal? Hee. Tang Ji immediately changed her demeanor, transforming into a well-behaved and obedient younger sister, completely different from her previous self. Even Yin Mingran couldn't help but marvel at how quickly Zhou Heng changed his expression, but Zhou Heng seemed used to it, snorted, and turned his head away. The 3 of them returned to the classroom together. Before they could even sit down, Zhou Heng saw Teacher Wang walking towards them aggressively. Zhou Heng was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. Teacher Wang. Teacher, let's talk this out. Yin Mingran instinctively stepped in front of Zhou Heng to protect him, but then she remembered that he was their homeroom teacher. If I were to act in this way, I would undoubtedly be challenging the authority of my homeroom teacher and betraying the kindness she has shown me. After hesitating for a moment, Yin Mingran stepped aside. Teacher Wang walked over, stood on tiptoe, and grabbed Zhou Heng's ear with one hand. She was much shorter than Zhou Heng, only reaching his chest, so Zhou Heng had to bend over. Where did you go? I just came to tell the man to go for the 100-meter check-in. What are you doing? Oh, I was wrong. I'll go right away. Teacher Wang grabbed Zhou Heng's ear and yelled into it, causing Zhou Heng to beg for mercy in pain. As she spoke, Teacher Wang glanced at Yin Mingran beside her, as if she had just realized where Zhou Heng had gone. Zhou Heng slunk away and hurried to the registration area. Yin Mingran stood there watching Zhou Heng leave. With Teacher Wang beside her, there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Teacher Wang suddenly pointed to the edge of the playground ahead and said to Yin Mingran, It's not sunny there. Go cheer him on. Yin Mingran was stunned for a moment, then looked at Teacher Wang's eyes and suddenly widened them. However surprised as she was, she still nodded and replied, Okay. Zhou Heng arrived at the check-in area, which was very close to the outer fence, only 3 to 5 meters away. As Zhou Heng walked over, he glanced at Zhu Tao outside the fence, his eyes revealing an unfathomable emotion. Zhu Tao also noticed Zhou Heng's gaze. She was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Heng's gaze seemed to indicate that he recognized her. However, even after searching through all her memories, she couldn't remember who Zhou Heng was. Zhu Tao's friend patted her arm and asked in a low voice, Hey, did that muscular guy just glance this way? Do you think he was looking at you? Do you have a chance to add him as a friend? I'm not interested. I'm not here to do that kind of thing. Zhu Tao frowned, shook her head, and said, "Oh, I know, but you've been waiting here and haven't even seen that Liao Haomiao yet, so you can't just come all this way for nothing, right? This muscular guy is really handsome. What if he takes a liking to you? If you bring up this again, you should go back now." Sai, never mind, never mind. Forget I said anything. Zhu Tao's friend, leaning on the railing, looked at Zhou Heng inside, pouted, and murmured, "I wonder if he'll even glance this way again in a bit." While Zhou Heng was queuing at the check-in counter, he suddenly saw a familiar face. However, he didn't like this acquaintance very much, and they had several conflicts in a short period of time. This person was Kong Yu. He walked straight ahead, as if he had his eyes fixed on someone, like a wild beast spotting its prey. However, the only direction that Kong Yu could be targeting is. Zhou Heng realized something, and his brows furrowed. He suddenly walked over, grabbed Kong Yu's arm, and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Kong Yu was startled, and even more startled when he saw that the person who had grabbed him was Zhou Heng. He stammered, Brother Zhou, what a coincidence. I'm fine. I'm just taking a stroll." Kong Yu forced a smile. To him, Zhou Heng was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend right now. It's best to stay as far away as possible. Anything related to Zhou Heng will inevitably lead to losses if you get involved. Don't wander around aimlessly. Are you going to hit on someone? Zhou Heng glanced in the direction Kong Yu was heading. There was probably only one person there who could attract his attention, Zhu Tao. So he guessed that Kong Yu was going to strike up a conversation, but he wasn't sure whether that was actually the case. Upon hearing this, Kong Yu looked surprised and exclaimed, "Holy crap! Seriously? You actually guessed that? Was I that obvious?" "It's not very obvious, but I know you quite well." Zhou Heng pursed his lips, speechless, and said in a low voice, "You'd better not try to chat up that girl. Give me some face and don't go." "Huh? No. Brother Zhou, you know him?" I'm not familiar with them, but a friend of mine knows them." "Brother Zhou, you don't even know her. Why are you bothering with her? Look at her." Kong Yu stretched out his fingers and began to calculate the accounts with Zhou Heng. "At first, I wanted to pursue Tang Ji, but you stopped me, so I gave up. Then I wanted to pursue Tong Yining, but she still can't forget you, so I had even less of a chance. Now you've also won over the class monitor. All three beauties in the class are connected to you, and there's nothing I can do. Now I just want to chat up a girl from outside the school. Brother Zhou, are you going to interfere with this too?" Chapter 116 has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say that? No. Zhou Heng was speechless for a moment, and began to doubt himself. Had he really gone that far? Thinking about it carefully, could it be that I've really been bullying Kong Yu all along? But I don't feel like it. If you ask me, Brother Zhou, just leave it alone. It has nothing to do with you, right? Seeing that Zhou Heng was wavering, Kong Yu pressed his advantage, patted him on the shoulder, and offered some words of advice. Zhou Heng also felt that Kong Yu's words made sense. He realized that he had indeed been meddling in other people's business. "I just feel that Liao Haomiao helped me a lot in terms of relationships. I've been looking for an opportunity to repay him, but I haven't had the chance yet. So just now I subconsciously wanted to stop Kong Yu from harassing that girl. I guess that counts as helping out a little, right? Liao Haomiao probably wouldn't want to see this girl being harassed by someone like Kong Yu. Fine, I don't care anymore." Zhou Heng nodded, turned around, and went back to the check-in area. Since Liao Haomiao isn't even trying to get anything, why should I meddle? If we are then condemned for doing something unnecessary, it would be a real loss. Hey, that's more like it. Good luck in your competition, Zhou Ji, and cheer me on too. Huh? Kong Yu laughed, then continued walking towards the fence. This was the first time he had managed to persuade Zhou Heng. He felt that Zhou Heng seemed to have changed a bit, and was not as oppressive as before. In the past, he always felt that no one could get close to him, and no one could be his friend. He walked up to the fence, straightened his clothes, looked at the girl in front of him, and greeted her warmly. "Hi, you two beautiful ladies. Which school do you go to?" Kong Yu's enthusiasm did not receive a corresponding response. The two women looked at each other, their eyes seemingly saying, "Go and talk to him." Zhu Tao hesitated for a moment, then looked at Kong Yu and slowly asked, Hello, classmate. I wanted to ask if you know Liao Haomiao." Kong Yu frowned, and upon hearing the name, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. He recognized the name. It sounded familiar, like he'd heard it somewhere before. But it was a man's name, and he wasn't interested, so he didn't remember it. No, I don't know him. Kong Yu immediately shook his head in denial. He knew he couldn't talk about other guys in front of this girl right now, otherwise she wouldn't get his attention. So even though the name sounded familiar, he immediately said he had never heard of it. Kong Yu's answer was like a bucket of cold water poured on Zhu Tao, instantly shattering her hopes. Her friend patted her on the shoulder and said, "Sai, if you ask me, he probably doesn't even attend this school. Let's go, there's no point in staying here." Zhu Tao remained silent. Perhaps at that moment, even she felt a little wavering. When Kong Yu heard that the two girls were leaving, he immediately became anxious. He had finally managed to chat with the girls for a couple of sentences without being rejected, and this was the best chance he had ever had. "Hey, don't go. I think my friend knows you. He seems to know you. Maybe we're friends." In his haste, Kong Yu brought up Zhou Hong, as his immediate priority was to keep them there and attract their attention. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao's hope was rekindled. She looked at Kong Yu expectantly and asked, "Really?" But Zhu Tao's friend didn't believe such an obvious lie, and said irritably, "Don't talk nonsense. Where's your friend? Could it be that such a person doesn't even exist? Zhu Tao, let's go. Staying here is just a waste of time." Kong Yu pointed behind him and said, "Look over there. That strongest guy, that's my friend. I'll call him over if you don't believe me. Zhu Tao, I think it's necessary to stay here a little longer, just in case what he said is true." Zhu Tao looked at her friend helplessly, thinking to herself that she was truly adept at changing her expression much faster than flipping through a book. So she stayed here not to keep me company, but because she had her eye on that muscular guy? Then please call him over. Well, Kong Yu glanced at Zhou Hong, hesitated for a few seconds. He didn't lie in anything he said. The only slight lie was about whether he was actually Zhou Heng's friend that remained to be verified. If I go and call him, will he come? Why should he help me? The things that happened with Tang Ji and Yin Minggran are still fresh in my mind. Are you going to call out or not? Or are we leaving? Ahem, I'll go. I'll go ask, but he's about to start a race, so he might not be able to come. Kong Yu awkwardly turned and left, heading towards Zhou Heng's direction. Zhou Heng was still in line. It would be his turn to check in soon, and then he could go to the competition venue and wait for the competition to begin. He also took this opportunity to warm up briefly. Brother Zhou, hold head high." Zhou Heng turned to look to the side and saw Kong Yu standing there awkwardly, bowing and lowering his head, like a servant. "Is there something you need? Brother Zhou, can you do me a favor? Come with me and put in a good word for me." Kong Yu pointed towards Zhu Tao and pleaded with Zhou Heng in a low voice. Without even thinking, Zhou Heng turned his head away and said, "Impossible. You just said I shouldn't worry about it, and that it has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say that?" Did I really say that? No way." Kong Yu forced a smile, but it looked worse than crying. "I don't care whether it's true or not. I shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing in the first place. Besides, I have a competition coming up soon, so I don't have time to deal with your matter." With that, Zhou Heng stepped forward to prepare for the check-in. Kong Yu stood there, extremely embarrassed, not knowing what to say. If he couldn't get Zhou Heng to come over now, the two girls would leave. Well, Kong Yu sighed, realizing that he had once again inadvertently linked the girl with Zhou Heng, forgetting that such connections were never good. If I were to actually bring Zhou Heng over, I would definitely still suffer the consequences. Realizing this, Kong Yu glanced longingly in the direction Zhu Tao and the others had gone, then turned and left in the opposite direction. Although he liked the two girls, it wasn't enough to make him risk being taken advantage of in a charge. Anyway, there are so many people in this school, he doesn't believe he won't find it today. Shortly after Kong Yu left, Zhou Heng finished checking in and waited for the match. He glanced at Zhu Tao, then started walking slowly over. Chapter 117, I'm going to see a girl now. Hey, Zhu Tao, look, that boy is coming over. Seeing Zhou Heng approach, Zhu Tao's friend gently patted her on the back and whispered. Zhu Tao didn't appear as excited, but she was secretly looking forward to it. She didn't know why, but she just felt that she could get some useful information from this boy. Zhou Heng approached them, glanced at them, and asked softly, "Excuse me, which one of you is Zhu Tao?" "Hey, it's looking for you." "Oh, wait a minute. How does he know your name is Zhu Tao?" Zhu Tao's friend excitedly delivered the message at first, then realized something was wrong. If he doesn't know Zhu Tao, how does he know her name? Zhu Tao stepped forward and nodded. I am. Zhou Heng looked her up and down, then slowly asked. Excuse me, but I'd like to ask a question. Do you still remember Liao Haomiao? Zhu Tao's eyes widened suddenly. She gripped the railing with both hands, her mouth slightly open but unable to utter a word, her entire face filled with surprise. Well, Zhou Heng glanced back, then waved his hand and said to Zhu Tao, Sorry, my match is about to start. If you're not busy, you can wait here for a while until I'm finished, and then we can continue this topic. Although Zhu Tao was extremely anxious, she remained calm. Now that the boy mentioned Liao Haomiao's name, she definitely wouldn't leave. She would wait no matter how long it took. Good. Zhu Tao nodded in agreement and watched Zhou Heng leave. As Zhou Heng walked towards the competition venue, he thought to himself that he had indeed meddled in other people's business. However, judging from Zhu Tao's reaction just now, I don't think I did anything wrong. Seeing Liao Haomiao's expression, he knew he definitely wanted to reconnect with Zhu Tao, but he just didn't dare. Then why don't I just help out and repay Liao Haomiao's favor? When Zhou Heng arrived at the arena, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call out to him. Zhou Heng. When he looked up in that direction, he saw that it was Yin Minggran standing there. She waved, stood on tiptoe, her white skirt billowing, and smiled brightly as she shouted to Zhou Heng. Keep it up. Be careful not to get hurt. Zhou Heng smiled and raised his hand in response. Such simple words were the best encouragement for him. The participants arrived at the starting line, waiting for the race to begin. The students in the class also stood up to watch Zhou Heng's game, shouting encouragement. Apart from Tang Ji, she remained seated, playing on her phone, seemingly uninterested in the outcome of the match. Tang Ji, Zhou Heng is going to have a match, aren't you coming to watch? At this moment, Tang Ji's father, leaning on the railing, turned around and asked a question. He recorded a video of Tang Ji's performance here, planning to leave after watching Zhou Heng's first match. Faced with her father's question, Tang Ji shook her head directly and said, There's nothing to see. Do you think Zhou Heng will lose? We won't lose, but we still have to come and cheer for Zhou Heng no matter what. After all, we're his family and friends. In the end, Tang Ji couldn't argue with her father, so she had no choice but to stand up and watch Zhou Heng's game together. The audience was initially quite lively and noisy, and most of them weren't actually watching the game. For them, the sports meet was just a good day to relax. They didn't care at all who won or lost. But the moment Zhou Heng stood at the starting line and rolled up his trouser leg, many people fell silent, their expressions filled with surprise. I thought Zhou Heng's upper body was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect his leg muscles to be just as exaggerated. The other contestants who witnessed this scene felt their hearts sink. Zhou Heng didn't seem to be slacking off at all. He warmed up seriously and got ready to start the race. Preparation. Smack. As soon as the starting gun fired, all the competitors rushed out. Zhou Heng started a little slow, but the speed he unleashed afterwards sent the entire stadium into a frenzy. He unleashed the full power of his leg muscles, and even with his muscular physique, nothing could stop his speed. His hair was swept back, his clothes clung tightly to his chest, and his muscles were taut and bulging. In the end, Zhou Heng easily overtook everyone and crossed the finish line in first place. Yeah. Upon seeing this, Yin Minggran jumped up with joy and couldn't help but cheer. Although she knew from the beginning that Zhou Heng would definitely win, she was especially happy as his girlfriend to see him dominate the entire game. The others crossed the finish line, looking helpless. They had all given it their all, but the difference in strength was still too obvious. It's truly astonishing that Zhou Heng, with his incredibly strong physique and immense resistance, was able to quickly overtake them in such a short time. They were both panting heavily, their chests heaving, almost unable to breathe. Zhou Heng acted as if he hadn't participated in the competition at all. His face remained calm, and his heart didn't skip a beat. Apart from a little sweat on his forehead, it was really impossible to tell what he had just done. This convinced the other contestants, who were quite willing to accept their defeat, knowing that even if they were given another chance, the result would likely be the same. Tang Ji spread her hands and said to her father, See? I told you there was nothing to see. There wasn't even a hint of suspense. Xiao Heng is getting more and more amazing, Tang Ji's father muttered under his breath, his lips twitching. After watching the game, Tang Ji's father left. He had other things to take care of and couldn't spend the whole day with Tang Ji at the school sports meet. Zhou Heng walked off the field. He only had 2 events, and he had already secured first place in this one. The other one was simpler for him. Zhou Heng. At this moment, Yin Minggran called his name and jogged towards him. Upon seeing Yin Minggran, Zhou Heng's face immediately lit up with a smile. Congratulations on winning. You're amazing. Yin Minggran handed Zhou Heng a bottle of ice water and sincerely praised him. Zhou Heng couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. To him, whether he won first place or not, whether he received an award or not, was irrelevant. The most important thing was Yin Minggran's praise, which was what he wanted most. Zhou Heng suppressed the urge to hug Yin Minggran directly. After all, they were at school, and he had promised his homeroom teacher to keep a low profile. At this moment, Zhou Heng suddenly thought of something and asked somewhat awkwardly, I'm going to meet a girl now. Do you want to come along? Chapter 118, and this isn't my first time here. Girl? Who is it? Yin Minggran's heart skipped a beat, as if it had stopped abruptly. She had never heard anything about girls from Zhou Heng before. In just a few seconds, Yin Minggran had already considered hundreds of possibilities. Don't overthink it. I'm not familiar with that girl. It's none of my business if I need to find her. I mainly want to repay a favor. Zhou Heng seemed to notice that something was wrong with Yin Minggran, and quickly offered an explanation. He didn't want to cause problems in his relationship just because he was repaying a favor. Hearing Zhou Heng's explanation, Yin Minggran immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the girl had nothing to do with Zhou Heng. However, he still didn't understand what repaying a favor had to do with this girl. Repaying a favor? Well, it's a long story. Do you remember the day we got together? What did Liao Haomiao talk to me about? Zhou Heng then explained the whole story to Yin Minggran. After hearing what Liao Haomiao said to Zhou Heng, Yin Minggran was incredulous, her eyes widening in shock. So, they were together that day. Did Liao Haomiao really have such a big role in it? For a moment, Yin Minggran's feelings towards Liao Haomiao also began to change. After all, he successfully brought himself and Zhou Heng together. When Zhou Heng said that they should repay the favor, Yin Minggran wholeheartedly agreed. Oh, I see. Where's that girl? It's over there. Zhou Heng pointed to the fence in the distance, where Zhu Tao and the others were still standing, their gazes seemingly directed at Zhou Heng and his group. Okay, then I'll go with you. Real? Yin Minggran nodded and said, Of course, Liao Haomiao has helped me so much, so I should owe him a favor too. As Yin Minggran spoke, she gently took Zhou Heng's hand, her thin lips curving into a gentle smile. Zhou Heng's eyes flickered, and he pursed his lips slightly. The two approached the fence together. The closer they got, the clearer they could see Zhu Tao's expectant face. Her friend, however, seemed shocked. Pointing at Zhou Heng and the other man, she whispered in Zhu Tao's ear. They're actually a couple. It feels unbelievable, yet somehow reasonable. They actually seem quite well matched. Zhu Tao couldn't listen to any of this. All she wanted to know was about Liao Haomiao. When Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran arrived in front of Zhu Tao couldn't help but ask, what did you mean when you asked me if I knew Liao Haomiao? Do you know me? Did he send you here? Zhu Tao's anxiety surprised both Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran. They exchanged a glance, seemingly puzzled. From their perspective, Zhu Tao in front of them should have broken up with Liao Haomiao a long time ago and hadn't been in contact with him since, right? Logically, she shouldn't care about him anymore, right? But now it seems that Zhu Tao cares a lot about Liao Haomiao. Don't rush, let's talk slowly. Zhou Heng reached out his hand and spoke softly, trying to calm Zhu Tao down and prevent her from getting too anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough time to talk. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou Heng, and this is my girlfriend, Yin Minggran. I am Liao Haomiao's friend. The reason I know you is because he told me about you too. Zhu Tao calmed down a bit. After all, Zhou Heng's words meant that she had a chance this time, and Liao Haomiao was indeed there. Furthermore, they had told others about their story, meaning they had not been forgotten. Well, let me introduce myself too. My name is Zhu Tao, and this is my friend. Her name is Shimani. We are both students at number 1 high school. Hello. Shimani, standing to the side, flashed a peace sign and gave a simple greeting. In Mingran seemed to understand something and stepped forward directly, asking, "You came here to find Liao Haomiao, didn't you?" Hearing In Mingran's words, Zhu Tao lowered her head, nodded gently, and replied, "Well, and this isn't my first time here, but even now, I don't even know if Liao Haomiao is actually studying here." Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng frowned and asked in surprise, "Huh? How is that possible? Since this isn't your first time here, how could you not know Liao Haomiao?" Zhu Tao was somewhat puzzled and paused for a moment, unsure of what Zhou Heng meant. In Mingran spoke first, explaining to Zhou Heng, "When we were in school, she was also in school, so she rarely had the chance to come here. It's normal that she wouldn't know if she didn't have any friends here." "Wait, I don't quite understand. What do you mean?" Zhu Tao quickly interrupted them, eager to know what they meant. "Why would I know Liao Haomiao if it wasn't my first time here?" Zhou Heng tilted his head, looked at Zhu Tao, and asked, "You really don't know? I remember Liao Haomiao saying that you broke up back then because his grades were bad, right?" Mentioning this was like touching a sore spot for Zhu Tao. She bit her lip and said, "Well, but I didn't have a choice back then. I was too young and had to listen to my parents. Now that I'm an adult, I came to find him right away." Zhu Tao began to recall that in the past 2 years, not a single day had passed without her thinking about Liao Haomiao. "I often have big arguments with my parents about this, and in the end, they always give in. As long as they can keep up with their studies, they won't interfere once they become adults." So from then on, she looked forward to growing up quickly so she could come and find Liao Haomiao. Finally, around the beginning of this year, she turned 18. She had finally waited for this moment, but at the same time, she also realized the most important issue. That means so much time has passed. Liao Haomiao must have lost interest in me by now, and probably already has a new girlfriend. Or perhaps they've already forgotten themselves. Even so, she still came here often, just to see Liao Haomiao and explain things to him. In Mingran looked at Zhou Heng with some surprise and asked, "Liao Haomiao's grades are bad?" "Really?" "Yes, he said it himself. He said that his grades were very bad in junior high school, and that's why they broke up." Zhu Tao watched as the two of them started chatting again, still not understanding. Was Liao Haomiao's poor grades really that surprising? Zhou Heng glanced at Zhu Tao and said, "I don't know what Liao Haomiao is like in your memory, but he is now the class monitor and academic representative of Class 1, and his grades have always been the best in the whole grade." Chapter 119, This should be the last time I come here. After Zhou Heng spoke, Zhu Tao and Shimani were both stunned, standing motionless with their eyes wide open and mouths agape. After regaining her composure, Shimani looked at Zhu Tao and asked in surprise, "No, sister, your ex-husband, is that amazing? This is considered poor grades? This is considered poor grades? What? Does your family want you to marry Einstein?" Zhou Heng was also watching Zhu Tao's reaction, wanting to see what she would think after learning the result. This might reveal whether her mother's idea or her own was the reason they broke up because of their grades. If it was her own idea, what kind of obvious expression would she have? But after a moment, Zhu Tao smiled faintly and said calmly, "Well, congratulations to him. I'm relieved to know he's doing well." Seeing Zhu Tao like this, the other three also felt bad. It seems clear that Zhu Tao has endured a lot in the past 2 years. Does he have a girlfriend now? Or someone he likes? Well, Zhou Heng grinned, revealing an embarrassed expression. He turned to look at In Mingran beside him and saw that she also looked embarrassed. Not long ago, Liao Haomiao said he liked In Mingran and even confessed his feelings to her. Although he gave up quickly, it's something that can't be erased. Perhaps in Liao Haomiao's heart, he had already decided that there was no possibility of a relationship with Zhu Tao, and that they might never see each other again. It's understandable that he might fall for someone else, but if Zhu Tao were to tell him, she would definitely be heartbroken. After all, she had been so devoted to this opportunity, while Liao Haomiao had already started to like someone else. Anyone would feel heartbroken. No, he doesn't have a girlfriend, I can guarantee that. Besides, he still can't forget you, it's just, he's afraid to face you. After all, he was dumped once. Zhou Heng quickly tried to explain for Liao Haomiao. saying that he thought about what he was saying several times before speaking, afraid that he might say something wrong. Will he still remember me? I've heard him so much. How could he possibly still remember me? Zhu Tao lowered her head and muttered to herself softly. She said this aloud, but deep down, she felt a sliver of hope that Zhou Hong would say something. If only what he said was true. It's true. When he told me about you too, he talked a lot about how he felt at the time. He said, Zhou Hong. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhou Hong, calling his name loudly. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Hong frowned, his heart skipping a beat. Zhu Tao looked in the direction of the sound, and was stunned the moment she saw the person. He opened his mouth blankly, his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. The person before her was none other than the one she had been longing for day and night. Her image of him was still frozen in time 2 years ago. The person in front of her had changed drastically, but she still recognized him immediately. Liao Haomiao. Zhou Hong turned his head and saw Liao Haomiao standing behind him, his face solemn and his expression serious. Then, he walked straight over, reached out and grabbed Zhou Hong's arm, and said, Let's go. Oh. Zhou Hong didn't say anything, just nodded and responded softly. Then he gave Yin Mingran a look, and she immediately understood and left with Zhou Hong. Shi Manny reached out her hand, trying to call out to them. Hey! But before she could say anything, Zhu Tao tugged at her arm. When she turned her gaze to Zhu Tao, she saw Zhu Tao gently shake her head, pursing her lips and saying nothing. No, you're just letting them go like that? You finally got to see Liao Haomiao. Weren't you going crazy missing him? And now you're letting him leave? Shi Manny was very puzzled. They had waited and searched for so long, and now that they had finally found it, why wasn't Zhu Tao seizing the opportunity? Zhu Tao looked down, her eyes dimming, nodded, and said softly, Yes, and this should be the last time I come here. Are you serious? Shi Manny's pupils dilated slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't understand what Zhu Tao was thinking, but judging from her expression, she probably wasn't joking. Okay, so, stay with me a little longer. He has a race number on him, so there should be a game soon. Watch it with me until the end, then we'll go. Shi Manny nodded slowly and whispered, Okay, I'll watch as long as you want, I'll keep you company. After Liao Haomiao pulled Zhou Hong away, they went to the back of the building, where no one was now. He released Zhou Hong's arm, glanced back at him, then looked at Yin Mingran beside him, as if he wanted to say something. Zhou Hong took a deep breath, looked at Yin Mingran, and said, You go back to class first, and help me deal with Teacher Wang. Thank you. Yin Mingran nodded obediently and replied, Okay, I understand. Then, he left, leaving Zhou Hong and Liao Haomiao behind. After Yin Mingran had walked away, Liao Haomiao finally spoke and asked, What were you doing just now? To repay your favor, since I think you still have feelings for her, I thought I'd put in a good word for you. If I've done something wrong, then I apologize to you. Zhou Hong answered honestly that he didn't know if his thinking was right. If he was wrong, then he could only say that he had been meddling in other people's business again. It was normal that he had no friends because he always did such things. Liao Haomiao didn't say anything, but just sighed and said helplessly, Okay, it's nothing, just please don't do this kind of thing again. There's no future between us. Are you being so absolute in your statement because you don't like her? No. It's that our feelings have changed, we can't go back, there's no need to think about it anymore. Zhou Hong tilted his head and asked in confusion. Huh? Bro, the last time you two were in a relationship was 2 years ago, in middle school. What heinous crime did you commit? Why can't you go back to that? Liao Haomiao pursed her lips speechlessly, rolled her eyes at him, and said irritably, It's me. I've changed, okay? Why do I have to spell it out so clearly? You've changed? Yeah, it's been 2 years already, and she's still thinking about me. How am I supposed to repay her feelings? I even pursued your girlfriend before. Now that she's here, am I just supposed to shamelessly accept her? Is that fair to her? Chapter 120 If they are truly destined to be together, they will never be separated. What, is that all? Why don't you just not tell her? Or are you just feeling guilty? Nonsense, of course I feel guilty. She made me her first choice, but after being rejected by other girls, I went back to her. Isn't that keeping her as a backup? How can I face her like that? Alright. As long as you don't regret it, it's your decision. Zhou Hong shrugged, deciding not to argue with him anymore. After all, he was an outsider, and it was better to let others decide for themselves. All I can do is offer suggestions, or he can lend a hand when I need him. Oh, right, I haven't congratulated you yet. Your race was amazing. I'm so glad I didn't sign up. The guy in my class who trains in sprinting told me after he lost to you that you're a monster. Liao Haomiao chuckled and patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder. Zhou Heng didn't take his words to heart at all. Instead, he kept observing his expression, because he always felt that Liao Haomiao was hiding his true feelings, using all sorts of things to cover them up. However, since Liao Haomiao had already said that, there wasn't much he could say. Your match is coming up soon, right? Don't lose. I'm not like you. It's normal for me to lose. Liao Haomiao waved his hand and left first. Zhou Heng watched his retreating figure, then sighed and followed him away. After stepping out of the building, Zhou Heng subconsciously looked towards the direction beyond the railing and realized that Zhu Tao and the others hadn't left yet. He was still there, looking at something, probably in their direction, but he couldn't see clearly. The next event was the men's 4x100-meter relay, in which Liao Haomiao participated. The race was about to begin. Liao Haomiao stood in his waiting spot. He was the last runner, so it was quite important. Zhou Heng positioned himself in the best vantage point, ready to watch Liao Haomiao's match. Then he realized that Liao Haomiao's final baton kick seemed to pass right by Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao didn't leave either. It seems she plans to watch Liao Haomiao's match. Although their affair has little to do with me, I still feel a little sorry for them. They clearly still cared about each other, and they had been together for a year with a foundation of affection. Yet, they didn't even exchange a single word or say a proper goodbye before ending things just like that. It was far too hasty. Yin Minggran appeared beside Zhou Heng at some point, gently patted his back, and whispered, "Don't think about it. If they are really meant to be, they will never get separated." Zhou Heng glanced at Yin Minggran and smiled slightly. Go, squad leader. Go, squad leader." Hearing the sound, the two looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Liao Haomiao's class. At this moment, everyone stood up, their voices loud and clear, to cheer on Liao Haomiao. Liao Haomiao smiled and waved to them. Their voices could be heard throughout the entire venue. He seems to manage the class very well and keeps everyone united. Yes, I should probably learn from him in this respect. He's quite remarkable. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran were both somewhat surprised. Getting so many people in a class to unite as one was truly no easy task. It seems like there are no teachers supervising their class. These students stand up to cheer voluntarily. No one asks them to. Preparation. Smack. The race officially began, and the first runner sprinted across the starting line, completing their leg of the race amidst cheers from the other classes. Then came the second and third leg, where the runners were neck and neck, making it almost impossible to determine a winner. Therefore, the final leg of the baton became especially important. Liao Haomiao stood in his ready position, assumed his stance, and prepared to receive the final baton. Charge, squad leader. The baton landed in Liao Haomiao's hand, which he gripped tightly before sprinting off. In the final leg, everyone gave it their all, gritting their teeth, their cheeks turning red almost instantly. Liao Haomiao was in the middle among these contestants. He felt that he had given it his all, but there was still a gap between him and the people in front of him. TSK. Liao Haomiao gritted his teeth, feeling that this was all he could do, and he couldn't catch up with the people ahead of him. I originally planned to take first place, but now it seems I overestimated myself. Liao Haomiao glanced around and realized he was about to pass by where Zhu Tao was. Am I really that useless? I can't even put on a show of power in front of my ex-girlfriend? In the fraction of a second that Liao Haomiao passed in front of Zhu Tao, he turned his head and glanced at her. For a moment, it was as if time stood still. He saw Zhu Tao's expression, an expression full of expectation for him. His mouth was moving too, and the shape of his lips seemed to be encouraging him. Depend on. Liao Haomiao didn't know where the strength came from, but his speed instantly increased, and the finish line was getting closer and closer. He knew that it was unlikely that he would get first place, as others were about to cross the finish line, so his goal was second place. As they crossed the finish line, Liao Haomiao was almost neck and neck with the second-place finisher. In that split second, Liao Haomiao leaned forward, trying to win the race by a narrow margin. However, he was moving too fast and couldn't maintain his balance at all. As if he couldn't stop himself, he fell forward and crashed face first onto the ground as he crossed the finish line. Oh! When Zhu Tao saw Liao Haomiao fall, she couldn't help but gasp and gripped the railing tightly with both hands, her fingertips turning white from the effort. Squad leader. Liao Haomiao's classmates rushed over to help him up. Liao Haomiao quickly extended his hand and said, "Don't move. Wait a minute, hiss." When he turned over and looked at his legs, he found that both knees had large wounds, and blood was gushing out of the wounds. Not only his knees, but also his hands, and even the bridge of his nose, were injured. Quick, take him to the infirmary. Let me. At this moment, Zhou Heng appeared in front of Liao Haomiao, gently helped Liao Haomiao up, and led him away from the arena. Liao Haomiao sighed. In the end, he didn't get first place, but only second place, and on top of that, he suffered such a serious injury. It was truly embarrassing. It seems I'm not as capable as Zhou Heng. Creating miracles is simply impossible. Liao Haomiao, supported by Zhou Heng, walked with a limp, but his eyes inadvertently glanced towards the outside of the fence. He saw Zhu Tao seemed to be arguing with the security guard at the entrance, trying to force her way in, while her friend Shimani was desperately trying to stop her. Chapter 121. After all, I have no regrets about this part. Liao Haomiao was taken to the infirmary by Zhou Heng, where he was disinfected and bandaged. It was only with great difficulty that the bleeding was stopped. Zhou Heng stood by the window, sighed helplessly, and said, "I said, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Even if you don't get any superficial injuries, you'll cause a lot of damage to your muscles. Can you even move your leg now?" "I can't move." Liao Haomiao was completely obedient. Aside from the pain of his superficial wounds, he felt like his muscles were all strained. Any movement was painful. That final sprint had really taken a toll on him. Zhou Heng looked at him with a "you deserve it" expression, shook his head, then looked out the window and asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking when I'm pushing myself to surpass others?" Liao Haomiao, using the wall for support, managed to stand up and stood beside Zhou Heng. They both looked out the window and asked, "What?" "I'm thinking, I absolutely have to make a good impression on her. I think, you understand this all too well, right?" Liao Haomiao remained silent for a few seconds, gazing at the distant scene outside the window, a special emotion flickering in his eyes. That direction was Zhu Tao's direction. She was still at the entrance, talking to the security guard. Shimani was holding her back, as if she would just barge in if she wasn't held back. Liao Haomiao chuckled and asked, "Are we reversed now? Are you starting to lecture me on matters of the heart?" Zhou Heng shrugged and responded indifferently, "Yes, but obviously my question is simpler, since I don't have any regrets." Liao Haomiao's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression as he looked at Zhou Heng. The two just stared at each other, as if communicating with their eyes. The only sound was the lively noise outside. The room was completely silent. After a few seconds, Liao Haomiao sighed, stretched his limbs, and said seriously, "Can you do me a favor?" "I would be delighted." Zhou Heng helped Liao Haomiao leave the infirmary and return to the playground. As if guided by an unspoken understanding, they moved forward in the same direction without uttering a word. "Please, just let me in. I'll be out soon. I've already told you, young lady, non-school personnel are not allowed to enter." Zhu Tao was still pleading with the security guard to open the door. She was extremely anxious, having witnessed Liao Haomiao being injured and leaving the place. She was worried that he might be seriously injured since he hadn't come out for so long. But no matter how much he pleaded, he couldn't get into the school. The security guards were extremely strict, saying that even if someone had relatives on campus, they couldn't just let them in. Shimani tugged at Zhu Tao's arm and said, "Let's go. You've already watched the game, right? From now on, you should just take care of your own lives and not meddle in other people's lives." TSK. Zhu Tao clicked her tongue, looking extremely unwilling. If she had the chance to break in, she would definitely do so without hesitation. But looking at the tall and burly security guard in front of him, he figured if he tried to force his way in, he'd probably be thrown out. "Okay, let's go. I'll go shopping with you. Let's look at some pretty dresses, okay? Then we can get some milk tea and something nice to eat. It's on me." Shimani was still quietly trying to persuade her, and kept tugging at her sleeve, trying to take her away. There's already a large crowd gathered at the entrance. If this continues, it might cause a riot. Zhu Tao's feet shifted slightly, as if her resolve had wavered. She gazed at the bustling campus, but still couldn't see that familiar figure. Then he slowly turned his head, preparing to leave with Shimani. Her final glance was like looking back at her own youth, filled with regret and helplessness. A single, glistening tear appeared in the corner of her eye, but she stubbornly refused to let it fall. She recalled the last time she saw Liao Haomiao. He hadn't even glanced at her before walking away, as if he didn't recognize her at all. Perhaps his state of mind is the right one. There's no point in me being so nostalgic. Everyone does that, constantly making new friends and forgetting those from the past. Now, even if I run into a close junior high or elementary school classmate, I'll pretend I don't know them and just walk away. Perhaps that's what Liao Haomiao was thinking. In high school, he met many more people, and he realized he was just an insignificant figure. And it was an unpleasant memory. She was the one who broke up with him. It was already a miracle that Liao Haomiao didn't hold a grudge. Why did she even dare to dream of having a normal conversation with him? Hey, wait a minute. Don't go. Just then, a shout came from behind them. Zhu Tao and Shimani turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. That shout was from Zhou. He and another person had come to the outside of the fence. This was the outer perimeter of the school, where students could freely enter and exit. Zhu Tao's eyes widened in surprise. The person next to Zhou was none other than the person she had been longing to see. Liao Haomiao was startled by Zhou Heng's shout, and everyone around them turned to look at them. What are you yelling about? You scared me. I'm so embarrassed. Nonsense. If you hadn't yelled, she would have left. Do you think you could have caught up with her? That's true. Liao Haomiao shook his head helplessly. He looked at himself. Both knees and hands were wrapped in gauze, and there was a band-aid on the bridge of his nose. Now, he is no different from an old, weak, sick, or disabled person. He and Zhou continued forward, while Zhu Tao stood frozen in place, her mind seemingly blank. Shimani gave her a push and whispered, "Go? What are you standing there for? At least go and greet them." Oh. Zhu Tao regained her composure, took a few steps, and slowly walked out. As she grew closer to Liao Haomiao, Zhu Tao's heart began to race. Since they called me over, they must have something to tell me, right? What could it be? Is it good news or bad news? Zhu Tao kept her eyes fixed on Liao Haomiao, but Liao Haomiao's gaze kept darting away. Even when their eyes occasionally met, he would quickly look away. This made Zhu Tao increasingly insecure. What kind of news would she receive next? Finally, the two stopped about a meter apart, looking at each other. Liao Haomiao's eyes held embarrassment and a hint of timidity, because he felt that he had shamelessly come after all, even though he had been so firm in his convictions. Zhou waved his hand and said, "You guys keep talking, I'm leaving now." Chapter 122. You've completely let go now, haven't you? Zhou left immediately. His job was simply to bring Liao Haomiao over, and he wouldn't get involved in anything else. That was a decision made by Liao Haomiao himself. Shimani was also good at reading the situation. She left as well, intending to go for a stroll. Afterwards, only Zhu Tao and Liao Haomiao remained in place, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Both of them remained silent. Time ticked by, and Liao Haomiao mustered his courage, speaking first in a low voice. "Haven't seen you for a long time." Just those words made Zhu Tao's heart tremble. For some reason, it felt as if her heart had been squeezed tightly. Tears welled up uncontrollably. She tilted her head back and replied softly, "Yes. You seem to have changed a lot." Liao Haomiao stammered out the sentence, looking Zhu Tao up and down, and saw that she was indeed quite different from what he remembered. To put it simply, I've become more beautiful. She was about 15 years old when they got together, and they broke up when she was 16. Even if she was pretty back then, she wasn't exceptionally beautiful. But after 2 years, Zhu Tao has definitely blossomed into a beautiful young woman. You too. You even wear glasses now. Zhu Tao pursed his lips, looking at Liao Haomiao's face. The Liao Haomiao he had imagined wasn't like this. So when she saw Liao Haomiao, her first reaction was disbelief. She almost didn't recognize him. Liao Haomiao used to have a particularly carefree and unrestrained air about him. but now he has become more refined and cultured. Hairstyles are no longer so complicated. They're now very simple, just a short haircut that looks clean and refreshing overall. I studied so much that I became nearsighted, ha. Liao Haomiao scratched his head, said self-deprecatingly, and chuckled a few times. Looking back on those days when I studied like crazy, it seems like only yesterday. Because of his poor academic performance, he was forced to separate from the girl he liked most, which led him to a state of revenge studying. It was an addiction to studying. Every day, I gritted my teeth, screaming in my heart that I had to improve my grades and show them. At that time, I was completely obsessed. I was so determined to work hard that I didn't have a single day off. But later on, he gradually let go of his desire for revenge, became indifferent, and completely transformed into a different person. He also became nearsighted, and his emotions stabilized. Even though Liao Haomiao said it in a very light-hearted tone, Zhu Tao felt only heartache and pain in her heart. It was as if Liao Haomiao's diligent study was right before her eyes. He was at the bottom of his class in junior high, but he managed to become the top student in his grade in high school. She couldn't even imagine how much hardship Liao Haomiao had endured, or how many days and nights he had spent so exhausted that he had fallen asleep on his books. Perhaps the reason for this situation is that I broke up with him because of my grades, which greatly upset him. Zhu Tao lowered her head, her mind filled with guilt, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." This completely baffled Liao Haomiao. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong." "Oh, if you're talking about our breakup, there's even less need to apologize. Breakups and makeups are normal in relationships. Yes, you've completely let go now, haven't you?" Zhu Tao's words once again plunged Liao Haomiao into silence. He had even prepared many topics to talk about before coming here. They could chat about funny things that happened in junior high school. We can talk about which universities they'll be attending, how they're doing now, and I can proudly discuss my grades with others. But I never thought about talking about their relationship. His brain seemed to have shut down. He didn't know how to answer. What should I say? Should I say I haven't let go? If you really like someone else, and even confessed your feelings to them, can you still say you haven't let go? So, you've let go? Liao Haomiao didn't want to lie, didn't want to shamelessly say that he hadn't let go, because that would only prove that he was a scumbag. He turned his head away, not daring to look at Zhu Tao's face, and whispered in response, "Well, after all, so much time has passed, so long since we last kept in touch." After becoming addicted to studying, he suppressed his lingering feelings and became indifferent to them, finding studying more interesting. At least the knowledge you learn is 100% yours. No one can take it away from you. But feelings aren't always entirely your own. He admitted that upon seeing Zhu Tao again today, a long-dormant feeling within him stirred within him. But that was all. He dared not have any more illusions. Their regrettable relationship was long dead. Although Zhu Tao was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat and her eyes tighten when she heard Liao Haomiao admit it. She felt an urge to cry. "That's good. It's enough to see you're doing well now." Zhu Tao's voice was trembling with a hint of tears and a little hoarse, as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. Her original purpose in coming here was to explain to Liao Haomiao that the breakup was forced upon her and that she didn't want him to misunderstand. But now it seems that whether there was a misunderstanding or not isn't that important anymore. They've let it go for a long time. Bringing it up again would only upset them, and they probably don't care anymore anyway. Explaining would be pointless. "So, how are you doing?" Liao Haomiao asked cautiously. Zhu Tao first shook her head, then nodded slightly, as if she was unsure. Liao Haomiao was also somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask any further questions. The atmosphere became awkward again. They seemed to have run out of things to say. Zhu Tao didn't want to waste Liao Haomiao's time any longer. He was still injured, and the sports meet was still going on inside. As the class monitor, he couldn't leave for so long. Zhu Tao took a step back and said softly, I'll go now. Take care." Liao Haomiao watched Zhu Tao turn away reluctantly, leaving before his eyes. For some reason, he felt a deep sadness in his heart. It feels like someone is choking you, making it hard to breathe, that suffocating feeling. He had a feeling that if he let Zhu Tao leave like this now, that's for a lifetime. We may never see each other again. Liao Haomiao swallowed hard, quickly took out his phone from his pocket, and shouted, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, your contact information. Chapter 123. Brother, does being in a relationship affect you that much? Zhu Tao stopped in her tracks, her mouth slightly open. Then she gently pursed her lips, turned around, and revealed a very faint smile. Okay. They exchanged contact information and became friends before parting ways. Liao Haomiao limped back home, his eyes glued to his phone as he walked, staring at the friend he had just added. He wanted to check her WeChat moments, just to know if Zhu Tao had a boyfriend and how she was doing. But when he opened his WeChat moments, he was stunned. There wasn't a single photo in my WeChat moments. It was almost entirely text. Logically speaking, it's normal for a pretty girl like Zhu Tao to have a few selfies on her social media. I miss you. How are you doing? I found the fountain pen you gave me before, but I haven't been able to bring myself to use it yet. Happy birthday. Hope you have a wonderful day. Liao Haomiao scrolled through the posts on his WeChat moments, his expression grave, his pupils trembling slightly. He's not stupid. These posts on his WeChat moments all seem to be about himself, and the day he posted happy birthday was indeed his birthday. But she couldn't see any of it herself. It was like her diary. Liao Haomiao's mood, which had just calmed down considerably, suddenly became heavy again. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that Zhu Tao was no longer in sight. Laugh. Liao Haomiao snorted, shook his head, and muttered, someone like me? Can I really be missed like this? It's unbelievable. Why shouldn't you be missed? What's wrong with you? Hearing the sound, Liao Haomiao looked up and saw Zhou Heng standing there, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. I thought you went back. I brought you out, so I have to take responsibility for bringing you back, right? Otherwise, won't those classmates who admire you come after me? Zhou Heng walked over and took Liao Haomiao's arm. He chuckled and said, too much praise is an exaggeration. I've just gradually built up some good relationships over time. So how did it go? Did the conversation go well? Liao Haomiao lowered his eyes sadly and gently shook his head. It's not good. I still can't get over that hurdle in my heart. I feel like I owe her something, that I'm not qualified to get back together with her, and that I'm not qualified to talk to her about our past relationship. Are you really willing to let go? Won't you regret it? What good is regret? The feelings from the past can never be recovered. Zhou Heng suddenly spread his hands and said calmly, if she can't come back, then just let it go. You can find another relationship, right? It's not like you're going to stay single forever. You'll still date eventually. So why can't it be her? Liao Haomiao paused for a moment, looked up at Zhou Heng, and asked in confusion. Huh? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean you shouldn't dwell on getting back together, and you shouldn't think about rekindling that relationship. Can't you start a new one? You don't have a girlfriend, and she doesn't have a boyfriend, so why can't you be together? Just chat with her normally. Ask her out when things are going well, and when the time is right, confess your feelings to her and be with her. Is that not okay? Wait. Liao Haomiao's eyes widened suddenly as he looked at Zhou Heng in disbelief. He reached out, touched his chin, and muttered, you mean, you want me to break out of that mindset and interpret my feelings for her in a different way? Is that right? Zhou Heng's lips twitched, his brows furrowed, and he said, what nonsense. To put it simply, this is about helping yourself get over that mental hurdle, making you accept it. Just pretend that your past relationship is dead, completely dead. Then, just pretend you never knew her, and now that you like her, why not take the initiative to pursue her? Holy crap. Liao Haomiao took a deep breath, patted Zhou Heng on the back, and sighed. You're a genius. Bro, does being in a relationship affect you that much? You can actually say such insightful things now. Zhou Heng suddenly scratched his head awkwardly, a smile playing on his lips, and said, no, this is what my girlfriend told me after I reported the situation to her. This is her suggestion for you. How could he say such things? If he were so clear-headed, he wouldn't have needed Min Gran to confess her feelings to him. Okay, that's a ruthless move. Thinking about it the way you described, it does make me feel a lot better. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? What you said makes a lot of sense. Why should I think about rekindling that relationship? I can start this one again. Liao Haomiao nodded in agreement. He kept thinking about how things had been before. If they follow their own thinking, then they can forget about ever getting back together. In fact, there's no need to run away from the past. Just accept it openly and honestly. So what if I got dumped and broke up with Zhu Tao? Don't even think about getting back together. Put your past feelings aside. Now I can just pursue her again. Since I took the initiative to ask for her contact information, I figured I'd met a girl I liked. Putting aside the past, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he and Zhu Tao have just met. Their appearances have changed, their personalities have changed, and they are completely different people now. Alright, if you're okay with it, go back now. It's almost lunchtime. The two went back to their classroom together. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao and Shi Manny left the school and arrived at the school gate. Zhu Tao kept staring at Liao Haomiao's WeChat moments on her phone. Hey, stop looking at your phone while walking, it's dangerous. Besides, what's there to see? Your WeChat moments are full of stuff I don't understand. Shi Manny patted Zhu Tao's arm and rolled her eyes at her. She had just glanced at it out of curiosity, but after seeing Liao Haomiao's WeChat moments, she found it quite boring. Simply sharing daily life, what I ate, where I went, what problems I solved, taking pictures of the sunset and sky, without even playing games. That's fine, but she doesn't find it interesting. She prefers the kind of social media posts that are full of glitz and glamour. Zhu Tao, on the other hand, read with great interest, examining each item carefully. The latest post, from last night, is a picture of the sunset. The fiery clouds were absolutely beautiful. She commented below, so beautiful. But after hesitating, she still deleted it. She felt it was best to avoid appearing in other people's lives as much as possible. Buzz. Just then, a message popped up at the top of the screen. Zhu Tao glanced at it, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It was actually sent by Liao Haomiao. Are you off today? Why aren't you in school? Where are you guys planning to go later? Chapter 124. The man who looks harmless, but is actually a terrifying monster. Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. She stared at the screen in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. She originally thought that after Liao Haomiao added her as a friend, there wouldn't be much of a chance to chat anymore. It would just be an add-on that was left there. I felt too embarrassed to initiate a conversation with him. If I annoyed him, things might just drift further apart. But to her utter surprise, Liao Haomiao actually messaged her first, and they had only just broken up. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Tao quickly replied to the message. She didn't want to waste this opportunity. Yeah, I'm off today, no school. I'll probably be going shopping with my friend later. Zhu Tao looked at her reply, searching for anything that might be inappropriate. She felt something was off about this seemingly normal, unrelated conversation. But as long as I can chat with Liao Haomiao, I don't care if it's weird or not. How's your injury? Are you alright? After receiving a message from Liao Haomiao, Zhu Tao opened up and kept sending him messages. She had wanted to chat with Liao Haomiao for a long time, and this was a moment she had longed for. Liao Haomiao responded enthusiastically, as if he was constantly staring at his phone screen, replying instantly to any message Zhu Tao sent. Come on, why are you just standing there without moving? Shi Manny was completely stunned. Zhu Tao stood there, staring at her phone, motionless, seemingly doing nothing. Okay, sure. Zhu Tao was reminded of something before continuing to walk forward, but she still kept staring at her phone. Shi Manny was puzzled, but dared not say anything. She didn't know what was going on with Zhu Tao, and it would be terrible if she accidentally upset her. The afternoon's projects began one after another. Tangji's project also won the championship without exception, and her classmates seemed to have become somewhat unsurprised. They now implicitly acknowledge that Zhou Heng and Tangji, who sit at the same table, are guaranteed to win any event they participate in. There's no suspense whatsoever. At this moment, Zhou Heng, Yin Mingran, and Tangji had already started playing cards at the back of the classroom. Few people actually watch the events at the sports meet. Most are just doing their own thing. Your projects will all be finished this afternoon, right? There's still one shot put left. Tangji looked at Zhou Heng and said, Okay, I'll go check in a bit. Let's play some games tonight. You haven't been online for quite a while. You can't be planning to focus solely on dating and stop playing games altogether, can you? As Tangji spoke, she glanced at Yin Mingran beside her. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Yin Mingran's face. She knew Zhou Heng had said that she was more important than the game right now. Although she was happy that Zhou Heng said that, she didn't want him to give up his favorite game because of her. She wasn't a selfish person. Her main wish was for Zhou Heng to be happy. If playing games made Zhou Heng happy, then she wanted him to play games. Just as Zhou Heng hesitated, Yin Minggran spoke up directly. You play? I'll watch from the side. You can teach me. I'd really like to play too. Real? Zhou Heng looked at Yin Minggran with a look of surprise and delight. If there was anything that could make someone like him, who especially loves playing games, very happy, it would be. That must mean his girlfriend also loves playing games. This is practically his dream. Yes, really. Yin Minggran nodded in affirmation. She could clearly see that Zhou Heng was happier than before. Then it settled. I'll be online tonight. Okay. After a while, Zhou Heng went to participate in the shot put check-in. Yin Minggran and Tang Ji also arrived at the designated venue to watch. The participants in this project were almost all the largest students in each class, weighing around 200 pounds or more. Zhou Heng appeared to be quite slender among these people. Go for it. Yin Minggran cheered for Zhou Heng from outside the field, her sweet voice attracting the attention of other students. When the others saw Yin Minggran, their eyes lit up instantly, though they didn't know who she was cheering for. But from now on, they feel like they're cheering themselves on. Each moment was filled with energy, as if they were fully charged, eager to start the competition and show Yin Minggran their outstanding skills. Zhou Heng simply stood there, waved to them, smiled slightly, and responded. Then I just stood there, waiting for the game to start. Everyone else was warming up, but Zhou Heng seemed particularly relaxed. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was just there for the fun of it. The competition began quickly, with each competitor taking to the field, picking up a standard adult male shot put, and preparing to throw. However, although they shouted loudly, they didn't actually throw them very far, only a few meters. Yin Minggran was a little puzzled. Could such a small ball really be that heavy? So she looked at Tang Ji beside her and asked, was that shot put very heavy? They only threw it about 7 or 8 meters. Tang Ji nodded and said, yes, 7.26 kilograms, that's quite heavy. How far can Zhou Heng throw? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll win, right? Then, a gasp of amazement came from behind. The two turned around and saw that it was a contestant from Class 1, a big fat guy, who had thrown more than 12 meters. This immediately caused a stir in the arena. To achieve such a result was truly remarkable, leaving those students who only threw 7 or 8 meters feeling incredibly embarrassed. Although they had tried their best, their own strength was what it was, and they couldn't change it through hard work. The students in Class 1 immediately stood up, clapping and cheering. A student looked at Liao Haomiao, who was sitting to the side playing on his phone and chatting, and said excitedly, Squad leader, Fatty threw over 12 meters. He's definitely going to win. Liao Haomiao continued typing furiously on his phone, shook his head, and said, it's no use, we can't win, but we should be able to get second place. If we can't win, then who can? Liao Haomiao raised his head and looked over there, where he saw a man standing there with a very relaxed demeanor. Look, that harmless-looking man, but actually a terrifying monster. After Liao Haomiao finished speaking, he continued to look down, intently staring at his phone. Monster. The other athletes had almost finished, and none of them had surpassed 12 meters. Even the big fat guy from Class 1 thought he had it in the bag and started to sit down and rest. Lastly, it's Zhou Heng's turn. He stood in the designated spot, holding the shot put in his hand, waited a few times, and muttered, how did you throw it? Chapter 125. If it were me, I would definitely throw you like a shot put. Never mind, just throw it anywhere. When others threw, Zhou Heng didn't pay much attention to their movements. They slid and spun, looking quite professional. He watched for a long time, but still couldn't learn it. So he didn't plan to use any professional techniques. He was afraid that if he didn't do them correctly, he would be laughed at. Cough. Zhou Heng stood still, cleared his throat. In an instant, his muscles bulged. His whole body strained, and the next second, he took a step forward and slammed his foot heavily on the ground. The hand holding the shot put throws it out quickly. Whoosh! A tall, long parabola appeared in the air, and the shot put flew at the speed of a cannonball. Everyone's eyes widened. following the movement of the shot put. They watched other people throw, and they didn't see this speed. Has the shot put become lighter? Bang! When the shot put hit the ground, the onlookers couldn't help but shrink back, as if they had been startled by the sudden impact. Soon, the referee went to measure the distance, while Jo-hung clapped his hands, stretched his arms, and left the field. 15.89 meters. Ah! Upon hearing the results, the fat man jumped up, his eyes wide with shock, clearly overwhelmed by fear. The others nearly fainted with their eyes wide open, their mouths twitching, their eyebrows twitching wildly, unable to utter a word. Wow! At this moment, Eun Min-gran, standing on the sidelines, jumped up happily and cheered excitedly, as if she were the one who had won. But for her, Jo-hang's victory meant she had won. It didn't matter. Hearing the sound, Jo-hung turned around and looked at Eun Min-gran, smiled slightly at her, and gave her a thumbs up. Now those people finally know who Eun Min-gran was cheering for. With such strength, victory is a sure thing. Plus, with this beautiful woman cheering them on, it's impossible for them to lose. The competition ended, and Jo-hung won first place effortlessly. Now that both of his projects are over, and he won both, with particularly outstanding results, he has become the talk of the school. A shot put of 7.26 meters, thrown nearly 16 meters from a standing position? No technique, just pure strength? That's ridiculously exaggerated. If they trained systematically, it would be incredible. He ran the 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Amazing. Is this person really not from a professional team? After Jo-hung and his classmates returned to their classroom, everyone looked at Jo-hung as if he were a monster. With that kind of strength, if he got angry, he could easily kill any lucky spectator here. Just as Jo-hung was about to return to his seat, Teacher Wang suddenly stepped forward, reached out, and pinched Jo-hang's arm. Ouch! Ouch, Teacher Wang. What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? I already won, didn't I? Jo-hung took a step back, wincing as he rubbed his arm in pain. Teacher Wang, hands on her hips, frowned and said irritably, "Stop pretending. Do you think I could pinch you and hurt your thick skin? You always said you were so good at sports, so why didn't you participate in the sports meet the past 2 years? Couldn't you have contributed something to the class?" Teacher Wang pointed and whispered at Jo-hung, who quickly backed away, not daring to say anything. Meanwhile, Eun Min-gran and Tang, she secretly laughed behind their backs. Jo-hung had always been slacking off in class, but now that the homeroom teacher had caught him, he had no way to explain himself. After venting her anger, Teacher Wang crossed her arms and muttered under her breath, "I'm a teacher, and I only get help from you because of Eun Min-gran, really." The more powerful Jo-hung became, the more smug one person became. Kong Yu sat there, beaming with pride, because several people had already come over to praise him for being awesome. Kong Yu, when I think about how you stood up to Jo-hung back then, I admire you. You were really something. Only you would dare to do something like that. I think so too. Arm wrestling my foot. You should be glad he let Hai go, or he might have broken your arm. That's only because Jo-hung has a good temper, okay? He wasn't that angry at the time. If it were me, I would have thrown you like a shot put. Kong Yu smiled, waved his hand, raised his head, and said proudly, "Oh, it's nothing. Jo-hung and I are good buddies. He's like an older brother to me. We were just chatting together. Think about it. Even though I'm so annoying, Jo-hung doesn't beat me up. He's so good to me." He knew what he was doing was wrong, but the feeling of a dog relying on its master's power was just too good to pass up. Having been in school for so long, I've always been someone who didn't stand out much in the class, but now, thanks to Jo-hung, I'm getting so much attention. After so much time, he had gotten a better understanding of Jo-hang's personality. He was magnanimous and didn't fuss over trivial matters, so he wouldn't get angry with him over such small things. Today's sports meet has come to an end. There's still one more day tomorrow. Around 5 p.m., the students gradually left. After Jo-hung and Eun Min-gran walked out of the school gate, they held hands. They had been holding back all day. Because Jo-hung had promised his homeroom teacher to keep a low profile at school, they didn't do anything intimate despite being close to each other all day. But as soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he reached out to take Eun Min-gran's hand and found that her hand was also outstretched. The two of them smiled at each other, as if they were telepathically connected. By the way, What exactly did Teacher Wang say to you today? It seems like your relationship improved after your conversation. In Mingran had this question in her mind for a day, but because Teacher Wang was right next to her, she didn't ask it. About this. Zhou Heng reached out and touched a pocket in his school bag. Inside was the money Teacher Wang had given him to give to In Mingran. He still didn't know how to tell In Mingran about this. Stop. This is robbery. Just then, a voice came from in front of them. They immediately stopped and looked ahead. Upon seeing that person, Zhou Heng frowned slightly, tilted his head, and asked, "What are you doing here again, staking out people? Is this your hideout?" The person in front of me, with bandages wrapped around his body and leaning against the wall, was Liao Haomiao. Liao Haomiao smiled, walked forward slowly, and said, "I was just waiting for you. Talking face to face is much more effective than talking on the phone. Something's not right. How did you get ahead of me with those legs? Hey, don't worry about the details. What I'm about to say is the important thing." Liao Haomiao reached out his hand, stopping Zhou Heng from continuing. In Mingran, being particularly sensible, looked at Zhou Heng and whispered, "Then I'll wait for you up ahead." Good. In Mingran had just taken one step when Liao Haomiao stopped her. "Oh no, you come too. Chapter 126 Building Good Relationships will be helpful to you later. Ami, can I come too?" In Mingran pointed to herself with some surprise. She knew that Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao were on good terms now, and she was happy that Zhou Heng had a friend. However, as Zhou Heng's girlfriend, she knew she needed to keep her distance from other men at all times. She didn't want Zhou Heng to be unhappy. This is especially true for guys like Liao Haomiao, who have confessed their feelings to her. "Ah, you're in too. It's related to you too." Liao Haomiao nodded, allowing In Mingran to stay. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao, frowned slightly, and asked, "What do you want to say? Why aren't you home chatting with that person at a time like this? Why are you stopping us here?" "That's the problem, brothers. I want to ask you too, are you free this weekend?" This weekend, Zhou Heng and In Mingran exchanged a glance, somewhat surprised. They hadn't made any plans for this weekend, so they all assumed they would stay home and study. "What are you going to do?" "Oh, I made plans to go out with Zhu Tao, but I felt it would be a bit awkward just the two of us. I needed a partner, so I thought of you too. You helped me a lot this time, so I'll treat you to a meal to repay you." Zhou Heng paused for a few seconds before slowly speaking, pointing to himself and In Mingran, and asked, "You're asking the two of us to go on a date with you?" "Yeah, let's go together. It'll be a date for four. I don't think it'll be awkward that way. What do you think?" Liao Haomiao looked at the two of them expectantly. He felt that he definitely needed to talk to Zhou Heng and the others about this in person. So, with his half-crippled legs, he quickly arrived here and intercepted them. "I'll discuss it with my girlfriend." Zhou Heng put his arm around In Mingran's shoulder and led her around, walking a few meters away. Zhou Heng whispered in In Mingran's ear, "What do you think?" "I'll listen to you." I'll listen to you too." In Mingran stammered in response. She panicked when she heard Zhou Heng say to listen to her. She certainly wouldn't make any decisions. As long as she could be with Zhou Heng, she would do anything and go anywhere. "So, would you prefer us to spend the weekend alone, or with them? I'd like to know your thoughts." In Mingran thought for a moment, glanced back at Liao Haomiao, and said softly, "If it were up to me, I would definitely prefer to spend time alone with you. But I think it would be better to be with them." "Oh, what do you mean? We weren't really that helpful this time. In fact, we owe him a favor. You said it yourself. Without him, we wouldn't have gotten together so smoothly. Now he needs emotional support, so we should help him. Secondly, isn't he your friend now? You should agree to his request if you can. It's just simple social interaction. To be blunt, he's a good student. His future is definitely bright. If you maintain a good relationship with him, it might be able to help you later." In Mingran's core ideology was still to prioritize Zhou Heng's interests. If it were her, she wouldn't care about any of that. If she didn't want to, she simply didn't want to. Wouldn't it be great to spend the weekend alone with Zhou Heng? But she definitely has to think about Zhou Heng's feelings. That's what a girlfriend of Zhou Heng should do. That makes sense. You're very thoughtful. Let's agree then. Zhou Heng and In Mingran returned to Liao Haomiao. Looking at their expressions, Liao Haomiao seemed to already know the answer and smiled slightly. "We agree. We don't have anything to do on the weekend anyway." Great. I'll contact you then. Liao Haomiao nodded, then turned and left without hesitation. Seeing his limping gait, Zhou Heng sighed helplessly. In truth, if he hadn't asked Yin Mingran's opinion, he definitely would have agreed to Liao Haomiao's request. But if he asked Yin Mingran for her opinion and she disagreed, he definitely wouldn't agree. In his heart, Yin Mingran was still the priority. Let's go home. The two returned home together. Yin Mingran hurriedly went to cook. Zhou Heng was very tired today, so she had to cook him a good meal so he could eat well. The thought that Zhou Heng would have nothing to do tomorrow and could spend the whole day with her made her very happy. Zhou Heng put down his bag, took out the bulging envelope from it, and he felt that Yin Mingran was very reasonable, and he didn't need to think of any special methods. If you just talk to her directly and explain it clearly, she should be able to accept it. However, having so many favors owed to her is difficult to repay, which puts pressure on her. So he decided to be direct and give her the choice, letting her decide for herself, as he had no right to decide for her. About an hour later, Yin Mingran finished preparing the meal and brought it to the table. Zhou Heng had already taken his seat at the dining table and placed the envelope directly on the table. After seeing it, Yin Mingran didn't ask any further questions. She seemed to realize what it was. So she didn't ask first, but waited for Zhou Heng to speak. After she had served all the food, she slowly sat down, without touching her chopsticks, and quietly watched Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng pushed the envelope forward a little and said softly, "Teacher Wang said that from now on, she will turn a blind eye to our relationship, and this is what she is giving you." Yin Mingran took the envelope, opened it, and glanced at it. Just as she had expected, there was a stack of money inside. She put down the envelope, still saying nothing, and silently watched Zhou Heng. "Teacher Wang originally told me not to tell you, because she knew you definitely wouldn't accept it. So she gave it to me, so I could spend the money for you in my own name. But I can't do that. I feel I have to let you know that this is Teacher Wang's good intention." "Okay, I understand." Yin Mingran nodded, pursed her lips, and looked as if she was thinking. After a while, she looked up at Zhou Heng and asked, "So, do you think I should accept it?" Zhou Heng took a deep breath and said, "Well, I'm not sure. Different perspectives will likely lead to different opinions, so it's up to you to decide. I'll support whatever you do." Yin Mingran's biggest concern is that she can accept the kindness, but only if she has the ability to repay it. If I accept these few thousand yuan, what I'll have to repay later won't just be money. The value of the favor I owe will definitely be far greater than the money itself. Otherwise, I'll have failed to live up to expectations. Yin Mingran lowered her head, clenched her fists, and asked softly, "Then, will I be able to repay Teacher Wang's kindness in the future?" Chapter 127. What's yours is mine, isn't it? Even you are mine. Zhou Heng could understand Yin Mingran's feelings. If he were in her shoes, he would definitely think the same way. After careful consideration, Zhou Heng nodded firmly and said, "I think you can definitely do it, and you don't need to be afraid. You still have me, right? Let's repay this kindness together." A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Mingran's eyes, and she stammered, "Ah, but this is a favor I owe. How can I let you repay it?" "Huh? What's yours is mine, isn't it? Even you are mine. So helping you is helping me, right? So I'm here to repay this kindness. There's no problem with that." "This." Yin Mingran lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, speechless for a moment. But her ears were flushed red, clearly reflecting her inner turmoil. For her, it was simply impossible to refuse such words. This undoubtedly emphasizes just how close their relationship is. Especially the line, "Even you are mine," which made Yin Mingran's heart flutter wildly. "Well, since you put it that way, what's mine is yours. Here, take this." Yin Mingran then pushed the envelope directly in front of Zhou Heng. Since Zhou Heng has said so, then it means that Zhou Heng can accept this good intention, right? If Zhou Heng accepts it, then she can barely accept it, as it can be considered as bringing benefits to Zhou Heng in her own name. Otherwise, from her own perspective, there is no reason for her to accept it at all. I have no reason to accept it. It's from Teacher Wang." "But you said, what's mine is yours." "This." Zhou Heng put down the envelope, which lay in the middle of the table, like a hot potato that no one wanted to touch. The food beside them was still steaming, but the two remained silent. "Well, In that case, let's both accept it, okay? And from now on, let's do our best to repay Teacher Wang. Zhou Heng was the first to bring this up. After all, he had an agreement with Teacher Wang. If they don't accept the money, they'll have to return it in the end. What if Teacher Wang breaks them up? If from now on, they are not allowed to date, they are deliberately separated at school, and they are even told to their parents about these things. This is an outcome that Zhou Heng did not want to see. I don't know what I'll end up facing, but it'll definitely be a lot of trouble. Yin Minggran nodded silently and replied, I agree. So what should we do? Zhou Heng thought for a moment, then whispered, to repay the teacher, you should study hard and improve your grades so that she has a chance to get a raise or something. I think there's one thing you can do that can make her a little happier. What? Yin Minggran looked at Zhou Heng and listened carefully. Zhou Heng thought for a moment, nodded, and said, that means you should surpass Liao Haomiao in the next exam and become the top student in the grade. Teacher Wang will definitely be happy. You see, although our class has the best overall performance in the grade, Class 1's homeroom teacher is particularly proud because of Liao Haomiao. If you can become the top student, it will definitely be a great help to Teacher Wang. Yin Minggran knew Zhou Heng was right, but it wasn't as simple as it sounded. The reason Liao Haomiao has consistently held the top spot is because the gap between him and Liao Haomiao is so large that there's simply no chance for Liao Haomiao to catch up. Although Yin Minggran came in second, she was more than 10 points behind Liao Haomiao, who came in first. Getting those 10+ points is already extremely difficult. So although she also wanted to win first place, Liao Haomiao was like an insurmountable mountain. Don't worry, he just wants to be in a relationship now. He's going on a date this weekend, which should distract him, right? That'll narrow the gap between you two, won't it? Zhou Heng noticed Yin Minggran's worry and quietly comforted her. Okay then, I'll do my best. Let's eat first. Good. The two put the envelope away without specifying how they planned to use it, simply wanting to keep it safe for the time being. After finishing his meal, Zhou Heng turned on his computer. Because we had already made plans to play games with Tang Ji that evening. Yin Minggran also sat down next to Zhou Heng, ready to watch him play, looking quite interested. It wasn't that she wanted to play games. It was simply because she liked seeing Zhou Heng happy. Yuri here? Where's Yin Minggran? Is she here? A moment later, Tang Ji's voice came through the earphones. She also immediately checked if Yin Minggran was there. Upon hearing this, Yin Minggran smiled and said into the earpiece, I'm here. I'm right next to you. Okay, then watch closely. I don't know if you can understand Zhou Heng's zombie-like actions. If you can, your blood pressure will rise. You're kidding me. Your operation is hilarious. Even if you were cured, you'd still be drooling. It's hard to imagine that a person is sitting in front of the computer. What a waste of your peripherals. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji exchanged sarcastic remarks, but both wore smiles on their faces. Yin Minggran was a little confused and asked in a low voice, Why are you talking about each other? Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then explained, It's nothing. It's just a joke, just messing around. We play games together, teasing each other is fun. It's fine. Oh, I see. Yin Minggran didn't understand, but she respected it. She doesn't play games and doesn't know what fun it is. But seeing that Zhou Heng wasn't angry at all, and that Tang Ji's tone was also very relaxed, it seemed like she really didn't take it seriously. After Zhou Heng started playing the game, his expression changed noticeably, and his mood visibly brightened. Seeing Zhou Heng happy, Yin Minggran was also very happy. After playing for a while, Zhou Heng logged off, turned off the computer, and prepared to study with Yin Minggran. He's become the kind of person who, even if you let him play all he wants and don't have to study at all, won't put his mind at ease. If he plays games, he must study afterwards so that I can put his mind at ease. Sitting at the table, Yin Minggran thought about what was going to happen over the weekend and asked a question. Where are we going with them this weekend? I don't know. Let them decide for themselves. Zhou Heng shook his head. He didn't ask about such things. For him, it didn't matter where he went. So, our goal is to bring them together? Don't worry about their stuff. Just let the two of us have fun. Chapter 128. If we have a child, will we raise it or not? The sports meet continued on the second day. Students arrived at school one after another, ready to relax for their last day. For senior high school students, this is their last sports meet, and also the last time they can relax so much at school. After this day, the pressure of preparing for the college entrance examination will continue. After entering the school gate, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran automatically separated their hands. However, the two remained very close, appearing quite intimate even without physical contact. Upon arriving in the classroom, many classmates voluntarily gave up their seats and greeted me. Zhou Heng, you too. Come and sit over here. Over here. It's cooler here. This left Zhou Heng somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to do. Suppressing a laugh, Yin Mingran whispered in Zhou Heng's ear. You seem to be more popular now. I'm just benefiting from your success. Zhou Heng didn't expect that his popularity would improve so easily, but this result was normal, since his girlfriend was the most popular person in the class. Come here. Sit over here. At that moment, a voice rang out, so powerful that it instantly silenced everyone else. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and sat down, like deflated balloons. Sitting there was the homeroom teacher. At this moment, she waved to Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran, signaling them to come over. They exchanged a glance and gave each other awkward smiles, even though the homeroom teacher had asked them to sit next to her. But wouldn't the two of them be unable to do anything if they were next to the homeroom teacher? However, they dared not disobey orders and obediently went over. Then they each sat down on one side of Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang looked at the two of them from left to right and asked in confusion, Aren't you sitting together? Well, sit. The two spoke in unison, and then Zhou Heng quickly stood up and sat down next to Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran also lowered her head shyly, looking very bashful next to Zhou Heng. After all, this happened in front of the teacher. It was really too exciting. Teacher Wang turned her head to the side, propped her chin on her hand, looked at the two of them with a slight smile, and said softly, You two actually look quite well matched. How come I never noticed before? Well, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran were taken aback for a moment, then exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. I never expected my homeroom teacher to say something like that. How are they supposed to handle this? Thank you, teacher. Yin Mingran answered softly, secretly smiling to herself. After all, she had received the teacher's approval and was told that the two of them were a good match. This must have been the most pleasing thing for her to hear. I'm looking for Zhou Heng. Where is he? Just then, a voice came from behind. Zhou Heng and the others turned around and found that it was actually Liao Haomiao. They actually came directly to their class. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mingran and said, I'll go for a bit. Then he stood up and walked towards Liao Haomiao. Hey bro, I've come to talk to you. How are we planning to spend the weekend? Can't you say it on your phone? You know I can definitely talk to you face to face, so let's talk face to face. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao left together. The crowd watched their retreating figures, somewhat puzzled. Why is Zhou Heng so close to Liao Haomiao from class 1? I don't know. That's Liao Haomiao, the top student in the grade. That's terrifying. One grade has the strongest intellect, the other the strongest in physique. I wonder what they're up to. Teacher Wang and Yin Mingran stared blankly at the departing figures of the two. After a while, Teacher Wang asked Yin Mingran, Is Zhou Heng familiar with Liao Haomiao? Are they friends? Liao Haomiao is so famous that almost every teacher and student in the senior year of high school knows him. Teacher Wang really didn't expect that Zhou Heng would know him. It felt like the two of them were people who had absolutely no connection. But thinking about it carefully, since Zhou Heng is dating Yin Mingran, it doesn't seem impossible. Yes, they are friends, but they haven't known each other for very long. I see. Zhou Heng can actually be friends with him? That's quite capable. Well, it's good that he can get along with this kind of person. It will benefit Zhou Heng in the future. Teacher Wang nodded, muttered something, then looked at Yin Mingran and asked in a low voice, Hey, let me ask you, how far have things progressed between you and Zhou Heng? Could it be that you've already reached the final stage? Yin Mingran was genuinely stunned for a moment. Then her face flushed bright red to her ears, and her heart raced. Yin Mingran didn't know whether she should answer the question or not. Not answering the teacher's question seems inappropriate, and in fact, not answering makes it seem even more problematic. But how could she possibly answer that? Teacher Wang seemed to sense Yin Mingran's predicament, so she chuckled and said, All right, no need to answer me. I was just asking casually. But let me tell you, whatever you do, don't let anything happen. If you get pregnant, will you raise the child or not? And your future will definitely be ruined. In Mingran's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but shout, "No, don't worry." Well, this sound drew everyone's attention, and they all looked at In Mingran with surprise. In Mingran buried her head in embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into a hole. However, after she lowered her head, she began to think about what she had just said. My child. With Zhou child. She had never thought about it before, because being with Zhou already made her very content, and it all seemed unrealistic. I've even thought about getting married, but I've never thought about having children. I wonder if Zhou plans to have children in the future? Would he like children? What will my child with Zhou be like? A child's name is also very important. What should we name him her? Wrong. In Mingran shook her head, pulling herself back to reality. She hadn't expected that her thoughts had gotten so caught up in overthinking. However, she did look forward to that scene. She married Zhou and had a child with him. They were a family of 3. At this moment, Zhou and Liao Haomiao were taking a walk and chatting, unaware that In Mingran was already fantasizing about having his child. What are you going to do now? I want to talk to you about our weekend plans, bro. This weekend is crucial for me. We have to make a good plan. Zhou tilted his head, frowned slightly, and said, You know what? Generally speaking, in movies and TV shows, anything that's meticulously planned will definitely have an unexpected turn of events, and a lot of them at that. You can try it if you don't believe me. Chapter 129. You mean I should propose? Really? Don't scare me. Liao Haomiao's face was filled with worry. He hadn't considered this possibility. Because he never really makes any plans. But this time the matter was so important that there was no room for error. That's why, when he first had the idea of making a plan, he immediately came to Zhou to discuss it. What Zhou said made him somewhat worried. Zhou patted him on the shoulder and said, What I meant was that you shouldn't worry so much about the plans and should focus your attention on the other person. Yes, don't worry about that. I know that. But I was just afraid of unexpected things happening. That's why I wanted to make a plan. So, according to you, we don't need to make a plan. The point is, it's unnecessary. You're not proposing or preparing any big surprises, so there's no need to plan anything. Just treat it as a normal outing. Liao Haomiao's brows furrowed, as if he were pondering a complex problem. After a while, he looked up and asked seriously, You mean, I should propose? Hey, don't hit me. I was just kidding. Liao Haomiao noticed that Zhou gaze was off, and quickly took 2 steps back, fearing that Zhou might do something rude to him. Zhou merely glared at him, without doing anything to him, and said calmly, Okay, there's no need to make any plans. If you ask me, we can just go out for a walk, have a meal, and maybe see a movie. Want to go swimming? Zhou looked at Liao Haomiao with a puzzled expression, wondering why he would suddenly make this suggestion. Playing in the water? It's already autumn. It's too cold. The indoor water park isn't cold. Zhou eyes were piercing, his brows slightly furrowed, as he questioned. Why did you decide to go swimming? Do you want to see other people in swimsuits? No, it's simply because my family works there, so we don't have to spend money to go there for fun. Liao Haomiao shook his head innocently, spread his hands, and offered an explanation. Huh? Really? Yeah, really. Anyway, we don't know where to go. Once we get there, we'll know what to do, and it doesn't cost any money. Isn't that great? This. Zhou fell silent, seemingly hesitant. He definitely needs to consider whether Liao Haomiao's suggestion is feasible. From the perspective of simply having fun, Liao Haomiao's suggestion is indeed a good idea. Otherwise, just strolling around, having meals, and watching movies is really quite boring. For Liao Haomiao, it was like wasting a precious date opportunity. Things certainly didn't go very well. But going to a water park is different. There will definitely be more opportunities to have fun, and the key is that it doesn't cost any money. How about this? I'll ask my girlfriend, and you can ask Zhu Tao too. If they agree, we'll go, okay? Okay, let's do it that way. Zhou and Liao Haomiao immediately agreed to the proposal, but their agreement alone was not enough. The main point is to ask those 2 girls, since they are the ones who support them. If they disagree, then the proposal will be scrapped. When Zhou returned to the classroom, he found In Mingran and their homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, chatting animatedly. So he didn't go over to disturb her, but instead glanced around and saw Tang Ji sitting in the corner of the classroom, looking down at her phone. She seemed to be playing a game, with a lollipop in her mouth, intently staring at her phone screen. He walked over and sat down next to Tang Ji. Tang Ji looked up and, seeing it was Zhou Heng, went back to playing on her phone and asked, "What? Is Yin Mingran ignoring you? How could that be? They're chatting with the teacher. I'm just sitting here for a while. I see you all alone here, all lonely and pitiful. Don't you know me? Being lonely is a small matter to me. I don't care." Tang Ji shrugged expressionlessly and continued playing her game, completely unconcerned about the matter. Zhou Heng sighed helplessly. After all, they were relatives, and he should take care of Tang Ji. Otherwise, what if the child became autistic if this continued? If you keep going like this, how will you make friends when you get to college? I know you think friends are optional, but sometimes you really need them. You can't deny that, right? Isn't it you and Yin Mingran who are here? What if we're not in the same university? Tang Ji pursed her lips and said, "Yin Mingran will definitely be with you. There's no doubt about that. So I'll just go with you too. With Yin Mingran's and my grades, getting into the university you're going to shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Huh? No. Didn't my aunt and uncle already pick out a university for you? Why aren't you going to that good university? Why are you going to the same university as me?" Tang Ji raised an eyebrow, turned off her phone, chewed the lollipop in her mouth, looked at Zhou Heng, and said calmly, "Yes, a good university can certainly raise the ceiling, but that doesn't mean that's where my ceiling is. Besides, there are so many good students. I don't have such lofty ambitions to do great work that benefits humanity. I think being good enough is fine, so it doesn't matter to me which university I attend." Zhou Heng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and nodded. "You really are? You know what? Your idea is actually quite suitable for being alone. If you were in a relationship, your boyfriend definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. That's why I said I don't date. Not everyone thinks that marriage and having children are the only way to be happy. I think being single is great, and my family approves. What's the problem?" "No problem, you're right. After all, we only live once, so of course we should live according to our own wishes. Fortunately, my aunt and uncle are quite open-minded." Zhou Heng looked ahead and saw that Yin Mingran had noticed him sitting there. She said something to Teacher Wang, pointing in her direction. Then, seeing Teacher Wang nod, Yin Mingran happily stood up and walked towards her. Zhou Heng lowered his voice and said his last words to Tang Ji. "It's not that you want to go to my university, but that I want to go to your university. You don't need to lower your grades. I just need to improve mine." Tang Ji was taken aback for a moment, then raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips, and said softly, "Okay, it's settled then. If you really get accepted, I'll give you my top-tier, 7-star pet with maxed-out stats as a reward." "Really? It's fake. At most, I'll give you a 5-star one. If I give you a 7-star one, will I even play?" "You stingy person." Chapter 130, because your business is my business. "What are you talking about? Did I disturb you?" Yin Mingran didn't mind at all that Zhou Heng hadn't looked for her after returning, but instead went to see Tang Ji. He sat down directly next to Zhou Heng, smiling as he looked at the two of them. "Ah, no. I just saw you and Teacher Wang chatting, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I sat here for a while." Even if Yin Mingran didn't pursue the matter, Zhou Heng still needed to explain to avoid any misunderstanding. "Ah, we were talking." Yin Mingran was about to speak, but her voice trailed off as she realized she had just been talking to her teacher about her relationship with Zhou Heng. It would be really awkward to say something like this in front of Tang Ji. "We didn't talk about anything, just chatted for a while." At this moment, Tang Ji's last project was about to begin, and she also needed to go for registration. "I'm leaving." She stood up and tossed her coat, phone, and other belongings into Zhou Heng's arms. Yin Mingran waved and said, "Good luck. Be careful." Tang Ji raised her hand in response, and then left. Zhou Heng put Tang Ji's things aside, then looked at Yin Mingran and said, Liao Haomiao just talked to me for a while about the weekend. He wanted to discuss with me where to go this weekend." How did you decide?" "He suggested going to an indoor water park, where his family works, and he said it wouldn't cost any money. I don't really care, so I came to ask for your opinion. What do you think?" If you don't want to go, we can go somewhere else. A water park? Oh, playing in the water. In Mingran was genuinely taken aback. She had originally intended to say that she was fine with going anywhere, as long as Zhou Heng made the decision. But she really needs to think about going swimming. Because she's a very poor swimmer and can't swim. If she goes, she'll definitely need a swimming ring, which means she won't be able to play on some of the facilities, like the water slides, etc. In Mingran glanced at Zhou Heng beside her, and then at his body. She thought, if she went there to have fun, she could see Zhou Heng's figure to her heart's content, right? Now, as long as she says she wants to see Zhou Heng's body or touch him, she can get his permission. But she still felt embarrassed. It didn't seem right for her to ask him to touch her every day. If we're going out to have fun, then it shouldn't matter, right? Besides, I can't swim, but Zhou Heng can teach me. So, it's normal for us to have too much contact, right? Sure, I have no objection. I'm fine with going anywhere. In Mingran nodded and agreed. Okay, then let's wait for Liao Haomiao to give me some news. He needs to ask Zhu Tao if she's willing to go. But, I don't have a swimsuit. Should I go buy one? Zhou Heng nodded and said, yeah, I don't have any either. Let's go buy some together after school on Saturday afternoon. Good. A while later, Zhou Heng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Liao Haomiao. I'm all set on my end. How's it going on your end? Zhou Heng responded with one message. Okay, let's talk in detail on Saturday. After turning off his phone, Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mingran and nodded, indicating that the decision had been made. By the afternoon, all the events of the sports meet had concluded, marking the official end of the meet. When it was time for the awards ceremony, the champions of each event stepped forward to receive their awards. In the end, Zhou Heng's class won 7 gold medals, 9 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals. The 4 gold medals were won by Zhou Heng and Tang Ji together. In addition, Tang Ji also received a Best Performance Award at the opening ceremony, a unique achievement in her grade. Everyone agreed that Tang Ji deserved the award. Almost everyone thought she did. From then on, Tang Ji was noticed by all the students in the school, and this treasure was unearthed. However, no one dared to approach him, because the fact that Zhou Heng was Tang Ji's brother had already spread among those who had tried to talk to him. Having an older brother who can throw the shot put like that, who would dare to hit on him? Oh, slap slap. When the award recipients returned to their classroom, the students applauded and cheered for them. Everyone else seemed happy and proud, while Zhou Heng and Tang Ji appeared somewhat embarrassed. They were still not used to the feeling of being the center of attention in the whole class. Zhou Heng sat down next to Yin Mingran, and just when no one noticed, Yin Mingran suddenly leaned closer, her soft, thin lips gently touching Zhou Heng's cheek. Pop. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then turned to look at Yin Mingran. He saw her gently pursing her lips, her cheeks flushed. Thank you. Why? Why are you thanking me? Zhou Heng was a little taken aback. He really hadn't expected Yin Mingran's sudden attack, especially since the whole class was present. It was quite thrilling. Because it was my request that you participate in the sports meet. I'm really grateful that you agreed. But we weren't together yet back then. If it were now, there would be no need for those bets and all. Zhou Heng remembered that he had agreed to participate in the sports meet because of a bet with Yin Mingran. If Tang Ji participates, I will participate too. Thinking about it now, the fact that he was willing to make that bet already means he was prepared to participate. He'd forgotten what he was thinking back then, but he could guarantee that even without that bet, if Yin Mingran talks to me properly, I'll definitely participate in the end. So, I want to thank you for agreeing to my request when I wasn't your girlfriend at the time. Yin Mingran raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a gentle smile. Then she reached out and gently grasped Zhou Heng's hand, interlocking their fingers. Zhou Heng held Yin Mingran's hand tightly, his eyes filled with love as he looked at her. Next time, you won't need to ask anything of me, because your business is my business. Just as Zhou Heng finished speaking, a jacket was suddenly thrown from behind, covering their tightly clasped hands. The two immediately turned around and saw that standing behind them was Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang frowned and said in a low voice, "Have you forgotten what I told you? Keep a low profile, or I won't be able to protect you later." Okay. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 131. We've come this far. How can we give up halfway? By Saturday, the students were starting to relax again because they could rest after school in the afternoon. For them, this one chance to rest once a week is a form of salvation. Are you really not going? What am I supposed to do if the four of you go on a date? I'm not going. And I have a guild war to fight tomorrow. I'm very busy. Tang Ji waved her hand, declining Zhou Heng's invitation. She knew that the group of them were going out to play tomorrow. After discussing it with Yin Minggran, Zhou Heng felt that they should also invite Tang Ji. Otherwise it would seem like they had made new friends and then abandoned her, which wouldn't be good. However, Tang Ji didn't want to go. It wasn't out of politeness, nor was it because she didn't want to be a third wheel. These things were no problem for her at all. The main reason is that she wants to play games at home, which is much better than going out. Oh well. Zhou Heng nodded. Since Tang Ji had already said so, he didn't need to invite her any further. After school, Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran left the classroom together. As it turned out, someone was already standing at the classroom door, waiting for them. Woku, why are you always so fast? Is your school dismissal time different from ours? Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao at the classroom door and couldn't help but sigh. They were already very quick. As soon as the school bell rang, they started packing up their things and left the classroom in no more than 2 minutes. As it turned out, Liao Haomiao was one step ahead, as if afraid that the two of them would slip away. Our two classes are very close to each other. I packed my things 3 minutes early, and the teacher didn't keep us in class late. So I ran out as soon as the bell rang because I knew you definitely wouldn't wait for me. Liao Haomiao shrugged and explained casually. Although he hadn't known Zhou Heng for long, he was naturally good at understanding people, especially someone like Zhou Heng who had no ill intentions. He was even easier to understand. If he hadn't been blocking the classroom door, Zhou Heng would definitely not have waited for him. He would have left immediately. Zhou Heng was momentarily speechless, awkwardly turning his head away and stammering. I wouldn't. We agreed to go shopping together today. I just thought we could meet up at the mall. See, I told you so. You really didn't plan to wait for me. Liao Haomiao pursed his lips and frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he could understand Zhou Heng's actions. He had never had many friends, so he didn't value friendship much. Moreover, now that he has his first love, he has no interest in friends anymore. As long as his girlfriend is still around, friends are secondary. Seeing her boyfriend being criticized, Yin Minggran quickly stepped forward and said, Okay, let's hurry up and go, or the mall will close. Where's Zhu Tao? Isn't she coming along too? Liao Haomiao didn't intend to press the matter further, so he nodded and walked out with the two of them. Yeah, she got out of school 10 minutes earlier than us. I told her we'd meet at the mall entrance, and she should already be on her way there. Okay, let's go quickly then. The three of them walked out of the school together. Zhou Heng glanced at Liao Haomiao and asked, How's your injury? Can you get it wet? Upon hearing this, Liao Haomiao showed Zhou Heng his hands and knees. The scabs had fallen off, leaving faint scars, but other than that, there were no problems. It's been 4 or 5 days already, and they're just superficial injuries. They'll heal quickly. Okay, that's good. After leaving the school, the three went to the bus station, took a bus to the city center, and headed to the shopping mall there. After a 10-minute drive, the three finally arrived at their destination and headed towards the shopping mall. Upon arriving at the gate, Liao Haomiao immediately spotted the person he was looking for. We haven't seen each other since we parted ways last time, as we've both been busy with school. The two had been chatting on their phones the whole time, eagerly anticipating their meeting for 4 or 5 days. So the moment Liao Haomiao saw Zhu Tao, his heart started beating much faster. Bro, I'm a little nervous. Liao Haomiao reached out and tugged at Zhou Heng's sleeve, whispering something to him. Well, Zhou Heng looked up and saw the girl standing and waiting at the mall entrance. Wearing a school uniform different from theirs, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, radiating youthful energy, she looked around, searching for the figure she was waiting for. Zhou Heng slightly raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Why are you so nervous? It's not like you just met her, and you've already chatted so much on your phone these past few days. Just talk normally when you get there. Dude, chatting on the phone is no different from meeting in person. I only dare to hide behind my phone. You really are? You've come this far. Are you going to give up halfway? Hurry up and go. Zhou Heng shoved Liao Haomiao. almost knocking him over, causing him to stumble forward. Liao Haomiao rubbed his shoulder, rolled his eyes at Zhou Heng, and then strode forward toward Zhu Tao. Hi. When they were still 3 to 5 meters apart, Liao Haomiao reached out his hand and waved. At this moment, Zhu Tao had her back to the camera. Upon hearing the voice, she immediately turned around and saw Liao Haomiao. The moment she saw him, Zhu Tao immediately flashed a bright smile. She saw that familiar figure, the boy she had missed day and night. Her body trembled slightly, unable to contain her excitement. Her face flushed slightly. Liao Haomiao was stunned by Zhu Tao's reaction and was momentarily lost in thought. He looked at the girl. Her face was rosy, her eyes were smiling, and her gaze was full of charm, making her exceptionally attractive. This made him a little timid, and he even began to doubt himself, whether he was worthy of Zhu Tao. My bookish, nerdy appearance clashes completely with her gentle and lovely image. After blushing, Zhu Tao quickly composed herself and regained her usual radiance. You've arrived? She also saw Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran behind Liao Haomiao. After exchanging a glance, they gave each other a brief greeting. Zhu Tao's gaze involuntarily drifted to Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran's tightly clasped hands. I couldn't help but feel envious. She remembered that she and Liao Haomiao had held hands in junior high school, but only a handful of times. She was very timid back then. Even holding hands would make her scared, but she hasn't forgotten that heart-fluttering feeling. Chapter 132, Then I'll wear it at home, just for you to see. The group entered the mall. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran walked ahead hand in hand, chatting. Their relationship was exceptionally harmonious and natural. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao, walking behind, appeared somewhat reserved, even though they were walking side by side. However, they were about a meter apart and didn't speak. Liao Haomiao bit his lip, desperately wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He felt that anything he said now would be awkward. They were chatting so well on the phone, so why couldn't they say anything when they met in person? Don't you prefer face-to-face conversations? You feel they're more effective, and you always talk to Zhou Heng in person. But why is it different now when facing Zhu Tao? Is your injury getting better? After a moment, Zhu Tao spoke first, breaking the awkward silence. Upon hearing this, Liao Haomiao quickly responded. It's all right now. It's all right, see? He then showed his wounds. Apart from some faint scars, there were no other marks. Seeing these scars, a pang of heartache flashed in Zhu Tao's eyes. Next time, be more careful, don't get hurt again. I understand. Liao Haomiao nodded and answered honestly. He recalled that he had indeed been in considerable danger at the time. Had it been more serious, his injuries would not have been as simple as just superficial wounds. Even the muscles in my legs took a long time to recover. But when he saw the look in Zhu Tao's eyes, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. If it weren't for his physical limitations, he might have truly been able to create a miracle. After all, how good can one's body be from studying every day? The group didn't have much time to wander around, so they went straight to their destination and bought swimsuits. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao, these two boys, are quick at choosing swim trunks. They don't need to worry about the styles at all, since they're all pretty much the same anyway. Zhou Heng chose a pair of beach shorts with relatively long legs, like regular summer shorts. Because of his body type, he simply can't fit into regular swim trunks, and it's extremely difficult for him to find suitable ones. As for Yin Mingran and Zhu Tao, they have many more options. The two of them wandered around for a long time, but couldn't find anything suitable. The sales assistant didn't know how to recommend anything to these two either, so she could only silently follow behind them. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao sat on the sofa, waiting for them. Those two seemed to get along really well. Is it easy for girls to make friends? Pretty much. The key is that my girlfriend has a great personality, is very popular, and has good character. Making friends is easy for her, isn't it? Zhou Heng raised his chin, a proud expression on his face. Liao Haomiao glanced at Zhou Heng and sighed helplessly. As far as he knew, Zhou Heng wasn't like this before, right? It seems that being in love really can completely change a person. Now he truly puts Yin Mingran first in his heart. I wonder if I could be as good as Zhou Heng if I really got together with Zhu Tao? At this moment, Yin Mingran poked her head out from the fitting room, looked towards Zhou Heng, and called out, Just this once, just this once. Oh, here it comes. Zhou Heng quickly got up, walked over, and went into the fitting room. He assumed Yin Mingran wanted him to look at which swimsuit was better, which was why she let him in. But when he stepped into the fitting room, the sight before him left him speechless. At this moment, large expanses of Yin Mingran's fair skin were exposed. With her back to Zhou Heng, the graceful curve of her shoulder blades was beautiful, and her smooth, jade-like back was partially hidden by her long hair. From the prominent shoulder blades to the concave waistline and the undulating hips, it's as if it were drawn in one stroke, flowing smoothly to the extreme. At this moment, Zhou Heng was inwardly marveling at how exquisitely Yin Mingran's body was maintained. Her waist was slender, and her figure was graceful and well-proportioned, like the rippling water of a lake under the sunlight, exuding an indescribable tenderness and charm. She seems to be trying to zip up her swimsuit, but she can't reach the back zipper no matter how hard she tries. I can't reach it. Can you help me pull it up? Yin Mingran strained to speak, her hands still trying. Zhou Heng immediately looked away, unsure where to look, because if he continued to stare, Xiao Zhou was about to react. He reached out, wanting to help Yin Mingran zip up her jacket. But he couldn't see, and he didn't know exactly where he was, so he just kept groping around with one hand, until he touched Yin Mingran's back and gently stroked it. Iya! Yin Mingran cried out softly, her whole body trembling slightly, as if an electric current had entered her body. Making that sound made her face flush instantly. Oh, I'm sorry. Zhou Heng pursed his lips, and after some trial and error, finally located the zipper and pulled it up. Only then did he realize that Yin Mingran wasn't actually out of reach. Instead, it just can't be pulled up, because it was too crowded in front. How about this one? Does it look good? Yin Mingran slowly turned around to face Zhou Heng, hoping he would take a look. Zhou Heng barely managed to catch his breath after just one glance. So fierce. Such a vicious attack. First he saw a large, clearly defined collarbone, and then a large expanse of snow-white skin. No, no. Zhou Heng shook his head repeatedly, like a rattle drum, his denial leaving almost no room for argument. Yin Mingran was slightly taken aback, blinked, looked at her swimsuit, and muttered, "No way? I thought you'd like it." Zhou Heng raised his head and stammered, I like it, but please don't wear it outside. It's too revealing. I don't want anyone to see." Yin Mingran stared into Zhou Heng's eyes, at his hesitant, shy expression, which made her heart pound. She lowered her head, so her expression couldn't be seen, but her red ears were. After a moment, she said in a very soft voice, Then I'll wear it at home, just for you to see." This. Zhou Heng's brain went blank for a moment. His mouth gaped open, and his pupils dilated slightly. This was an irresistible stimulus for him, constantly stimulating his mind. Then, buy it, and then you can go pick out something else. Good. Chapter 133, Why Don't You Two Sit Together? Finally, everyone had bought their swimsuits and were ready to leave. It's around 6 p.m. now, and the mall is starting to get crowded. Zhou Heng, don't you think we should? Yin Mingran gently tugged at Zhou Heng's sleeve and whispered something in his ear. Zhou Heng glanced at Yin Mingran with a puzzled look, only to find that she was giving him a meaningful look, gesturing for him to look behind her. When Zhou Heng turned around, he saw that the two people behind him still seemed unfamiliar with each other. "We're a little closer now than when we first arrived, and we can have simple conversations, but I still don't dare to look the other person in the eye while we talk." He merely responded to the other person's words, nodding occasionally, and didn't even dare to laugh openly. Zhou Heng was very puzzled, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "When Liao Haomiao was giving me advice, I felt like he knew a lot about relationships. How come when it comes to himself, he seems to know nothing? Being able to advise others doesn't mean you can advise yourself, and their relationship is rather special. There must still be some lingering resentment between them, preventing them from closing the distance." Yin Mingran saw it very clearly and analyzed it quite well. These two people know each other, and neither is particularly shy, so there must be a thin veil separating them. Both of them could easily break the ice, but neither dared to, as if they were both waiting for the other to make the first move, because they both felt they had let each other down. Zhu Tao felt ashamed to ask Liao Haomiao to get back together because she had dumped him back then. The reason was Liao Haomiao's poor grades, but now, coincidentally, his grades were phenomenal. Now that you're begging for reconciliation, it makes it seem like the breakup was your own choice in the first place. You chose to break up with her when her grades were bad, and now that her grades are good, you want to get back together? What kind of logic is that? Even if the breakup was forced and not of your own volition, can Liao Haomiao believe that? Liao Haomiao felt the same way, feeling very guilty. Looking at her posts on WeChat moments, it's clear that Zhu Tao has never forgotten me. She's been thinking of me constantly these past 2 years, and even comes to my school from time to time, hoping to see me. And what about me? I studied desperately for 2 years, and in the process, I gradually let go of that relationship and even fell for someone else. Even if, deep down, Zhu Tao still holds a place in my heart, would Zhu Tao believe me if I said this? Probably not. Zhou Heng also found it tricky, but he didn't know what to do, so he asked Yin Minggran. So what do you think? Can they close the distance between them? It should be possible by tomorrow, right? Probably, but there should still be a chance today. Yin Minggran turned her head to look at the two people behind her and asked, "Are you in a hurry to go home? How about we just eat dinner out?" Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao looked up, paused slightly at Yin Minggran, as if deep in thought. Then, they glanced at each other, their eyes meeting briefly before quickly looking away. I'm fine, I'm okay." Liao Haomiao spoke first, expressing his opinion, and even shrugged, trying to appear relaxed. But in reality, there was not only anticipation, but also worry. "I can too." Only after Zhu Tao spoke did Liao Haomiao feel a huge weight lifted from his heart, because he had just secretly decided that he had to find an opportunity to have a normal conversation with Zhu Tao. If the atmosphere isn't right today, then it's very likely that people won't go tomorrow. What's the point of going? It's exhausting to even talk to them. They're a loving couple, while they can't even be friends properly. So he knew he had to get closer to Zhu Tao today, so she wouldn't feel awkward going out with him tomorrow. "All right, let's go eat together. What would you like to eat?" "Whatever. I'm fine with either." The two were in complete agreement. After all, their real purpose wasn't simply to have a meal. So what you eat is not important at all. Yin Minggran looked at Zhou Heng beside her and whispered, "Then, you choose." Zhou Heng pointed to himself, somewhat puzzled. If it were up to him to choose, he really wouldn't know how to select a meal that would satisfy everyone. So he just randomly pointed to one. "Shall we go there then?" When everyone's eyes turned to the shop, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. The bright, warm yellow lights, combined with the wooden signboard and the wine glass pattern on it, make it immediately clear what kind of shop this is. "This is a tavern, right? Do you drink here?" Liao Haomiao blinked, looking at Zhou Heng beside him with a puzzled expression. Seeing his embarrassed expression, I realized he had just pointed randomly, but unexpectedly, he pointed to this shop. I don't usually drink, but I occasionally drink with the elders in my family." Zhou Heng shook his head. He had never drunk alcohol with people his own age, he only drank with his family. He didn't drink at all normally. "I don't drink it either." Liao Haomiao shook his head. He remembered the last time he drank alcohol was probably in junior high school. "I even tried smoking back then, but it was just out of curiosity. I tried it once, and the choking was unbearable, so I gave it up." In short, during junior high school, I did everything except study. But since the breakup, when I started high school, I haven't done anything but study every day. Looking at the other two girls, they both shook their heads, indicating that they did not drink alcohol. "Well, let's go in and get something to eat. No alcohol. The food at pubs is usually pretty good, and the atmosphere is nice too." Zhou Heng walked forward anyway. After all, it was his choice, so he had to go even if it meant gritting his teeth. Yin Minggran watched Zhou Heng's stubborn back, chuckled, and quickly followed him. The other two had no objections and followed Zhou Heng into the small tavern. Upon entering, the interior was decorated in an antique style, creating a rather artistic atmosphere, quite different from other taverns. It was quite unique. It doesn't look very big, it's very quiet, and there aren't many guests. Zhou Heng had never been to a place like this before. His description of the great atmosphere was all made up. But once inside, I realized I hadn't said anything wrong. The atmosphere was indeed quite nice. Luckily, I made the right bet. The group went to an empty table, sat down, scanned the QR code on the table, and ordered their food using the self-service system. Johan glanced around and saw that in addition to most of the snacks and appetizers, there were also many delicious dishes to choose from. Compared to a tavern, this place was more like a restaurant. Johan looked up and saw Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao, one sitting on the east side and the other on the south side. If Yin Minggran hadn't been sitting so close to him, he would have thought they were going to play mahjong. Huh? You two, why aren't you sitting together? Chapter 134. So, you did nothing wrong, remember that. When asked this question, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao exchanged a glance and lowered their heads awkwardly. They'd love to, but who would willingly sit there? Who would have the nerve to do it? Yin Minggran was a little helpless, so she simply poked Zhou Heng under the table, winked at him, and gave him a look. Zhou Heng immediately understood, turned to look at Liao Haomiao, and frowned deeply. Ahem. You. Get over here. He opened his mouth and uttered a few words in a low, authoritative voice, startling Liao Haomiao, who froze for a few seconds. Then he quickly got up and sat down next to Zhu Tao. His expression was somewhat blank. He was clearly taken aback by Zhou Heng's tone. Zhu Tao sat there somewhat awkwardly, looking a little nervous, while Yin Minggran was secretly laughing. Since reasoning with him won't work, we'll have to be firm, and that should get him to take action. Holy crap, what are you doing? You scared me. Liao Haomiao recovered his senses, frowned slightly, and looked at Zhou Heng with some dissatisfaction. He thought to himself, at least we're in front of Zhu Tao. Can't we at least save some face for ourselves? Zhou Heng has already demonstrated his tough stance. The rest is no longer his concern. That's Yin Minggran's job. After all, if there's someone to play the bad cop, there has to be someone to play the good cop. Yin Minggran smiled slightly, looked at the two of them, and asked, do you two want to say something to each other? Well, the two looked up at Yin Minggran, blinked, and seemed somewhat at a loss. Yin Minggran's words seemed to directly express what they were thinking. At that moment, they both wanted to explain their guilt to each other and hoped to receive the other's forgiveness. If they can't forgive, then they won't dare to do anything. They'll never be able to overcome that mental hurdle, and they won't be able to take the next step. Zhu Tao opened her mouth, not knowing where to begin. She felt she should explain things to Liao Haomiao, but she was afraid that her explanation would be inadequate and have the opposite effect. Yin Minggran pursed her lips and glanced at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng immediately understood what he meant, nodded, and then looked at Liao Haomiao, saying, you go first. I can tell you're already itching to speak. Liao Haomiao's eyes were filled with disbelief as he pointed at himself and muttered, huh? Did I? Zhou Heng said with a serious expression. You have it, I can tell. I cough. Liao Haomiao hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. He didn't want things to continue like this. After all, he had already decided to get closer to Zhu Tao. He turned to look at Zhu Tao and took a deep breath. Although Zhu Tao didn't know what he was going to say, she still looked directly at him, wanting to hear his words clearly. Zhu Tao, first of all, I want to apologize to you. I didn't expect you to still remember me. I thought, after we broke up that time, there was no chance of us getting back together. Upon hearing Liao Haomiao's words, Zhu Tao gently shook her head and whispered in response, you don't need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. No, please listen to me. I always thought there was no future for us, that I might never see you again. So, during this time, instead of holding on to these feelings like you did, I fell for someone else and even confessed to her. Even though Zhu Tao had mentally prepared herself, every time she came here, she would think that Liao Haomiao probably already had a girlfriend, or rather, that he already had someone else he liked. But when Liao Haomiao said it aloud, she couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Oh, I see. Then why aren't you with her? Who is she? Is she your classmate? Bang! Zhou Heng suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, that's not important. Yin Minggran echoed, yes, it's not important. Zhu Tao was startled by their actions and didn't understand why they were reacting so strongly. Liao Haomiao also looked embarrassed, thinking that he was really stupid back then. Maybe it was because he had been studying for too long and had never been in a relationship, so he was a little anxious. So, I want to apologize to you. You've always had expectations of me, but I'm sorry. Liao Haomiao's words were very profound, causing Zhu Tao to remain silent for a long time before she slowly spoke, softly saying, It's okay, because we really have broken up, and I was the one who dumped you. So why do you care about my feelings? It's normal for you to have liked many people and had many relationships during this time. There's no need to apologize. She didn't blame Liao Haomiao at all. In fact, she took all the blame upon herself. After all, if I had insisted on not breaking up with him back then, none of this would have happened, right? Although this will lead to changes in the future, and the outcome will not be the same then. But at least, she didn't let Liao Haomiao down, and that's enough. But Liao Haomiao was about to say something when Yin Mingran suddenly interrupted him. All right, you don't need to say anything more. The way you're trying so hard to explain, doesn't that say anything? There's no need to explain anymore, is there? Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao both looked at Yin Mingran, and after thinking for a while, thinking that what she said made sense, he realized that his desperate efforts to explain were simply to prevent Zhu Tao from misunderstanding him, which already spoke volumes. If I had truly forgotten everything and had no feelings for the other person at all, I wouldn't want to explain it this way. Zhu Tao, realizing what was happening, also revealed a barely perceptible smile. Since Liao Haomiao is so eager to explain, it proves that he still has his own reasons. In an instant, Zhu Tao felt much relieved. Now that Liao Haomiao had confessed honestly, she could finally express her guilt without worry. Liao Haomiao. Actually, I also wanted to tell you, back then I understand, you don't need to say it. Liao Haomiao raised his hand, stopping Zhu Tao from continuing. He knew exactly what Zhu Tao wanted to say, but those things meant nothing to him, and he never cared about them at all. I know you want to apologize for dumping me, but I know that's not what you meant. We were both young back then, and it was important to listen to our parents. It wasn't the right age to be dating either. So, you did nothing wrong. Remember that. Chapter 135. Encountering true love can change a person. A faint blush rose on Zhu Tao's cheeks, which, combined with her dark eyes, made her look exceptionally beautiful. She lowered her head and responded softly. Good. Zhou Heng nodded in satisfaction and said, All right, the problem is solved. You just lack communication. Neither of you was actually wrong. Liao Haomiao looked at him, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and said, Thank you, but, brother, it seems like you're just threatening and intimidating me. Then don't worry about it, but you can't deny that I play a big role. Someone has to help you take this step, just like someone helped me take that step back then. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mingran beside him, and the two smiled at each other, their eyes filled with obvious tenderness. That's true, but brother, I gently pushed you out, but you kicked me out like that. Ha! Liao Haomiao's words made the others laugh. Zhou Heng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, realizing that his treatment of Liao Haomiao had been a bit too domineering. This is because Liao Haomiao reacted quickly, others might not have been able to react in time. The atmosphere became much more relaxed during the meal when the four of them were eating together. However, most of the time it was Yin Mingran chatting with Zhu Tao. The two became more and more familiar with each other, and gradually Zhu Tao also opened up and was able to laugh happily with Yin Mingran. The relationship between Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao was no longer so tense. During the conversation, Liao Haomiao often served food to Zhu Tao. Every time, it made Zhu Tao feel very embarrassed. After dinner, it was already dark outside, and everyone prepared to go home. As they walked out of the store, Zhou Heng patted Liao Haomiao on the shoulder and said, We're off now. Get them home safely. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he gave him a push. Although he didn't use much force, it was still a bit too much for Liao Haomiao. Okay, I got it. Liao Haomiao rubbed his shoulders, said goodbye to Zhou Heng and the other two, and then they parted ways. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi. There were no more buses running at this time, so Zhu Tao had no choice but to take a taxi home. The distance between them had narrowed to just a fist's width. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao were both very happy, feeling as relieved as if a huge misunderstanding had been cleared up. I think it's good that we were able to talk things out today. Yes. The two chatted softly, and there seemed to be no longer any barrier between them. It was clear that the distance between them had narrowed. When the taxi arrived and stopped in front of the two of them, Zhu Tao showed a hint of reluctance. She turned to look at Liao Haomiao and said softly. Then again. Before Zhu Tao could finish speaking, Liao Haomiao went out, opened the back door, and got in. Seeing Zhu Tao's blank expression, Liao Haomiao looked at her, waved, and said, Come on, get in the car, I'll give you a ride. He had decided to do this from the very beginning. After all, the goal is to get them back safely, so we need to accompany them throughout the entire process and ensure there are no mistakes. Zhu Tao was somewhat surprised, but also pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected Liao Haomiao to actually send it back to her. Just thinking about it made her realize how much trouble Liao Haomiao would cause, and how could she possibly accept that? Even though she had this thought in her heart, Zhu Tao still obediently got into the car without saying a word. At this moment, joy had overcome reason, and she didn't know how to refuse Liao Haomiao. Moreover, she knew that even if she refused, given Liao Haomiao's personality, he would still insist on doing it. Thank you. After a moment, Zhu Tao whispered something. Liao Haomiao turned and glanced at her. It was dark inside the car, so he couldn't see her expression, but he could see that she was looking down. It's nothing, it's nothing. Liao Haomiao responded softly, saying that he did it willingly because it allowed him to spend more time with Zhu Tao. But this is clearly a great opportunity for them to be alone together, and for me to talk to Zhu Tao a lot. But at this moment, I always feel that nothing I say is quite right. I'll think about it several times in my head, considering whether it's appropriate to say it or not. I wasn't like this before. Didn't I say before that if I met someone I liked, I would just confess directly? So why can't you say it now? Moreover, I never worried about failure before. If I failed in my confession, so be it, it didn't matter. This time, he was very worried that he would be rejected when he confessed his feelings. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. It seemed he'd only ever experienced this feeling with Zhu Tao. Is this liking? This is undoubtedly liking. But is this the same kind of liking I had for Een Mingran before? They are definitely different. That kind of liking, without even worrying about failure or loss, could be let go of instantly, without any lingering attachment, and it only lasted for a few short days. This feeling is completely different from how I feel about liking Zhu Tao now. It's like I've become a completely different person. So, encountering true love can change a person. What did you say? It's all right, it's all right. Liao Haomiao shook his head, muttering something under his breath after thinking about it. Zhu Tao didn't hear clearly. She looked at Liao Haomiao with a puzzled expression, sensing that something was off about him. Did I do something wrong? Could it be? Is it because I'm keeping a distance from him that makes him uncomfortable? What is their relationship now? Are they friends? Now that we've laid everything out, what will the outcome be? Did they get back together? In an instant, Zhu Tao's eyes widened, revealing a surprised expression. She only then realized this. She had never thought of it before. What exactly is my relationship with Liao Haomiao now? She acted the same as before, but Liao Haomiao's attitude towards her changed after they opened up to each other. Things like serving her food or personally walking her home. These seem like things only boyfriends do. So that means they've actually gotten back together, right? You just haven't realized it yet? This. Zhu Tao panicked for a moment. After having this conjecture, it felt like every detail about Liao Haomiao was confirming it. No wonder Liao Haomiao kept staring out the window, lost in thought, and sighing softly every now and then. Is it because I didn't notice they got back together? Is that why there's still a lot of distance between us, which is bothering him? Give it a try. Chapter 136. My actions have crossed a line, haven't they? With this conjecture in mind, Zhu Tao dared not ignore the issue. If I had unintentionally hurt Liao Haomiao's feelings, it would be irreparable. She didn't want to miss out again because of her own mistakes. Having made up her mind, Zhu Tao glanced at Liao Haomiao and noticed he was still looking out the window. The distance between them was about 20 or 30 centimeters. Zhu Tao slowly moved her body, significantly reducing that distance. She didn't dare to approach directly, because she hadn't yet verified whether her guess was true, and she dared not make any rash moves. She only dared to probe this little bit. If her guess was correct, Liao Haomiao should have reacted. If he was wrong, then Liao Haomiao would probably remain unmoved. She moved a little further, until her body finally touched Liao Haomiao's. After sensing it, Liao Haomiao turned to look at Zhu Tao and found that she had unknowingly moved closer. Moreover, his body was trembling slightly, though the movement was very small and barely noticeable, but Liao Haomiao still noticed it with remarkable sensitivity. "Are you cold?" Liao Haomiao asked a question, then rolled up the car window, took off his coat, and draped it over Zhu Tao's shoulders. They were both wearing school uniforms, but Zhu Tao's uniform was probably thinner, and Liao Haomiao suspected that she was cold, which was why she leaned closer. This. Zhu Tao looked at the coat she was wearing, her heart pounding. She was right after all. Isn't this the kind of behavior only boyfriends would do? If they hadn't gotten back together, how could he possibly do that? Why would someone show such concern to a girl who isn't their girlfriend? So, their relationship is actually that of boyfriend and girlfriend now. Then, I should be able to get a little closer, right? Thinking this, Zhu Tao moved closer to Liao Haomiao, almost touching him. This simple sticker should be enough to express my attitude, right? Is it that cold? Liao Haomiao was quite surprised, not expecting that Zhu Tao was so cold that she had to stick to him. The temperature inside the car should be alright, right? I'm not wearing a jacket, and I don't feel cold at all. It's just a bit windy outside, and they haven't opened the windows. Could it be that he has a fever? That's why he's feeling cold. With this thought in mind, Liao Haomiao wanted to test Zhu Tao's temperature with his hand, touching her forehead to see if she had a fever. However, he was almost leaning against the car door, making it inconvenient for him to extend his hand. So all he could do was reach out the hand that was touching Zhu Tao, raise his arm, wrap it around the back of Zhu Tao's head, and gently touch Zhu Tao's forehead with his palm. It's not hot. Liao Haomiao frowned slightly, his expression somewhat surprised. The temperature on her forehead isn't even as warm as her palms. It doesn't seem like a fever. But in Zhu Tao's mind, Liao Haomiao's behavior was no different from holding her in his arms. Zhu Tao gave a soft hum, tilting her head towards Liao Haomiao, almost resting it on his shoulder. Liao Haomiao was a little confused about what was going on, but seeing how cold Zhu Tao was, he didn't hesitate any longer and tried his best to hug her and warm her up. My actions have crossed a line, Liao Haomiao thought to himself. They're like a couple now, embracing each other, and Zhu Tao is even wearing my coat. But he hasn't confessed his feelings yet. Aren't they still just friends? Can friends really go to such lengths? Never mind. It wouldn't be good to explain things too clearly at this point. He understands that much. At that moment, both of them wished time could stand still. But only about 5 minutes later, the taxi arrived at its destination. Liao Haomiao paid the fare, and the two reluctantly got out of the car. Because they knew that once they got off the bus, their separation would begin its countdown. Even if they meet again tomorrow, they don't want a day to end so soon. The two walked slowly down the road at night. Liao Haomiao looked around at his surroundings and said softly, "You moved?" He remembered walking Zhu Tao home when they were together before, not here. Zhu Tao nodded and replied, "Yes, I moved here so it would be easier to go to high school. It's close to the school." It's good. Otherwise going to and from school every day would be quite troublesome. Liao Haomiao nodded. His voice was soft, but it was still exceptionally clear in the quiet environment. Zhu Tao didn't reply, but her hands started to wander. She remembered that back in junior high, she and Liao Haomiao had only ever held hands. Now that they're together again, they should be able to hold hands again, right? She still remembers the feeling of holding hands for the first time. She can never forget it. During the tentative touch, Zhu Tao's hand brushed against Liao Haomiao's hand. But their hands touched and immediately parted, as if electrified. Ugh, my hands are so cold. Liao Haomiao was somewhat puzzled, but then, without hesitation, he took Zhu Tao's hand. Exclamation point. Zhu Tao seemed to have been struck by a weak electric current. Her hand trembled slightly, as if she were startled. However, Liao Haomiao dismissed these as shivering from the cold. He thought that no matter what, he was now holding hands with Zhu Tao, and Zhu Tao hadn't refused or resisted. So, I should be able to take this opportunity to confess my feelings directly, right? I like. Liao Haomiao stammered, trying to express his thoughts. But just then, a flashlight suddenly shone from around the corner. Xiao Tao? Is that you? Why are you only just getting back? Mom. Upon hearing the sound, Zhu Tao was so startled that she immediately pulled her hand back. Liao Haomiao was also startled. His whole body trembled, and he even took half a step back. That voice was practically a shadow etched into his mind. He still remembers the painful feeling he had when Zhu Tao's mother came to his door, saying that he was interfering with her daughter's studies. Hearing that voice again reminded Liao Haomiao of that feeling. The woman in front of Zhu Tao was holding a flashlight and looking at her with suspicion. She was still wearing Liao Haomiao's coat. When the flashlight shone on Liao Haomiao's face, he instinctively shielded his eyes. Auntie, if someone gets caught like this, there's probably no explanation needed. At this moment, Zhu Tao's heart was pounding like a drum, but her eyes remained firm. This time, she will absolutely not separate from Liao Haomiao again because of pressure from her family. Zhu Tao stepped forward and said earnestly, "Mom, he's my boyfriend." Chapter 137. Which high school is he from? Did he pay his way in? Boyfriend. Not only was Zhu Tao's mother stunned, but even Liao Haomiao, who was standing next to her, was speechless with astonishment. I haven't even confessed my feelings yet. They haven't even started dating. So how did I become Zhu Tao's boyfriend? Could it be? Is this actually her confession to herself? Liao Haomiao reacted quickly. Since Zhu Tao had already said so, whether it was true or false, he had to stand up and cooperate. Otherwise, wouldn't he be setting her up? Liao Haomiao stepped forward, bowed respectfully, adjusted his glasses, and said in a low voice, "Hello, Auntie, I'm Liao Haomiao, and I'm Zhu Tao's boyfriend." Liao. Upon hearing the name, Zhu Tao's mother's brows furrowed slightly, as if she were pondering a complex matter. Liao Haomiao's throat tightened, and he swallowed nervously. He knew that Zhu Tao's mother most likely still remembered him. After all, only 2 years had passed. Zhu Tao knew very well how deeply her mother remembered the name Liao Haomiao. During this period, I had many arguments with them, all revolving around one person, Liao Haomiao. So she's very anxious now. She doesn't know what her mother will do. In any case, she could never be as cowardly as she was 2 years ago. She was an adult now and had the right to choose her own feelings. Besides, Liao Haomiao was not a bad person or a despicable person. Zhu Tao's mother stared intently at Liao Haomiao's face, making him too afraid to move or say anything. Then, she turned to look at Zhu Tao, her expression full of helplessness, perfectly conveying the powerlessness of her daughter's disobedience. It was like seeing your own daughter riding on the yellow-haired ghost fire, that suffocating feeling. "Come home with me." The mother didn't say much, but simply told Zhu Tao to go home. She had promised Zhu Tao that as long as she kept up with her studies, she wouldn't bother with her after she became an adult. I thought 2 years would be enough for her to forget, but I didn't expect this girl to be so obsessed. Not only did she not forget, but she also went to find this boy as soon as she turned 18. This made her feel that all the ideological work she had done over the past 2 years had been in vain. But since the child hadn't fallen behind in their studies and maintained top grades, her mother couldn't really say anything more. Zhu Tao was actually very happy. Her mother didn't get angry, didn't say anything about Liao Haomiao, and didn't comment on the matter. She simply told her to go home. This should prove that she will no longer interfere in the matter between me and Liao Haomiao, right? Zhu Tao turned her head to look at Liao Haomiao and said softly, "Well, I'm going home now. Be careful on your way back. See you tomorrow." "Okay, sure." Liao Haomiao nodded and smiled slightly at her. Although he still doesn't know whether they've officially started dating, as long as Zhu Tao treats him as her boyfriend, he will treat her as his girlfriend. Then, Zhu Tao stepped forward and went to her mother's side, preparing to go home with her. Her mother didn't leave immediately. Instead, she shone a flashlight on Liao Haomiao and made him cover his eyes so he wouldn't be blinded by the bright light. "Hey young man, if you really like Zhu Tao, then you should focus on your studies and try to get to a similar level as her, right?" "Oh." Liao Haomiao was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised by Zhu Tao's mother's words. He had also inquired about Zhu Tao's grades. They were roughly in the top 20 of the grade. To bring myself to the same level as her is to drop myself down by more than 10 places? TSK. Mom, stop talking. Zhu Tao awkwardly grabbed her mother's arm and quickly whispered a reminder not to continue. How embarrassing to say that. My grades are nowhere near as good as Liao Haomiao's. Zhu Tao's mother shook off her hand and watched as she spoke louder and louder. What's wrong? Am I not telling the truth? Those two have unequal grades. Doesn't the one with the worst grades feel inferior? Aren't you worried that the other one will run off with the one who gets better grades? She said this, of course, to Liao Haomiao. Since she couldn't stop them from being together, she could only try to warn Liao Haomiao and urge him to improve his grades. Zhu Tao's face was flushed red. From her perspective, it seemed as if her mother was talking about her directly. I do feel inferior sometimes, and I feel there's a big gap between my grades and Liao Haomiao's. I also worry that one day Liao Haomiao will choose someone with better grades, or someone who is about the same level as me. Well, Liao Haomiao was also somewhat at a loss, but wouldn't Zhu Tao be embarrassed if he told the truth? He didn't think it was something to brag about, so he nodded and agreed. Ah, yes, Auntie, you're right. I will definitely study hard and try my best to improve my grades. He scratched his head, his humble demeanor making Zhu Tao's mother feel much better, and she also found Liao Haomiao much more agreeable. Perhaps it's because he's changed his appearance. He's wearing glasses now, and he looks much more composed, the refined and cultured type, which makes him more pleasing to the eye. Zhu Tao's mother nodded, her tone softening slightly, and said, "All right, it's getting late. You should go home now and not worry your parents." "Okay, I'll be going now, goodbye, Annie." After saying that, Liao Haomiao waved goodbye to Zhu Tao, then turned and left. Watching Liao Haomiao's retreating figure, Zhu Tao muttered, "Why didn't he say anything?" "Say what?" Zhu Tao's mother looked at her with a puzzled expression, then pulled her towards home. After returning home, she planned to have another 2-hour conversation with Zhu Tao to have a proper chat. Zhu Tao, held by her mother, was somewhat dazed. Recalling Liao Haomiao's behavior just now, something seemed off. "Mom, do you know about Bei Gao?" "Oh, I know him. He's from that high school in the north of the city. It's a regular high school. What's wrong? Is he from that high school? Did he pay his way in?" Zhu Tao stopped in her tracks, stared at her mother, and said earnestly, "Mom, Liao Haomiao is the top student in his grade at Bei Gao High School. He's almost always been number 1 since his junior year. In the recent monthly exam, he was only 2 points away from a perfect score." Zhu Tao's mother looked at Zhu Tao with a face full of question marks, her expression filled with doubt and disbelief, as if she couldn't understand what Zhu Tao was saying. Zhu Tao took out her phone and opened a photo. It was a report card from the last monthly exam that Liao Haomiao had sent her. She showed it to her mother, whose expression changed from serious to surprised, and then slowly to horrified. "Call him back immediately." Chapter 138. We absolutely must not look for her again. And we absolutely must not go back to a family like that. "Huh? Mom, this." Zhu Tao was startled by her mother's loud voice, quickly took back her phone, and hid to the side, wondering what was wrong with her mother. Her mother came over, nudged Zhu Tao, and said anxiously, "TSK, hurry up. Call him back. It's so late, we can't let him go home alone. We have to take him to his doorstep. If anything happens, his family will come and fight us to the death." Oh. Zhu Tao nodded blankly, then quickly chased after Liao Haomiao in the direction he had left. Zhu Tao's mother stood there alone, stamping her feet anxiously. Suddenly, she saw the flashlight in her hand and shouted, "Hey, grab a flashlight. It's dark." Ugh. Ouch. She clicked her tongue, spun around in place a few times, her face full of regret. She never imagined that the little boy she once looked down on would become so capable. She thought the person wearing glasses was playing on their phone. The thought of what she had just said to the top student in her grade made her feel incredibly embarrassed. "It's so embarrassing that my own daughter's grades aren't as good as other girls, and I still said those disrespectful things." When Zhu Tao caught up, she saw Liao Haomiao get into a taxi and close the door. Zhu Tao chased after it, but the taxi had already stepped on the gas and sped away. By the time she arrived, she could only see the taxi's taillights. Zhu Tao was panting heavily. Running here had taken a toll on her energy, but even so, she hadn't caught up with Liao Haomiao. She could only turn back and go back to her mother's side. When her mother saw Zhu Tao return alone, with no one else by her side, she looked worried. Is she angry? She's not coming back. No, I couldn't catch him. He got in a car and left. Zhu Tao shook her head, pointed behind her, and said, "That's all right. I thought I'd upset him with those 2 sentences. Zhu Tao's mother breathed a sigh of relief, smoothing her heaving chest. As the two walked home together, Zhu Tao's mother asked, "You two are really together? Doesn't he care about the things from before?" "Yes, that's true, but whether he cares or not, I don't know. He says he doesn't care." Zhu Tao recalled Liao Haomiao's words. Although he said that the past was the past, and that he was not wrong, nor were his parents. But the more he said that, the more Zhu Tao felt she owed him. "You just said, see you tomorrow? You're going out with him tomorrow?" "Yeah, we've made plans to go out together tomorrow, along with 2 other friends." As Zhu Tao spoke, she picked up the bag she was carrying, but remembering that it contained swimsuits, she didn't show it to her mother. "Oh, I see. Then Mom will give you some extra money tomorrow, and you can explain things to him properly. Apologize for Mom. And Mom didn't mean any harm by what I said today. Mom, can you please change this habit of treating everyone differently based on their grades? You should treat everyone the same, regardless of their grades. After all, they're not your children. No matter how bad their grades are, they're still their parents' good children at home." Zhu Tao couldn't help but say something to her mother. If she hadn't revealed Liao Haomiao's grades, her mother would probably still look down on him. She couldn't bear to let Liao Haomiao suffer such injustice again, so she had to make things clear and transparent. "Now I'm the one who's trying to climb the social ladder, but their grades have improved, and they're not the same as before. Yes, you're right. Mom just hopes your future partner won't be too bad. Mom only wants what's best for you, but sometimes it's a bit too much, isn't it?" Zhu Tao's mother is completely dejected now. She was just thoroughly humiliated by the top student in the grade. That student has such excellent grades and is so low-key, not showing off at all. If his daughter hadn't told him the truth, he would still be in the dark. Whether it's academic performance or character, it seems like they've won. She knew very well the value of being first in her grade in high school. Being first in elementary school or junior high school couldn't compare to this. The thought that this kind of child is my daughter's boyfriend. The key point is that I had previously gone to their door to cause trouble and insult them. Now she doesn't know whether to be happy or upset. Seeing her mother lower her head, Zhu Tao, as a daughter, knew she couldn't say anything. Besides, she understood that her mother meant well and was doing it all for her own good. It's just that the method was wrong. She must have learned this valuable lesson. Never look down on anyone. Who knows if today's unknown will one day be famous throughout the world. Liao Haomiao took a taxi home. He received a call from his mother while he was downstairs, but since he was already downstairs, he didn't answer and went straight home. "I'm back." After opening the door, Liao Haomiao said something. A woman came out of the house, holding a cell phone that was dialing. Upon seeing Liao Haomiao, she turned off the phone. "Why are you only getting back now? Didn't you say you were going to your dad's place tomorrow?" "Yeah, I went to buy swim trunks with a friend and had dinner out afterwards. Didn't I tell you?" Liao Haomiao patted the shopping bag in his hand, walked in, and put on his slippers. His mother sighed, crossed her arms, and asked, "A few friends? Could it be your girlfriend?" Well, at this point, Liao Haomiao looked embarrassed. He wasn't sure if she counted as his girlfriend. After what had just happened, he figured it should be over. Seeing his reaction, Liao Haomiao's mother knew she had guessed correctly, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. "Mom doesn't object to you dating. You're too tired from studying, so it's normal to want to date. But there's one thing you have to remember." "What?" "You absolutely cannot go back to that girlfriend you had in junior high, and you absolutely cannot go back to a family like hers." Liao Haomiao's eyes widened, his face filled with horror, a reaction of extreme shock. No. What? Think about it. When you become a parent, can you tolerate other people's parents barging into your house and gossiping about your child? When my son had poor grades, I said it was okay, but who gave her the right to say that? A family like that will only cause more problems in the future. Absolutely not. Chapter 139. Her mother had to come and apologize. Liao Haomiao was completely stunned and stammered, unable to speak. He was just basking in the joy of being with Zhu Tao. How could such a reversal happen in the blink of an eye? His own mother actually disapproved of him being with Zhu Tao, just like Zhu Tao's mother had done before. What was he going to do? "Mom, it can't be that bad, can it? My grades are pretty good now, I should." Liao Haomiao whispered, but seeing his mother's increasingly grim expression, he ultimately didn't say it aloud. But his mother seemed to have realized something. Her brows furrowed, and she took 2 steps forward. Liao Haomiao took 2 steps back in fear, lowered his head, and dared not look his mother in the eye. In fact, he knew that his behavior already spoke volumes, and his mother wasn't stupid. She probably already guessed what was going on. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten when her mother came to our house? She almost reported it to the school. Can't you have any backbone? Why are you still getting involved with her? Liao Haomiao was speechless. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now that he was thinking about it, getting back together with Zhu Tao seemed to be hurting his family as well. Seeing his predicament, Liao Haomiao's mother couldn't help but sigh, a helpless expression on her face. She knew her son too well, and it was truly remarkable that he could still be with that girl after so long. If she were to force them apart, wouldn't she be just like that girl's mother back then? Sigh. If you insist on being with her, fine, but there's a condition. Her mother has to come and apologize. Upon hearing this, Liao Haomiao's mouth dropped open in shock. Huh? No. How am I supposed to get her mother to apologize? That's too unrealistic, isn't it? I don't care. This is a necessary condition. Otherwise, you'll still be bullied by their family, silly child. Liao Haomiao finally returned to his room. At the same time, his phone rang, receiving a message. Liao Haomiao opened it, and saw that it was from Zhu Tao. Are you home yet? Yeah, just got home. Liao Haomiao replied to her quickly, but didn't mention what his mother had just said. He felt that such a thing was completely impossible. To have the other person's mother come to apologize in person was just absurd. If they were to reveal this, they'd probably break up again because of family reasons. So he decided to hold off on talking about it for now. He'd postpone it with his family as long as possible, and figure out another way later. So Liao Haomiao changed the subject, talking about other things, but not their relationship. He felt it wasn't a good idea to make things too clear now. The two chatted until they fell asleep, and the content of their conversation gradually became ambiguous. They both enjoyed the feeling, and when they lay in bed staring at their phones, they always had a smile on their faces. The next day, everyone woke up early, packed their things, and agreed on a meeting place. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran left the house and headed to the agreed-upon location. Yin Minggran held Zhou Heng's hand, looked at his profile, and asked softly, "Do you think there will be any progress between the two of them today?" "I think it's unlikely. They both seem to be quite timid and don't dare to do anything. If you ask me, there will definitely be no progress today." Zhou Heng shook his head. Liao Haomiao's performance yesterday was plain for all to see. He really didn't know how to describe it, it was simply appalling. So he figured that there would be no progress today, just like usual, an awkward day together, and then it would be over. Surely it's not that bad? I feel like they. Just as Yin Minggran was about to say something, her eyes suddenly caught sight of something. She quickly grabbed Zhou Heng to stop him from going any further, and then pulled him to a corner to hide. "What's wrong? Aren't we almost there?" Zhou Heng was completely unprepared and was startled. Yin Minggran, however, made a shoot gesture, signaling Zhou Heng to keep his voice down. Although Zhou Heng didn't understand what was going on, he quickly shut his mouth and, together with Yin Minggran, peeked out to see what was happening outside. When he saw the situation ahead, he finally understood why Yin Minggran had done what she did. Turns out there's a good show to watch. At the agreed-upon location, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao had already arrived. There were only the two of them, but they were standing very close. Although they weren't looking at each other, their hands were fidgeting, as if they were tentatively trying to hold each other's hands. Oh! Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran stared at the scene, their heads bobbing up and down, their mouths agape in an O shape. They certainly wouldn't go out at this time and ruin the two's good time. It was obvious they needed their own space to take this step. Liao Haomiao turned his head to one side, looking up and down, but he didn't dare to look at Zhu Tao. But his hand always seemed to reach towards Zhu Tao. To confirm their relationship, all I need to do is hold her hand, and she doesn't resist, right? Liao Haomiao thought this way, and coincidentally, Zhu Tao thought the same thing. Her hand would occasionally reach out, but at the crucial moment, it would always pull back. At that moment, their fingers touched, and as if struck by static electricity, they separated instantly. Well, seeing this, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran glanced at each other and smiled helplessly. They thought the two were making rapid progress, but it turns out they're still like this. They have the ideas, but lack the courage. Seeing that they seemed to have given up on probing, the two of them chose this moment to go outside. Hello? Sorry to keep you waiting, we're late. Zhou Heng greeted him loudly. Upon hearing this, Liao Haomiao turned around and looked at Zhou Heng, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. It seemed as if he was thanking Zhou Heng for appearing at this crucial moment, because he realized that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. If they hadn't appeared in time, he and Zhu Tao would have been standing there, not knowing what to say or do. Okay, I just called a car, it should be here soon. Liao Haomiao nodded, and as he spoke, the taxi he had called had already stopped beside them. Zhou Heng, being a large man, sat in the passenger seat, while Yin Mingran sat in the back, and Zhu Tao sat in the middle. After everyone was on the bus, we set off. Chapter 140. Today, I will definitely give myself and her an explanation. After about an hour's drive, they finally arrived at their destination. The park was packed with tourists on the weekend, and the entrance and ticket counters were also overflowing with people. If you want to buy a ticket normally, you really have to wait in line for a long time to get one. The group got off the bus together, carrying their belongings, and stood somewhat bewildered among the many tourists. Liao Haomiao, are you serious? It's free to go in and play. Zhou Heng pointed to the scene ahead, somewhat doubting whether Liao Haomiao's words were true. Liao Haomiao remained calm, nodded, and while holding up his phone to make a call, said, Yes, my dad is the manager here, so family members can enter for free. I used to come here often and never paid for a ticket. As he spoke, the call connected, and Liao Haomiao said into the phone, Hello? Dad, we're at the door. Can you let us in? Are you free right now? Okay, we'll wait for you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Heng was somewhat surprised and asked, Your dad is the manager here? That's impressive. You must be getting tired of this place by now. It's all right. At least I can guarantee that it's quite clean compared to other water parks. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here so many times. Liao Haomiao nodded, then waved ahead. The group looked over and saw a man in a suit walking towards them. Dad, over here. At Liao Haomiao's call, the man came before them. Hello, uncle. The group quickly greeted her, but Zhu Tao's voice was soft, and she sounded somewhat timid. It seemed that she was rather afraid to meet Liao Haomiao's family. Oh, hello everyone. So these are the kids. Wow, this kid is pretty strong. Good. The man smiled and nodded, but when he saw Zhou Heng, he was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen such a strong high school student. Zhou Heng gave an awkward smile, while Yin Mingran covered her mouth with one hand, laughing incessantly. The man then glanced around, his gaze lingering on Zhu Tao for a few seconds. He frowned slightly, but only for a moment, before his expression relaxed. Come on, follow me. Then, the four of them followed Liao Haomiao's father, bypassing the long queue and going inside. Upon seeing Liao Haomiao's father, the guard at the door quickly opened the door and greeted him. Hello, Manager Liao. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Liao Haomiao's father took out a cigarette case from his pocket and offered cigarettes to the people at the door. Each person accepted them with both hands, their faces beaming with smiles. Upon entering, the exquisite architecture comes into view. Besides the indoor water park, there's a large plaza outside. At this time, many tourists are taking photos, strolling around, going in and out of various shopping malls, and enjoying delicious food. Okay, call me if you need anything. Have fun. Liao Haomiao's father patted Liao Haomiao on the shoulder. Okay, Dad, you go ahead and get busy. Thank you, Uncle. Goodbye, Uncle. He then left, leaving the four of them there. Liao Haomiao walked ahead, pointed to the huge building in front of him, and said, Let's go inside and play first. It's not too crowded now. It gets crowded in the afternoon. We can come out and play after we've had our fill in the afternoon. Okay. The three of them followed Liao Haomiao to the indoor water park. Once inside, seeing so many amusement facilities, Zhou Heng nodded and sighed in amazement. This was his first time here, and it was indeed quite nice. There was a lot of foot traffic, but it wasn't so crowded that it was packed with people. The key is that it's indoors, so you don't have to worry about the sun. With the air conditioning on, you won't feel cold when you come out of the water. The group arrived at the entrance of the changing room, ready to go in and change into their swimsuits, and agreed to meet at the entrance later. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao went into the men's locker room, found a locker, and began changing. Zhou Heng took off his shirt, and Liao Haomiao's eyes widened in shock. "Wow, buddy, your physique is ridiculous." Zhou Heng looked at his upper body. In fact, he felt that he had lost quite a bit of muscle since Yin Minggran moved in. "You've been practicing for many years, you can keep practicing too." He said it casually and very simply, but Liao Haomiao knew very well that it would take a long time and a lot of effort to achieve. The two changed quickly. Zhou Heng wore longer beach shorts, while Liao Haomiao wore regular swim trunks. Liao Haomiao also took off his glasses, since he knew he would lose them very quickly if he went in wearing them. However, because he is nearsighted, things become blurry when he takes off his glasses. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao and asked, "So, are you planning to confess your feelings today?" Is confessing your feelings at a water park a good idea?" Zhou Heng frowned, gently nudged Liao Haomiao's chest, and said, "Either accept it or keep your distance. Didn't you say that? Either confess today and be honest with them, or you two are just friends. Keep your distance and don't get involved in anything ambiguous." Okay, you're right. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you. No, I'll definitely give myself and her an explanation today." Liao Haomiao nodded repeatedly. He was still a little traumatized. Being lectured by Zhou Heng was really unpleasant. If it were just a verbal reprimand, that would be fine. But the main problem is that this guy is quick to lay a hand on me, and he's heavy-handed, so if I'm not careful, I could end up with bruises all over my body. That's more like it. Let's go. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao walked out together. The girls hadn't come out yet, so they stood quietly at the entrance of the changing room, waiting. After a while, a pair of long, white, beautiful legs emerged from the locker room. Zhou Heng recognized her at a glance. It was his girlfriend. Yin Minggran wore a high-waisted swimsuit, which looked like a halter dress and accentuated her waist, abdomen, and chest. The moment Yin Minggran stepped out, it was as if many eyes were looking at her. After seeing Yin Minggran's stunning figure, those eyes widened in surprise. "I'm here." Upon seeing Zhou Heng, Yin Minggran waved and ran over, a smile on her face, looking full of youthful energy. "Slow down, the ground is slippery." As Zhou Heng spoke, he walked over with a smile. When the group saw the beautiful woman walk towards the muscular man, they quickly looked away. They didn't want to get involved in any trouble. Liao Haomiao was still staring at the locker room door when, after a while, a figure timidly walked out. Zhu Tao wore a skirt-style swimsuit. Since her figure wasn't as good as Yin Minggran's, she didn't choose the same style. This outfit not only visually enhances her figure, but also showcases the beauty of her legs, making it very suitable for her. Liao Haomiao stared wide-eyed at Zhu Tao's lowered head and slightly flushed cheeks. No matter what, he just likes Zhu Tao. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He absolutely could not let Zhu Tao become someone else's girlfriend. She had to be his girlfriend. Chapter 141. Okay, honey, let's go play? When Zhu Tao stood in front of Liao Haomiao, she saw that Liao Haomiao still had a blank look in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she tugged at the hem of her skirt, whispering, "Don't stare at me like that." I'm sorry." Liao Haomiao quickly looked away and realized how impolite he had been, staring at the other person the whole time. Because he's not wearing his glasses right now, and since he's nearsighted, he has to squint to see things clearly. That's probably why my gaze was so lewd just now. Zhou Heng took Yin Minggran's hand and asked softly, "What do you want to play? I'll take you to play." With so many facilities, one day wouldn't be enough to experience them all. So just pick a few to go and have fun. That. Yin Minggran suddenly grabbed Zhou Heng, pointed to the area next to her where they rented swimming rings, and whispered, I can't swim." Oh then. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then took Yin Minggran to rent a swimming ring. Because Yin Minggran's figure is indeed quite good. So if the swim ring is too small, she simply can't fit into it. In the end, they could only rent a relatively large swim ring. When the swim ring with the little yellow duck pattern was put on Yin Minggran, for some reason, Zhou Heng found the scene hilarious and couldn't help but laugh. Throat. Zhou Heng chuckled, then quickly covered his mouth, looking awkwardly to the side. However, Yin Minggran heard it all clearly. "Hey, What are you laughing at? Yin Mingran was extremely embarrassed, her face flushed red, looking incredibly beautiful. She reached out and gently punched Zhou Heng's arm a few times. However, the intensity and tone of her voice were so strong that it's hard to find any other word to describe it other than coquettishness. No, I felt like you were acting like a little kid, like you were going to the children's pool area. Zhou Heng pursed his lips, trying his best not to laugh. His original intention was to say that Yin Mingran was as cute and adorable as a child. It's just that I might not have expressed myself clearly. Yin Mingran's face grew increasingly red. She was the only one wearing a swimming ring, yet Zhou Heng still reacted this way, which infuriated her. Then, Yin Mingran turned around and walked straight out of the place where she had rented out swimming rings. Boss, rent another one, the largest size. A few minutes later, the largest rubber duck swimming ring was put on Zhou Heng's body. Zhou Heng looked bewildered, glancing down at the swimming ring on his body. Because I had stretched out the swimming ring, the yellow duck pattern on it seemed to be squinting and mocking me. Uft! Ha ha ha! Liao Haomiao suppressed his laughter, his facial features contorted, but he finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes, and her mouth slid all the way to her ears. Zhu Tao quickly turned around, her body trembling slightly, as if she couldn't help but giggle. After all, it's really not a good idea to laugh in person. Zhou Heng's physique and build, with that kind of swimming ring on his body, the image is truly striking. This looks like code that a programmer typed randomly, yet it still runs normally. It's like a tough guy in a game who buys a limited-time outfit for 6 yuan, only to find it's a waste not to wear it, but it looks really weird when he does. At this moment, Zhou Heng's expression was one of utter despair, his eyes were vacant, and he couldn't utter a word. Okay, honey, let's go play. Yin Mingran was quite happy, beaming with excitement, and she took Zhou Heng's hand and left. Zhou Heng sighed, seeing that she seemed to be in a much better mood, and didn't say anything. As long as Yin Mingran was happy, that was enough. It's actually quite good that things are this way. Zhou Heng doesn't want Yin Mingran to be as submissive as before, both in life and in relationships. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao stood there, watching the two leave, somewhat at a loss. Liao Haomiao looked at Zhu Tao and said, it's fine if we go our separate ways. After all, they have a date, so let's not bother them. Zhu Tao nodded, agreeing with the assessment. Although they came together, it would be better if they played separately. Then let's go and have some fun. Good. The water slide was arguably one of the most popular attractions. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran queued for a long time before they could finally ride it. Since they were told not to use swim rings, the two of them took them off first. Zhou Heng was quite happy, but Yin Mingran was a little worried. After all, once we get down there, we'll fall into the water. Zhou Heng simply comforted her with "Don't be afraid," and then slid down the slope by himself. After navigating the long slide, Zhou Heng finally plunged into the water with a plop. Before the lifeguard could help Zhou Heng up, Zhou Heng stood up on his own, then blocked the lifeguard with his hand and said, "Dude, move aside." The lifeguard was stunned. Before he could react, the next person rushed down the slide. This person was Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng didn't even wipe the water off his own face before he quickly caught Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran fell into Zhou Heng's arms, preventing her from falling into the water. After regaining her senses, Yin Mingran looked at Zhou Heng, only to see him slightly raise the corners of his mouth and ask, "Is it fun?" This is fun." A joyful smile spread across Yin Mingran's face as she leaned against Zhou Heng's chest, her feet gently splashing in the water. Zhou Heng knew she was afraid of water, so he quickly caught her. Probably only Zhou Heng could have done that. Otherwise, the momentum from sliding down would be too much for most people to handle. The lifeguard twitched his lips, adjusted his hat brim, and left. "Let's go play something else." Yin Mingran had never thought of coming to a place like this before, since she couldn't swim. If she hadn't come with Zhou Heng, she wouldn't have wanted to. But unexpectedly, Zhou Heng was trying very hard to have fun, and he did have a lot of fun because of Zhou Heng. It was relatively quiet around Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao. The two boarded the inflatable boat, ready to slide down the slide. Liao Haomiao sat in the back, while Zhu Tao carefully sat in the front. Liao Haomiao looked at Zhu Tao's back, his throat bobbing. Anyway, Zhu Tao isn't facing him, so it's okay if he takes a few more glances, right? You two hold on tight. Let's go. The staff behind pushed the inflatable boat down, and it hurtled down the slide at high speed. Zhu Tao gasped in surprise, her body leaning backward as if she hadn't been prepared at all. The back of his head slammed down between Liao Haomiao's legs with a loud thud. Liao Haomiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his eyes bulged. Oh my! Chapter 142 Mere pain is nothing to worry about. Thump. The inflatable boat landed on the water and was pulled aside by staff. The two people then disembarked. Zhu Tao turned her head and looked at Liao Haomiao. When she came down, she seemed to have accidentally bumped into Liao Haomiao. She didn't know where she bumped into anything. She saw that Liao Haomiao was standing with his legs crossed, his legs turned inward and bent halfway, his upper body leaning forward. His complexion was rather pale, a bluish gray, as if he had been poisoned. His lips were also white and bloodless. His body was trembling slightly, and his hands were twisted. What happened to you? Did I hit you? Zhu Tao quickly went over, helped Liao Haomiao up, and led him as he limped along. Her face was full of worry, but she couldn't tell where Liao Haomiao was in pain. Liao Haomiao shook his head repeatedly, panting heavily, and said, No, it's all right. Just a little pain, it can't do anything to me. Oh, but you look like you're in a lot of pain. Why don't we go to the hospital? It's all right, no need for that. But let's go play in the pool instead, and let's not use these facilities for now. Liao Haomiao let out a breath, seemingly feeling much better. He felt excruciating pain just now, as if he had given birth. They didn't go to the large artificial wave pool, as it was quite crowded, and they were worried about potential dangers. They also felt that hygiene couldn't be guaranteed with so many people. So they went to a regular swimming pool, which was still quite large, not much smaller than a football field. There aren't too many people here, mostly children, so it's relatively safe. When Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao arrived, they found Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran there as well. Both of them were wearing swim rings and were having a lot of fun in the water. Zhou Heng just felt a little short of breath. The swim ring felt like it was constricting his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. But seeing that Yin Mingran seemed quite happy, he didn't say anything. Hello? Liao Haomiao shouted from a distance. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran heard the sound and looked towards the poolside, where they saw Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao. Come on, come down and play. Yin Mingran waved to Zhu Tao, signaling her to come and play. Coming, Zhu Tao replied, then went into the water with Liao Haomiao. Although she could swim, she wasn't very skilled, and Liao Haomiao stayed by her side the whole time to protect her. Liao Haomiao walked up to Zhou Heng and couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the swim ring on Zhou Heng's body. If you know what, bro, it suits you pretty well. You seem to be playing it pretty well. What? Want to swim a lap with me? Zhou Heng raised his chin and looked down at him. After being mocked like that, I definitely have to retaliate. If he's so capable, let's have a race and see who's more suited to it. Liao Haomiao wasn't that stupid. He waved his hand and said, Stop messing around. I could swim as fast as you even if I worked myself to death. Whispering sound. Zhou Heng snorted lightly. Since Liao Haomiao had already backed down, he didn't intend to make things difficult for him any further. Turning to look at Yin Mingran, seeing her hugging the swim ring, he said softly, I'll teach you how to swim. It's very easy. I'm a little scared. Yin Mingran is still a little afraid of water, stemming from a time she choked on water while playing in it as a child. Since then, she has become somewhat reluctant to swim, afraid of choking again, as that feeling is unpleasant and potentially dangerous. Zhou Heng comforted her, saying, It's okay. I'm here, don't be afraid. Well, okay then. As Yin Mingran spoke, she leaned forward, which caused the swim ring to flip up and turn to the front. She lost her balance and fell forward. Oh! She gasped in surprise, but luckily Zhou Heng was right in front of her, and he quickly shielded Yin Mingran with his body. He made her fall into his arms. Otherwise, this move could easily flip her over, and with the swim ring on her body, she wouldn't be able to flip back over easily. Oh, be careful. Are you all right? Or should we not learn it? Zhou Heng caught Yin Mingran and steadied her. she still felt a sense of relief, breathing rapidly. She calmed down after hearing Zhou Heng's soft whispers in her ear. No, I want to learn. In Mingran knew she had to overcome this. How could she possibly succeed if she was afraid of water? Of these 4 people, she was the only one who couldn't swim. As for the people around her, Tang Ji, needless to say, was almost omnipotent. She didn't want to be the only one who couldn't swim, watching others play while she could only swim with a swim ring attached. So the more afraid she was, the more she wanted to learn, in order to catch up with Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. Okay then, let's take the swim ring off first. Well, although she had made up her mind, she was still a little worried when she heard that she had to take off the swim ring. However, because she trusted Zhou Heng completely, she still took off the swim ring. Zhou Heng was also able to legitimately remove the swim ring. He felt like he could hardly breathe with the swim ring on, and it left a mark on his chest. The moment Mingran took off her swim ring, she immediately hugged Zhou Heng's body, practically clinging to him. I'm scared. Instinctively, her legs wrapped around Zhou Heng's waist, and her body pressed against his. Zhou Heng felt Mingran's soft body press against him, even wrapping around his waist, instantly making his blood boil. Don't be afraid. First, hold my hand. Zhou Heng whispered in Mingran's ear. Zhou Heng's voice gave Mingran a lot of encouragement. So she slowly let go of his hand and instead grabbed Zhou Heng's hand. Zhou Heng supported her with great effort, and with the buoyancy of the water, Mingran floated up easily. Gradually, Mingran felt less scared, mainly because Zhou Heng gave her a sense of security, which made her less worried. Okay, don't panic, take your time. Zhou Heng pulled Mingran's hand and slowly backed away, allowing her to swim gently. Wow, this is so much fun. Mingran also felt this joy, just like a child who had just ridden a bicycle with training wheels. Zhou Heng knew that the key now was to let Mingran get used to the feeling, to know what swimming felt like, and then she would naturally learn it. Seeing this, Zhu Tao's eyes were filled with envy. She should have said she couldn't swim, then Liao Haomiao could have taught her. At this moment, Liao Haomiao suddenly patted her shoulder lightly. When she turned around, she saw Liao Haomiao looking hesitant, pointing to the edge of the pool, and saying, do you want to go rest for a while? I have something I want to tell you. Chapter 143. I want to clarify our relationship with you now. After a while, Zhu Tao sat down on a lounge chair in the poolside rest area. She was shivering slightly as she came out of the pool. Although the indoor heating was on, it was still a bit cold. At that moment, a bath towel was draped over her body. Zhu Tao looked up and saw Liao Haomiao sitting down on the chair next to her. He also bought several bottles of water, placed them on the table, and handed one to Zhu Tao after opening it. The two sat by the pool, watching Zhou Heng and Mingran playing happily in the water, a hint of envy in their eyes. The reason why the two of them can't play so carefree is because there are many barriers between them. The ambiguity in their relationship, along with family obstacles, have led them to their current situation. You yesterday. After a moment, Liao Haomiao spoke first, breaking the deadlock. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao turned to look at Liao Haomiao's profile, pursed her lips, and listened quietly. You told your mom yesterday that I'm your boyfriend, but we haven't actually defined our relationship yet, right? Yes, that's right. Zhu Tao nodded, agreeing with Liao Haomiao's idea. Regardless of what she thought yesterday, neither of them had explicitly said it out loud, which was a fact. I'm sorry I told you were my boyfriend yesterday, without your permission. Zhu Tao took the initiative to apologize to Liao Haomiao. She was well aware of the situation. She had definitely been out of his league. With Liao Haomiao's top-ranking grades, decent looks, and his father being the manager here, his family must be quite well off. Given these advantages, Liao Haomiao could easily have had better options. All she had was the fact that she had once been in a relationship with Liao Haomiao. She had no other assets to speak of. That's why she dared not say anything or make any requests. What happened yesterday was already a very bold act for her. Liao Haomiao didn't care about such things. On the contrary, he was very happy. At least it was Zhu Tao who took the first step, not him. No, you don't need to apologize. I'm glad. You consider me your boyfriend, so now I want to say. Liao Haomiao paused, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. After a few seconds, he slowly began to speak. I want to clarify our relationship now. Are you willing? Liao Haomiao stared intently at Zhu Tao, then extended his hand. Zhu Tao was genuinely taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes, her mouth slightly agape. She paused for only a few seconds, then her slightly pursed lips curved into a graceful smile. He then extended his hand and gently placed it in Liao Haomiao's palm. I'd love to. Oh. As soon as Zhu Tao finished speaking, cheers and soft applause suddenly rang out from ahead. The two looked ahead and saw Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran standing by the pool, smiling at them. Well, Zhu Tao immediately lowered her eyelids. Her face followed suit, but her ears subtly flushed red, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, unable to conceal her joy. Liao Haomiao was somewhat surprised to see that Yin Mingran no longer needed Zhou Heng's support, and asked, "Oh, you learned it so quickly?" Zhou Heng raised his head smugly and said, "Of course my girlfriend is so smart. Is learning to swim difficult?" As soon as Zhou Heng finished speaking, Yin Mingran moved closer to him, her pure, glassy brown eyes fixed on him, and whispered, "It's because you taught me so well. I'm not very good at it yet, but I'll get better with practice." Zhou Heng gently brushed a strand of Yin Mingran's hair aside and said softly, "Let's rest for a bit. Swimming is very tiring." Uh-huh. The two came out of the pool. Liao Haomiao immediately tossed 2 bath towels over for them to drape over their bodies. Zhou Heng first draped the cloak over Yin Mingran's shoulders, and then over himself. After they sat down, Liao Haomiao asked, "Are you hungry? Should I call my dad and ask him to take us out to eat?" Zhou Heng's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? It's fine to play for free, but you also want Uncle to treat us to a meal? Forget it. Let's just go eat by ourselves. He must be quite busy. It's not good to trouble Uncle like this. I agree. Yin Mingran echoed Zhou Heng's words, and Zhu Tao shared the same thought, gently tugging at Liao Haomiao's arm and nodding slightly at him. I see. All right then. Since they had all said so, Liao Haomiao chose to compromise. So the group decided to go out for a meal together. There were many snacks and restaurants to choose from. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran walked hand in front, while Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao walked behind. Liao Haomiao took Zhu Tao's hand, and Zhu Tao not only didn't resist, but gripped it even tighter. After many years, she finally held that hand again, and this time, she vowed never to lose it again. Seeing that Zhou Heng and the others were some distance away from him, Liao Haomiao whispered in Zhu Tao's ear, let's not tell our families about us yet, okay? Ah. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao's heart skipped a beat, and she remained stunned for a few seconds before reacting. For a moment, she thought of many possibilities, but she felt that the most likely one was the reason why they had separated in the past. Zhu Tao's lack of immediate response made Liao Haomiao somewhat flustered, but he didn't know how to explain. He didn't want to tell her that his mother disapproved of their relationship. He couldn't bring himself to say it. He knew it would hurt her deeply. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to say the conditions his own mother had proposed. Who would suggest that his girlfriend's mother come to his house to apologize? Speaking it out would undoubtedly put their relationship in a very awkward position. He can only use this delaying tactic temporarily, and then slowly figure out a solution himself. I just wanna, keep our relationship a secret from my family so they won't interfere, that way we can get along better, right? Liao Haomiao offered a simple explanation, but Zhu Tao didn't buy it at all. She absolutely refused to believe that this was the reason, but she also absolutely refused to expose it, knowing full well what the consequences would be. Okay, I understand. Zhu Tao verbally agreed, but secretly she remembered this as no small matter. It could very well separate them again. Chapter 144. Don't worry, I'll try not to be polite with you. The 4 of us went out for a meal together and ate quite a few snacks. The food here is generally expensive and the taste is just average. Everyone's used to it. They're here to have fun anyway. After they finished eating, before the others had decided what to do, Yin Mingran already had an idea. She learned to swim today and found it very interesting. She's still a little reluctant to stop. So she asked Zhou Heng a question. I'd like to go swimming again. Is that okay? Of course. Let's go play some more. Zhou Heng readily agreed, and then went back to the swimming pool with her. Liao Haomiao also looked at Zhu Tao and asked, Are you going? Or should we go do something else? Zhu Tao nodded and said, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Well, let's go too. There's nothing fun on those facilities, and we have to wait in line for a long time. It's tiring to wait in line. Good. So the four of them went back to the pool once again. Zhu Tao and Yin Mingran went down into the pool to play. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao sat by the pool, preparing to discuss some things. Seeing that Yin Mingran could now move freely in the pool, Zhou Heng was no longer worried. He looked at Liao Haomiao and asked, I think Zhu Tao isn't acting right. Did you say anything to her? Aren't you two already together? Liao Haomiao hadn't expected Zhou Heng to ask that question. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, there's a small problem. But it's okay. I'll handle it. It just will take a little time. He leaned back in the recliner, rubbing his Jingming acupoint. He felt a headache coming on. He kept saying it was okay, but he was completely clueless. Zhou Heng leaned back in his recliner, looking at Yin Mingran in the distance, and said softly, if you need any help, just let me know. Okay. Don't worry. I'll try not to be polite with you. In return, if you need anything from me, just let me know. No. The two chatted casually, and Zhou Heng could clearly sense that Liao Haomiao had relaxed a lot. It was probably because he had confirmed his relationship with Zhu Tao that he was no longer in a tense state. After a while, Zhou Heng noticed that Yin Mingran, who had swum to the far end of the pool, seemed a little off. She was swimming really well until now, but why does her form seem a bit messy? Zhou Heng frowned, instantly sat up from the recliner, stared intently at Yin Mingran in the distance, his expression grave. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Zhu Tao was quite far from Yin Mingran and didn't notice what was happening over there. The next second, Zhou Heng saw Yin Mingran suddenly turn around, look in his direction, and then raise her hand, as if she wanted to shout something. Weak. But before Zhou Heng could hear it, he saw with his own eyes that Yin Mingran's body sank straight into the water. Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng suddenly stood up and shouted, his voice almost echoing throughout the entire venue, attracting everyone's attention. Liao Haomiao was so startled that he sat up abruptly. Zhu Tao quickly turned around to look, but she couldn't see Yin Mingran anywhere. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Heng's figure darted past Liao Haomiao, his speed astonishing. Then he leaped into the pool. Smack! Zhou Heng's body sent a huge splash of water flying, spraying onto the others. Liao Haomiao quickly stood up, his eyebrows almost furrowed, but he had no idea what had happened. Zhu Tao quickly swam towards Zhou Heng to help him. After Zhou Heng jumped into the pool, he almost never appeared on the surface, remaining submerged the entire time. He writhed like a fish, swimming swiftly into the distance. He squinted, trying to see clearly in the pool. A moment later, he saw Yin Mingran. She had already sunk to the bottom of the water, her hands tightly covering her mouth and nose, but bubbles were still bubbling up from time to time, which meant that she couldn't hold on for much longer. Zhou Heng could tell at a glance that Yin Mingran seemed to have a leg cramp. That's why she couldn't swim anymore. He then realized that he had made such a basic mistake. He hadn't let Yin Mingran warm up properly first. She's a beginner, so she's not a good swimmer to begin with. Her movements are often incorrect, and she's prone to cramps. Yin Mingran dared not open her eyes. She felt her consciousness slowly fading. She no longer cared about the pain in her legs. Compared to the suffocating feeling of drowning, it was nothing. Zhou Heng. Her heart was filled with Zhou Heng at this moment. Never before had she needed him so much. Her consciousness was fading, and the hands she had been covering her mouth and nose loosened. She couldn't move at all, so her brain initiated a final rescue, taking control of her body. She struggled a few times underwater, all unconsciously. Just then, Zhou Heng appeared right beside Yin Mingran. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath before going into the water, and as soon as he got close to Yin Mingran, he pressed his lips to hers. He breathed on Yin Mingran's lips underwater. Although he knew that this would have a negligible effect, and that the idea of breathing underwater in TV dramas was unrealistic. At this moment, she needs oxygen, not the carbon dioxide exhaled by a person, and it would also put the rescuer in danger. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He absolutely couldn't let Yin Mingran get into any danger. Even if this method didn't work, he had to try it, as long as it had some effect. The underwater air transfer process lasted only 1 second. Afterward, Zhou Heng pulled Yin Mingran and swam towards the surface of the pool. Fortunately, the pool wasn't very deep. A few seconds later, Zhou Heng lifted Yin Mingran's body and made her quickly put her head above the water. Zhu Tao spotted them and quickly swam over. At this point, Yin Mingran was unconscious. Her head was drooping, and she couldn't lift it. Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng. She was also very worried and felt extremely guilty, wondering why she hadn't stayed with Yin Mingran just now. If anything were to happen to Yin Mingran, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Liao Haomiao also swam over to help. He reached this side as quickly as possible. Together with Zhu Tao, they grabbed Yin Mingran and swam towards the edge of the pool. The people by the pool also joined in to help, pulling Yin Mingran up to the surface. After everyone reached the edge of the pool, Liao Haomiao realized that Zhou Heng had not yet come up. Zhou Heng, Liao Haomiao shouted, and at that moment Zhou Heng reached out and grabbed the edge of the pool, forcefully lifting his body to the surface. As soon as he got out of the water, Zhou Heng started coughing violently and vomited a lot of water. Ugh. Cough, 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 cough. Een. Chapter 145. That was our first kiss. I didn't feel anything. Cough, cough, cough. As Yin Mingran vomited the water, she slowly opened her eyes. Hey, you're awake. At the same time, she gradually regained her hearing and could hear the sounds around her. Upon opening my eyes, the first thing I saw was Zhou Heng's face. He looked extremely tired and was breathing heavily. The fear in her eyes slowly faded after she met his gaze, and the corners of her mouth turned up in a smile. Yin Mingran found herself lying in Zhou Heng's arms, covered with a bath towel. She wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a sound, and then she coughed violently again. At that moment, Zhu Tao appeared before her and said, "Don't speak, don't get agitated, breathe slowly." Yin Mingran steadied her breathing and recalled what had just happened. She felt extremely frightened. I almost died. She had been saved by Zhou Heng again. Without Zhou Heng, she didn't know how many times she would have died. Zhou Heng. Once she felt she could speak, Yin Mingran immediately called Zhou Heng's name, her voice very weak. She had tried her best to make a sound. Yes, I'm here, don't be afraid. Zhou Heng hugged Yin Mingran tightly, making her feel warm. Yin Mingran curled up in Zhou Heng's arms, closing her eyes. Only in this way could she calm her heartbeat. At this moment, Liao Haomiao's voice came from the side. Wow, that was close. If Zhou Heng hadn't performed CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on you for so long, it's hard to say what might have happened. People. Yin Mingran opened her eyes instantly, her face full of surprise. Her heartbeat, which had just stabilized, started racing again. She and Zhou Heng only kissed on the cheek or forehead, never on the lips. She even fantasized about waiting for a romantic opportunity to take the initiative and kiss Zhou Heng on the lips. But now, her first kiss with Zhou Heng was actually CPR. She was completely unaware. She felt nothing. Zhou Heng scratched his head awkwardly and explained, the situation was rather urgent at the time. Yin Mingran realized at this moment that she seemed to have suffered a loss, a huge loss. My first kiss with Zhou Heng was so hasty. This is even worse than if I had just drowned. Well, the next second, Yin Mingran burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. The three people beside him were stunned, but considering what they had just experienced, they understood that it was normal for them to cry. However, none of them knew that Yin Mingran's crying wasn't because she was drowning. After what happened, they decided not to continue playing, so they changed their clothes and left. After wandering around the square for a while, we prepared to go home, mainly because Yin Mingran wasn't feeling well. Aside from the unexpected incident, I actually had a lot of fun today. Especially Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao, they have now clarified their relationship, which can be said to have perfectly achieved their goal. Finally, the group said their goodbyes and parted ways. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran also went home together. After returning home, Yin Mingran sat on the sofa, hugged her knees, lowered her head, and looked melancholy. Zhou Heng didn't dare ask anything, because Yin Mingran had been in this state all afternoon. Zhou Heng assumed she was frightened, so he didn't disturb her and let her have some peace and quiet while he went to study. But after a long time, it got dark outside. When Jo Hung saw that In Mingran's condition hadn't improved, he sensed something was wrong. At this point, if her boyfriend didn't say something, he would be incredibly irresponsible. Jo Hung carefully walked to In Mingran's side and softly called out, "In Mingran." Jo Hung called out 2 or 3 times, but received no response. In Mingran also did not look up. Only after Jo Hung got closer did he hear In Mingran's even breathing. He crouched down and looked at In Mingran's face, noticing that her eyes were closed. She was already asleep. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Today was the most dangerous and tiring day for her. She came back and sat down on the sofa to relax. She'll probably fall asleep quickly. Jo Hung suddenly realized why he hadn't heard In Mingran's voice all along. However, Jo Hung couldn't let her just sleep on the sofa, so he stretched out his arms and slowly lifted In Mingran's body. Then, they went into the bedroom. After Jo Hung gently placed In Mingran on the bed, he was about to get up when In Mingran suddenly raised her hands. Before Jo Hung could react, In Mingran wrapped her arms around his neck. He saw In Mingran slowly open her eyes, staring at him, with what appeared to be glistening tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. "Don't go." In Mingran parted her thin lips slightly, and with a slightly hoarse voice tinged with tears, uttered 2 words. Jo Hung felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and his heart melted. "Okay, I won't leave." Jo Hung nodded, reached out, lowered his head, and hugged In Mingran. "Are you still afraid?" Jo Hung whispered in In Mingran's ear. In Mingran shook her head and whispered, "No, I wasn't scared at all, because you're here, so I'm not scared." Then how come you?" Jo Hung paused for a moment, then looked up at In Mingran with a blank expression. He assumed In Mingran must be terrified, which was why she had been so silent all afternoon. In Mingran pursed her lips, looking aggrieved, and slowly began to speak, stammering. "Because you gave me CPR, that was our first kiss. I didn't feel anything, I didn't experience it, and I don't know when the next time will be." Jo Hung suddenly paused, blinked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Unexpectedly, In Mingran was so frustrated because of this. Ugh! In Mingran looked like she was about to cry again. Jo Hung, however, laughed and snorted. "CPR? What kind of kiss is that? It doesn't count. I know when the next one will be, and it's right now." After saying that, Jo Hung lowered his head and kissed In Mingran's thin, tightly pursed lips, which were rosy yet pale. 2 soft lips pressed together. In Mingran was stunned for a moment. Then a shy light appeared in her eyes. Her hands climbed up Jo Hung's neck again, responding passionately, and she closed her eyes. Jo Hung placed one hand on In Mingran's waist and the other around her neck, deepening the kiss. In Mingran was breathless from the kiss, and the quiet space allowed hormones to spread unchecked. As if using all his strength, he held her soft body tightly. Her fingers reached for the sheets, wrinkling them. "Call." After a long while, the two reluctantly parted, breathing heavily. In Mingran's face turned bright red, her adoring eyes fixed on Jo Hung. "Are you satisfied now?" After a while, Jo Hung slowly spoke and asked. In Mingran nodded repeatedly, sticking out her small tongue to lick her moist lips. "Satisfied." Chapter 146. Of course, we're still sleeping in the same bedroom, silly boy. School life gradually returned to normal, and the students were all working hard to prepare for the next exam. Jo Hung and In Mingran were the same. They focused on studying every day and stayed home every weekend to study. Their relationship was getting better and better, and they would occasionally have a passionate kiss. Aside from that, they didn't proceed to the next step because they had an agreement, and Jo Hung didn't want to break that agreement. More than 20 days passed in this way, and the next monthly exam arrived. Jo Hung was much more confident than last time, so he took the exam with ease and wasn't nervous at all. On the contrary, In Mingran was very nervous because she wanted to do better on the exam. She wanted to be number 1 in her grade. A day or 2 after the exam, on the night before the results were released, In Mingran and Jo Hung lay in bed. In Mingran leaned against Jo Hung's chest, playing on her phone and chatting with Tang Ji. Jo Hung was also playing mobile games. The two were very comfortable. Just then, a message notification popped up on In Mingran's phone screen. Upon seeing the message, In Mingran's eyes widened in surprise. Honey, have you finished your exams? In Mingran quickly replied. Yes, Mom. The results will be out tomorrow. The person who sent her the message was Lu Wei, Zhou Heng's mother. Lu Wei hadn't spoken to her since the last monthly exam. This time, a month had passed between their last contact. During this past month, she and Zhou Heng have been together, and a lot has happened. However, it seems Mom doesn't know about this yet. After a while, Lu Wei replied to her. Okay, I'll come to your house tomorrow, wait for your good news, give you living expenses, and also show you your new home. I'll rent a new place for you. The current place is too small. In Mingran looked at the message on the screen, then turned and handed the phone to Zhou Heng, saying, Mom sent a message, take a look. Oh. Zhou Heng frowned slightly, glanced at it, nodded, and said, It's fine. This house is indeed a bit small for the two of us. It's good to move to a different place. So, now that we've moved to a new house, does that mean we'll have 2 bedrooms? Then In Mingran hesitated, her biggest worry being sleeping separately from Zhou Heng. She has been sleeping with Zhou Heng for over a month now and has become dependent on him. If she can't sleep with Zhou Heng at night, she will definitely have insomnia. Zhou Heng smiled slightly, gently pinched In Mingran's cheek, and said, Of course we're still sleeping in the same bedroom, silly boy. Hearing Zhou Heng's words, In Mingran smiled broadly and felt relieved. Okay. In Mingran and Lu Wei chatted for a few more minutes before ending their conversation. It was only then that Zhou Heng realized a very important problem. Since my mother is coming tomorrow, should I tell In Mingran about my relationship with her? If I don't tell her, will In Mingran and I have to pretend we're not a couple and keep our distance tomorrow? With this question in mind, the two turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep. The next day at school, Zhou Heng sat down and told Tang Ji about it. Oh, Auntie's coming today? Yeah, grades are a small matter. The key question is, should I tell her about my relationship with In Mingran? Zhou Heng sighed helplessly, somewhat melancholy. Tang, she didn't think it was anything to worry about at all. She shrugged and said, It's up to you whether you tell her or not. Your aunt is very smart. Even if you don't tell her, she'll definitely find out. Do you believe me? Zhou Heng nodded silently, stroked his chin, and muttered, You're right. Then it's better to just be honest. There shouldn't be any problem, right? By the way, you should. Zhou Heng looked at Tang Ji and continued. If you come with us tonight, it will be easier for me to speak frankly if you're there to help me out and say some nice things. I don't care, anything is fine. I don't have anything to do tonight anyway. In the afternoon, the results of this monthly exam were released, and the report cards were distributed to everyone. Zhou Heng glanced at his ranking and was somewhat surprised. He knew he would improve even more this time. He could tell from his performance on the questions. But I didn't expect such significant progress. He ranked 168th in the grade in the last monthly exam, but this time he ranked 89th. I've made it into the top 100 in my grade. You know, before the last monthly exam, he was ranked 233rd in the grade. That's near the bottom. After nearly 2 months and 2 monthly exams, he entered the top 100 in his grade. The teachers all told them that as long as they get into the top 100 in their grade and their studies don't decline, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they're basically guaranteed a place in university. Wow, amazing. My aunt will be so happy now, won't she? When Tang Ji saw Zhou Heng's results, she exclaimed in amazement and gave him a thumbs up. Tang Ji glanced at her grades. She was second in her class. He rose from 6th in the grade to 3rd. She wasn't surprised at all by the result. She simply smiled faintly. She focused more on her studies because of In Mingran's influence. She wanted to achieve similar grades to In Mingran. The most nervous one was In Mingran. After seeing her report card, he covered it with his hand, wanting to see it little by little. But before she could remove her hand, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, walked in with the report cards, her face beaming with joy, and went up to the podium. Come on, let's give a round of applause to our class monitor, In Mingran. Congratulations on becoming the top student in the grade. Slap slap. In an instant, enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom. In Mingran paused for a moment, moved her hand away, and looked at the first column. My ranking in the grade is number 1. Yeah. A sweet smile spread across her face, and she cheered, genuinely happy. The next second, she turned her head to look in the direction of Zhou Heng and Tang Ji, and smiled back a gentle, radiant smile. Zhou Hong and Tang Ji were both happy for her, smiling and clapping for her. Zhou Hong even had a look of pride on his face. After all, Yin Minggran was his girlfriend. Having his girlfriend ranked first in the grade was even more gratifying than being first himself. It would earn him envious glances from others. Teacher Wang also looked at Zhou Hong and continued. There's another person, Zhou Hong, who has made tremendous progress. He deserves praise. Chapter 147. My girlfriend is first in her grade. I feel a lot of pressure. The first person to applaud Zhou Hong was Yin Minggran. She turned to look in Zhou Hong's direction, her face beaming with a smile. Teacher Wang looked at Zhou Hong and nodded in satisfaction. Now she knew that Zhou Hong hadn't lied to her back then. Being with Yin Minggran didn't negatively impact his studies. On the contrary, it greatly helped them improve. Despite Zhou Hong's significant improvement, it was actually much harder for Yin Minggran to become the top student in the grade. After all, the higher one's ranking, the more difficult it is to climb the ranks. Almost everyone knows that surpassing Liao Haomiao is as difficult as climbing to the sky. After class, Ms. Wang was a completely different person. Her joy was palpable. After all, 2 students from her class were in the top 5 of the grade. Class monitor Yin Minggran has even become the top student in the grade. Now, they are undoubtedly the best class. Now we finally don't have to see that smug look on the teacher's face. When Teacher Wang leaves the classroom after class, she always stands tall and holds her head high. Zhou Hong and Yin Minggran could also see that Teacher Wang was very happy. They were glad that they had finally proven their teacher right, which was a small reward for them. However, learning is ultimately for yourself, not for the teacher. TSK. Hiss. After class, Zhou Hong stared at his report card, scratched his head, and looked somewhat troubled. If it were a few months ago, he would have been ecstatic to receive this result. They'd just play games like crazy and spend tons of money on in-game purchases. After all, he used to be at the bottom of his class, but now he's suddenly a student with a chance to go to university, which puts him in the upper middle tier of the class. But now, he felt immense pressure. Yin Minggran, the top student in the grade, is his girlfriend. Second in the grade, Liao Haomiao, my good friend. Tang Ji, who is third in the grade, is my cousin. The top 3 students in this grade are all people I have the closest relationship with. But I myself, the 89th. The gap is just too big. It will be very difficult for me to climb any higher in the rankings. Especially when you get into the top 20, the difference between each person is only a few points, and those few points are really hard to surpass. As soon as get out of class ended, Yin Minggran stood up, went to Zhou Hong's side, and said excitedly, Zhou Hong, you've made such great progress this time. Mom will definitely be very happy. She had assumed Zhou Hong would be very happy, but judging from his expression, he seemed a little worried. Yin Minggran was somewhat stunned, and subconsciously looked at Tang Ji beside her. Tang Ji shrugged and said calmly, I'm anxious because my girlfriend is ranked first in her grade, and I'm under a lot of pressure. Zhou Hong turned to look at Tang Ji with a helpless expression, gasped, and said, Hiss, could you please stop analyzing my psychology so clearly? Tang Ji put her hand on Zhou Hong's shoulder and smiled slightly. There's nothing I can do. Your psychology is too easy to analyze. Cut. Zhou Hong ignored her, turned to look at Yin Minggran, a smile in his eyes, and said softly, You're the one who should be happy. Let's have a good celebration for you tonight. Zhou Hong reached out and gently patted Yin Minggran's head. Her voice was as gentle and soothing as the ripples of clear water. Yin Minggran lowered her head, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Hey. She felt this was the best reward she could receive. Even if she were ranked first in the entire school, she wouldn't be happy without Zhou Hong's praise. Tang Ji watched this scene from the side, her mouth slightly agape, then shook her head. The biggest difference between Yin Minggran and a cute little puppy is probably that she doesn't wag her tail. She's so happy just from being petted on the head. She had never noticed that Yin Minggran was this kind of person before. Even if someone has a good personality and is popular, they shouldn't be this obedient. Or did you change after being with Zhou Hong? You too. That's great. You've worked so hard lately. Take a good rest now. Yin Minggran also responded softly. The two could only maintain a certain distance while exchanging these words. Aside from Zhou Hong patting Yin Minggran's head, There was no other physical contact. After all, we were at school, in the classroom, and we couldn't do anything excessive, otherwise we would be slapping Teacher Wang in the face. Tang Ji sighed. Although the two of them had shown affection in front of her countless times, she still wasn't used to it. The main problem is that I'm too familiar with Zhou Hong. I know him in every way, except for this relationship dynamic. It feels so unfamiliar. She was in disbelief when she saw it, so she's still slowly accepting it. I said, shouldn't you two go check on Liao Haomiao? He's dropped from first to second in the grade. Well, after Tang Ji's reminder, Zhou Hong and Yin Mingran suddenly realized what was happening, paused slightly, and glanced at each other. He then immediately got up and left the classroom. Tang Ji breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them leave. At least she didn't have to face those two lovebirds anymore. Zhou Hong and Yin Mingran arrived at the door of Class 1, stood outside, and looked into the classroom, searching for Liao Haomiao. There was no one at Liao Haomiao's seat. Zhou Hong stopped a male classmate who came out and asked, "Hey, classmate, where's your class monitor?" The male student was startled when he was pulled back, and even more so when he saw Zhou Hong. They all knew that their class monitor and Zhou Hong were good friends. Liao Haomiao was already awe-inspiring enough with his brilliant mind, but now he had a strong, ox-like friend. When the two of them were together, no one dared to speak to them. When they walked side by side in the corridor, everyone else had to give way. Our class monitor went out as soon as get out of class ended, probably to the restroom. Oh, thank you. Zhou Hong released him, and he immediately turned around and went back into the classroom. Yin Mingran looked at Zhou Hong, who also frowned slightly, his eyes showing some worry. Could it be that she couldn't accept the difference and went to the bathroom to cry? Zhou Hong looked at Yin Mingran beside him and said in a low voice. Liao Haomiao was only 2 points behind Yin Mingran. Before this, Liao Haomiao had held the top spot in the grade for a very long time. He's been at it since the second year of high school, never surpassed. His position is unshakable. As a result, they were surpassed in the second monthly exam of their senior year. That feeling must be unpleasant. Yin Mingran shook her head and replied, "It shouldn't be that bad. Does he really have to be number one? I feel like there's not much difference between being in the top 10 of the grade. They all have a chance to get into a top-tier university." Not necessarily. After being in first place for so long, suddenly dropping to second, only he can understand that feeling. I'll go check on him in the restroom. Chapter 148, but next time, you might not be number one. Zhou Hong walked into the men's restroom alone, looking around for Liao Haomiao. Finally, he found Liao Haomiao in a corner. He was squatting there with his back to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong didn't know what he was doing, but it certainly wasn't him using the toilet, since he hadn't taken his pants off. Is she really crying? Zhou Hong was somewhat surprised, wondering if Liao Haomiao had really been hit hard and was hiding in the bathroom, crying by himself. Zhou Hong cautiously walked over, peeked out, and tried to see what Liao Haomiao was doing. But as they got closer, they heard a series of click-clack typing sounds. When he looked closer, he saw Liao Haomiao squatting there, holding a phone and typing away, chatting with someone. Smack! Zhou Hong slapped Liao Haomiao across the face, startling him so much that he immediately turned off his phone as if by reflex. Then he immediately hid his phone behind his back and stood up. When Liao Haomiao realized that the person who hit him was Zhou Hong, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Holy crap, it's you. You scared me half to death. I thought the head of student affairs had come. What's up? Liao Haomiao patted his chest, looking somewhat shaken, then took out his phone right in front of Zhou Hong and continued chatting. What? Zhou Hong frowned slightly, reached out, and snatched the phone from Liao Haomiao's hand. Liao Haomiao was still in a daze when Zhou Hong pointed at him and said, "You're so carefree. You've fallen from first to second. I thought you'd be discouraged, but instead you're hiding in the bathroom, playing on your phone, chatting with your girlfriend." Zhou Hong raised his hand, as if to slap Liao Haomiao. Liao Haomiao immediately raised his arms to defend himself. However, Zhou Hong was just putting on an act, trying to scare him. He wouldn't actually hit him. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao have been together for almost a month now, and their relationship is quite stable. They occasionally go out on dates on weekends. It was all done secretly. Each of them kept it a secret from their families. Zhou Hong didn't think much of it, believing that even someone like him wouldn't let dating affect his studies. so Liao Haomiao certainly wouldn't either. But he didn't expect. Liao Haomiao has actually reached this point. Even his seemingly insurmountable achievements have been surpassed. And they don't seem to care at all, secretly playing on their phones and dating in the bathroom. If this continues, Liao Haomiao's grades will definitely plummet, and eventually, there will be no stopping him from repeating the same mistakes. What's the difference between first and second place? It's just a point or two apart. There's no reward for first place, and no punishment for second. It's just a monthly exam. It'll all be the same in the college entrance exam. Liao Haomiao lowered his head and muttered a rebuttal in a low voice. However, he was still a little afraid that Zhou Heng would actually make a move against him. Even if it was just a joke, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhou Heng covered his forehead in anger and said helplessly, "First or second place is fine, of course. With this attitude, can you guarantee that you can get the same results next time? Remember, you also worked your hardest to get these results. You are the best student I have ever seen, but you are not a genius." After being lectured by Zhou Heng, Liao Haomiao was momentarily speechless, his mind blank. Zhou Heng handed the phone back to Liao Haomiao and continued, "You're very smart, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the grade in such a short time. But you're not a genius after all. If you stop working hard, your grades will only drop. I've only ever seen one genius. While you were studying day and night, she was playing games. With just a little review, she could get close to your results. Now even geniuses are working hard, and you." Zhou Heng's words were brief and to the point. He only needed to offer a sufficient reminder, without resorting to harsh words. Liao Haomiao nodded, as if he understood Zhou Heng's words, put his phone away, and said, "Oh, you mean Tang Ji? I know I can't compare to her. I took the top spot in the grade from Tang Ji when I was in my second year of high school. I know very well that it wouldn't be difficult for her to surpass me." Zhou Heng also remembered that Tang Ji had also ranked first in her grade during her second year of high school, but only once. It seems that the questions were particularly difficult that time, and everyone's performance was not very good. For Tang Ji, however, it wasn't so difficult. Since that incident, Tang Ji has consistently maintained a ranking around 20th in her grade, neither improving nor declining. It wasn't until my senior year of high school that I gradually gained momentum and reached the top again. Zhou Heng patted Liao Haomiao on the shoulder and continued, "I didn't ask you to compare yourself to Tang Ji, but to yourself. This time, you didn't surpass yourself as you were last time, so it's not a big problem, as long as you don't lose every time." Zhou Heng's implication was that Liao Haomiao should stop backing down. If this continues, all his previous hard work will be wasted, his grades will only decline little by little, and he will be completely finished when he faces the college entrance examination. Liao Haomiao listened attentively and kept Zhou Heng's words in mind. He was just temporarily immersed in the happiness of being in love. He wasn't stubbornly unable to turn back. So as long as Zhou Heng gives him a slight reminder, he will realize it. "Got it, bro, thanks." Liao Haomiao smiled slightly at Zhou Heng, feeling very fortunate to have Zhou Heng as a brother. The two walked out of the restroom together. Class was about to start. Yin Minggran was still waiting at the door. When she saw them come out, she immediately went to greet them. After seeing Yin Minggran, Liao Haomiao nodded slightly and said, "Congratulations. But next time, you might not be number one." Yin Minggran was slightly taken aback. Then a smile appeared on her lips. "Okay, then you'd better keep up the good work. I won't stand still. Today is Saturday. Students get out of school around 4 or 5 p.m. The next day is Sunday, a day off." Zhou Heng, Yin Minggran, and Tang Ji walked out of the school together. As soon as Zhou Heng stepped out of the school gate, he took out his phone, intending to call his mother and ask where she was. After all, she only said yesterday that she would come today, but it's unclear what time it would be. It's also possible she doesn't know Saturday's dismissal time and hasn't arrived yet. Just as Zhou Heng took out his phone, ready to make a call, suddenly, a person stood in front of them, blocking their way. The three of them simultaneously raised their heads and looked ahead. Standing in front of them was a woman who looked only a few years older than them, dressed very provocatively in a tank top and short skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. Her golden curly hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisitely made-up face, with its watery eyes, made her look incredibly alluring. Before they could say anything, The woman stared intently at Een Mingran and tentatively asked in a soft voice. Een Mingran. Chapter 149. Come with me. I'll take you abroad. Well, Een Mingran paused for a moment, blinked, and looked completely bewildered. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji both looked at Een Mingran at the same time. Neither of them recognized the woman in front of them. Een Mingran quickly recalled everyone she knew, but she just couldn't remember who the woman in front of her was. I'm Een Mingran, but who are you? Een Mingran asked cautiously. The woman in front of him was clearly taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly and murmured, That's true. You were very young when I left, so it's normal that you don't remember. The woman's words left the three people in front of her in disbelief and utter astonishment. The implication is that they've known Een Mingran for a very, very long time? Een Mingran looked completely incredulous, her face blank, speechless, standing there silently. The woman then continued speaking. My name is Song Wan, and I am your mother's younger sister, which means I am your aunt. Auntie. Upon hearing this, the three men's eyes widened instantly, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Especially for Een Mingran, when she heard the name Song Wan, a vague memory seemed to flash through her mind for a moment. When she said she was her aunt, for a moment, she seemed to remember someone like that when she was little, but the figure was so blurry that she couldn't see it clearly. After Song Wan finished speaking with a smile, the smile slowly disappeared, and in an instant, her face was filled with sorrow. I only learned about my sister's situation 2 weeks ago. After that, I immediately rushed back from abroad. I asked around for many days before I finally found out where you were studying. Song Wan spoke words of deep sorrow, her fair face etched with furrowed brows, as if shrouded in dark clouds. Zhou Heng was startled and turned to look at Een Mingran. Sure enough, he saw that Een Mingran's expression had also become serious, and she was pursing her lips. Zhou Heng was extremely averse to anyone, including himself, mentioning Een Mingran's family in front of her. But now, a woman claiming to be Een Mingran's aunt has appeared before him, leaving him somewhat bewildered and unsure of what to do. Are you really my aunt? After a long silence, Een Mingran finally spoke slowly, asking softly. In fact, after Song Wan said those words, she was already able to confirm her identity, but she still couldn't quite believe it. After all, ever since her misfortune, all her relatives had distanced themselves from her, and no one was willing to care for her. Song Wan was the first relative she had seen in the past 2 months. Song Wan let out a breath, her eyes revealing heartache for Een Mingran. She didn't find Een Mingran's wary questioning excessive at all. She only felt sorry for her. Orphaned and without anyone to care for her, this little girl bore it all alone. It's unimaginable how much suffering she endured, yet she's still able to attend school normally. I'm so sorry, Auntie, I'm late. You've suffered, Song Wan said softly, opened her arms, took a step forward, and tried to embrace Een Mingran. She had thought that after she said those words, Een Mingran would be unable to hold back her grievances and would burst into tears. But as she finished speaking and took a step forward, Een Mingran couldn't help but take a half step back, shifting slightly behind Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng also subconsciously stepped in front of Een Mingran, a completely unconscious action. At this moment, Song Wan turned her attention to Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. She looked up and met the gaze of the tall Zhou Heng. Both of their eyes held a hint of confusion. Well, Zhou Heng awkwardly turned his head away, avoiding looking at Song Wan. After all, they were Een Mingran's family, and this was the first time she had met them. It was understandable that she was nervous. His current actions were like trying to isolate Song Wan from Een Mingran, making him even more embarrassed. Oh, you must be Xiaoran's classmates? Thank you for your help to Xiaoran. I need to talk to her alone now. Song Wan pointed to Een Mingran behind Zhou Heng and said politely to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng had no reason to block Een Mingran's aunt, so he slowly moved aside. Een Mingran still seemed a little timid. Even though she was certain that the person in front of her was her aunt, she wasn't sure if her aunt meant her any harm. After all, she had already seen many malicious relatives. Some even believe they have inherited a considerable fortune and want to seize it all. It's okay, we're here. Don't go too far. Zhou Heng whispered something to Een Mingran. These words gave Een Mingran a lot of courage. With Zhou Heng and Tang Ji by her side, she figured there wouldn't be any danger. So Yin Minggran nodded, slowly walked forward, and came to Song Wan's side. They went to a place not far away together. As Song Wan walked, she glanced back and saw that Zhou Heng and Tang Ji were still staring intently at them. Song Wan chuckled and said, "Your classmates are really good to you. I'll treat them to a meal another day to repay them for their help." Yin Minggran didn't respond. She knew that Song Wan had no idea how much these two had helped her. Could a meal possibly repay such a life-saving debt? The two didn't go far, standing where Zhou Heng and the others could see them. Song Wan gently took Yin Minggran's hand and slowly spoke. "You've worked so hard, you've endured so much. I know you don't know me at all, because I was very young when I left, and now you've grown up so much and become so beautiful, I almost didn't recognize you. I'm actually okay, because he's here." Yin Minggran responded softly, her eyes involuntarily glancing at Zhou Heng not far away. Song Wan frowned slightly, but did not pursue the matter further, because that wasn't her goal. After pausing for a few seconds, she continued, "Tomorrow or the day after, take me to my sister's grave, to see her. It's such a pity I didn't get to see her one last time." Yin Minggran nodded and said, "Tomorrow is fine, but the day after tomorrow is not so good. I have to go to school the day after tomorrow." After Yin Minggran finished speaking, Song Wan shook her head and sighed. "You don't need to continue studying here. I'll process your withdrawal procedures later." "Huh? What? After we visit my sister, you'll come with me, and I'll take you abroad." Chapter 150. Otherwise, would you still dare to reply at this point? Foreign countries? No, I won't go. I absolutely won't go. Yin Minggran shook her head repeatedly and refused without hesitation after realizing what was happening. Song Wan was somewhat surprised and asked, "Why? What are you going to do here? Come with me. I'll take care of you and give you a good education. It will definitely be much better than what you are now. Plus, you'll have me as family, so you won't have to worry about anything anymore." Without any time to think, Yin Minggran resolutely answered, "No, Auntie, thank you, but I don't want to leave. I need to visit my parents during holidays, that's for sure. I can't go that far. Besides, I have family here too." Yin Minggran's voice grew softer and softer until she even lowered her head, as if she didn't want Song Wan to hear what she was saying. Even so, Song Wan heard it clearly. She opened her mouth, her gaze fixed, and remained silent for a long time, as if trying to understand Yin Minggran's words. "Do you have family here too? Could it be her biological father?" In just 1 second, Song Wan rejected the answer. Absolutely impossible. How could her biological father possibly find her? They hadn't seen each other for over a decade. Was she referring to her grandparents? But when I went to ask about Yin Minggran's whereabouts, they had no idea and didn't want to know. It was obvious that Yin Minggran wasn't talking about them. Who exactly is that family? Just as Song Wan was about to say something, her phone suddenly rang. So she took out her phone and answered the call. After answering the phone, she spoke to the other party in a foreign language, not English, so Yin Minggran couldn't understand it. After finishing speaking, Song Wan hung up the phone, looked at Yin Minggran, and said, "Here's what you're doing. Give me your phone number, and we'll meet tomorrow. Then, go back and think carefully about what I'm saying. After all, you're my sister, the only person I'm worried about leaving in this world. I'm also your aunt, and I have to take responsibility for you." As she spoke, Song Wan stepped forward with her phone, intending to get Yin Minggran's contact information. Yin Minggran didn't say much. She was going to see her mother tomorrow, and of course she was happy to. So he gave Song Wan his own number. After saving the phone number, Song Wan started rummaging through her bag, appearing rather hurried. Yin Minggran had no idea what she was going to do. The next second, Song Wan pulled out a large wad of cash from her bag. "Here, your aunt doesn't have that much cash on her. Take this and spend it. Have a nice meal and a nice place to stay tonight." Before Yin Minggran could react, Song Wan shoved the banknotes into Yin Minggran's hand. "Hey." Yin Minggran was about to refuse and return the favor, but Song Wan didn't give her the chance. She turned around and left, leaving Yin Minggran with only a hurried back view. Yin Minggran watched Song Wan's retreating figure, somewhat at a loss, looking at the banknotes in her hand, which probably amounted to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. She thought to herself that she definitely couldn't spend the money, She could only keep it and return it to Songwon tomorrow. Seeing Songwon leave, Zhou Heng and Tang Ji walked over to Imingran's side. Seeing the banknotes in her hand, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Imingran's face showed only helplessness. What's going on? Zhou Heng gently placed his hand on Imingran's shoulder and asked her a question. They were just watching from a distance and didn't know what they were saying. All I could see was Imingran waving her hands and shaking her head, as if she were rejecting something. This. Imingran was about to speak, but then she thought, she would never agree to go abroad. There's no need to tell Zhou Heng and the others about this, right? No. She didn't say anything, just that I should go with her to see my mother tomorrow. Oh, I see. Zhou Heng nodded in sudden understanding, then exchanged a glance with Tang Ji, and the two immediately understood each other. Then we'll go with you tomorrow, to see your uncle and aunt. Zhou Heng felt that as Imingran's boyfriend, he should also go and pay respects to her parents. Tang Ji, for both emotional and logical reasons, naturally had to go as well. She had planned to play games tomorrow, but in the face of something like this, games should be put aside. Okay. Imingran thought for a moment and then agreed. She really wanted to take Zhou Heng and Tang Ji with her. Let your parents meet your boyfriend and your best friend. My parents in heaven must be at peace knowing how good they were to me. Beep. Just then, the three heard a horn sound. They turned around and saw Lu Wei leaning out of the car, smiling and waving. Zhou Heng, Xiaoran, Xiaoji, over here. They're here. Zhou Heng responded and walked over first with Tang Ji. Imingran paused for a moment, looked down at the banknotes in her hand, straightened them, and put them in her pocket. Then he looked up, a smile returning to his face. Coming, Mom. The three of them went to the car. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji sat in the back, giving the passenger seat to Imingran. Imingran paused for a moment, then sat down without saying anything. Mom. Hello, Auntie. Mom. Hello, long time no see. The three greeted each other, and Lu Wei immediately beamed with joy, replying, Good, good, good kids. How did you all do on the exam? Zhou Heng shook his head helplessly and whispered, Mom, could you please not ask about grades as soon as you get in the car? Honestly. Hey, Zhou Heng, you did well on the exam this time, right? Otherwise, would you dare to say something at a time like this? Lu Wei's words directly exposed Zhou Heng's true intentions. He lowered his head in embarrassment, thinking to himself, this really is my mother. I can't hide anything from her. Imingran and Tang Ji couldn't help but laugh and giggled. Imingran quickly spoke up, saying, Mom, Zhou Heng ranked 89th this time. He's already in the upper middle range of the class. Zhou Heng remained silent, appearing embarrassed, but secretly pleased. He's never gotten such good grades in his entire life. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's face lit up with surprise and delight, and she said, Wow, really? My son is amazing. Xiaoran, you're so talented. You've helped Zhou Heng improve so quickly. Hey, I didn't do anything special. It's mainly because Zhou Heng is very hard-working and smart. Imingran smiled shyly, scratched her head, and looked as if she had received praise from Zhou Heng. For her, the first priority was to receive praise from Zhou Heng, and the second priority was Lu Wei. And what about you and Xiaoji? How are you two doing? Lu Wei continued to ask questions, and this time, it was Zhou Heng's turn to answer. One is first in the grade, and the other is third in the grade. Chapter 151. What exactly does my family do? Really? Oh my God. You two are amazing. You're so great. You're beautiful and have such good grades. You're the most perfect girls. Lu Wei's eyes widened, her face showing utter surprise and delight, and the corners of her mouth turned up in a happy smile. Imingran and Tang Ji were both a little embarrassed. After all, it seemed like it had been a long time since they had experienced such praise from their elders. Only Lu Wei could truly appreciate them. Only she could offer such emotional support. Zhou Heng slowly uttered a sentence from behind. Then guess who's number one? His actions were like digging a pit for his mother. He wanted to see what kind of answer she would give. Without hesitation, Lu Wei spoke up, saying, Is there even a need to guess? With Tang Ji's uncompetitive personality, Xiaoran will definitely be first. But first and third place are the same. They're both better than you anyway. So why don't you hurry up and work harder? Puff. These words made Tang Ji and Yin Mingran laugh again. Zhou Heng pursed his lips, secretly admiring his mother. He already had the answer in his heart, yet he could still speak so tactfully, giving Tang Ji a way out while also using himself as a stepping stone. After all, he's my own son, so I can only speak for myself. All right, let's go eat. Let's have something good to eat today. Lu Wei started the car and drove away from the school gate. This time, they actually drove straight to a rather luxurious hotel. Auntie, it's just a simple meal. There's no need to come to such a nice place, is there? Tang Ji glanced around. This hotel was quite extraordinary. At least the locals knew about it and were aware of its class. They probably only come here when entertaining distinguished guests. So going to a place like this just to invite 3 high school students to dinner seems a bit excessive. It's okay, it doesn't matter where we eat. There are only 4 of us, so we can't eat that much. Lu Wei gave a casual reply and then drove directly into the parking lot. Zhou Heng rested his cheek on his arm, leaning against the car window, looking out. He watched Lu Wei drive past empty parking spaces one after another, and couldn't help but frown. A hint of doubt arose in Zhou Heng's mind. He was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Lu Wei parked the car in what appeared to be a designated parking space. Zhou Heng was even more puzzled. There were so many empty parking spaces, why didn't he even look at them and head straight here? All right, let's go. Lu Wei parked the car and then got out with the 3 of them. She walked ahead alone, while Zhou Heng and the other 2 followed behind. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they could all see the confusion in each other's eyes. Neither of them said it aloud. They just exchanged glances. The 3 then followed Lu Wei into the hotel. While they waited, Lu Wei spoke with the front desk manager. They were then led to a small private room. After everyone was seated, Zhou Heng asked, "Mom, do you come here often?" Lu Wei gently shook her head and replied, "No." Just as Lu Wei finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the private room. The manager walked in, bent down, and asked in Lu Wei's ear, "Would you like to retrieve the wine you've stored?" Zhou Heng, Yin Mingran, and Tang Ji all looked at Lu Wei with ambiguous smiles. "They've stored all this wine here, and you still say you don't come here often?" Lu Wei waved her hand somewhat awkwardly, signaling the manager to leave. Only after the manager left did she explain helplessly, "Oh, I only come here occasionally to meet clients. I don't come here very often." "Client?" Zhou Heng frowned, looking at his mother with a puzzled expression before asking, "Mom, what exactly does my family do? Why didn't you and Dad tell me?" "Huh? You don't even know that yourself?" Tang Ji looked at Zhou Heng in surprise, somewhat incredulous. How can a son not know what his parents do for a living? Yin Mingran was also somewhat surprised. Actually, she had always felt that Zhou Heng's family was quite well off, but she hadn't inquired about it in detail. Zhou Heng spread his hands, saying helplessly, "I don't know. I've always been told I'm involved in business and trading, so I never asked any further questions. I give up." Tang Ji shook her head, looking at Zhou Heng speechlessly, thinking to herself that her son was really clueless, not even paying attention to what his family did. Lu Wei chuckled softly and replied calmly, "We haven't done any big business, but we still need a decent hotel to entertain our clients, so don't overthink it. Here's what we'll do. After you finish your college entrance exam, I'll take you to see the family business. You can help out there. In the meantime, just focus on your studies." "All right." Zhou Heng nodded and was thus fooled. Tang Ji and Yin Mingran were both somewhat surprised. No wonder Zhou Heng still didn't know the truth. He was so easily fooled. After the dishes were served, the 4 of them began to eat. During this time, Tang Ji gave Zhou Heng a look, and Zhou Heng immediately understood, looking towards Yin Mingran. At that moment, Yin Mingran and Zhou Heng made eye contact, and the 3 of them seemed to have connected on the same wavelength. Lu Wei didn't even look up, typing on her phone as she spoke. "What are you 3 doing? Is there something you want to tell me?" "Well," Zhou Heng scratched his head, looking embarrassed. He now wants to tell his mother about his relationship with Yin Mingran. "I did well on the exam this time, so I should be able to withdraw my application now, right? As long as I get my mother's consent, there's nothing to be afraid of, and I can rest assured." Zhou Heng hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. It seems she's still mentally preparing herself, thinking about what to do if the outcome isn't good. Just then, Yin Mingran was the first to stand up. Mom. What's wrong? Lu Wei turned to look at Yin Min Gran, smiled slightly, her eyes full of tenderness, like a mother looking at her own daughter with doting affection. Upon seeing Lu Wei's smiling face, Yin Min Gran momentarily shrank back. But the next second, she steeled her resolve. After all, this was important. If Zhou Heng couldn't bring himself to say it, then she would do it. Then, she bowed and slowly began to speak. I wanted to tell you that. I've been with Zhou Heng for over a month now, and I hope I can get your permission. Chapter 152 reassured her that Xiao Ran was entrusted to me. After Yin Min Gran finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. Zhou Heng kept a close eye on his mother's expression, trying to discern any change in her face. However, Lu Wei's expression remained unchanged. She continued to smile as she looked at Yin Min Gran. At this moment, Tang Ji also stepped forward, realizing that she should say something as well. Aunt, I think they are quite a good match. Yin Min Gran is so sensible and does well in her studies. She can help Zhou Heng improve so much. This is a good thing. Hearing Tang Ji step forward to persuade her, Lu Wei turned to look at Zhou Heng, frowned slightly, and said, Aren't you going to say anything? You even have two girls speak up for you. You're really something. How can you be so timid? Zhou Heng lowered his head and said, Yes, you're right to teach me a lesson. So, what do you think about my relationship with Yin Min Gran? Lu Wei sighed and said, Sigh, treat her well. Honestly, I knew you'd have designs on Xiao Ran, just like your old man. Yin Min Gran immediately beamed with joy, having gained Zhou Heng's mother's approval, which was of great significance to her. My dad. Zhou Heng was taken aback, because his mother had mentioned his father. In his memory, it seemed that he hadn't seen his father for a long time, nor had they been in contact. The father and son didn't ask each other about each other, like strangers. But none of that matters. The most important thing is that my relationship with Yin Min Gran has finally been recognized. This is incredibly joyous news. Then, Lu Wei continued, You should treat them well, otherwise, how can you face their deceased parents? Zhou Heng suddenly realized that they really were going to visit Yin Min Gran's parents tomorrow. So Zhou Heng spoke directly. The three of us are really going to visit Yin Min Gran's parents tomorrow. Oh, that's true, we should go. Well then, I'm free tomorrow, so I'll go with you and tell Xiao Ran's mother that she can rest assured and entrust Xiao Ran to me. Oh, you're going too. Yin Min Gran was somewhat surprised, never expecting that her godmother was going to pay respects to her biological mother. She couldn't even imagine the plot of this story. The key thing is, besides them, my aunt will probably be there tomorrow too. These people shouldn't have any conflicts, right? After eating, the four of them then left. When it came time to pay, Lu Wei didn't scan the code or pay in cash at all. Instead, she directly told the cashier something. Afterwards, the group left directly, which puzzled Zhou Heng, but he kept his doubts to himself. He felt he would find out sooner or later, just not now. Lu Wei first took Tang Ji home, then Zhou Heng and Yin Min Gran. After the two got out of the car, Lu Wei looked at the two people outside and said, By the way, get up a little earlier tomorrow. I've already found a place for you to stay. I'll call the moving company in the morning. Once you're up, pack your things. Okay, I understand. Zhou Heng and Yin Min Gran agreed, and then turned to go home. At this moment, Lu Wei suddenly called out to them again. All right, wait a minute. Zhou Heng and Yin Min Gran stopped and turned to look at Lu Wei. Yin Min Gran spoke first. What's wrong, Mom? Is there anything else? Lu Wei smiled and waved, gesturing for the two to come over. Zhou Heng and Yin Min Gran exchanged a glance, then walked back with some surprise. Then, Lu Wei took out an envelope and handed it to Zhou Heng. Here, this is your living expenses. Be careful with it. Oh ho. Zhou Heng took the envelope, his eyes lighting up immediately. He eagerly opened it, wanting to see what was inside. Wow, so much. Mom, why are you being so generous this time? Zhou Heng glanced at it, and saw that there were more banknotes inside than the living expenses he had been given before, almost twice as much. This thickness is probably around 8,000 pieces. Lu Wei nodded and said, This is a reward for you. You've made such great progress, so it's only natural to give you a little more. But you can't spend it all on the game. You have to spend this money wisely. Okay, don't worry. Just as Zhou Hong was still happy about receiving so much living expenses, Lu Wei suddenly pulled out an even thicker red envelope. Here you go, sweetheart. This is for you. It's a reward for getting first place in the grade. Keep up the good work. Ah. Zhou Hong stared wide-eyed at the envelope in front of him, which was much thicker than the one in his hand, and was completely dumbfounded. At least this is my living expenses, while that's just a reward of pocket money. And it looks like they have significantly more than I do. No. Mom, I can't take this money. Yin Minggran was also stunned. She could tell at a glance that there was a lot of money in the red envelope, at least 20,000 yuan. She definitely can't accept that. Before meeting Zhou Hong, she had very little money and could barely afford to eat. But after meeting Zhou Hong, she seemed to receive money frequently, whether it was given by Zhou Heng's mother, by teacher Wang, or by his aunt. Now she doesn't know what to do with her money, and since it's all unearned, how can she feel at ease spending it? Lu Wei barely gave Yin Minggran a chance to refuse before shoving the object into her arms. Yin Minggran was already used to this kind of operation. These people would always forcefully give her money. Hey, if you still consider me your mother, then hurry up and take it. Oh, and keep it for yourself. Don't let Zhou Hong use it to pay for games. Zhou Hong was speechless for a moment, his face filled with helplessness and exasperation. I hardly ever play games anymore, so why does my mother still see me as someone who constantly spends money on games? But, alright, I'm leaving now. You guys go back now, see you tomorrow. Then, Lu Wei stepped on the gas and drove away. Zhou Hong and Yin Minggran watched the car drive further and further away until its taillights disappeared from sight. Then they looked at each other. Yin Minggran looked down at the red envelope in her hand. Holding it, it felt even thicker. There really was at least 20,000 yuan inside. Zhou Hong glanced at his living expenses and realized they looked rather meager. However, he didn't feel too resentful, since he was quite happy that the money went to Yin Minggran and had no objections. Just then, Yin Minggran suddenly reached out and handed the red envelope to Zhou Hong, whispering, "Here, is it for you?" Chapter 153. Even if Zhou Hong does nothing, he can still live a life free from worries about food and clothing. This is for you, keep it. Anyway, it's the same whether you give it to me or I do it. As Zhou Hong spoke, he slapped the envelope in his hand onto the red envelope, and he and Yin Minggran took both of them. Yin Minggran raised her head, stared at Zhou Hong's face, and paused slightly in surprise. Then, she smiled and nodded. Okay, I understand. Yin Minggran knew that Zhou Hong didn't want them to separate themselves too clearly. It doesn't matter whether the money belongs to her or Zhou Hong, because they will always spend it on each other. The two went upstairs together and returned home. Stepping inside, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Gazing at the living room before me, a flood of memories seemed to wash over me. They're moving out tomorrow, and tonight is their last night here. Yin Minggran was still a little reluctant to leave. After all, she had lived here with Zhou Hong for about 2 months. When she first arrived here soaking wet, she was terrified and kept a distance from Zhou Hong. Fear and unease had completely taken over her mind. But now, she completely considers this place her home, and she'll feel a little reluctant to leave tomorrow. Even though she knew she would still be with Zhou Hong, she didn't care about the size of the room. A smaller room meant she could be closer to Zhou Hong. Let's pack our things together. Good. The two stood in the living room and saw that there were still a lot of things in the house. It would take a long time to tidy them up. Especially Zhou Hong's workout gear. It's really a hassle to pack it all up. Zhou Hong immediately rolled up his sleeves and started packing. He was responsible for packing the heavy items. Yin Minggran quickly joined in, tidying up some miscellaneous items. However, while she was tidying up, her eyes would occasionally glance towards Zhou Hong. The look in his eyes seemed to suggest he wanted to say something, but there was also a hint of hesitation. She was still thinking about what had happened today. This Song Wan, who is also her aunt, would definitely be her lifeline if she had appeared before she met Zhou Hong. Wherever Song Wan asked her to go, she would go. But it was Zhou Hong who appeared before him first, saving him so many times. Everything he has now is thanks to Zhou Hong. Therefore, even if she is her own aunt and treats her well, she can't compare to Zhou Hong. Therefore, she would never accept her suggestion and would never leave Zhou Hong. This matter also needs to be discussed with Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong, In Mingran put down what she was holding and gently called out to Zhou Heng. What's wrong? Zhou Heng turned his head and looked at In Mingran. Seeing that she seemed to want to say something important, Zhou Heng put down what he was holding and walked over to her. In Mingran lowered her head slightly and said, Well, I ran into my aunt today, and she didn't know you were my boyfriend or that we lived together. She thought I was having a hard time, so she said she wanted to take me abroad. After In Mingran finished speaking, Zhou Heng's eyes widened suddenly, and In Mingran quickly explained, but I firmly refused. I definitely won't go. I want to stay with you forever. Towards the end, her voice became very soft, but Zhou Heng could still hear her clearly. After listening, Zhou Heng did not immediately respond, and the atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. In Mingran was very nervous because she didn't know what Zhou Heng would say or whether he would be angry with her because of this. After a moment, Zhou Heng slowly opened his mouth and murmured, Life abroad is really great. No. No matter if it's good or bad, Before In Mingran could finish speaking, Zhou Heng suddenly stepped forward, opened his arms, and embraced her. In Mingran looked surprised, rested her chin on Zhou Heng's shoulder, and reflexively wrapped her arms around his waist. Their heartbeats seemed to merge at that moment, pounding at the same accelerating frequency. In Mingran's unease gradually disappeared, as if she could forget everything in Zhou Heng's arms. After a long silence, Zhou Heng spoke in a very soft voice. If you want to go abroad, I'll talk to my family, and I'll go with you. In Mingran's eyes were filled with disbelief. She suddenly froze, and her heartbeat, which had just stabilized, began to race again. Before she could say anything, Zhou Heng continued, Because I also want you to be with your family, and I also hope to be with you forever. So, if you go abroad, I will go with you. Zhou Heng. As In Mingran looked into Zhou Heng's eyes, they slowly welled up with tears, as if they were about to well up at the corners of her eyes. But the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and her eyes were filled with love for Zhou Heng. The next second, she put her arm around Zhou Heng's shoulder and leaned her head closer. Her lips were warm, as if carrying an electric current, and they covered Zhou Heng's lips, slowly moving away, as if trying to restrain herself, yet yearning for him immensely, her dissatisfaction only at this point. After a long while, In Mingran reluctantly parted ways, saying softly, You're so kind, but everything I have is from you, and I am yours too. So wherever you are, I will be there, and I will never leave you. I think the same way. They looked at each other, appreciating the love in each other's eyes, and then smiled at one another. All right, let's get back to cleaning. As night fell, the moonlight flickered under the cover of dark clouds. Tang Ji returned home, and after entering the house, seeing that the kitchen light was still on, she looked into the kitchen and saw her mother, Zhou Yalan, still washing dishes and tidying up. Tang Ji leaned against the kitchen door frame, arms crossed, and spoke softly. Mom, oh my God, you scared me. Zhou Yalan turned around and was startled. Tang Ji appeared behind her without her noticing, which startled her so much that she almost dropped the bowl in her hand. Tang Ji slowly stepped forward and asked, Mom, do you know what Zhou Heng's family does? She raised her questions. She had already begun to have doubts today, but out of politeness, she was too embarrassed to ask, so she went home and asked her mother instead. Zhou Yalan was taken aback upon hearing Tang Ji's question. Then, she seemed to understand something, smiled helplessly, and said, Don't ask, but I can tell you that Zhou Heng can live a life of comfort even if he does nothing. Chapter 154 Everything I have now is thanks to him. Early the next morning, Zhou Heng and In Mingran packed their things and got up early. Zhou Heng then called his mother. Hello? Mom, we've all packed. When are you coming? Son, I have some things to take care of here. I've called a moving company. You guys pack your things and head over there. I'll come find you this afternoon, Dad. Oh well. Zhou Heng had just hung up the phone when the moving company came knocking on the door. Afterwards, they moved all their belongings downstairs, loaded them into their car, and left together. Zhou Heng and In Mingran sat in the car, taking one last look at the place where they lived together. The car drove to their new home. It's a little far from the school, but it's not a big deal. It only adds a few minutes to the journey. The landlord was still waiting for them at their new home. Jo Hung and In Min Gran entered the house, which was very spacious and much better than where they had stayed before. The 2 bedrooms are fully furnished, so you can practically move in with just your suitcase and don't need to tidy up at all. The moving company people brought all the belongings upstairs and left. The bill had already been settled. Jo Hung and In Min Gran began to slowly pack up, taking out their belongings and tidying them up. When it came time to tidy up the bedrooms, the 2 stood at the doorways of the 2 bedrooms, compared them briefly, and immediately figured out which was the master bedroom. Without any discussion, the 2 of them packed all their belongings and moved them to the master bedroom. After all, they had already agreed that even if they moved, they would still live together. After settling in Min Gran received a message from Tang Ji asking for their new home's address. Min Gran sent the location of her new home, and Tang Ji said she would be there in a little while. Jo Hung and Min Gran rested on the sofa. This time, the sofa was big enough to seat 7 or 8 people. They no longer had to squeeze onto that small sofa that could only fit 1 person. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Min Gran stood up to open it, and there stood Tang Ji. She usually wears light-colored clothes, but today she wore dark-colored ones. "This is your new home. It's really nice." After Tang Ji entered, she looked around and nodded repeatedly. This is definitely much better than where they lived before, and the rent must have been extremely expensive. But then she remembered what her mother had said last night, and she wasn't surprised anymore. The more her mother forbade her to ask, the more curious she became. However, she couldn't ask Jo Hung about this, because even Jo Hung himself didn't know. "Where's my aunt? Didn't she come?" "Yes, she won't be here until the afternoon. Let's go have lunch first." Jo Hung stood up, ready to go out to eat with the 2 of them, since they had just moved in and hadn't had time to cook. The 3 of them went out together, chose a restaurant, and ate together. During that time, the 3 of them talked about something. Although Tang Ji intentionally or unintentionally tried to steer the conversation towards Jo Hung, wanting to discuss what Jo Hung's family did. Why did his mother exaggerate so much, as if Jo Hung were a rich 2nd generation? But no matter how he asked, Jo Hung seemed to know nothing, as if it wasn't his family's business. Buzz. Just then, In Min Gran's phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was a call from Song Won, her aunt. "Hello, Auntie. Auntie." After answering the phone, In Min Gran seemed a little embarrassed to say it aloud, as if she was being reluctant. After all, they weren't close, and she couldn't bring herself to call them anything more affectionate. "Hey, Ran, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm eating right now. I'll send you my location." After hanging up the phone, In Min Gran added Song Won as a friend and sent her their location. Several tens of minutes later, Song Won arrived here. She stood at the entrance, staring at the restaurant before her, and frowned slightly before slowly walking inside. Seeing In Min Gran sitting there, with Jo Hung and Tang Ji, whom she had met yesterday, Song Won frowned even more. Song Won walked over, and before In Min Gran could speak, she interrupted. Ran, why are you eating in a place like this? Didn't I give you money? Why don't you go eat something better?" In Min Gran paused for a moment, then stammered. I think it's pretty good." "What's so great about that? Really, let's go. I'll take you to eat something else, and let your 2 classmates come along too." Song Won reached out her hand, wanting to pull In Min Gran away from there, and as she left, she didn't forget to call out to Jo Hung and Tang Ji. The 2 exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Auntie, let's eat here, it's all the same. Anyway, after we finish eating, we're going to visit my mom. That's the most important thing." In Min Gran refused without even thinking about it. To her, it didn't matter where she ate, because none of them taste as good as Jo Hung's cooking. Seeing that she couldn't pull In Min Gran away, Song Won simply sat down, sighed, and said, "Sigh, you've just been living a hard life for too long. Once you come abroad with me, I guarantee you'll never have to live like this again." "About this, Auntie, I told you, I won't go abroad with you. I'm staying here." "Huh? No. Why? You're all alone, and you can't even take care of yourself. How can I feel at ease?" In Min Gran turned to look at Jo Hung across from her, hesitated for a moment. Then, she stretched out her hand, pointed at Jo Hung, and said, "Auntie, this is Jo Hung, He is my boyfriend. Everything I have now is given to me by him, so I will not leave him. Song Won's eyes widened immediately, her face filled with surprise. After glancing at Jo Hong, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Hello, Auntie. Jo Hong nodded and greeted Song Won. Song Won's expression was not good. Just as she was about to say something, her phone rang. Buzz. Song Won took out her phone, glanced at it, and looked up to say, "Let's talk about it when I get back." Then, he stood up and hurriedly went out the door. Song Won arrived outside the restaurant, answered the phone, and spoke with the person on the other end in a foreign language. After a while, a car stopped in front of the restaurant. A woman got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant. This woman was Zhou Heng's mother, Lu Wei. She learned from Zhou Heng that they were eating here, so she rushed over. Song Won looked up and glanced at it. Then suddenly her eyes widened. The phone was already down when the caller still hadn't hung up. Lu Wei saw Song Won at the door, gave her a strange look, then ignored her and went straight into the restaurant. Song Won quickly recovered and stopped standing there, speaking up immediately. You are President Lu? What are you doing here? Chapter 155. I'm relieved that you've taken her in. Who are you? Lu Wei stopped and stared at Song Won with a surprised look. She looked her up and down but couldn't recognize her. We had discussions before. Oh, right. Song Won quickly took out her business card from her bag, presented it to Lu Wei with both hands, and said. Lu Wei took it, glanced at it, nodded silently, and murmured, "Oh, I remember now. What's wrong? Is there something you need?" No. But how did you end up in a place like this? Song Won shook her head awkwardly and asked with some surprise. In such a small place, to see someone she never expected is truly hard to understand. Lu Wei didn't see anything wrong with it and answered frankly, "I'm here to see my son and his family. I don't know what you're doing here, but remember, don't talk about work in front of my son." Lu Wei's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, causing Song Won to feel a slight sense of apprehension. Okay. Song Won nodded repeatedly, first agreeing. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. Looking for my son? Here? Why would the son of such a person appear in a place like this? Lu Wei bypassed Song Won and walked into the restaurant. Song Won quickly hung up the phone, and immediately afterward, her entire demeanor changed. Just moments ago, he had an arrogant attitude that looked down on this place, but now he was following behind Lu Wei like her secretary, and his back wasn't as straight anymore. She knew perfectly well that she couldn't afford to offend the person in front of her. The difference in their levels was far too great. Normally, even just wanting to meet up is extremely difficult, but I never expected to run into him here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I perform well, I might be able to gain some benefits. After Lu Wei entered the restaurant, she immediately saw Zhou Heng and the others sitting there, so she smiled and walked over. "I'm here, my darlings," Lu Wei said happily, then walked over and sat down directly next to Yin Minggran. Yin Minggran initially thought it was her aunt returning, but when she turned around and saw it was Zhou Heng's mother, she quickly smiled and greeted her. "Ah, Mom, you're here." "Yes. Sorry, I had some things to do this morning." Lu Wei put down her bag, smiled slightly, and spoke in a soft voice, a stark contrast to her previous stern demeanor. Song Won, who was following behind, stopped abruptly and stood still. At this moment, she seemed completely stunned. Her throat moved as if she were swallowing, as if her throat was dry. She never expected that the people Lu Wei was looking for were Yin Minggran and her group. This was completely unrelated to her. She thought they would never cross paths in their lives, yet they seemed to have such a close relationship. Lu Wei also said that she came to find her son. The only one here who could possibly be Lu Wei's son is this burly boy in front of us. Looking closely now, the two of them do indeed have many similar facial features. However, this guy? Yin Minggran just said he's her boyfriend, right? In other words, Yin Minggran's boyfriend is Lu Wei's son. Hiss. In an instant, Song Won understood the situation, gasped, and almost fainted with her eyes wide open. Such a dramatic situation actually happened. No wonder Yin Minggran didn't want to go abroad. With a boyfriend from such a family, who would want to go? Cough. Songwon coughed awkwardly to the side. She stood there somewhat flustered, unsure of what to do. Only then did Een Mingran and the others notice Songwon's presence. She quickly stood up, glanced at Lu Wei, and explained. Mom, let me introduce you, this is my aunt. Mom. Songwon's eyes nearly popped out. She was so shocked, she couldn't close her mouth. Are they already married? Is Lu Wei now Een Mingran's mother-in-law? Otherwise, why would she call her mom directly? This is too fast. Or did I find out too late? Lu Wei looked up at Songwon, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her face. Oh, I see. You're Xiaoran's aunt. Hello. My name is Lu Wei. I'm Xiaoran's godmother. I took her in because I heard about her situation. You don't mind, do you? Lu Wei's last sentence was spoken more slowly and in a deeper tone, and only Songwon saw the look in her eyes at that moment. Songwon suddenly widened her eyes, stared blankly for a few seconds, then shook her head repeatedly and said, Of course. I don't mind at all. I'm relieved that you've taken her in. This is truly a wonderful thing. She seemed to have discovered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and knew exactly how to seize it. After all, if that's really the case, then wouldn't I have somehow managed to establish some kind of connection? The other three were puzzled. They weren't stupid. It was obvious that Songwon seemed very respectful towards Lu Wei. Even if someone is polite, they wouldn't be this polite, would they? Obviously, they knew each other before, right? But how is that possible? Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction and said, All right, let's sit down and have dinner together. We'll go visit Xiaoran's mother this afternoon, okay? You don't have any objections, do you? No. Let's go together. My sister's spirit in heaven would be so happy to know. Songwon quickly sat down, on the other side of Een Mingran. She's completely changed from how she was complaining about this place a moment ago. Now, even if you ask her to leave, she won't budge. She simply doesn't want to go. Auntie, didn't you just say you were going to say something when you got back? At that moment, Een Mingran's words startled her so much that she immediately sat up straight, her eyes inadvertently glancing towards Lu Wei. Before she left, she did say she would talk about it when she got back. It seems, it's about Een Mingran's relationship. My initial thought was definitely to break them up. But who knew this boy's mother had such a powerful background? I forgot what I was going to say, so maybe. Songwon waved her hand, trying to change the subject. But the next second, Zhou spoke up, saying, Does that mean you agree to me being with Een Mingran? And about not taking her abroad? That should be okay, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei frowned and turned to look at Songwon. Songwon felt a chill run through her body in an instant. Lu Wei's gaze was like needles piercing her skin. That. Chapter 156 This life will always be like this. Songwon stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time, as if someone were choking her. She's completely speechless now, and really doesn't know how to explain herself. The atmosphere became tense for a moment, with everyone secretly glancing at Lu Wei, as if waiting for her to make a statement. After a moment, Lu Wei slowly spoke and asked, Since that's the case, as the parent who is most qualified to discipline Xiaoran right now, I want to ask, is it okay for Xiaoran to be with my son? Although my son's grades aren't very good yet, he's definitely genuinely good to Xiaoran. Please give him a chance, okay? Sure. Of course. I can see it too. Your son is outstanding, handsome, and has an extraordinary bearing. He's sure to have a bright future. Songwon nodded repeatedly in agreement. How could she dare to say no now? Lu Wei spoke politely on the surface, but she could tell that there was a threat in her words. Although it wasn't very obvious, she could still tell from it. If you refuse, you'll be met with much less polite words. Hearing these words of praise, Zhou Heng's lips twitched. He thought to himself, this person really changes his tune quickly. Just now, when he heard that he was Een Mingran's boyfriend, her eyes practically stabbed him. At this moment, Lu Wei suddenly changed the subject and continued. Then you just said, you wanted to take Xiaoran abroad? Excuse me, is abroad really that good? Can you guarantee it's as good as China? You mean, Xiaoran can receive a better education abroad than she can in China, and enjoy a better life? Eat better and dress warmly? I don't think so. Tell me, what's the difference in living abroad? Lu Wei's words pressed on relentlessly, seemingly giving Song-won no chance to breathe. However, Song-won wasn't someone who couldn't solve everything, she explained. No, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that at all. I just thought she was all alone here, with no one to take care of her. As her family, of course my first thought was to bring her with me and take care of her. I didn't think she would be better off abroad. It's just that I could take care of her. Song-won's words drew scorn from both Jo-hung and Tang-ji. Just now, the way she tried to take Eun Min-gran away made it seem as if Eun Min-gran had stepped into some filthy place. People who hold this view generally also believe that things are better abroad than in China. Few people think this kind of thinking is actually quite pathetic. Perhaps it's because she spends almost all her time abroad. Lu Wei gave a soft snort. It was unclear whether she believed it or not. Then she nodded and continued to ask. Since that's the case, you should have seen it by now, right? I'm taking good care of Eun Min-gran now, and she's not worse off than before. So you don't need to take her abroad, do you? Of course. You're right. With such a wonderful godmother like you, I can rest assured that Xiao Ran will be doing well. Song-won quickly echoed. How could she dare to take Eun Min-gran abroad? She even wanted Eun Min-gran to take her in and let her stay in the country. Hearing this, Lu Wei finally relaxed her brows and nodded gently. Okay, that's good. As she spoke, she slowly raised her hand, her fingers holding the business card Song-won had given her before she entered. She only showed it briefly before withdrawing her hand and putting it in her pocket. Seeing this, Song-won felt a huge weight lifted from her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. This should mean that their performance was not bad and that they will have more opportunities in the future. If I hadn't performed well, I might have ended up tearing up the business card. She really couldn't say what would happen then. All right, let's eat. Under Lu Wei's influence, everyone ate the meal together in a particularly harmonious manner. There was no arguing, just normal conversation. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to pay respects to Eun Min-gran's parents, buying paper money and other offerings. In the afternoon, guided by Eun Min-gran, the group arrived at her parents' graves. It was a hill far from the city, covered with many tombstones. Some of the graves were overgrown with weeds, suggesting that no one had visited in a long time. Lu Wei and Song-won followed behind Eun Min-gran, their expressions grave. Burying them here is really not a good idea. However, they knew that even with Eun Min-gran's abilities, she couldn't arrange a decent burial for her parents. Xiao Ran, I'll move your parents to a better cemetery, so that at least they can be more comfortable. Lu Wei spoke softly, watching Eun Min-gran's retreating figure, her voice growing heavier with each step she took. Eun Min-gran didn't turn around, but replied softly. Thank you, but no, it's all right. Let them rest well, don't disturb them. The group arrived at two graves, the tombstones inscribed with names. These were the remains of Eun Min-gran's parents. At that moment, Song-won was the first to shed tears. He went straight up, knelt before a grave, and burst into tears. Sis, I'm late. Seeing this, Eun Min-gran couldn't hold back either. Although she managed to lift her head in time, tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably. She kept swallowing, trying not to make a sobbing sound. Throat. Tears streamed down his face, and his throat bobbed incessantly. He looked deeply grieved. Jo-hung and Tang-ji bit their lips and frowned. Seeing Eun Min-gran like this, they really didn't know how to comfort her. The pain of losing both parents is so intense that they can't even say goodbye to them. They might have been having normal conversations and enjoying a happy family time before going to school in the morning. But when they met again, they were already separated by death. They could vaguely sense how desperate Eun Min-gran must have felt at that moment. Lu Wei stepped forward, hugged Eun Min-gran, and whispered in her ear. Okay, baby, have a good talk with mom and dad. They must miss you a lot. Eun Min-gran nodded, then slowly knelt down, pursing her lips and trying to hold back her tears. Dad, Mom, I've come to see you. Don't worry about me. I'm doing very well now. I have a godmother who treats me like her own daughter, good friends who always think of me, and the person I love most in this life. Jo-hung lowered his head slightly, his face filled with sadness. Seeing Eun Min-gran like this pained him deeply. It was as if I could empathize with Eun Min-gran at that moment. At this moment, Lu Wei turned around and glanced at Jo-hung, then patted his shoulder. Jo-hung glanced at his mother, then paused. After a few seconds of eye contact, they nodded in understanding. Then he slowly walked forward and knelt down next to his mother and In Mingran. Auntie, uncle, hello, my name is Zhou Hong. In Mingran's boyfriend. Please don't worry. I will definitely treat her well, and for your sake too, for the rest of my life. It will always be like this. Chapter 157. When you get married, don't forget to call me. Zhou Heng's words greatly surprised Song Wan, who was still sobbing softly beside him. I never expected him to say those things, especially in front of his mother. At least in his words, one could indeed hear sincerity. Looking at Zhou Heng's profile, In Mingran couldn't stop the tears from welling up. She pressed her lips tightly together, her heart pounding. She was well aware of the weight of Zhou Heng's words. Every single one of them brought her immense emotion and a profound sense of happiness. After it was over, everyone went down the mountain together. In Mingran and Lu Wei walked together. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and whispered in her ear, "Mom, thank you for coming." Lu Wei smiled faintly, gently stroking In Mingran's head, and said, "That's only right. I come every year, don't worry." After saying that, she gently patted In Mingran's shoulder, pointed to Zhou Hong in front of her, and continued, "Go ahead. You probably need him a lot right now, right? He needs you too." In Mingran blushed and nodded. Then, he stepped forward and went to Zhou Heng's side. Lu Wei looked at the three people in front of her, a smile appearing on her lips, looking quite pleased. At this moment, Song Wan appeared beside Lu Wei, and Lu Wei's smile vanished instantly. Mr. Lu, can Xiao Ran really be entrusted to your care? It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I'm her aunt, and I have to consider her future." Song Wan mustered her courage and whispered to Lu Wei. She was terrified of Lu Wei. Conversations with her often left her speechless and in a difficult position. But for In Mingran's sake, she still mustered up the courage to say those words to Lu Wei, and even after she finished speaking, she was still worried. Lu Wei glanced at her, startling Song Wan, who trembled slightly. But this time, she noticed that Lu Wei's eyes no longer had that sharp look. They had become gentler. "Oh, don't worry. I'll take good care of Xiao Ran. You can come see her often and contact her, but don't let her be separated from my son, otherwise, I definitely won't agree." Lu Wei spoke softly, her tone becoming very steady, devoid of any threat, which reassured Song Wan. Song Wan thought of what Zhou Hong had just said, nodded, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. When I first learned that your son was Xiao Ran's boyfriend, I did have some less than friendly thoughts because I didn't know what kind of person he was. But now, I know, he's an outstanding person, just like you." "No." Lu Wei suddenly shook her head, under Song Wan's questioning gaze. Lu Wei looked at Zhou Hong ahead and smiled helplessly. "He's nothing like me. He's exactly like his deadbeat father." "Well," Song Wan didn't respond. She didn't know who this old man was either, but since he was married to Lu Wei, he probably wasn't a bad person, right? Lu Wei escorted the group back and then left on her own. She still had other things to do, and she had already achieved the purpose of her trip. Tang Ji watched the car drive away, then turned to Zhou Hong and asked, "Zhou Hong, don't you really want to know what your family does? What if you're a rich kid?" Zhou Hong shook his head without hesitation. "I don't want to. I don't care whether they're rich kids or not. I still spend the same amount of money on living expenses every month. I don't want that much money. What big businesses they run or what big bosses they are is their own business and has little to do with me." "Oh, I see." Tang Ji nodded. She understood what Zhou Hong meant. It seems he really doesn't care what his family does. Come to think of it, even if he did care, what could he do? He wasn't the type to squander money as soon as he found out his family was rich. Whether he cared or not didn't matter. Since his family didn't want him to know so early, he might as well not think about it at all. Seeing Lu Wei leave, Song Wan knew it was time for her to leave as well. She turned to look at In Mingran, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Xiao Ran, I have to go now. I know my visit has put a lot of pressure on you, but don't overthink it. I'm doing this for your own good." "It's okay, Auntie, I don't feel that way. I'm so happy that you still think of me and care about me. I'm very grateful. It's just that I'm doing very well now, and I don't want to change this kind of life." In Mingran quickly bowed slightly and whispered to Song Wan, "Okay, remember to call me if anything happens. No matter what, your aunt will take care of you." And Don't forget to invite me to your wedding. Song Won smiled knowingly, glancing at Zhou Heng, who was chatting with Tang Ji. Upon hearing the word marriage, a faint blush rose on Yin Mingran's cheeks. She lowered her head, gazing at her toes. Good, she answered softly, while simultaneously imagining her own wedding day. Yeah, take care, alright. Suddenly remembering something, Song Won took out 3 thick red envelopes from her bag. I didn't bring that much money with me yesterday, so here's some for you. Your aunt can't help you with daily life, but at least she can help you financially. As she spoke, Song Won was about to hand the red envelope to Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran instinctively refused. She's gotten used to this kind of situation. It's almost become a conditioned reflex. There are always people who inexplicably try to give you money, making it difficult to refuse. It takes a long time to refuse each time, and you always end up failing. Alright, stop arguing with your aunt. It's nothing. Go eat some good food with your boyfriend and friends. Go do some fun things. Remember, life is still beautiful, look forward. Song Won grabbed Yin Mingran's wrist, slapped the red envelope into her palm, and then turned to leave. Watching Song Won's departing figure, Yin Mingran bowed and said, Thank you, auntie. I will remember. I will repay you. Song Won glanced back one last time, a smile playing on her lips, and left without a word. Yin Mingran looked at the 3 red envelopes in her hand. There must be at least 40 or 50,000 yuan in them. She knew her aunt was probably quite wealthy, but even if it was just to take care of her, was it really necessary to give her so much? Or perhaps she actually wanted to give more, but was afraid that if she gave too much, she wouldn't accept it. Yin Mingran thought about it. She now had a total of 70 or 80,000 yuan. If we add Zhou Heng's share, then they'll have at least 100,000 yuan. This is a bit too outrageous for high school students. However, she knew that she had to be careful with these expenses, since there would be even more expenses after starting university, and she needed to plan her spending accordingly. Having a plan is necessary, but occasional indulgence is okay, right? Yin Mingran turned around, looked at Zhou Heng and Tang Ji behind her, and asked, how about we go out and have some fun next week? Chapter 158. You are not allowed to see her anymore. I'm leaving right now. Are you ready? Liao Haomiao quickly typed a message on his phone, then hurriedly put on his clothes, as if in a rush. He had made plans to have dinner with Zhu Tao tonight, as it was the weekend, and he was going to pick her up from downstairs at her apartment building. They have to study at home during the day, and only have time to rest after 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And you can't stay outside for long. You have to be home before 9 p.m. That's why Liao Haomiao was in such a hurry. He needed to seize every second so he could spend more time with Zhu Tao. Yes, I'm ready. I can leave any time. Liao Haomiao received a message from Zhu Tao on the other end of the phone. He glanced at it, then turned off his phone. After getting ready, he left the room. Click. The moment he stepped out of the room, he suddenly froze on the spot. Because he saw his mother standing there, arms crossed, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura that made him afraid to move. What's wrong? Mom? Liao Haomiao asked hesitantly, forcing a smile, but it was very strained. Liao Haomiao's mother tilted her head, frowned, stared at Liao Haomiao, and questioned him. Where are you going? I made plans with a friend to go out for dinner. What's wrong? Liao Haomiao continued to feign composure, desperately trying to tell a lie. But actually, cold sweat was already running down my back, and I was about to be drenched in sweat. Friends? What kind of friends? You're all dressed up so nicely, your hair is all styled, and you're even wearing contact lenses. Are you just ordinary friends? Girls, when you go out with other girls, you have to tidy yourself up, you can't be sloppy. If it were any other girl, Mom would have let you go, but it's that girl from junior high, right? Isn't it? For the past month, I've been turning a blind eye. Do you think you've kept it a secret well? I just didn't want to talk about you. But now you seem to be getting bolder and bolder, not hiding anything anymore. Are you going to bring them home again next time? Liao Haomiao dared not say that he had actually already received it once. No one was home that time, so Zhu Tao brought him back. He invited Zhu Tao upstairs to sit for a while, and then went home after about 10 minutes. If my mom finds out, I'm doomed. Liao Haomiao's mother pressed him relentlessly, forcing him to retreat until he finally plopped down on his bed in his room, too afraid to move. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket and touched his phone, as if afraid his mother would snatch it away. Mom, please let me explain. What's there to explain? I've already said it. If you still want to have anything to do with her, then have her mother come to apologize in person. Otherwise, don't even think about it. If you do this, you'll just get bullied by her family in the future. No. Mom, isn't this request a bit too much? How can I ask someone else's mother to apologize? Can we try something else? How about this? I guarantee I'll get into a top-tier university in the college entrance exam. Can I guarantee that with this? No way. Studying is studying. It has nothing to do with this. Either do as I say, or you're not leaving today, and you're never allowed to see her again. Liao Haomiao's mother slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang. Sigh. Liao Haomiao sat helplessly on the bed, feeling agitated and unsure of what to do. Beep. Just then, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. That sounds like the sound of a voice call ending. Aye. Liao Haomiao quickly took out his phone, glanced at it. Discover. My conversation with Zhu Tao lasted 0:51. Was I just talking to Zhu Tao? He probably accidentally called when he reached into his pocket to get his phone. That means, did Zhu Tao hear everything that just happened? No way. Holy crap. Liao Haomiao was even more desperate at this point. He let go, and the phone rolled to the side. At this moment, at Zhu Tao's home, Zhu Tao stood quietly by the window, which was open, watching the sunset outside. She held the phone to her ear for a while, then slowly put it down. Bang bang. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. When the door opened, Zhu Tao's mother peeked out and saw Zhu Tao standing by the window, somewhat puzzled. She asked softly, Xiao Tao, it's dinner time, do you want some? Zhu Tao shook her head and replied, No, I'm here today. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly, paused for a moment, and still didn't turn around. Okay, I'll go eat in a bit. Then she answered her mother in a flat tone, gazing out the window as the breeze ruffled her hair. Zhu Tao's mother was very surprised and frowned slightly. She pushed open the door and cautiously walked over, wanting to see what Zhu Tao was doing. When she stood next to Zhu Tao, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. You? At this moment, Zhu Tao's lips were tightly closed, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. It glided across her already meticulously made-up face. Xiao Tao, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Zhu Tao shook her head, wiped away her tears, and stammered as she answered. No, it's nothing at all. She spoke while sobbing, unable to hold back her tears. Her mother was even more puzzled. She was fine just a moment ago, so why did she start crying now? Tell Mom, was it Liao Haomiao? Did he make you cry? Did you two have a fight? No, it has nothing to do with him. Zhu Tao shook her head repeatedly, denying this. She heard it clearly on the phone just now. She finally understood why Liao Haomiao often looked thoughtful and worried. This situation is more likely to occur, especially when they go on dates and are having a great time. Now she knew that Liao Haomiao had been thinking about this all along. He knew that if this matter wasn't resolved, then every happy day would be one less to come. She had no idea that Liao Haomiao was carrying so much burden. Then tell Mommy why you're crying. Mommy will definitely help you if I can. Zhu Tao's mother comforted her, gently stroking her back, trying to calm her down. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao paused slightly and glanced at her mother. The next second, her lips moved, and she cried even harder. No, I can't say it. Chapter 159, didn't sleep well? Played games all night. Can't say it? What's there to be unable to say? I'm your mother. What's there to be unable to say to me? Zhu Tao's mother gently hugged Zhu Tao's shoulders, held her in her arms, and whispered words of comfort to her. The more this happened, the less Zhu Tao could say it. She kept shaking her head and sobbing. After all, it's simply impossible for her to suggest that her mother apologize. Anyone with even a modicum of filial piety would never do such a thing. Even when it comes to feelings, they can't compare to her parents. She certainly loved Liao Haomiao deeply, but she still couldn't bring herself to say something so rebellious. Zhu Tao shook her head repeatedly, her voice trembling with tears, and stammered, No, I can't say it. Okay, I won't say any more. Don't cry, come and eat. Tonight I've made your favorite dishes. It took Zhu Tao's mother a long time to comfort her before she gradually calmed down and stopped crying. Then we went out to eat together, and I left my phone in the room. Messages kept coming in, but there was no response. Liao Haomiao was sitting in his room, sending messages non-stop, but receiving no response. He stared at his phone screen, his mood plummeting instantly, a wave of bitterness washing over him. All my explanations are useless now. Well? Liao Haomiao put down his phone, lay down on the bed, spread his arms, stared blankly at the ceiling. The next morning, Monday arrived. Liao Haomiao got up early, packed his things, and got ready to go to school. As he was about to leave, he saw his mother standing at the door, watching him, and saying, "Come home right after school. Don't go anywhere else." "Oh, I understand." Liao Haomiao answered listlessly, his eyes showing dark circles, and he looked extremely tired. Since last night, Zhu Tao has not replied to him. No matter how many messages he sent, he received no response. So he didn't sleep well, or rather, he didn't sleep at all. After he left, he went to school. Along the way, he encountered many classmates who greeted him warmly, but he seemed listless, replying in a soft voice and with a weak demeanor. His classmates asked him what had happened, but he didn't get any helpful answers. He just seemed like a walking corpse. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, he suddenly felt a powerful impact from behind. Bang! Uft! That blow nearly sent him flying. He stumbled forward, falling several steps before regaining his balance. With an impact like that, he could guess who it was without even turning around. Holy crap! Zhou Heng, what are you doing? Liao Haomiao spoke first, then turned around and saw that it was indeed Zhou Heng behind him. Only he would dare to treat her like this, and with such force. That last blow looked like an elbow strike. Zhou Heng raised his chin, looked at Liao Haomiao, frowned slightly, and asked, "You don't look very energetic. Let me cheer you up. What did you do last night? Didn't you sleep well? Did you play games all night?" Liao Haomiao rubbed his back and rolled his eyes at Zhou Heng. "Do you think I'm like you? What do you mean by playing games all night? So what's wrong with you?" Liao Haomiao was about to speak when he saw Yin Mingran standing to the side. Because Yin Mingran and Zhu Tao were in contact, he didn't dare say anything carelessly, fearing that Yin Mingran and Zhu Tao might continue their communication. "I'm fine. It's just that I probably studied too late." Liao Haomiao waved his hand, gave a casual reply, and then turned and limped forward. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran exchanged a surprised glance, wondering what was wrong with Liao Haomiao. "Did you have a fight with Zhu Tao?" Yin Mingran guessed, thinking that this was probably the reason. Otherwise, there seemed to be no other reason for Liao Haomiao to be in this state. "I'm not sure, but I guess so. Did they go on a date yesterday, and things didn't go well?" Zhou Heng didn't know the exact reason either. He only suspected it. When Liao Haomiao arrived at the classroom, he was also listless. The students were whispering amongst themselves, but no one dared to step forward and ask. They could tell that Liao Haomiao was in a bad mood, and if they offended him at this time, they would definitely suffer the consequences, given Liao Haomiao's influence. After a morning of classes, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 had heard complaints from teachers of various subjects. Everyone says Liao Haomiao's condition is off. But given their grades, even if they slept in class, it would be assumed they studied too late the night before, and no teacher would bother them. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and immediately saw Liao Haomiao slumped over his desk, looking as if he had lost his soul. "Ahem, Liao Haomiao, come out here for a moment." "Ah." Liao Haomiao suddenly looked up and met the gaze of his solemn-faced homeroom teacher in front of him. When the homeroom teacher saw Liao Haomiao's dejected face, his brows furrowed even more. The classroom was unusually quiet. Everyone held their breath. Liao Haomiao slowly got up and left the classroom with the homeroom teacher, heading to the office. Arriving at the office, the homeroom teacher sat down and pulled out a chair for Liao Haomiao as well, asking him to sit down. Liao Haomiao slowly sat down, leaned back in his chair, looked at his homeroom teacher, and asked, "Teacher, is there anything I can help you with?" "You're asking me what's wrong? I'm the one who should be asking you. What's wrong with you? You look so tired. Did you stay up all night studying?" Liao Haomiao snorted softly. He couldn't possibly be thinking about studying right now. In fact, He'd be happy to use studying to distract himself. The problem is, he's preoccupied with Zhu Tao and can't concentrate on his studies at all. No. Teacher, I'm just in a bad mood. It's nothing serious. I'll rest for a bit, and I should be fine this afternoon. Liao Haomiao gave a perfunctory explanation, his absent-mindedness puzzling the homeroom teacher. But she didn't dare say anything. Students like Liao Haomiao had their own ideas, and she couldn't easily manage them. Okay then. If anything happens, just tell the teacher. Don't keep it to yourself. If you're not feeling well, go home and rest. If you're tired, just take a nap at your desk. I'll let the other teachers know. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Liao Haomiao returned to the classroom and immediately slumped onto his desk. No one knew what had happened. The afternoon passed quickly, and soon it was time to get out of school in the evening. However, at this moment, at the school gate, a woman had been waiting anxiously here for a long time. Upon seeing the first student emerge from school, he immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Hey, do you know Liao Haomiao? Do you know which class he's in? Chapter 160. Zhu Tao is in a very bad state right now. Liao Haomiao? Oh, he's from class 1. He hasn't come out yet. Really? Thank you. The woman nodded and forced a smile in response to the student. At the same time, I was also a little surprised. It seems that Liao Haomiao is really famous here. He's known to almost every student I stop. This woman was Zhu Tao's mother. She arrived 2 hours early, just to wait for Liao Haomiao to get out of school. She arrived so early because she didn't know if Liao Haomiao would be dismissed from school early, and her only purpose in coming here was to wish Zhu Tao well. Zhu Tao has been acting strangely since last night. She only ate 2 bites of her favorite dishes for dinner yesterday, and then refused to eat anymore. After returning to his room, he lay down on the bed without moving, staring at his phone in silence. Soft sobs could be heard intermittently throughout the night, but no matter how much I asked, she wouldn't say what was wrong. So today she simply asked for a day off for Zhu Tao, letting her stay home and rest instead of going to school. But her condition didn't improve throughout the day, and she started to feel uneasy. This situation must be related to her relationship. So she decided to talk to Liao Haomiao and ask him what exactly happened. So, without telling Zhu Tao, she went to Liao Haomiao's school alone, intending to wait for him after school and ask him what had happened. Many students came out one after another, and Zhu Tao's mother would go up to almost everyone she met and ask if they were in class 1 and if they knew Liao Haomiao. Hey classmates, do you know Liao Haomiao? I know you. You are. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran stood there, stunned, looking at Zhu Tao's mother in front of them, somewhat surprised. How come I ran into a woman anxiously asking about Liao Haomiao's whereabouts as soon as I stepped out of the school? Could you please help me find him? I need to speak with him. Zhu Tao's mother seemed to be clinging to Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran as if they were her lifeline. After all, they asked so many people, but none of them were from the same class. Even if they knew Liao Haomiao's name, they weren't familiar with him and couldn't help him. Now that she's finally met someone she knows, she certainly doesn't want to let the opportunity pass her by. You're looking for him. Is there something you need? Zhou Heng frowned slightly, looking at Zhu Tao's mother with suspicion. He didn't know the woman's identity, so of course he couldn't help her. Judging from her appearance, she didn't seem to be related to Liao Haomiao in any way. Zhu Tao's mother was speechless for a moment. She didn't know how to answer the question. To be honest, that's really strange. At this moment, Yin Mingran tugged at Zhou Heng's arm, gesturing for him to look to the side. Zhou Heng turned his head and saw Liao Haomiao walking out slowly with his head down. Upon seeing Liao Haomiao, Zhou Heng quickly went over to him. After getting close to him, I put my arm around his shoulder and called out, "Hey, someone's looking for you. See if you recognize them." Liao Haomiao looked up and paused for a moment. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of expectation crossed his eyes. But the next second, as if contradicting himself, that expectation vanished completely. He looked in the direction Zhou Heng was pointing, his face expressionless. When he saw Zhu Tao's mother standing there, Liao Haomiao was genuinely stunned. His pupils dilated slightly, his eyes widened abruptly, and his face was filled with horror, a reaction of extreme shock. Holy crap! At that moment, Zhu Tao's mother also saw Liao Haomiao. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over. "Young man, do you still recognize me?" "I am." Before Zhu Tao's mother could speak, Liao Haomiao quickly bowed and greeted her. "Hello, Auntie." Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran were even more surprised. It seemed Liao Haomiao knew this aunt. It's all right. No need to be so polite. Do you have a moment? Could you talk to me about my daughter?" Zhu Tao's mother stammered, her tone almost pleading with Liao Haomiao. Yin Mingran was the first to react. Upon hearing the mention of my daughter, she guessed the gist of it. She leaned close to Zhou Heng's ear and whispered, "This must be Zhu Tao's mother, right?" "Really? Her mother is looking for Liao Haomiao? What does she want?" A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes, his mouth slightly agape, somewhat incredulous. Upon hearing those words, Liao Haomiao seemed to be injected with adrenaline, instantly becoming energetic. All the dejection he had felt throughout the day vanished in that instant. Okay, I have time. Auntie, let's chat." Liao Haomiao nodded repeatedly in agreement, as if afraid that Zhu Tao's mother might change her mind. With that, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao's mother left first, completely ignoring Zhou Heng and the others. Zhou Heng crossed his arms, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "It seems we were right. It really is Zhu Tao's mother. And his condition today is also because of Zhu Tao. We were right after all." Yin Mingran also crossed her arms, exactly in sync with Zhou Heng, shook her head, and murmured, "But what could it be about? Are they arguing? There's no need for Zhu Tao's mother to come in person, is there?" "I don't understand. I'll ask him tomorrow." At this moment, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao's mother arrived outside the school and were walking slowly. Liao Haomiao was very nervous. He didn't know what Zhu Tao's mother wanted to talk about, but he also really wanted to know how Zhu Tao was doing. Why am I not replying to his messages and ignoring him? Is it really because you overheard that conversation yesterday and got angry? The two remained silent for a long time before Zhu Tao's mother slowly spoke, asking, "How's your relationship with Xiao Tao lately? Is it going well?" "Well." Liao Haomiao paused. His lips twitched, unsure how to answer. Everything was great until yesterday. But now he can't guarantee it anymore. She should be all right, right? How is she now? Is she at home? Is she okay? Liao Haomiao asked several questions in a row because he couldn't wait to know about Zhu Tao's situation. Hearing Liao Haomiao's anxious question, Zhu Tao's mother already knew the answer. It seemed that Zhu Tao's condition was indeed related to Liao Haomiao. "Child, to be honest with you, Zhu Tao, she's not doing well right now. She didn't go to school today, and she hasn't eaten a single bite. When I ask her, she won't say what's wrong. I really had no other choice but to come to you." Chapter 161. At least don't blame my daughter. "What? Zhu Tao, what happened to her?" Liao Haomiao was suddenly stunned, a chill running down his spine. It took him several seconds to react. If Zhu Tao's mother hadn't told him this herself, he would never have believed it. Zhu Tao's mother looked worried, sighed, and slowly spoke. "I don't know either. She's been acting a little strange since last night. I thought she was angry with you, but she won't say anything no matter how I ask." After hearing this, Liao Haomiao understood what had happened. Zhu Tao had indeed heard everything clearly, but she couldn't tell her mother about it. "Not replying to my messages, does that mean I'm planning to cut ties with you?" "I see." Liao Haomiao lowered his head and responded softly, seemingly devoid of energy again. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes hardening, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhu Tao's mother, saying, "Well, Auntie, I have a favor to ask you. Could you let me go see her?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao's mother's eyes lit up, and she nodded subconsciously, asking, "Are you willing? Are you willing to go to her? Because I really have no other choice. Her father works in another city, and it's just the two of us at home. I really don't know what to do." "Yes, I can give it a try. No matter what, I have to see her." "Well, it's so late. Are you all right at home? Should we call and let them know?" Liao Haomiao paused for a moment, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. What his mother had said to him this morning before he left home. If I were an hour or two later, she would definitely call me and would know that I had gone to see Zhu Tao. At that point, I might really be severely scolded or even forced to never see Zhu Tao again. But if he went home now and didn't resolve the issue, there would definitely be no future with Zhu Tao. So even if he risked being scolded, he had to go. "It's okay. I'll As soon as possible, it's all right. After hesitating for a moment, Liao Haomiao shook his head and chose to go find Zhu Tao. He had a bad feeling, a sense that something was about to happen. Sure enough, right after Liao Haomiao agreed, he felt a chill run down his spine, and the next second, a threatening cough suddenly rang out. Cough, cough. Hiss. Liao Haomiao trembled all over, as if his whole body had frozen. His body seemed to rust, and he slowly turned around. Mom, why are you here? Liao Haomiao's voice trembled as he saw the person in front of him, his mother. At this moment, she was standing with her arms crossed, frowning as she stared at her and Zhu Tao's mother, her face cold and her eyes extremely unfriendly. When Zhu Tao's mother saw it, she was slightly taken aback, her heart tightened, and a look of tension appeared on her face. Liao Haomiao walked over step by step, his earlier imposing manner completely dissipated. Reaching his mother, he lowered his head and remained silent. He hadn't expected his mother to have anticipated this situation and actually come to pick him up that evening. Now I'm completely stumped. I'm at my wit's end. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of resentment and pain welled up inside me, but I couldn't express my bitterness. Liao Haomiao's mother reached out and grabbed Liao Haomiao's arm, saying, "Come home with me right now. I'll tell you everything when we get home." As she spoke, she grabbed him and tried to leave. Liao Haomiao was powerless to resist, just like Zhu Tao at this moment, feeling particularly helpless in front of his parents. They are still just students, and moreover, students who are about to take the college entrance examination. At this time, they can only listen to their parents. Liao Haomiao glanced back at Zhu Tao's mother, his eyes revealing the deep regret he felt. At this moment, Zhu Tao's mother, who had been silent all along, moved. She took a step and quickly followed. "Wait, please wait." Liao Haomiao's mother stopped and turned to look at her. Her piercing gaze made Liao Haomiao stop a few steps away, not daring to approach any closer. I am Zhu Tao's mother. Excuse me, could we have a brief chat?" Liao Haomiao's mother immediately glared angrily and said coldly, "Of course I know who you are. What do I have to talk to you about? Are you going to start berating my son again? Or are you going to accuse me of not raising him well?" "Mom." Liao Haomiao didn't dare say anything. He could only gently tug at her clothes from behind. He tried to stop what was about to happen, but it seemed too late. Next, the argument from 2 or 3 years ago would surely repeat itself. My situation hasn't changed. I'm still standing aside, unable to do anything. But the next second, something surprising happened to Liao Haomiao and his mother. "Sorry." Suddenly, Zhu Tao's mother solemnly apologized and bowed to Liao Haomiao's mother. This action stunned both of them. Liao Haomiao's mother's eyes suddenly cleared, and her mouth slightly opened, completely unprepared for this situation. Zhu Tao's mother stood up, her expression conflicted, but her eyes were resolute. "I know that I was unreasonable and didn't distinguish right from wrong, causing you a lot of harm. My daughter has told me this many times. Now I understand that I was wrong. Put yourself in my shoes. No mother could bear to have her child scolded like that. I sincerely hope to get your forgiveness. If that's not possible, at least don't blame my daughter." Zhu Tao's mother's words were very sincere and earnest. This caused both Liao Haomiao and his mother to fall silent. The mother and son exchanged a glance, as if communicating through their eyes. There was also a hint of pleading in Liao Haomiao's eyes. He really hadn't expected Zhu Tao's mother to actually apologize, but now that it had happened, he wanted to seize the opportunity. He's really worried about Zhu Tao right now and really wants to go see her. Liao Haomiao's mother sighed and shook her head helplessly. All right. My son was also at fault back then. Since you've said that, I won't pursue the matter any further." Both Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao's mother smiled upon hearing this. So Liao Haomiao couldn't wait to ask, "Then, Mom, can I?" Liao Haomiao told his mother about Zhu Tao's current situation, looking at her expectantly, hoping to get permission to go and see her. Zhu Tao's mother was also very nervous. She put her hands together, looked at Liao Haomiao's mother, and said a few words of pleading. After listening, Liao Haomiao's mother remained silent for a while. Under their expectant gazes, she nodded. "It's all for the children." Chapter 162, I came because you needed me. The sky was a deep, intense black, almost the color of despair. There was no moonlight or starlight. It was as if dark clouds had covered the entire sky. The bedroom was pitch black. Zhu Tao lay face down on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking the sheets. She scrolled through her chat history with Liao Haomiao, and those memories surfaced in her mind. Below are the messages Liao Haomiao sent her, none of which she replied to, because she knew that replying was no longer necessary. There's no turning back now. It's practically a dead end. She can only silently endure it. Choosing not to reply was a way of being decisive, to prevent Liao Haomiao from getting so conflicted and to avoid him being scolded by his mother. Zhu Tao turned off her phone, buried her head in the pillow, and after a while, let out a heartbroken sob. She had finally managed to get back together with Liao Haomiao, and she thought that this time, nothing could stop them, and that this time they would definitely be together until the end. But the happy times only lasted a short time, just 1 month. So quickly, they encountered an insurmountable obstacle, forcing them to separate. Zhu Tao's cries grew louder and louder, muffled sounds coming from under the pillow, until she couldn't breathe. Click. Just then, the outer door opened. Zhu Tao heard the sound, but didn't pay any attention. After all, the only people who can return to this home are myself and my mother. She didn't know where her mother had gone, or why she was only returning at this time. She didn't want to pay attention. All she wanted to do right now was cry for a while. Snap! Just then, the bedroom door opened, and the light from outside shone in. Zhu Tao heard footsteps, slowly approached, and stood by the bed. Mom, I want to be alone for a while. Zhu Tao let out a hoarse sob, which sounded as if she were in excruciating pain. Her hands gripped the corner of the pillow tightly. She lay motionless on the bed, still immersed in her world of sorrow. Wishing you peaches. At that moment, a voice that sent shivers down her spine rang out from behind her. Zhu Tao's eyes widened, her heart trembling uncontrollably. She knew that voice all too well. It was the voice she longed to hear most at that moment. But why was he in her house? In her bedroom? If it weren't for my excessive grief causing auditory hallucinations. That is. Zhu Tao suddenly stood up, turned around, and looked at the person behind her. The light from the living room outside shone on him, creating a hazy, backlit effect, so Zhu Tao couldn't see his face clearly. But as long as he stood there, Zhu Tao knew who he was. Liao Haomiao, what happened to you? Zhu Tao's lips trembled incessantly, her pupils quivered, and her wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Liao Haomiao was slightly out of breath, as if he had just run there, and it took him a while to calm down. He looked at Zhu Tao in front of him, her eyes swollen from crying, her red cheeks still wet with tears. Seeing this scene, Liao Haomiao felt extremely distressed, as if someone had gripped his heart. I'm here, don't be afraid. After a moment, Liao Haomiao slowly uttered these words. His voice was calm and steady, not at all like someone who had been panting just moments before. However, these words seemed to have touched Zhu Tao's last line of defense, and at this moment, all her emotions were completely released. Zhu Tao rushed over, hugged Liao Haomiao's waist, and buried her head in his chest. Her hands gripped Liao Haomiao's clothes tightly, creating wrinkles, her fingertips turning white from the force. While a sob filled with grievance reached Liao Haomiao's ears. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he reached out and gently embraced Zhu Tao, his tender voice echoing in her ears. Okay, it's all right, I'm here. It took quite a while for Zhu Tao's sobs to gradually subside and her emotions to slowly stabilize. Liao Haomiao squatted down beside the bed, looking closely at Zhu Tao's face. Zhu Tao sobbed repeatedly and asked, How did you get here? Liao Haomiao smiled faintly, wiped away Zhu Tao's tears with his hand, and said softly, I came because you needed me. Zhu Tao raised her head and looked out of the bedroom. She then noticed that there were 2 other people outside the bedroom. One of them was her mother, and the other was someone she didn't know. But she had a feeling. Could it be Liao Haomiao's mother? Seeing that Tao was feeling much better, her mother came forward, her face full of heartache, and said, Xiao Tao, are you feeling better now? Don't cry, Mom. Mom knows why you were like this. Mom knows everything. This. Zhu Tao froze for a moment, her heart pounding. She glanced at her mother, then at Liao Haomiao. before finally fixing her gaze on the unfamiliar person behind her. Zhu Tao's mother continued. It's all Mom's fault. It's all my fault. But don't worry, I've already apologized, and they've forgiven me. You and Xiaomiao, just stay together from now on. Everything will be all right. What, Mom? Zhu Tao's eyes widened, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She was still there, desperately believing that this was the end for her and Liao Haomiao. Because she couldn't resolve the issue, she couldn't bring herself to apologize to her mother. But now what does my mother say? That she apologized and has been forgiven? Liao Haomiao's mother, who was standing at the back, smiled slightly, stepped forward, and said, Don't blame your aunt. Just like I didn't want Liao Haomiao to suffer, your mother didn't want you to continue being sad, so she apologized to us and called us here. Parents' hearts are always full of love and concern. Annie, you are Liao Haomiao's mother? Zhu Tao blinked. At this moment, she was certain that the person in front of her was Liao Haomiao's mother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing. But she really didn't expect that not only Liao Haomiao came, but even his mother came in person. Yes, that's me. Zhu Tao reached out, wiping away her tears, and stammered. Hey, Auntie, hello? Nice to meet you, Liao Haomiao's mother smiled gently and patted Zhu Tao on the shoulder. Okay, it's all right. Good child, take a break, don't rush. Chapter 163. That girl is quite nice, very sensible. Several tens of minutes later, the four of them sat around the table. Zhu Tao was much better, except that her eyes were still red and swollen, and she could still hear soft sobs from time to time. Liao Haomiao sat very close to Zhu Tao. They both kept their heads down, not daring to look at their mother, but their hands were still tightly clasped under the table. There's a feeling of being timid, yet very brave. Zhu Tao's mother smiled helplessly, turned to look at Liao Haomiao's mother, and said softly, Look at this, these two kids really like each other. I've told my daughter so many times, but she just likes your son. As their mother, I can't do anything to break them up, right? Who can argue with that? Actually, putting aside your arguing with us, breaking them up in the first place was the right choice. Otherwise, my son wouldn't be so ambitious. But now, the kids are older, they have their own ideas, and they're keeping up with their studies. As long as we keep things in check, it's not too much of a problem for us to control them. Liao Haomiao's mother was also helpless. Under normal circumstances, how could a mother not care about something like this? But now, they're both doing very well in their studies, ranking among the top in the entire grade, and haven't fallen behind in any way. We've seen how, if someone were deliberately separated from their classmates, they'd cry their hearts out. Who could bring themselves to do that? Zhu Tao and Liao Haomiao, heads bowed, glanced cautiously at each other, their lips pursed, as if secretly pleased. They could tell from their mother's words that they seemed to have compromised and tacitly accepted their relationship. They had waited so long for this moment, and Liao Haomiao finally felt relieved, no longer worried about the unfinished task. The two mothers chatted for a while longer, and the more they talked, the more harmonious their relationship became. Eventually, they were even laughing and joking together. However, time flew by, and it was already quite late. Liao Haomiao's mother knew she couldn't stay any longer, so they prepared to leave together and go home. Zhu Tao reluctantly let go of Liao Haomiao's hand. She was truly heartbroken, but she knew she had already received enough today and couldn't be greedy anymore. She needed to be more sensible. Zhu Tao's mother quickly stood up and said, It's so late, it's not convenient to go back. Why don't you stay here? There are spare rooms available. Liao Haomiao's mother waved her hand and said, No, thank you. My husband is here to pick us up. We'll come another day. Oh, okay, then your whole family can come visit another day, and I'll treat you to a good time. You guys too, feel free to bring Shout out to our house anytime. She's always welcome. The two mothers were talking, while Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao looked at each other. Liao Haomiao spoke slowly, his voice soft. Can you reply to my message now? A cherry red blush spread across Zhu Tao's face, and she nodded. After saying goodbye, Liao Haomiao and the others left Zhu Tao's house. As they walked out of the residential compound and reached the roadside, they saw a car parked there. Liao Haomiao's father was sitting in the driver's seat, waving at them. Hey, over here. Liao Haomiao and his mother got into the car together. Liao Haomiao sat in the passenger seat, glanced at his father, and felt a little uneasy. Now his mother knows about his relationship with Zhu Tao and has given her approval. But I don't know what's going on with my own father yet. After starting the car, his father asked, "How did we end up here?" This. Liao Haomiao was speechless for a moment, unsure how to answer. He looked at his mother in the rearview mirror, as if asking for help. At this moment, only his mother could speak to him. Liao Haomiao's mother shook her head helplessly and said, "Ask your son. He found a girlfriend and brought me along to woo her." This. Liao Haomiao's body seemed to freeze instantly, becoming stiff as he looked at his father with a hint of fear in his eyes. My heart was in my throat, and I didn't dare say a word. Liao Haomiao's father paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face, and frowned slightly. "Girlfriend? You mean that girl you took out to hang out with last time?" Faced with his father's question, Liao Haomiao swallowed hard, then nodded shakily. Yes. Oh, that girl is quite nice and sensible. Last time you guys went out, she saw me giving cigarettes to the guard at the gate. So she bought 2 packs of the same cigarettes in the afternoon and asked someone to deliver them to me." Liao Haomiao was genuinely stunned, looking completely bewildered, utterly unable to understand what his father was saying. After a long pause, Liao Haomiao finally understood what was going on. It seems that Zhu Tao did leave for a while that afternoon. She said she was calling home. But I never expected it would be something like this. He himself hadn't even considered this method, and Zhu Tao had never mentioned it before. If his father hadn't brought it up, he would have remained completely in the dark. I really don't know. Liao Haomiao shook his head blankly, staring at the road ahead, lost in thought. After returning home, Liao Haomiao went to his bedroom and saw that his phone had received many messages. Zhu Tao replied to all of them. She was replying to each of the messages she had sent. Liao Haomiao raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, then sat on the bed and began chatting with Zhu Tao. This night was destined to be sleepless for them, as they would savor the joy of having their love regained. The next day, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao woke up at almost the same time, and the first thing they did upon waking was to send each other a good morning message. The fact that their messages were sent at the same time surprised them, but also made them very happy. The two were completely different from yesterday. As gloomy and sad as they were yesterday, they were as cheerful and happy today. "Good morning, Mom." Liao Haomiao walked out of the bedroom, greeted his mother with a smile. Liao Haomiao's mother rolled her eyes at him, and said while serving breakfast, "I hope you're happy. But let me remind you, Xiao Tao's mother and I have agreed that if either of you drops significantly in your next exam, we will still separate you. No matter how much you cry and scream then, it won't help." "Okay, I got it. Don't worry." Chapter 164. Those two are definitely a pain. They're affecting my win rate. "Hey, isn't that the class monitor?" No. Don't go yet. What if it's the same as yesterday? He's in a bad mood, so don't bother him. On the way to school, the students in class 1 saw Liao Haomiao and were about to go up and say hello, but when they thought about Liao Haomiao's condition yesterday, they hesitated. When Liao Haomiao walked up to them, he turned around, looked at them with a smile, and asked, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" This. I ate it." The two students didn't react for a moment and nodded blankly. Yesterday, it was completely different, but today Liao Haomiao has returned to his usual kind self, making them feel somewhat uneasy about this dramatic change. "It's good that you ate. Hey, make sure you wear your school uniform properly when you go in, or you'll get scolded if you get caught." "Oh, okay." After Liao Haomiao finished speaking, he continued walking forward and left them. "Is the class monitor in a good mood today? I noticed it too. Could it be that he's in love? Wow, that's unlikely. He's such a good student. He seems to be focused on studying every day. How could he possibly have time to date?" The two students chattered amongst themselves, watching Liao Haomiao's departing figure, as if he were about to happily skip away. Liao Haomiao walked into the school and suddenly felt a chill down his back. This feeling. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and he quickly turned around, raising his arms to block. The next second, a hand came down, but it was blocked by his arms. "Hold head high." Zhou Heng grinned, looking at Liao Haomiao with a puzzled expression. He hadn't expected Liao Haomiao to be able to withstand his sneak attack. Liao Haomiao smiled smugly and gave a soft snort. Umph. You think the same trick will work on me? You're dreaming. Oh, you seem to be in a good mood today. Zhou put his hands on his hips and asked with a smile. Standing next to Zhou Hong, In Minggran asked, have you made up with Zhu Tao? This matter is quite complicated. Afterwards, Liao Haomiao explained the whole story to Zhou Hong and In Minggran. The two listened intently, and as they heard the thrilling developments, they couldn't help but feel tense as well. But when I heard that the final result was good, I felt relieved. That's great. Doesn't that mean your relationship has taken another step closer? Yeah, pretty much. But we should keep a low profile from now on. If we fall behind a lot in the next exam, then there's really no way to fix it. Liao Haomiao scratched his head awkwardly, thinking about how much he would drop from second place in the grade in the next exam. There was nothing he could do but helplessly separate from Zhu Tao. There was no turning back. So even though the matter was resolved satisfactorily this time, he was happy but still dared not relax. Zhou Hong and In Minggran exchanged a glance, nodded, and said, oh, I see. We were hoping to invite you and Zhu Tao to hang out this weekend, but it seems you're not available? Going out to play? Where to play? It's not decided yet. It's just the two of us, plus Tang Ji. We were originally planning to invite you guys, but are you still able to come out and have fun? Liao Haomiao blinked and thought about it seriously for a while. Well, it should be fine, right? After all, we didn't go out at all over the weekend. Going out once shouldn't be a problem, right? You guys think so? Liao Haomiao looked up at the two of them expectantly, trying to get a positive answer from them. He definitely wants to go out and have fun, but he can't get over his mental block, just like before. At this time, a third party needs to intervene. Zhou Hong and In Minggran both shrugged simultaneously and said, we don't know, and we won't comment on the full picture. You decide for yourself. TSK. Liao Haomiao hasn't made a decision on this matter yet, deciding to reserve his opinion and discuss it further with Zhu Tao when he gets back. At noon, Zhou Hong and In Minggran, along with Tang Ji, discussed where to go for the weekend. So, are those two coming or not? Tang Ji questioned the two of them. To her, there was no difference between one couple and two couples. Anyway, she doesn't care about these things. She doesn't feel anything when her partner shows affection in front of her. I don't know, he needs to go back and discuss it. After all, so many things happened yesterday. Tang Ji nodded, thought for a moment, and said, if you ask me, if those two come too, let's go to an internet cafe, get a private room, and play a 5-player team. What do you think? In Minggran smiled helplessly, while Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively, refusing outright. What a joke. How could you come up with such an absurd proposal? Think about it, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao, those two are definitely a disaster. They'll affect my winning rate, absolutely not. That makes sense, and you can't play ranked matches anyway. The matchmaking is a mixed bag, it's hard to get anywhere. Tang Ji nodded seriously, agreeing with Zhou Heng's statement. In Minggran sighed, looking at the two of them with doting eyes. Their thoughts and answers were exactly what she had expected. She now understood them all too well. Zhou Heng thought for a while and asked, how about we go hiking? It's not too hot lately, so going hiking would be nice, right? Zhou Heng looked at In Minggran, who, as always, followed his ideas and agreed with whatever he wanted to do. Tang Ji, however, had a different idea and waved her hand. No, it's pointless to be tired. The process is so boring. If I want to work up a sweat, I'd rather play ball. Besides, the nearest mountain is at least a 2-hour drive away. It's too much of a hassle. We only have one day to rest. That's true. So, where do you suggest we go? Tang Ji thought about it seriously for a while. Then her eyes lit up, and she looked at Zhou Hong and In Minggran, saying, hey, I saw online the other day that there's a really popular party venue. How about we go there? House party. Zhou Hong and In Minggran were both taken aback. They were unfamiliar with the term. Although they had heard it mentioned before, they had never paid attention to it. Yeah, it's an indoor party, with all sorts of entertainment facilities, like billiards, board games, karaoke, and so on. Mainly. Tang Ji suddenly lowered her voice, leaned forward, looked intently at Zhou Hong, and said, the main thing is that we have game consoles and computers, so we can play games while others play other things, and we won't get bored. Everyone can have a good time. What do you think? I find this quite interesting. Chapter 165. Could I possibly have a small reward? After school, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran went home. Zhou Heng then sent a message to Liao Haomiao to inform him of this matter. A house party? Really? Tang Ji suggested it. This doesn't seem like the kind of suggestion she would make. Liao Haomiao's reply clearly indicated that he didn't quite believe Zhou Heng's words. His impression of Tang Ji was only superficial. He didn't know her well, so he didn't quite understand why she would make such a proposal. It was her suggestion. You just don't know her. I think it's all right, since choosing one that everyone plays is quite difficult. I understand. I'll ask Zhu Tao and get back to you then. Up. After ending the chat, Zhou Heng turned off his phone, let out a breath, and walked out of the room. Just then, Yin Mingran finished cooking and placed the meal on the table. Upon seeing Zhou Heng, she smiled slightly and waved him over. Come on, let's eat. Yes, it's here. Zhou Heng smiled slightly and sat down at the dining table with Yin Mingran to eat together. During the conversation, Zhou Heng suddenly spoke up, saying, Winter break will be here in about 2 months. Yin Mingran paused slightly, then nodded and said, Yes, it should be around Chinese New Year by then. You should go home for the New Year. She suddenly realized that winter vacation coincided with the Spring Festival, when everyone would go home to celebrate the New Year with their families. And she no longer has a home to return to. Would it be inappropriate to go to Zhou Heng's house? Even if Zhou Heng's mother would probably agree. I haven't met Zhou Heng's father yet. What if Zhou Heng's father doesn't like him? She was just about to say that if Zhou Heng went home for the Chinese New Year, she could just stay here. But before she could speak, Zhou Heng answered first. No, there's no one at my house for the New Year. They'll all be busy during the holiday. I should just go to Tang Ji's house for the New Year like before. There will be 3 of us this year, so it should be more fun. Oh, I see. Yin Mingran nodded. Hearing that Zhou Heng had included her was expected, but she was still very happy, secretly delighted. However, things are only a bit more relaxed during the Lunar New Year. The rest of the time. Zhou Heng put down his chopsticks, looked up at Yin Mingran, and said with a serious expression. This made Yin Mingran stop and look at Zhou Heng, waiting for him to speak. I'll be relying on you to help me with my studies for the rest of the time. Winter break is my best chance to catch up on my grades, so I have to make the most of it. Ah, okay. I understand. Yin Mingran was somewhat surprised. After a brief silence of a few seconds, she nodded emphatically and answered firmly. She was very happy that Zhou Heng had such determination and ambition. Because Zhou Heng had stated many times that his purpose in doing this was to be able to attend the same good university as him. She's working so hard, and it's all for herself. How could she not fully support and help her? There'll be an exam after the next semester starts. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, as if hesitating, but the next second, he made up his mind. I want to get into the top 20 in my grade. He had already decided that he needed to be at least in the top 20 to have a chance of getting into the same university as Yin Mingran and Tang Ji. He would need to work hard for another semester to have a realistic chance. Otherwise, there is absolutely no hope. Yes, you can definitely do it. This wasn't just simple encouragement from Yin Mingran. She genuinely believed that Zhou Heng could do it. The progress Zhou Heng made in these 2 exams is enough to prove his potential. With Yin Mingran's trust, Zhou Heng was very confident. It was a great encouragement that someone would trust him after he said such things. Zhou Heng exhaled, and a smile curled at the corners of his lips. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. You still want to repay me? I'm already repaying you. These are all things I owe you. No, these are all things I should do. Yin Mingran quickly changed her tune, because she knew Zhou Heng definitely wouldn't want to hear her say anything about owing him, even if that's what she truly felt. Sure enough, Zhou Heng sighed helplessly after hearing this. Sigh, didn't I already tell you? Don't always feel like you owe me anything. We're already together. There's no such thing as owing anyone anything. That. Yin Mingran lowered her head and murmured softly. Could I have a small reward? Zhou Heng had some difficulty understanding and quickly nodded. Of course, what kind of reward do you want? Yin Mingran raised her chin, her thin, crimson lips trembling slightly. Kiss, kiss. Well. Zhou Heng felt embarrassed and subconsciously pursed his lips, stammering. But we're eating now, and my mouth is all greasy. Then wait a bit. But In Mingran paused for a second before whispering, "It'll take a little longer." "Ah, okay, I understand." The atmosphere at the meal became awkward, and the two of them felt uneasy with their legs under the table. More than an hour later, Tang Ji wanted to ask Zhou Heng if he had inquired about Liao Haomiao and the others, and whether they were going to go or not. If they don't go, then the three of them can actually find another place to hang out, like playing games together at an internet cafe. What do you think? Are those two going or not? If they are, let's book that party venue as soon as possible. It's quite popular. Tang Ji waited for more than 20 minutes without receiving a reply, so she went to ask Yin Mingran. However, there was no response from Yin Mingran either. It was as if the two of them had suddenly vanished. What's going on? Why aren't they replying to my messages? After careful discussion with Zhu Tao, Liao Haomiao finally made a decision and sent a message to Zhou Heng. "Bro, we've made plans. We're going to have fun together, but this should be the last time we go out together, so we need to make some good arrangements." Why aren't you replying? Are you asleep? Are you someone who goes to bed this early? Liao Haomiao's messages went unanswered, which he found very strange. In the dimly lit bedroom, the cell phone on the table kept beeping with message notifications. "I'll go take a look." Zhou Heng wanted to get up and check the news. He had just raised his head when a pair of hands wrapped around his neck, and a seductive voice whispered in his ear, "No, don't worry about it for now." Chapter 166. Your thinking is normal. Yes, very normal. When the weekend arrived, the group agreed on a day to go out and have fun together. Yin Mingran stood in front of the mirror, choosing the clothes she would wear when going out. But after choosing several sets, I still didn't feel quite satisfied with any of them. "Honey, can you help me decide which one I should wear?" Yin Mingran called out towards the restroom. Zhou Heng poked his head out of the bathroom, a toothbrush still in his mouth, toothpaste all over his lips. Ahem. You can wear. You look good in anything." Yin Mingran smiled gently and said softly, "I knew you'd say that, but I still have to choose one. Then this one." Zhou Heng ran out and picked out one of the outfits for Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran was somewhat surprised, as this was exactly what she wanted, but she wondered why Zhou Heng had chosen so accurately. "Why? Because this outfit doesn't show much skin." "Oh, is that so? Well, I'll do as you say then." Upon hearing this, Yin Mingran beamed with joy, reached out and touched Zhou Heng's cheek, her eyes filled with doting affection. Buzz. Just then, the smart lock on the front door beeped. The two turned around and heard someone entering a password outside. They were both stunned for a moment. After all, besides the two of them, no one else should know the door lock combination. Click. A few seconds later, the door opened, and a head peeked in. It was Tang Ji. "Hey, you two, why aren't you ready yet? Didn't I tell you I was leaving 20 minutes ago?" Tang Ji's lips twitched. She opened the door and walked in, then closed it behind her. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran were both stunned. Zhou Heng stepped forward and asked, "No, you, can't you be a little calmer? How did you know the front door code? Did I tell you?" Tang Ji tilted her head, blinked, and exclaimed in confusion, "Huh," before answering. "I guessed. If you set the password, it must be Yin Mingran's birthday. If Yin Mingran said it, it must be your birthday. So I just entered Yin Mingran's birthday, and it was correct. It's that simple. TSK, can you play dumb sometimes, instead of making us look like we're stupid?" Zhou Heng clicked his tongue, looking helpless, thinking to himself that he should have set a more complex password. Tang Ji shrugged, sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and said helplessly, "Please, when you go to a restaurant, can't you at least guess the Wi-Fi password? 8 eights, 8 SIXS, 8 zeros, or the restaurant's full name in pinyin? That's normal thinking, okay? I can only say, your thinking is perfectly normal, yes. Perfectly normal. This doesn't sound like a compliment. All right, stop thinking about it. You two hurry up. Where are the other two? Where are we meeting? Did you tell them?" "We told them that our route is a straight line. We will take the subway directly, and once we get on, we will tell them, and they will come halfway there." "Okay, then hurry up." Under Tang Ji's supervision, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran sped up and finally got ready to leave within 10 minutes. The three of them went out together, arrived at the subway station, and boarded the subway. Zhou Heng immediately notified Liao Haomiao. telling him he could take the next subway train. Liao Haomiao had probably been waiting for a long time, because after Zhou Heng sent the message, he replied with, "Okay," instantly. After riding for 2 stops, Zhou Heng saw Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao get on, and they successfully met up. "Bro, I bet you're the slowest, right?" As soon as Liao Haomiao walked over, he patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder and gave a helpless smirk. After meeting up with Zhu Tao in the morning, he went to the subway station to wait. 10 subway trains had passed by, but he still hadn't received any news from Zhou Heng. I'm quite meticulous." Zhou Heng scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he was indeed the slowest. Yin Mingran had finished packing much faster than him. Tang Ji glanced at the time, nudged Zhou Heng, and asked, "It's already 10 o'clock, we need to hurry up. You made an appointment with the boss at 10:30, right?" "Aye." Zhou Heng turned his head, pointing at himself with a blank expression. "Yes, you. You don't tell me. You didn't make an appointment? Didn't I tell you 3 days ago to make an appointment? We'll transfer the money to you then." Tang Ji realized something was wrong. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes were fixed on Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng bit his lip, feeling cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. Do you have one? Did you ask me to make an appointment? But, didn't we agree before that? You would make the appointment?" Tang Ji let out a sigh, her brows furrowing, and whispered, "Do you want me to recreate the scene for you? When we were having lunch, I mentioned this to you. You said you were a new user and could get a discount, and I told you to make a reservation. Have you forgotten? It seems there might be such a thing." Zhou Heng's heart began to race. He remembered. It seemed that was indeed the case. But when he got home that night, he worked out and then studied and forgot all about it. Tang Ji already knew Zhou Heng hadn't made an appointment. She crossed her arms, tilted her head, and stared at Zhou Heng speechlessly. The atmosphere was awkward, and Liao Haomiao spoke first. You can't really blame Zhou Heng. After all, he's all brawn and no brains." Smack. Before Liao Haomiao could finish speaking, Zhu Tao gently patted him and gave him a look, telling him to shut up. Yin Mingran quickly stepped forward and spoke to Tang Ji in a gentle tone. Let's go check it out. Maybe we don't need to make a reservation in advance. After all, we're already out here. If it doesn't work out, we can always go somewhere else later." Zhou Heng hid behind Yin Mingran, not daring to speak. Faced with Yin Mingran's pleas, Tang Ji didn't pursue the matter further and sighed. I really can't trust Zhou Heng next time. He's such a rip-off. Sorry, it was just an accident this time." Zhou Heng shrugged and gave an awkward laugh. The group arrived at their destination, got off the subway, and headed towards the party venue. After arriving here, I found the owner and asked if there were any rooms available that hadn't been booked. The boss shook his head helplessly. "Sorry, it's the last room. It was just booked 2 hours ago, and the customer is probably arriving soon." Just then, the door to the outside was opened. All eyes were drawn to them as a young man and woman walked in through the door, holding hands. They were clearly a couple. Zhou Heng's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Even Yin Mingran and Tang Ji frowned, their expressions grave. They didn't recognize the woman. But this guy? Lu Yunxua? Chapter 167. How could you be so mean? Are you trying to bully someone again? The group stood frozen, staring at each other in astonishment. The atmosphere was completely tense. Zhu Tao, somewhat confused, gently tugged at Liao Haomiao's sleeve and whispered, "Who is it? A friend?" Liao Haomiao shook his head and responded softly, "I'm not sure, but this guy should be their class's former sports representative. I've seen him before." "Oh, classmate." Zhu Tao muttered something, but judging from their behavior, it didn't seem like a normal classmate relationship. Lu Yunshua's expression was blank. His brain seemed to have lost its ability to control him, and he stood there motionless like a wooden statue. The girl he was holding hands with kept blinking, looking completely bewildered. She wasn't particularly pretty. She was just average looking. Compared to the other 3 girls present, she was quite inferior, falling far short. She looked at Lu Yunxua in surprise and asked, "Baby, what's wrong? Do you know him?" "Aye." Lu Yunxua was awakened by the girl's voice, snapping out of his daze and subconsciously glancing at Yin Mingran. The next second, he instinctively let go of the girl's hand, as if trying to distance himself from her. Laugh. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It's been almost 2 months since we last met, which is quite a long time. Why did they put on this show as soon as we met? Tang Ji clicked her tongue and muttered softly. I never expected that 3 people who like Yin Mingran would gather here. Hiss. Zhou gasped, glared at Tang Ji, and the glare immediately silenced her. She pouted and turned her head away. Long time no see. What a coincidence to run into you all. Lu Yunhua said that, but anyone could tell he probably thought it was really a coincidence. No one responded except for one person, Zhou. Yeah, what a coincidence. You transferred schools, right? And you got a girlfriend? Zhou raised an eyebrow and glanced at the girl next to Lu Yunhua. Upon hearing Zhou words, the girl immediately smiled happily and pressed her entire body closer to Lu Yunhua. Lu Yunhua actually shifted his body, instinctively trying to dodge. Ah, well, you guys are here to have fun too, right? Lu Yunhua quickly changed the subject, looking rather uncomfortable. Zhou nodded and replied, yes, but I forgot to make a reservation. Did you make one? I think I booked it about 2 hours ago. Oh, so it's you. Zhou shrugged. He hadn't expected that it was the last room that Lu Yunhua had booked. What a coincidence. The boss then stepped forward, looked at Lu Yunhua, and asked, when will the others arrive? Lu Yunhua waved his hand and said, there's no one else. I see. But our rooms require at least 6 guests to book. How about you invite a few more people? Well, I don't know. Lu Yunhua scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, thinking that bringing only 2 people to a place like this was indeed a bit hasty. They had spent a lot of money, but couldn't gather enough people. 6 people? That's not enough for us. Zhou looked at the people around him. There were only 5 of them in total. It seemed that even if they had made an appointment, it wouldn't have made any difference. The boss then raised a finger, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, and looked at Zhou and Lu Yunhua, saying, don't you know each other? Why don't you just give it a shot? Zhou and the others, along with Lu Yunhua, were stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the boss, their eyes seemingly saying, are you kidding me? Great. Shall we join in? Aren't they your friends? It'll be more fun if everyone plays together. The girl Lu Yunhua brought seemed to agree, nodding and shaking Lu Yunhua's arm. Lu Yunhua had a pained expression on his face, biting his lip, looking very conflicted and distressed. If he were alone, he would be overjoyed. Even though he knew there was no chance for him to get back with Yin Mingran, it was impossible for him to completely forget her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transferred schools. Because he can't control his emotions. Seeing the girl I used to like again still makes me very excited, but unfortunately, he was actually seen with another girl. I should have come by myself today. Seeing Lu Yunhua's expression, Tang Ji covered her mouth and chuckled secretly. Then, she tugged at Yin Mingran's arm and whispered, what do you think? Would you agree to go with them? Yin Mingran paused, looking at Tang Ji with some surprise, as if she didn't understand why Tang Ji would ask such a question. Then, she honestly replied, I'll listen to Zhou. Zhou also heard Tang Ji's words, turned to look at her, and whispered, I know what you're thinking. How could you be so mean? Are you trying to bully someone again? Looking for fun? Fun has come knocking. Aren't you going to tease it a little? You clearly had the same idea, otherwise how would you know what I was thinking? Just tell me if you want to or not. I just wanted to tease them a little. Zhou and Tang Ji exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had planned it in coded language, leaving Yin Mingran somewhat puzzled. Zhou looked at Liao Haomiao and the other person and asked, you two don't have any objections, right? We've already come all this way, and if we look for another place, it'll probably be noon by then, which is too much of a hassle. Liao Haomiao glanced at Zhu Tao, who nodded. Having received her consent, Liao Haomiao said, we're fine with anything, whatever you say. We're not familiar with this, and these two. Zhou turned to look at his boss and nodded. Okay, either way is fine. It's up to him. Zhou pointed at Lu Yunhua across from him, forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth and trying not to let them turn up. Lu Yunhua frowned slightly, a bitter look on his face. Before he could speak, the girl next to him said impatiently, great, we can do it too. TSK, what are you doing here? What do you mean, can't? Lu Yunhua clicked his tongue, lowered his head, and glared at the girl. Logically speaking, Since they were classmates before, hanging out together wasn't a problem. However, given what happened between him and Min Gran, it was so awkward that he couldn't face these people anymore. As if she hadn't seen Lu Yunshua's gaze, the girl smiled slightly and whispered something to him. Baby, there are only 2 of us, and they have 5. We're contributing less, so it's a win-win situation. You? Chapter 168. You kissed me quite a bit yesterday, didn't you? Okay, I'll take you there. Follow me. The boss led the way, and the others followed behind. Lu Yunshua and the girl walked at the very back. Lu Yunshua stared at Min Gran and Zhou Heng ahead of them. He remembered that before he left, Min Gran and Zhou Heng weren't a couple. But it seems they were living together at the time, so does it matter if they were a couple or not? Just as he was speculating about their current relationship, Min Gran, who was in front, took the initiative to reach out and grab Zhou Heng's hand. Zhou Heng also grasped her hand in return, and their hands clasped tightly together. Call. Lu Yunshua, who had already mentally prepared himself, still let out a heavy breath, feeling as if his heart had skipped a beat. Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed his hand. Lu Yunshua turned to look at the girl beside him, and upon that glance, he immediately realized that this girl was far inferior. She's clearly just an average person, not ugly at all, but why does she seem so bad now? Is this a case of no comparison, no harm? After seeing the girls in front of me, and then looking at the one next to me, it seems I really can't compare. He was just playing around. How could a girl who was so different from Min Gran possibly be good enough for him? So Lu Yunshua quickly pulled his hand away, glanced at her, and whispered, "GIR, could you be a little more mindful? We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Men and women shouldn't be so close." Hold head high. The girl named GIR looked surprised, tilting her head and staring wide-eyed. Lu Yunshua, how can you change your attitude so quickly? These days, men and women shouldn't touch each other. But you kissed me quite a bit yesterday. Now you're calling me by my name? Yesterday you were calling me baby and darling, but today? Sure. Lu Yunshua's eyes widened, and he quickly reached out his hand, signaling Jia Yi to stop talking. Jia Yi's voice was quite loud, and the people in front of him heard it. They were suppressing their laughter, their shoulders trembling slightly, but not one of them turned around, pretending not to hear. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji, in particular, were both on the verge of losing their composure. The 2 of them agreed to let Lu Yunshua and the others join just to tease him and make fun of him. They had no prior grudges against each other, but both of them disapproved of Lu Yunshua's behavior, deceiving a girl's feelings, pretending to be a gentleman while actually being a complete scumbag, so they decided to play a trick on him. Upon entering the room, you'll find it very spacious, exquisitely decorated, and with atmospheric lighting. The facilities are also very complete, with all kinds of entertainment facilities available. After the group went inside, still unsure of what to do, Liao Haomiao immediately set his sights on the pool table. He walked over, picked up a rod, looked at Zhou Heng, and gestured with his chin. "I can't beat you at sports. How about you try a shot? You can do it." "Oh ho, this counts as a sport, okay? If it's a sport, then you can't beat me." Zhou Heng smiled with interest, then took off his coat, tossed it onto the sofa, picked up his golf club, and walked over. Zhou Heng's outer coat was rather loose and didn't show off his figure. But after he took it off, the fitted sports short-sleeved shirt underneath perfectly showed off his muscular physique. When Jia Yi saw Zhou Heng's physique, her eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. She originally thought that Lu Yunshua already had a very good physique among his peers, but she didn't expect someone was even more amazing than him. This physique is too perfect. Tang Ji spotted a game console, reached out and grabbed Min Gran and Zhu Tao, leading them over. "Play a couple of rounds of King of Fighters with me. If you don't know how, just press the buttons randomly." Oh. Before Min Gran and Zhu Tao could react, Tang Ji dragged them over and forced them to sit in front of the game console. To be honest, they only knew that such a thing existed, but had never actually seen it. They had never been to an arcade before, let alone know how to play the games. They didn't even understand what game Tang Ji had just mentioned. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao were engrossed in playing billiards, while 3 girls were also playing video games. Only Lu Yunshua and Jia Yi remained sitting there, unsure of what to do. looking somewhat uncomfortable and at a loss. Lu Yunshua's eyes kept glancing towards the three girls, while Jia Yi's eyes kept stealing glances at Zhou Heng. Lu Yunshua thought he could go out and have some fun now. Get closer to those three girls. As long as they could have fun together, that would be fine. In other words, as long as he can ease the tension with Yin Mingran a little, then his trip will not have been in vain. Although Yin Mingran and Zhou Heng are together now, it doesn't mean they are destined to grow old together. Dating during school years is perfectly normal. Breakups and makeups are commonplace. The key question is, how do we approach them now? Lu Yunshua suddenly realized that he had someone he could use. Lu Yunshua turned to look at Jia Yi and said, "Let's go play with them, otherwise it'll be so boring staying here." He pointed in the direction where Yin Mingran and the other two were. Jia Yi glanced at it, remained unmoved, shook his head, and said, "No, I don't like playing games. I, on the other hand, really want to play billiards." Jia Yi stared at the pool table in front of her and asked Lu Yunshua, "Why don't we both go play too? Let's talk to them and have the four of us play together." Lu Yunshua paused for a moment, then looked towards Zhou Heng and the others, his expression somewhat awkward. He simply wouldn't. There were 3 boys in total, and he was the only one who didn't know how. Wouldn't I be inexplicably outdone? How about this? You come with me over there for a while, and then after those 2 are done, I'll play a couple more rounds with you. Lu Yunshua thought that if he went up and fought Zhou Heng and the other 2, it would make him look like a noob. But dealing with Jia Yi should be a piece of cake for me, right? I should be able to fool her. Oh, whatever you want. Jia Yi's tone towards Lu Yunshua wasn't as warm as when she first entered, but she still followed his choice. He went with him to the 3 girls' place. As soon as Lu Yunshua walked over, he said enthusiastically, "Can I join you? I'm pretty good at it too. I used to play a lot, and I've never lost." Yin Mingran and Zhu Tao turned around and looked back, their eyes filled with hope. It felt like a scapegoat had appeared. Tang Ji slowly turned her head, glanced at Lu Yunshua, and slowly spoke. "Oh, so you're pretty brave." Chapter 169, and then, he didn't want to lose. Yin Mingran and Zhu Tao quickly moved aside. They no longer wanted to be unilaterally tormented by Tang Ji. Even with one person controlling the joystick and the other pressing the buttons, they were still no match for Tang Ji. She was like an insurmountable mountain. "I'll do it." Lu Yunshua rubbed his hands together confidently, sat down expectantly, and prepared to show off his skills. He admitted that he couldn't outdo Tang Ji in his studies. How can you possibly lose a game? Just admit you're a piece of trash. Tang Ji moved aside, creating some distance, and said calmly, "Losing a game means getting a sticker." "No problem." KO. Oops, that was a mistake. Let's try again. KO. No, something's not right. Let's try again. I'm serious now. I was just getting the feel for it. KO. Is this joystick malfunctioning? Why can't I use any skills? KO. 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 I'm not playing anymore. I'm useless. I can't even fit my face in anymore. Lu Yunshua immediately raised his hands in surrender, his face expressionless and his eyes lifeless, as if he had been dead for a long time. There are no more excuses. Change the character, change the position, change the joystick. His face was covered in strips of paper, and his head looked like a mop, so much so that even a slight inhale could cause him to inhale the paper and choke. No one told him that Tang Ji was so amazing. This is completely humiliating. Using this level of skill to bully yourself is like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill ants. What happened, friends? At this moment, Liao Haomiao walked over. When everyone looked at him, they all jumped in surprise. Liao Haomiao stood there, holding a golf club, his face covered in chalk marks. While everyone was still in a daze, Tang Ji was the first to laugh, covering her mouth with one hand until tears welled up in her eyes. Zhu Tao quickly stepped forward, wiping Liao Haomiao's face with her hands, and asked, "What happened?" Then Zhou Heng came over, but his face was completely clean, without a single mark. "Shall we continue?" He smiled slightly, looked at Liao Haomiao, and asked softly. Liao Haomiao shook his head violently, like a rattle drum, waved his hand, and said, "I'm not playing anymore, it's boring. I just sat there drinking water, and each game lasted 3 or 4 minutes. I barely even made a few shots." Haha. Sorry, I went a little overboard. Wow. You scared me. Where did this mop spirit come from? When Zhou Heng looked at Lu Yunxua, he was startled. He thought turning Liao Haomiao into a smurf was abstract enough, but he didn't expect there to be a mop spirit as well. Lu Yunxua and Liao Haomiao lowered their heads, looking embarrassed. They hadn't expected to lose so decisively. They were all quite confident at first, but who knew Zhou Heng and Tang Ji would be so twisted? Hurry up, who wants to fight me? I'm not using any skills this time. Who wants to play 2 more shots with me? I'll give you a handicap of 3. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji spoke at the same time, glancing around. The 2 boys were already out of commission, and the remaining 3 Yin Men Gran, Zhu Tao, and Jia Yi didn't dare to accept the challenge. Yin Men Gran pointed at the 2 of them and said, "It's only when the 2 of you play that there's any suspense, right? Why don't you 2 play? Play a couple of games, and then a couple of rounds of pool." The others nodded in agreement with Yin Men Gran. There was no doubt that they were not on the same level. Hold head high. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji were slightly taken aback, then looked at each other simultaneously, their brows furrowing slightly. The next second, they said in unison, "No, she is too bad. It's not interesting." As soon as they finished speaking, they both turned around and went back to playing with their own things. The others were taken aback, somewhat puzzled, their faces showing confusion. Zhu Tao whispered in Yin Mengran's ear, "She doesn't even think we're bad. So why does she think Zhou Heng is bad?" Yin Mengran smiled helplessly and replied, "They are evenly matched, so both of them could lose to the other. And then, they don't want to lose." "Oh, I see." Yin Mengran already knew these 2 people very well. Their words were nothing more than excuses. Zhu Tao took Liao Haomiao to wash his face, otherwise he really looked like a smurf. Zhu Tao almost couldn't help but laugh. Yin Mengran looked towards Zhou Heng and saw him playing alone. She was about to go over and join him when she saw him playing. But before she could take that step, a figure suddenly stepped out first. "I'll play with you. I can play a little too." She never expected that the first figure to rush out would be Jia Yi. What does this mean? Why is she not with Lu Yunxua, but going to hang out with her boyfriend? Yin Mengran's pupils contracted slightly, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and she bit her lip hard, radiating an undeniable aura. Then, she walked over aggressively. He stood directly in front of Zhou Heng, snatched the cue stick from his hand, looked at Jia Yi opposite him, and whispered, "You want to play? I'll play with you, okay?" Well, Zhou Heng was stunned. Although he was a bit slow on the uptake, he had spent quite a bit of time with Yin Mengran. Judging from her current state, tone, and demeanor, Yin Mengran seems a little angry. This feels a little scary. "Hey, can you include me? I want to play too." At this moment, Lu Yunxua, who had just peeled the notes off his face, suddenly brightened up and quickly moved closer. However, he seemed to have misunderstood the current situation. "Here you go. You can play with it." Zhou Heng took the golf club from Yin Mengran's hand and handed it to Lu Yunxua. Then, while the 2 were completely stunned, Zhou Heng took Yin Mengran's hand and led her to another place. Zhou Heng led Yin Mengran to sit in front of the mahjong machine. As soon as they sat down, Zhou Heng could see that Yin Mengran looked sullen. He crossed his legs, folded his arms, frowned slightly, and his face was full of displeasure. Zhou Heng seemed somewhat at a loss, his fingers twirling incessantly, clearly showing his nervousness. Subsequently, he gently placed his hand on Yin Mengran's leg, blinked, looked at her, and whispered, "Baby, calm down." Chapter 170. If you want to drink yourself into the hospital, you can try it with him. Yin Mengran blinked her big, bright eyes, looking at Zhou Heng with some surprise. That last sentence. Did Zhou Heng really say that? Yin Mengran's anger dissipated instantly. She was almost powerless against those words. Her eyes curved slightly, as if she were smiling, and she placed her hand in Zhou Heng's hand, whispering, "I'm not angry anymore, darling." Zhou Heng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A smile returned to his face, and he nodded. "Okay, that's good. If there's anything, just tell me, and I'll take care of it for you." "Okay." At this moment, Zhu Tao and Liao Haomiao also came out of the bathroom. Liao Haomiao had finally washed his face and was wiping it with tissue paper. Zhu Tao wiped his glasses and thoughtfully tidied his messy hair. When Zhou Heng saw the two of them come out, he quickly called out to them, "Come on, come and play some mahjong." Liao Haomiao put on his glasses, raised his hand, and shouted, "Come on, I refuse to believe it. There are so many things here, and I can't beat you at any of them." Then, he took Zhu Tao's hand and sat down directly at the mahjong machine. Zhu Tao looked at Liao Haomiao and whispered, I don't know how." "It's okay, I'll help you." At this moment, Tang Ji also sat down next to Zhu Tao. Now all five of them were gathered around the mahjong machine. This left Lu Yunshua and Jia Yi, who were still at the pool table, somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yunshua sighed, turned to look at Jia Yi, sized him up, and said, "Hey, let's play then. Do you know how? Or can you teach me?" Jia Yi placed the cue stick directly on the pool table, turned around and left, leaving behind a remark before departing. "Practice makes perfect, and if you don't know how, learn it." This. Lu Yunshua looked embarrassed. He was now caught in the middle. Even though he hadn't appeared in front of Min Gran for almost 2 months, the next time they met, her impression of him hadn't changed. Instead, she had become even more distant. While it's normal to keep your distance from other men if you have a boyfriend, this behavior clearly shows self-loathing. Now look what's happened. Even the girl he brought has changed her opinion of him, and he himself has cut off his own escape route. Zhou Heng drew a card, looked at Liao Haomiao, and said, "So, after this weekend, you'll be studying quietly at home, right? After all, there are so many exams to face, it's not good to be too relaxed." 90,000. "Yes, didn't I tell you before? Now my mom and Zhu Tao's mom are on the same side. It's true they agree to us being together, but it's also true they've become more strict." 30,000. "I'll eat your 30,000. Don't move. I'll touch you." "What? I won." "Damn it." Liao Haomiao helplessly pushed away his tiles. He was really losing even when playing mahjong. After several rounds, it was discovered that Zhou Heng won the most times, followed by Zhu Tao, who had Tang Ji's help. Liao Haomiao, on the other hand, kept losing. Either he was the one who lost, and someone else won by drawing the winning tile. "That's strange. Why am I having such bad luck today? I lose at everything I play." "Oh ho, you're still wondering if it's just bad luck? Then tell me, what game do you want to play? I'm open to anything." Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao with a triumphant air, which made Liao Haomiao very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. He really couldn't understand why Zhou Heng was so good at everything he did. It seems that even though his grades were poor before, he really didn't waste his time on days when he wasn't studying. At least he's quite good at things other than studying. Liao Haomiao glanced around. He realized he was no match for any of the board games, computers, or game consoles. Finally, he turned his gaze to the large dining table. I'm hungry. Shall we eat first?" "Oh." Zhou Heng glanced at the time, nodded, and said, "All right, it's noon, time to eat. Shall we call the chef to cook? There are dedicated chefs here who prepare elaborate meals. After instructing the chef to prepare the food, wait about half an hour, and it will be delivered to your room." There were a total of 18 dishes, which filled the large dining table. There were only 7 of them, Zhou Heng and his group. If they sat separately, each person would be too far apart. So they sat down on one side, a little closer together. Min Gran turned the table around without picking up any food, which seemed a bit strange, but Tang Ji noticed the hidden meaning behind Min Gran's action. What a perfect girlfriend. She's got all the little details to show. Tang Ji's words were not loud, but they were very quiet, so everyone else heard them. The others looked over with some surprise, wondering what Tang Ji meant by those details. Min Gran lowered her head, pursed her lips, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. In fact, after the dishes were served, Min Gran immediately looked at the dishes on the table and figured out which ones Zhou Heng could eat and which ones he couldn't. So she turned the table, placing the food Zhou Heng could eat in front of him. Zhou Heng also realized what was happening, and a smile appeared on his lips. He reached out his chopsticks and picked up some food for Min Gran, saying softly, "Eat up. It's all right. You don't need to take care of me." Do you drink alcohol?" At that moment, a voice broke the silence. The group looked up at the source of the sound. As they all guessed, it was indeed Lu Yunshua who said those words. "No." Several people shook their heads in unison, almost without hesitation. None of them have a habit of drinking, and some don't drink at all. Despite their firm refusal, Lu Yunhua persisted. Have a drink. It's so lively today, and we haven't seen each other for so long. A little drink won't hurt. Zhou Heng pointed at Jia Yi and said, if you want a drink, have her drink with you. We're not drinking. I won't drink either. No sooner had Zhou Heng finished speaking than Jia Yi stated her position. This left Lu Yunhua completely embarrassed, realizing that he seemed to have been isolated by the entire audience. After a moment of silence, Tang Ji shrugged and slowly spoke. I don't know what you're up to, but let me warn you, even if you think you can drink a lot, you definitely can't outdrink Zhou Heng. If you want to drink yourself into the hospital, you can try it with him. Well? Lu Yunhua's lips twitched. His expression was extremely unpleasant at Tang Ji's warning. Why is it Zhou Heng again? Is Zhou Heng all around capable? Now I can't even outdrink him? Yin Minggran was unaware of this, as she had never seen Zhou Heng drink. You can drink a lot, can't you? Zhou Heng touched his nose and replied casually, It's probably a family trait. That. Yin Minggran paused for a few seconds before leaning close to Zhou Heng's ear and whispering, Next time, I'll drink with you. Chapter 171 I have a feeling this isn't a good game. Really? Yes, really, I'll cook. We'll drink at home. Okay. Then, let's do it this semester, after the final exams. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran were whispering to each other, their hands still tightly clasped under the table, as if this was a date just for the two of them, completely unconcerned about whether there were other people around. Everyone else seemed to have gotten used to it. But Lu Yunhua was heartbroken. He had never seen anything like this before. Seeing her high school crush, her ideal woman, now taking care of another boy like a devoted wife. They'd blow on the food after picking it up from their plate before putting it in their bowl, and if their lips got oily, they'd immediately grab a napkin to wipe it clean. The way she looked at him was like a fangirl seeing her favorite idol. Her love and admiration were on full display. Lu Yunhua could hardly breathe when he saw this. He wondered if Zhou Heng had saved Yin Minggran's life. Even if they were a couple, this level of affection was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Those who know them think they are a couple, but those who don't might think Yin Minggran is Zhou Heng's maid. The key point is that everyone else seems to think it's normal. They didn't react at all. Have we just gotten used to them doing this? Lu Yunhua glanced at Jia Yi beside him and noticed that she was also staring at Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran, her eyes filled with envy. Lu Yunhua wondered if he hadn't run into Zhou Heng and the others, or hadn't severed ties with Jia Yi. Perhaps he could be holding hands with her now, and then. But you know what? It's fine without comparison. But now, standing in front of all these beautiful girls, I realize Jia Yi is just too much of a contrast. But, since we're already here, or should we just make do? Lu Yunhua glanced at Jia Yi a few times, seemingly preparing himself mentally. Then he picked up some food, placed it on Jia Yi's plate, and gave what he thought was a pretty perfect smile. Jia Yi was slightly taken aback at first, then turned to look at Lu Yunhua. Her eyelids drooped immediately, and her expression changed rapidly. If you're not going to eat it, put it on your own plate. Why are you putting it on mine? Hold head high. Lu Yunhua paused for a moment, then looked down. I realized I might have accidentally put some food into the bone dish that Jia Yi used for throwing away trash. Oh no. I wanted to. Thank you, but I don't eat spicy food. I think I mentioned that yesterday. Jia Yi rolled her eyes at Lu Yunhua, and that indifferent gaze felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his face. He knew that Jia Yi's chances were pretty much over. It was all his own doing. There was nothing he could do. After eating, Tang Ji patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder, pointed to the computer next to him, and said, Come on, let's play for a while. I just checked, the configuration is pretty good. It can run all the special effects. Oh, just as Zhou Heng was about to get up, Liao Haomiao spoke up. Zhou Heng, let's try to have fun together as much as possible. After all, this is our last weekend out. That makes sense. Zhou Heng thought about it and realized it made sense. He could play games on the computer at home, but the only chance he had to go out and play with Liao Haomiao and the others was today. Zhou Heng turned to look at Tang Ji, who agreed with the idea, nodded, and sat down. But the problem now is, what can they do? Actually, you get tired of these entertainment facilities after a few times. As long as they can play together, it doesn't matter what they play. Several people sat around the table, seemingly in a state of quiet contemplation, without uttering a word. Leaning against Zhou Heng, In Mingran felt sleepy and looked drowsy. Otherwise, after a while, Liao Haomiao spoke first, saying, "How about this? We write down all the games we want to play on a piece of paper, making sure they're games we can all play, and then we'll just randomly pick one, okay?" The group exchanged glances, looked at each other, and then nodded in unison. "Okay, sure, that works." Then, everyone took a slip of paper and wrote down the games they wanted to play. Tengji, Arcade Championship, I might throw the game. Liao Haomiao, board games, anything is fine, but no teamwork based on personal feelings. Zhu Tao, playing mahjong, requires Tang Ji's assistance. Zhou Heng, playing cards. In Mingran, Zhou Heng's decision. Jia, truth or dare. Lu Yunxua. Everyone had written down their games, but Lu Yunxua hid far away before writing down the game he wanted to play, looking rather furtive and suspicious. However, Zhou Heng and the others could not deprive Lu Yunxua and the others of their right to participate, since they were all contributing money to play together, and it wouldn't be good to isolate them. Finally, everyone crumpled up their slips of paper, mixed them together, and prepared to draw one. Lu Yunxua looked very expectant, staring intently at the note that belonged to him. "All right, who's going to take it?" Zhou Heng looked around at the people and decided who would draw the slip of paper. As a result, everyone looked at Zhou Heng, and they all agreed that it was most appropriate for him to draw the lot. Zhou Heng nodded without refusing, and then looked at the slips of paper. If he's the one drawing, he'll definitely want to find his own card. After looking at them for a long time, they were all jumbled together, and I couldn't tell which one was mine at all. Then I can only draw one at random. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Heng finally drew a card at random, but as soon as he picked it up, Lu Yunxua raised his arms and cheered, "Yay!" Everyone else looked at him with puzzled expressions, wondering what he was so happy about. Could it be that he was the one who was randomly selected? Zhou Heng paused slightly, then slowly lowered his hand. "Hey, don't cheat. You already chose this one." Lu Yunxua immediately became anxious and reached out to stop Zhou Heng from putting it down. After all, the probability of him being chosen was too low. "Your reaction? I have a feeling this isn't a good game." Zhou Heng frowned slightly, his expression serious, and his eyes were filled with vigilance as he stared at Lu Yunxua. Lu Yunxua immediately gave an awkward smile, shrugged, and explained, "How could this be? My game is perfectly normal, and everyone can play it. Isn't that great?" Liao Haomiao patted Zhou Heng's arm and said, "Forget it. You've already made your choice. Play for a while, and if it doesn't work out, you can always change. It's okay." "All right." Zhou Heng reluctantly accepted, nodded, and opened the slip of paper in his hand. All eyes turned to the note Lu Yunxua had written. King's Game. Chapter 172. If no one else can do it, we'll drink it. Do you dare? Click. Zhou Heng crumpled the note in his hand, pouted, and looked at Lu Yunxua speechlessly. He shouldn't have believed Lu Yunxua's nonsense. This was a perfectly normal game. What does this mean? In Mingran and Zhu Tao had absolutely no idea what kind of game this was, nor did they understand why Zhou Heng was reacting this way. "What game is this?" In Mingran whispered in Tang Ji's ear. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Ji quietly explained the situation to In Mingran and Zhu Tao. After the explanation, both of them showed very disdainful expressions, and their looks at Lu Yunxua were also full of disgust. Lu Yunxua looked very embarrassed and stammered, I think this game is pretty normal, or is it abnormal?" Jia glared at him from the side and said, "It's normal for someone like you who plays games all the time to do that, but you don't even consider other people. No, no, no. Let's just play normally, nothing too outrageous, okay?" Lu Yunxua looked at Zhou Heng, seeking his consent. Zhou Heng thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, in that case, let's set a few restrictions, all right? That way we won't part on bad terms." Then the first rule is definitely no pornographic content. Second, no issuing orders that violate laws or commit crimes. Third, no matters involving personal privacy. And fourth, the effective range of orders cannot exceed 10 meters. Is that okay? Everyone nodded and agreed. With these restrictions in place, the game becomes a simple adventure game. Otherwise, some people would definitely be unhappy. What about the punishment? What about the punishment for not following orders? Liao Haomiao asked. He anticipated that there might be things he really didn't want to do, so he wanted to know in advance what the punishment would be. Well, Lu Yunshua thought for a long time, but still couldn't decide on a punishment. After all, the punishments he used to receive when he played games were completely unsuitable for now. No one else dared to mention any punishment. They were all waiting for Zhou Heng to seize. Zhou Heng thought for a while, and an idea came to him. Now it can be said that they were all tricked by Lu Yunshua. He must get revenge for this, at least to vent his anger. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Heng raised his head, looked at Lu Yunshua, and said, "Didn't you want to drink? How about the punishment is just the two of us drinking?" Oh, Lu Yunshua frowned slightly, somewhat surprised, wondering why Zhou Heng would propose such a punishment. But having already been asked to do so by Zhou Heng, he couldn't possibly back down. Of course, but what about the others? If others can't do it, we'll drink it. Do you dare? Zhou Heng wore a nonchalant smile, as if he were mocking Lu Yunshua. Lu Yunshua puffed out his chest and said, "Of course I dare. What's there to be afraid of? But it's a deal. You can't deliberately not do it just so we'll drink it." "Certainly." Zhou Heng nodded, then took a bottle of baijiu from the wine cabinet next to him. Yin Mingran looked somewhat worried. She had never seen Zhou Heng drink before, and didn't know if he could hold his liquor or what he would be like after drinking. However, Zhou Heng seemed to sense Yin Mingran's worry, turned his head to give her a reassuring look, and held her hands in his own. "Bring it on." Lu Yunshua brought out a deck of cards, took out aces through sevens, and a joker, for a total of 8 cards. Everyone chooses one card, and one card is left behind. The person who chooses the king card becomes the king and can issue commands to the others. Each person only knows their own number, not the others, and the one left behind is the king's number, so it's possible that the king might dig a hole for himself. The first round begins. Everyone drew a card, looked at it, and placed it on the table. "I got it." Jia revealed her card and drew the king, meaning she was the queen for this round and could freely issue orders. Everyone else looked at her, waiting for her to speak. Lu Yunshua was very nervous. He and Zhou Heng had already poured a full glass of baijiu. If anyone couldn't do it, they would have to drink it, just one sip. That's about an ounce in one bite. If he had to have a few more rounds, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. "Well, I'll keep the first round simple. Number 3 will pick up number 5 and spin him around 3 times. Jia knew she couldn't make unreasonable demands, so she suggested something simpler. But such a requirement is enough for Lu Yunshua. He gave a subtle smile. He had achieved his goal. There's no need for any excessive requirements. Aren't these simple commands good enough? With so many girls around, the chances of me interacting with them are pretty high." He glanced at his card. Unfortunately, it was number 4, just a little short. "I am number 5. Yin Mingran slowly picked up her card, which was a 5. This infuriated Lu Yunshua so much that he gritted his teeth in anger. "Why am I not number 3? If it were me, I could hug Yin Mingran." "Who is number 3? Everyone looked around, wondering who would pick up Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng glanced at himself. He was number 1, not him. Jia also glanced at the card on the table. It was number 7, and it wasn't her, the queen. Others. "It's me." At this moment, Tang Ji turned over her card, which was number 3. Upon seeing that it was Tang Ji, Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran both breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally relax, otherwise he would have been prepared to drink with her. Yin Mingran and Tang Ji stood up. Standing in the open space, Tang Ji was ready. She stretched out her hands and raised her chin, gesturing for Yin Mingran to come over. Yin Mingran walked over and put her arms around Tang Ji's neck. Tang Ji bent down and picked Yin Mingran up in her arms. "Oh." Yin Mingran was somewhat surprised and let out a soft exclamation. She had only been held by Zhou Heng before, and she was already very familiar with that feeling, but being held by Tang Ji this time felt quite different. And Tang Ji seems quite relaxed. "I'm not fat, but I don't think I should be so easy for a girl to lift me up." Tang Ji held Yin Mingran and spun her around 3 times. It looked like a simple gesture. When he put Yin Mingran down, he said something. "Thank goodness it was you. If it were Zhou Heng, I couldn't carry him even if I worked myself to death." Shut up. Zhou Heng rolled his eyes at her and snorted. After this round ends, the cards are drawn again. This time, it was Lu Yunxua who drew the king's card. Uh-huh. Lu Yunxua smiled knowingly. He looked at the people present, then slowly began to speak. Number 2 should look at number 6 with deep affection and say, I love you. Chapter 173. What's this? This is just water to me. Everyone simultaneously showed expressions of disgust, pouting. Saying, I love you, is one thing. But looking at someone with such affection is another. It's fine if they hang out with other people outside, but the problem is that they all know each other, and their relationships are all special. This is just too strange. Who is number 2? Lu Yunxua looked around, then at the others, and when he looked at the girls, he felt a hint of anticipation. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few seconds, no one stepped forward. Huh? No way. Lu Yunxua lifted the hidden card on the table, and it turned out to be number 2. In other words, number 2 is himself. I'm number 2, who's number 6? Lu Yunxua looked at the others, his heart now yearning for number 6 to be a girl. Anyone would do. While others were observing, Tang Ji suddenly bumped into Zhou Heng's leg under the table. Zhou Heng sensed it, but outwardly showed no reaction. Inwardly, however, he already understood. Then, Zhou Heng took Yin Mingran's hand and squeezed it slightly. Yin Mingran glanced at Zhou Heng, and at the same time, she saw Tang Ji's gaze. She immediately understood. Cough, cough. Yin Mingran started coughing, and everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to her. Just then, Tang Ji put her arm on the table and used her other hand to push her playing cards toward Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng pressed down on the card with his index finger, while simultaneously sliding his own card over with his middle finger. In just 1 second, while Yin Mingran was distracted, the two of them exchanged cards without anyone noticing. Zhou Heng turned over the card in his hand, and it was number 6. Lu Yunshua's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His lips twitched, his eyebrows twitched wildly, and he was speechless. Any girl would do, but with 4 girls present, the probability is that none of them are girls. It was Zhou Heng. How could I look at Zhou Heng with such tender affection and say, I love you? No. I'll definitely have nightmares, absolutely. Moreover, if it were recorded on video, it would become a weapon against him for the rest of his life. This is really a recipe for disaster. I'll drink. Lu Yunxua quickly picked up his wine glass, ready to drink. He absolutely couldn't do such a thing. It was just too disgusting. Zhou Heng tilted his head, frowned, and said, No, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. This is a matter for 2 people, isn't it? You think you can just take a sip and be done with it? Dream on. You should at least take 2 sips, right? Zhou Heng's words were met with nods of agreement from the others. Lu Yunshua's face turned green. This 2-ounce cup, if you take a big gulp, it's half a cup, and if you take 2 gulps, it's like making him drink a whole glass of baijiu. Well, I drink often, but I've never drunk like this before. After taking that bite, could I still handle it? Zhou Heng swirled his glass, stared at Lu Yunxua, and said calmly, If you can't drink, fine. But you said you wanted to drink, and now you can't drink anymore. I can drink it. What's this? It's just water to me. Lu Yunxua picked up the wine glass, held his breath, and drank the liquor in the glass in 1 gulp. Everyone else watched intently. It was the first time they'd ever seen someone's face and neck turn red so quickly. Tang Ji and Zhou Heng slightly raised the corners of their mouths, looking at Lu Yunxua, who was now as red as a boiled crab, with a pained expression, which was particularly amusing. Jia also stood to the side with a disdainful expression, her eyes seeming to say, serves you right. After finishing his drink, Lu Yunxua almost threw up again. It felt like it was stuck in his throat. Luckily, he covered his mouth in time and slowly swallowed it. Otherwise, he would have been performing a human fountain show here. Still want to play? Or, are you no longer able to play? Zhou Heng asked Lu Yunxua with a smile, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Lu Yunxua felt a chill run down his spine. He was clearly struggling to keep up with Zhou Heng's taunts. I'll rest for a while. Just as Lu Yunxua was about to say something, he saw Zhou Heng reach out and put his arm around Yin Mingran's shoulder. Yin Mingran nestled obediently in Zhou Heng's arms, her thin lips curving into a gentle smile. Seeing this, Lu Yunhua felt as if a fire of anger had been ignited in his heart, making his face and neck turn even redder. You can drink. Of course you can. Let's keep going. We've only played 2 rounds. Lu Yunhua waved his hand, looking determined not to give up. Zhou Heng shook his head again and said, "That won't do. We don't pressure people to drink. If something happens to you at the table, we'll all be responsible. Let's just forget about it." No. I know what I'm doing. It's okay. If it really comes down to it, I'll sign a waiver, alright? Lu Yunhua was now blinded by rage and completely disregarded what Zhou Heng was saying. He just wanted to keep playing and vent his anger. Well, since you've said so, fine, let's continue playing. Zhou Heng chuckled, exchanged a glance with Tang Ji and Yin Mingran beside him, and then began shuffling the cards. At the same time, he thoughtfully poured Lu Yunhua a full glass of wine. The 3rd round begins. This time, Zhou Heng drew the king. Upon seeing this, Zhou Heng said without hesitation, "Number 6 and number 7 will be drinking." This? What's wrong? Is this not okay? This is the most normal thing I'm doing, isn't it? Isn't this just a drinking game at a bar? Lu Yunhua froze. His brain, which had stopped working, seemed to begin to think again. He realized he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Numbers 6 and 7, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao, both shook their heads simultaneously, saying they couldn't complete the task. Furthermore, they presented a well-reasoned argument, stating that if the 2 of them drank alcohol, it would affect their brains, causing their grades to drop and potentially leading to a breakup. So no matter what, it's impossible for me to drink it. As agreed, it turned into Zhou Heng and Lu Yunhua drinking together. No, wait this. Before Lu Yunhua could even react, Zhou Heng picked up his wine glass and downed the entire glass in one gulp. Yin Mingran's hand seemed unsure what to do, as if she wanted to stop him, or perhaps she was worried. But Zhou Heng's speed was simply too fast, as if he were drinking water. It's your turn. If you haven't fulfilled the punishment, tell me, what should you do? Zhou Heng tapped the table, his dark eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light, giving off an immense sense of pressure. Tang Ji and Yin Mingran, who were standing next to Zhou Heng, also seemed to have icy expressions, staring intently at Lu Yunhua. Lu Yunhua's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow, cold sweat breaking out on his back. I'll drink. Chapter 174, but such a great boyfriend chose me. After another glass and a half of wine, Lu Yunhua simply couldn't take it anymore. He drank half a gin of liquor all by himself, in just over 10 minutes. He covered his mouth, quickly got up, went to the bathroom, and then began to vomit violently. Alright, game over. Zhou Heng leaned back in his chair, stretched his shoulders, and looked remarkably relaxed. Yin Mingran looked worried as she gazed at Zhou Heng and asked softly, "Are you alright?" You and he drank about the same amount. The half-liter bottle of wine in front of them had already been finished by Zhou Heng and Lu Yunhua. The 2 were almost drunk, but their states were completely different. Lu Yunhua is now performing a dragon roar in the toilet, while Zhou Heng remains calm and composed, as if he hasn't drunk anything. His expression hasn't changed, and his eyes haven't wavered. I'm fine. These drinks are okay. They're not very strong. Zhou Heng shook his head, glanced at the empty bottle of liquor on the table, and answered indifferently. Wow, you can really drink that much? That's amazing. Yin Mingran blinked, then exclaimed softly, her tone filled with admiration for Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng was a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and muttered, "It's nothing. I rarely drink. Drinking too much is bad for your health." The couple's sweet interaction made GIR, sitting opposite them, quite envious. She rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and said, "I really envy you, finding such a great boyfriend." Yin Mingran looked at GIR and gently shook her head. "It's not that I found such a great boyfriend, but rather, such a great boyfriend chose me." Jiayi's eyes widened suddenly, and she slowly sat up straight, an expression of disbelief slowly spreading across her face. She turned to look at the others, Liao Haomiao, Zhu Tao, and Tang Ji. They all smiled faintly. Tang Ji shrugged and said, "What those 2 went through is much more complicated than you think." When Lu Yunhua came out, he was already leaning against the wall, his face flushed, and veins were bulging on his neck and forehead, showing how forcefully he had vomited. All right, it's good that you're okay. You can rest now. We'll play something else. Zhou Heng stood up, took Yin Mingran's hand, and left the table, preparing to play something else. The others followed suit, no one caring whether Lu Yunxua lived or died. Lu Yunxua was panting heavily. His breathing was very rapid, but his eyes were fixed on one spot. Those are Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran holding hands. This scene was so jarring to his eyes. He found it hard to accept. In his heart, he still felt that it was he, not Zhou Heng, who should have taken Yin Mingran's hand. The group then went to other recreational facilities, where they chatted and played games. Lu Yunxua hid alone in the corner, not saying a word. Everyone assumed he was drunk and asleep, so they ignored him. After a while, Yin Mingran gently patted Zhou Heng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I'm going to the restroom." "Okay, sure." After Yin Mingran left Zhou Heng's side and headed towards the restroom. As if a prompt had flashed through Zhou Heng's mind, he subconsciously glanced back. In that instant, he saw Lu Yunxua stand up. He turned around and followed behind Yin Mingran. Zhou Heng immediately frowned, his eyes turning cold. A bad feeling welled up inside him, a very bad feeling. "Wait for me a moment." Zhou Heng said something to Tang Ji, then immediately stood up and walked over there. Yin Mingran, who was in the restroom, had no idea what was happening. I washed my hands, looked up at myself in the mirror, and smiled slightly. For her, as long as she could be with Zhou Heng, it was a day worth smiling about, a happy day, no matter what she did. She turned around, unlocked the door, and prepared to go out. But the moment she unlocked the door, before she even put her hand on the doorknob, she saw the doorknob press down on its own. "There's someone outside." Before Yin Mingran could react, the bathroom door was flung open. A figure darted in from outside. "Lu Yunxua." Yin Mingran recognized the figure. His face and eyes were flushed, clearly indicating he was drunk. After Lu Yunxua entered the room, he immediately closed the door and locked it. Click. Fear surged through Yin Mingran instantly. Her eyes widened, her body froze. She held her breath and kept backing away. What? What are you going to do?" Lu Yunxua took deep breaths, kept moving forward, and whispered, "Yin Mingran, Yin Mingran, you have no idea how much I love you. Why did you get together with Zhou Heng? Why? Why did you let me down? You. How far have you two gone? Did you give it to him? How many times?" "Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng." As Yin Mingran retreated, she screamed. She was truly terrified, shrinking back in fear, her face deathly pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She didn't know what Lu Yunxua was up to, but it certainly wasn't anything good. She absolutely cannot be defiled by Lu Yunxua. If she did, she would have no face to face Zhou Heng, and she might as well be dead. "Yin Mingran, please, let me." Lu Yunxua lunged forward, as fiercely as a wild beast hunting its prey. Yin Mingran immediately dodged, stepping aside to avoid Lu Yunxua's attack. Just then, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Bang, bang, bang. "Lu Yunxua, I'm giving you 3 seconds to open the door right now, or I won't be polite." Zhou Heng's cold voice came from outside. Although his emotions didn't fluctuate much, you could faintly hear the anger in his voice. Lu Yunxua sneered and said to the door, "Zhou Heng, don't think I'm fucking afraid of you. 1. Who are you trying to scare? I'm right here today, what can you do to me? 2. Zhou Heng, I'll F you." Bang. A loud bang. The door lock shattered instantly, and the glass on the door developed a network of cracks. The door creaked open slowly. Zhou Heng stood at the door, his face as gloomy as the dark clouds before a storm, suffocating anyone who looked at him. He lowered his raised foot, slowly lowered it, and then walked into the restroom. Lu Yunxua's face was blank, his expression numb, his eyes wide open, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Zhou Heng could actually break down the door like that. Yin Mingran rushed to Zhou Heng's side and hugged him, her body still trembling slightly with fear. "Sweetie, you can go out first, it's okay." Zhou Heng's last gentle voice was directed at Yin Mingran as he softly patted her head. At this moment, Tang Ji and the others also arrived and stood behind Zhou Heng. Tang Ji picked up Yin Mingran, gently patted her back, glared coldly at Lu Yunxua, and said to Zhou Heng, "Brother, don't let him off easily." "Certainly." Chapter 175, but I only have one bottom line, and that is Een Mingran. Een Mingran was clearly quite frightened. She sat there still looking somewhat shaken. Tang Ji kept comforting her until she gradually calmed down. After all, having a drunkard suddenly barge in with malicious intent will undoubtedly leave a psychological scar. Inside the restroom, Zhou Heng pressed closer, his body tense, his muscles displaying incredible resilience and strength, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His brows were furrowed, his lips were pressed tightly together, and the anger in his eyes could almost ignite the surrounding air. Lu Yunxua kept backing away until he landed hard on the toilet, a look of fear on his face. Zhou Heng's current state was truly frightening, and coupled with his physique, it genuinely intimidated him. Zhou Heng, listen to me. Smack. Before Lu Yunxua could say anything, a heavy slap landed on his face. The sharp sound echoed deafeningly throughout the restroom. Lu Yunxua's head flipped completely backward, and his body fell backward, crashing to the ground. In an instant, Lu Yunxua's face turned bright red, and a bright red handprint was clearly visible on his cheek. Ugh whoosh. Lu Yunxua knelt on the ground, covering his cheek, shaking his head, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes constantly squinting, as if he were completely dazed. Zhou Heng squatted down, reached out, grabbed Lu Yunxua's hair, lifted his head, and stared into his eyes. I'm the kind of person who won't care if you talk about me, scold me, or provoke me. But I only have one bottom line, and that is Een Mingran. Zhou Heng's voice was very low, as if it were devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxua gasped for breath, forced a smile, and then spat at Zhou Heng. Pooh! You? Tong Enings, simp, you dare to be worthy? Een Mingran must be blind to be with you. Don't be so smug. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. I'll get her sooner or later, no matter what it takes. Zhou Heng's face instantly darkened. His eyes became dull and lifeless, and the veins on his forehead bulged one after another. Tangji. Tangji heard Zhou Heng call her name, and the tone in his voice made her tremble slightly. She quickly ran to the bathroom door and whispered, Brother, close the door and don't let anyone in. Okay, brother. You should stop. Don't make a big mess. Tangji was no longer as angry as before, because she could sense that Zhou Heng was truly angry this time. I know. After reminding her, Tangji slowly closed the door with the broken lock. Although there was a gap, it was enough to block the view. Then, a series of bang-bang sounds came from the bathroom. The people outside frowned and grinned, and their bodies trembled at the sound that came from inside. Tangji slowly walked back and sat down next to Een Mingran. Een Mingran quickly grabbed Tangji's wrist and said, Tangji, hurry, stop Zhou Heng. Don't let anyone die. I dare not. He's extremely angry right now, and in this situation, no one can get close. Tangji shook her head repeatedly, a bitter expression on her face. She had rarely seen Zhou Heng in this state since she was a child, because in her mind, Zhou Heng was known for his exceptionally good temper, far better than her own. You can joke around with him however you want. He doesn't care at all whether others mock him, insult him, or provoke him, and he doesn't hold grudges. But the more someone is like this, the more terrifying they are when they get angry. That must have happened to make him extremely angry. At that moment, who would dare to stop him? Een Mingran stood up at this moment, her eyes becoming slightly more determined. She knew Zhou Heng was very angry, and as his girlfriend, she had to stop him from causing a major disaster. Otherwise, their future would be affected. Even if it's dangerous to get close to Zhou Heng now, she has to go, because she's the only one who can stop him now. Tangji, please call your mother. After leaving those words, Een Mingran headed towards the restroom. Hey, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao couldn't bear to see Een Mingran go alone, so they followed her. In case Zhou Heng loses his temper and denies everyone, they can at least protect Een Mingran. Oh, Tangji took out her phone and called Zhou Heng's mother. The phone rang several times before being answered. Hello? Xiaoji? What made you decide to call your aunt? Hello? Aunt. Zhou Heng he. Huh? What happened to Zhou Heng? Tell me slowly. At the same time, Een Mingran arrived at the bathroom door and pushed it open. The scene before her eyes left her speechless. The bathroom was a mess. The toilet seat was broken and covered in blood. Zhou Hongli grabbed Lu Yunxua by the collar. Lu Yunshua's eyes had rolled back. Blood was flowing from both noses and the corners of his mouth, and his face bore numerous marks of beatings. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao were also shocked by what they saw. The scene was simply too brutal. Zhou Hong, darling, stop hitting me. Okay. Yin Minggran quickly went over, hugged Zhou Heng's arm, and gently comforted the angry Zhou Hong, trying to calm him down. Zhou Hong suddenly turned around and looked at Yin Minggran. In that instant, Zhou Heng's cold and fierce gaze, his tightly furrowed brows, made Yin Minggran tremble all over, and her expression instantly froze. The next second, she slowly released her grip and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Because this was the first time she had seen Zhou Hong with such an expression and look in his eyes, he seemed so unfamiliar to her, as if the person in front of her was not the Zhou Hong she knew at all. Just a moment later, a tear appeared at the corner of her eye. She hadn't cried in a long time, and she had vowed to stop being weak. But if there was anything that could make her cry immediately, it was Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was stunned for a moment, as if his thoughts had been pulled back in that instant. His brows relaxed, and his eyes became much clearer. Yin Minggran. Baby, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? Zhou Hong quickly released Lu Yunxua and walked towards Yin Minggran. Lu Yunxua lay motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. Chapter 176. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I love you. That's how it is. Aunt, right now? Yin Minggran is trying to stop Zhou Hong, but I feel she can't stop him. What should we do? Tang Ji recounted the entire incident to Lu Wei, who was sitting opposite her. But ever since she started talking about it, Lu Wei hadn't said a word, leading Tang Ji to believe several times that the other party hadn't heard her or had hung up. But the other party remained silent the whole time, which surprised Tang Ji. After a long silence, Lu Wei's voice finally came from the other end of the phone. You mean, that person was plotting against Xiaoran? And now Zhou Hong is angry? And he's hitting him? Yes, Auntie, what should we do? Okay, then tell Zhou Heng not to kill him. After you're done, take him to the hospital and tell me which hospital it is and what its name is. I'll handle it. You don't need to worry about anything. Okay, alright. Tang Ji paused for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Judging from what his aunt was saying, she seemed just as angry as Zhou Hong. Truly, their mother and son. If she were here, would she go up and fight with Zhou Hong? After hanging up the phone, Tang Ji hurried to the restroom. Then they saw Zhou Hong carrying Yin Minggran out. Well, Tang Ji was a little surprised. She thought Zhou Hong might fight for a while longer, but it ended just like that? Did Yin Minggran really stop Zhou Hong? Tang Ji saw that Zhou Heng's eyes had returned to normal, and he no longer had that unapproachable aura. On the contrary, Yin Minggran, whom he was holding, seemed to have been frightened again. Her eyes were filled with tears as she hid in Zhou Heng's arms, looking very scared. Did you scare her? Tang Ji looked up at Zhou Hong and asked in confusion. Zhou Hong nodded helplessly. His adrenaline had indeed surged. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and he simply couldn't stop. So when Yin Minggran suddenly appeared, he couldn't stop in time. Seeing that Zhou Hong was all right, Tang Ji went to check on the person in the restroom. As soon as they entered, they saw Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao helping Lu Yunxua, who was unconscious on the ground, to his feet and leaning him against the toilet. Liao Haomiao stood up, panting heavily, and pointed at Lu Yunxua, saying, This guy, he's pretty resilient. He took so many hits from Zhou Hong and didn't utter a single sound. Are you sure you were still conscious when you didn't utter a sound? Zhu Tao glanced at him, then looked at Lu Yunxua, who was now completely still. If it weren't for his faint breathing, they would have really thought he was dead. He's drunk right now, so of course he can take a beating. He'll probably remember nothing by tomorrow. He drank so much, he must have blacked out. Let's get him to the hospital right away. Tang Ji took out her phone and called an ambulance. During this time, she first took some tissues, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them into Lu Yunshua's nose. Otherwise, Lu Yunxua would have lost too much blood before the ambulance arrived. TSK, serves him right. Jia crossed her arms, looked at Lu Yunxua, and shook her head. He could only say he deserved what he had suffered. If he were even slightly normal, he wouldn't have had such a miserable day. Zhou Heng carried In Mingran to the sofa and sat down, looking at her in his arms with eyes full of guilt. Why couldn't I control my emotions? How am I supposed to face In Mingran now? Before Zhou Heng could say anything, In Mingran reached out and gently stroked his cheek. Just as Zhou Heng was about to speak, In Mingran gently pressed her finger to his lips, stopping him from continuing. Zhou Heng pursed his lips, somewhat at a loss. The man who had been so spirited just moments before now looked like a child who had done something wrong. Then, In Mingran hugged Zhou Heng's neck and whispered, "You don't need to say anything. I don't blame you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I love you." As she spoke, In Mingran nestled close to Zhou Heng's chest, lying quietly and obediently. She seemed a little tired, closing her eyes, but a faint smile remained on her lips. After a slight pause, Zhou Heng also smiled. "I love you too." He gently placed his hand on In Mingran's shoulder, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and fell into a very peaceful atmosphere. Tang Ji came out and saw the two people on the sofa. He put his hands on his hips, shook his head with a helpless smile. A dozen minutes later, the ambulance arrived and took Lu Yunxua away. Zhou Heng and the others then prepared to leave. He compensated the boss for all the damage to the restroom. Although a lot happened, everyone except Lu Yunxua seems to be having a good time. Liao Haomiao, holding Zhu Tao's hand, looked at Zhou Heng and said, "Are you really okay? You were really scary back then. I couldn't stop you, so please don't blame me. It's nothing. Please excuse my poor appearance." Zhou Heng waved his hand and said calmly. He seemed completely unconcerned about the situation, as if he weren't the one who had gone through those things. "Don't laugh at me. What's our relationship? Just tell me if anything's wrong. And then, let's hang out again when we have the chance." Liao Haomiao lightly punched Zhou Heng in the chest with his fist, glanced at the subway station they were about to get off. Then it'll probably be around winter break, right? Good luck. Don't let your score drop again next time, or I'll overtake you. Oh, then you'd better work hard. Surpassing me won't be an easy thing." Liao Haomiao chuckled and replied. Then, the subway doors opened, and after saying goodbye, the two left. In Mingran leaned on Zhou Heng's shoulder, still fast asleep. Tang Ji glanced at her and whispered to Zhou Heng, "She's really tired and scared today. Go back and comfort her." "That goes without saying." Zhou Heng nodded, his eyes filled with growing affection as he looked at In Mingran leaning against him. "Having such a gentle and understanding girlfriend, I don't know what good deeds I must have done in my past life to deserve this. Bye. I'm off now, don't miss your stop." After saying goodbye to Zhou Heng, Tang Ji also got off the subway. Zhou Heng and In Mingran need to take the train one more stop. After Tang Ji left, In Mingran slowly opened her eyes, raised her head, and looked at Zhou Heng beside her. "You're awake." Honey, I'm hungry. Let's go back to the noodle shop downstairs and get something to eat." Zhou Heng brushed aside In Mingran's hair and whispered, "Great, perfect timing. Neither of us seems to have the energy to cook today." Chapter 177, It seems someone needs some comfort. Zhou Heng and In Mingran's lives remained unchanged. During this time, Zhou Heng's mother called to ask if In Mingran was all right and told them that they didn't need to worry about anything. In Mingran was quite worried about what measures Lu Yunxua might take. This was a crucial time for Zhou Heng's studies, and they couldn't let this kind of thing interfere. However, Zhou Heng seemed completely unconcerned, continuing his life as usual, as if nothing had happened. A few days later, Lu Yunshua's father personally brought the injured Lu Yunxua to Zhou Heng's house to apologize. When Lu Yunxua and his father bowed and apologized at the door of their house, In Mingran finally understood why Zhou Heng wasn't worried at all. Zhou Heng remained unmoved by the apology. After listening to what they had to say, he closed the door without giving any reply. Watching Zhou Heng turn and walk towards the sofa, In Mingran tentatively asked, "Did Mom make it?" She didn't believe that Lu Yunxua and his father could be so sensible. It was undoubtedly because someone had done something. And that person, besides Zhou Heng's mother, couldn't be anyone else, right? Zhou Heng nodded and replied, "Yeah, I think so. Now that she knows about this, there's nothing to worry about. I don't know what she did, but she won't just stand by and watch you suffer. She's known for being fiercely protective of her own. In Mingran felt warm inside, but at the same time, she also felt a little guilty. I seem to always be causing trouble for Zhou Heng and the others. I'm like a jinx. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've caused you and Mom so much trouble. In Mingran lowered her head and said softly. She had to admit that her presence would inevitably cause Zhou Heng some trouble, but she was reluctant to leave. She didn't know if this selfish feeling was right or wrong. What are you saying? Zhou Heng turned around and came to In Mingran's side. He then bent down, picked up In Mingran, and held her in his arms. In Mingran faced Zhou Heng's chest, gently biting her lip, looking somewhat hesitant. It's precisely because Zhou Heng always does this that she can't bear to leave. Pampering yourself and indulging yourself like a child who wouldn't get addicted to that. Zhou Heng raised the corners of his mouth, looked at In Mingran in his arms, and said softly, "Looks like someone needs a little comforting, huh?" In Mingran nodded and softly hummed in agreement, but her ears quietly turned red. "What kind of comfort do you need?" "I want a kiss." "Okay." The soft snowflakes, dense and fluffy, fluttered down like goose down dancing in the air. The streets were bustling at night. The warm lights of the shops, combined with the light snowflakes, made this winter even more dreamlike. Phew, it's so cold. Liao Haomiao rubbed his hands together, exhaling cold air, and walked step by step on the snow, his nose and cheeks red. Zhu Tao linked her arm with Liao Haomiao's, leaned on his shoulder, and smiled slightly. "I feel pretty good." Yes. Liao Haomiao turned to look at Zhu Tao, a faint smile on his lips, his gaze fixed ahead, and said softly, "Was the last time we went out together 2 months ago?" "Huh. You said we were going to study at home and not come out, but we still eat dinner together every weekend." I couldn't resist not seeing you for so long." Liao Haomiao touched his nose and chuckled. He did say before that after his last outing with Zhou Heng and the others, he wouldn't go out anymore. However, he and Zhu Tao still made time to go out for a meal together every weekend, and they kept doing this until now, during the winter vacation, when they can finally go out and have fun together. "All right, let's go, we're way past the agreed time." "What's the rush? Believe me, there'll only be one person when we get there. The other two definitely haven't arrived yet." Liao Haomiao pointed ahead to a hot pot restaurant, which was where they had agreed to meet. When they opened the door and went inside, they saw the table where only one person was sitting. "See, I told you. Tang Ji would definitely be the first to arrive." Liao Haomiao pointed over there and said to Zhu Tao beside him. The two walked over. Tang Ji was playing a game at the time, but when she caught sight of them out of the corner of her eye, she looked up. "Just as I thought, you guys arrived first." Tang Ji shook her head helplessly. This situation was entirely within her expectations. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Tao sat down opposite each other, took off their coats, and finally felt a little warmer after coming in. Zhu Tao watched Tang Ji playing games alone, wondering how long she'd been there. She saw her all alone, with no one to talk to, and it looked rather pitiful. "Tang Ji, haven't you thought about finding a boyfriend? He can keep you company when you're alone." Tang Ji looked up at Zhu Tao, shook her head, and said, "No, everyone pursues different things. The happiness I pursue isn't love. At least, if I had to choose between my boyfriend and the game equipment I want, I would not hesitate to give up my boyfriend. Do you think someone like me is suitable for dating?" Zhu Tao paused slightly, then chuckled softly. That's true. Maybe what you need more is a gaming partner. The main question is who can handle her. To date a genius, you either have to be even more of a genius than her, or be incredibly stupid. Otherwise, most people's confidence would be shattered in front of her. Liao Haomiao looked at Tang Ji, a somewhat speechless expression on his face. Tang Ji shrugged and said casually, "You should surpass In Mingran first. You got second place again in the final exam, didn't you?" "Holy crap, I was just 1 point away from." Mentioning this, Liao Haomiao's emotions flared instantly. He held up one finger and abruptly stood up. Before he could finish speaking, a tall man walked in through the doorway. This person is Zhou Heng. However, Zhou Heng looked a bit strange at this moment. He was wearing a thick cotton coat that reached his ankles, his belly was large, and his hands were inside the coat. He was still walking a little unsteadily, and when he came to their side, they were all a bit taken aback. Hey, what's going on with you? And where's Yin Minggran? Liao Haomiao pointed at Zhou Heng's stomach, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion. Just then, Zhou Heng's coat was unzipped from the inside, and a head popped out. It was Yin Minggran. Hello, I'm here. Chapter 178, because I want you to have me in your life forever. Oh wow, are you a kangaroo? That's really creative. The three looked bewildered, then shook their heads and smiled. This way of appearing was both unexpected and yet perfectly logical to them. Yin Minggran emerged from Zhou Heng's coat, and only then did they realize. Zhou Heng had been carrying Yin Minggran. No wonder I didn't see Yin Minggran's feet. She was carried the whole time. That level of arm strength and endurance is probably only something Zhou Heng could achieve. After Yin Minggran stepped forward, she immediately reached out and swept the snow off Zhou Heng's head and shoulders. Then he looked at everyone, scratched his head sheepishly, and said, I told you we didn't need to do that. But Zhou Heng. All right, we all understand, stop showing off. Tang Ji waved her hand, knowing full well that this must have been Zhou Heng's idea. How could Yin Minggran possibly ask to do this on her own initiative? Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran sat down, and the group was finally all together, ready to order food and eat. Liao Haomiao looked at Zhou Heng and asked, How did you do on your final exams this time? Zhou Heng. Because he, Yin Minggran, and Tang Ji were almost always in the top 3. Last time he was first, but this time Yin Minggran came in first again at the final exam. Zhou Heng shook his head and said, Still the same. Around 80th or 90th place, stuck neither up nor down. Zhou Heng wore a clearly helpless expression. He had already studied very hard, but he found it incredibly difficult to reach the middle to upper ranks. The reason I improved so quickly before was simply because I was so bad before. In that situation, you'll improve no matter how you study. Not to mention the immense effort he put in, coupled with Yin Minggran's one-on-one tutoring, which is why he progressed so quickly. He clearly feels that progress is difficult now. He can only try to maintain his current level and make slow, steady progress. With his current grades, it's a pipe dream for him to get into the same university as Yin Minggran and Tang Ji. Liao Haomiao nodded. He felt things were quite normal now. It's okay, take your time, don't rush. Yin Minggran also reached out and gently touched Zhou Heng's cheek, saying softly, You're the best. Let's take it slow, and you'll definitely surpass yourself during the winter break. Excluding the Chinese New Year holidays, winter break is only about a week long, right? It seems like it's only a little over 2 weeks in total. Zhou Heng muttered something in frustration. They are about to begin their final semester of senior year, and the college entrance examination is drawing ever closer. This school's winter break of more than half a month is already considered a lot. I heard that some schools only give a few days off during the Lunar New Year, which is at most about a week. Compared to others, they are doing relatively well, mainly because the overall academic performance of their graduating class is quite good, so the school gives them more holidays. That's already quite good. With plenty of time these days, if you study hard, you'll definitely make great progress. Zhou Heng sighed and said, I even thought I'd get into the top 20 in the exam next holiday. Now it seems I was so naive. Liao Haomiao pursed his lips and said, Why did you set your goal so high? There are still 6 months left. It would be great if you could improve by 10 places. I thought I was improving so fast that I'd get into the top 20 quickly too, but who knew that was just a beginner's bonus period. Ha! It was snowing outside, but inside there was a steaming hot pot, and a few friends gathered there, enjoying the warmth that comes with winter. The Lunar New Year is the day after tomorrow, right? What time are you planning to come? Tang Ji looked at Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran. She was asking when the two of them would come to her house on New Year's Day. Although they hadn't made an appointment, it was as if they had tacitly agreed. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran went to their home for the New Year, so everyone could have a lively time together. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Minggran, wanting to ask her opinion. Let's go earlier so we can help out more. We can't wait until everyone else has finished before we go, can we? Yes, you're right. Let's go there as soon as possible and help my aunt. Zhou Heng nodded, agreeing with Yin Minggran's statement. The group looked out the window at the bustling street scene. These last few days before the Lunar New Year were the most lively, as people working away from home were all returning to celebrate. These past few days have probably been the most relaxing for Zhou Heng. He can finally relax without having to think about anything. At this moment, In Mingran leaned on Zhou Heng's shoulder and met his gaze. This is the first time we've spent Chinese New Year together. Yes, but there will be many, many more times in the future, and every single time, we'll spend them together. Around 10 p.m., the group prepared to go home. They said goodbye at the door and went their separate ways home. Zhou Heng held In Mingran's hand, and in the quiet night, only the crunching sound of their footsteps on the snow could be heard. Call. Zhou Heng raised his head, exhaled, looked at the night sky, and muttered, "In this weather, staying at home is the most comfortable. In the past, during winter, I would stand on the balcony by myself and drink a little bit of baijiu, Chinese liquor. It would warm my body and feel especially comfortable." In Mingran glanced at Zhou Heng's profile, then smiled. "Then, would you like to come with me tomorrow? Together?" "Yes. Didn't we agree before that I'd drink with you and cook when we have a holiday? You still remember? I thought. You must have forgotten." Zhou Heng's eyes shone with even greater joy. He hadn't expected that In Mingran would still remember a casual remark she'd made just a few months ago. However, he did remember it. After all, he was quite looking forward to that day. What a blissful thing it is to have a drink with someone you like and chat together in the gentle winter. How could I forget? I've been really looking forward to this day. Really? Me too. Okay then. I'll cook tomorrow, we'll stay home, and I'll drink with you, but my alcohol tolerance is probably really, really low. Zhou Heng held In Mingran's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her palm in the cold winter. A faint smile played on his lips as he stared intently at her. "It's okay. I'm already so happy that you're here with me. I'm so grateful that our lives have intertwined this past year." In Mingran raised an eyebrow. Her eyes filled with a warm, ambiguous smile, and chuckled a few times. "I hope you won't blame me, because I want you to have me in your life forever." Chapter 179. We can do this often, whenever you want. Inside the kitchen, In Mingran, wearing an apron, stood in front of the stove. Her long hair was casually tied up, making her look very neat and tidy. Before me is a pot of steaming, fragrant soup, bubbling with various ingredients, making my mouth water. In Mingran gently picked up a spoon and carefully stirred the broth in the pot. As she stirred, the rich aroma grew stronger, filling the entire kitchen. She fanned the soup with her hand, then scooped up a spoonful of the thick soup, gently blew on it a few times, and after it cooled slightly, she put it in her mouth to taste. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and the corners of her eyes curved slightly, as if she were smiling. Just then, a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind. In Mingran was startled. Her body involuntarily trembled slightly, and she almost dropped the spoon into the pot. Soon, she felt the warmth and presence emanating from Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng rested his head on In Mingran's shoulder and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." A blush crept onto In Mingran's face. She gently scolded, "Oh dear, you startled me. It'll be done soon. You should go out now, don't get burned." Zhou Heng chuckled, released his hands, and left the kitchen. Looking back at In Mingran's busy figure, my heart is filled with happiness and contentment. They had only been together for about 4 months and were still in the honeymoon phase, but In Mingran acted like a wife, not only sharing the sweetness of their relationship, but also sharing the mundane and stressful aspects of life. Having a girlfriend like that would make him laugh in his dreams, marveling at how lucky he is. It was already quite late, and the bright moon was high in the sky, but because tomorrow was the Lunar New Year, the outside was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. The city was decorated with lanterns and colorful lights, and the trees lining the streets were adorned with brightly colored lights and festive red lanterns, filling the entire city with a strong festive atmosphere. Zhou Heng stood by the window, looking down at the street scene below, exhaled, and recalled his long high school life. The first 2 years were gloomy and boring, and I was the butt of jokes among the other students in the class. But in those 4 months, my high school life underwent a complete transformation, starting with that rainy night. I found the best girlfriend, and my classmates are all looking at me with new respect. They no longer laugh at or look down on me. Instead, they have great awe for me. My studies are also improving day by day. Her life is full of joy and hope, all of which she has brought to herself. "Okay, darling." A sweet call woke Zhou Heng. When he turned around, he saw Yin Mingran bringing all the prepared food to the table. She untied her apron, loosened her long hair, and her slightly pursed lips formed a graceful curve. Yes, it's here. Zhou opened a cabinet and took out a bottle of wine. It was a bottle his uncle had given him when he left after a meal at Tang Ji's house. Maybe he thinks he can drink a lot, so he must drink a lot at home. But actually, after I got it back, I never touched it. I don't drink alcohol at all at home. This wine must be quite expensive, right? Yin Mingran didn't recognize the wine, but seeing the packaging, she guessed it probably wasn't cheap. Around 1,000 yuan. Zhou sat down, preparing to open the bottle. Yin Mingran opened her eyes wide and quickly reached out to stop him. That's so expensive. Well, never mind then. I'll save it for the guests. I'll go downstairs and buy something cheaper. Really? I think this is already very cheap, because you deserve better. Zhou smiled slightly and opened the bottle of wine. Yin Mingran pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she already knew Zhou would say that, but was still moved by it. As the bottle cap was opened, a rich aroma of liquor wafted out. Zhou first poured a glass for Yin Mingran. Beautiful bubbles appeared on the surface. The two sat down, looked at each other, and seemed to be unable to suppress their laughter. Looking at the full glass of baijiu in front of her, Yin Mingran raised her head and smiled slightly. I feel so excited. It's nothing. You'll definitely feel very uncomfortable the first time, and you probably won't be able to drink it. Zhou picked up his wine glass, smelled it, and nodded silently. Then, he looked at Yin Mingran, raised his chin, and gestured. Yin Mingran paused for a second, then quickly and carefully raised her glass and clinked it against Zhou. Zhou then took a small sip, clicked his tongue, and his expression seemed fine. Yin Mingran only took a small sip, and instantly her brows furrowed, her eyes closed tightly, and she bit her lip, her expression showing extreme pain. She let out a soft moan. Her entire throat felt numb. Although she was somewhat prepared, she still almost vomited. Ugh, are you alright? Zhou almost burst out laughing at Yin Mingran's antics, but thankfully he managed to hold it back in time. Yin Mingran steadied her breathing, nodded, and said, It's okay. It's acceptable. Eating something will make me feel a little better. Zhou and Yin Mingran chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere gradually became more and more harmonious. I really didn't expect that. What didn't you expect? Yin Mingran looked up at Zhou and asked with some surprise. I never imagined I'd be able to have a drink and chat with my girlfriend one day. It actually feels pretty good. Zhou stared blankly at the wine glass in his hand, gently swirled the wine inside, and chuckled softly. At that moment, Yin Mingran's wine glass clinked against mine. Bite. Zhou raised his head and looked at Yin Mingran, seeing the barely perceptible tenderness on her slightly parted lips. We can do this all the time, whenever you want. Okay. The two took another small sip. This time Yin Mingran was a little bolder and drank more. She swallowed a mouthful of wine, and instantly, a warm feeling washed over her. Phew, this time it's much better. It doesn't feel so hard to swallow. Yin Mingran exhaled a breath of alcohol, her eyes lighting up as if she had somehow grasped the knack of drinking. Slow down. Don't drink too fast, or you'll get drunk soon. I don't even know how much you can drink. While eating, Zhou said to Yin Mingran. As he was speaking, Zhou looked up and glanced at something, then froze. You blush so quickly when you drink. Chapter 180. I love you so much, darling. Yin Mingran's face was already slightly flushed. She reached out and touched her cheek, which felt warm. Is my face very red right now? I feel okay, just a little hot. It's not very red, just a little bit. You should drink less. Zhou was a little worried. Yin Mingran had such a reaction after only 2 sips. If she drank a few more sips, she might get drunk. It's okay. I've gotten used to it. Yin Mingran waved her hand. She no longer felt that the alcohol was so bad, and it didn't make her feel so uncomfortable after drinking it. The key point is that she now also finds drinking and chatting with Zhou somewhat interesting. It was an experience I'd never had before. Alright then, we'll take it slow. Zhou and Yin Mingran spent more time chatting and drank less frequently. However, the longer it went on, the redder Yin Mingran's cheeks became, and the redness spread from her cheeks to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, and even her ears. And he's talking more and more. He seems really happy. I really am. As she spoke, In Mingran felt her eyes tighten, and tears welled up in them. What's wrong? Seeing In Mingran like this, Zhou Heng was momentarily at a loss. He quickly stood up, moved his chair over, and sat down next to her. In Mingran leaned directly against Zhou Heng's chest, tears streaming down her face like a spring. I'm so lucky to have met you, I really. In Mingran stammered as she spoke, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Zhou Heng realized what was happening and quickly reached out, gently placing a finger on In Mingran's lips. Shoo, baby, you've had a bit too much to drink. Zhou Heng looked at In Mingran's wine glass in front of him and was surprised to find that she had already finished it, and that she had drunk it even faster than him. This bottle contains 1 gin, 500 grams, and In Mingran drank half a gin herself. This was the first time she had ever drunk it. Her face was already flushed red, so Zhou Heng could understand why she was crying and saying these things at this moment. As a result, In Mingran immediately slapped Zhou Heng's hand aside, turned slightly, and reached out to hug Zhou Heng's neck. Why can't I tell you, darling? I'm telling you the truth. Don't you believe me? In Mingran's speech was somewhat slurred, making it difficult for Zhou Heng to understand her. Zhou Heng found In Mingran's current state quite novel. He had never seen her like this before, and he never expected her to be like this. But she really had too much to drink, and she shouldn't have been allowed to drink anymore. I believe you. I believe you, baby. Let's go back and rest, okay? Zhou Heng whispered in In Mingran's ear, coaxing her. However, In Mingran didn't seem to want to give up so easily. She flicked her hand and said, No, you just don't believe my sincerity. Sometimes I really want to tear my heart out and show it to you. I'd give my life for you. What nonsense are you talking about? Remember, don't think so little of yourself. Don't be so insecure. In my heart, you're priceless. Zhou Heng pressed his face close to In Mingran's and whispered in her ear. Each of these words made In Mingran tremble slightly, as if a faint electric current was passing through her body. In Mingran squirmed a few times in Zhou Heng's arms, as if she were being affectionate. I love you so much, darling. In Mingran's voice was already trembling slightly, but she forced herself to speak clearly, as if afraid Zhou Heng wouldn't hear her. Zhou Heng was also provoked by In Mingran, and quickly took a deep breath to adjust his mindset. If this continues, the situation will definitely get out of control. It's hard to imagine what they might do after drinking. I love you so much too, baby. Zhou Heng's voice trembled even more, as if he were deliberately suppressing something. Even so, he held In Mingran's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. In Mingran lowered her head and let go of his hand. Zhou Heng knew that she was probably completely drunk and very sleepy by now. But after a few seconds, In Mingran's voice drifted out lightly. Will you marry me? I will. I definitely will. Zhou Heng answered without hesitation. In Mingran lowered her head, and a slight smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. I will only marry you in this lifetime. If you don't marry me, I will never. In Mingran spoke haltingly, her voice very soft, as if she were muttering to herself. But Zhou Heng listened intently, word by word. Later, In Mingran fell silent. Zhou Heng knew she had probably given up and fallen asleep. This is the first time I've ever drunk alcohol, and I've drunk this much. It's already quite an achievement that I've managed to keep going and talk so much. Of course I will marry you, I definitely will. If I can't marry you, I will never marry anyone else in my life. Zhou Heng knew In Mingran might not be able to hear him, but he still answered seriously. Then, he stood up and picked up In Mingran. Entering the bedroom, Zhou Heng gently placed In Mingran on the bed and covered her with the blanket. He didn't dare change In Mingran's pajamas without permission, even though In Mingran might not be conscious anymore. After settling In Mingran in, Zhou Heng prepared to take a shower. He slowly closed the bedroom door and first tidied up the dining table. Then I went to the bathroom and took a shower. When he came out of the shower, it was already 20 minutes later. Zhou Heng changed into his pajamas and prepared to go back to sleep. In Mingran was already drunk from drinking all that, but it had virtually no effect on Zhou Heng. It was as if he hadn't drunk anything at all. Phew, I have to get up early to go to Tang Ji's house tomorrow. New Year's is already here. Zhou Heng opened the bedroom door, went inside, and climbed into bed in the dark. He gently touched Yin Mingran beside him. She was still fast asleep, so he covered himself with the blanket and prepared to go to sleep as well. He had barely closed his eyes. The next second, Yin Mingran next to me suddenly moved. Zhou Heng couldn't see anything clearly, but he felt Yin Mingran pull back her blanket, and then roll over onto him. Yin, baby, what are you doing? Darling, I can't wait until graduation. I want to. Chapter 181. After waking up, I've been staring at you. Huh? No. Baby, you've had too much to drink. You'll definitely regret it when you sober up tomorrow morning. Zhou Heng could feel Yin Mingran's warm, alcohol-scented breath on his face, so close to his own. Zhou Heng's heart started racing, something he rarely does. After all, the atmosphere was perfect, and they had both been drinking. Yin Mingran was already drunk, and Zhou Heng was slightly tipsy. In the dark bedroom, the atmosphere was incredibly intimate. In this situation, who can guarantee they can control themselves? No way. I've had this idea for a long time. I'll prove it to you. Yin Mingran stammered as she spoke, and then she began to unbutton her clothes. Just as Zhou Heng was about to say something, Yin Mingran suddenly leaned down, and Zhou Heng felt a heat on his lips. His mind went blank for a moment. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally came to his senses, and they were both struggling to breathe, finally separating their moist lips. Zhou Heng tried to gently push her away, but found that she was surprisingly strong at this moment, and he couldn't push her away at all. Zhou Heng didn't dare to use too much force, afraid of hurting her, so he shifted his body slightly, pressing down on the phone next to him. The phone screen lit up, its faint light illuminating Yin Mingran's face. After drinking, her eyes were glazed over, and her face was flushed, like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. Baby, don't do this. Let's go to sleep, okay? Zhou Heng's voice was a little hoarse. However, Yin Mingran ignored his words and pressed her lips to his again, this time even more passionately. Zhou Heng's reason told him he should refuse, but his body involuntarily responded to her passion. After a while, Zhou Heng felt something was off. Yin Mingran seems to be asleep. Well, Zhou Heng was somewhat surprised. Then he heard Yin Mingran's even breathing, which gradually became steady, and it seemed she was really asleep. Zhou Heng wasn't surprised. After all, it was already quite an achievement to wake up again after drinking so much. It seems I'll have to make sure Yin Mingran drinks less alcohol in the future, otherwise she'll completely lose control after drinking. If Yin Mingran hadn't fallen asleep, I wouldn't have been able to stay awake. Ugh, really? Zhou Heng said those words, but his eyes and smile revealed a look of indulgence and pampering. He didn't move Yin Mingran away, but let her lie on top of him, and then took a blanket from the side and covered them both. Yin Mingran's breathing was exceptionally clear in Zhou Heng's ear, and he could feel her heartbeat very distinctly. Their body temperatures had now balanced, and they were enjoying their own special warmth in this winter. As dawn broke through the sky, a new day began. The sun rose very early. Light was already visible almost at midnight. Yin Mingran slowly opened her eyes, but before she had fully regained consciousness, a sharp pain shot through her head. Hiss! The sensation, like a speaker vibrating in her head, made her grin and find it unbearable. Nobody told her that her head would hurt this much the day after drinking alcohol. Only then did she realize where she had fallen asleep. She had actually fallen asleep on Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng groaned softly as he moved slightly, but he's still not awake. Yin Mingran blinked, looking at Zhou Heng's face, which was only 2 fingers width away, trying to recall what happened last night. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember what had happened last night. She only remembered drinking and talking with Zhou Heng at the table, and then she seemed to start crying, and then Zhou Heng came to comfort her. And then, I don't remember anything. How could this happen? He actually drank himself into oblivion? He doesn't remember anything? Yin Mingran felt that since she was on top of Zhou Heng, she couldn't have done nothing, could she? But, my clothes are fine. Only 2 buttons and a drawstring are undone. At that moment, Yin Mingran suddenly noticed that Zhou Heng's lips seemed to be slightly chapped. The blood on it had already congealed, and clear teeth marks were still visible. This probably wasn't something Zhou Heng did himself, so it must be. Yin Minggran scratched her head awkwardly, carefully preparing to get off Zhou Heng. After all, he must have been uncomfortable lying on Zhou Heng all the time. But just as Yin Minggran pulled her leg back and was about to move it away, Zhou Heng suddenly hugged Yin Minggran and pulled her into his arms. Yin Minggran was startled and let out a soft cry. Zhou Heng was very strong, and she was caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, which is why she was startled. Moreover, her head was still hurting, and shaking it made it hurt even more. Zhou Heng hugged Yin Minggran very tightly, even draping his legs over her, treating her like a pillow. After calming down for a while, Yin Minggran raised her head and looked at Zhou Heng's face. He was still fast asleep, his eyes closed, his eyelashes drooping. Yin Minggran was almost mesmerized. She stared at Zhou Heng's face for a long time. Pop. The next second, Yin Minggran gently kissed Zhou Heng on the lips and chuckled. Oops, I forgot my lip was cut. The tighter Zhou Heng hugged her, the happier Yin Minggran became. This feeling of being held tightly by Zhou Heng made her feel both happy and safe. An hour later, Zhou Heng slowly opened his eyes. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was Yin Minggran staring at me. Good morning, baby, you're awake so early. Unlike Yin Minggran, Zhou Heng remembered everything that happened last night very clearly. He just didn't know if Yin Minggran still remembered. Yes, ever since I woke up, I've been staring at you. I can't get enough of looking at you. Yin Minggran raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with affection, and her smile was sweet. Me too. The atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous from early morning, and they both thoroughly enjoyed it. So the two of them lingered in bed for about half an hour before getting ready to get up. Let's go to Tang Ji's house after we've packed up. My aunt and the others must have gotten up early and started working. If we go early, we can help them put up couplets and such. Good. The two had just gotten up when they received a message from Tang Ji, which she sent to both of them at the same time. I guess you guys should be up by now, right? I'll come pick you up, and then we can go buy some things while we're at it. Chapter 182. This is what Chinese New Year should feel like. After replying to Tang Ji, the two quickly got ready, knowing that Tang Ji would arrive soon. After everything was tidied up, sure enough, a moment later, the sound of the door lock being entered into a password was heard. It opened on the first try, and then Tang Ji appeared at the door. She was also carrying a bag in her hand. You two are a bit faster than I expected. I thought you'd be stuck at the dressing stage. Tang Ji saw that the two people who had already prepared and were waiting for her nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, they both knew to act quickly. It would be really inappropriate for her to have to urge them during the Chinese New Year. Of course, it's Chinese New Year today. I can't possibly stay in bed. After Tang Ji entered the room, she frowned and took a deep sniff. There's a smell of alcohol. Did you two drink last night? This. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran exchanged a glance and gave an awkward laugh. Normally, there's nothing wrong with talking about drinking together, but Yin Minggran forgot what happened last night, and Zhou Heng's lip was bleeding from being bitten. Zhou Heng remembered it clearly, so the two of them felt a little awkward. Yes, I drank a little bit. A little. Tang Ji's eyebrows furrowed as she glanced at the bag by the door. Inside was an empty wine bottle. When I took it out, I saw that the entire pound was gone. Fine. Unless you tell me you drank all of this, I'll believe you. Yin Minggran drank quite a bit too, didn't she? Yin Minggran nodded gently, a smile playing on her lips, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. All right, it's Chinese New Year anyway. A little drink won't hurt. But it's pretty impressive that you two got up so early. Tang Ji didn't press the matter further. She knew when to stop. Then, Tang Ji took out the Spring Festival couplets and other items from the bag she was carrying. My mom guessed you hadn't bought any, so she had me bring them over and told us to finish putting them up before we left. My aunt understands me so well. Zhou Heng scratched his head. He had indeed forgotten to buy it. He never used to care about these things. His aunt always remembered. Last year, she personally came to my house to help me tidy up the house and put up the Spring Festival couplets before I even had dinner. Therefore, Zhou Heng and Tang Ji are very close because he truly treats her as family, not just as a relative. The three of them worked together to tidy up the house and give it a festive feel before leaving. My mom told us to buy whatever we wanted to eat, so we just wandered around for a bit and bought some things to take home. Then let's buy more, so my aunt can cook fewer dishes and have an easier time. Jo-hung looked at Eun Min-gran, and she nodded in agreement. But Tang-ji didn't think so. She shook her head and said, "Don't even think about it. My mom got up at 3 o'clock to prepare it. All the ingredients are ready, and it's just waiting to be cooked." My aunt predicted my prediction again. Jo-hung smiled helplessly. He didn't understand himself either. Was he really that easy to understand? Many people around me can read their minds as easily as flipping through a book. It's so simple, they can guess it with ease. Tang-ji walked behind Jo-hung, and Eun Min-gran pushed them forward and said, "Okay, let's go shopping and buy some snacks for playing games tonight. It's Chinese New Year today, and you're still playing games tonight?" Eun Min-gran was a little confused. It was one thing to play games normally, but why did they still have to play them today, even though it was Chinese New Year? Yeah, what else can we do? Watch the Spring Festival Gala. That's really unnecessary. The three of them arrived at the shopping street, intending to buy some things. There were still many people in the morning, but they all closed afternoon because everyone was going home for the Chinese New Year. The group bought a lot of snacks, including whatever they wanted to eat, before heading to Tang-ji's house. As soon as she opened the door, Tang-ji called out, "Dad, come and get something." "They're here. Xiao-hung and the other guy are both here, right?" Tang-ji's father's voice came from inside, and a moment later, he was seen running out of the kitchen. Tang-ji's father, Tang Qingyi, was still wearing an apron and was wiping his hands with it as he ran. Upon seeing Jo-hung and Eun Min-gran, he greeted them with a broad smile. "You're here. Come in, come in. Hello, Uncle. Uncle, we're late. You and Annie should rest. Let's get to work." Eun Min-gran and Jo-hung greeted each other and then went into the house together. Tang Qingyi looked at Eun Min-gran, smiled slightly, and said, "Why call me uncle? Just like Jo-hung, call me uncle or aunt, child." Okay, uncle." Eun Min-gran was slightly taken aback, then revealed a delighted smile. This meant a lot to her. It was proof that she was considered one of their own. She's probably worried that she'll feel uncomfortable being seen as the only outsider in the house. With this in mind, my worries will no longer exist. Tang-ji's mother and Zhou Yalan also peeked out from the kitchen, looked at the two of them, and smiled. "You're here? Go play, Tang-ji. Take them to your room to play. Play that game console. Don't let them come out to help. It's the new year, you kids have been working hard for a long time. Relax and have some fun. Shouldn't you all be the ones taking a break?" Tang-ji shrugged and retorted. Without further ado, the three of them took off their coats, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to help. "Look at you all, really, I told you no." As Zhou Yalan spoke, a smile remained on her face, and her eyes showed the same affection for the three children. "Oh, it's great that the child has this kind thought. Let's work together and finish quickly. Then we can rest together. That's what the new year should feel like." Tang Qingyi said to Zhou Yalan with a smile as he decorated the house. "Yes, my uncle is right." Jo-hung nodded in agreement. He had just picked up the washed vegetables when his phone rang in his pocket. Baby, could you hold my phone for me?" His hands were too full to free, so he asked Eun Min-gran to help him take it out. When Eun Min-gran took out Jo-hung's phone, she looked at the caller ID and couldn't help but widen her eyes and blink a few times. "What's wrong? Who called?" Jo-hung peeked over, and Eun Min-gran handed him her phone, saying, "It's nothing. It's just that it's the first time I've seen it." Jo-hung squinted and saw the contact name on his phone, Dad. Chapter 183, he has an eccentric personality. It's hard to say what he's thinking. Eun Min-gran was surprised because she had lived with Jo-hung for so long, and her mother had met her twice already. But Jo-hung's father never showed up, nor did he even make a single phone call. Sometimes, I even wondered if Jo-hung and his father had a falling out, which was why they weren't talking to each other. Otherwise, as father and son, why wouldn't they make a single phone call every 4 or 5 months? "Call." Jo-hung let out a breath, then put down everything in his hands, wiped his hands, and picked up his phone. "Hello? Dad, are you at your aunt's house?" A very magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. It was impossible to guess the owner's age. Any age seemed plausible. Eun Min-gran moved closer, wanting to eavesdrop. Although eavesdropping seemed a bit inappropriate, she was still curious. What kind of person was Zhou Heng's father? Just by listening to her voice, you might be able to guess her personality, whether she's a friendly person, and whether she'll agree to her relationship with Zhou Heng. Now that Zhou Heng's mother has agreed, it's still unknown what his father thinks. Yes, we're here. Where are you and Mom? Have you gone home? Then I'm relieved. Your mom and I haven't gone home yet, and we don't plan to go home today either. Oh, I see. Another trip is coming up. Zhou Heng shook his head helplessly. He had guessed it would be like this, which was why he wasn't going home. There would be no one there anyway. My parents went to have fun long ago without me, and I didn't want to go either. He'd be fine going out with Yin Mingran, but with his parents? No way, he's not interested. Okay, be a good boy, girl. Don't cause trouble for your aunt and uncle. I heard about your situation from your mother. Study hard next semester, and come home after the college entrance exam. I have something to tell you. Zhou Heng's father's voice was very clear and steady, as if speaking didn't affect his breathing. Zhou Heng seemed to be used to it, and responded calmly. Okay, I understand. Then, the person on the other end didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. While Zhou Heng was on the phone, everyone else remained still, as if they were all waiting for him to finish the call. Big brother called. What's up? Zhou Yalan put down her work and asked Zhou Heng. They made a direct agreement with me about what would happen after the college entrance exam. They told me to come home after the exam and let them know if anything happened. Honestly, it's still half a year away. I don't know why they're in such a rush. Zhou Heng shook his head as he tidied up, looking quite speechless. Zhou Yalan and Tang Qingyi exchanged a glance at that moment, their eyes widening slightly. Then, you must do well on your college entrance exam and get good results, Zhou Yalan said slowly to Zhou Heng. Yes, don't worry, I will. The group worked together quickly, and everything was ready before noon. Now you can relax and have some fun. Zhou Heng and the others went to Tang Ji's room to play games. They were all very happy to relax. Yin Mingran was still thinking about Zhou Heng's father calling him, so she gently tugged at Zhou Heng's sleeve and asked, Dear, what kind of person is Dad? Would he want me to be with you? Oh. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then pondered Yin Mingran's question. Then, he pursed his lips, shook his head, and answered, I don't know. He has an eccentric personality. I can't explain what he's thinking. I can't fathom his thoughts. Ah. Yin Mingran was somewhat puzzled, and at the same time began to worry. According to Zhou Heng, he wasn't sure what would happen. What if they really disagreed with them? Zhou Heng glanced back at Yin Mingran, seemingly noticing her worry, and chuckled softly, comforting her. Okay, don't worry. My mom makes the decisions in my family. She likes you so much. What are you worried about? Real. Yin Mingran's eyes lit up, and she looked up at Zhou Heng with a delighted expression. Really? Don't worry. Even if they all disagree, I can't break up with you. Good. TSK, these two are really close. Why don't you take a look at the game first? I've been playing 1v2 for ages. Tang Ji murmured from the side, her tone tinged with helplessness and dissatisfaction. Zhou Heng quickly realized that he was still playing games with Tang Ji. Tang Ji had been idling in place for ages. Her controller was practically smoking from rubbing it so much. Oh, I'm sorry. The three of them took turns playing games, and when they got tired, they would play cards or mobile games together on the bed. In the evening, the New Year's Eve dinner will begin. After dark, the streets were brightly lit, and fireworks even started going off. Although fireworks and firecrackers are now banned, some areas are not strictly enforcing the rules, and management personnel often turn a blind eye. After all, it's the Lunar New Year, and nobody wants to cause trouble. It's better to avoid unnecessary problems and just want to have a good holiday. The festive atmosphere of the Chinese New Year was immediately apparent, with every household filled with the joy of reunion. Come on, Zhou Heng. Have a drink with your uncle. Tang Qingyi took out a bottle of baijiu from the liquor cabinet, opened it without hesitation, and prepared to pour a drink for Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng glanced at it, and immediately realized that the wine was quite valuable. However, it's quite normal to drink well during the Chinese New Year, so Zhou Heng didn't say anything more. Okay, uncle. Zhou Heng quickly stood up, took the wine glass with both hands, and accepted the drink. After pouring a glass for Zhou Heng, he poured one for himself, and then poured another glass for Zhou Yalan. Honey, you've worked so hard. Hey, you've had a tough time too. Zhou Yalan smiled and said, "Do you want some?" Xiao Minggran, Tang Ji. Tang Qingyi looked at Yin Minggran and Tang Ji and asked them if they wanted some drinks. Tang Ji waved her hand and said, "I won't drink it. Drinking will affect my operation." This. Yin Minggran gave an awkward laugh. The mention of drinking reminded her of last night, when she and Zhou Heng drank too much. Her headache finally subsided by noon today. If she and Zhou Heng were alone at home, it would be fine. They could just drink. But she was at Tang Ji's house, and she felt embarrassed to drink. What if she drank too much? If I suddenly started crying here, or acted like a drunkard, I'd be incredibly embarrassing. Ah, no, I won't drink it, uncle. That's fine then. You guys have your drinks. Tang Ji, go get them from the fridge. Good. Yin Minggran and Tang Ji poured the drinks. Then, Tang Qingyi raised his glass, looked at the three people in front of him, and said, "Happy Chinese New Year. You three are all good kids. I wish you all a bright future and great success. Cheers." Chapter 184 is about her relationship with her daughter. It's not very good. The harmonious and lively atmosphere was fully displayed at the dining table. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on TV, but nobody was watching it. It was just there to fit the festive atmosphere. "Uncle, Aunt, let me toast you. You've worked so hard." Zhou Heng stood up, picked up his wine glass. Tang Qingyi and Zhou Yalan also stood up quickly. The three of them acted as if they were of the same generation, without any airs. "Hey, good boy, Zhou Heng. I've always thought he was a good kid. His intelligence and emotional intelligence are both top-notch, and now he's found such a wonderful girlfriend. Isn't that great?" Tang Qingyi pointed at Zhou Heng and said with a smile. Yin Minggran pursed her lips, lowered her head slightly, feeling a little shy but also very happy. She felt very happy every time she heard such words. Then, she quickly stood up, picked up her drink, and, "Uncle, Aunt, I'd like to propose a toast to you both. I won't drink alcohol. I'll use this instead." Zhou Yalan looked Yin Minggran up and down, her eyes practically overflowing with affection. "That's why my sister-in-law likes you so much. If I had a son and a daughter-in-law like you, I'd be laughing in my sleep." "Auntie, you flatter me." Zhou Heng and Tang Qingyi chatted for a long time, drinking more and more wine, creating a lively atmosphere that warmed up the room. Zhou Heng even took off his sweater, leaving him in only a vest. The two finished a bottle of wine in no time, but that wasn't the end of it. The two opened another bottle of wine and continued drinking. Yin Minggran now truly believed that Zhou Heng could really drink. He had drunk nearly a pound of liquor, yet his face was only slightly flushed, and he didn't appear drunk at all. "Oh dear. Zhou Heng, when you become successful in the future, don't forget about our Tang Ji." Tang Qingyi grinned and said something. Zhou Yalan immediately nudged his leg under the table and glared at him. However, Zhou Heng didn't notice and simply answered honestly, "Uncle, don't worry. Tang Ji is like a younger sister to me. If I become successful, wouldn't I take care of her? The main thing is, I need to ask Tang Ji to help me out now. It's obvious she has a better chance of success now." Hurrah! After drinking, Zhou Heng became much more cheerful and spoke more freely. Tang Qingyi and Zhou Yalan exchanged a smile and moved on from the topic. After midnight, it officially became the first day of the Lunar New Year. New Year's greetings also appeared one after another on my mobile phone. Zhou Heng and the others had also finished and were preparing to go home. Tang Qingyi took the car keys directly from his pocket, tossed them to Tang Ji, and said, "Tang Ji, take them home. Drive carefully on the road." "Huh? You can drive." Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran were both taken aback. Seeing Tang Ji calmly take the car keys, they prepared to put on their coats. Tang Ji shrugged and said, "Yeah, I got my driver's license as soon as I turned 18. It was pretty easy." "I guess so. That exam must have been really easy for you." After helping Zhou Heng to say goodbye to Tang Qingyi and Zhou Yalan, Yin Minggran left Tang Ji's house. After arriving downstairs, I got into Tang Qingyi's car. Tang Ji got into the driver's seat, skillfully started the car, and drove off smoothly. "Wow, it feels like yours is even better than my mom's." "Oof, you can't let my aunt hear you say that, or she'll definitely beat you up." Tang Ji was amused by Zhou Heng, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran sat in the back, looking out the car window. Fireworks were still going off in the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. In Mingran leaned on Zhou Heng's shoulder, a happy smile on her lips. A few months ago, when she suffered a major blow, she didn't even think about things like the Lunar New Year, because she felt that this matter had nothing to do with her anymore. She might wander somewhere, or work odd jobs to support herself, or perhaps be kept by someone and eke out a living for the rest of her life. But now, she was basking in happiness, an unprecedented happiness that enveloped her and filled her with hope for life. In Mingran looked up at Zhou Heng's profile. Zhou Heng was resting with his eyes closed. After all, he had drunk quite a bit. Even if he hadn't blacked out, he was at least slightly drunk. "Darling, I love you." In Mingran spoke slowly, whispering in Zhou Heng's ear. She knew she had said it countless times, but she just wanted to say it to Zhou Heng all the time. Zhou Heng heard the sound, opened his eyes, and looked at In Mingran. He gave her a light kiss on the lips and whispered, "Me too." "Hey, you two, watch yourselves. We're almost home. You can continue once we're home. I'm not part of your play." Tang Ji, who was driving in front, quickly spoke up to stop them. She couldn't believe that her first taste of dog food in the new year was so unexpected. Once they arrived at their building, Zhou Heng and In Mingran got out of the car and looked at Tang Ji in the driver's seat, asking, "Shall we go up and play a little longer?" Tang Ji shook her head and said, "Forget it. I'm going back to sleep. I'm going to my grandpa's house tomorrow. I'm on holiday these days, and I'm too busy visiting relatives. We might not see each other again until school starts." "Okay then, drive slowly on the way back." Zhou Heng and In Mingran watched Tang Ji drive away before returning to their own homes. When they got home, although there weren't as many people around and it felt a bit deserted, the two of them still felt a sense of peace. Zhou Heng sat down on the sofa. In Mingran poured Zhou Heng a glass of water and sat down next to him. "Have some water." "Good." Thinking of what Tang Ji had just said, In Mingran wondered if Zhou Heng didn't need to visit relatives. "Honey, you don't need to visit relatives tomorrow, right? Even if mom and dad aren't home, you can still go, right?" That's true. We should definitely take the initiative to go and pay a New Year's visit, or go see my second uncle. It's a bit far." "Second master? You have a second master?" "Yes, that's my aunt's father, Tang Ji's maternal grandfather, but he lives too far away, so he probably can't go." "The rest of the relatives?" Zhou Heng thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and said, I do have an aunt, but we haven't been in touch for a long time. Visiting her would be nice, but tisk." "What's wrong? Don't you get along with your aunt?" "No, I get along okay with my aunt, but not so well with her daughter." Chapter 185. If she ignores you, that's fine, but you still have to talk to her. "Her daughter? Isn't that your sister or brother too? She's the same as Tang Ji, so how could you not get along?" "Well, that's just her personality. She's a bit difficult to get along with, and she's cold. Whenever I talk to her, she doesn't really respond, so I basically don't talk to her." A figure appeared in Zhou Heng's mind, but he couldn't quite recall her face. He seemed to have never seen her face clearly before, so he couldn't remember it. "Haven't you been in touch for a long time?" In Mingran became intensely curious about this person. She hadn't expected that Zhou Heng had such a relative. "Well, it's all right. My mom had me relatively late, while my aunt had her baby earlier, so she's a year or two older than me and is in college. I haven't seen her for over a year now, and she'll probably only come home for Chinese New Year." "It's nothing. I thought you meant it had been a long time since we last met. If you live nearby, you should go visit her, right? After all, you and your aunt have a pretty good relationship, don't you?" Zhou Heng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That's right. Then, shall we go take a look tomorrow? It's not too far." "Okay, sure." In Mingran was very happy to meet Zhou Heng's relatives, and she increasingly felt that she was part of Zhou Heng's family. The two took a shower and went back to sleep. It was already late at night, and the fireworks outside had stopped. In Mingran had already fallen asleep in Zhou Heng's arms, while Zhou Heng was scrolling through his phone, as if searching for a contact. After a while, he saw a person whose contact name was Shunlini. Zhou Heng opened the chat interface and found that they hadn't chatted at all. There wasn't a single message record. Then he checked the person's Moments, WeChat social media feed, and it was completely empty, with nothing there. They wouldn't have deleted it, would they? Zhou Heng was a little puzzled, but thinking back to that indifferent attitude in his memory, He felt it was very likely. Zhou Hong hesitated, wondering if he should try sending a message, something like Happy New Year, since even if it went through, there was no guarantee they'd reply. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. I'll find out tomorrow anyway. Then he turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next day, the two got up early, put on their new clothes, tidied themselves up, and prepared to go out. I went out to buy some things I needed to take when visiting relatives. Where does my aunt live? How do I get there? Mingran asked a question, as she didn't know exactly where it was. Zhou Hing thought about it seriously for a while and said, I can just take a taxi. It should take about an hour and a half. It's in the next city. Okay. The two hailed a car and headed directly to their destination. Fortunately, Zhou Hong remembered where his aunt's house was, so he wouldn't get lost. More than an hour later, we arrived at our destination, a residential area, and found one of the buildings. Let's go upstairs, everyone should be home. Zhou Hong and Mingran went inside together and took the elevator to the 8th floor. This is the place. Zhou Hong pointed to the door in the middle, but didn't go forward. Instead, he stood still and took a deep breath. Why do you look more nervous than me? Isn't this your aunt? What are you so nervous about? Mingran gently patted Zhou Hong's back to help him relax. Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but want to laugh. It's been a long time since I've seen her, and I don't know how she is now. The most important thing is Shunlini. Oh, that's my aunt's daughter. She'll probably still be indifferent to me. How awkward will that be? Should I talk to her or not? It's okay, just talk normally. She's still your sister, right? Even if she ignores you, you still have to talk to her. Mingran pushed Zhou Hong, trying to push him forward. Okay, I understand. Zhou Hong stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Bang bang. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? Auntie, it's me, Zhou Hong. I've come to see you. Zhou Hong. The voice inside clearly paused for a moment, clearly surprised. The door opened quickly the next second, and a woman stood in the doorway. She looked quite young, about the same age as Zhou Hong's mother, and they looked quite similar. Oh, Zhou Hong, you've come. Please come in. When Zhou Hong's aunt, Lu Ling, saw him, she was first very surprised, then overjoyed, and smiled. Auntie, Happy Chinese New Year. Zhou Hong immediately spoke, then stepped aside to reveal Mingran behind him, and introduced her. Auntie, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Mingran. Auntie, Happy New Year. Mingran bowed respectfully, greeting them with a smile on her face. Lu Ling was suddenly stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief, and it took her a few seconds to react. This? Oh, hello. My goodness, Zhou Hong, you have a girlfriend now? She's so pretty. Come in and sit down, please. Lu Ling quickly ushered the two in and invited them inside. Zhou Hong and Mingran also carried their things inside. As soon as they entered, Zhou Hong looked around the room and asked, Where's my uncle? Shunlini. As Lu Ling poured tea for the two of them, she said, Your aunt's husband went out for drinks. Shunlini is at home. I'll call her out in a bit. Please have a seat. Oh, okay. Zhou Hong and Mingran sat on the sofa, looking somewhat at a loss. After all, this was their first time visiting relatives on their own, and they didn't know what to talk about or when to leave. Lu Ling poured tea for the two of them and placed it on the coffee table. Then she went inside, knocked on the bedroom door, and called out, Shunlini, come out. Guess who's here? Zhou Hong is here. There was no response from inside the bedroom. The silence made one wonder if anyone was even inside. A moment later, footsteps were heard, and then the door opened. Zhou Hong and Mingran were both staring intently at that direction. After the door opened, a girl walked out. She has a tall figure, with long, glossy black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her features are well-proportioned and delicate, like a finely crafted work of art. Her eyes were clear and bright, and the round-framed glasses she wore did not obscure her beauty. Instead, they added a unique charm, making her look particularly quiet and elegant. When Mingran saw her, her mouth slightly agape, and she couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful. Chapter 186 She doesn't seem to be the aloof type. Shunlini's gaze first fell on Zhou Hong, but her expression remained unchanged. When she saw Yin Min Gran beside Zhou Hong, her body trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise, along with some strange emotions, flashed in her eyes for a moment. It only flashed by and didn't linger for long, so no one noticed. Zhou Hong raised his hand and greeted, "Hi. Long time no see." Shen Lini simply nodded and responded with a faint Zhou Hong lowered his hand. He knew it would be the same reaction. He shouldn't have held on to any hope that her attitude towards him could change. He didn't know what he had done to offend her, or why she was treating him like this. "TSK, look at you. Zhou Hong came all this way just to have fun, and you're really..." Lu Ling also looked helpless, glanced at Shen Lini, turned to Zhou Hong, and said, "Haha, don't mind him, Zhou Hong. You know this kid. He meant no harm. Don't take it to heart." "It's okay, Auntie, I'm used to it." Zhou Hong forced an awkward smile, shrugged, and pretended not to care. "But actually, I felt really bad inside. Being treated like that by my own siblings was really upsetting. Anyone would feel bad about that." After that, Shen Lini stared at Yin Min Gran, her eyes devoid of any emotion, her expression completely blank, as if she had facial paralysis. Lu Ling quickly spoke up. "Oh right, this is... Auntie, let me introduce myself." Yin Min Gran stood up and walked forward confidently. Shen Lini was a little taller than Yin Min Gran, so Yin Min Gran raised her head slightly to look at her, giving her a kind smile. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Yin Min Gran, and I'm Zhou Heng's girlfriend. Happy New Year." Yin Min Gran extended her hand, wanting to shake hands with Shen Lini in a simple and friendly manner. However, Shen Lini didn't seem to react much to Yin Min Gran's enthusiasm. "Oh, hello." Shen Lini nodded and responded to Yin Min Gran. Then, the hand seemed to reach out, but then stopped. As if he was hesitating, although it was just a fleeting movement, Yin Min Gran still caught it. Yin Min Gran raised her eyebrows, quickly withdrew her hand, smiled faintly at her, and then went back to sit down. Shen Lini didn't linger. After taking 2 seconds to make sure there was nothing else for her to do, she turned around and went back to her bedroom without hesitation. "Oh, you silly child." Lu Ling was completely helpless, watching as Shen Lini went back to her bedroom without saying another word, leaving her extremely embarrassed. No matter what, they are guests and family members. Such an attitude is truly disheartening. "It's all right, Auntie, it's all right, we don't mind." Zhou Hong quickly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care about Shen Lini's attitude. In fact, he had been prepared for this and was not surprised by her attitude. After sitting down, Yin Min Gran remained silent, looking somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but frown, as if he was pondering something. Lu Ling quickly smiled and said, "Never mind her, I'll get you some food. Feel free to do whatever you want. Make yourself at home here." After Lu Ling went to the kitchen, Yin Min Gran whispered in Zhou Heng's ear. She doesn't seem like the aloof type, it seems. It wasn't intentional." Zhou Hong turned to look at Yin Min Gran, his expression somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" "I feel like she just seems to have very severe social anxiety." Social anxiety, huh?" A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes as he stared at Yin Min Gran in disbelief. "The main problem is that I've known Shen Lini for so many years and I never noticed it myself. But Yin Min Gran knew she was socially awkward after just one meeting? Are you sure?" I'm not sure, but I feel like she wanted to say something to you, but didn't know how to start. And when she saw me, she seemed quite tense. I initially thought she was hostile towards me, but now it seems she was just overly nervous because a stranger suddenly came to her house." "Really?" Zhou Heng couldn't help but have some doubts and began to believe Yin Min Gran's story. He thought about how long he had known Shen Lini, and how she would only reply with a few words when they spoke, and how she never initiated conversations with him. Even when we make eye contact, she avoids it, so my memory of her face is a bit hazy. He always thought that Shen Lini was too aloof and looked down on him, which was why she never spoke to him. But now that Yin Min Gran has said it, it does seem to make some sense. After all, it seems Shen Lini treats everyone the same way, not just her. She's a little nicer to elders, and talks to them more than she does to her. But when facing peers, he rarely speaks. I guessed because... Yin Min Gran stopped speaking abruptly, silently lowered her head, and did not continue. Zhou Heng was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "Because I used to be socially anxious too." In Mingran spoke very softly, as if she were a little shy, and kept her head very low. Well, I really didn't realize that. I always thought you had a pretty cheerful personality. Before, too many guys talked to me. I didn't want to reply to them, but they kept talking, and it made me socially anxious. That's true. It makes people not want to talk, so Shinlini might be in the same situation? Zhou Heng stroked his chin, beginning to recall what Shinlini was like in the past. It seems like she's always been like this since I first met her. I wonder if she's had some kind of experience in the past that made her like this. Probably so. But since she knew you were here and came out of her room, I think it's not that she didn't want to talk to you, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out at all. So, she probably just didn't know what to say. That makes sense. Zhou Heng nodded, agreeing with Yin Mingran's statement, looking as if he had just realized something. The thought that things have been like this all these years, perhaps wanting to say something but ultimately unable to, must be a terrible feeling. Then, is there any way to solve this? Chapter 187. You really love reading, don't you, sister? Inside the bedroom, Shunlini sat at her desk, crossed her long legs, and held a book in her hand, reading intently. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes fixed on the essay in the book, and saw a sentence. I fear meeting strangers, running errands, and standing out, but when it becomes absolutely necessary for me to go, I have no choice but to go. Shinlini put down her book, picked up the pen beside her, and slowly copied the sentence into her notebook. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on her door. Shinlini almost instinctively pressed her hand against her laptop, as if startled. She looked up at the doorway, her initial shock having subsided considerably. Shinlini? I'm Zhou Heng. Can we play here for a while? My aunt is quite busy, and we don't want to bother her. Then, Zhou Heng's voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Shinlini blinked and paused for a few seconds. Then, she began tidying up the things on the table. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran were still standing outside the door. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mingran and asked, will this tactic work? Will she agree? Zhou Heng was somewhat puzzled, although he had never tried being so direct before. After seeing Shinlini's attitude, I no longer want to take the initiative to say anything to her. His directness today made him a little timid. Would he be cruelly rejected? Yin Mingran wasn't entirely sure herself, but she still encouraged him, saying, if we're not mistaken, she shouldn't refuse. She just doesn't know what to say, not that she dislikes us. What if we guessed wrong? Well, that would be awkward. Yin Mingran grinned, chuckled, and took Zhou Heng's arm. It's as if it's a safety net in case of an emergency. However, we should help her. Her condition is already very serious. If this continues, she'll develop autism sooner or later. After about a minute, there was still no movement inside. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran exchanged a glance, both giving a wry smile, just as they were about to turn and leave. Just then, the door creaked open softly. Oh! Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran's faces lit up instantly. They turned around and looked expectantly at the doorway. After opening the door, will you either welcome them or berate them? Which one will it be? Shinlini peeked her head out from inside the doorway and cautiously glanced at the two people standing there. Then, he opened the entire door and stepped aside, as if to make way for the two of them. Please come in. I was just tidying up. Shinlini's voice was soft, but still audible to both of them. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran exchanged another glance, then smiled. Looks like they made the right bet. Shinlini is a socially awkward person. He wasn't the aloof and difficult person Zhou Heng imagined. Yin Mingran could understand. After being with her, Zhou Heng's emotional intelligence had gradually improved. Before that, he was just a simple, straightforward man. It would be strange if he could tell that Shinlini was socially awkward. Then I'll have to bother you. Zhou Heng and Yin Mingran entered Shinlini's room, and upon entering, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. Their first thought was Tang Ji's room, since they hadn't seen anyone else's room. Compared to Tang Ji's entertaining room, Shinlini's room was the complete opposite. The most abundant thing in the room is books. The bookshelves were already overflowing with books. Those that couldn't fit were placed on top of the shelves, on the desk, and even next to the desk were piled high with books. Tang Ji's bedroom walls were covered with various posters and decorations, making it quite cluttered. Shinlini's bedroom walls were spotless. Besides the bookshelves and desk, there was a bed and a wardrobe. However, as soon as Yin Mingran entered, she noticed a rather large doll on Shinlini's bed. It's normal to have dolls on the bed. Tang Ji has them at home too, but a lot of them. She only had one, and Yin Mingran noticed that the doll had been mended, indicating it had been there for a long time. If she wasn't mistaken, this should be the doll that Shinlini hugs to fall asleep every night. The room was very tidy and clean. Stepping into Tang Ji's room, one could feel a sense of freedom, liveliness, and happiness. Stepping into Shinlini's room, one can enjoy tranquility, peace, and a sense of security. They can be described as two completely different styles. Yin Mingran looked at the books on the desk and asked softly, "You really love reading, sister?" "Sister." Shinlini immediately lowered her head and hid herself. She was scratching at herself with her nails, looking completely lost. Yin Mingran's thin lips curved slightly, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she continued. "Thank you for letting us in. It's all right, don't worry about us. Can we read some books?" Okay. Shinlini nodded in response. She slowly raised her head and looked at Yin Mingran in front of her, where she saw her sunny smile. She only glanced at Yin Mingran for a second before lowering her head again, unable to look directly at her. Yin Mingran picked up 2 books from the table and handed one to Zhou. Zhou paused for a moment, then slowly took the book. He didn't know what Yin Mingran wanted to do, or why she was giving him the book. He doesn't like reading these things, novels, essays, etc. He easily falls asleep when he reads them. Yin Mingran opened the book and read for a while. Zhou copied her, randomly flipping to a page and pretending to read it. But actually, he recognizes every single word here. But why can't he understand a sentence when they're put together? Is it really true that I, a military general, am incapable of being a scholar? After a while, Yin Mingran suddenly came over to Shinlini with a book, but kept a certain distance from her. "Sister, you must really like this book, right? I see you bought the entire trilogy, and you even took notes on some parts of it. I've read this book before and really liked it, but I had some difficulty analyzing the techniques used in its creation, including the creation of atmosphere and the writing process. I didn't analyze it comprehensively enough. Could you explain it to me?" Yin Mingran handed the book to Shinlini with a pleading expression on her face, her big eyes seeming to shine with light. "Are you really interested in this?" Shinlini raised her head, pushed up her glasses, blinked, and looked at Yin Mingran with some disbelief. "Really? Sister, please tell me about it. If it won't be too much trouble for you." Chapter 188. We are family and friends. This is troublesome, but not troublesome at all. Shinlini pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and hadn't decided whether to help Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran sat directly next to Shinlini. "Well." Shinlini's body trembled slightly, and she shifted a little to the side, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Her body stiffened again. However, whether out of politeness or fear of speaking, she did not refuse, as if she had tacitly agreed. "This is..." Shinlini slowly stretched out her hand, pointed to the book, and began to explain it to Yin Mingran in a very soft voice. At first, her speech was halting and soft, but as Yin Mingran gradually asked questions in a gentler voice, this seemed to have eased Shinlini's mind a bit. Her voice became slightly louder and more fluent. Zhou listened quietly to Yin Mingran, inwardly marveling at her skill. In just a few words, he managed to get Shinlini to open up a little. He had never heard Shinlini talk so much before, so he dared not make a sound, for fear of disturbing them. "Wow, sister, you know so much. I really admire you. I wish I were as smart as you." Yin Mingran was generous with her praise, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Shinlini, and her tone was particularly sincere, making her words truly convincing. Shinlini immediately lowered her head, her ears subtly turning red. This level of attack was a bit too intense for her. Thank you." Nevertheless, Shinlini still made sure to say thank you, though she probably forced herself to say it. Yin Mingran's lips curled up. She knew that Shinlini could still be guided and was not in an unchangeable state. "In that case, we can move on to the next step. Sister, how is your relationship with Zhou? Before Zhou brought me here, he said that he and you were very close." Yin Mingran spoke, glancing up at Zhou Hong as if giving him a meaningful look. Upon hearing this, Shenlini subconsciously glanced at Zhou Hong and found him looking at her as well. An awkward silence seemed to cross their faces for a moment. Shenlini froze for a few seconds, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. After all, she knew very well how she treated Zhou Hong. If this can be called not bad, then that's absolutely outrageous. What should I say? Should I say that our relationship is very bad? Wouldn't that be slapping Zhou Hong in the face? Shenlini was so flustered she almost burst, completely at a loss for words. Her face grew increasingly red, a completely embarrassed red. Yin Mingran quickly gave Zhou Hong another look, signaling that it was time for him to say something. Otherwise, it would really drive Shenlini to her death. Zhou Hong immediately realized what was happening and slowly opened his mouth, saying, "Oh, Shenlini and I have a good relationship. She just doesn't know how to express it. I understand her feelings." Zhou Hong said this aloud, but secretly he thought to himself that he had only just realized Shenlini's feelings. Otherwise, I would have thought that my relationship with her was extremely bad. After Zhou Hong finished speaking, Yin Mingran secretly gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Hong's suggestion was very good. It achieved the result she wanted. Because socially anxious people crave understanding from others, Shenlini, unsure how to express herself, certainly didn't want others to misunderstand her. If Zhou Hong could say these words, the effect would definitely be extraordinary. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Hong finished speaking, Shenlini's eyes widened suddenly, her face filled with disbelief. She really didn't expect Zhou Hong to say those words. How could he possibly understand me when I treated him like that? Seeing that the effect was quite good, Zhou Hong continued, saying, "So don't make things difficult for her. We're all family, just understand in your hearts." "Yes, I understand." Yin Mingran and Zhou Hong's back and forth banter surprised Shenlini. She always thought she would be someone who would never be understood. Needless to say, she has tried her best to make her elders think that she is just introverted. She replies normally, but never says an extra word, and has barely managed to keep up this until now. Among peers, it's simply appalling. Whether it's relatives or classmates, everyone thinks they are extremely aloof and that no one can stand their attitude if they say more than 3 sentences to them. So, there's no need to even think about it. I don't have a single friend at all. She didn't expect. On the first day of the new year, she met someone who understood her. And this person was someone he truly hadn't expected to be Zhou Hong, one of his relatives whom he almost never contacted. Even his girlfriend seemed to understand him quite well. Shenlini seemed to want to say something. She placed her hands on her lap and clenched her fists. Zhou Hong and Yin Mingran remained silent, simply watching Shenlini and patiently waiting for her. About a minute later, Shenlini raised her head, looked at Zhou Hong, and whispered, "Sorry." Shenlini's words made Yin Mingran's eyes widen, her mouth slightly open, and her eyes filled with surprise. She couldn't imagine how crucial it was for Shenlini to say those words. Their actions made tremendous progress and achieved great success in an instant. Zhou Hong was completely stunned. After a while, he reacted, waved his hand, and said, "No, why are you apologizing? I understand you. I just didn't know what to say. It wasn't intentional, so you don't need to apologize. We're family, it's nothing." "Yes, sister, don't worry. No matter how you are with others, you don't have to worry about anything with us. You don't have to think about what to say or your attitude. We are family and friends." Yin Mingran reached out and gently placed her hand on Shenlini's arm. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't resent Yin Mingran's touch. Upon hearing Yin Mingran's words, Shenlini pursed her lips. "Friend." "Yes, friend. You can tell us anything, whether you need our help or just need us to listen. We will definitely do our best. Although I have only met you for the first time, I really like you." Chapter 189. You've already done a great job. Thank you for everything over the years. You. Just call me Xiao Ran, or Ran Ran. Don't be so formal with me, big sister. Yin Mingran's slightly pursed lips formed a beautiful curve as she looked at Shenlini with a gentle smile. Zhou Hong admired Yin Mingran's social skills. No wonder she was so popular. Who could withstand such an offensive? To achieve such results in just a few minutes. She calls me sister so affectionately, even more so than a real sister. I've never even called Shun Lini's sister. By now, most people must have a very high opinion of Mingran. It's hard to imagine that someone like this used to be socially anxious. That's a really good mindset. To have overcome that and become so cheerful, it's probably all thanks to Mingran's parents. At that time, family factors were the most important influence on her. This shows that Mingran's parents must have been very good people, but unfortunately, good people have to suffer such misfortune. Ran, you are really good. I hope you and Zhou can be happy together. Shun Lini stammered out these words, her voice still very soft, but clear nonetheless. Upon hearing this, Mingran was slightly taken aback. Then he opened his arms and hugged Shun Lini's body. Wow, thank you, sister. Don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Well, after being hugged, Shun Lini's body stiffened once again. Her cheeks turned red in an instant. The redness spread from his neck all the way to his ears. Seeing her like this, Zhou quickly told Mingran to let go, otherwise Shun Lini might faint. All right, baby, let her go. Mingran chuckled and let go of her hand, and Shun Lini slowly relaxed. What just happened was actually a bold probe by Mingran, in preparation for the final step. If the test was successful, as it is now, then she can proceed to the final step. Let Shun Lini completely open her heart. Sister, I know you must have some past that has greatly affected you. Your personality is definitely not innate. Something must have influenced you. Can you tell me about it? Mingran was now certain that Shun Lini was not born with social anxiety. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to gradually improve under her guidance. This is definitely influenced by some experience, like something from my past. This is the situation that needs the most understanding, which is why she wanted to ask what exactly was affecting Shun Lini. After Mingran asked the question, Shun Lini fell silent. She pursed her lips, lowered her head, and shadows once again fell over her face. Mingran wasn't in a hurry. She just waited quietly. She knew Shun Lini would speak up. She definitely would. After a few minutes, Shun Lini slowly spoke, uttering a single word. Mingran and Zhou both pricked up their ears to listen, afraid of missing a single word. Shun Lini looked at the floor and continued. When I was little, in kindergarten, I had to shave my head because I was sick. When I went back to school, they all laughed at me, calling me a female monk. They took my hat and drew drawings on my head with crayons. I never went to kindergarten again. I stayed at home until my hair grew back, before I went out again. Shun Lini's words made Zhou and Mingran frown. I was in kindergarten, around 4 or 5 years old, when I experienced something like this. I stayed home until my hair grew back. That will take at least 1 or 2 years. I haven't left the house at all during this time. No wonder it turned out like this. They have absolutely no manners. Zhou couldn't help but curse. He knew that children don't know any better, but to trample on a little girl's dignity like this was simply shameless. Then, when I went to school, it was elementary school. I was afraid to talk to other people, and they said I was pretending. Shun Lini lowered her head, seemingly recalling a painful past. Not only was she misunderstood, but she was also repeatedly misunderstood. The more she was treated this way, the less she dared to speak up, and the less she could express her true feelings, creating a vicious cycle. Even now, she feels that only the world and books can bring her peace of mind. Interacting with people is just terrifying. Zhou and Mingran remained silent for a long time. Then, Mingran suddenly reached out and gently placed her hand on Shun Lini's shoulder. When Shun Lini raised her head, she slowly turned Shun Lini's body so that she was facing her. The next second, she gently pulled Shun Lini into her arms. Shun Lini suddenly paused, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes, followed by a blank expression. Then her eyes widened abruptly. Before she could react, Mingran's voice softly rang in her ear. Having gone through something like this, to still be able to persevere until now and say these things to us, most people couldn't do that. You're amazing. Thank you for everything you've done all these years, sister. Mingran's words struck her fragile heart like a series of thunderclaps. Her pupils trembled slightly until she felt a stinging sensation in her nose. Her vision gradually blurred, and crystal-clear tears covered her eyes. Hmm. Shinlini's lips were moving, as if she was about to cry at any moment. She hadn't cried for many, many years. The last time was when she was reading her favorite book. No one had ever said these things to her. Over the years, my self-assessment has always been introverted, aloof, pretentious. No one has ever truly understood me, and no one has ever been able to articulate what I carry in my heart. And today, her heart was shaken by a girl she had just met. Her strong defenses were completely breached. Watching this scene, Jo-hung propped his cheek up with his hand, his eyes filled with pride as he looked at Eun Min-gran. It seems his girlfriend has many unexpected and wonderful qualities. Why must such people suffer such misfortune? Why is it so unfair? Jo-hung wanted to tell Shinlini that the girl who was trying to comfort her had also experienced something so painful and helpless. So he couldn't help but speak up to Shinlini. Shinlini, don't let her cheerful and optimistic demeanor and her understanding nature fool you. Do you know what she's been through? Chapter 190. Apart from this, no one else has. Shinlini turned her head to look at Jo-hung, somewhat confused about the meaning behind his words. When Eun Min-gran heard Jo-hung's words, she understood that Jo-hung was thinking of her own experiences and felt sorry for her. You could also use your own experiences to make Shinlini feel better. Ultimately, what allows someone who has experienced tragedy to empathize is another person who has experienced tragedy. This will bring the two of them closer together. Although it's a good idea, reopening old wounds is a painful experience for Eun Min-gran. That's all in the past. It's the new year, let's not bring those things up again. Eun Min-gran hesitated for a moment, and her speech became hesitant, which made Shinlini notice something was wrong. She could sense that Eun Min-gran's experiences seemed truly extraordinary. Upon hearing Eun Min-gran's words, Jo-hung also shut his mouth and remained silent. This piqued Shinlini's curiosity. She couldn't imagine what kind of unspeakable past Eun Min-gran, with such a good personality, could possibly have. Even if she didn't know, she still knew how to respond. Shinlini slowly raised her arm and gently hugged Eun Min-gran's shoulder, whispering in her ear, "You've worked hard too." Eun Min-gran stared in surprise, her eyes widening. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a joyful smile spread across her lips. She and Jo-hung, who was sitting there, exchanged a glance. Jo-hung nodded slightly, a smile spreading across his face. Thank you, sister. Let's add each other as friends. Let's keep in touch." Eun Min-gran quickly took out her phone, wanting to add Shinlini as a friend. Now that she had successfully opened Shinlini's heart, she shouldn't refuse to add her as a friend. Once they officially become friends, Shinlini will gradually become less socially anxious. Shinlini hesitated for a moment, then slowly took out her phone. When Eun Min-gran saw Shinlini's phone, she was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening and her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief. Because the phone she was using was Jo-hung's old phone, which she hadn't replaced. The phone was already outdated and discontinued, so she couldn't buy a new one. But Shinlini's phone is even older than hers. It can still be considered a smartphone for now, but if it regresses a few generations, it will probably become a basic feature phone. Shinlini opened her friends list, and Eun Min-gran glanced at it. It's a terrible sight. There might not even be 10 people in total. Eun Min-gran added Shinlini as a friend, looked at Jo-hung, and asked, "Honey, aren't you going to add your sister as a friend?" I'm her friend. If she didn't block me, I should still be able to find her." Jo-hung awkwardly pointed at Shinlini and said with a wry smile. Eun Min-gran looked at Jo-hung with some surprise, not expecting that Jo-hung had Shinlini's friend. She had just seen Shinlini's list. It had fewer than 10 people, and Jo-hung was even on it? She hadn't noticed. Shinlini lowered her head and whispered, "Only Jo-hung has asked me for my contact information. No one else has." Maybe I'm just stubborn. Jo-hung smiled awkwardly, realizing that he probably hadn't thought much of it at the time. After all, he was a straight man and not very perceptive, so he didn't care about those things and just asked for her contact information. Others must have hesitated after seeing Shinlini's attitude, which is why they didn't dare to accept her offer. Eun Min-gran finally understood. It was because Jo-hung had asked for Shinlini's contact information that's why Shinlini agreed to let them come in and play. Perhaps in Shinlini's heart, She genuinely believed that her relationship with Zhou Hong was quite good. Sister, are you in college now? A freshman. Yin Mingran put down her phone, looked at Shun Lini, and continued to ask. Shun Lini nodded and whispered, yes, freshman year, at Dongju University. Eastern Pearl. Yin Mingran blinked, stared blankly for a long time, then looked up at Zhou Hong in disbelief. Zhou Hong asked, somewhat puzzled, what's wrong? Is Dongda University a good university? Is it a first-tier or second-tier university? No, this Dongju University is the university that Tangji's parents made her apply to. Oh. Zhou Hong's eyes widened, and he was genuinely stunned, utterly astonished. His mind raced, and after a moment's thought, he finally understood. Then, we said we wanted to get into the same university as Tangji, which is this Tokyo University? Yes. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhou Hong and Yin Mingran gasped, unable to help but exclaim in surprise that Shun Lini was a student at this school. Therefore, it seems that Shun Lini is a really good student, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get into that university. Who is Tangji? Shun Lini slowly opened her mouth and asked a question. Zhou Hong answered, oh, it's my cousin. My mom is your aunt, right? She's also Tangji's maternal aunt. That's the relationship. Oh, so you guys just said, you also want to go to my university? Shun Lini asked tentatively in a low voice, blinking as she looked at Zhou Hong and Yin Mingran. Yin Mingran smiled and said, that's right. If we successfully get in, we'll be your juniors. Ah, okay. The three chatted for a couple more minutes, and Shun Lini gradually relaxed. Yin Mingran did not intend to rush things, so she prepared to leave with Zhou Hong before noon. Lu Ling wanted them to stay for lunch, but they declined. Let Shun Lini have some time to process what happened this morning. I guess she'll need a whole day to process this in her room before she can fully adjust. Before leaving, Yin Mingran said to Shun Lini, sister, message me when you're free. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Don't refuse. Shun Lini stood at the door, looking at Yin Mingran's smiling face. She slowly raised her hand and responded softly. Ah, okay. Lu Ling, standing to the side, widened her eyes in disbelief. She knew exactly what was going on with her own daughter. She already found it incredible that they were allowed to play in the bedroom, but she never expected that they would come out to see her off when she left. They even made plans to go out for dinner together? Is this still my own daughter? After the two left, Lu Ling took Shun Lini's hand and asked softly, Zhou Hong's girlfriend, isn't she a very nice girl? Especially good. Chapter 191. My goodness, what a beautiful woman. The winter break for senior high school students is almost over. Only a few days remain. For them, it felt like their holiday had just begun and then it ended so quickly, without them enjoying anything. That day, Yin Mingran and Zhou Hong stayed at home and studied together. Aside from going out on the first day of junior high, the two of them spent the rest of the time studying at home, and the atmosphere was even more tense than when they were in school. Yin Mingran was also putting in 200% effort. During the study process, her expression was very serious, as if she had temporarily forgotten that the two of them were a couple. Zhou Hong was very cooperative, as if he were attending an extremely rigorous tutoring class. At least for him, this tutoring class was the best he could get. Yin Mingran's academic performance is excellent, and given their relationship, she understands Zhou Hong very well, so her teaching style is very suitable for him, making his learning very comfortable. Oh, I'm so tired. I need to rest for a while. Zhou Hong put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and let out a sigh of relief. It's like he was holding his breath the whole time. This actually means he was constantly on edge, unable to relax. There's really no need to be so stressed. It's just studying. Making it too stressful isn't good. But this was a good method that Zhou Hong discovered for himself. As long as he was in this state, his learning ability would increase, and he would achieve twice the result with half the effort. As soon as Zhou Hong relaxed his guard, Yin Mingran immediately changed her approach, went behind him, and began massaging his shoulders. You've worked hard. Would you like some fruit? I'll cut some for you. No need. You've worked hard too. Let's both rest for a while. We still have to continue studying later. Zhou Hong scooped Yin Mingran up in his arms and pulled her onto his lap. Yin Mingran also nestled into Zhou Hong's arms. She especially liked Zhou Hong's embrace. It was warm and made her feel very safe. Bite. Just then, In Mungran's phone rang. She was a little confused, wondering who could be sending her a message at this hour. She took out her phone, glanced at it, and then excitedly showed it to Zhou. It was sent by Sister Shunlini. She really messaged me. Holy crap, really? Zhou looked at his phone in surprise, not expecting that it really was a message from Shunlini. Only the two of them know the true value of this news, how significant it is. She really remembered me saying I'd treat her to dinner. She said she was free this afternoon because she has to go back to school tomorrow. In Mingran was very happy, which meant that Shunlini had truly taken her words to heart. At least, she considered her a friend. Otherwise, for Shunlini, saying these words would be harder than taking her life. Zhou grinned and muttered. I feel like she spent 2 days editing this message, then hesitated for 2 more days before posting it. I think so too. She probably started editing it after we left in the first year of junior high, and only forced herself to post it today, the last day. Then let's invite her out for dinner. She can rest this afternoon. In Mingran nodded and quickly replied to Shunlini's message. I was afraid that if I replied too slowly, the other party would retract the message. Several tens of minutes later, the two finally made an agreement. In Mingran replied to all messages instantly, and as for Shunlini, although it was a cycle, they knew the speed was already very fast. At least they weren't made to wait several more days. Let's go? Let's go pick her up. Good. Zhou and In Mingran quickly tidied up and then went out. They didn't want Shunlini to walk too far alone, because she might regret it later and turn back home. So they decided to go pick her up directly. After the two went downstairs, they hailed a taxi and headed straight for Shunlini's house. After they arrived, Shunlini was already standing there waiting, her nose and cheeks red from the cold, so she must have been waiting for quite a while. Given her personality, she wouldn't keep anyone waiting, so she's probably been waiting for more than half an hour. Sister, we're here. After getting out of the car, In Mingran shouted and ran straight towards Shunlini. Shunlini quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby, as if afraid that her shout would be heard by others. After making sure no one was around, she took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, then opened her arms and hugged In Mingran. It's so cold. Why didn't you wait until we got there before coming down? In Mingran looked up at Shunlini and felt a pang of sympathy, seeing her so cold. I can't keep you waiting for me. Shunlini answered honestly. Zhou urged from the side, saying, All right, let's hurry up and find a place to eat. It's cold enough outside. Let her find a place to warm up quickly. All right, let's go, sis. What do you want to eat? I am fine with anything. In Mingran knew Shunlini would give this answer, but she still had to ask. In fact, even if they hadn't asked, they had already made up their minds, just to save time. The three of them arrived at the mall. Zhou and In Mingran saw online that there was a popular restaurant there, with delicious food and many people visiting it. So I decided to give this place a try, regardless of whether it's delicious or not. I mainly chose a place that was crowded. This was to help Shunlini adapt to being in crowded places, to relax and not be shy. There are so many people here. Maybe we. Shunlini looked at the store in front of her. It was already packed with people, and there were very few empty tables left. Aside from school, she had rarely been to places with so many people, so she was a little timid. However, Zhou and In Mingran didn't care about any of that, and simply dragged Shunlini inside. Oh, it's okay, come with us, don't be afraid. In Mingran comforted her and led her into the restaurant. Shunlini lowered her head and let In Mingran pull her along. After they sat down, they started ordering. The two handed the menu to Shunlini so she could practice ordering herself. Zhou. No, brother Zhou. The class monitor. Just then, a voice broke the atmosphere between the three of them. The voice was particularly loud and startled Shunlini. Zhou and In Mingran were startled. They looked up and, upon seeing the owner of the voice, couldn't help but frown. Kong Yu? What are you doing here? I'm having dinner with my family, you guys. Kong Yu pointed to another table, then looked at Shunlini. Shunlini slowly raised her head, and Kong Yu's eyes immediately widened. His mouth gaped open. My goodness, what a beautiful woman. Chapter 192. Did she just glare at me? Kong Yu stared wide-eyed, rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. How could he actually see such a beautiful woman in the real world who fits his aesthetic standards? It looks elegant, intellectual, gentle, and big. This is totally his type. This woman, whom I had only ever seen in comics before, was actually standing right in front of me? Upon seeing Kong Yu, a complete stranger, Shunlini silently lowered her head, remaining silent, and her entire being seemed to instantly emanate an aura that compelled people to stay away. His expression and eyes were completely indifferent. Most people would have wisely stepped aside upon seeing this. But Kong Yu seemed to ignore this aura, rubbing his hands together, looking at Zhou Heng and Yin Min Gran, and asked softly, This person, is he your friend? TSK, can you please stay out of this? We're eating. Zhou Heng said something to him speechlessly. We just managed to get Shunlini to relax a little. Now look what's happened. With Kong Yu's arrival, all our previous efforts have been in vain. He could feel the aura that kept strangers at bay, but Kong Yu chose to ignore it. Kong Yu understood Zhou Heng's order to expel him, but he had no intention of leaving at all. Now that he's finally found a beautiful woman who suits his taste, how could he possibly give her up? Kong Yu looked at Zhou Heng, smiled obsequiously, and said, Don't say that, brother Zhou, aren't we good friends? Have you forgotten how you helped me back in school? You mean you wanted to pursue Tang Ji, and you asked me to deliver love letters for you, only to be rejected? I know. Then have you forgotten about our friendly competition? You mean you got angry and started causing me trouble, then tried to cheat at an arm wrestling match and lost? Depend on. Kong Yu's lips twitched, his face full of embarrassment. He often boasted to his classmates about how good his relationship with Zhou Heng was, and now he even believed it himself. Looking back, it seems my relationship with Zhou Heng was just so-so. He probably didn't even have a good impression of me. He's just good-tempered and doesn't hold grudges against me. But haha. This whole stunt made Yin Mingran cover her mouth and laugh. She thought to herself that Zhou Heng really didn't give Kong Yu any face at all. In front of Shunlini, he had completely humiliated Kong Yu. Kong Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Yin Mingran smile. Since I can't leave a good impression on this beautiful woman, I can at least leave a deep impression. Image and such can be improved later. The first priority is to make her remember you. But when Kong Yu looked at Shunlini with anticipation, his smile froze on his face. Shunlini didn't react at all. In fact, her face seemed even darker and colder than before. What's going on? Is this self-loathing? It's like wanting to die. But this was only our first meeting. We didn't say a word. We didn't do anything. Why would she treat me like this? Meanwhile, Shunlini's inner thoughts were quite complex. She had no idea what she looked like at that moment, and thought she looked the same as usual. You can't do that. This person is Zhou Heng and Ranran's classmate. I should at least say hello, otherwise it would be so impolite. Shunlini raised her eyes and glanced at Kong Yu, but only for a moment before lowering her head again. No, saying hello is too difficult. Kong Yu was stunned. He had seen everything clearly just now, but now he was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, did she just glare at me? And really glare at me fiercely? He could clearly see the coldness and ruthlessness in that look just now. How unwelcome do they think I am? Am I really that annoying? What did I do? I came here to say hello, and then Zhou Heng made a couple of sarcastic remarks. That's it. Do you have to look at me like that? Then, Shunlini made up her mind. Even if she couldn't successfully greet him, she should at least smile. That's the most basic courtesy. Oh. The next second, Shunlini raised her head, a cold smile flashing across her lips. Holy crap. Startled, Kong Yu took a step back, gasped softly, and trembled all over. His hands instinctively rose up to protect his body, as if trying to shield himself. He had never seen such a terrifying sneer. That smile was tinged with contempt, and his eyes were like knives. They sneered at him as if he were trash. Is it really necessary to be so contemptuous of oneself? Does this mean one sees oneself as an ant? No, I have to leave. Immediately. Right now? He had a feeling that if he stayed here any longer, he would be badly hurt. He would be humiliated to death. It was even more damaging than Zhou Heng's words. Zhou. Brother Zhou, class monitor, I'm going back now, my mom's calling me. See you later. After hurriedly finishing his words, Kong Yu quickly turned around and left without looking back. This was the first time he had ever felt fear towards a girl. What an indifferent woman. It's as if everyone is worthless in her eyes. He already considered himself very shameless. Even if a girl wasn't interested in him, he could still shamelessly stick around and approach her. But when faced with this woman, he didn't have the courage. Seeing Kong Yu leave in such a hurry, Shinlini was taken aback. She then realized that she had gotten into trouble again. It must have been something I did unconsciously that startled that person and caused trouble for Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran. After all, this has happened far too many times. I always unintentionally hurt others. Shinlini looked up at the two people opposite her, her face full of apology. She wanted to apologize, but didn't know how to begin. But before she could say anything, she saw the two people opposite her lower their heads and bite their lips, laughing as if they had seen something very funny. Did you see? The way he was so scared. Ha, it's hilarious. I saw it. Who told him to hit on me like that? It was so inappropriate, and he didn't consider other people's feelings at all. It's really annoying. This puzzled Shinlini, who asked softly, "Isn't he your friend?" Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran exchanged a glance, then turned to Shinlini and said in unison, "Occasionally. It's probably a very rare case." Chapter 193. Let's go when we have time. Let's go for a stroll. School starts so soon. What about the exams? I'm not very confident. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran were walking to school, wearing matching cotton-padded jackets and scarves. They stood close together, seemingly oblivious to the winter chill. Yin Minggran exhaled a breath of cold air, a smile playing on her lips, and said, "It's okay, you'll definitely improve a lot. Besides, this isn't the college entrance exam. It doesn't mean anything. There's still a semester left, don't be nervous." Yin Minggran reached out and gently stroked Zhou Heng's head to comfort him. Zhou Heng let out a breath. With Yin Minggran's comfort, he felt much better. Bite. Just then, Yin Minggran's phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was a message from Shinlini. "Look, she took a picture of Dongju University for us." "Really? After we got back from dinner yesterday, you seem to have talked to her a lot, right?" Zhou Heng glanced at Yin Minggran's phone. Sure enough, it was a message from Shinlini. He would never have imagined this would happen before, and it was truly remarkable that Shinlini would take the initiative to send him a message. "Yes, she can chat with me normally now. Although I can still sense that she's a little scared sometimes, it's much better than before." Yin Minggran smiled and nodded, replying to Shinlini's message. After arriving at school, the two were temporarily separated and could not enter the school so intimately. Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered they were the last students to arrive, and their homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, was already standing on the podium. "You two almost arrived late, do you know that? Go back and sit down right now." Teacher Wang looked at the two of them helplessly and said in a low voice, "Good." Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran looked somewhat embarrassed under the gaze of the entire class and lowered their heads. Although everyone in the class probably knew about their relationship, those two seemed to be getting along quite well. It's been almost 6 months now. Tian Run turned his head and said something to Tong Yining, who sat at the table behind him. Tong Yining, on the other hand, kept her head down and did not look up when she heard Tian Run's voice. Isn't that great?" Tong Yining responded softly, but her hands didn't stop. She continued working on the problems. Tian Run glanced at her with a puzzled look and muttered, "Tisich, such a bland reaction. Boring. Otherwise, what other reaction could I possibly have?" Tong Yining shrugged and said nonchalantly. But then she saw the words she had just written, and they were, "Zhou." She quickly crossed it out with her pen, blacked it out, and pretended that nothing had happened, continuing to write. Zhou Heng sat down in his seat, and as soon as he put his bag down, a lollipop rolled onto his desk. Zhou Heng glanced at Tang Ji beside him, then picked up the lollipop and put it away, saying, "You don't look very energetic. Did you play games all night again yesterday?" Tang Ji shook her head, listlessly saying, "On the contrary, I haven't played any games for so many days. That's why I'm so listless. I haven't done my daily tasks, missed the New Year's events, used up my stamina, and missed the guild wars. You must have been quite busy during the New Year holiday. I was actually planning to have you do some quests for my account. Forget it, I don't have time. This is my last semester, and I won't be able to play for much longer. I have to prepare for the college entrance exam. My family insists that I take the exam for that kind of university. Tang Ji waved her hand and slumped listlessly onto the table, looking very upset. Dongju University? In Mingran, and I will also apply. That school is pretty good. Oh right, Dongju University. My mom said she wants us to visit there sometime. It's not far anyway. Zhou Heng nodded and replied, that works too. Perfect timing. There are people there who can take us in. Huh? Who is it? I have an older sister, my aunt's daughter. She's a student at Dongju University. If we go there to play, we should be able to find her, I think. Zhou Heng would never have dared to say that before. But now, it should be okay, since Yin Min Gran and he are friends now, and she has no reason to refuse, right? Okay, let's go when we have time, go shopping, and I'll be able to explain to my mom and the others. Tang Ji didn't ask any further questions and nodded in agreement. Since they are related to Zhou Heng, they are also related by blood, so having such an acquaintance is naturally the best thing. Okay, quiet down. At this moment, Teacher Wang stood at the front, clapped her hands, and signaled the whole class to quiet down and stop whispering. Everyone looked up at Teacher Wang, wondering what she was going to say. I have something to announce. We have a new transfer student who will be spending this last semester with us and studying together. Come on in. Teacher Wang called out towards the outside of the classroom. The students frowned in confusion, looking at the others with expressions of astonishment. This is the last semester, and the college entrance exam is in about 4 or 5 months. Why are there still transfer students at this time? Who would transfer schools at such a crucial time? As everyone wondered what was going on, a student slowly walked in through the door. Her long, black hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked full of youthful energy in her school uniform. Beneath her long eyelashes were a pair of bright, large eyes. She had a high nose bridge and cherry-like lips, making her look exceptionally cute. Her fair skin made her cheeks look like they could be pinched. They seemed soft and smooth. She wasn't very tall, but she was the height of a normal high school girl. She was carrying a backpack and looked very happy when she walked in. Oh, Kong Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He raised his head, stretching his neck as far as he could. I never expected the transfer student to be such a beautiful girl. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji didn't react much, tilting their heads and slightly frowning, as if they were thinking about something. Yin Mingran also secretly glanced at Zhou Heng to see what his expression was. Please introduce yourself. Teacher Wang nodded and looked at the girl in front of him. Okay, teacher. The girl walked straight to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and then boldly wrote her name on the blackboard. Such things, which happen on television, are rarely seen in real life, but they witnessed them right now. Yu Lingxue, that's my name. You can call me whatever you like. Xiao Yu, Xiao Shui, Lingxue. Thank you, everyone. A sweet smile spread across the girl's face as she spoke, giving her classmates a slight bow. She seemed very sunny and cheerful. Okay, you can sit over there, behind Yin Mingran. She's the class monitor, so you can ask her if you need anything. Chapter 194. I still feel there's something strange about her. Hello, class monitor. Yu Lingxue sat down behind Yin Mingran, greeted her with a smile, and then put her things away. Yin Mingran smiled politely and replied, yes. Hello, you can just call me Yin Mingran. Okay. Yu Lingxue nodded, then took out her book and prepared to start the class. It's strange to transfer schools at this time, but it doesn't seem to matter. After all, there's not much to learn in this last semester. It's mostly just review, so there's no need to worry about the teaching progress. Zhou Heng glanced at Yu Lingxue, muttered something under his breath, and then looked away from her. Tang Ji, standing to the side, continued to stare intently at Yu Lingxue, as if waiting for her to turn around and look in her direction. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from her. She was truly focused on her studies. So she stopped looking, lowered her head, and answered Zhou Heng. Maybe there are some special circumstances, such as a bad learning environment at the original school, or being bullied. Or like Lu Yunxua, it's possible that he was trying to escape something. Zhou Heng sneered, shook his head, and said, She realized after class that the learning atmosphere was worse in the new environment. Guess how many people will talk to her after class? About 5 or 6 boys and 2 or 3 girls. We probably won't receive any love letters yet. The earliest we'll get them is this afternoon. Really? I bet there will be a love letter. Zhou Heng said, holding up one finger with great certainty. Huh? Who's so stupid? Oh, right, there was one, I forgot. Tang Ji paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead, as if suddenly realizing something, and glanced towards the corner of the classroom. There, someone has already started writing love letters. I fell for you the first time I saw you? That's not good. It's too ordinary. How can that express my true feelings? Kong Yu muttered to himself, poking his chin with his pen, frowning, thinking about this problem more seriously than he was thinking about a math problem. His philosophy is that the first mover wins. Sending the love letter first would demonstrate my instant attraction and attract her attention. Otherwise, when many people are giving him gifts, he won't stand out and will have few opportunities. Whether I succeed or not doesn't matter. The important thing is to first enter her world. Just make an impression on her. Kong Yu, you're truly a Casanova. Your methods are simply brilliant. Kong Yu rubbed his forehead, struck what he thought was a very handsome pose, and muttered to himself. He couldn't help but grin slightly. What are you laughing at? Huh. Ahem. Teacher Wang. When Kong Yu looked up and saw Teacher Wang beside him, he trembled with fright and almost choked on his own saliva. The next second, he quickly covered the table with his hand. Bring it here. Teacher Wang held out his hand, his brow furrowed, indicating that Kong Yu should hand it over. The moment the homeroom teacher's imposing presence was displayed, Kong Yu was overwhelmed. He could only slowly move his hand away and hand over the unfinished love letter on his desk. After taking it, Teacher Wang glanced at it, and then immediately showed a look of disgust. As a homeroom teacher, she had seen countless love letters, but this was the first time she had ever seen one written so disgustingly. After confiscating a love letter, the proper procedure should be for the student to read the letter aloud to the whole class. However, Teacher Wang felt that if Kong Yu were to read this aloud, the whole class would probably be unable to have a normal lesson. Did you prepare this paper in advance? Do you have any more? Take them all out. Teacher Wang glanced at the paper of the love letter. It wasn't torn from an ordinary notebook. It looked like it was written on special paper for love letters. It was colorful and decorated. Well, Kong Yu hesitated for a moment, glanced at Teacher Wang, somewhat embarrassed, and made no move. Hurry up. At Teacher Wang's reprimand, Kong Yu slowly reached into the desk and pulled out a thick stack of various papers. Teacher Wang stared in disbelief. Her lips twitched, and her face turned green. Ha! The class burst into laughter, and Kong Yu's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Are you here to study or to hand out love letters? I'll have your parents come to the office tomorrow. Teacher Wang took the papers, her expression immediately darkening. After giving a stern reprimand, she left the classroom. The laughter in the classroom hadn't stopped, and Kong Yu remained embarrassed. He secretly glanced at Yu Lingxue ahead, wanting to see if she would react. Even just making her laugh would be helpful. After all, he was the first person to leave a lasting impression on her. As it turned out, Yu Lingxue seemed completely uninterested, not even turning her head. Instead, she held her notebook and asked Yin Mingran in front of her some questions. This made him even more upset. He had originally planned to get a false start and be the first to cross the starting line. It seems like he was eliminated in the very first round. He was already killed before the competition even started. Class monitor Yin Mingran, could I see your class schedule? I want to copy it. Okay. What time do we eat lunch? Is there a cafeteria? Do you eat in the cafeteria? Oh no. I usually bring my own lunch. Yu Lingxue's attention was entirely focused on Yin Mingran, as if she were only interested in her, constantly asking her questions or talking to her. Yin Mingran responded to all of them. After all, she was a new classmate, and as the class monitor, she felt she should take care of her. Teacher Wang also said that she could ask her if she didn't understand anything. Besides, she's a girl, so it's not a problem for him to talk to her a little more. If it were a boy, she wouldn't act this way. She doesn't want Zhou Heng to overthink things. Not far away. Tang Yining stared at Yu Lingxue, a thoughtful expression on her face, her brows furrowing slightly. As if reading her mind, Tian Run asked, "What's wrong?" It's normal for a new classmate to try and curry favor with the class monitor, isn't it? Tang Yining shook her head without hesitation and said, "It's normal to curry favor with the class monitor, but she's being a bit too obvious. She seems rather anxious." Really? I don't see it that way. Isn't she too outgoing? She only knows In Mingran right now. Once she knows more people, she'll probably be like this with everyone, right? Tian Run glanced at Yu Lingxue and In Mingran, but couldn't see anything unusual. Tong Yining didn't disagree with Tian Run's opinion, but she felt something was off. I still feel there's something strange about her. Chapter 195. No wonder you two look so well matched. After a class, it was time for get out of class to end. Most of the students were slumped over their desks, preparing to take a short nap during this brief break. For some reason, they were unusually sleepy first thing in the morning. Perhaps they haven't recovered from the Lunar New Year holiday, which makes them particularly tired during class. Today is the first day of the new semester. Let's take a short break before the exams tomorrow so that students can quickly get into a focused state and prepare for the college entrance examination. After class, In Mingran stood up from her seat, as usual, and prepared to go find Zhou Heng and Tang Ji to play. Little did she know that after she got up and left, someone was following her. When In Mingran arrived at Zhou Heng's side, before she could say anything, she heard a voice behind her. Class monitor, could you please show me around the school? Tell me where the cafeteria, library, restrooms, and stuff are, okay? Well, In Mingran was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Yu Lingxue standing behind her, her hands behind her back, smiling at In Mingran. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji also looked up at Yu Lingxue, their brows furrowing in surprise. Before class, she kept pestering In Mingran, and they all saw that. Why did she still bother In Mingran after class? I'm so sorry, you're the only person I know right now. Here, thank you. Yu Lingxue took out a bag of small cakes from behind her and handed it to In Mingran with an apologetic expression. In Mingran simply couldn't refuse such an attitude. The girl was a new classmate, unfamiliar with the place and the people, and it was only right for her, as the class monitor, to take care of her. Besides, their attitude was so sincere and polite. How could I possibly refuse? Hello to both of you students. As if realizing something, Yu Lingxue took out two more and handed them to Zhou Heng and Tang Ji. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji exchanged a glance, then reached out and took it, saying softly, thank you. What are your names? Zhou Heng. Tang Ji. Wow, your names are all so lovely. You too. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji grinned, their smiles appearing somewhat stiff. They had truly never met someone so warm, optimistic, and cheerful. She seemed to be even more sociable than In Mingran, which was a bit hard for these two people with weak social skills to handle. Afterwards, In Mingran took Yu Lingxue out of the classroom and showed her around. Tang Ji watched the two figures leave and whispered to Zhou Heng. She seems flawless. You can't find a single fault with her. People like that. Yes, if something is too normal, then it becomes abnormal. Zhou Heng nodded and continued. However, there's no need to be too wary. They're just students. What could she possibly be thinking of murder or arson? At most, she's just a little cunning. It's best not to get too close to her. At lunchtime, In Mingran came over to Zhou Heng and Tang Ji's place, and the three of them ate together. Before they had been sitting for long, Yu Lingxue brought the food she had bought and sat down next to In Mingran. Well, the three of them paused for a moment, but didn't say anything more. Can I have one too? I think this is pretty delicious. I'll share it with you. Yu Lingxue shared the delicious food she had bought with the other three people. They were a little embarrassed to accept it, but also felt awkward refusing, so they reluctantly accepted it and replied, thank you. This gave them even less reason to refuse Yu Lingxue's invitation to be with them. They were all too shy to refuse other people's kindness. Then, why don't you try some of ours too? In Mingran moved her lunchbox over, intending to let Yu Lingxue try some. Wow, then I won't be polite. Yu Lingxue happily picked up a tiny bit and put it in her mouth. Oh, she gasped softly at first, but the sound quickly faded away. After a 2-second pause, her eyes lit up. Wow, it tastes so good. Did you make this yourself? No, this was made by me, by Zhou Heng. In Mingran pointed to Zhou Heng across from her and said softly, really? You can cook? That's amazing. Wait. He made your lunch. Could it be? Yu Lingxue was slightly taken aback. She looked at In Mingran, then at Zhou Heng, blinked, and slowly revealed a surprised expression. Een Mingran nodded gently and replied, "Yes, he's my boyfriend." "Oh, I see. No wonder you two seem so well matched." Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue beamed with joy, just like a gossip-loving girl who had heard some exciting news. "Ah, thank you." When Een Mingran heard Yu Lingxue say that they were a good match, she smiled from the bottom of her heart. Lunchtime passed quickly, and Een Mingran then led Yu Lingxue on a tour of the school. Zhou Heng and Tang Ji remained seated, seemingly deep in thought. "Did you notice?" After a moment, Tang Ji slowly spoke. "Yes, I found it." Before she even tasted your cooking, she had already planned to exclaim and praise it. She probably didn't expect it to be so delicious, because her praise was genuine. Zhou Heng nodded and said, "Yeah, it's pretty strange. Maybe it's just a way to curry favor with us. They're quite cunning." After school in the evening, Yu Lingxue followed Zhou Heng and the others home, and happily said goodbye to them at the gate. "Bye-bye. Be careful on your way home. See you tomorrow." Buzz. After the two had walked away, Yu Lingxue's cell phone rang in her pocket. Yu Lingxue quickly took her phone out of her pocket, answered the call, and tentatively began to speak. "Hello? Dad, how was your first day?" A deep, masculine voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying an inexplicable sense of authority. Yu Lingxue smiled happily and replied, "Yes, it's great. My classmates and teachers are all very nice to me, and the learning environment is excellent." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone before a voice slowly came through. "Did you see him?" Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. She hadn't shown such an expression all day. "Yes, I saw him." Her voice also became lower, as if she had become a completely different person. "Don't let Dad down." "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Dad." Chapter 196. How about inviting her to dinner? After Zhou Heng and Een Mingran returned home, they changed out of their school uniforms. Zhou Heng asked, "What did Yu Lingxue say to you today? Did you notice she was acting strangely?" She didn't say what she was saying, but I felt she was a little too enthusiastic. She's very nice to me, and quite smart. She was always a good student before. Een Mingran recalled that her time with Yu Lingxue today seemed normal, with nothing unusual. "We should be a little cautious, since we don't know her very well yet, and I have a feeling she's quite scheming." "Is that so?" "Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether she's scheming or not, as long as she—" Een Mingran stopped mid-sentence. What she wanted to say was that as long as Yu Lingxue didn't use her scheming against Zhou Heng, everything would be fine. As long as she doesn't have any feelings for Zhou Heng, it doesn't matter. She won't harm him, and it won't matter if she does harm him. But it should be nothing serious. After all, we have many people around us with eccentric or overly prominent personalities. Afterwards, Zhou Heng was to go cook dinner. He and Een Mingran took turns cooking dinner, and it was his turn tonight. About half an hour later, dinner was ready. Since it was just the two of them, they could just eat whatever they wanted. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zhou Heng and Een Mingran were stunned for a moment, then looked at the door at the same time, remaining frozen for a few seconds. Who could it be at this time? Zhou Heng wiped his hands with his apron, walked forward, reached the door, and asked, "Who is it?" Hello, sir. I'm your new neighbor who just moved in next door. Can I borrow something? I just moved in today and forgot to buy anything." A girl's voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Heng and Een Mingran instantly showed expressions of surprise. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. "No way." Een Mingran quickly got up, went to Zhou Heng's side, and looked towards the door. Then, slowly opened the door. The person standing at the door was indeed Yu Lingxue, just as they had guessed. She just said the neighbors who just moved in next door? It can't be that much of a coincidence. Upon seeing Zhou Heng and Een Mingran, Yu Lingxue paused for a moment. Then her eyes widened in surprise. "It's you guys. What a coincidence. You actually live here too. Wait, you're living together?" Zhou Heng didn't answer Yu Lingxue's question directly. Instead, he walked out, glanced in the direction of the next room, and asked, "No, you really moved next door?" "Yes, I just moved in today. What a coincidence. That's great. I was just worried about what would happen if I had difficult neighbors, but now that it's you, I'm relieved." Yu Lingxue smiled and said happily, "What a coincidence." Zhou Heng frowned slightly, his expression becoming extremely wary, and he involuntarily took a step back. He had already begun to suspect this person today, but he didn't expect such a coincidence to happen tonight. This made him suspect that Yu Lingxue had investigated their residence here and then deliberately moved here. Yin Minggran stepped forward and asked, "What do you need to borrow?" All right. Can I borrow some laundry detergent?" Yin Minggran went inside, and after a while, she came out with a small bottle of laundry detergent and handed it to Yu Lingxue. "There's not much left, you can take it all." "Thanks." Yu Lingxue took the laundry detergent, nodded her thanks, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, said, "Oh, by the way, as a thank you, I just made some cola chicken wings, here you go." Before Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran could say anything, Yu Lingxue ran back next door. A moment later, she brought out a plate with several cola chicken wings on it. "Here, don't be shy. It certainly can't compare to what Zhou Heng makes, but it should still be quite delicious." "Ah, thank you." Yin Minggran couldn't refuse, so she took the plate, glanced at the table next door, and asked, Do you live with your family, or live alone?" "I live here by myself. My parents are both busy with work, so I live here by myself." "Oh, so you also eat alone?" Yin Minggran nodded slightly, then turned to look at Zhou Heng, their eyes meeting briefly as they exchanged a glance. The two glanced at the cola chicken wings on the plate in Yin Minggran's hand. They looked really good. "How about we invite her to dinner?" Yin Minggran whispered in Zhou Heng's ear. In this situation, it would be polite to extend an invitation, especially knowing that she lives alone and eats dinner by herself. Zhou Heng nodded and said, "Okay, perfect. Let's find out more about her and ask her some questions." He agreed to the idea, mainly because he wanted to learn more about Yu Lingxue and see if he posed any threat to Yin Minggran. If she's scheming and pretending, then remind Yin Minggran to be careful and stay away from her in the future. But what if they are just particularly cheerful, enthusiastic, and guileless? They were so kind to them, polite, and knew how to reciprocate. They couldn't very well turn them away. And from then on, he could finally let Yin Minggran play with him without worry. Yin Minggran continued to look at Yu Lingxue and said, "In that case, why don't you have dinner with us? We were just about to eat, and we live alone too." Yu Lingxue raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that Yin Minggran would invite her. She glanced at Zhou Heng, seemingly trying to gauge his reaction. Zhou Heng nodded, agreeing with Yin Minggran's decision. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yu Lingxue slowly raised the corners of her mouth and smiled, saying, "Oh, forget it. Wouldn't that disturb your time together? I'm not that inconsiderate. We're neighbors now anyway. Let's eat together another day." Zhou Heng frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that Yu Lingxue would refuse. Yin Minggran nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Okay then. So, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." "Okay. I'm going back now, bye." Yu Lingxue waved her hand and went back to the next room, closing the door behind her. Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran watched her go inside before they went back and closed the door. "Don't move yet. Let me test the poison first." Zhou Heng picked up his chopsticks, intending to eat a little first to test if it was safe. Yin Minggran gave a wry smile and said, "Would she really poison us? We have no grudge against her." Chapter 197. Perhaps it's a ploy to lure him in? That's not necessarily true. You can't be too careful. What if she put laxatives in the exam? Tomorrow's the exam, and it's possible she could use that method to affect other people's exams. Zhou Heng stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a small piece, took a bite, and smacked his lips a few times. "Tsk." Zhou Heng frowned slightly, then carefully tasted the flavor again. "How is it? Could something really have happened? It shouldn't have taken effect so quickly, right?" Yin Minggran looked at Zhou Heng with some concern and patted him on the back. Zhou Heng shook his head, put down his chopsticks, and said softly, "She didn't make this. If she did, she shouldn't be a student. She should be a chef." Yin Minggran was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes widened suddenly, and she asked, "Huh? What does this mean? Does it mean it's delicious?" "No, it has nothing to do with whether it tastes good or not. There are subtle differences between what a restaurant chef makes and what you make at home. You can taste the difference. If she didn't buy this from a restaurant, it means she has several years of cooking experience and is an experienced chef. Her cooking habits are different from ours. Oh, then she must have bought it? Then why did she say she made it herself? I don't know. Let's be careful with this person. But this dish should be fine. I don't think she would use such obvious methods. Let's eat first. Zhou placed the plate of chicken wings on the table, preparing to eat with Yin Minggran. Although they were both thinking about Yu Lingxue at that moment, neither of them said it aloud. They all felt something was off, but couldn't quite put their finger on it, leading them to wonder if they were suffering from paranoia. After dinner, Zhou and Yin Minggran went to study. They took showers and went to bed later that night. Zhou even listened to the sounds from next door. It was quite quiet. He couldn't hear anything. But then again, he wasn't expecting to hear anything strange. The next morning, the two got up early, preparing to go to school early, since they had an exam that day, and going early would allow them to review and temporarily strengthen their memory. But the moment they stepped out, they heard the sound of the door opening next door. Snap! Zhou and Yin Minggran simultaneously looked next door, their brows furrowing slightly. They had guessed this before leaving home that morning. Will I run into Yu Lingxue when I go to school? That's why they left home a little earlier than usual this morning. They never expected that they would still run into each other. After Yu Lingxue opened the door, she saw Zhou and Yin Minggran, and naturally smiled and extended her hand to greet them. Good morning, you two. Ah, good morning. Yin Minggran raised her hand and responded softly, while Zhou remained silent, simply watching her. Contrary to Zhou expectations, Yu Lingxue did not walk with the two of them. Instead, she stepped forward first and said, I'll be going now. See you at school. After saying that, she didn't linger and walked past the two of them, leaving the place. Well, this action left Zhou and Yin Minggran puzzled once again. This simultaneous departure made them suspect that someone was planning to leave with them and was deliberately waiting for them to come out. But now, he said hello and left on his own? This made them suspicious. Could it really be a coincidence? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Yin Minggran looked up at Zhou and whispered, Maybe. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for them to wait for us so early in the morning just to say hello. Zhou watched Yu Lingxue's departing figure, lost in thought, but he couldn't figure it out. The two of them also went to school, and after arriving at their classroom, Zhou then told Tangji about this. Tangji thought for a while, then shook her head and said, Well, it's really hard to say. It could be a coincidence. If it's the same tomorrow, then it's definitely not a coincidence. But if she did it on purpose, she wouldn't be so stupid as to create coincidences for 2 days in a row. But what's the point? What's the significance? I originally thought she wanted to get close to Yin Minggran, but now it seems I'm a little unsure. Zhou couldn't understand it at all. He looked towards Yin Minggran and Yu Lingxue. Yesterday, Yu Lingxue practically clung to Yin Minggran, constantly pestering her with questions, but today, she wasn't like that at all, acting as if she didn't recognize Yin Minggran. She sat there studying normally, and even when she didn't understand something, she asked her deskmate instead of Yin Minggran, who sat in front of her. Tangji stroked her chin, frowned slightly, and whispered, Perhaps it's a case of playing hard to get. Why? Is it necessary? Perhaps it's necessary for her. You just don't know it. The exams were about to begin, and regardless of what schemes Yu Lingxue might be plotting, Zhou and Yin Minggran decided to ignore them for the time being and focus on the exams first. Zhou knew he had no chance of directly ranking in the top 20. He wasn't capable of that yet. So as long as he makes progress as much as possible, and as long as he is better than last time, that is a success, changing his long-standing stagnation. The morning exams ended, and it was noon. Zhou, Yin Minggran, and Tangji were still eating together. At this time yesterday, Yu Lingxue was also there. But today, Zhou looked at Yin Minggran and asked in a low voice, Didn't Yu Lingxue speak to you today? Yin Minggran thought about it carefully for a moment, then shook her head and said, No, she didn't say a word all morning, but I think I heard her sighing a lot, like she had something on her mind. I see. Zhou turned to look at Yu Lingxue and noticed that she was sitting alone there at noon today. His head was lowered, and he was engrossed in eating. From behind, he looked particularly forlorn. What's wrong with her? Yin Minggran was puzzled. Everything was fine yesterday, so why is it like this today? Yu Lingxue kept her head down, eating bite by bite. But Each bite was very small, as if she was deliberately controlling her eating speed. Just then, a voice came from behind Yu Lingxue. Yu Lingxue's eyes opened for a moment, as if they had lit up for a brief instant. But after listening carefully to the voice, her eyes instantly turned icy cold, and her brows furrowed slightly. She looked up and glanced to the side. Standing beside her was Kong Yu. Kong Yu chuckled, looked at her, rubbed his hands together, and said softly, "Why are you eating lunch alone? Haven't you made any friends yet? My name is Kong." Roll. Chapter 198, and it seems they're quite interested in you too. Hold head high. Kong Yu was interrupted before he could finish a single sentence. He stood there, frozen, as if in a daze. My brain seemed to have crashed, my mind was blank, and it was buzzing. Something's not right. He observed this classmate all day yesterday, and found him to be very lively and cheerful. She responds enthusiastically to everyone who greets her, and that smile never fades from her face. He originally thought she must be an easy person to get along with, so when he saw that she was alone at noon today, he took the initiative to come over and talk to her. But why is this situation different from what I expected? Yu Lingxue's face was expressionless, without a trace of a smile, and her "get out" was extremely cold. Good. Kong Yu nodded, readily agreeing, and then went back. To be honest, he wasn't that upset, because he seemed to have gotten used to it. Although he hadn't anticipated this situation, he was mentally prepared for it, and it wouldn't affect his mindset too much. After driving Kong Yu away, Yu Lingxue returned to her previous state, looking heavy-hearted. Otherwise, why don't you invite her over for dinner? After all, she hasn't done anything to us, so there's nothing wrong with having a meal together. Zhou Heng whispered in Yin Mingran's ear. They have suspicions, but no evidence. They certainly can't just sit idly by in this situation. Good. Yin Mingran agreed, stood up, went to Yu Lingxue's side, and tentatively patted her shoulder from behind. Yu Lingxue, would you like to eat with us? Upon hearing Yin Mingran's voice, Yu Lingxue trembled slightly, slowly raised her head, turned around, and looked at Yin Mingran. His expression was as gentle as could be, and his eyes were especially friendly and tender. She pursed her lips and nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you. Yu Lingxue, carrying her lunchbox, went with Yin Mingran to Zhou Heng's place. After sitting down, he pushed his lunchbox forward. It was filled with delicious dishes. Try what I made. I made it myself. I don't know if it suits your taste. Yu Lingxue seemed to have returned to her usual self from yesterday, and a smile returned to her face. Tang Ji didn't stand on ceremony, picked up a fried egg, took a bite, and asked, "You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Did something happen?" Yu Lingxue was taken aback by the sudden question, then gave a slightly melancholy look and said, "It's the exam this morning. I don't know if I'll do well. I feel like I made a lot of careless mistakes." Exams? Are you worried about that? Zhou Heng frowned slightly and asked, "Yes, what else would I be worried about? Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine." Yu Lingxue's thin lips curved into a gentle smile, a smile that was as warm and comforting as a spring breeze. Her smile wasn't directed at Zhou Heng. She was looking down at him. This small gesture was noticed by Yin Mingran, and without realizing it, her feelings for Yu Lingxue grew slightly stronger. If a girl smiles like that at her boyfriend, she will definitely get angry. Such a small detail can earn her points. After lunch, the group tidied up and sat back down in their seats to prepare for the afternoon's exam. Zhou Heng got up, walked out of the classroom, and prepared to go to the restroom. Just as Zhou Heng was about to reach the restroom door, he saw a figure walking out of class 1. It was Liao Haomiao. Upon seeing Zhou Heng, Liao Haomiao waved to him and called out, "Brother! Hey, here it comes." Zhou Heng walked over and went into the restroom with Liao Haomiao. After entering the restroom, Liao Haomiao glanced back to make sure no one was around, then spoke to Zhou Heng. "Hey bro, I heard you got a transfer student in your class too?" Zhou Heng frowned and asked, "Also, does your class have them too?" "Yes, there was a guy who came yesterday and talked to me a lot, and he seemed quite interested in you too." "Me? A boy? Do you know me?" "No, he probably doesn't know him. He just said he heard about a legendary figure from the previous sports meet, and he was quite interested in him. Anyone would know about that. I don't know where he heard it from." "That's strange." Zhou Heng pulled up his pants, turned around to wash his hands, and was just about to leave the bathroom when, suddenly, I saw a boy appear at the toilet door. Oh, Liao Hao Miao was startled when he saw the boy, but reacted quickly, pointing at him and saying, "Ah, this is our class. The new transfer student's name is Bite Song." The boy spoke his name before Liao Hao Miao could, but his eyes remained fixed on Zhou Heng. He was tall and thin and quite handsome. At least among high school students, he was already considered outstanding. Zhou Heng felt uncomfortable under that gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. "Ah, hello." Zhou Heng nodded, gave him a brief greeting, and then prepared to leave. But just as Zhou Heng walked forward and came to Bite Song's side, he suddenly spoke, saying, "Excuse me, I'd like to talk to you about something, about the new transfer student in your class." Zhou Heng stopped, frowned, looked at Bite Song, and asked, "How did you know?" "I also know her name, Yulingxue. And I also know that after she transferred here yesterday, she's been intentionally or unintentionally appearing around you, hasn't she?" "You know that too?" "Yes. So, could I bother you for a moment so we can talk alone?" This. Zhou Heng looked troubled. His mind was racing, and he felt like he'd gotten himself into some kind of trouble. However, he did want to know what Yulingshua's background was, which was what he wanted to know most these past 2 days. "Okay." Zhou Heng nodded, agreeing to speak with Bite Song alone. Liao Hao Miao tactfully left first, while Zhou Heng and Bite Song went to the stairwell. Bite Song glanced at the hallway surveillance footage, immediately located the blind spot, stood there, and beckoned Zhou Heng over. Zhou Heng walked over in confusion and saw Bite Song take out a cell phone. After fiddling with it for a while, a video played. "This is Yulingxue." Zhou Heng watched the video. The person in the video was none other than Yulingxue. However, she looked completely different from how she does now. His expression was cold, and his eyes held a fierce look. His entire demeanor seemed to be the complete opposite of what he remembered. In the video, she is seen grabbing a girl by the collar. This scene appears to be school bullying? Chapter 199. How did I get such a video just from going to the toilet? Holy crap. Zhou Heng watched the video, couldn't help but purse his lips and frown. This video is so brutal, it's all punches and kicks. He simply couldn't believe that the person in the video was the same Yulingxue he had met these past 2 days. The contrast was too stark. This video doesn't look like it was filmed secretly. It looks like it was taken with a very discreet high-definition camera installed. You couldn't possibly get such a stable and clear video if you were just filming secretly. After reading it, Bite Song put his phone away, looked at Zhou Heng seriously, and said, "I went to the same school as her. I know her. She's cold and violent. I don't know what she pretends to be in front of you, but this is the real her. I'm not saying this for any other reason than to remind you to stay away from her. She's not a good person." "No. Then, do you have some kind of grudge against her? Why are you telling me all this? What good will it do you?" Zhou Heng took a step back, looking at Bite Song warily. He really didn't know Yulingshua's background, but the background of the person in front of him was also a mystery. What's the purpose of showing him these things? Is it simply to oppose Yulingxue, or is there some other purpose? And why did they come to me? I have some minor grudges with her, so you can think of it as me simply wanting to get revenge on her. Bite Song thought for a moment and answered seriously. Zhou Heng was still a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything more. This video must be real. If it was staged, then Yulingxue acted really well. No, I mean the girl who got beaten up acted really well. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Bite Song then revealed a smile. He was already quite handsome, and his smile made him appear even more approachable. It's okay, we can add each other as friends. If she does anything unusual, you can tell me. I can help if needed. Bite Song opened his phone again, preparing to add Zhou Heng as a friend. Well, okay. Zhou Heng thought about it and agreed. After all, he was a boy, so he might as well add him. In Minggran wouldn't say anything. And so the two got in touch, after Zhou Heng accepted the friend request. Bite Song's eyes were clearly shining. However, this joy, which seemed to be the ultimate joy, only lasted for a moment before Bite Song hid it, and it went unnoticed. Send me that video. Okay, no problem. Bite Song immediately nodded in agreement, and then quickly sent Zhou Heng the video they had just seen. Zhou Heng wanted this video to show Yin Minggran and Tang Ji when he got back, and also to let them judge whether it was fake. What if it's an AI face swap, and you didn't realize it? After Zhou Heng left, Baitsong stared at his retreating figure until he entered the classroom. Baitsong's face finally changed, and he could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Yes. Phew, that's good. It's a sure thing. This one's definitely going to be hot. Baitsong started a one-man party, jumping around like a madman, almost dropping his phone. Several people passed by and were stunned by what they saw. They wondered what this person was doing with his handsome face. Was he trying to be abstract? Baitsong glanced around, then immediately found a more secluded and safer spot and made a phone call. The phone rang a few times before it was finally answered. Before the other end could speak, Baitsong impatiently said, "Father, I did it. I got his contact information." "Really? Then, what about Yu Lingxue? I have shown him the video you gave me, just as you said. Yu Lingxue definitely has no chance now." Good kid. Keep up the good work. Don't rush it. Don't be too hasty. It takes time. If you have any problems, tell me, and I'll help you solve them. Yes, father, don't worry. Trust me. This is just the first step towards my success. After hanging up the phone, Baitsong patted his chest, as if to encourage himself. He stared at Zhou Heng, whom he had just added as a friend on his phone, at the chat window, wanting to send something, but then felt it wasn't quite right. TSK. Never mind. It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities anyway. Baitsong put away his phone and happily went home, his demeanor completely different from the serious and focused one he had shown when facing Zhou Heng. After Zhou Heng returned to the classroom, he called Yin Minggran over. Yu Lingxue glanced over, seemingly wanting to go over as well, but Zhou Heng didn't call her over, so she felt embarrassed to go. What's wrong? Why are you being so mysterious? Tang Ji also leaned closer, somewhat curious, wondering why Zhou Heng seemed to have discovered some secret just by going to the restroom. After calling Yin Minggran and Tang Ji over, Zhou Heng looked around. After confirming that it was safe, he turned on his phone and showed the two of them the video Baitsong had sent him. Yin Minggran and Tang Ji stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at the video on their phones. After reading it, Yin Minggran subconsciously turned around and glanced in Yu Lingxue's direction, only to find herself staring right into Yu Lingxue's eyes. She immediately turned her head away, looking very frightened. This small gesture caught Yu Lingxue's attention. Her brows furrowed, and her expression changed. Tang Ji asked in surprise, "Holy crap, where did you get this video? You got a video like this just by going to the bathroom?" "It's a long story. I just went to the restroom, and then..." Zhou Heng recounted what had just happened, but the two of them were completely confused. Why did a transfer student suddenly appear in class 1? And why does she know Yu Lingxue? And they even have some grudge against each other? What's that person's name? I think his name is Baitsong. Just as Zhou Heng finished speaking, Yin Minggran suddenly felt someone touch her from behind. Squad leader? Oh. Yin Minggran was startled and turned around abruptly to look behind her, only to find that the person behind her was Yu Lingxue. Holding a workbook in her hand, she smiled at Yin Minggran and asked softly, "Is the teacher in the office right now? I'd like to ask them a question." Yes, they should be here." "Okay, thanks." Yu Lingxue smiled sweetly, then brushed past Yin Minggran and walked on. Yin Minggran subconsciously moved closer to Zhou Heng, as if she were afraid. As soon as Yu Lingxue left the classroom, her face instantly darkened. My clenched fist crumpled the workbook. "Baitsong, you bastard." Chapter 200. This is a competition for interests. To put it more bluntly, it's business competition. For the entire afternoon, Yu Lingxue spoke softly to Yin Minggran. However, Yin Minggran only responded briefly, speaking softly and in short sentences. This left Yu Lingxue feeling very helpless, but there was nothing she could do. She could only sigh and temporarily give up the idea of communicating with Yin Minggran. She knew that haste makes waste, so she decided to hold off on any rash actions and wait for the situation to calm down. She stared at her desk, at the books in front of her, her cold eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Her fingers gripped the edge of the desk tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her breathing gradually became heavier, each breath seeming to prepare for an explosion. After school, she quickly left the school and disappeared without a trace. Although Zhou Heng and Yin Minggran found it strange, they didn't investigate the matter further. They want to stay as far away from Yu Lingxue as possible now, regardless of whether she is innocent or not, and they don't want to take the risk. At this moment, Baicang also walked out of the school. The moment he stepped out of the school gate, he took out his phone, looked at Zhou Heng's friend on the phone, and the corners of his mouth were still slightly upturned. Humph, humph, humph. Baicang couldn't help but laugh out loud. But the next second, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if a murderous aura was coming from behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, Baicang quickly turned around and took a step back, but he was still grabbed by the collar by the person behind him. Baicang was immediately shocked. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly open. He knew the person in front of him very well. He just didn't expect her to appear here and attack him directly. Yu Lingxue, what are you trying to do? Baicang reached out, trying to push the woman in front of him away. But the moment her hand touched his shoulder, he was grabbed and thrown to the ground with a forceful movement. Bang! A muffled thud was heard, and Baicang lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain and frowning. He looked up and saw a tall, slender figure standing before him, slowly crouching down. The coldness in her eyes and expression sent a chill down his spine. Baicang, long time no see. Yu Lingxue let out a particularly cold voice. Under the streetlights, Baicang seemed to see a ruthless killer. Umph. Yu Lingxue, you dare to lay a hand on me? How arrogant. Smack. Before Baicang could finish speaking, Yu Lingxue slapped him on the head again, saying, Come on, I've lost count of how many times I've hit you. Hey, what kind of mischief have you been up to? Yu Lingxue grabbed Baicang's hair, lifted his head up, and questioned him coldly. A flicker of panic crossed Baicang's eyes. He turned his head to the side and said, feigning composure, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? I'll show you what it means to not know. Yu Lingxue relentlessly rained blows on Baicang, each strike seemingly delivered with all her might. But it seems they stopped short at the crucial moment. Hey, I'll talk. Stop hitting me. Baicang quickly raised his hands and shouted, signaling Yu Lingxue to stop hitting him. It didn't hurt. As a girl, no matter how strong she was, he could endure it. He'd be incredibly embarrassed if anyone walked by, a guy being pinned down and humiliated by a girl. Yu Lingxue stopped in time, releasing her grip on Baicang's hair, stood up, stared at him, and said, All right, tell me, what exactly did you do? Hiss. Baicang stood up, rubbed his head, and said, It's nothing. It's just, I showed him the video of you beating up that bully. Huh. Damn. You. I knew it. They looked at me with such fear this afternoon. I was teaching that bully a lesson. They must have thought I was the bully. Yu Lingxue covered her head, shouted, then walked to the corner of the wall and punched it, looking helpless. No wonder she was stared at like that this afternoon. Anyone who saw that video would probably be afraid of what they would feel. Baicang moved a little further away and whispered, Anyway, hitting someone is wrong. What's there to argue about? I know, but so many people are being bullied by her. How can I just stand by and do nothing? Besides, I've already received the punishment I deserve. Yu Lingxue lowered her head, looking melancholy, as if she were filled with regret. But then, she raised her head and stared fiercely at Baicang. He trembled with fear. Hey, stop hitting me. I'll call the police if you keep hitting me. Baicang quickly took 2 steps back, appearing extremely cautious, and distanced himself from Yu Lingxue. Yu Lingxue continued walking forward, pointing at Baicang, and whispered, Baicang, you're despicable. You actually use such methods. I'm going to tell my father. TCH. This is a competition for interests. To put it more seriously, it's business competition. So what if it's despicable? Go ahead and tell me. Anyway, my father said he has connections on your father's side. Let's see what your father dares to do. Baicang shrugged, revealing a smug, mischievous grin, as if deliberately trying to annoy Lingxue. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue's face flushed even redder. She glared at him, furious and embarrassed, so angry she felt like she was about to grind her teeth to powder. Then, Yu Lingxue nodded, looking like she'd given up entirely. Fine, then let's not even think about it anymore. Let's just die together. I'll tell him your secret, and let's see what he thinks then. You dare. Baicang suddenly seemed to panic, his face turning red instantly, and he pointed at Yu Lingxue and shouted, Yu Lingxue seemed to be in a better mood. She crossed her arms, raised the corners of her mouth, and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? My father is also watching over your father's place. Let's see what he can do. I'll tell him tomorrow." TCH, do you think he'll believe you? You have no say in his business anymore. We'll see. Anyway, I live next door to him, so I have the advantage of proximity. You just wait and see if you miss your chance. After exchanging another round of sarcastic remarks, the two angrily walked away in opposite directions. Yu Lingxue was furious and completely unaware that someone was standing around the corner, overhearing their entire conversation. Tang Ji leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a lollipop dangling from her lips, watching Yu Lingxue's departing figure with great interest. Business competition, interesting. Tang Ji smiled faintly and murmured. Crunch, she bit the lollipop in her mouth to pieces and spat out the stick. Then he walked towards Yu Lingxue's direction.